A cool evening breeze passes through the wooden corridor of the Japanese garden, carrying the faint fragrance of gardenia flowers from the courtyard brushing against the boy's slender body. Consciousness slowly rises from the boundless deep sea. Chaos, confusion, fragmented memories surge into the depths of the mind like a tidal wave. Noisy online barrage, long nights spent watching the entire Naruto series again and again. The main story, movies, side stories, Boruto's secret history of the ninja world, the origin and plunder truth of the Ōtsutsuki clan, the corpse-strewn battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War, the blooming of the God Tree, the descent of the Sage of Six Paths, the devastation of the ninja world. And the final scene. On a white-clouded cliff, a white-robed boy's body is pierced through blood, staining the entire land as he slowly falls, carrying a destiny and regret he could never escape in his life. Destiny is something that was meant to be broken from the start. The whisper of the original owner Hyūga Neji's obsession is crystal clear in his mind. The next instant, a pair of clear translucent Byakugan, with faint pale blue-white sclera and pure clean pupils, suddenly snap open. What comes into view is a quaint and elegant Japanese-style wooden house with sliding wooden doors, clean tatami mats, and the air permeated with the gentle pure chakra of the gentle fist from the Hyūga clan. His neck moves slightly, his body is thin and young with delicate bones and skin as fine as a 6-year-old child's. I have transmigrated. Transmigrated into the world of Naruto. Transmigrated as Hyūga Neji. Lin-Yue, a modern man from the 21st century who had watched the entire Naruto main series movies, data books, dug into all the foreshadowing and understood all the conspiracies of the ninja world and all the secrets of the Ōtsutsuki, completely takes over this body, merging with the fragmentary, bitter, desperate soul of Hyūga Neji. His heart beats slowly and an indescribably complex emotion surges within him. In his previous life he had regretted, objected to, and grieved for Hyūga Neji more than once. Born into the Hyūga branch family with talent surpassing all of the clan at a young age, possessing enlightenment and skill far beyond the main family's legitimate heirs, but destined from birth to be branded with the caged bird curse mark representing eternal servitude and bloodline shackles. Throughout his life he was bound by the branch family system, swept along by fate, extreme, sensitive, hating injustice, cold and arrogant in the early years, gradually becoming open-minded and clear in the later stages, yet ultimately in the unnecessary Fourth Shinobi World War he died a tragic death trying to protect Hinata and Naruto, blocking the tailed beast's ball. The one who least deserved to die yet died in a war that could have been prevented, ended, and nipped in the bud from the very beginning. The Fourth Shinobi World War, which swept through the 5 great ninja villages, buried countless ninja lives, and drained the foundation of the ninja world, was essentially from beginning to end nothing but a farce orchestrated by Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, Black Zetsu, and Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. A catastrophe that sacrificed the entire ninja world to resurrect an extraterrestrial evil god. And after that catastrophe the ninja world seemed to have peace, but the real crisis still hung overhead. Above the Takamigara, the vast ancient Ōtsutsuki clan who lived by plundering planetary life force and chakra still watched this land coldly from beyond the heavens. Mamashiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki, Ishiki. One by one powerful Ōtsutsuki members will descend upon the ninja world at any time, harvest the god tree fruit, and annihilate the entire ninja civilization. All the people in the original story from beginning to end were just livestock raised by the Ōtsutsuki. The 1,000 years of conflict in the ninja world, the cycle of ninja hatred, the endless wars. The root was never human hearts, never hatred, never the interests of the 5 great nations. The root is the sowing and plundering of extraterrestrial alien races. Thinking of this, the Lin-Yue occupying Neji's body has a deep, cold determination flashing in his eyes. Heaven has allowed him, with complete memories, all the plotlines and all future directions, to be reborn as the 6-year-old Hyūga Neji. Then he will definitely not let the original tragedy repeat. I will not be branded with the caged bird curse mark. I will personally overthrow the rotten branch family system. The Uchiha will not be exterminated, Itachi will not have to bear a lifetime of darkness, and Sasuke will not fall into the path of darkness. Jiraiya will not have to die tragically in the rain, Asuma will not fall on the battlefield, and countless ninjas who should have died will all survive. The schemes of the Akatsuki will be dismantled in advance. Obito Uchiha's darkness will be cut off in advance. Black Zetsu's 1,000-year plan will be torn apart directly. The Fourth Shinobi World War will be completely prevented and stopped at its root. Not only that. Within the ninja world, pacify the war. Outside the ninja world, break through the Takamigara, sweep through the Ōtsutsuki royal clan, completely eradicate this clan of extraterrestrial invaders, and remove the apocalyptic crisis that has hung over the world for 10,000 years. Break destiny, break the cage, pacify the chaotic world, protect all living beings. In this life, I, Hyūga Neji, will personally rewrite the future of the entire Naruto world. Creak. The sliding wooden door is gently pushed open. A tall, stern-faced middle-aged man with a dignified and authoritative brow walks slowly into the room. Dressed in a dark blue Hyūga clan uniform with a calm expression, his gaze calmly falls on the boy who has just awakened in bed. Hyūga Hisashi. Neji's biological father, the head of the Hyūga branch family, of a forbearing and gentle nature, deeply loving his son, bound by the rules of the main family all his life, ultimately willing to die for the clan, passing away early. Seeing his father appear, the merged memories stir Neji's heart, and his originally cool eyes soften a little. In his previous life, Neji resented his father, resented fate, and resented the main family for a long time. But with an adult soul, he clearly understands how helpless and tragic Hisashi's life was. Neji, are you feeling unwell? Hisashi's voice is low and gentle, without the sternness of an elder, only the unique concern of a father. At the age of 6, the time before Hisashi is forced to die as a substitute, and before Neji is forcibly branded with the caged bird, is only less than 3 months. 3 months. The starting point of all tragedies. Once the caged bird is engraved, the Byakugan is controlled by the main family. The branch family's lives are at the mercy of the main family. Hisashi will surely die. Neji will be trapped in a cage for life, and his personality will become completely twisted and extreme. All the gears of fate will rumble along the original track. Neji slowly sits up. On his young, delicate face there is no childish innocence. A pair of pure, translucent Byakugan calmly look at his father. His voice is clear, steady, and not at all like that of a 6-year-old child. Father, I am not uncomfortable. Hisashi is slightly stunned. Today's Neji seems somehow different. The child in the past was sensitive, introverted, taciturn, with a look of distance and inferiority in his eyes. But now his son's eyes are clear and calm, his mind is steady, his gaze is penetrating, as if he has grown several years older in an instant. That's good. Hisashi suppresses his doubts and says softly, soon the clan will hold the curse mark ceremony for the branch family children. You should be prepared in your heart. Here it comes. The caged bird. Neji's fingertips curl slightly, his eyes showing no panic, no fear, only understanding and calm. He knows all the secrets of the caged bird too well. It appears to be a curse mark that confines the branch family and controls the Byakugan bloodline, but in reality it is a shackle created by the ancient Ōtsutsuki bloodline influence, manufactured to cause internal bloodline conflict and self-consumption within the Hyūga clan. The caged bird not only imprisons the branch family, but also slowly erodes the potential of the Byakugan, cutting off the possibility of the Hyūga clan awakening the Tenseigan. The main family thinks they hold the power, but little do they know that everyone is trapped in an ancient bloodline trap. Father. Neji looks up and says softly, word by word, I will not accept the caged bird. Hisashi's body trembles, his pupils suddenly contract, and he looks at his young son in disbelief. Neji. Do you know what you're saying? I am very clear. The young boy sits upright on the tatami, his pure white Byakugan looking out the window at the falling flower petals, his tone calm yet carrying a certainty that pierces through time and sees through fate. The distinction between main and branch families is inherently unjust. The shackles of the caged bird are inherently unrighteous. Born into the Hyūga of the same bloodline, how can there be superiority or inferiority? In the future the ninja world will be in chaos and extraterrestrial calamities will come. Internal clan conflict will lead to self-destruction. If the shackles are not removed today, then in the future the entire Hyūga and even the entire ninja world will be doomed. The words of a 6-year-old child strike the heart, each phrase far-reaching. Hisashi is completely stunned, speechless for a long time. He realizes for the first time that his son's vision has long since surpassed this small Hyūga courtyard. Outside the courtyard, in the direction of the main residence, Hyūga Hayashi stands with his hands behind his back, his gaze looking far away toward the branch family compound, his brows slightly furrowed. For some reason today a subtle premonition rises in his heart. It seems that from this moment on something has completely deviated from the original track of fate. Hisashi stared at his calm and composed youngest son for a long time, his heart shaking with a turmoil that would not settle. Throughout the centuries-old understanding of the entire Hyūga clan, it had been an iron law, a clan rule, an unassailable decree of fate that branch family children were born to be branded with the caged bird seal. From the time the ancestors set the rules, the main family held the clan's power, and the branch family guarded the main family, submitting forever. Generation after generation passed down this way, with no one questioning, no one rebelling, and no one daring to rebel. But today his own 6-year-old son, with a single light word, directly negated the clan's foundation that had lasted for 100 years. Not only did he negate the rules, but he also uttered words that completely did not belong to a child. Internal clan strife, the calamity of the ninja world, future great disorder. Hisashi came to his senses, his expression turning serious. He stepped forward and said in a low reprimand, Neji, do not speak recklessly. The clan's rules are strict. How can you and I casually comment on them? The caged bird ceremony is a fixed fate. Just accept it peacefully. Do not give rise to a rebellious heart inviting the main family's fear and disaster upon yourself. He had endured his whole life seeing through the main family's power, knowing that rebellion had no good end. Even if there was 1,000 injustices in his heart, he was willing to bear them silently, never wanting his young son to walk the path of radical opposition to the clan. Neji understood his father's concerns. Being within the game, his vision was limited. No one knew what the future would bring. He did not immediately argue. He simply raised his eyes and looked calmly at Hisashi. Father, I am not rebelling against the clan. I simply do not want to be controlled by the cursed seal for my entire life. The caged bird not only allows the main family to control life and death that will to pierce the soul with pain, but it also suppresses the potential of the Byakugan, grinds away the essence of the gentle fist, and prevents branch family members from ever reaching the true peak. The main family's direct descendants, their talents may not surpass mine, yet merely because they lack the cursed seal they can have a higher ceiling. This is unfair and unreasonable. Neji slowly raised his hand, gently circulating the faint pure chakra within him. A wisp of soft, restrained, and exceptionally pure white chakra, far surpassing that of his peers, slowly coiled around his fingertip. His Byakugan fully activated, the veins around his eyes clearly flowing, his vision instantly penetrating walls, plants, and human meridians. Within a radius of dozens of meters, the flow of all chakra was laid bare before him. An ordinary 6-year-old ninja child has shallow chakra-blocked meridians and a narrow Byakugan perception range, barely able to see the surface level of meridians. But at this moment Neji's Byakugan was clear, pure, without a single impurity. His perception was precise and subtle, and his chakra flow was smooth and complete. Even when Hyūga was young at 6 years old, he was far from reaching this level. Hisashi's pupils contracted sharply. As a jonin with considerable skill in the gentle fist, he could see the gap at a glance. His own son's Byakugan talent had already crushed all the main family children of the same age. Your Byakugan. I was born with no poor talent. I should not have my future crippled by a single cursed seal. Neji's tone was calm. Father, I will not clash head-on with the clan. But 3 months from now at the branding ceremony I will definitely stop it. I will not destroy the Hyūga, I will only save the Hyūga. Neji, possessed of complete memories of the original Naruto world, knew clearly. The Hyūga clan, seemingly a prestigious noble family of Konoha, a renowned bloodline clan, was in fact already on the decline. Clinging to outdated rules, the conflict between main and branch families was severe, their thinking was stubborn and conservative, they did not value actual combat, and they did not explore the true power of the Byakugan. The entire clan, possessing a top-tier bloodline, saw generation after generation of talent wither. The true end of the Byakugan is the Tenseigan. It is a top-tier ocular power that can tear space, cross dimensions, rival the Six Paths, and face the Ōtsutsuki royal family. The caged bird is the man-made shackle that seals the path to awakening the Tenseigan. As long as the cursed seal exists, the Hyūga will never produce a truly top-tier powerhouse. When the future great ninja war breaks out, Konoha is in peril. Aside from Hisashi, who dies early, the barely grown Hinata, and his own tragic death, the Hyūga clan has almost no combat power that can stand on the stage. When the Ōtsutsuki finally descend, the entire Hyūga clan will be crushed like dust. Stubborn conservatism, internal attrition, ultimately they will only bring about their own destruction. Hisashi was silent for a long time, looking at his son's earnest and determined eyes. For the first time the deep-rooted beliefs in his heart began to waver. He didn't understand the Tenseigan nor the threat of extraterrestrial aliens. But he could see how astonishing his child's talent was. I understand. Hisashi let out a long sigh and said softly, I won't force you. But the pressure from the clan is immense. Lord Hyūga is stubborn and conservative, and there are the clan elders. This will be difficult. Difficult but not impossible, Neji said calmly. He held all the information of the future, knowing everyone's weaknesses, interests, and future directions. To abolish the caged bird he did not need brute force rebellion. He only needed to lay out a plan, negotiate, exchange interests, and point out future dangers. He knew well Hyūga's greatest lifelong complexes, fears, and obsessions. He knew the thoughts of the Konoha higher-ups, third Hokage, and Danzo. He knew the future Uchiha incident, the Mist Village internal strife, the Sand Village's hidden dangers. By casually revealing a bit of future trend, he could leverage the attitude of the entire Hyūga main family. Father, for the time being, just focus on your training. Neji withdrew his gaze and said slowly, I need to grow as quickly as possible. Only with sufficient personal strength could he have the confidence to negotiate. Only with a far enough vision could he rewrite destiny. After seeing Hisashi out, the room fell silent again. Neji sat cross-legged on the tatami, closed his eyes and sorted through all the information in his mind. Current timeline: Konoha year 47. Character ages: Hyūga Neji 6, Uzumaki Naruto 6, Uchiha Sasuke 6, Harino Sakura 6, Yamanaka Ino 6, Tenten 6, Hyūga Hinata 5, Gaara 5, Temari 8, Kankuro 7. 1 year before entering the Ninja Academy. 6 years until the Uchiha massacre. 7 years until Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan. 12 years until Pain's invasion of Konoha. 15 years until Obito officially starts the Fourth Great Ninja War. 20 years or more until the Ōtsutsuki's full-scale descent on the ninja world. Time was very abundant. Enough for him to grow stronger step by step, lay out the ninja world and dismantle the crises. His chakra slowly circulated and Neji began to review the training methods of the Gentle Fist. The original Neji's Gentle Fist was strong but still superficial. Most ninjas, including Hyūga clan members, only thought of the Gentle Fist as point-sealing, meridian closing, close combat taijutsu. But Neji understood. The Gentle Fist was essentially a top-tier secret technique that used the Byakugan to coordinate chakra meridians controlling the essence of life. The original art that the Sage of Six Paths first cultivated had its roots in the Gentle Fist lineage. The Byakugan sees through all meridians. The Gentle Fist controls the life and death of living beings. With a thought, Neji's chakra flowed along his meridians, accurately landing on hundreds of tiny acupoints around his body. In an instant he clearly felt his body, his ocular power, and his bloodline all undergoing a rapid transformation. For half a day Neji devoted himself to quiet cultivation in his room. With a mature soul fused within him, and a complete understanding of the human body's meridians, chakra flow, and the essence of the Gentle Fist in the world of Naruto, his cultivation efficiency far surpassed any ninja of his age in this world. Ordinary Hyūga children practicing the Gentle Fist would rigidly follow the basic techniques passed down in the clan, moving their limbs stiffly and clumsily, relying on instinct to channel chakra, never grasping the true essence. But Neji was different. He knew clearly that the human body had 361 chakra points, and the opening, flow, and closure of each point directly determined a ninja's potential. The Gentle Fist was never about close-range striking, it was about guiding chakra through the meridians, and using the Byakugan to perceive life force. He sat cross-legged, eyes gently closed, his Byakugan instinctively half open. A pale white ocular power radiated outward, clearly reflecting the winding, densely packed chakra pathways within his own body like rivers and streams. A thread of warm, pure chakra moved slowly, flowing through the meridians, and gently washing over his flesh. In his past life as an observer, he had understood the shortcomings of Neji's lifelong training. In the original story, Hyūga Neji was consumed by hatred, eager to prove himself, and cultivated with impatience. He focused solely on attacking with acupoint sealing techniques, pursuing only lethality while neglecting the foundational cultivation of the Gentle Fist, strengthening the body, nourishing the bloodline, and expanding the source of the Byakugan. Coupled with the caged bird seal that constantly eroded his spirit and suppressed his bloodline potential, his extraordinary talent was capped too early. Now free from the obsession of hatred, unburdened by the cursed seal, with a calm and clear mind and possessing a complete philosophy of cultivation. In just a few hours the chakra within Neji became increasingly refined and gentle, his meridians widened and his physical resilience steadily improved. Deep within his Byakugan, the pure bloodline of the branch family of the Ōtsutsuki was gradually awakening and being purified. He could distinctly feel his perception, vision, and insights slowly strengthening. At this rate, within 3 months my basic strength will surpass that of an ordinary Hyūga Jonin at the age of 10. Neji judged inwardly. Only with sufficient strength could he have the confidence to negotiate with the main house and contend with the elders. To abolish the caged bird, mere words were far from enough. In the ninja world, all power of speech ultimately rests with strength. The Hyūga clan revered bloodline talent and the power of the Byakugan. Only by demonstrating a talent that crushed all his peers, even surpassing the elders' youth, would the main house and the council of elders truly consider his demands. As Neji immersed himself in cultivation, footsteps sounded one after another outside the branch family courtyard. Several clan members dressed in Hyūga attire with calm, restrained auras walked quickly, their expressions solemn, their gazes covertly fixed on the wooden house. The conversation between Neji and Hisashi during the day had after all silently reached the ears of the main house. A 6-year-old branch child openly stating his unwillingness to accept the caged bird seal, questioning the centuries-old clan system, and even daring to speak of the future of the ninja world and the clan's survival. This was already shocking in the Hyūga clan, where rules were strict and hierarchy was rigid. Soon a steady footstep approached the door. "Neji, the clan elders have summoned a council meeting and request your presence at the main hall." A clan member's flat voice came from outside the door, devoid of emotion but carrying an unmistakable tone of command. So it begins. He was not surprised. Hayashi was suspicious and conservative, the elders were stubborn and dogmatic. His words yesterday would inevitably arouse the main house's vigilance. They would not resort to direct punishment but instead choose to publicly convene a meeting to probe his thoughts, to warn Hisashi, and to assert their stance. It was both a test and a pressure tactic. Neji slowly rose, adjusted his clean branch family attire, his expression calm and composed without a trace of a child's panic or anxiety. I understand. He pushed open the door. The sunlight in the courtyard was just right. Several clan members stood by, their eyes looking up and down at the young boy. In the eyes of all Hyūga branch family, children were mostly timid, submissive, silent, and inherently inferior to the main house. But the Neji before them stood tall with cool, clear brows and a calm, composed demeanor. His gaze was clear and frank, without the slightest trace of the humility or restraint expected of a branch child. His temperament and presence even rivaled those of the main house's direct descendants. The group said no more. They led Neji and walked slowly toward the central main hall of the Hyūga clan. Along the way the courtyards were grand, the trees elegant, and rows of Japanese-style halls were arranged in a staggered pattern displaying the heritage of Konoha's top noble family. As they walked, many Hyūga clan members turned to look. Everyone knew Hyūga Neji, the son of Hisashi, a once-in-a-century genius of the branch family. But in the past that genius always walked alone with an unshakable gloom and arrogance in his brows. Today, however, the boy walked with ease, his steps steady, his eyes clear and insightful, as if he had become a completely different person. Passing through, they soon arrived at the clan's highest-level council hall. The hall was spacious and solemn, the floor spotless. The main seat at the top was empty, while on both sides sat several white-haired elders, all holding power in the Hyūga clan. In the center of the hall, Hyūga Hayashi sat in the foremost seat, his face stern, his expression dignified, his Byakugan looking coldly at the boy walking in. Beside him Hisashi stood quietly, his brow furrowed, his expression worried. All eyes instantly fell on Neji. The atmosphere was quiet and oppressive. There was no reprimand, no anger, but the intangible pressure of the clan swept over. Any ordinary 6-year-old child in such a scene would have been afraid and at a loss. But Niji's heart was unruffled. He had seen the flames of war across the ninja world, met the six-path sage, and witnessed the Ōtsutsuki royal clan from beyond the stars. A mere clan hall and a group of conservative elders were not enough to make him fear. Neji bowed slightly, his manners proper, neither humble nor arrogant. Greetings to the clan leader and to the elders. His voice was clear and steady, unhurried. A white-haired elder at the head slowly spoke, his eyes murky yet sharp, staring straight at Neji. Neji, we have already learned of what you said to Lord Hisashi yesterday. You openly stated your unwillingness to accept the caged bird seal of the branch family, and questioned the clan's centuries-old tradition. Is that true? The question was direct and sharp, cutting to the core. Inside the hall all the elders' gazes converged, waiting for the boy's answer. Hisashi's heart tightened. He secretly looked at his son, fearing that Neji in youthful impulsiveness would speak recklessly, and completely anger the council of elders and Hayashi. Neji raised his eyes, his gaze calmly sweeping over the elders, finally resting on Hayashi at the main seat, and spoke softly. It is true. He admitted openly, without evasion or excuse. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew heavier. An elder furrowed his brow and shouted sternly, How dare you! The caged bird is an iron law set by the ancestors. The main house leads the clan, the branch protects the main line. Bloodlines are distinct, hierarchy is clear. This is the foundation of the Hyūga's standing in the ninja world. You are but a young child, unaware of the clan's greater principles, and yet you dare to casually criticize the ancestors' rules. The ancestors' rules may not be entirely perfect. Neji replied calmly, without haste. The ancestors established the caged bird with the original intention of uniting the Hyūga bloodline, preventing the Byakugan from falling into outsiders' hands and protecting the clan's stability. But as time has passed, the rules have changed in nature. The main house enjoys superior resources, while the branch is born with shackles, its life and honor dependent on another's whim. We share the same bloodline, yet we are forcibly divided into high and low, breeding suspicion and internal strife. Over time the Hyūga clan appears strong on the surface, but its foundation is hollow. Talent lies in the essence of the bloodline, not in the identity of main or branch. Our Hyūga Byakugan bloodline should not be distinguished by a cursed seal. His words were clear, logical, and his vision was far beyond that of a 6-year-old child. The elders were all taken aback, their expressions showing surprise. Hayashi sat in the main seat, his surprise even more pronounced. He had always known Neji was exceptionally talented, but he had never imagined that the child's insight, thinking, and maturity had reached such a level. At such a young age you speak empty words of great principles. Do you realize that if the caged bird is abolished, the Hyūga order will fall into chaos, and the Byakugan bloodline will be coveted by outsiders? How will the clan's safety be protected? Another elder asked heavily. Neji replied calmly. What truly protects the Hyūga has never been the caged bird nor the rules of hierarchy. It is the power of the Byakugan, the depth of the gentle fist, and the unity of the clan. Now Konoha is seething with undercurrents. The 5 great ninja villages are constantly clashing, hidden dangers are emerging, and great chaos is inevitable. Outside, powerful enemies covet the ninja world, and beyond the heavens unknown horrors threaten. The clan should stand united, grow stronger together, and prepare for the coming calamity. Yet we are dividing ourselves by rank, stifling the talent of our own people and wasting our potential. When danger arrives, we will be weak internally and externally. How will the Hyūga survive? He did not directly mention the Ōtsutsuki, the 4th Great Ninja War, or the Divine Tree catastrophe. The time was not right. Speaking of alien clans would only make him seem mad. He only pointed out the coming crisis and the harm of internal strife. Every word was pragmatic, every sentence far-sighted. The hall fell into silence for a moment. Several elders' expressions shifted, their thoughts quietly wavering. They were conservative, stubborn, and valued tradition, but they were not ignorant. As the clan's high-ranking members, they could naturally sense the increasingly unstable atmosphere in Konoha in recent years. The ninja world seemed peaceful, but a storm was brewing. Hayashi tapped the armrest of his seat, gently, silent for a long time, then looked at the calm, composed boy below. Do you know what refusing the caged bird means? It means that I refuse to have my bloodline locked for life and my fate controlled by others. Neji met Hayashi's eyes. Clan leader, I do not intend to rebel against the clan nor to overthrow the Hyūga. I only hope that those of the branch family can have the right to pursue training equally, and the right to control their own lives. I can make a vow to the clan. I will protect the Hyūga and Konoha all my life and use my talent to uphold the clan's glory. I only ask to be exempted from the caged bird. He knew well Hayashi's greatest weakness. Hayashi valued the clan's honor and its future above all. The talent and temperament Neji displayed now could become the clan's strongest trump card for the next century. Trading a future top-tier powerhouse for a useless shackle. Hayashi could weigh that in his mind. Hayashi stared deep into Neji's pure white eyes, his thoughts churning. Talent, temperament, vision, insight. This branch family boy's future potential might far surpass that of Hayashi himself, and even that of all previous main house heirs. If he were to be branded with the caged bird, it would waste a future guardian of the entire Hyūga clan. Was it really worth it? Just as Hayashi's resolve wavered, a senior elder spoke solemnly. Clan leader, the rules cannot be broken. If we make an exception for Neji, all branch children will follow suit and the Hyūga's 1,000-year order will collapse completely. His words struck the greatest obstacle. Once the rules were breached, they could never be taken back. Neji had anticipated this and replied unhurriedly. Making an exception for one person does not necessarily disrupt the clan's rules. I can request exemption only for myself and my direct descendants. All other branch members will continue to follow the old system. I offer my future in exchange for the clan's peace of mind. Everyone in the hall suddenly looked at Neji. The boy's face was calm. He had already calculated all the pros and cons. First, secure himself, break free from the shackles of fate. Then step by step slowly pry open the system. Save himself first, then save his father, and finally reshape the entire Hyūga. Progress gradually, never rashly. Hayashi's pupils shifted slightly, looking at this boy with a mind far deeper than his years, truly realizing for the first time. This child named Hyūga Neji, his future was anything but ordinary. Within the great hall it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The conditions Ning Xiai proposed precisely grasped the bottom line that everyone in their hearts cared about most. Exempting only himself and his direct descendants, not touching the entire branch family system, not completely overturning the ancestors' rules. This preserved the clan's honor while giving Rizu and the Council of Elders a graceful way out. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions hesitant and uncertain. They were stubborn and conservative, valuing the order of inheritance, but they were not utterly unreasonable. The intelligence, vision, and conversational scope Ning Xiai had displayed far surpassed that of ordinary children. Coupled with the terrifying Baiyan talent that could be seen at a glance, anyone with even a modicum of insight could judge that this child's future would be boundless. If they forcibly imposed the caged bird curse seal, suppressing a genius who could one day protect the entire Rixiang clan, they would only regret it deeply when the Rinjia fell into turmoil. After a long while, the eldest white-haired elder slowly spoke, his tone considerably softened. exempting only Ning Xiai. It cannot be considered a complete breach of the clan rules. But the caged bird is the foundation of the branch family. It cannot be easily abolished. Even if we refrain from imprinting it for now, we must establish constraints. If one day Ning Xiai harbors disloyalty, the main branch still retains the right to impose the cursed seal as punishment. This statement was a concession. Rizu's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. His gaze settled heavily on Ning Xiai, and he asked seriously, "Are you willing to swear an oath? To abide by the duties of a Rixiang clan member, to be loyal to the clan, to protect Mu Yi, and never to use your power to rebel or betray the clan?" "I am willing," Ning Xiai answered decisively and without hesitation. This was exactly what his heart desired. He had never contemplated overthrowing the Rixiang or betraying Mu Yi. His goals had always been only three: to break free from the shackles of fate, protect his loved ones, pacify the turmoil of the Rinjie, and annihilate the Datong Mu from beyond the heavens. Loyalty to the clan and protecting his homeland were never in conflict with his path. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, the last shred of concern in Rizu's heart completely dissipated. He was silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled a turbid breath and made his final decision. "Very well. Considering your exceptional talent, intellect far surpassing ordinary people, and your concern for the clan's safety, the caged bird imprinting ceremony for branch family children will be postponed for you. Until you reach the age of 12, you will be temporarily exempted from the caged bird. During this period, you must devote yourself to cultivation and prove your worth. If your character, conduct, or strength shows any deviation, the clan will still execute the curse seal according to the rules." The matter was settled. Ning Xiai quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The first step was successful. He would no longer have to endure the torment of his soul being burned, be at the mercy of the main branch for life and death, have his bloodline suppressed forever, or walk down the extreme and tragic path of the original story. The most tragic fate line of Rixiang Ning Xiai had completely diverged from this moment. "I will remember the clan leader's words," Ning Xiai said, bowing slightly with a respectful attitude. Ri Chao, standing nearby, felt an immense relief as the long-suspended weight in his heart finally settled. His gaze toward his son was filled with gratification and ease. The elders dispersed one by one, and the council hall gradually quieted. Rizu watched the composed retreating figure of the young boy, his eyes brimming with complex thoughts. He had a vague premonition that this exception today might completely alter the course of the Rixiang clan for centuries to come. Stepping out of the main hall, the afternoon breeze caressed his face, and the sunlight softly scattered down. With the heaviest shackle on his heart silently lifted, Ning Xiai felt an all-over clarity and comfort. The chakra flowing within his body became more agile and pure. Ri Chao quickly walked to his side, his voice filled with undisguised joy. "Ning Xiai, it's wonderful. You did it. It's only a postponement, not a complete exemption," Ning Xiai reminded gently. "In the coming years, I must become strong enough that the clan will never dare to use the caged bird to threaten me. Boiling the frog slowly, step by step, is the safest path." Ri Chao nodded emphatically. "No matter what, I will be with you." The father and son walked back to the branch family courtyard together. In the following days, Ning Xiai ceased participating in clan trivialities, stayed indoors all day, and devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Without the caged bird eroding his soul, without mental knots and hatred disturbing his mind, coupled with an adult's mature combat thinking and complete understanding of the gentle fist heritage, his strength was steadily rising at a terrifying speed. Ordinary Rixiang clan members practiced the gentle fist only on the surface, focusing on techniques and close-range acupoint strikes. But Ning Xiai directly delved into the origin of the meridians, using his Baiyan to connect all 361 acupoints throughout his body, cultivating both internally and externally to nourish the Baiyan bloodline. He understood better than anyone that the ultimate form of the Baiyan was the Zhuan Xingyan. The foundation of the Zhuan Xingyan's birth was a pure and undefiled Datong Mu Rixiang bloodline, a complete gentle fist foundation, sufficient yin-yang chakra, and a broad spiritual realm. The caged bird precisely suppressed all of this. Now that the shackles were gone, the ancient power hidden deep within the bloodline was slowly awakening. Day by day, the pale white Baiyan grew more clear and profound, the range of vision continuously extending. Its abilities of penetration, insight, and perception skyrocketed in all aspects. In just 10 days, Ning Xi's Baiyan perception range had far surpassed that of all main branch direct descendants of the same age. Not only that, he was also secretly organizing his memories, recalling all the secrets of the Rinjie. The power structure of Mu Ye's high ranks the patience and trade-offs of the third-generation fire shadow the hidden ambitions and conspiracies of Jisoo and Tuanzang the operational style of the root the internal conflicts of the Ujibwa clan the earliest movements of the Shao organization's members the patterns of the Datong Mu clan's planet hopping. All this information was categorized and organized in his mind, laying out plans in advance. He already had contingencies in his heart. He would not act recklessly, reveal all his cards too early, or disrupt the overall rhythm. Everything would proceed step by step, his combat power steadily rising, his intelligence fully engaged throughout. No arrogance, no skipping levels, no breaking the power system. One evening the setting sun hung slantingly on the courtyard branches and the sky was filled with rosy clouds. Ning Xiai finished his cultivation and strolled alone along the forest path of the Rixiang clan grounds to relax his mind. After rounding a low shrub, a slender, timid little figure stood alone beside the flower bed. The girl was about 5 years old, with soft, deep blue hair, a gentle and mild expression, a faint blush on her cheeks. Her pure, gentle Baiyan were slightly downcast, and her fingers nervously clutched the hem of her clothes. She looked exceptionally shy, introverted, and cautious. Rixiang Chutian. Ningxi's steps paused slightly. The girl before him was still young, timid, gentle, kind, and soft-hearted, exactly the same as in the original story. In his past life's ending he had taken a fatal blow for Chutian, and perished, his path extinguished. Reborn in this life with fate reversed, he would never let anyone harm this person before him arbitrarily, nor would he walk that tragic and desperate road again. Sensing someone approaching, Chu Tian's body trembled slightly. She instinctively shrank back half a step, then looked up to meet Ningxi's cool and clear gaze. Her cheeks flushed, and she spoke in a small, constrained voice. Ningxi, cousin. She had known since childhood that this branch family cousin was exceptionally talented, with a cold and reticent personality, and she rarely dared to approach him voluntarily. Ningxi's gaze softened, shedding his usual cool detachment, and his tone was calm and gentle. Are you here alone? Chu Tian nodded lightly, replying softly. Just taking a walk. The girl's nature was pure and kind, without the prejudice of main branch versus branch family. She had always been sincere and gentle toward him. Ningxi understood in his heart. She was one of the few people in his future with whom he would share a deep resonance, compatible values, and a pure, gentle character. Feelings would never be love at first sight, nor would there be everyone throwing themselves at him, or casual flirtation. It was merely simple clan closeness, a faint foundation of goodwill. Only after long-term companionship, merging of values, and weathering storms together would feelings gradually develop a mutual journey. Not obsessed with romance, not indulging in love, private feelings would always be secondary to the greater situation of the Rinjia and his own path. The forest within the clan grounds is remote, and it's getting late. You should head back soon. Ningxi reminded gently. I understand, thank you, cousin. Chu Tian gave a slight bow with a hint of shyness and slowly turned to leave. Watching the girl's small receding figure, Ningxi stood quietly in place. 1 year later the Ninja Academy would open. Mingren's was Zhu Tian Jingyi. All of them would appear one after another. The era of the Rinjia's youth was about to officially begin, and his own plans were about to be laid out step by step. Abolish the caged bird, redeem his loved ones, make true friends, avert tragedies, secretly thwart the Shao organization, see through Heiju's conspiracy, nip the spark of the Fourth Rinjia War in the bud, and finally ascend to the celestial Gao Tianyuan to slaughter all Datong Mu. The road ahead was long, but the direction was clear. The setting sun fell upon the boy's white robes, and his pure white eyes gazed at the distant horizon. From now on the chaotic era of the Rinjia would be rewritten by me. Time flows, seasons change. A full year has passed since the day of the hall meeting and the postponement of the caged bird curse seal. Autumn of Mu Yi year 48. The once innocent child of 6 has now grown to 7 years old. Throughout the entire year Ningxi never slackened, immersing himself day after day in cultivation, accumulation, and scheming. Without the caged bird curse seal eroding his soul and suppressing his bloodline day and night, coupled with his complete knowledge of cultivation from future generations and his thorough understanding of the essence of the gentle fist and white eye, his growth rate has long left behind all peers of the entire Rixiang clan. The basic gentle fist of the clan had long been mastered by him, and he had broken free from the inherent framework of the Rixiang lineage, combining the 361 acupoints of the human body to deduce and improve a new gentle fist technique that was more restrained, integrated offense and defense, and had stronger endurance. Ordinary clan members practiced the gentle fist, focusing on techniques, strikes, and close combat. However, Ning Xi's cultivation internally nourishes the meridians and qi and blood externally concentrates his eye power for insight and achieves both offense and defense, advancing and retreating with ease. His wide eye under the nourishment of pure bloodline underwent a significant transformation. The pupil color became increasingly clear and white with the range of clairvoyance, chakra perception, and microscopic insight, all greatly enhanced. Within 100 meters, every subtle movement, the flow of chakra in all things, and the fluctuations of meridians in the human body were all visible. Relying solely on his white eye's perception, he could already match some ordinary chunin. His physical strength, total chakra, and chakra refinement all firmly ranked him as the number one of the new generation of the Rewritten clan. Even the direct line disciples carefully trained by the main family could not survive 10 moves in one-on-one sparring against Ning Xi. Everyone in the entire Rewritten clan compound knew that a true unprecedented genius had emerged from the branch family. Ri-Zu often observed in secret, feeling increasingly grateful that he had not insisted on imposing the caged bird curse seal back then. If he had insisted on inscribing the curse seal that year, the Rewritten clan would have personally buried a peerless heir capable of illuminating the clan's future. The clan elders had long accepted the status quo and no longer mentioned the matter of the caged bird. Strength is the best voice. During this year, Ning Xi did not simply engage in relentless cultivation. In his spare time, he often accompanied his father Uchiha, resolving the long-standing oppression and grievance in his father's heart, gradually guiding him and changing Uchiha's character of endurance, cowardice, and willingness to sacrifice himself. The fate of Uchiha being forced to commit suicide in the original story had already turned at the root under Ning Xi's intervention. Occasionally, when encountering Chu Tian in the clan compound, they would have a few simple conversations. The gentle and shy girl was still timid and reserved, but she always subconsciously trusted and felt close to this cousin with a calm demeanor and gentle manner. Feelings began to sprout faintly, clean and pure, without ambiguous entanglements or deliberate conquests. Everything took its natural course, growing slowly. Ning Xi was very clear about his own boundaries. Romance is secondary, the great path is primary. Apart from that, he never left the Rewritten clan's main area of activity, keeping a low profile and never revealing his full strength. He deliberately avoided the attention of the Muyi high level, evading the investigations of Tuan Tsing and the Genbu, not stirring up trouble prematurely, and not disrupting the overall timeline. Bide one's time and wait for the opportunity. And now the opportunity has arrived. The New Year's enrollment of the Muyi Ninja Academy has begun. All children of appropriate age have entered the school, officially embarking on the path of a ninja. This will be the starting point where all the protagonists' fates intersect. Mingren's was Zhu Xiaoying Tian Shanzhong Jingye Qiudao Dingxi Niliang Luan. The group of young boys and girls who will shake the shinobi world in the future are about to gather together. Early morning, the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. Ning Xi changed into a clean and simple black ninja student uniform with a straight posture, clear and handsome features, a cool and composed temperament, shedding the childishness of youth and gaining a few more points of teenage steadiness. "Father, I'm heading to the Ninja Academy." Uchiha stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at his composed and calm son, his eyes full of tenderness and reassurance. "Take care on the road, cultivate well, and don't argue with others." "I understand." Ning Xi nodded slightly, turned around, and walked out of the gate of the Rewritten clan compound. Stepping out of this large and quiet Japanese-style courtyard, what met his eyes was the bustling street of the Muyi village. People came and went, shops stood in rows, and the Muyi flag fluttered in the wind, presenting a scene of peace and tranquility. But only Ning Xi knew clearly that this peace was just a superficial illusion. Within Muyi undercurrents surged the third Hokage, carried a heavy burden. Tuan Tseng's ambition lurked in the shadows, and the rift with the Yuzhibo clan grew deeper day by day. The 5 great shinobi countries were in constant friction. Undercurrents surged in the Yuin, and the Shao organization was secretly gathering members, brewing a future conspiracy that would sweep the world. In the distant heavens, the Gao Tian Yuan lay dormant, and the Datong Mu clan quietly watched this planet that nurtured the divine tree. All crises were silently fermenting beneath the calm. He walked slowly on the street, casually scanning his surroundings. Before long, a boy with golden short hair, whisker-like marks on his face, and energetic, spirited eyes came bouncing from the other end of the street. Xuanwen Mingren. Exactly like in the original story, young and lonely, lively and noisy, seemingly carefree, but hiding unknown loneliness and longing in his heart. Mingren also noticed Ning Xi approaching, curiously observing this black-haired boy with a cool temperament and exceptionally good looks, unable to resist taking several extra glances. Ning Xi's gaze was calm. He did not approach to speak, only gave a faint glance and walked straight ahead. No need to form a deep friendship too early, it's fine to get acquainted naturally. Continuing forward for a moment, a boy with a cold and proud figure, black hair and black clothes with indifferent and distant features, leaned alone against the roadside wall, looking at the ground with a detached expression. Yuzebo's was Zhu. At this moment Zhu was still immersed in the melancholy of his clan's glory and his brother's departure, sensitive and proud, solitary and taciturn, not yet fully descending into the abyss of hatred. Ningxi's heart stirred slightly. 6 years later it would be the night of the Yuzebo clan's annihilation. Yu's endurance was Zhu's tragedy, and the clan's destruction all had room for redemption. He would not forcibly intervene nor rashly change Yu's choice, but he would definitely reveal the truth at the right time and preserve the last spark of the Yuzebo clan. Walking all the way, he arrived at the gate of the Mu-Yi Ninja Academy. Inside the spacious and imposing gate a large number of boys and girls of the same age had already gathered. The sounds of noise and laughter rose and fell. Among the crowd, a girl in light clothing holding a small ninja tool scroll with lively and spirited eyes and a neat, clean figure stood quietly to the side, alone, observing the surroundings. Tian. Agile and free-spirited, pure in heart, fond of ninja tools, independent and generous, kind and insightful. She was the one Ningxi had long recognized in his heart. Not affected, not humble, not dependent, with upright values and independent character, she was the most compatible partner to fight side by side. Not far away, a girl with beautiful blonde hair, charming and bright features, was laughing and chatting with companions, cheerful and lively. Shanzhong Jingyi. Similarly, she had a good heart, was open in love and hate, dared to love and hate, had her own opinions and backbone, and was by no means a woman who depended on others. Niliang Luwan lazily leaned against the tree trunk. Xiaodao Ding Ci chewed on snacks. Xiaoying looked around for Zhu. The future 12 little strong of Mu-Yi were all here. The node where all destinies intertwined had officially arrived. Ningxi stood quietly at the edge of the crowd in white clothes and black hair, with a distinguished posture, his temperament out of place. He possessed the mind of an adult, and knew countless future secrets. From the moment he stepped into the Ninja Academy, he was no longer just the genius boy Ningxi of the Ri-Xiang branch family. Within the spacious and tidy courtyard of the My Ninja Academy, a gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, sweeping up fallen leaves from the ground. Clusters of boys and girls of similar age gathered together, laughing, playing, and roughhousing, filling the air with the purest vitality of childhood. They were all still innocent and ignorant, unaware of the future hatred and entanglements, unaware of the war flames that would sweep across the 5 great ninja villages, unaware of the Ōtsutsuki organization lurking in the shadows, unaware of the apocalyptic crisis hanging high in the heavens, and even more unaware of the heavy burdens they would one day have to bear. Only Ningxi remained amidst the clamor, his heart as calm as still water. He slowly swept his gaze over every person present, superimposing each youthful face with the half-life of hardship and blood-soaked battlefields etched in his memory. Mingren was lonely and bitter. Zhu obsessed and stubborn. Xiaoying struggled. Luyang bore the weight of his clan. Ningxi was insecure and sensitive. Tian was shy and gentle. Tian was free and transparent. Jingye passionate and straightforward. In the original story, almost every one of these youths grew up carrying their own suffering and regrets. Some died on the battlefield, some were trapped in hatred for a lifetime, some were forced into conflicts that were never theirs to bear, and in the end they all became sacrifices of the 4th Great Ninja War. But in this life, since he had come here, he would not let the tragedy repeat. Before long, a middle-aged ninja in a jonin uniform with a gentle and refined demeanor slowly walked up to the elevated platform. He was Hyūga, the current instructor of the Ninja Academy. Hyūga swept his gaze across the entire crowd, raised his hand to quiet the noisy students, and spoke in a warm, steady voice. Silence. From today onward, you officially become students of the My Ninja Academy, beginning systematic study of basic ninja knowledge, ninjutsu, taijutsu, chakra control, and the principles of ninja ethics. A ninja does not merely fight and kill. Protecting the village, staying true to one's heart, and harboring goodwill, that is the most fundamental essence of a ninja. After a brief opening speech, it was time for free mingling and getting to know one another. The crowd soon dispersed again. Chunai Xiaoying immediately walked quickly to Yuzebo's Wuju's side, her cheeks slightly flushed, and tentatively struck up a conversation. Shanzhong Jingye, unwilling to be left behind, also approached. The two girls subtly competed with each other, full of lively vitality. Neilong Luyang leaned lazily against a tree, muttering under his breath about how troublesome it was, showing none of the youthful fervor. Xiaodao Dingxi nibbled on chips in his hand, detached from the world. Xuanhua Mingren stood alone at a distance, watching the boisterous crowd, a hint of barely noticeable loneliness hidden in his eyes. The prejudice and estrangement of the entire village had been deeply etched into him since childhood. Just then a crisp, lively set of footsteps approached. Dressed in a neat outfit with bright spirited eyes and a clean sharp aura, Tiantian's gaze inadvertently fell on Ningxi, who stood alone. The young man had smooth black hair, a handsome face, a straight posture, and a calm, cool temperament, utterly different from the restless, noisy peers around him. Not restless, not flamboyant, not deliberately trying to fit in. Quiet and composed, he carried an air of serenity far beyond his years. Tiantian's heart stirred slightly. She stepped forward naturally, her tone open and easy. "Hello, I'm Tiantian from an ordinary civilian family. Are you also a new student this year?" Ningxi turned his gaze to the girl. The Tiantian before him was youthful and lively, pure in heart, independent and self-reliant, not relying on family background, not chasing after the strong, but practicing hard in weapon techniques. Her values were upright, and she treated others with honesty and sincerity. She was also the one he had long considered the most suitable companion to walk alongside him. Without deliberate flirtation or frivolity, Ningxi responded in a calm, light tone. "Rixiang Ningxi." 4 simple words, clean and concise. Rixiang. A flicker of realization crossed Tiantian's eyes, followed by understanding. "Ah, so you're from the prestigious Rixiang clan of Mai. No wonder your temperament is different from the others." She neither fawned over his noble status nor kept a distance out of wariness, simply treating him as an equal. This very point was what most endeared her to Ningxi. They exchanged a few simple words, the conversation light and easy, without any melodramatic entanglements or deliberate strategy. Not far away, Tian stood quietly behind the crowd, gazing at Ningxi's figure from afar. The girl was shy and introverted, not daring to approach, just watching silently with a hidden sense of closeness and comfort in her eyes. Sensing her gaze, Ningxi turned to look at Tian, his eyes warm and slightly nodding. In an instant, Tian's ears reddened and she quickly lowered her head, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her heartbeat quickening. All emotions were shallow and restrained, pure and clean, perfectly in character. Not abrupt, not cloying, not everyone falling over themselves. On the other side, Mingren, bored and looking around, caught sight of Ningxi, and couldn't help but approach curiously. "Hey! You're the genius of the Rixiang clan, right? I heard you're really strong." Mingren's personality was straightforward and passionate, naturally outgoing and curious about anyone strong. Ningxi looked at the future child of prophecy, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Bound by the shackles of the Jiuwei for a lifetime, forever running on the path of reconciliation and redemption, witnessing comrades fall one by one in the Great War, bearing the malice and heavy burden of the entire ninja world. In the original story, Mingren was the hero who saved the world, yet also one of the people who lived the hardest life. "Train hard and stay true to your heart," Ningxi spoke calmly. The words were simple, yet carried a depth that others could not comprehend. Mingren, half understanding, scratched his head, feeling that this Rixiang youth spoke with a maturity and composure far beyond his peers. On the side, Yuzhibo's Wuju cast a cold glance in their direction, his expression proud and aloof, not approaching anyone. In his heart there was only the pursuit of strength, only the shadow of his brother, his mind already filled with the desolation of his clan. Ningxi observed this but did not disturb him. Zhuju's heart was too deeply knotted to be awakened by a few words. The time was not yet ripe, too much interference would only disrupt his resolve and backfire. He knew his limits well, not interfering in others' lives carelessly, only pulling back those who were about to fall into the abyss at critical moments. In class, Hyūga began explaining the basic theory of ninja. Chakra composition, human meridians, the 5 nature transformations, ninja duties, ninja world history, the structure of the 5 great nations. Most of the students below were drowsy, finding it tedious. Only Ningxi listened attentively. While others heard textbook comments, since he heard the underlying logic of the ninja world. The textbooks would not record the origin of the divine tree, the arrival of the Daitangmu clan, the schemes of Hui, the 10,000-year plan of Heijue, or the truth of the cycle of hatred in the ninja world. But by combining basic history, he could gradually verify the worldview in his mind and piece together ancient secrets. The 1,000 years of war in the ninja world, the root had never been humans. It was the sowing, harvesting, and raising of extraterrestrial clans. The ninjas' battles and the cycle of hatred were all byproducts of the Daitangmu clan's cultivation of food. To truly end the war, it was not enough to merely resolve the hatred between humans. Only by eradicating the Daitangmu could the ninja world achieve eternal peace. The class gradually came to an end. At dismissal, Hyūga announced the general intention for future team assignments. In the future, 3 people would form a team led by a jonin to carry out missions, hone cooperation, and grow together. Hearing about the team assignments, the students began to discuss among themselves. Ningxi understood. In the original story, he, Tiantian, Li Luoka, and Mai Kai formed Team 3. It was also the team with the cleanest atmosphere, the deepest bonds, the least internal friction, and all members of upright character. Being able to walk alongside Tiantian for a long time was also a destined bond. Stepping out of the ninja academy, the setting sun slanted across the sky. The young man walked along the streets of Mai, his gaze toward the depths of the village. There stood the Hokage's office, the lurking Jitsuin Tuanzang in the shadows, and the increasingly tense Uchiha district. Outside the village, undercurrents surged among the 5 great nations. The Yueying village was storm-tossed, and the Akatsuki organization was quietly taking shape. There were still a few years until Dashuan's covert schemes. There was ample time before Pei'an's birth, before Daitu's complete descent into darkness, and before Heijue's plan reached perfection. He didn't need to sweep everything away in one go, nor did he need to reveal 6 paths level combat power too early. Step by step he would train, lay out his plans, gather bonds, and dissolve hidden dangers. First, consolidate his own strength and completely sever the threat of the caged bird. Then mediate internal conflicts in the village and prevent the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. Anticipate the movements of the Akatsuki in advance and dismantle the tailed beast capture plan. Cut off all conditions for the outbreak of the 4th Great Ninja War at the root. Finally ascend to the Gaoshianyuan and settle the 10,000-year sins of the Daitongmi clan. The evening breeze stirred the young man's black hair, a pure white light flickering in his eyes. The road ahead was long, and the chess game had begun. The setting sun dyed the streets of Mai with its golden glow, while the evening breeze carried the faint fragrance of forest grass. After a day's lessons, most of the young boys and girls left in groups, their hearts filled with play and leisure. The content taught at the Ninja Academy was elementary and basic, merely chakra refinement, fundamental hand seals, and the simplest theory of the 3 basic jutsu. For ordinary children it required diligent practice, but for Ning Xiai it was no longer a challenge. Possessing the soul of an adult, and a thorough understanding of the essence of chakra circulation coupled with a year of relentless cultivation, his chakra control precision far surpassed that of all his peers present by more than 1 grade. What others could barely gather in minutes he could circulate throughout his body with a single thought, condensed, docile, and pure without any waste or disorder. Compared to basic ninjutsu, Ning Xiai was more aware of his own fundamental path: the wide eye, the gentle fist, meridian control, physical foundation, and the bloodline evolution of the Zhuanxing eye. Ninjutsu was merely a side skill. Taijutsu and ocular power were the true limits of the Rishiang clan. Leaving the school gate, Ning Xiai did not immediately return to the Rishiang clan compound, but instead walked alone toward a remote and quiet forest clearing on the outskirts of Mai village. This place was sparsely populated and open, perfect for practicing taijutsu and the gentle fist alone. He stood firm, his eyes slowly opening and closing. A pale white eye quietly emerged with clear veins flowing around his eyes. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every air current within dozens of meters fell into his perception. Chakra flowed steadily from within his body, circulating orderly through the 361 acupoints around his body. He slowly assumed the standard starting stance of the Rishiang gentle fist. There was no fierce killing intent, no violent offense. His movements were flowing like clouds and water, gentle and graceful, yet concealed inch force, and the lethal intent of acupoint strikes. A faint white light shimmered at his fingertips. Every lift of his hand, every palm strike, every side step, and every block precisely hit the most perfect nodes of meridian circulation. The gentle fist in the original story leaned toward close combat offense, focusing on damaging the enemy's meridians and sealing their chakra. But Ning Xiai, based on his own understanding, had reoptimized the entire set of techniques, integrating offense and defense effective at both close and long range with gentleness, concealing hardness. It could both subdue enemies through acupoint strikes and protect the body, strengthen the physique, and nourish the wide-eye bloodline. With a single palm strike, the air trembled slightly, and gentle chakra spread silently, bending all the weeds on the ground flat. After just a few casual practice movements, Ning Xiai could clearly feel that his physical resilience was still increasing. Without the caged bird seal suppressing his bloodline, the purest Ōtsutsuki bloodline potential of the Rishiang branch family was completely unleashed, and his growth limit was constantly rising. If he continued cultivating at this pace, within 3 years he would steadily step into the threshold of Jonin. Within 5 years he would be able to reach the peak level just below Kage. Just as Ning Xiai was immersed in his training, a youthful, energetic, and extremely excited boy's voice suddenly burst out from behind. "What powerful taijutsu! What exquisite fist techniques!" Ning Xiai paused his movements, slowly withdrew his fists, dismissed his white eye, and turned to look back. Not far away, a boy with a neat black bowl-cut fringe, thick eyebrows, big eyes, slightly wheat-colored skin, and a body brimming with passionate energy was running quickly, his eyes shining and his face excited. He wore a simple training uniform with muscle lines far beyond those of his peers, a deep aura, and a strong physique. Li Loaka. A future teammate of Team 3, a passionate youth who devoted his life to taijutsu, worked hard, had a pure and upright heart, and never gave up. He was also one of the few people in the original story who truly understood Ning Xiai, comprehended him, and had a deep bond with him. Little Lee rushed in front of Ning Xiai, his eyes burning with passion, looking him up and down, and said in an extremely serious tone, "Your taijutsu just now was flowing like clouds and water with power concealed, and your body movements were exquisite beyond compare. I have never seen a peer with such a strong taijutsu foundation. My name is Liloka. I only know taijutsu, not ninjutsu or genjutsu. I have spent my whole life pursuing the path of the strongest taijutsu." The boy's personality was straightforward, pure and passionate, without any scheming or prejudice, sincere and open with others. Ning Xiai looked at the familiar boy before him, his heart stirred. In the ups and downs of his past life through the brutal Great War, Little Lee had always stayed by his side. In this life they would still be teammates, comrades and friends who could stand shoulder to shoulder and entrust their backs to each other. "Rishiang Ning Xiai," Ning Xiai said calmly with a composed expression. "Ning Xiai, your taijutsu is very strong." Little Lee clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "I want to spar with you. I want to see truly top-tier close-quarters fist techniques." The boy was naturally combative and obsessed with taijutsu. Whenever he met a strong person, he couldn't help but want to fight. Ning Xiai did not refuse. A proper spar would not only test his current combat power but also solidify the bond with his future teammate early, and at the same time gauge the overall level of the new generation of Mai's peers. "Alright. Let's stop at the touch, no harm to each other." "No problem." Little Lee's spirits soared instantly. He stomped his feet on the ground and suddenly charged forward. Without any ninjutsu hand seals, he relied purely on physical explosive power, speed and leg techniques to charge straight in. The wind held his fists and feet were sharp and clean, and his fundamentals were extremely solid. At such a young age he already possessed physical strength far beyond that of an ordinary genin. It must be said that Liloka's talent was extraordinary. It was just that the world judged ninjas by the strength of their ninjutsu, which led to him being underestimated for years. Facing the fierce assault charging straight at him, Ning Xi's expression did not change, and he casually sidestepped to avoid it. His steps were light and elusive, relying on his wide eye to precisely predict the trajectory of each of his opponent's moves. Little Lee's speed was fast and his power was ample, but in front of the wide eye, which could perceive human movements, muscle contractions and breath flow, every move was completely exposed. He raised his hand in a gentle fist and lightly tapped with his fingertips. A seemingly weightless palm landed precisely on the meridian acupoint of Little Lee's arm. In an instant Little Lee's arm went numb, his chakra briefly stagnated, his charge came to an abrupt halt, and he stumbled back several steps off balance. One move. With just one move the outcome was decided. Little Lee's eyes widened full of disbelief, then his fighting spirit grew even stronger, and his expression was filled with admiration. "Too strong. Precise prediction. Precise prediction. Exquisite acupoint strikes. And perfect body movements. Your taijutsu is far above mine." He was not angry at his defeat nor jealous, only sincere recognition and admiration from the bottom of his heart. Ning Xiai nodded slightly, not proud or complacent. At present he had only won by relying on the advantage of the white eye's insight, and the exquisite gentle fist. His physical strength was still inferior to Little Lee, who had trained his body for years. If it were a life-or-death battle, the outcome would still be unknown. He had a clear combat IQ, never overestimated himself blindly, and always maintained a sober and objective assessment of his combat power. "Your physical foundation is extremely strong, and your diligence far exceeds that of ordinary people. Your future achievements will not be low," Ning Xiai commented calmly. Upon receiving this recognition, Little Lee's face instantly bloomed into a brilliant smile. "From now on I will train even harder. One day I will catch up to you. Ning Xiai. Let's spar often from now on." "All right." The two exchanged a few simple words, feeling a mutual fondness. A pure, clean and schemeless bond between comrades was quietly formed. Just as the two were talking, a hearty, deep and energetic laugh came from the forest path. "Ha! I didn't expect to meet such excellent young juniors here. Youth. What a dazzling youth." A man in a green tight-fitting outfit with thick eyebrows and a bold, passionate demeanor strode over. "Maite Kai. The future Jonin instructor of Team 3. Kai strode up to the two, his gaze falling on Ning Xiai, his eyes full of admiration and appreciation. With just one glance he could see that this boy's body movements, foundation and temperament were all top-notch. A genius of the Rishiang clan. Remarkable, truly remarkable. At such a young age you possess such a state of mind and strength. Kai did not spare his praise. At the same time he looked at Liloka with a warm smile. Liloka, train hard and progress together with your comrades. This is the most splendid youth that belongs to young people. Ningxiai remained calm in front of my Teikai. He knew very well that this Jonin, though seemingly lively and passionate, was actually meticulous, terrifyingly powerful, loyal, and would sacrifice everything to protect his comrades in times of crisis. In the future great ninja war, Kai would kick down 6 paths Madara, astonishing the entire ninja world. With Kai as the team instructor, Team 3 would never go astray, never have internal strife, and all members would have upright values and pure hearts. And this was the reason why Ningxiai was willing to naturally enter Team 3. The sun slowly sank, the sky gradually darkened. The evening breeze gently blew through the forest. The figures of Ningxiai, Liloka, and my Teikai stood in the forest clearing. The bond of Team 3 took root and sprouted ahead of time at this moment. Dusk completely enveloped Konoha as countless lights flickered to life one after another, casting a warm and soft glow over the entire village. On the surface it was a scene of tranquility and prosperity, a picture of peaceful life. Yet only those who stood high enough to see the inner conflicts understood that beneath this calm undercurrents were already surging and cracks were spreading. Neji bid farewell to Might Kai and Rock Lee, then walked alone slowly on the path home. After the daytime sparring in the forest, his thoughts had not ceased. He cast his gaze indifferently over various areas of Konoha, his mind constantly sorting through the current power structure within the village. The third Hokage Hiruzen Saruto beheld the reins of Konoha. He was kind-hearted and lenient, valuing the village's stability and the bigger picture, yet he was also overly indecisive, fond of balancing various forces, and often chose to tolerate and condone even when he knew dangers existed. The Hokage's faction was conservative, seeking stability, unwilling to stir up turmoil. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Danzo Shimura had entrenched himself in root for years. He was deeply ambitious, with ruthless and cold methods, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. Everything revolved around Konoha's hegemony and his own power. For the sake of his so-called greater good, he could sacrifice anyone, any clan, any innocent life. The Uchiha clan had long been feared, suppressed, suspected, and secretly schemed against by Danzo. Added to that, the Elder Council was stubborn and conservative, with clans standing in separate lines and interests intertwined and pulling in different directions. The vast Konoha, seemingly unified, was in reality already fragmented, with everyone holding different intentions. Niji's gaze turned to the western side of the village, a large residential area with unique architecture and an overall atmosphere that was somewhat isolated and cold. The Uchiha territory. The evening breeze swept through, and the entire area exuded a sense of alienation, oppression, and gloom. Ever since the second Hokage established the Uchiha police force, this clan had been gradually marginalized, suspected, and isolated. They were responsible for the village's security and law enforcement year-round, holding military power with a powerful bloodline and the fearsome reputation of the Sharingan, yet they were not trusted by the higher-ups. The clan members were proud and aloof, not adept at being diplomatic. Over time, the rift between them and ordinary villagers deepened, prejudice accumulated day by day, and contradictions built up and fermented. Hatred, suspicion, anxiety, and grievance were slowly brewing within the hearts of the Uchiha. Neji knew clearly in his heart that now there were still more than 5 years before the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination. There was still room to turn things around. In the original story, Itachi bore all the darkness, slaughtered his entire clan with his own hands, spared only Sasuke, and lived a life of lies, pain, sin, and loneliness. The Uchiha clan was completely wiped out, leaving only Sasuke to carry a blood-deep hatred step by step toward darkness, manipulated by Obito and Black Zetsu, and eventually dragged into the fourth great ninja war. In this life he would never let such a tragedy repeat itself in the same way. He would not rashly interfere in Uchiha's internal affairs, nor bluntly expose Danzo's schemes, nor forcibly change Itachi's choices. Being too radical would only bring fire upon himself, getting him targeted by Danzo and placed under heavy surveillance by Root. What he needed to do was to exert influence subtly, and lay the groundwork step by step. At the most opportune moment he would awaken the Uchiha higher-ups, reveal the entire future to Itachi, tear off Danzo's hypocritical mask, reconcile the clan with the village's leadership, preserve the Uchiha bloodline, and cut off the path that led Sasuke toward hatred. Without the hatred of the Uchiha as a catalyst, the foundation of the great ninja war would be significantly weakened. As he walked, Neji suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A cold, murky, and prying gaze, invisible, was silently falling upon him from a great distance. The gaze was cold and dark, devoid of goodwill, filled with scrutiny, evaluation, and calculation, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. The aura of Root. Danzo Shimura. Niji's footsteps did not falter, his expression remained calm, his face indifferent, as if he sensed nothing. His gait was composed and natural, his aura restrained, revealing no sharpness or abnormality. He knew well that the talent he had shown this year, his intellect and speech far beyond his peers, his successful postponement of the caged bird curse, and his rise within the clan had long caught the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Hiruzen Sarutobi appreciated him, but Danzo would only feel wary, test him, and seek to control him. In Danzo's eyes, any top-tier genius, powerful bloodline clan, or uncontrollable new generation powerhouse must either be turned to his own use or be completely eradicated. The Hyūga clan's Byakugan bloodline possessed terrifying potential with an extremely high upper limit. Now that he had shown extraordinary qualities at such a young age, broken free from the branch family's shackles and possessed a deep and unfathomable nature, he would inevitably be placed on Danzo's priority watch list. Once he showed even a hint of rebellion, ambition, or uncontrollability, what awaited him would be Root's secret tests, capture, or even assassination. Neji remained extremely calm. He would not reveal his trump cards nor show his edge. He would lie low, conceal his talent, and guard his heart. Before he had enough strength to contend with Root and Kage-level opponents, he would never actively provoke this shadowy hegemon of Konoha. A few seconds later, the cold, prying gaze slowly receded and disappeared into the night. Neji breathed a slight sigh of relief. Trouble had already begun to find him. The waters of Konoha were far deeper than he had imagined. Returning to the Hyūga branch family courtyard, the night was already deep. Hayashi was sitting quietly on a stone bench in the yard, waiting with a faint trace of worry on his brow. Seeing Neji return, he stood up and said, "Was everything okay at the Ninja Academy today? Just now news came from the clan that someone from the Hokage's residence had been inquiring about your recent situation." Neji was not surprised to hear this. His every move had always been within the sight of the higher-ups. "It's nothing, just normal attention," Neji said softly. "Father, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Hayashi looked at the boy's calm and composed demeanor and couldn't help but sigh softly. "Neji, sometimes I feel that you are mature, calm, and far-sighted, not like a 7-year-old child at all." Since that council meeting in the main hall, his son seemed to have undergone a complete transformation overnight. He was indifferent to disputes, had long-term vision, acted with propriety, faced events with composure, and his horizons had long since moved beyond the small clan grounds. Neji was silent for a moment, not explaining about the reincarnation, but said gently, "I've just experienced more and thought a bit more. I only want to protect father, protect the Hyūga, and walk the path of a ninja steadily." He would not reveal all his secrets directly. Some destinies could only be born alone. Father and son sat quietly in the courtyard as the evening breeze blew gently. Neji looked up at the pitch-black sky. In the distant heavens, deep within the clouds, there seemed to be a pair of indifferent eyes watching the world. That was the high heavenly plane. It was the dwelling place of the Ōtsutsuki clan. The internal conflicts of the ninja world, the conspiracies of the village, the hatred between clans, these were ultimately just internal strife. The true disaster that could destroy the entire world came from beyond the heavens. The Fourth Great Ninja War was merely a prelude before the Ōtsutsuki harvested the planet. Kagaya's descent, the blooming of the divine tree, the withering of all things, the living beings of the ninja world would all become nourishment. His vision had never been limited to Konoha nor to the 5 great nations. At dawn the next day, the morning sun broke through the thin mist, casting its light over the entire Leaf Ninja Academy. The fresh scent of grass and trees mingled with the youthful vigor of boys and girls covering the entire training ground. Today's lesson was the most fundamental and core practice for ninjas: chakra refinement. Iruka stood in the center of the training ground, his expression serious, as he slowly explained to the students below. Within the human body reside physical energy and spiritual energy. When these two intertwine and harmoniously converge, they give birth to the chakra that ninjas rely on to survive. The degree of chakra refinement, control, precision, and extraction efficiency directly determine a ninja's future potential. Everyone sit cross-legged, calm your mind, and follow the method I taught you to attempt your first independent chakra extraction. The young boys and girls all sat down on the spot, closed their eyes, and focused their minds earnestly, making the attempt. Most children were experiencing chakra for the first time with shallow spiritual energy and immature physical energy. It often took a long time before they could barely draw out a faint scattered trace of chakra from within. Some were restless and unable to even begin, others managed to extract chakra but couldn't stabilize it, still others had rough control, causing chakra to leak wastefully and severely. Across the entire training ground, only one person stood out. Neji sat upright and composed, his expression calm and unhurried, eyes lightly closed. There was no need for deliberate concentration, no need for strenuous guidance. With a subtle mental command, his physical and spiritual energies naturally merged and converged. Gentle pure chakra flowed smoothly through his meridians, circulating smoothly, refined and effortless without a single wasted leak. After a year of unremitting practice coupled with the mature spiritual soul of an adult, his mental energy far surpassed his peers. Added to that, the pure Hyūga bloodline unbound by restrictions gave him a natural affinity for chakra at its peak. In just a few breaths a soft pale white halo enveloped him. His chakra reserves were immense, its quality pure and his control meticulous, far surpassing everyone present by several levels. Iruka's gaze inadvertently swept over him, his pupils slightly trembling, his heart secretly astonished. Other students were still struggling to begin, barely groping for the rudiments of chakra. This Hyūga youth had already achieved effortless control and refinement with a foundation so deep it was utterly unlike a newly enrolled student. The gap had been completely widened from the very start. Not far away, Naruto Uzumaki's face was flushed red, covered in sweat, straining with all his might, yet only able to draw out a tiny bit of chakra, failing repeatedly, and feeling a surge of discouragement inside. Sasuke, Uchiha, gifted with exceptional talent, quickly succeeded in refining chakra, its purity far beyond that of ordinary students. With an air of pride he subtly distanced himself from others. Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji and others followed closely, barely grasping the basic refinement. Meanwhile, Tenten and Ino were at the upper middle level of the class, considered quite talented. Tenten's gaze unconsciously shifted, landing on Neji, who sat quietly nearby. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she silently sighed in admiration. From their brief conversation yesterday she had only sensed his outstanding demeanor and steady character. But witnessing his training state today, she truly understood what it meant to be a genius. Calm, focused, restrained, unhurried. Every move carried its own rhythm, utterly different from the restless and noisy youths around him. Her independent and free-spirited nature couldn't help but feel admiration. Meanwhile, from another side, Ino Yamanaka's gaze also frequently fell on Neji. The bright, vivacious girl was perceptive and saw through people clearly. Neji possessed a refined, gentle appearance, a cool and clean temperament, and skills that far outshone others. He was polite and measured, never boastful or arrogant, nor did he look down on anyone. Compared to his competitive and naive peers, the youth before her possessed an indescribable mature charm. Ino quietly took more notice, a faint fondness sprouting within her, hidden away without any outward expression. At the back of the crowd, Hinata Hyūga sat with her eyes lowered, her fair cheeks slightly flushed. As a fellow Hyūga clan member, she knew better than anyone how terrifying Neji's talent was. Gentle and reliable, calm and strong, he had always treated her with warmth and tolerance, never looking down on her or keeping her at a distance like other main family members. Whenever she looked at her cousin, a sense of peace and a flutter of emotion would unconsciously arise in her heart. All her feelings were reserved, restrained, and allowed to take their natural course. Neji was well aware of this, but he didn't dwell on it. Love could accompany one's path, but must not become a hindrance to the great way. The chakra training continued for a good half of the morning. Iruka inspected each student's progress, sighing with mixed feelings along the way. Naruto had decent talent but was restless. Sasuke was supremely gifted but aloof. The others had their own strengths and weaknesses. Only when he reached Neji did Iruka stop completely, his eyes filled with admiration. Hyūga Neji, your chakra control and refinement already far exceed the standard for new students, and even among second-year students you would be at the top level. Faced with the teacher's praise, Neji merely nodded slightly, neither proud nor impatient, and replied calmly, I just practice seriously. No boasting, no showing off, no arrogance. This state of mind was far rarer than talent. On the other side of the training ground, Rock Lee looked at Neji from afar, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. In his heart, Neji had already become the rival and companion he most wanted to surpass and acknowledge at this stage. At noon the class ended and the students were free to move about. Small groups of people scattered, laughing and playing. Tenten, carrying a roll of ninja tools, walked slowly over to Neji and said in a natural, open manner, Your chakra control is amazing. We're both freshmen but the gap is huge. I've just been training a little longer, Neji replied calmly. I've loved ninja tools and close combat since I was little. If you're free we can spar and train together sometime, Tenten said with a smile. All right. The simple plain conversation was easy and comfortable without any forced drama or deliberate flirtation. Not far away, Hinata hesitated for a long time before approaching softly, her voice barely a whisper. Cousin Neji, if you're free this afternoon could I go back with you? The girl's cheeks were flushed, nervous and uneasy, waiting carefully for his reply. Neji looked at the shy, gentle girl, his expression softening slightly. Of course, it's on the way. Hinata felt a surge of joy, lowering her head gently, her ears turning red, a warm feeling quietly spreading in her heart. Ino, standing not far away, watched the scene, pursed her lips slightly but didn't step forward to interrupt. Her nature was straightforward and she knew her boundaries. She wouldn't fight or cling, letting everything take its natural course. Neji navigated among the others with measured politeness and a detached grace. Just as the youths were interacting peacefully, a cold gaze swept stealthily from the shadows of the trees outside the school. A Route A and BU operative transmitted every scene of the day back to Shimura Danzo. In the dim room of the Hokage's office building, an old man in a black robe with a single eye sat quietly, a cold gleam flashing in his solitary eye. Hyūga Neji. Extraordinary talent, a calm and restrained mind unbound by clan restrictions, with intelligence far beyond ordinary people. The potential of the Byakugan bloodline is terrifying. He will surely become a great threat in the future. Continue surveillance, closely monitor every move. This child, either make him my tool or eliminate him as soon as possible. The undercurrents of Konoha never ceased. Neji vaguely sensed something lifting his gaze towards the shadowy tree cover, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. As the day's training came to an end, the sun gradually slanted westward. The students dispersed with laughter and play, heading to various corners of the village for leisure. Only Ningxiai alone went again to the secluded quiet forest clearing from yesterday to continue his cultivation. The evening breeze rustled through the leaves, the forest silent and empty, perfect for calming the mind and honing one's foundation. Stepping into the woods, Ningxiai slightly closed his eyes, his pure white eye slowly opening to its fullest. The pale white dojutsu spread out, revealing within 100 meters the veins of plants, underground streams, gentle air currents, and the sparse spiritual energy drifting between heaven and earth, all clearly imprinted in his vision. What appeared empty to ordinary eyes in the white eye's field of view was filled with flowing life energy. Ningxiai slowly raised his hand, a strand of warm and gentle chakra coiling around his fingertips. After days of sedimentation and today's chakra refinement that solidified his foundation, he was ready to fully organize and deduce his own new Gentle Fist system. The original Hyūga Gentle Fist, passed down in fragments, focused only on close-range acupoint striking and meridian sealing to subdue enemies leaning toward combat, killing, losing the most fundamental path of Gentle Fist. The true Gentle Fist originated from the Sage of Six Paths, from the basic meridian cultivation method of the Ōtsutsuki clan. It nourishes the body with chakra, uses the white eye to communicate with the life of heaven and earth, internally nurtures bloodlines, externally defends against powerful foes, uniting offense and defense in an endless cycle. The caged bird not only suppresses the white eye but also directly severs the Hyūga clan's path to touch the essence of Gentle Fist. Now, without the curse mark, with pure and free bloodline and possessing complete knowledge from a later life, Ningxiai was fully capable of repairing, perfecting, and elevating the entire Hyūga Gentle Fist. His form flowed, palm wind gently rising. Soft chakra spilled out along his fingertips. No sharp gale, no violent impact, yet precisely struck every subtle meridian node of the surrounding plants. With a light palm strike, the entire low thicket bent neatly in unison, roots intact, vitality unbroken. Point striking to the micro-level, control of power to the extreme. As Ningxiai practiced, he sorted out the mysteries in his mind. 361 main acupoints over 720 minor meridians. The complete diagram of the human body's meridian network spread clearly in his thoughts. The Gentle Fist palm techniques: rotation 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. He dismantled all inherited moves, discarded the impure, and reorganized the chakra circulation paths. With each repetition he could clearly feel his bloodline growing hotter, the clarity of his white eye rising again, his spirit and body merging into one, his growth rate steadily increasing. At this pace, within 2 years he would be able to comprehend the complete version of the 8 trigrams rotation. Within 3 years fully master the 8 trigrams, 128 palms, with both body and dojutsu stepping into the peak of a genin. Just as Ningxiai was fully immersed in cultivation, his mind emptied, his spiritual perception extended infinitely. Through the village of Konoha, through vast forests, over mountains and rivers. An extremely ancient, vast, desolate, and icy ethereal aura carried by the chakra drifting between heaven and earth faintly entered his perception. The aura was grand and boundless, belonging to neither human ninja nor the creatures of this land. Indifferent, detached, lofty as a god looking down upon ants. Ningxi's movements abruptly halted, his mind sharply focused. It was the aura of the Ōtsutsuki. Not Kagaya, not the Ōtsutsuki clan members who descended into the present world. It was from the distant heavens, the Takamagara dimension, the true royalty lurking beyond the planet, harvesting the fruits of the divine tree. A mere wisp of the faintest residual wave crossing endless void fell upon this ninja world. Ordinary ninja could never perceive even a fraction of it. Even Kage-level experts without supreme dojutsu and perception of the Tao would mistake it for common natural energy. But he possessed pure Hyūga bloodline, a wide eye on the verge of awakening, and a clear understanding of all Ōtsutsuki's original aura. In an instant he identified it precisely. The ninja world was never a closed realm. Takamigara had always been watching this place. Kagaya's unauthorized descent, planting of the divine tree, and rebellion against the clan had long been recorded by the Ōtsutsuki. This planet with its divine tree already mostly mature had been listed for harvest by the extraterrestrial clan. The Fourth Great Ninja War was merely Kuro Zetsu's scheme to revive Kagaya. And once Kagaya fully manifested, she would immediately summon the Ōtsutsuki royal army to cross dimensions and descend. At that time no one in the ninja world would be spared. Not even Naruto and Sasuke with the 6 paths power, nor the 5 Kage united could resist. It was a dimensional level crushing. A chill sank into Ningxi's heart. This was the fundamental reason he had to end the ninja war early, and lay out plans for the celestial battlefield. Without resolving internal hatred and conflict, there would be insufficient strength to resist external enemies. Without conquering Takamigara, the ninja world would never escape the fate of being harvested and destroyed. The world was all entangled in the grudges of the ninja realm. Only he alone looked toward the survival beyond the heavens. Slowly withdrawing his extended spiritual perception, Ningxi restrained his aura, his mind returning to calm. It was still too early. His own strength was weak, unable to even fully control the crises within Konoha, let alone cross dimensions to battle the Ōtsutsuki. Only by steadily growing stronger step by step, solidifying the foundation of gentle fist, awakening the Tensigen, touching the laws of yin-yang release, gathering the top combat power of the ninja world, and gaining the ability to traverse the void, would he be qualified to set foot on Takamigara. His thoughts settled. Ningxi no longer dwelled on it, and continued his cultivation in peace. The sky gradually darkened, shadows dimming in the forest. A light, soft footstep came gently from the forest path. Hyūga Hinata stood quietly not far away, clutching the hem of her clothes, watching the figure of the young boy training in the clearing. She did not disturb him, only waiting silently. The girl's brows were gentle, her gaze clear and soft, with a shallow sense of peace and admiration hidden in her eyes. She did not understand grand schemes or celestial calamities, she only felt that cousin Ningxi earnestly training was steady, reliable, and made one involuntarily want to draw close. Ningxi noticed the arrival, stopped his movements, and turned to look. "Why are you here?" Hinata caught blushed slightly and spoke softly. "It's almost dark. I thought I'd walk back to the compound with you." Her personality was shy and timid, not good at expressing herself, her feelings hidden in small gestures. Ningxi nodded lightly. "Pack up, let's go together." The two walked side by side along the forest path, one slightly ahead, the other behind, their pace gentle. The evening breeze was soft, fallen leaves fluttering, the atmosphere quiet and peaceful. They spoke little along the way, yet it was not awkward. At a fork in the road, a nimble figure happened to approach from the opposite direction. Tenten had a ninja tool bag on her back, obviously just finishing her own training. Meeting them, she raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled generously. "Ningxi Hinata." The girl was free-spirited and bright, her demeanor natural and open. Her gaze toward Ningxi carried appreciation and fondness, frank and direct, yet she knew her boundaries. The three briefly met, exchanged a few pleasantries, and parted ways. Returning to the Hyūga compound, night had fully fallen. Ningxi stood at the entrance of the branch family courtyard, looking up at the deep night sky. Within Konoha, undercurrents were surging. Danzo was secretly watching, and the Uchiha conflict was building day by day. In the distant Takamigara, the gaze of the alien clan always looked down upon the human world. The gears of fate for the ninja world, because of his arrival, were gradually deviating from the original trajectory of destruction. Night shrouded the Hyūga clan grounds, garden lanterns glimmering faintly in serene tranquility. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Neji walked slowly into the branch family courtyard. The stone lantern in the courtyard flickered with a trembling light. Hizashi still sat on the stone stool, waiting silently. After years of deep accumulation, coupled with Neji's repeatedly demonstrated wisdom, vision, and talent far beyond his age, the long-suppressed resentment, grievances, and helplessness in this father's heart were gradually dissipating. The Hizashi of the past had resigned himself to fate, endured in silence, harbored inferiority, and passively accepted the arrangements of the main family. Knowing that he was born inferior as a branch family member his entire life, even if his talent was not inferior to the main family, he could only silently step back, obey the clan leader's orders, and had long prepared to sacrifice himself to protect the entire clan's safety in the future. In the original story, the Konoha High Command, to appease the Cloud Ninja village's anger, forced the Hyūga to hand over a clan member to die. Hizashi willingly went to his death only to protect his elder brother Hayashi, and ensure the stability of the Hyūga clan. That was a lifetime of sorrow and compromise. But now everything was quietly changing. His son, calm and perceptive with an unfathomable mind, had single-handedly used his speech, vision, and talent to temporarily suspend the caged bird curse seal, breaking the centuries-old unchangeable fate of the branch family. He acted with propriety, thought far ahead, was neither rebellious nor extreme, yet always managed to carve out a path for himself and the branch family at critical moments. Hisashi gradually came to understand that he did not have to blindly yield and resign to fate. Branch family members could also possess dignity, a future, and the right to control their own lives. Seeing Neji return, Hisashi stood up, his expression much gentler. "Did your training go smoothly today?" "Everything is fine." Neji stepped forward and replied softly. "Just now the main family sent word." Hisashi spoke slowly, a hint of emotion in his voice. "The clan leader and several elders are very satisfied with your recent performance at the Ninja Academy. They believe you have outstanding talent, a stable temperament, and great potential for the future." Neji was not surprised. He dominated his peers in chakra training, possessed mature and composed demeanor, neither arrogant nor impatient, and his talent was evident to all. The Hyūga had always valued bloodline geniuses. The shift in the main family's attitude was only natural. In the past, the main family only saw the branch family in terms of hierarchy and rules. Now they regarded Neji with more importance, recognition, and even a hint of wariness. "The main family only values worth," Neji said indifferently. "Only with sufficient strength can one have the right to equal dialogue." One sentence directly cut through the survival rules of the clan. Hisashi was slightly startled, then let out a soft sigh. "Your insight far surpasses mine." He had lived most of his life trapped in the rules of the clan and the hierarchy of status, depressed for half his life. His 7-year-old son had already seen through the intricacies of human relationships and understood the interests of the clan. Neji looked at his father with earnest eyes. "Father, from now on you no longer have to yield to everything and endure silently. The past injustices of the clan you bore silently were due to the constraints of the era. But from now on I will not let you end up being forced into sacrifice and dying insignificantly." He did not reveal the future plot, speaking euphemistically, yet his meaning was clear. Hisashi's heart trembled. He inexplicably understood the deep meaning hidden in his son's words. "I will face danger. In the future, storms will come with endless internal conflicts and external wars." Neji explained softly. "Many disasters could have been avoided, many sacrifices were unnecessary. I will protect you and the branch family, and will not let fate manipulate us arbitrarily." Neji was well aware of Konoha's future diplomatic turmoil, the incident where the Cloud Ninja demanded the Byakugan, and the desperate situation that forced his father to die. That incident appeared to be an accidental diplomatic accident, but in reality it involved multiple hidden political maneuvers. If things followed the original plot, Hisashi would surely die. From now on he had to lay the groundwork in advance to avoid this fatal fate line. By reminding his father to protect himself early, accumulating influence in the main family, and elevating the branch family's status when the storm came years later, Hisashi and the elders would never again choose to sacrifice Hisashi so easily. Hisashi looked at the young man with resolute eyes, warmth surging in his heart. Years of suppression, grievances, and an uncomprehended half-life melted away at this moment. He suddenly felt that even as a branch family member, having such a son was enough for this lifetime. "I understand." Hisashi nodded slowly, the shadows in his eyes largely dissipating. "From now on I will take good care of myself and no longer easily wrong myself or burden you." The minds of father and son changed together, and the hidden tragedy of the past quietly loosened. Meanwhile, inside the main family's mansion of the Hyūga clan, Hisashi Hyūga sat alone by the window, gazing at the night, holding a cup of clear tea, his mind wandering. An elder beside him spoke softly. "Clan leader, that child Neji has talent, temperament, and vision that are rare in a century. At such a young age his training surpasses his peers, his mind is steady and measured. He will surely become a pillar of the Hyūga clan in the future. The decision to suspend the caged bird curse seal now seems extremely wise." Hisashi nodded slightly, his gaze distant. "I know this well. Compared to the main family's direct descendants, Neji's potential, vision, and temperament are overwhelmingly superior. If we had truly placed the caged bird curse seal on him, imprisoning his life, the Hyūga clan would be the truly foolish ones." He had long understood. Hinata's personality was too gentle and timid, not good at conflict, and unable to bear the Hyūga's future. The younger generations of the main family were declining with each generation. Only Neji, who came from the branch family, was enough to uphold the glory of the Hyūga bloodline. But due to the ancestral rules in the clan's face, he could not directly abolish the caged bird curse seal. He could only gradually relax the restrictions and silently allow Neji to grow freely. But that child's mind is too deep, his vision too far-reaching, as if he can see many things we cannot. Hayashi murmured softly. I always feel that his future will not be confined to Konoha nor to a single clan. No one knew that Neji's mind was filled with the turmoil of the entire ninja world, and the apocalyptic crisis of the celestial realm beyond the heavens. Time flowed on and Konoha entered winter. The autumn winds dissipated, replaced by bitter cold. The vegetation across the village withered and turned yellow as temperatures plummeted day by day, bathing the entire settlement in a chill, desolate hue. Several months had quietly elapsed since Hyūga Neji entered the ninja academy. During this time the boy's life remained disciplined and steady. Each day he attended classes at the academy to hone his foundational ninja techniques, taijutsu and chakra control. In the evenings he trained alone in the forest clearing, practicing the gentle fist and byakugan to deepen his bloodline heritage. During his leisure time he spent moments with his father Hisashi, easing their father-son relationship, and occasionally chatted with Hinata and Tenten. He remained low-key, avoided trouble, and never fully revealed his capabilities, biding his time while advancing steadily. Among all first-year students, Neji was already universally recognized as the foremost. In terms of chakra refinement, meridian perception, close combat fundamentals, and mental composure, he far surpassed Naruto's Sasuke and the others in every aspect. Sasuke possessed peerless talent but an aloof disposition, his every thought consumed by the desire to catch up to his elder brother Uchiha Itachi. He trained relentlessly each day, improving rapidly, yet even with utmost effort he remained a step behind Neji in fundamental strength. Naruto remained restless and erratic in his training, often slacking off despite his considerable natural talent. Shikamaru, equally lethargic, saw only trouble in everything and put minimal effort into his training. Choji 8 was single-minded, focus, his thoughts simple and pure. Sakura's mind lingered on Sasuke, though she trained diligently enough. Tenten continued her grueling study of weapon ninjutsu, refining her throwing, ceiling, and close-quarters skills day after day, her progress plainly visible. Yamanaka Ino's bright, open nature was evident as her aptitude for perception-based techniques gradually emerged. She carried herself with generosity and ease. Hinata remained gentle and reserved, working quietly and persistently, always trailing behind the others with serene warmth. In the classroom, Iruka explained the fundamental three body techniques: the transformation technique, the clone technique, and the body replacement technique. These basic ninja arts may seem simple, but they form the essential foundation for every shinobi's training. The students formed hand seals in turn, but many struggled with sloppy finger movements, their clones flickering and insubstantial. Sasuke, however, executed the technique with clean precision, his clone solid and complete, drawing the attention of several classmates. Naruto failed repeatedly, his clones thin and scattered, leaving him frustrated and discouraged. Then it was Neji's turn. His fingers moved through the hand seals with effortless grace, and with a mere thought his chakra divided with pinpoint accuracy. Several clones materialized instantly around him, each identical in form, breathing pattern, and expression. Whether in appearance or chakra signature, they were nearly indistinguishable from reality. Iruka's eyes widened with admiration once more. Flawless execution, he praised. Minimal chakra loss and exceptional control, it meets the standard for genin. The entire class turned to look, their hearts already accepting what they had long suspected, that this Hyūga youth was born to stand above his peers. Neji's expression remained calm and composed as he dispelled the clones, neither arrogant nor complacent. He understood well that these basic techniques were merely minor skills. What would ultimately determine his future potential was still the byakugan, the gentle fist, his bloodline heritage, and the power of the Rinnegan he would one day awaken. After class, the cold wind swept across the training ground. Rock Lee came running, as always, steam rising from his body, his eyes blazing with enthusiasm. Neji, today's training is complete. May I challenge you once more? Youth must be constantly tempered. The young man's passion and diligence never wavered, his dedication to taijutsu pure and untainted. Very well. Neji agreed, and the two walked to the center of the field to clash once again. There were no lethal techniques, only sparring practice. Lee's physical explosive power was formidable, his strikes swift and merciless as he charged forward without hesitation. Neji relied on his byakugan to anticipate each move, using the gentle fist to strike pressure points and deflect attacks, responding with calm precision and measured movements. Deep within Konoha's shadows at the root headquarters, several black-clad ANBU members knelt on one knee, reporting intelligence to Danzo, who sat enthroned in the darkness. Sir Hyūga Neji's recent training progress has been astonishing. His foundations are solid and profound, his mind steady and composed, entirely free of the restlessness typical of his age. The elders of the Hyūga clan have placed increasing importance on him, and Hisashi's mindset has shifted. He no longer submits meekly. Tensions within the Uchiha compound are escalating, with many clansmen harboring discontent toward the Konoha leadership, and the radicals' voices growing louder. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly, a cold menace swirling within his clouded gaze. The Uchiha's grievances have festered too long, disaster is inevitable. As for Hyūga Neji, his potential is terrifying, his mind too deep, impossible to control. Continue monitoring him. Do not act rashly. When the time is right, either bring him into the root for careful cultivation or eliminate him completely. The chilling order descended, and the latent malice never faded. Meanwhile, far beyond Konoha's borders, across a land shrouded in continuous rainfall, Amigakure, the fine rain fell ceaselessly throughout the year, shrouding everything in a misty veil. Several figures cloaked in black, exuding an aura of gloom and detachment, converged silently within the rain and fog. Young Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko were growing in secret. The first spark of the Ōtsutsuki organization had already been ignited. Kuro Obi moved across the land, traveling between nations, silently observing every flash of hatred and outbreak of war, waiting quietly for the timing of the fourth great ninja war. In winter, Konoha often saw cold rains. Fine raindrops fell from the sky, pattering down, soaking the village streets and alleys. The air was chilly and damp, and the earthy scent of mingled soil and vegetation permeated the surroundings. The Ninja Academy dismissed classes early, and students hurried away in groups to escape the winter rain. The bustling training ground quickly became empty and desolate, leaving only a few solitary figures. Neji did not rush back to the clan compound. The drizzle falling on his shoulders was cool and refreshing, just enough to settle his mind and sort through the recent insights gained from training. He walked alone along the forest path, his Byakugan slightly activated, his perception spreading out as he silently sensed the flow of chakra in the world around him. After months of intense training, his chakra had become denser and more refined, his meridians had widened and strengthened, and the techniques of the gentle fist had been ingrained into his very instincts. The range of his Byakugan had increased again, and his fine perception far surpassed that of an ordinary genin. Even amidst the rainy mist, every movement in the surroundings remained clear and distinct. As he walked, a faint calm presence suddenly emerged from deep within the forest. The presence was restrained like still water, deep as the ocean, carrying none of the arrogance of youth. Instead, it held a sense of weariness, loneliness, and an indescribable tenderness mixed with exhaustion. Neji paused slightly, instinctively raising his eyes. In the depths of the rain and mist, a young figure stood quietly beneath a tree. Black hair fell loosely, his features were handsome and cold, his posture tall and slender, clad in simple black clothes. His eyes were indifferent and calm, and his entire being was so still that he seemed isolated from the wind and rain of the world. Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Itachi was still young, not yet burdened with the sins of his entire clan, but he had already seen clearly the irreconcilable conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, bearing a weight and torment inside that ordinary people could scarcely imagine. He stood alone in the rain, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the Uchiha compound, his eyes hiding a sorrow and helplessness that no one could read. On one side was the clan that had raised him, on the other the village he had protected for years. On one side were blood ties and kinship, on the other peace and righteousness. This agonizing dilemma had long tormented the young genius day and night. Neji watched him quietly, his mind churning. He knew full well the dark and solitary path that Itachi would walk in the future. To slaughter his own kin with his own hands, to bear the infamy of the ages, to wander alone in darkness, to scheme and endure everything to be understood by no one, and ultimately to die exhausted. All of it was beyond his control. The suspicion of Konoha's higher-ups, the pressure from Danzo, and the covert manipulations of Black Zetsu gradually pushed this genius into the abyss. The Uchiha clan need not have been annihilated, hatred need not have taken root, and Sasuke need not have lived his entire life in revenge. Raindrops drifted, and the two gazed at each other from across a curtain of mist. Itachi also noticed the young man ahead. Those pure white Byakugan eyes were clear and transparent, their gaze calm and deep, not like the innocence of a child, but rather as if they had seen through the vicissitudes of life. Uchiha Itachi raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise in his heart. A junior from the Hyūga clan, so young, yet his mind was already this composed. Their eyes met, but there were no words exchanged, no attempt to approach. Neji knew that this was not yet the right time for conversation. Revealing too much too early would only introduce unnecessary variables and disrupt all plans. Itachi's heart held too many secrets and shackles he would not easily open up to others. After a moment, Itachi withdrew his gaze, no longer lingering. His figure flickered lightly like a phantom in the rainy night, disappearing silently into the depths of the forest, leaving only the fading trace of his chakra. Watching the direction in which the other had departed, Neji stood in the rain. The night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation was approaching in the river of time. Danzo's ambition was growing day by day. The suspicions of the higher-ups never diminished, and the conflicts within the clan accumulated over time. Everything was slowly aligning with the tragedy of the original story. But in this life everything could change. He did not have to interfere forcibly or rashly intrude into the Uchiha's internal affairs. He only needed to clarify the stakes, reveal the future, and expose the hidden conspiracies at the right moment to alter the final outcome. If the Uchiha clan did not fall, Sasuke would not descend into darkness. The ninja world would be spared one great source of hatred, and the foundation of the fourth great ninja war would be greatly weakened. The wind and rain grew stronger, and the cold bit fiercely. Neji pulled his thoughts back, adjusted his collar, and walked slowly towards the Hyūga clan compound. Just as he emerged from the forest, a small figure was huddled by the roadside, letting the drizzle fall on her, looking uneasy and anxious. It was Hyūga Hinata. The girl had no umbrella and stood alone at the intersection as if she had been waiting. When she saw Neji appear, her eyes lit up slightly, but then she quickly lowered her head, her ears turning red. Neji and I-san. Her voice was soft and gentle, barely audible above the rain. Neji stopped, his gaze falling on her slightly damp hair. Why didn't you go back earlier? I was waiting for you, Hinata said quietly, her hands nervously clasped together. The road is slippery in the rain, so I wanted to walk back to the compound with you. The girl's heart was pure and simple. She was not good with words, and all her feelings were hidden in the silent waiting. Neji paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Let's go. They walked side by side along the rainy path, the drizzle falling, their steps unhurried. The silence between them was not awkward but peaceful. Halfway there, a clear call came from behind. Neji. Hinata. Tenten ran over quickly, holding an oil paper umbrella, rain dampening her temples. Her eyes were bright and spirited. She hurried to their side, tilting the umbrella slightly towards Neji, naturally and generously. Walking alone in the rain can make you catch a cold. Let's go together. There was not much space under the umbrella, but the three walked slowly side by side. The rain pattered, the evening breeze was gentle, and the young people walked through the rainy scenery of Konoha, quiet and peaceful. Back in the courtyard of the Hyūga branch family, the rain gradually lessened. The sky turned dusky and twilight enveloped the entire Konoha. The winter rain ceased, clouds parted and mist dispersed. The morning sunlight pierced through the thin fog, spilling onto the Rewritten clan grounds. After a night of focused cultivation, the chakra within Ningxiai had quietly undergone a subtle yet crucial transformation. The once gentle and moist white chakra had now become more condensed and substantial, flowing through the meridian channels without obstruction, moving through the acupoints of his body as freely as flowing water. Without the caged bird curse seal eroding his bloodline, day and night the purest Tatong Mu origin bloodline of the Rewritten branch family continuously awakened, nourishing his body and ocular power. Baiyan opened and closed gently, the veins beneath becoming clearer and more transparent. His insight, penetrating sight and perception abilities had increased slightly once more. Ningxiai sat cross-legged on the tatami in his bedroom, slowly raising his hands and forming a gentle hand seal before him. The chakra within his body simultaneously surged outward, spiraled, and converged from all 361 acupoints around his body. A faint white aura slowly rose with him at its center, the air currents swirling around his body, gently trembling, repelling all floating dust nearby. His aura was restrained, the form rough and not yet perfectly rounded, yet it had already taken on the rudimentary shape of the 8 trigrams revolving heaven. In just a few months of cultivation he had touched the threshold of the Rewritten clan's high-level defensive secret technique. One must know that even the most talented direct line members of the main family would need to cultivate at least to the late stage of genin before they had a chance to explore the rudiments of the revolving heaven. Yet Ningxiai, who had only been enrolled in the ninja academy for a few months, was still a low-grade student. The gap was already vast and insurmountable. Ningxiai slowly withdrew his power, the surrounding air currents dissipated, and understanding dawned in his heart. If he could devote another half a year to polishing, thoroughly stabilizing the chakra circulation paths and perfecting the rhythm of acupoint opening and closing, he would be able to truly master the complete 8 trigrams revolving heaven, integrating offense and defense, leaving no weakness in close combat. Gentle fist acupoint striking by yen insight and revolving heaven defense, combined as one, he would be unrivaled among those of the same rank. When he stepped out of the room, Richa had already been waiting in the courtyard for a long time. In recent days Richa's mood had gradually relaxed. He was no longer as gloomy and depressed as before, and his brows and eyes now carried a hint of ease and calm. The clan elders sent word that at noon today the main family will hold another internal council. Richa said softly, his gaze falling on Ningxiai. The agenda remained centered on the caged bird. Ningxi's expression remained unchanged. He had already anticipated this. Back in the Great Hall, Ryūzu and the Council of Elders had only postponed the imprinting of the curse seal, not permanently abolished it. As his talent gradually revealed itself and his strength grew rapidly, discussions within the clan about the caged bird were bound to resurface. Some conservative elders still adhered to ancestral traditions, believing that branch family offspring must not be left without a shackle. Another part of the clan had witnessed Ningxi's potential, and were unwilling to squander a genius who could bring glory to the entire clan. The conflict emerged once again. "I understand," Ningxi replied calmly. At noon, the main hall of the Ryūzyang clan was opened once more. The elders sat in their positions with Ryūzu seated in the main seat, his expression solemn. All the high-ranking members of the clan were present, the atmosphere solemn and oppressive. Before long, Uchiha led Ningxi as they slowly walked into the great hall. The young man stood tall, his expression calm and composed. Facing the assembly of clan nobles and white-haired elders, he was neither humble nor arrogant, his gaze peaceful and clear without a trace of panic. A highly senior elder spoke first, his voice aged and stubborn. "Ningxi has already turned 7 years old. All branch family children of the same age have been imprinted with the caged bird on schedule, only he remains an exception." His words fell and many conservative clan members chimed in agreement. In their eyes, the order of hierarchy outweighed everything. No matter how great one's talent, if born into the branch family, one must abide by their proper station. Uchiha frowned slightly, stepping forward to argue, but Ningxi gently raised his hand to stop him. Ningxi lifted his eyes, sweeping his gaze across the hall, his voice clear and steady. "I have no objection to the ancestral traditions the elder mentioned." The hall's occupants were all taken aback, never expecting that Ningxi, who had always resisted the curse seal, would be the first to yield today. Then the young man continued slowly. "However, the ancestors established the caged bird with the intention of protecting the Baiyan from leaking out and uniting the clan's bloodline, not to deliberately suppress the branch family, extinguish the talents of its members, and cut off the Ryūzyang's future. Now the ninja world is turbulent, the 5 great nations are in constant friction, and Konoha harbors numerous hidden dangers. War will come in the future. For the Ryūzyang to stand firm for long, what they rely on is never a curse seal shackle, but truly formidable combat power. My talent far surpasses that of my peers in the clan. My Baiyan bloodline is pure. How far I can go in the future is unknown to anyone. If you imprint the caged bird on me now, suppressing my bloodline and sealing my ocular power, it may seem like obeying clan rules, but in truth you will be personally destroying the Ryūzyang's future top-tier combat strength. Weigh the pros and cons, you should all understand in your hearts." His words were clear and logical, combining reason and emotion. There was no fierce confrontation, no rebellious arrogance, only a discussion of the clan's interests and long-term safety. The great hall fell silent for a moment. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions hesitant. They adhered to the rules, but they could not deny Ningxi's innate talent. Destroying a genius was simple and easy. But when danger descended in the future, who would uphold the Ryūzyang? Ryūzu tapped his fingers lightly on the seat, silent for a long time. He looked at the young man below, who was calm and composed, with a vision and perspective far beyond ordinary people, weighing the decision again and again in his heart. The caged bird had never locked down the branch family. It locked down the Ryūzyang's own ceiling. After a long while, Ryūzu spoke slowly, his voice carrying throughout the hall. "From this day forward, Ryūzyang Ningxi is permanently exempted from the caged bird curse seal." With these words, the matter was settled. Many elders in the hall showed shock, but no one spoke out in opposition. The young man before them, with his vision, character, and talent, was worthy of this exception. The century-old shackle of the caged bird was completely shattered, starting from Ningxi alone. As the words settled, the entire council hall fell into dead silence. All the elders and high-ranking clan members were stunned, their gazes converging on Hyūga seated in the main seat. Permanent exemption from the caged bird. This was not merely a special leniency for a branch family member, but a subtle upheaval of the Hyūga clan's centuries-old lineage rules. Since the ancestors established the branch family curse seal system, no branch member had ever completely escaped the fate of the caged bird. The conservative elders' expressions shifted slightly, unable to resist voicing objections. "Clan leader. Absolutely not. Once a permanent exemption is granted, the ancestral system will become a dead letter. If branch family use follows suit, where will the authority of the main family rest? Where will the clan's order be?" Hyūga's expression was calm, his gaze indifferent, as he looked at the elder. "Rules are made for people, not people trapped by rules. The ancestors left the caged bird to prevent the Byakugan from leaking out and to protect the clan's safety. Now Neji's character is upright, loyal to the Hyūga, and has never harbored disloyalty. His talent, vision, and intellect are among the finest of the Hyūga descendants in nearly a century. To permanently shackle such a genius, suppress his bloodline, seal his potential, and waste the clan's opportunity is truly to betray the ancestors' original intent. Order is not immutable. To make the clan stronger and go further is the true way to protect the Hyūga. His words were reasoned, steady, and irrefutable. The elders' expressions changed, and they fell silent, no longer daring to oppose forcefully. They knew in their hearts that Hyūga's words were all true. Neji's growth rate over the past few months had been astonishing. His mind was steady, his actions measured without any radical rebellion. His only demand was the freedom of his own bloodline. Forcibly imprinting the curse seal would only create a top-tier genius harboring resentment, bringing nothing but harm to the Hyūga. Neji stood quietly in the center of the hall, a slight relief in his heart. The greatest shackle of fate weighing on him had completely dissipated. No more caged bird eroding his spirit day and night, no more bloodline forcibly sealed, no more hidden threat of his life being controlled by the main family at any time. From now on he was a free Hyūga clansman with his bloodline intact, his potential fully unleashed, and no innate obstacles ahead. Hisashi beside him let out a long breath, the gloom that had accumulated over the years completely dissipating, a sense of relief in his heart. His son had done it. Not only had he broken free from the branch family's inherited fate, but he had also forcibly changed the course of their lineage. The council hall gradually dispersed, and everyone filed out. Stepping out of the main hall, warm sunlight bathed him, a gentle breeze caressing his face. A warm surging power began to rise slowly from the depths of his bloodline. The originally pure Hyūga bloodline, the moment the shackles vanished completely, fully released its constraints. The most primal and ancient bloodline power of the Ōtsutsuki clan hidden within his body slowly awakened and flowed. The Byakugan in his eyes unconsciously emerged, its color becoming increasingly white and deep, flawless and translucent. The meridians in his pupils flowed clearly, and his insight power quietly climbed again. Chakra within his body surged and circulated, its thickness, purity, and affinity improving in all aspects. Without deliberate cultivation, his body meridians and eye power were evolving and transforming autonomously. Neji gently closed his eyes, sensing the earth-shattering changes in his body. The caged bird had never only locked away the dignity of the branch family, it was also the greatest obstacle to the Hyūga's path toward the Tenseigan. Now that the shackles were broken, he had taken a major step closer to that ultimate ocular technique. Neji. Hyūga slowly walked to his side, his expression complex but calm. Today I made an exception to remove your curse seal, not out of momentary softness. I have seen your training, your vision, and I have seen what is in your heart. You are different from ordinary children, you harbor something far-reaching in your mind. But I hope you remember, no matter how your identity changes, you will always be a Hyūga. Protect the clan, guard your heart, and do not stray onto the wrong path. I understand. Neji nodded slightly. He would never betray the clan, never fail Konoha. What he sought was always to break free from tragedy, protect his loved ones, pacify the chaotic world, and eliminate the calamity from beyond the heavens. Hyūga gave him a deep look and quietly left. From then on, the atmosphere within the Hyūga clan subtly changed. The way clan members regarded the branch family no longer carried the inherent disdain and hierarchy. Everyone knew that this young man named Neji by his own effort had rewritten the centuries-old fate of the branch family. Many younger clan members felt admiration and secretly took Neji as their role model. The once oppressive and desolate branch family courtyard gradually gained a bit more vitality and confidence. Returning to the branch family courtyard, Hisashi wore an irrepressible smile, his mind completely enlightened. From now on, you no longer have to bear the shackles of the branch family. You can cultivate in peace and grow freely. Father, you too. Neji looked at Hisashi and said softly, you no longer have to endure and retreat. Our dignity was always meant to be held in our own hands. Hisashi was startled, then slowly nodded. The long-suppressed inferiority and grievances vanished like smoke. He was no longer the branch family member who could be discarded and sacrificed at any time. Afternoon, a clearing in the woods. Neji sat alone in meditation, his complete bloodline operating at full power. White chakra slowly swirled around him, his aura long and steady. The rotation of the 8 trigrams palm's heavenly spin became increasingly round and stable, flowing smoothly, only a thin membrane away from true mastery. His control over the gentle fist's acupoints became exquisitely precise, the 361 major points opening and closing at will. His overall strength was soaring at a visible rate. Just then several familiar figures approached slowly. Rock Lee came running over, full of energy and anticipation. Tenten carried her ninja tools, her steps light and her expression gentle. Not far away, Hinata stood quietly, her gaze resting softly on the youth, calm and tender. Under the winter sun, his young companions gathered. Neji looked up at the distant sky, his eyes clear and bright. The shackles were shattered, the bloodline soaring. His foundation was completely stable, the path ahead free from fate's spines. The undercurrents in the village still surged, the Uchiha storm was brewing, and the ninja world's situation slowly turned. His era was slowly beginning to unfold. Having broken free from the caged bird curse, the long-dormant power of Ningxi's bloodline was finally unleashed in its entirety. Pure Ōtsutsuki bloodline surged through every limb and meridian chakra flowed ceaselessly, his energy channels grew ever wider and more resilient, and the Byakugan advanced steadily with each passing moment. In the twilight forest the evening wind howled. Ningxi stood at the center of the clearing, his eyes pure white-blue veins clearly visible around them. Chakra erupted simultaneously from every acupoint in his body, a soft yet overwhelmingly explosive white energy swirling instantly in all directions. The energy spun at high speed, converged and formed a perfect loop. A rounded substantial barrier materialized around his entire body. Fierce winds swept up fallen leaves, dust flew skyward, and all surrounding vegetation bent and toppled. A low resonant vibration echoed through the air. The 8 trigrams palms revolution, complete, mature, and utterly flawless, had finally reached perfection. The barrier flowed with seamless grace, combining offense and defense into an impenetrable whole. Regardless of close-quarters assaults, physical strikes, or basic jutsu bombardments, everything could be instantly repelled and countered. Ningxi gradually withdrew his energy, and the swirling aura around him dissipated at once. In merely a brief moment of cultivation, he had already mastered the Hyūga clan's exclusive high-level secret technique. Across the entire ninja academy, among first-year and even second-year students, very few could achieve such a feat. Enough for now, Ningxi murmured to himself. His gentle fist foundation was rock-solid, his Byakugan perception razor-sharp, his palms revolution defense perfectly formed, and his basic chakra control far surpassed the standard for genin. At full power, even an ordinary entry-level genin would stand no chance against him. It was at that very moment that hurried footsteps drew nearer from the distance. Rock Lee came sprinting toward him, steam rising from his body, combat fire blazing in his eyes. Ningxi, I have trained hard today and my strength has grown significantly. Let's fight again. The young man had long regarded sparring with Ningxi as a routine part of his training, giving his all in every exchange. Ningxi glanced sideways and gave a calm nod. Go ahead. Before the words had barely left his lips, Lee's body exploded forward. His legs generated tremendous explosive force, his figure moving like a blur, fierce leg sweeps cutting straight through the air, every ounce of his physical power unleashed. Fierce wind hit his face, punches and kicks brutal and domineering, pressing forward without hesitation. Facing the overwhelming onslaught, Ningxi remained utterly calm. His Byakugan fully activated, reading Lee's muscle movements, energy flow, and every attacking trajectory at a single glance. His body shifted with light grace, precisely evading all powerful strikes. Chakra condensed at his fingertips in the gentle fist style, and he raised his hand to gently tap. Thud, thud, thud. Several light taps landed successively on the major acupoints along Lee's limbs and meridians. In an instant, Lee's blood and chi stagnated, his chakra flow went chaotic, his charging momentum froze abruptly, his limbs went numb and weak, and he lost his balance, stumbling backward several meters. A single acupoint strike had directly crippled his combat effectiveness. Lee's eyes widened in utter shock. Despite training body techniques day and night without rest, pushing his physical limits to the absolute breaking point, he was still effortlessly handled by Ningxi. Your speed and strength are formidable, but your techniques are far too straightforward, lacking any variation. Ningxi said, stepping forward slowly, his voice cool and detached. In front of the Byakugan, every movement leaves a trace. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningxi's figure darted forward. His movements flowed like drifting clouds, palmed shadows fluttering in endless succession. The 8 trigram 64 palms unfolded smoothly, white light flashing from his palms, sharp strikes erupting one after another. The palm winds were precise and orderly, seamlessly integrating offense and defense, fast, accurate, refined, and brilliant. Lee desperately raised his arms to block, but no matter how he dodged or defended, he could not escape the extraordinarily precise acupoint strikes. In merely a few breaths, dozens of acupoints across his entire body were struck in rapid succession. Bang! Lee's body went limp and he collapsed directly onto the ground, gasping for breath. A complete domination from start to finish with no suspense whatsoever. Not far away, Tenten stood quietly, a flash of amazement passing through her eyes. Fluid body movement, extraordinarily precise acupoint strikes, gentle fists that balanced offense and defense, and those all-seeing Byakugan. Ningxi at this moment had already attained combat strength far beyond his peers. This level of power had long transcended the scope of ordinary students. Under the shade of a tree, Hinata stood frozen, gazing at the youth in the clearing, her heart brimming with wonder and admiration. Ning Xiai lowered his stance, his breathing steady, and even showing not an ounce of arrogance despite his decisive victory. He knew very well that his current strength was merely the starting point of a young ninja. Any upper ninja ANBU operative or root agent under Daunting in the village could crush him effortlessly. Far beyond that, Kage-level warriors, rogue ninja, and otherworldly invaders, all were formidable enemies far beyond his current reach. Comfortable sparring with peers was never his goal. Just as they were taking a brief rest, a cold, aloof figure appeared at the edge of the forest path. Uchiha Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, his dark eyes heavy, his gaze locked firmly upon Ning Xiai. He had watched the entire exchange unfold. A surge of combat spirit churned within Sasuke's heart. As a fellow clan genius, he considered himself unparalleled in talent, trained relentlessly, and could not bear to be left far behind by his contemporaries. Though the Sharingan had not yet awakened, his desire to win burned with fierce intensity. Hyūga Ning Xiai. Sasuke spoke, his tone cold and aloof. I want to fight you. The evening breeze in the forest suddenly stilled. Uchiha Sasuke stepped into the center of the arena, his aura icy cold with a faint stir of chakra quietly surging around him. Ever since enrolling, Sasuke had rarely taken the initiative to fight others. All his energy was devoted to intense training, relentlessly pursuing his elder brother Uchiha Itachi. Among his peers, no one had ever been worthy of his voluntary challenge. But the entire process of Neji overwhelming Rock Lee had stirred his competitive spirit. As two prodigies from Konoha's renowned clans, the Hyuga and the Uchiha, stood shoulder to shoulder in fame. He would never allow himself to be left far behind by someone of the same generation. Neji's gaze fell upon Sasuke, his expression calm and unreadable. He knew Sasuke's foundation well: impressive physical strength, refined chakra control, innate talent in fire release, and sharp combat instincts. The only shortcoming was that he had not yet awakened the Sharingan, lacking the core dojutsu enhancement. Fine, Neji replied indifferently. With those two simple words, the battle was ignited. The nearby Rock Lee instantly perked up, scrambling to his feet with excitement, his eyes fixed on the two. Tenten and Hinata simultaneously composed themselves, their gazes locked onto the center of the arena. A clash between two top-tier geniuses. Such an event was a rarity in the entire first grade, happening once in a century. I won't hold back. Sasuke's eyes turned cold. He stomped the ground, his body shooting forward instantly. Without any unnecessary probing, he launched into a lightning-fast charge, his hands swiftly forming hand seals as chakra roiled violently within his chest. Fire-style fireball technique. Scorching flames erupted from his mouth, a massive fireball carrying searing heat waves burning the air as it howled straight toward Neji. The flames surged forward, the scorching heat assaulting the face, and the leaves of the trees instantly curled from the heat. He had started with a proper C-rank fire release technique. The expressions of the nearby onlookers changed. For a 7-year-old child, while ordinary students were still struggling with the basic 3-body techniques, Sasuke could already fluidly execute the fireball technique, a testament to his terrifying talent. Facing the oncoming flames, Neji's expression remained unchanged. His pure white Byakugan activated fully, and every flow of chakra in the surroundings was vividly imprinted in his sight. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. With a hum, a pristine white air current spun and erupted, forming a circular barrier that expanded with a roar. The blazing fireball crashed violently against the spinning barrier, flames exploding and scattering, lighting up the sky. The fierce fire was repelled and dissipated by the rotating currents, unable to harm Neji in the slightest. The flames dispersed, leaving smoke and dust billowing. Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly, his heart trembling for the first time. To be able to directly block the fireball technique with bare hands, this defensive capability far exceeded his expectations. Before Sasuke could recover, Neji's figure had already transformed into a light shadow, closing in with a swift step. The gentle fist's palm wind carried a faint white glow, crisscrossing palm strikes aimed directly at the body's acupuncture points. The speed was light and elusive, the angles tricky and bizarre, each strike targeted the key chakra flow points of the human body. Sasuke's heart tightened. He dared not be careless, immediately dodging sideways while blocking with his hands. Relying on his extraordinary physical reflexes, he barely avoided several vital point strikes. But the Byakugan perceived every movement. Sasuke's muscle twitches, shifts in center of gravity, and next steps were all predicted in advance. Slap. 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 A series of light palm strikes landed on the meridians of Sasuke's arms and shoulders. A numbing and sluggish sensation instantly swept through his body. His arms dropped, and the chakra within him became momentarily disordered. In close quarters combat, the Uchiha was completely at a disadvantage. Sasuke, who excelled in ninjutsu and aggressive offense, was thoroughly constrained against the ultimate close-range gentle fist. Close range is not your strength, Neji said coldly, his palm strikes accelerating. Palms blurred, unleashing 64 consecutive strikes layer by layer, sealing off Sasuke's movements, pressing him step by step. Sasuke kept retreating, forced into a clumsy defense, unable to find any opening to counterattack. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth, forcibly channeling chakra and forming hand seals again. Fire-style Phoenix Flower technique. Several small fireballs shot out in succession, their angles cunning, blocking all possible evasion routes. Neji's footwork shifted, his body moving like a willow catkin in the wind, weaving through the hail of fireballs with ease. Under the Byakugan's vision, the trajectories of the fireballs were crystal clear. All attacks missed. In the next instant, Neji closed in, landing a gentle palm strike on Sasuke's chest acupuncture point. Thud. A soft yet domineering chakra surged into his body. Sasuke's body stiffened violently, his breath choked, and his strength rapidly dissipated. Staggering backward several steps, he finally stopped. The outcome was decided. The entire forest fell into absolute silence. Sasuke's hands hung limp, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. After all his arduous training, his mastery of fire release, and his robust physique, he had been completely defeated in a head-on duel by Hyūga Neji. The opponent hadn't even used his full strength. In close combat, the Hyūga's gentle fist naturally counters standard taijutsu and ninjutsu. Neji slowly lowered his stance, his Byakugan closing gently, his breath steady as before. Once you awaken the Sharingan, the outcome might be different. He didn't mock deliberately, merely stating a fact. Once the Sharingan was awakened with its superior prediction and copying abilities, Sasuke's combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. Sasuke remained silent for a long time, then looked up at Neji. The fighting spirit in his eyes had not dissipated, instead it had grown even stronger. Next time I will definitely defeat you. Leaving those words, Sasuke turned and walked straight out of the forest. His proud silhouette disappeared at the end of the path. Rock Lee rushed forward, his face brimming with excitement. That was incredible. Neji, your strength is truly overwhelming. Even Uchiha Sasuke is no match for you. Tenten's gaze was gentle, and she spoke softly. Your control over the battle and your use of the dojutsu are so exquisite. Hinata nodded lightly, her Byakugan eyes filled with acknowledgement. Neji looked in the direction Sasuke had gone, his mind stirring with thoughts. For now Sasuke's heart was proud and stubborn, consumed by hatred. An early victory or defeat would only fuel his competitiveness. But this exchange had also precisely confirmed his own current combat strength. Twilight fully engulfed the trees, the last rays of sunlight fading from the forest as the cold night rapidly shrouded the land. After Sasuke's departure, Shaoli, Tian, and Hinata each bid farewell and left, restoring the forest clearing to silence. The evening wind rustled, branches swayed, and the entire woods fell into an eerie quiet. Neji did not immediately set off for home, instead his nerves subtly tightened. Years of navigating turbulent times had honed his senses, allowing him to detect a faint, sinister, killing intent in the air. Someone had been lurking in the shadows, watching him all along. The presence was restrained and elusive, moving without a sound. Its chakra was cold and introverted, not belonging to an ordinary village ninja nor to a patrol jonin. It was Root. Shimura Danzo had finally lost his patience. Three pitch-black figures burst forth from the shadows of the treetops, clad in black robes and masks, their eyes cold and lifeless. Root Umbu ninjas appeared, directly encircling Neji, and sealing off all his escape routes. The three had unified auras and acted in perfect coordination, each a seasoned killer with the strength of a regular genin. Hyūga Neji, surrender without a fight. A hoarse, low voice came through the mask, devoid of emotion. Neji slowly straightened, his eyes slightly raised, and his pure white Byakugan instantly flared to full activation. The veins at the corners of his eyes emerged, and within 100 meters every movement was laid bare. Danzo sent you. His tone was calm, but in his heart he already understood. Having broken free from the caged bird, crushing his peers with raw talent, and displaying his full strength in battle against Uchiha prodigies, all of this had fully stirred Root's covetousness and wariness. Danzo wanted to seize control of him. If he couldn't be subjugated, he would be taken away in secret, or even eliminated on the spot. An irrelevant person, no need to ask more. An Umbu ninja wasted no more words. His figure suddenly lunged forward, palm gathering cold chakra, aiming straight for Neji's throat. A vicious, precise strike meant to kill. This was no sparring match, no probing with restraint, every move was lethal combat. Facing the assault, Neji remained calm, his footwork shifting in an instant, deftly evading the fatal blow. 8 trigrams 64 palms. White light swirled in his palms and the gentle fist erupted in a flurry of palm strikes hammering out in relentless waves. With pinpoint accuracy he struck the enemy's chakra points and meridians fierce and swift. Bang! The first root ninja struck by the assault went numb all over, his chakra instantly thrown into chaos, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The remaining two Umbu ninjas' expressions shifted slightly, and they immediately attacked from both sides. Cold steel gleamed as kunai flashed, the razor-sharp wind of their blades fierce and overwhelming. Dual blades crisscrossed, killing intent surging. Neji's form flickered and twisted, relying on his Byakugan's perfect prediction to weave gracefully between the two blades. His palms kept tapping lightly, channeling the power of gentle fist into his opponent's bodies. But the root ninjas, hardened by countless battles, possessed combat experience far beyond ordinary children. Their strikes were ruthless, their coordination flawless, and for a time they held Neji in a deadly deadlock. The blades kept grazing his body perilously close. Neji knew that although his combat power surpassed his peers in terms of real combat experience, physical endurance, and killing techniques, he still fell short compared to root ninjas who had long carried out dark missions. A prolonged defense invites defeat. He could no longer dodge passively. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. A torrent of white air exploded outward in a spinning vortex, and annular barriers sweeping in all directions. With a thunderous roar, the two root ninjas closing in from both sides were violently sent flying by the raging cyclone, bones rattling, blood surging, and their kunai flying from their hands. The vortex exploded, sending leaves and dust swirling into the air, an overwhelming display of power. Seizing the moment of imbalance, Neji vanished and closed in, unleashing a continuous barrage of palm strikes. Dozens of gentle fist strikes landed on the vital points of the two opponents. In an instant both Umbu ninjas stiffened, completely losing combat capability, and collapsed to the ground. In a few short breaths the 3 root genin were all defeated. Neji panted slightly, his chest rising and falling as the chakra at his fingertips slowly receded. A hasty, bloody battle drew to a close. He looked at the 3 unconscious figures on the ground, a faint chill in his eyes. Danzo was no longer content with covert surveillance. He had begun to make direct moves, testing and even attempting to capture. On the surface the Leaf Village was peaceful, but the crisis aimed at him had truly arrived. Today's intruders were only 3 ordinary genin. If Danzo sent stronger agents, the outcome today would be uncertain. This place was no longer safe. Neji did not linger. He turned and swiftly left the forest, hurrying toward the Hyūga clan compound. And deep within the woods an aged, shadowy gaze silently watched the entire battle. The old man's single eye narrowed, his black robe hidden in the darkness, a heavy aura of malevolence around him. So young, yet such fierce combat ability, exquisite eye technique, and a battle mindset far beyond ordinary. Without the restraint of the caged bird, this branch of the Hyūga clan is truly about to produce a tiger. Forcibly seizing him is too risky. A direct clash would easily alert the Hyūga and the Hokage's faction. Let it go for now, continue observing and wait for the right moment. Shimura Danzo murmured softly, his figure slowly dissolving into the shadows of the night. The night's probing thus came to an end. Back in the courtyard of the Hyūga branch family the night was deep. Hizashi immediately noticed that Neji's breathing was slightly irregular, and his expression tightened. What happened? I encountered someone from the village's shadows testing me, Neji said calmly, not elaborating on the fight, only summarizing. Someone has set their sights on my talent and the Byakugan. Hizashi's heart sank. He instantly understood who was behind this, and his face grew heavy. It's Root. Shimura Danzo. Neji nodded. From the moment he broke free of the caged bird and revealed his extraordinary talent, it was inevitable that this shadowy figure of the leaf would target him. The crisis within the village had already drawn close. The night passed without incident, and the next day dawned. After the fierce battle against the root ninja the previous night, Ningxi's sense of crisis had reached its peak. He understood Tuanzang's patience and ruthlessness. This was merely a probe. The next time they came it would not be as simple as 3 ordinary genin. To avoid being easily manipulated one must constantly break through in strength. Before the sky was fully bright, Ningxi went alone to the forest training ground. With his Baiyan fully activated, his chakra surged throughout his body. He practiced the Rokuan over and over, circulating and refining it within. Having experienced true life and death combat, he gained new insights into battle rhythm, the timing of chakra release, and the angles for striking acupuncture points. In the past, training was merely about polishing techniques. Now every palm strike carried a lethal, fierce intent. The 8 trigrams 64 palms flowed more smoothly with faster, more precise strikes and greater lethality. The 8 trigrams palms of returning heaven grew heavier, its defensive range expanded, and its repelling force became more violent. In just one day of consolidation, Ningxi's overall combat power had improved slightly. His physical endurance, close combat experience, and on-the-spot adaptability all grew rapidly under the baptism of life and death. When the sky was fully bright, Ningxi restrained his aura and set off for the ninja school. In the classroom, a group of boys and girls attended lessons, trained and played as usual, unaware that a life-and-death battle had taken place in the forest the night before. Ningren remained carefree and oblivious, sensing nothing of the hidden crisis in Mai. Xiaoying's mind was entirely on Zhuju, her thoughts simple and pure. Luan was lazy and indifferent to all conflicts. Only Zhuju wore a gloomy expression, the image of his defeat from the previous day lingering in his mind. He constantly compared himself to Ningxi's strength, and the urgency in his heart grew heavier, his obsession with training becoming more intense. During the break, Tian walked over to Ningxi. She was perceptive and immediately noticed that Ningxi's brows carried a more chilling edge and his demeanor was more composed and sharp than before. "You seem to have been training relentlessly lately. Troubles are piling up, so I must become stronger," Ningxi replied softly. Tian seemed to understand but simply nodded. Tian stood quietly nearby, her gaze on Ningxi, silently accompanying him without speaking. Beneath the calm daily life of the school, the entire Mai was undergoing a subtle transformation. In the high-level meeting hall of Mai, Yuanfei Risen sat in the Hokage's seat, a pipe between his fingers, his expression profound. "Recently undercurrents have been stirring in the village. The Yuzhibo clan members are increasingly agitated and conflicts during village patrols are on the rise," an elder reported in a low voice. In the Yuzhibo settlement, dissatisfaction was growing day by day. The clan had long been suspected and isolated by the village, facing discrimination at every turn, and the accumulated resentment of years was erupting. Radical clan members frequently gathered, harboring strong resentment toward the Mai leadership. The conflict was like a long simmering volcano, only lacking a spark to ignite it. Risen slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke, his expression weary. "Focus on appeasement, do not aggravate the conflict. The Yuzhibo are a major clan of Mai. If internal strife erupts, the village will be in turmoil." His words seemed calm, but everyone knew the truth. The rift had already formed and it would be difficult to fully mend. In the shadows, Tanzang learned of the Yuzhibo's situation, and murderous intent quietly took root in his heart. In his eyes, the Yuzhibo were proud, stubborn, and possessed powerful bloodlines, making them inherently unstable. The more restless the clan became, the more it confirmed his judgment. The thought of genocide was taking root in his heart. Ningxi, with his far-sighted vision, had already seen the course of events. Only a few years remained until the night of the Yuzhibo clan's destruction. He was torn between family and duty, suffering day and night. The masked man watched coldly from the shadows while Heiju moved among them, constantly sowing discord. A tragedy destined to stain the clan with blood was steadily approaching. If left unchecked, the future would bring internal strife and Maizuju's fall into darkness, and the seeds of the ninja world war sown ahead of time. Ningxi's gaze was distant, and a plan had already formed in his mind. He would not rashly intervene in the Yuzhibo clan's affairs, nor would he bluntly expose all the conspiracies. For now his strength was insufficient. If he acted too boldly, he would incur the suspicion of Tanzang the High Level and the Yuzhibo, putting himself in grave danger. He needed to continue lying low and growing stronger, waiting for the most opportune moment. After school at noon, Ningxi unexpectedly encountered Yuzhibo Yi walking alone at the village gate. The young man walked alone, his expression aloof and lonely, with deep exhaustion and sorrow hidden in his eyes. You also noticed Ningxi's gaze and turned to meet his eyes, their gazes locking. The pure white Baiyan and the deep black pupils met across the distance. You could vaguely sense that this Rishiang youth was deep in thought, seeing through many things that ordinary people could not understand. Ningxi was also aware that the person before him had already shouldered the fate of his entire clan. Without exchanging a word, they merely shared a brief glance and then passed each other by. Some destinies had already intertwined in silence. In the afternoon training ground, Maite Kai watched Ningxi training alone from afar, admiration shining in his eyes. The youth's character was steady, his combat strength formidable, his mind mature, and his future boundless. "The light of youth is blossoming in this child," Tai murmured. Liloaka still trained madly every day, constantly honing his body, hoping that one day he could truly catch up with Ningxi. Time flowed slowly, and the days passed amid training classes and undercurrents. Ningxi steadily improved his strength while quietly observing the movements of all parties in the village. Tuanzang's surveillance never ceased, the Yuzhibo conflict intensified, and the Shao organization quietly expanded its influence in foreign lands. The chessboard of the ninja world had begun to turn. The path ahead for Ningxi was fraught with both crisis and opportunity. He knew well that before long the peaceful daily life would end completely, and the true storm would soon engulf the entire Mai. Time slipped by quietly, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. As the students' training continued to improve, the first-year curriculum at the Ninja Academy gradually drew to a close, and a rumor began to spread throughout Konoha. The new Chunin selection exam was about to commence as scheduled. As soon as the news broke, the entire Ninja Academy erupted into excitement. The Chunin exam was the most important trial for the new generation of Konoha ninja. Passing the exam meant officially shedding the status of a student, gaining the right to undertake missions independently and train outside, truly stepping into the ranks of ninja. It was not only a chance to prove one's strength but also the best opportunity for young ninja to make a name for themselves in the village. On the training grounds, everyone's passion for training soared. Naruto trained fanatically in basic ninjutsu day and night, determined to astonish everyone in the exam and break free from the prejudice of the entire village. Sasuke's training became increasingly obsessive and diligent, honing his fire release and taijutsu day and night with the sole thought of crushing everyone in the exam, especially Neji. Shikamaru remained lazy and laid back, yet he quietly consolidated his strength, determined not to be easily defeated in the exam. Choji trained steadily. Ino sharpened her sensory ninjutsu. Sakura solidified her chakra control. Everyone silently prepared for the upcoming trial. Rock Lee plunged into feverish training, practicing from sunrise to late night, his physical strength growing stronger each day, vowing to face Neji head-on in the Chunin exam and fight him fair and square. Only Neji remained calm, his mind unruffled. He knew better than anyone that the seemingly ordinary Chunin exam was never a simple contest. Orochimaru would take the opportunity to infiltrate Konoha, secretly observe the new generation of prodigies, recklessly plant curse marks, and stir up turmoil. The Sound and Sand ninja concealed murderous intent, plotting an invasion under the guise of the exam, scheming to overthrow Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke would fall into a grave crisis, nearly perishing in the wilderness. Konoha would be thrown into chaos, with war and undercurrents all converging in this exam. Danger, conspiracy, killing, betrayal, all hidden within this trial. At the same time, various factions within the village were maneuvering in the shadows. Within the Hokage's residence, Hiruzen Sarutobi finalized the exam procedures while guarding against movements from other villages and calming the increasingly tense atmosphere within Konoha. The Council of Elders fulfilled their duties, closely monitoring the Uchiha clan's movements, ever vigilant against any outbreak of clan unrest. In the dark root stronghold, Danzo sat in the shadows, a cold glint in his single eye. The Chunin exam will be fraught with chaos and complex situations. It's the perfect opportunity. Use this chance to test Hyūga Neji's full combat power and observe his moral limits. If this boy still cannot be used for my purposes, then I can strike accordingly and eliminate the threat forever. In Danzo's mind, Neji's potential was too terrifying, his mind unfathomably deep. If left to grow, he would surely become uncontrollable in the future. The Chunin exam, with its myriad of disturbances, was the most suitable place to act covertly, leaving no trace. Furthermore, Danzo again sent people to contact the Uchiha leadership, continuously sowing discord, magnifying the conflict between the clan and Konoha, step by step pushing the Uchiha toward extremism. The plan of clan annihilation was gradually being perfected in the shadows. Deep within the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Itachi stood alone, the worry in his brows growing ever heavier. The village's suspicion, the clan's anger, the pressure from the higher-ups, and all the hidden conspiracies, all weighed heavily on his shoulders alone. He had long foreseen the coming storm, yet he was trapped in a cage, unable to advance or retreat. By chance, Itachi once again met Neji's distant gaze. He could sense that beneath those pure white eyes, Neji too saw through the impending storm. On the other side, within the Hyūga clan compound, Hayashi watched Neji, who was steadily growing and whose combat power soared with each passing day, feeling a myriad of emotions. Having broken free from the caged bird's shackles and with no clan restrictions suppressing him, Neji's bloodline talent fully blossomed. His current strength far surpassed all ninja of the same rank. Even against ordinary peak genin, he could effortlessly crush them. Hizashi looked at his son, feeling both reassured and worried. The stronger one's power, the farther one's vision, and the more crises one attracts. Danzo's covetousness, and the village's undercurrents, all swirled around Neji. In a clearing in the woods, the evening breeze gently stirred. Neji practiced the gentle fist alone, white light flowing around his palms, his movements fluid and unbroken, with killing intent concealed within. After long periods of accumulated training, he had already mastered the prototype of the 8 trigrams 128 palms. The range of his Byakugan had expanded again, and his rotation defense had become increasingly flawless. His physique, dojutsu chakra, and battle experience had all transformed comprehensively, firmly placing him at the peak of genin. He was only a step away from the level of a chunin. Tenten, holding several scrolls of ninja tools, walked slowly over to Neji. The Chunin exam is coming soon. Will you take part? Naturally. Neji slowly retracted his palms. This exam was fraught with danger, but it was also a superb opportunity. He could personally observe Orochimaru's movements, detect the Sand Village's schemes in advance, secretly protect Sasuke, and avert life-threatening crises for his comrades. At the same time, he could leverage the chaos to glimpse the hidden cards of various factions and discern the undercurrents of the ninja world. Most importantly, amid the turmoil, he had a chance to slightly alter the situation, delay the Uchiha tragedy, and restrain Danzo's actions. Hinata walked over slowly, speaking softly. Neji-Nizan. The exam is dangerous. Please be careful. The girl's words were simple, but her heart was filled with genuine concern. Neji nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. The Chunin exam was approaching, and the prologue of a turbulent era was slowly unfolding. Several days later, Konoha village was bustling with activity and throngs of people. The long-awaited official Chunin exam commenced as scheduled. A multitude of young ninjas from Sunigekure, Otogekure, and Konoha gathered together. The training ground was vast and expansive, with intermingling auras as all the young elites from each village made their appearance. The entire new generation of Konoha was present, their expressions diverse yet all brimming with fighting spirit. Naruto was restless, his eyes filled with anticipation, eager to prove himself. Sasuke's face was icy cold, his aura carefully concealed. He swept his gaze across the entire arena, finally fixing it on the distant Neji, his competitive spirit already at its peak. Shikamaru had his hands in his pockets, looking utterly lazy and indifferent, seemingly unconcerned yet secretly observing all the formidable opponents present. Rock Lee was burning with passion, his muscles tensed, his gaze locked onto Neji, fully prepared to give his all in battle. Tenten carried a massive amount of ninja tools, her expression calm. Hinata stood quietly by the side, her gaze unconsciously falling on Neji. Neji stood alone amidst the crowd, his posture upright, his demeanor aloof. His pure white eyes were lightly closed, an intangible perception silently spreading, instantly discerning the chakra strength of everyone present. Among all the students of Konoha, none could compare to him. As for the ninjas from foreign villages, many possessed deep and profound auras with extraordinary foundations. All were elite geniuses carefully selected from their respective villages. The Sand trio Garatemari and Kankuro stood quietly to one side. A young man with black hair and crimson eyes, a chilling and brutal murderous aura lingering around him, the dormant power of the One Tail faintly stirring within. Just standing there made the surrounding air oppressive and piercing. He was a born weapon of slaughter with a ruthless temperament and terrifying combat prowess. Besides that, 3 Otogekure ninjas in dark attire blended inconspicuously into the crowd, their auras eerie and sinister, their chakra fluctuations bizarre and abnormal. Neji's heart stirred slightly. Orochimaru was nearby. His perception crossed the crowd, capturing an extremely faint, cold, rotting, snake-like peculiar aura. The aura was concealed to the extreme, perfectly disguised as an ordinary accompanying ninja, mingling in the exam crowd without anyone noticing. Only Neji, with his Byakugan and familiarity with Orochimaru's aura, could precisely pinpoint the approximate direction. This person swept a cold gaze across all the young geniuses present, his eyes lingering longest on Sasuke. Greed, covetousness, and scheming were all too evident. Sasuke carried the Uchiha bloodline within him, exactly the vessel Orochimaru had dreamed of. Danger was already lurking nearby. Soon the examiner ascended the platform and solemnly announced the exam rules. The first round was a written test testing the ninja's intelligence, gathering mental composure and observational skills. Direct confrontation was forbidden, testing the true ninja's endurance and wisdom. The ninjas filed into the exam hall one by one, taking their seats and waiting. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Test papers were distributed, the questions tricky and abstruse, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Most ninjas' faces changed drastically, at a loss. Naruto stared at the paper, utterly bewildered, panic rising within him. Sasuke frowned slightly, rapidly contemplating a solution. Neji lowered his gaze to the paper, his expression utterly calm. His Byakugan silently activated, a faint white light flickering in his eyes. Through layers of obstruction, the answers on all the papers around him came into clear view. The entire written test was effortless for him. He did not copy directly, but wrote at a leisurely pace, unhurried, answering with measured restraint, either too flashy to get a perfect score, nor too poor to fail. Sasuke, sitting nearby, noticed Neji's composed demeanor, and felt a shock in his heart. Faced with such difficult questions, the other person seemed to have no pressure at all. Undercurrents surged within the exam hall, everyone's thoughts were different. Some were anxious, some scheming, some secretly cheating and spying with killing intent and probing intertwined. Outside the exam hall, in a shadowy corner, Orochimaru, draped in a loose coat, half his face hidden in the darkness, his gaze fixed firmly on the exam hall through the window. The Uchiha bloodline, the Hyūga Neji, the San Jinchuriki, the new generation of Konoha geniuses, all gathered here. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. Very good. All excellent vessels. A hoarse, cold whisper drifted away silently. Meanwhile, on a distant high building, Danzo stood quietly overlooking the entire exam grounds. Root agents lurked in all directions awaiting orders. Chaos is coming, act accordingly. If Neji displays too terrifying power during the exam, eliminate him on the spot. Multiple forces were simultaneously watching the exam grounds with killing intent interweaving. Neji slightly raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping past the darkness outside the window. Orochimaru's surveillance, Danzo's monitoring, and the hidden malice of Sunigakure, all were perceived by him. A seemingly simple Chunin written exam had already become a chessboard of multi-party games. He gently closed his eyes, his mind as calm as water. No matter how many conspiracies and undercurrents from the outside, as long as one's own strength was sufficient, one could calmly handle all storms. The written test proceeded slowly, and no one knew that this Chunin exam was about to trigger a great chaos that would engulf Konoha. The rigorous written examination lasted for an entire hour, causing unease among the examinees. Countless ninjas racked their brains, employing every conceivable method to sneak a peek at the answers. Many with clumsy tactics were immediately caught by the proctors, disqualified, and forced to leave in disgrace. Throughout the entire examination, only a handful remained composed and unruffled. Sasuke relied on his own intelligence to deduce the answers, his thinking lucid. Shikamaru, with his exceptional intellect, effortlessly saw through the traps in the questions and answered with fluid ease. Neji, however, remained expressionless from start to finish, writing with composure, never showing a hint of panic. When the allotted time ended, all test papers were collected uniformly. The proctor, with a stern face, announced the results publicly. The majority of ninjas were eliminated, and the remaining ones smoothly advanced to the second round. The venue for the second round, the Forest of Death. The entire dense forest was perpetually shrouded in mist, infested with poisonous insects, treacherous in terrain, and fraught with hidden dangers. The rules were brutally simple. Form teams of 3, enter the forest to seize heaven and earth scrolls, and within the time limit collect a pair of scrolls and reach the finish line to advance. What seemed like a simple trial was in fact fraught with life or death crises. Slaughter, plunder, ambushes, and betrayals were ubiquitous throughout the forest. Everyone formed their teams, and the Konoha group quickly divided themselves. Neji, Tenten, and Hinata naturally formed a team familiar with each other and well coordinated. The 3 stood side by side, calm in demeanor, all mentally prepared to enter the dense forest. Not far away, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had formed a team. Sasuke's eyes were cold, already on high alert for any potential enemies around. Rock Lee stood alone, waiting to find suitable teammates, his gaze still firmly fixed on Neji. Moments later, the heavy iron door slowly opened and a cold, damp air rushed in. A dark green fog drifted out from the forest, a suffocating cold and perilous aura assaulted the senses, sending chills through the body. One by one, the ninjas stepped into the Forest of Death. The moment they entered the dense forest, the surrounding light instantly dimmed. Towering trees blocked the sky, and an eerie silence reigned, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Everyone instantly heightened their vigilance, quietly circulating their chakra alert to all directions. The moment Neji stepped into the forest, he fully activated his Byakugan. Within 100 meters, every hidden figure, flowing chakra, and ninja lying in ambush were all clearly revealed in his sight. Ambushes, poisonous insects, fierce beasts, and foreign ninjas with murderous intent were densely scattered throughout the entire forest. The Ōtsutsuki trio lurked deep in the forest, their aura sinister and venomous, secretly selecting their prey. Gaara's team from Sunigakure advanced slowly, their killing intent growing stronger. Anyone who approached would be mercilessly slain. And in the deepest part of the forest, a slender figure paced slowly, wrapped in a cold and sinister aura. Orochimaru had already penetrated deep into the forest, moving through the shadows freely, seeking a suitable vessel for his bloodline. His gaze instantly locked onto Uchiha Sasuke. At the same time, several obscure auras covertly targeted Neji's 3-man team. Several foreign genin with malicious intent, noticing that Hinata among the 3 was gentle in nature, planned to seize the opportunity to ambush and steal the scrolls. Be careful, 30 meters to the left, someone is lying in ambush. Neji spoke in a low voice, his tone calm and steady. Tenten instantly gripped her weapons tightly, her expression vigilant. Hinata's heart tightened, she slightly activated her Byakugan and followed closely at their side. In the blink of an eye, 3 black figures burst out from the bushes, kunai glinting coldly, charging straight at their vital points with ruthless, unrelenting strikes. Hand over the scrolls and we'll spare your lives. A fierce wind rushed in, the killing intent stark and piercing. Facing the ambush, Neji's expression remained unchanged. He suddenly stepped forward, shielding the two behind him. Pure white chakra instantly swirled around his palm, his figure flickering elusively. Before the enemies could even close in, he had already unleashed all of the gentle fist strikes. Smack, smack, smack. Precise acupoint strikes landed on the three enemies' meridians one after another. In an instant, the three ambushing ninjas became rigid, their chakra completely disrupted, all strength drained from their bodies, and they collapsed stiffly to the ground, instantly incapacitated. The entire process was clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. A flash of admiration flickered in Tenten's eyes. His movements were swift, and his strength formidable. Even in the perilous forest, he remained composed and overwhelmingly dominant over the enemy. Neji scanned the surroundings, his Byakugan continuously sweeping the entire area. Within the forest of death, the slaughter had already begun quietly. From afar, the sounds of ninjutsu blasts and screams echoed continuously. Plunder and carnage were unfolding wildly. Betrayal, massacre, and the law of the jungle were vividly displayed in this forest. Neji understood clearly in his heart that the true danger had yet to arrive. Orochimaru's schemes, the Otogekure ninjas' ambushes, Gaara's slaughter, and the crises lurking in the shadows ready to emerge at any moment were all slowly drawing near. Meanwhile, the Anbu sent by Danzo were also covertly following amidst the forest's chaos, secretly observing every aspect of his fighting style. The path ahead was fraught with murderous traps and turbulent winds. Neji collected his thoughts, his gaze deep. He had to protect his companions safely through the trial, avoid all the disasters from the original story, and guard against the hidden hands from all sides. This journey through the forest of death was destined to be far from uneventful. After dispatching the three ambushing ninjas, Ning Xiai did not pause for a moment, leading Tian Tian and Chu Tian as they swiftly traversed deeper into the forest. Thick mist coiled among the trees, the view dim and hazy, a faint scent of blood permeating the air. Everywhere traces of battle and unconscious ninjas lay scattered. The entire forest of death had long become a slaughterhouse where the strong preyed on the weak. Along the way, Ning Xiai kept his white eye fully activated, monitoring all movements within 100 meters. Anyone with ill intent approaching would be detected in advance, either evaded by taking a detour or swiftly subdued. With Ning Xiai leading the way, the team advanced smoothly, encountering almost no obstacles. Tian Tian held her ninja tools in constant readiness, her strikes swift and precise, skilled in long-range harassment. Chu Tian stayed close, carefully sensing the surroundings. The three cooperated, seamlessly advancing and retreating with discipline. Just as they reached the middle of the dense forest, three cold figures slowly emerged from the thick fog blocking their path. Dressed in gray-black attire, their auras sinister and eerie, they were surrounded by restless, abnormal chakra. They were the three ninjas from the Inin village participating in the exam. The three eyed the Mai team coldly, a sneer curling at the corners of their mouths. The Mai team was fully intact, their auras steady, likely carrying precious scrolls, making them the perfect target for hunting. "I didn't expect to run into a Leaf team here." The leader cracked his neck, his chakra surging violently, his killing intent undisguised. "Hand over your scrolls obediently, and I'll let you leave with dignity." Tian Tian's expression sharpened, her ninja tools silently gripped in her palm, ready to strike at any moment. Chu Tian instinctively took a half-step back, her heart slightly tense. Ning Xiai stepped forward, his pure white eyes fixed coldly on the three opponents, the chakra of his soft fist flowing slowly around him. He knew these sound ninjas were far stronger than the ordinary ambushes they had faced before, each possessing peak genin-level combat power, adept at bizarre taijutsu and sound-based ninjutsu, their combined assault extremely lethal. "If you want the scrolls, earn them with your skills." The moment the words fell, the three sound ninjas burst forward simultaneously. Piercing sound waves vibrated through the air, their erratic taijutsu movements, elusive and vicious fists and feet wrapped in violent power, encircling from three sides, instantly sealing all escape routes. A fierce gale howled, killing intent pressing in. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Ning Xiai did not retreat but advanced, his figure flickering, suddenly palmed shadows flying like snow, the pure white light of the soft fist erupting in succession. Precise strikes on vital points rained down each palm, directly targeting the meridian pathways. Thud, thud, thud. Several muffled impacts followed, and the two nearest sound ninjas were knocked back by the palm force, their arm meridians numbed, their chakra thrown into disarray. The remaining one seized the gap, stepping on a tree trunk to launch a powerful kick downward toward Ning Xi's head, the attack fierce and ruthless. Ning Xi's gaze remained unchanged, his footwork shifting as he nimbly evaded. At the same time he spun one hand swiftly, a pale white current swirling around him. 8 trigrams rotation. A circular barrier of chakra exploded outward, the violent rotational force clashing head-on with the attack. The immense impact sent the sound ninja flying, crashing heavily into a thick tree trunk, which shook violently, sending leaves scattering. In just a brief exchange, the three sound ninjas were completely on the defensive. Their faces changed dramatically, filled with shock. They had never imagined that this young leaf ninja's combat prowess could be so overwhelming. His close-range soft fist was unstoppable and his defensive secret technique was impenetrable. Attack together, hold nothing back. The lead sound ninja gritted his teeth and shouted. The three no longer held back, fully mobilizing their chakra, unleashing a series of bizarre ninjutsu sound wave assaults enveloping the entire area. A piercing drone echoed through the forest, disrupting perception and unsettling the mind. Chu Tian swayed slightly under the influence of the sound waves. Tian immediately hurled several kunai and shuriken, accurately harassing the enemies to relieve pressure on Ning Xiai. With his wide eye, Ning Xiai perceived all interference, clearly unaffected by the sound waves. He wove through the attacks, his palm techniques growing increasingly fierce and swift. The 64 palms layered upon each other, forming an unending barrage that continuously suppressed the three sound ninjas' movements. Seizing a gap in their defense, Ning Xiai flickered and closed in. His palm gathered dense chakra, striking precisely at the lead sound ninja's chest vital point. A domineering force of soft fists surged into the opponent's body. The sound ninja shuddered, his meridian-sealed chakra completely severed, eyes rolling back as he collapsed limp. The remaining two were seized by fear, no longer daring to fight, turning to flee into the thick fog. Thinking of leaving? Ning Xi's eyes turned cold, his shunshu bursting forth, as he instantly caught up to them. His fingers tapped rapidly, sealing several acupoints. Two muffled grunts sounded and the last two sound ninjas fell to the ground, completely incapacitated. A fierce battle ended in an instant. Tian let out a long sigh of relief, looking at Ning Xiai with admiration. He had dominated the entire fight, integrating offense and defense effortlessly, crushing three equally ranked powerful foes. His combat prowess was terrifying. Chu Tian quickly walked over, her voice filled with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Ning Xiai shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the depths of the forest. The commotion from the recent fight was considerable. It would surely attract the attention of other nearby ninjas. Besides that, a cold lurking gaze, that of De Shiwan, had already swept over this place inadvertently. De Shiwan had already noticed him. Deep in the mist, the cold gaze slowly withdrew. De Shiwan, concealed behind a tree trunk, licked his lips, his eyes growing more intrigued. The Rishiang clan has produced such a genius. Pure wide-eye, exquisite soft fist combat talent, far surpassing that Uchiha brat. Interesting, truly interesting. As the whispered words fell, De Shiwan's figure quietly dissolved into the shadows, continuing toward the direction where Zhu Zhu was. Ning Xiai sensed the departure of that gaze, his mind growing more vigilant. The dangers of the forest of death were far more terrifying than they appeared on the surface. Powerful enemies, conspiracies, lurking eyes, and killing intent, all entwined within this mist. He retracted his aura, leading Tian and Chu Tian onward toward the exam's finish line. He must collect the heaven and earth scrolls in the shortest time possible to leave this perilous place safely. After dispatching the three sound ninja, Neji did not linger. He quickly scavenged the supplies they had left behind and then led Tenten and Hinata deeper into the dense forest. The mist in the woods grew thicker, the light dimmer, and the aura of slaughter in the forest became heavier. Along the way, the sounds of fierce ninjutsu clashes echoed from all directions as the battle never ceased. Many teams had fought brutally over a single scroll, only to end in mutual destruction, their bodies left in the wilderness. After walking for a while, an extremely cold and violent aura of malevolence suddenly emanated from directly ahead. The cold wind stopped abruptly, and the withered leaves in the forest trembled, suspended in the air. A suffocating chill enveloped the three of them. Hinata shivered and instinctively halted, her chakra trembling with fear. Tenten's expression changed drastically. She immediately gripped all her weapons, her body tensed in a state of alert. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, activating his Byakugan to its fullest. The thick mist slowly parted, revealing three figures standing silently in the middle of the path. Crimson eyes, pale faces, and an aura of endless killing intent. It was the Sunigakure trio, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. The boy's eyes were hollow and empty, black sand swirling slowly around him. The ferocious aura of the one-tailed Shikaku leaked out uncontrollably. Along the path he had walked, every ninja he encountered had been mercilessly slain. The ground beneath his feet still bore traces of fresh blood. Konoha people! Gaara slowly raised his eyes, his crimson gaze falling on Neji and the others. His tone was cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. In the way. Those two words alone revealed his murderous intent. In his eyes, everything in the world was fit to be slaughtered, and anyone who stood in his path could be reduced to dust. Kankuro placed his hands on the puppet behind him, his eyes wary as he sized up Neji. He had heard the sounds of the fight from a distance. Being able to effortlessly crush 3 sound ninja proved that this Hyūga youth was exceptionally strong. Temari held her giant fan, her body tense, ready to unleash a wind release technique at any moment. "We have no intention to fight. Let us pass and we will not interfere." Neji spoke in a low voice. He understood Gaara's current state, his heart filled with hatred and loneliness, addicted to slaughter and prone to launching a massacre at the slightest disagreement. Neji did not wish to engage in a deadly battle with this demon who possessed the power of a tailed beast unless absolutely necessary. Yet this concession did not earn any goodwill from the other side. The sand beneath Gaara's feet surged and his body turned into a dark shadow, charging straight at the 3. No probing, no words, his first move was a lethal strike. A blade of black sand materialized, carrying the power to tear everything apart, and slashed directly toward Neji. "Since we've met, all of you will stay here." The sand blade cut through the air, the wind howling, and the killing intent descended in an instant. "Watch out!" Tenten reacted swiftly, throwing several shuriken that struck the sand blade precisely. With a few sharp clinks, the shuriken were crushed by the sand, unable to stop the attack at all. The sand release empowered by the tailed beast chakra far surpassed ordinary genin techniques. 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. Neji acted decisively, his white chakra aura spinning and exploding outward, forming a circular barrier that expanded with a thunderous roar. The violent sand blade slammed into the rotating barrier, sending sand exploding into the air. The immense impact caused the ground to sink slightly. The revolving heaven held firm, but Neji's arms tingled and he quickly assessed the opponent's strength. With just his physical body and gentle fist, it would be extremely difficult to achieve a complete victory over Gaara in this state. A defensive technique. Gaara's crimson eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. Ordinary ninja could not even withstand a single casual strike from him, yet this person had blocked it with ease. In the next moment, a vast amount of sand rose from all directions, converging to form a massive sand prison intending to entomb the 3 of them completely. The entire space was sealed off by the sand, leaving no escape. "Hinata, watch the flanks. Tenten, provide long-range support." Neji shouted in a low voice, then shot forward. With his Byakugan fully activated, he could clearly see the movement of the sand, the distribution of chakra, and the landing points of attacks. His palms flew in a blur, unleashing the full power of the 8 trigrams 128 palms. Dense white palm strikes pounded against the layers of sand walls, precisely breaking the chakra nodes. With booming impacts, the thick sand walls crumbled and shattered, while Neji nimbly weaved through the swirling sand, his movements elegant and graceful. No matter how the sand swept and coiled, it could not touch him. Temari, who had been watching, no longer hesitated. She unfurled her giant fan. "Wind release Kamaitachi." A violent gale swept through the forest, cutting through grass and trees, hurtling toward Neji. At the same time, Kankuro activated his puppet, black threads moving as the puppet silently attacked from the side. In an instant, all 3 Sunigekure ninja attacked simultaneously, launching a 3-pronged assault with overwhelming force. Neji, facing 3 geniuses from Sunigekure alone, felt the pressure mount. But his expression remained calm, his mind unruffled. He used gentle fist to break the sand and wind, revolving heaven to withstand the gale, and swift steps to evade the puppet's ambush, single-handedly holding back the entire onslaught. Gaara watched Neji, who moved with ease amid the relentless attacks, and for the first time a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his hollow eyes. This Konoha youth was completely different from all the weaklings he had so easily killed. In the misty forest, a full-scale battle erupted. The gale-hauled yellow sand filled the sky, and the entire forest trembled violently. Temari's fierce winds continuously cut through the air, sharp wind blades crisscrossing. Kankuro's puppet lurked in the shadows, striking with venomous cunning, and Gaara's unending sand assault added layer upon layer of offense. The 3 coordinated seamlessly, their attacks stacking to seal off almost all evasive space. Amidst the pervasive killing intent, Neji's demeanor remained composed as still water. His Byakugan discerned every trajectory, the flow of sand and wind, the puppet's movements, the landing points of the gale, all laid bare before his eyes. His footwork was ethereal and agile, his form like a willow leaf in the breeze, weaving through the countless gaps between attacks. No matter how ferocious and overwhelming the onslaught, it could scarcely touch a thread of his garment. "Just dodging." Gaara's face was cold, a chilling intensity flaring in his crimson pupils. A vast amount of yellow sand abruptly converged around him, morphing into several gigantic sand fists that descended from the sky with tremendous force, crashing down heavily. The earth shook, dust billowing. Facing such overwhelming pressure, Neji no longer merely evaded. His chakra surged to its peak, pure white light swirling around his arms. 8 trigrams 128 palms. The ultimate gentle fist was unleashed in full, a cascade of palm strikes layering upon each other, white light exploding through the forest. Each palm precisely struck the chakra nodes within the condensed sand, the violent yet gentle inner force instantly dismantling the sand structure. Thunderous roars resounded continuously. The hard, thick sand fist shattered inch by inch under the palm wind, scattering yellow sand drifting in all directions. In a single instant, Gaara's vaunted ferocious assault was shattered head-on. Gaara's pupils abruptly contracted, a great turmoil stirring within him for the first time. The sand manipulation driven by tailed beast chakra had maximized both defense and destructive power, yet it was broken by close-quarters taijutsu. This Hyūga youth before him was far stronger than imagined. Seizing the moment of the opponent's distraction, Neji's form flickered, charging straight through the wind and sand barrier to close in on Gaara. At close range, the Byakugan perfectly locked onto the opponent's entire meridian network. Not good. Kankuro and Temari's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately unleashed their jutsu to intercept. A whirlwind swept and a puppet struck, a dual assault aimed directly at Neji's back. Without turning his head, Neji caused the airflow around him to suddenly rotate and surge upward. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. A circular barrier of air instantly exploded outward, scattering the gale entirely, sending the puppet flying back with a shockwave that cracked its limbs on the spot. Having blocked the pincer attack, Neji gathered white light in his palm and thrust a strike directly at the acupoint on Gaara's shoulder. The speed was extreme, the angle deadly, unavoidable. A soft thud. The gentle fist chakra flowed into the body. Gaara's form stiffened abruptly, the tailed beast chakra within him suddenly thrown into disorder, the surrounding sand immediately losing control and collapsing in sheets. His entire meridian system went numb, his power sharply diminished. In that brief exchange, Gaara, who had held absolute dominance, was directly restricted by Neji's single acupoint strike. Temari, shaken to the core, rushed forward to protect Gaara. Tenten, seeing this, no longer hesitated as a barrage of ninja tools flew out, densely sealing the path ahead for a precise interception. Hinata also activated her Byakugan, choosing the right moment to use gentle fist, restraining the pressure from the side. The situation reversed instantly. The sand trio, once encircling and hunting, now found themselves on the back foot, retreating step by step. Gaara looked down at his numb arm, a mix of resentment, rage, and disbelief surging in his hollow eyes. Since birth, his sand had made him invincible at close range, dominating his peers. No one had ever been able to break through and injure him. Today, a mere leaf village youth had easily suppressed him. "I'll kill you!" A low, hoarse growl escaped his throat. The boy's killing intent erupted wildly, and the ferocity of the one-tailed shikaku within him began to stir violently. Dark red-tailed beast chakra slowly seeped through his skin, and the temperature of the entire forest suddenly dropped. A ferocious, murderous aura shot straight into the sky. Neji's expression turned slightly grave. He understood this was a precursor to Gaara's impending rampage. Once the tailed beast's power was fully unleashed, the entire area would be slaughtered and the melee would spiral completely out of control. This was no place for a prolonged battle. Enough. Neji's gaze was cold, his aura restrained yet intensely oppressive. "If you continue, not one of you three will leave here safely." The words were calm yet carried an unshakable conviction. Gaara stared at Neji, murderous intent churning in his crimson eyes, but he hesitated to lunge forward recklessly. In that brief exchange, he had truly felt the gap in strength between them. The opponent's prediction speed taijutsu and both offensive and defensive techniques all surpassed his own in every aspect. If they fought to the death, he would be the one to fall. Kankuro grabbed the agitated Gaara, casting a wary look at Neji, and whispered to dissuade him. Temari also folded her fan, fear already taking root in her heart. The three knew they had encountered a truly formidable elite enemy today. After a tense standoff, the murderous aura around Gaara slowly receded and the sand settled completely. He gave Neji a long, deep look, said nothing more, turned and led Kankuro and Temari silently into the thick fog, disappearing swiftly. Thus concluded a perilous battle. The fog dispersed, the forest returned to stillness, leaving only scattered sand and broken vegetation on the ground. Tenten let out a long sigh, gazing at Neji with awe. To have forced back Gaara on the verge of rampage head-on, this strength far surpassed all the other participating genin. Hinata walked slowly to Neji's side and murmured, "That was too dangerous. It was just a test." Neji replied indifferently. He had not yet used all his trump cards, no deeper bloodline activation, no stronger dojutsu. He had only relied on his mastered gentle fist and rotation to overwhelm the sand trio. Yet Neji knew well that the real trouble had not passed. Orochimaru still lurked in the shadows of the forest, his gaze fixed on Sasuke. The main sound ninja squad was still lying in ambush, waiting for a follow-up strike. Danzo's root agents had witnessed the entire fierce battle, deepening their wariness and murderous intent toward Neji. The crisis of the Forest of Death was far from over. After repelling the three-man team from the sand-hidden village, the forest fell silent once more. Ningxi took a brief rest, then led Tiantian and Shutian onward toward the final exam's destination. With the Baiyuan White-Eye probing the entire way, all dangers along the route were avoided in advance. Any scattered lone ninja squads encountered were swiftly defeated by Ningxi with ease. Soon the trio successfully intercepted a pair of Heaven and Earth scrolls. With both tokens in hand, the qualification to advance was securely obtained. The mission was complete. There was no need to linger in the perilous forest any longer. Ningxi showed no greed and immediately decided to turn around, heading straight for the exit of the Death Forest. The deeper they went into the forest, the denser and more eerie the chakra aura in the air became. Ningxi's Baiyuan trembled slightly, and his expression changed abruptly. That was the aura of Dashuan, and it was extremely close. At the same time, the thunderous clash of ninjutsu and the painful groans of a young boy came clearly from the nearby woods. It was Zhuju. Someone is in a fierce battle, Ningxi reminded in a low voice, his feet instinctively moving quickly toward the source of the sound. Tiantian and Shutian exchanged a glance and immediately followed. After passing through layers of thick fog and towering ancient trees, a scene unfolded before their eyes. Mingren lay on the ground, battered and disheveled, while Xiaoying stood tense and panicked. Zhuju faced the four-man Yunnan sound-hidden squad alone, wounded in many places, his clothes stained with blood and his breath erratic and unsteady. The four Yunnan ninjas exuded a sinister and cunning aura, coordinated seamlessly, and launched a relentless assault, firmly suppressing Zhuju. His fire-release ninjutsu was constantly neutralized, and his close combat taijutsu was restricted at every turn. Zhuju was already in a desperate situation, and defeat or death was only moments away. Meanwhile, in the shadow of a tree trunk beside the battlefield, Dashuan leaned lazily, quietly watching the hunt, his eyes filled with amusement and greed. He had long awaited this moment, planning to forcibly implant the Heaven's Curse seal when Zhuju was at his weakest and most desperate, thus completely controlling the Uchiha youth. Zhuju. Mingren gritted his teeth, propping himself up to rush forward, but was blasted back by a casual attack from a Inran ninja. Just as one of the Inran was gathering power for the next strike to severely injure Zhuju, a white figure suddenly broke through the air. Stop! The cool voice fell, and in an instant Ningxi arrived at the center of the battlefield, directly blocking in front of Zhuju. His pure white Baiyuan slowly opened, and the chakra of the Rochuan gentle fist circulated around him, instantly enveloping the entire area with an overwhelming pressure. The sudden change made all four Inran ninjas halt their movements. Dashuan raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Ningxi with interest. It's this Rishiang genius again. An irrelevant person should not interfere. The leading Inran warned with a cold, dark gaze. In this forest, ganging up on the weak is not honorable. Ningxi's gaze was indifferent. Leave now and I won't make trouble for you. He had just clashed with the three Inran. These ninjas were ruthless and had no restraint. If he hadn't arrived today, Zhuju would likely have died here. The four Inran exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hostility. The situation was perfect. They were about to severely injure Uchiha Zhuju, but a strong enemy had suddenly appeared to block them. Since you insist on interfering, we'll take you down too. Without hesitation, the four scattered and instantly surrounded Ningxi, unleashing strange sound wave ninjutsu and sharp taijutsu simultaneously. Piercing sound waves swept across the area. The attacks were cunning and vicious, aiming directly at vital points. Zhuju, clutching his wounds, stared blankly at the tall figure in front of him, his heart filled with complex emotions. Just a short while ago they had been fighting each other, yet now this person was saving him. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Ningxi did not dodge or evade. His palm shadows flew like snow, unleashing the Rochuan in an instant. Precise point strikes landed on the meridians of the four Inran ninjas. Thud, 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 thud. 4 muffled sounds rang out. After just one round of combat, the four Inran, who were skilled in coordinated tactics, found their chakra stagnant, their attacks completely shattered, and they stumbled back in shock. They never expected this man's combat power to be so formidable. Watching from the side, Dashuan slowly straightened up, the interest in his narrow eyes growing stronger. The Baiyuan was exquisite. His taijutsu reached the pinnacle. His combat awareness was top-notch, and at such a young age he possessed this level of strength, even more impressive than Uchiha Zhuju. What an interesting little fellow! Dashuan licked his lips, and the cold chakra within him stirred, even giving rise to a desire to test Ningxi himself. Ningxi keenly sensed the increasingly terrifying evil aura and instantly tensed up. If Dashuan personally attacked with his current strength, he had no chance of winning. He turned to look at the injured Zhuju, Mingren, and Xiaoying and said in a low voice, Let's go. The Inrin squad, knowing they were outmatched, and wary of Yuan lurking in the shadows, reluctantly stepped back. Ningxi did not linger. He turned and led the others to evacuate the area. After they had gone far, Yuan watched their retreating figures but did not pursue. His original intention today was only to plant the curse seal on Zhuju. Although his plan was interrupted by Ningxi, he was not overly angry. Rishiang Ningxi, I'll remember you. Next time we meet, I'll carefully examine what power your Bai Yan truly holds. The cold whisper faded into the wind and Yuan's figure flickered, completely disappearing into the shadows of the dense forest. Walking quickly, the group safely distanced themselves from the battlefield. Zhuju looked at Ningxi's back, remained silent for a long time, then spoke in a low voice. Thank you? Just 2 simple words expressing his gratitude. Ningxi turned his head indifferently. If you were defeated and died here, I would lose a genius, and the future of the ninja world would be completely altered. He was well aware of Zhuju's destined path, so he would not let him perish here. The group said no more and steadily advanced toward the exit of the Death Forest together. Unknown to everyone, during the brief delay, Yuan had taken advantage of the chaos to secretly touch Zhuju's body, and a trace of the cursed seal's evil energy had already quietly lurked beneath the skin of Zhuju's neck. Crisis had already been quietly sown. The group traveled together, skillfully sidestepping all the chaotic battles as they made their way straight toward the exit of the Forest of Death. With Neji's Byakugan scanning ahead the entire journey, every ambush, trap, and robbery along the path was detected and avoided in advance, making their progress remarkably smooth. Before long, the group successfully emerged from the dark, dense forest, blinding sunlight cascading over their bodies. The second stage of the Forest of Death examination had officially concluded. Beyond the exit, defeated, wounded, and disheveled ninja could be seen everywhere. Many teams had suffered heavy casualties within the forest, and only a handful of squads had managed to walk out with all members intact. The proctors tallied the teams and scrolls verifying advancement quotas one by one. Team Neji, Team 7, the Sand Village Trio, and Shikamaru's squad all passed the examination and successfully advanced to the next round. The vast majority of outer ninja were eliminated, and the atmosphere across the entire grounds grew heavy and oppressive. Meito Gai hurried forward immediately, his gaze burning with admiration as he looked at Neji. In just this single trial through the Forest of Death, Neji had dominated powerful enemies, driven back the Sound Ninja, deterred Gaara, and rescued Uchiha's Sasuke. His combat prowess, mental fortitude, and overall caliber far exceeded those of his peers. Rock Lee clenched his fists tightly, his battle spirit growing ever more fierce, his desire for a full-out duel with Neji burning ever stronger. Sasuke stood alone to the side, instinctively raising a hand to touch his neck. Beneath his skin, a chilling, eerie power was slowly stirring and winding its way through his body, occasionally sending sharp twinges and restlessness. He could faintly sense something was wrong with his body, though he did not know it was the cursed seal of heaven left by Orochimaru. Neji observed this scene clearly, fully understanding what was happening. Even had he intervened himself, he still could not have completely severed this thread of fate. The cursed seal had settled upon Sasuke all the same. Orochimaru's schemes were far more meticulous and treacherous than anyone had imagined. Soon after, the proctor loudly announced that 3 days later the final elimination matches of the Chunin exam would be held, with victors decided through one-on-one combat to determine the newly promoted Chunin. The news sent the entire crowd into an uproar once more. Everyone understood. The elimination matches were the true stage where talent could be displayed and legends forged in a single battle. The strongest would clash, geniuses would duel, and every fight would be pure adrenaline. Naruto was instantly consumed with excitement, eagerly anticipating his turn to fight. Sasuke's eyes turned cold, his mind already looking forward to testing his strength against worthy opponents. Rock Lee was likewise itching to step onto the arena, desperate for a direct confrontation with Neji. Neji maintained a calm expression, yet his thoughts churned within. Once the elimination match roster was revealed, battles of fate would unfold one after another. Lee versus himself, Sasuke versus Gaara. The era of upheaval in Konoha was about to begin. Meanwhile, the schemes of Danzo, Orochimaru, and the Sand Village would all reach their climax on the day of the elimination matches. With the examination temporarily concluded, the ninja gradually returned to Konoha to regroup and rest. Under the setting sun, Konoha village lay peaceful and serene, with wisps of cooking smoke rising into the air, presenting an appearance of tranquility. Yet only a select few knew that beneath the calm surface turbulent currents were already surging. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened to his subordinate's report. The excessive slaughter in the Forest of Death, the Sand Village's suspicious demeanor, the mysterious absence of the Sound Ninja, all indicated that Orochimaru might have already infiltrated Konoha in secret and been lurking for quite some time. Internal threats and external crises converged into a single point. Deep within the shadows at the root base, Danzo listened to all the intelligence his subordinates had gathered, his lone eye gleaming with cold light. Forced Gaara to retreat, single-handedly destroyed the Sound Ninja Squad and rescued Uchiha Sasuke. Hyūga Neji's strength has far exceeded all expectations. Calm in mind, decisive in action, monstrous talent, and now freed from the caged bird seal. Danzo's fingers tapped lightly against the desk as his killing intent steadily rose. A genius this uncontrollable and boundlessly talented, if left to continue growing, would inevitably become his greatest obstacle in the future. Continue surveillance. If this boy reveals his full power during the elimination matches, show no mercy. A cold command was quietly issued and countless root shinobi dispersed once more, secretly keeping a close watch on Neji's every move. At the same time, within the Uchiha district, Itachi stood silently upon a high platform gazing toward the center of the village. He already knew everything that had occurred in the Forest of Death. That Hyūga youth who saw through worldly affairs and possessed overwhelming strength had repeatedly stirred the currents of fate, quietly altering the destinies of many. Elsewhere, Orochimaru concealed himself within a hidden Konoha stronghold, his fingers gently rubbing together, a knowing smirk playing upon his lips. Konoha's new generation truly hides dragons and tigers. The Uchiha curse seal has already been planted, and the Hyūga Byakugan is utterly intoxicating. The arena in 3 days will certainly be most entertaining. All factions fixed their gaze upon the approaching elimination matches. As night fell, Neji returned to the Hyūga branch family courtyard. Hyūga Hayashi watched his son return safely and breathed a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he knew deep within that his child had already truly reached the pinnacle of Konoha's new generation. Neji looked up at the night sky, his gaze deep and far-reaching. In 3 days the arena would erupt. Battles of fate, schemes and counter-schemes, and the overture to chaos were all about to unfold. And he was fully prepared to face every formidable enemy and weather every storm. And he was fully prepared, ready to face all powerful foes and meet every trial head-on. In the 3 days since returning to Muyi, the entire village had been buzzing with excitement for the upcoming Chunin elimination tournament. Every street and alley was abuzz with talk of the new generation prodigies, and everyone harbored their own anticipated matchups. Some looked forward to Mingren making a stunning debut, others favored Uchiha's Wuju's formidable talent, but the majority tacitly believed that the strongest among the new generation was none other than Ri-seong Ningxiai. Yet Ningxiai paid no heed to the outside clamor, immersing himself in solitary training deep within the forest day after day. Having endured several life-and-death battles in the Forest of Death and fought against the Sound Ninja Wei Luo and numerous elite shinobi, Ningxiai had gained entirely new insights into the gentle fist Byakugan and chakra control. The pure bloodline of the Ōtsutsuki flowed gently within him. Without the caged bird seal to restrain him, the power of his lineage was gradually unlocking bit by bit. The Byakugan's field of vision had expanded once more, his perception grew keener, and his chakra became denser and more substantial than ever before. The 8 trigrams 128 palms flowed with perfect ease, his strikes were faster, more lethal, and his precision in striking chakra points had reached its peak. The rotation of the 8 trigrams revolving heaven had dramatically increased in power. It could not only deflect attacks but also use the vortex to injure enemies who came too close. After just 3 days of arduous training, Ningxi's overall strength had undergone another subtle transformation, firmly reaching the peak of genin perfection just a step away from the Chunin level. On the other side of the training ground, Li Luo trained relentlessly day and night. Weighted training, extreme physical conditioning, and taijutsu refinement, the youth poured all his energy into cultivation. He was fully aware of the gap between himself and Ningxiai, yet he never showed the slightest retreat. On the arena he would challenge the foremost genius of Muyi with the purest taijutsu, fair and square. Zuizhu likewise did not rest. The curse mark on his neck often throbbed with a faint heat, and a turbulent, powerful force constantly stirred within him, tempting him to succumb to its might. He deliberately suppressed the curse mark's power, honing his fire release and close combat skills day and night. He knew well that the elimination tournament would be filled with formidable opponents, and a single misstep would lead to crushing defeat. Mingren, Luwan, Jingyi, and all the other participating shinobi were seizing the last moments to consolidate their strength. The day before the competition, the official matchup list for the elimination tournament was posted. As soon as the list was released, it instantly ignited the entire village. The most eye-catching matchups stood out prominently. The first destined duel, Ri-seong Ningxiai vs Li Luo. The second match of great anticipation, Uchiha's Wuju vs Wei Luo. In addition, the opponents for Mingren, Xiaoying, Luwan, and the others were all confirmed. The crowd erupted in uproar. A peak showdown of pure taijutsu, Byakugan Gentle Fist vs. 8 Gates Taijutsu, two top-tier geniuses colliding head-on. And then there was the life-and-death battle between the Uchiha and the Sand Village's killing demon. Just reading the list was enough to make one's blood boil. When Shaoli saw the match results, raging heat surged through his body and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned to its utmost. The long-awaited decisive battle had finally arrived. Suizhu's gaze was cold and heavy, fixed on the name Wei Luo. Having heard of the opponent's brutal killings in the forest of death, he had long prepared himself to fight at full strength. Ning Xiai looked at his own matchup with a calm and composed expression. He knew the outcome of this battle and understood Shaoli's persistence and unwillingness to give up. But on the arena, only strength matters, not personal bonds. He would go all out and fight earnestly. Meanwhile, all those lurking in the shadows had received the match information. Inside the Genbu stronghold, Tuanzang stared at the list, a cold gleam flashing in his single eye. Ning Xiai would be the first to fight, and he would surely reveal his full strength. This was the perfect opportunity for him to observe, probe, and even strike covertly. The arena will be chaotic with a dense crowd. If the battle situation is favorable, I can act accordingly. Tuanzang instructed in a low voice, and a large number of Genbu shinobi were quietly mobilized, lurking in the shadows around the arena. Meanwhile, De Shiwan concealed himself in the darkness, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The match between Suizhu and Wei Luo, with its extreme pressure and fierce combat, was most likely to awaken the curse mark within him. Once the curse mark fully erupted, the Uchiha's descent into darkness would be imminent. He waited quietly, waiting for Suizhu to completely sink into darkness. Yu gazed toward the arena, his mind filled with conflicting emotions. He knew the terror of Wei Luo, understood the danger of the curse mark, and was fully aware of the impending turmoil in Muyi. Yet he bore the fate of his clan and was powerless to intervene in many matters. The night passed in an instant. At noon the next day, a vast crowd gathered, and the enormous arena plaza was filled with a deafening roar. All the villagers, the high-ranking officials of Muyi, the elders, and the jonin were present to watch. Yuan Fei Rijan sat on the high platform, his expression calm as he surveyed the entire scene. Sunlight spilled over the arena and a slight breeze stirred the dust. The referee slowly walked to the center of the field and announced in a loud voice, "The Chunin Final Elimination Tournament begins now. First match, Xiang Ning Xiai vs. Li Luoke." The whole crowd instantly erupted. The two geniuses in their destined battle were about to commence. Ning Xiai walked slowly onto the arena, his white robes clean, his posture tall and straight, his eyes indifferent and cold. Shaoli leaped into the field, his muscles tense, his fighting spirit blazing like fire. A fierce wind swept across the plaza, and the great battle was about to erupt. The roar of the crowd swept across the arena like a tidal wave as countless eyes focused on the fighting platform. On one side stood a once-in-a-century genius of the Hyūga clan, master of the Byakugan and Gentle Fist, with impeccable offense and defense, undefeated throughout the tournament. On the other side was a taijutsu fanatic personally trained by Might Guy, who had forsaken ninjutsu and genjutsu, relying solely on his physical body in battle, with youth and training etched into his very bones. On the elevated platform, Might Guy clenched his fist, his eyes slightly reddened, his expression filled with immense excitement. He had waited too long for this match. The ultimate clash of youth was about to unfold. "Begin!" the referee shouted. The moment the command fell, Rock Lee's figure suddenly burst forward. The ground beneath his feet cracked slightly, his incredible speed stirring a fierce wind as he unleashed his full physical power, charging straight at Neji. Swift and ferocious, it was a straightforward close-quarters taijutsu attack devoid of any embellishment. The audience below held their breath. Neji's eyes narrowed and his Byakugan activated, instantly pale white veins spreading across his eyes. Every movement of Lee, every muscle contraction, every trajectory of his advance was completely seen through. Facing the rapid charge, Neji shifted his body lightly, moving his feet through the 8 trigrams positions and easily sidestepped. The fierce wind whistled past his clothes as Lee's attack missed. What fast prediction! Lee was startled but didn't pause at all. A series of consecutive kicks followed, leg shadows spreading like a storm, an unending onslaught. Fists and legs crisscrossed, fierce and powerful. Each strike had the force to shatter rock. Yet no matter how dense and violent the assault, it never managed to touch Neji in the slightest. Relying on the absolute perception of the Byakugan, Neji calmly evaded, his figure graceful and elegant, pushing the Gentle Fist movement to its peak. The entire audience was astounded. One attacked relentlessly, the other dodged with ease. The disparity was clear. "Is dodging all you can do?" Lee gritted his teeth and roared, his chakra surging wildly within. A pale green aura slowly wrapped around him as the first gate within his body quietly opened. First gate open. His aura surged and his speed, strength, and explosive power instantly increased by a notch. Li's aura transformed dramatically, leaving afterimages across the platform as his attacks multiplied several times over. A gale swept the arena, stirring up dust. Neji's gaze grew slightly more serious. He knew that without opening the 8 gates, Li couldn't force him to use his true strength. In that case, Neji's palm glowed with white light as gentle fist chakra coalesced. Instead of merely dodging, he took the initiative and stepped forward. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. White palm shadows danced through the air, precise and clean, each strike accurately targeting Li's meridians and pressure points. Crisp snapping sounds rang out continuously. Palm wind and leg force clashed wildly, shockwaves exploding at the center of the platform. Li felt numbness in many of his meridians, his chakra flow frequently obstructed and his movements gradually slowed. The gentle fist targeted pressure points, inherently countering pure physical techniques. Impossible. Li refused to give up, clenching his teeth as his aura boiled again. Rest gate open. The second gate of the 8 gates was unleashed, his physical power soared once more and a faint red aura appeared on his skin. He launched a desperate assault, putting all his strength into trying to break Neji's defense. Neji's expression remained unchanged, his feet stepping through the 8 trigrams positions as his palm strikes layered upon each other. Having completed the 64 palms, he smoothly raised his hands, escalating the attack further. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Double the palm force poured out, a dense onslaught like a torrential downpour. Li was instantly enveloped by palm shadows, his pressure points struck one after another, his body trembling continuously, his attack crumbling step by step. A tremendous crash echoed. Li was sent staggering back by the immense gentle fist force, taking several unsteady steps, stomping heavily on the edge of the platform, his arms numb, and his breathing chaotic. After only a brief exchange, the outcome was clear. On the elevated platform, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slowly, his eyes filled with approval. The Hyūga's gentle fist had been elevated to a new level by Neji. His composure, perfect control of the battle rhythm, and terrifying talent were evident. In the shadows, Danzo watched silently, his brow furrowed. Neji, unbound by the caged bird seal, had far exceeded Danzo's expectations. Li heaved for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat, yet he still refused to give up. He lifted his head, his gaze firm and burning. "I won't give up. I still have to fight." Neji looked at the persistent youth, and said in a calm tone, "Your effort is undeniable, but taijutsu has its limits. You cannot defeat me as I am now." As his words fell, Neji's chakra began to spin rapidly. A pale white aura surged upward and a circular whirlwind swept across the entire platform. 8 trigrams, revolving heaven. The violent spinning force exploded, sending an invisible shockwave in all directions. Li mustered all his strength to resist, but the moment he contacted the whirlwind, he was sent flying by the immense impact, somersaulting several times in the air before crashing heavily onto the platform. His blood chi churned violently, and he completely lost the ability to continue. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous uproar. The referee stepped forward to confirm the situation, and announced loudly, "The winner of this match, Neji Hyūga." Neji slowly retracted his Byakugan, his aura calm, his posture still upright. In this destined battle he had won with ease, never once falling behind. Might Guy was silent for a long time, then gently closed his eyes. Youth had lost, but the boy's efforts were never in vain. Neji looked down at the fallen Li, feeling no contempt in his heart. He knew well that the person before him was only temporarily defeated. Future Li would eventually reach heights beyond the reach of ordinary people. Outside the platform, a cold gaze locked onto Neji. Gaara silently watched the battle, his fighting spirit growing ever stronger. The geniuses of Konoha were each more troublesome than the last. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's smile grew deeper, and the killing intent in Danzo's eyes became more pronounced. The strength Neji had displayed had thoroughly touched the bottom lines of all parties. The elimination tournament continued. Next would be the life-and-death battle between Sasuke and Gaara, one that could shake Konoha to its core. Neji descended from the arena, yet the cheers and murmurs of the crowd lingered long after. All present marveled at the formidable strength of this Hyūga youth. He had effortlessly crushed Rock Lee, who had unlocked the first and second gates, displaying flawless offense and defense alongside unmatched perception, firmly securing his position as the strongest combatant of this examination. After a brief respite, numerous matches proceeded in succession. Naruto barely emerged victorious after a grueling battle, while Shikamaru claimed his wins with composed precision, riding on his extraordinary intellect. The atmosphere at the arena surged to new heights again and again. Soon after, the referee stepped onto the arena once more, his voice resonant and carrying across the entire grounds. Next match, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara of the Sand. The moment those words fell, the entire plaza fell deathly silent. All clamor vanished and a chilling coldness slowly enveloped the grounds. Gaara approached the arena with measured steps, his pale face devoid of any emotion. His crimson eyes were hollow and vacant, the yellow sand around him rippling faintly while an aura of quiet menace spread across the field. Along his path countless ninja had fallen beneath his hand. He was an Asura truly forged in blood. Sasuke leapt onto the opposite side of the arena, his expression grim and forbidding as chakra slowly circulated through his body. At the base of his neck the sealed curse seal had long been simmering, now growing feverishly hot and restless. The dark power left by Orochimaru within his body stirred and awakened. From the high platform Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew grave, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Natogai and the assembled Jonin all wore taut expressions, their eyes locked firmly upon the two fighters below. From the shadows Orochimaru concealed himself among the crowd, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister arc. Pressure, combat, desperation. These were the perfect conditions to awaken the cursed seal of heaven. Danzo narrowed his single eye, observing quietly and awaiting the moment Konoha's internal strife would erupt. Begin! The referee's command fell and the battle ignited instantly. Sasuke surged forward in an instant, fire-style chakra rapidly condensing in his palm. Fire-style fireball jutsu! A torrent of scorching flames wrapped in searing heat erupted outward and hurtled straight toward Gaara. Faced with the onslaught of fire, Gaara remained expressionless. The sand surrounding him instantly rose, forming a thick protective barrier that absorbed the full force of the flames without a scratch. As the dust settled, quicksand churned beneath Gaara's feet. Several razor-sharp sand blades formed in an instant, streaking through the air towards Sasuke's vital points. The speed was ferocious, the killing intent relentless. Sasuke relied on his agile footwork to constantly evade, launching a relentless barrage of shuriken taijutsu and fire-style ninjutsu in rapid succession. His attacks were sharp and vicious. Yet no matter how ferociously he attacked, the sand absorbed, neutralized, and deflected every strike. The sand autonomously guarded Gaara's safety. After several exchanges, Sasuke's stamina dwindled and his breathing grew ragged, frustration mounting within his heart. None of his attacks had so much as scratched his opponent. It's futile. Gaara's gaze was icy cold as he spoke softly. No one can harm me. The moment his voice fell, the sand across the entire arena churned violently, and a storm of dust rained down from above, completely sealing off all of Sasuke's evasion paths. The enormous sand prison slowly closed and intending to imprison and crush Sasuke entirely. An overwhelming sense of pressure crashed down upon him and Sasuke found himself in a dire predicament. Under the crushing pressure, the curse seal at his neck erupted violently. Black markings spread from his neck across his entire face and monstrous unholy chakra flooded his body in an instant. The Uchiha curse seal had fully awakened. Sasuke's eyes turned crimson, his aura swelled dramatically, and his strength surged uncontrollably, his personality twisting into something feral and bloodthirsty. The crowd below erupted in shock and dismay. Neji's brows furrowed tightly, his heart sinking. This was the path he had feared. The curse seal had fully awakened and Sasuke had been entirely consumed by dark power. In his berserk state, Sasuke's combat power multiplied several times over. Fury swept around him as his speed and strength underwent a complete transformation. No longer dodging, he charged straight into the storm of sand. His vicious kicks hammered against the sand walls, tearing through the prison with brutal force. On the arena, one warrior was an Asura wreathed in yellow sand, the other a vessel of awakened cursed power. The two prodigies clashed with everything they had, jutsu after jutsu detonating in furious collisions that shook the earth and sent sandstorms swirling into the sky. Everyone could see this battle had long surpassed the bounds of an ordinary elimination match. Killing intent, wrath, dark power, and the presence of a tailed beast interwove each moment, threatening to spiral entirely out of control. Within Gaara, the One-Tail's chakra was also being stirred awake. Loneliness, hatred, slaughter, and despair surged within his heart. Looking at Sasuke before him, who was equally steeped in darkness, his hollow eyes felt something resonate for the first time. Just as the two were about to abandon all caution and slaughter each other in a desperate frenzy, a cacophony of strange sounds erupted from beyond the plaza. The ground trembled and in the distance flames began to flicker across the village. Piercing alarm sirens tore through the sky. The Sand and Sound Village's long-planned invasion of Konoha had finally been set into motion. Chaos descended upon Konoha. Ear-piercing alarm sirens echoed through the entire Mai as billowing smoke rose from every corner of the village, the flames dyeing half the sky crimson. The clamorous arena instantly plunged into chaos. Villagers fled in terror, the crowd scattering in panic, fear and disorder spreading across the entire grounds. The lurking Shinin and Inin ninjas burst forth from the periphery, taking advantage of the turmoil to launch a massive assault into my village. Blades flashed, ninjutsu thundered, the sounds of battle and screams filled the streets. The once peaceful and serene Mai was transformed into a battlefield in an instant. On the high platform, the third Hokage Yuanfei, risen, his face darkening, abruptly rose to his feet. The greatest crisis in years had arrived as anticipated. All Jonin and Chunin immediately evacuate the villagers and repel the invaders. Block the village's main roads and protect the civilians. The order was given and the Jonin present sprang into action, rushing to the various battlefields throughout the village. On the arena, yellow sand surged wildly, the battle spiraling completely out of control. Stirred by the aura of war and the intense clash with the curse seals, Wuju Wailuo's inner hatred erupted entirely. Dark red-tailed beast chakra frantically leaked from his body, a dense, eerie, malevolent aura sweeping across the arena. The power of the Iwei Shoha fully awakened. The sky was obscured by endless yellow sand, massive sand waves swept in all directions, and the arena floor cracked inch by inch. Zuiju, deep in the madness of the curse seal, his eyes bloodshot and dark chakra swirling around him, continued to launch a relentless assault on Wailuo regardless of everything. The clash of these two rampaging geniuses was now beyond anyone's easy intervention. As the entire village was engulfed in the flames of war, a slender figure slowly appeared atop the Hokage building. A white robe, a cold sneer, narrow snake-like eyes. This was the mastermind behind the entire turmoil, Dashuin. He faced the third Hokage, his chilling aura surging skyward, his gaze both indifferent and insane. Third Hokage, it has been a long time. Today I shall personally end your era. The great ninja war was on the verge of breaking out, and the fated duel between master and disciple officially began. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Ningxi's eyes were icy cold, his Byakugan fully activated. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, all movements of the invaders, the skirmishes within the village, and the auras of powerful fighters were clearly reflected in his sight. Shein's invasion, Inin's rebellion, the rogue ninja Dashuan's attack, the tailed beast's rampage, the cursed seal's havoc, and Tuanzang's covert scheming, all conspiracies surfaced at this moment. The village is truly in chaos. Tian gripped her ninja tools tightly, her expression tense. Ritian's face was filled with worry. She instinctively moved closer to Ningxi, her heart uneasy. Ningxi's gaze swept over the war-torn areas, and he knew well that if the situation continued to deteriorate, Mai would suffer heavy casualties, and Zuiju and Wailuo might completely lose their minds, slaughtering all around. Not only that, but the root ninjas lurking in the shadows were already slowly closing in on him amid the chaos. Tuanzang planned to strike him down silently while the entire village was in disarray. With external enemies invading, ambitious schemers plotting from within, and battle raging all around, danger pressed in from every side. I can no longer allow this to continue. Ningxi muttered softly as the chakra of the gentle fist slowly rose around him. He looked at the two figures on the arena about to spiral completely out of control, then at the blazing streets and alleys of the village. On one side were his comrades, on the other the village and countless hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Mingren had already recklessly charged onto the arena, intending to stop the rampaging Wailuo and try to awaken his heart. The entire arena now had only Ningxi left as the most clear-headed. The wind howled, gunpowder smoke filled the air. Ningxi slowly stepped forward, walking toward the center of the arena. He would stop the rampaging demon, stabilize the out-of-control Zuiju, protect the chaotic Mai, and simultaneously counter all the hidden dangers closing in. His battle in this chaotic era had officially begun. Smoke and flames filled the sky as war cries echoed, plunging the entire Muyi into endless chaos. From the direction of the Hokage building, a sinister aura soared into the heavens. The fierce battle between the third Hokage and Deshiwan had erupted, with terrifying ninjutsu collisions constantly shaking the earth. Amid the streets and alleys, slaughter erupted everywhere, blood and flames intertwining. The once peaceful village had become a battlefield of hell. On the arena, the situation grew increasingly perilous. Wei Luo was surrounded by towering yellow sand, his half-tailed beast form gradually emerging. His crimson eyes held only the instinct to kill. The entire arena was engulfed by thick sand waves, and anything that approached would be crushed to dust. Zuiju, driven completely berserk by the cursed seal, exuded a violent aura. Black patterns spread across his entire body, dark chakra rampaging wildly. His moves were vicious and frenzied, utterly disregarding his own injuries as he relentlessly attacked. Mingren rushed onto the stage without hesitation, charging at Wei Luo again and again, trying to awaken him with words. But he was repeatedly battered by the yellow sand, battered and ragged, retreating step by step. Just as Mingren was about to be devoured by the sandstorm, a figure in white robes stepped across the sand and calmly landed at the center of the arena. Ningxiai fully activated his Byakugan, the pale white veins clearly flowing. A gentle yet overwhelmingly oppressive chakra slowly emanated from his body. The fierce wind and yellow sand upon approaching him involuntarily began to diverge. "That's enough." The cool voice, though not loud, pierced through the clamor of battle and resounded across the entire arena. The berserk Suizhu abruptly turned his head, his scarlet eyes fixed on Ningxiai. The restless dark power within him seemed to momentarily falter. Nearby, the half-beast Wei Luo also fixed his killing gaze upon this Mui youth. The vast sea of sand paused slightly. Both had fought Ningxiai before, and deep in their hearts they instinctively harbored immense fear of him. "Don't let the darkness consume you." Ningxiai looked at Suizhu, his expression calm and serene. "The cursed seal will destroy your mind. Indulging in power will only reduce you to a pawn of Dishiwan." With these words, Ningxiai flickered and vanished, using a shunshin to close in on Suizhu. Before the berserk youth could react, several precise gentle fist strikes landed on his chest and neck acupuncture points. With a few soft thuds, pure and gentle chakra surged into his meridians, forcibly suppressing the turbulent evil energy within and sealing the flow of the cursed seal. The originally raging dark chakra quickly withered, and the black pattern spreading across his body gradually receded at a visible rate. Suizhu's body trembled, his eyes gradually regaining clarity. He collapsed weak as his berserk state was forcibly sealed by Ningxi's single hand. Effortlessly he had quelled the Ujibwa's rampage. Everyone in the entire venue widened their eyes in shock. Even Dishiwan, who was engaged in a fierce battle in the distance, instinctively turned his gaze toward the arena, his eyes filled with astonishment. Suppressing the heavens cursed seal with mere close-range acupuncture. After dealing with Suizhu, Ningxiai turned to face Wei Luo, who was already half-tailed beast. The vast yellow sand surged violently once again, crushing toward Ningxiai with a killing intent that sought to destroy everything. "Your heart is filled only with hatred and loneliness, but you were not born only to kill." Ningxiai stepped into the 8 trigrams positions, calmly moving through the towering sea of sand. His Byakugan saw through every flow of the sand release. Sand blades, sand prisons, and sand waterfalls all came crashing down, yet not a single one could touch Ningxiai. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Palm shadows burst forth in all directions, white energy continuously striking the core meridians within the yellow sand. The power of the gentle fist penetrated the sand and directly affected Wei Luo's own meridians, gradually suppressing the restless chakra of the one-tail. Rumbling echoes resounded as the yellow sand scattered in large swaths. Wei Luo's body trembled violently. The fierce aura of Shikaku within him continuously receded. His half-tailed beast form gradually faded, and the killing intent in his scarlet eyes slowly dissipated, leaving only confusion and bewilderment. One man, one palm, one eye. Ningxiai, amidst the raging war, had single-handedly suppressed both the curse seals Suizhu and the half-tailed beast Wei Luo. The Jonin and surviving ninjas below the stage were all stunned, their hearts shaken beyond words. So young, yet his combat prowess and mental fortitude far surpassed his peers. In the shadows of the chaos, several root ninjas were about to ambush Ningxiai, but after witnessing this scene they all halted, filled with fear and hesitation. Tuanzang, standing atop a high building, wore an expression of extreme gloom. In his single eye, killing intent surged and his wariness deepened. This Rixian youth already possessed the power to disrupt the entire chaos of the situation. At that moment a heavy resounding boom came from the direction of the Hokage building. The heavens and earth shook and an ancient vast aura slowly dissipated. The third Hokage had fallen gravely wounded. Dishiwan stood atop the building overlooking the devastated Mu Yi, his victory assured. The darkest hour of Mu Yi had truly arrived. And at the center of the arena Ningxiai stood alone in white, becoming the sole beacon of stability amidst the flames of war. A deafening explosion reverberated across the entire Konoha, smoke and debris billowing from the pinnacle of the Hokage tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi's aged body crashed heavily to the ground, his ninjutsu dissipating completely as his aura withered to its weakest point. The third Hokage, who had guarded Konoha for decades, had suffered a crushing defeat in his mortal battle with Orochimaru. He was utterly spent, his life force nearly extinguished. The entire battlefield fell into instant silence. All combat, chaos, and shouting came to an abrupt halt. Countless ninja looked up at that highest building, a chilling dread gripping their hearts. With the village's strongest protector fallen, Konoha had truly reached a desperate brink. Orochimaru cast his gaze downward at his defeated master lying on the ground. In his narrow serpent-like pupils there was not a trace of emotion, only cold detachment and a sense of relief. He slowly straightened his posture, his icy gaze sweeping across the devastated village below before settling precisely on the figure clad in white standing at the center of the arena. Hyūga Neji, the one who had suppressed the cursed seal of heaven barehanded and calmed the rampage of the One-Tail with gentle fist. To possess such awe-inspiring combat prowess at such a young age, even Orochimaru could not help but take notice. In the next instant Orochimaru's form became a blur, cutting through the storm of war and landing on the platform in a single breath. An oppressive cold aura washed over them as though the very air around was freezing. The four sound ninja appeared moments later, taking positions at 4 points around the arena with dark energy coiling around them, sealing off the entire space. Sasuke, Gaara and Naruto all instinctively stepped back, their expressions tense with alertness. Neji stepped forward alone, his Byakugan narrowing slightly as chakra surged through his body. The 8 trigrams energy spiraled upward around him as he faced the infamous missing Nin of the ninja world. "It was you who repeatedly thwarted my plans." Orochimaru spoke softly, his tongue darting out to lick his lips as his gaze raked over Neji's eyes. Pure Byakugan without seals, gentle fist refined to perfection. Talent far surpassing that upstart Uchiha and the sand puppets. Truly a perfect vessel. From hindering the curse-marked ceiling in the forest of death to overwhelming numerous prodigies on this platform to just now quelling 2 rampages single-handedly. This boy had disrupted every one of his schemes time and again. You invaded Konoha, ignited this war and slaughtered innocents. You should never have existed here. Neji spoke with cold composure, showing no fear. Even facing one of the legendary Sannin, his stance remained unwavering, either step back. Interesting. Orochimaru chuckled, thick serpentine chakra surging around him as frozen vipers erupted from the ground. A mere genin dares to speak to me with such insolence. I originally came only for Uchiha Sasuke, but now I find myself increasingly drawn to those Byakugan eyes of yours. With those words, Orochimaru raised his hand and swept it forward. Several venomous serpents shot forth with piercing screams, fangs bared, lunging directly at Neji's vital points. 8 trigrams, heavenly revolving heaven. Neji acted without hesitation, his aura exploding into a spinning vortex. The circular shockwave surged outward, crushing every venomous snake into pieces as toxic blood splattered everywhere. In a single strike he effortlessly deflected Orochimaru's casual assault. Astonishment deepened in Orochimaru's eyes. An ordinary genin would lose their composure under his pressure, yet this one not only maintained unwavering battle intent, but his offensive and defensive techniques had reached extraordinary heights. It seems I need to get serious. Cold killing intent surged dramatically as Orochimaru's murderous intent truly awakened. The sound ninja force surrounding them formed hand signs in unison, gradually expanding a barrier to seal off the entire arena and prevent outside interference. In the distance, Temari and Kankuro quickly moved to protect the dazed Gaara as the Suna army began its gradual retreat. They had assessed the situation clearly. Konoha possessed a terrifying young warrior like Neji. Continuing this fight would only bring losses without gain. Among the streets and alleys, the invading sound and sand ninja hesitated. Jonin began gathering, converging rapidly toward the arena. From a hidden high-rise, Danzo watched silently, his thoughts churning beneath the surface. He wanted Orochimaru to kill Neji and eliminate this threat. Yet he refused to see Konoha fall completely beyond his control. At the heart of the burning battlefield, the young man faced the legendary Sannin. One stood proud in white robes, the other shrouded in towering serpent shadows. Konoha was falling and the Hokage's era was ending. In that moment, everyone held their breath, waiting to see if Neji could stop the architect of this devastation. The pale purple barrier ascended slowly into the air, completely encasing the entire arena. The sounds of battle from outside were entirely shut out within the barrier. Only Neji remained, confronting Orochimaru and the 4 members of the Sound Ninja. A thick, chilling miasma of poisonous fog continuously spread as scales of chakra enveloped Orochimaru's form. The terrifying pressure of the Sannin was unleashed in full, like the crushing weight of an abyss bearing down upon Neji with merciless force. Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara and the others were isolated outside the barrier, their faces etched with anxiety, yet utterly unable to step inside even a single pace. A group of Konoha Jonin rushed over, but faced with the Sound Ninja's barrier they could find no immediate breach, only watching in helpless urgency from outside. To be able to withstand a casual strike of mine, you indeed have the right to be proud. Orochimaru walked forward slowly, with each step fine cracks spread across the ground beneath him. Pity, no matter how great your talent, in the face of absolute power you are ultimately insignificant and powerless. Surrender obediently, hand over your Byakugan and I will spare your life. In your dreams, Neji's eyes turned white as he fully activated his Byakugan, the 8 trigrams chakra surging violently around him. The pure bloodline within him, unbound by the caged bird seal, surged with full force, elevating his perception, prediction, and insight to their peak. He was well aware that he was currently only at the peak of Genin, far inferior in cultivation to the veteran Sannin. Yet the gentle fist's point strikes, the Byakugan's insight and his footwork were all among the finest in the world. Perhaps he had a chance. Then let me see just how powerful the pinnacle of the Hyūga clan truly is. Orochimaru wasted no further words, his hands forming seals rapidly. Snake release, dancing snake swarm. The ground exploded with a roar as countless thick venomous snakes burst forth, their fangs dripping with deadly poison, lunging from all directions in a frenzied assault, sealing off every possible escape route for Neji. Dense and packed, a web of killing intent. Facing the overwhelming tide of snakes, Neji's mind remained unshaken, his feet traced the 8 trigrams in all directions. His form flickered and glided, weaving nimbly through the gaps among countless serpents. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Blazing white palm shadows rose and fell rapidly, each strike landing precisely on the vital meridian points within every snake. Every serpent touched by the palm force instantly stiffened, and went limp, losing all ability to move. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm of snakes was utterly routed. Outside the barrier, everyone's pupils dilated in shock. To neutralize a Sannin's jutsu single-handedly, this level of combat prowess far surpassed any ninja below the rank of Special Jonin. Orochimaru's expression finally lost its smile, his eyes turning cold and heavy. The Byakugan's insight was too terrifying. Every single one of his jutsu trajectories and chakra flows had been seen through at a glance. Conventional ninjutsu could not hit Neji at all. Close combat then. Very well. Orochimaru's body twisted and stretched, his neck suddenly elongating into a serpentine head, fangs dripping with venom instantly lunging at Neji with a speed that left afterimages. The attack was vicious and ruthless, aimed straight at the throat. Neji had already foreseen it. He sidestepped to evade while the light of the gentle fist blazed in his palms. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. A relentless storm of palm strikes hammered out one after another, continuously pounding the meridian points across Orochimaru's body. The force of the gentle fist pierced through flesh and skin, striking straight at the core of chakra circulation. Orochimaru stumbled back repeatedly, his body surging with numbness, his chakra flow thrown into chaos, shock flooding his heart. A mere young boy, yet his close combat foundation crushed countless Chunin and Jonin. Troublesome indeed. Orochimaru's sinister aura swelled as he clasped his hands in a seal. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several jet-black snake arms burst forth from his sleeves, coiling, binding, and piercing in a flurry of lethal techniques. 8 trigrams rotation. A whirlwind of chakra erupted around Neji, an annular gale sweeping the entire field. The snake arms were torn to shreds by the vortex, venomous mist scattering in all directions. One man and one serpent clashed fiercely within the barrier. Palm shadows flew, serpentine afterimages darted, and shockwaves repeatedly slammed against the barrier, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Throughout the battle, Neji relied entirely on his Byakugan's predictions, perfectly evading all lethal venomous attacks while continuously suppressing Orochimaru's offense with the gentle fist. Orochimaru's jutsu were endless, his methods bizarre and venomous, constantly seeking a flaw in Neji's defense. After a brief but fierce struggle, Orochimaru's breathing grew slightly ragged. He had never imagined that he, a veteran Sannin, would be held at bay by a mere youth unable to break through for so long. Neji too understood the situation. Prolonged combat had drained him greatly, his chakra was nearly depleted. If the stalemate continued, defeat was only a matter of time. It had to be decided in a single strike. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy cold, his mind now set on a truly lethal move. He would stop at nothing to slay this gifted young man who kept obstructing him. Outside the barrier, the flames of war gradually subsided. Sensing the tide turning against them, the Suna ninja had quietly retreated. The Sound ninja invading Konoha were beaten back step by step, and the village's crisis eased slightly. All eyes were fixed on that purple barrier. If Neji fell today, Orochimaru would be unstoppable and Konoha would be utterly destroyed. If Neji could prevail, Konoha would hold on to its last hope of survival. The lone white-clad youth stood firm, facing the demon of the ninja world. One battle to decide the fate of Konoha. Under the prolonged battle, fierce winds howled and poisonous miasma filled the air within the barrier. Orochimaru's repeated fierce attacks all missed, his chakra steadily depleting and his patience completely exhausted. He understood clearly that the young man before him with his Byakugan could see through every variation of his techniques. Ordinary offense and defense were now meaningless. Since I cannot evade your perception, I will crush you with unstoppable force. Orochimaru's eyes turned cold and sinister. His entire body twisted and writhed, pale green snake scales emerged on his skin, and his terrifying aura surged exponentially. The full power of the Sannin was unleashed without reservation. Double snake mutual kill technique. Two colossal snake shadows burst from the ground, encircling from both ends, sealing heaven and earth, and hurtling toward Neji with lethal intent. This technique was inescapable. Once enveloped, one would be instantly crushed by venom and crushing force, grievously injured. No escape, no retreat. Outside the barrier, everyone's hearts tightened, and they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Neji remained calm, and at this critical moment the long-dormant bloodline of the Ōtsutsuki within him fully awakened. Freed from the shackles of the caged bird seal, his pure Byakugan shone brilliantly, the patterns within his eyes growing deeper and clearer. Pale white chakra surged skyward, and a faint golden Bagua formation appeared beneath his feet. At this moment the supreme secret art of the Hyūga clan, passed down for 1,000 years, slowly revealed itself. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji struck out with a single palm, unleashing a condensed blast of gentle fist energy. The invisible palm wind tore through the air, colliding head-on with the two giant snakes. A thunderous roar exploded. The massive snake bodies shuddered violently, scales shattered, and the snakes were forced back by a single palm. Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief. With just a long-range palm strike he had shattered his ultimate killing technique. With his bloodline fully unsealed, Neji's power perception and chakra condensation all ascended to a new level. This ends here, Orochimaru. Neji stepped forward slowly, his white robes fluttering in the fierce wind. You have wreaked havoc on Konoha and slaughtered innocents. Today I will drive you from this land. Arrogant fool! Enraged, Orochimaru instantly closed in his hands, transforming into sharp snake claws laced with deadly venom aimed directly at Neji's heart. Speed, power, and killing intent all reached their peak. Facing the deadly close-quarters assault, Neji's mind remained as still as an ancient well. Every flow of chakra, every muscle movement, every attack trajectory was fully visible to his Byakugan. 8 trigrams 361 palms. The forbidden ultimate technique of the Hyūga main house, sealing all 361 chakra points of the body. A torrent of palm shadows fell like a cascade of stars, dense and lightning fast, layer upon layer, striking every major acupoint on Orochimaru's body. Rapid, crisp slaps echoed continuously. The gentle fist's power penetrated the flesh, frantically sealing the chakra pathways within Orochimaru's body. In an instant, Orochimaru's body went rigid, his energy in chaos, unable to activate any jutsu, limbs numb and weak. His assault completely collapsed. Agony and meridian disruption ravaged his entire being. He gasped heavily, forced to retreat several meters, staring at the young man in disbelief. He, a legendary Sannin, had been completely sealed by a teenager's gentle fist. The outcome was clear. Neji did not press the advantage to annihilate him, he only spoke coldly. Take your men and leave Konoha. If you dare to invade again, I will not hold back. Orochimaru's chest heaved, his snake eyes a tangled mess of killing intent, apprehension, and resentment. He knew that with his acupoints sealed, his combat strength had plummeted. Continuing the fight would only lead to total defeat. Moreover, Sunigakure had already withdrawn and Konoha's reinforcements were gathering. The tide had long turned against him. Today's scheme against Konoha had failed completely. Very well. Hyūga Neji. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Neji, speaking each word deliberately. I will remember you. I will personally reclaim this defeat someday. With that he raised his hand in a signal. The 4 sound ninjas understood and slowly dispelled the barrier. The pale purple barrier gradually dissipated. Without lingering, Orochimaru and his 4 subordinates turned into several dark shadows, swiftly retreating from the battlefield and disappearing into the deep forests of Konoha. The powerful enemy had retreated, and the smoke of battle slowly cleared. An eerie silence fell over the entire square. Everyone stared at the lone white-robed youth standing on the arena. Alone he had subdued the rampaging tailed beast, suppressed the cursed seal, driven back the legendary Sannin, and single-handedly saved Konoha from the brink of destruction. Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara all watched in stunned silence, their hearts filled with nothing but awe. The Jonin of Konoha bowed their heads in reverence. On a distant high building, Danzo's face was ashen, his single eye brimming with the utmost caution. This young man now truly possessed the power to shake the entire shinobi world. The setting sun pierced through the smoke and dust spilling onto the earth. Konoha lay in ruins, but the flames of war had subsided, and the crisis was over. And so the era of Hyūga Neji officially began. Orochimaru and his entourage had completely vanished, and the deathly gloom that hung over Konoha slowly dissipated. In the streets, traces of gunpowder smoke and blood remained. Collapsed houses were everywhere, and many ninja and villagers bearing injuries silently cleaned up the aftermath of the war. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was urgently rescued and sent to the medical department for full treatment. Although his life was not in immediate danger, the fierce battle had severely depleted his vitality, leaving him unable to continue managing the village's affairs. A power vacuum had quietly emerged at the top of Konoha. On the arena, Neji slowly withdrew his chakra. His pale white Byakugan gradually closed, and the overwhelming aura around him subsided into calm. The recent battle had nearly drained most of his chakra, leaving him slightly fatigued, yet he remained upright and composed without a trace of dishevelment. From the examination arena to the forest of death to single-handedly confronting the Sannin and quelling the village's chaos, today's battle made the name Hyūga Neji resound throughout Konoha. All the Jonin, Chunin, and young ninja present stepped forward, their gazes respectful and hearts filled with sincere admiration. Had Neji not intervened to stop the rampaging Sasuke and Gaara, and had he not directly driven back Orochimaru, Konoha would have been soaked in blood and utterly destroyed tonight. Naruto quickly stepped onto the arena, looking at the calm and composed young man before him, his heart filled with emotion. He once believed that fate could not be changed and that geniuses were born elevated above others. But now he understood that Neji had not only broken free from the fate of the branch family, but had also single-handedly shouldered the crisis of the entire village. Sasuke stood quietly to the side, looking at Neji with a complex gaze. When he was trapped in the darkness of the curse seal, it was the other who awakened him. When the village was on the verge of destruction, the same person stood alone against the great enemy. As a fellow top genius of Konoha, he felt for the first time a sense of disparity from the depths of his heart. Not far away, Gaara, supported by Kankuro and Temari, looked toward the arena from a distance. After this battle, the hatred and loneliness in his heart were completely shattered, and he truly remembered this Hyuga boy from Konoha. It was Neji who made him understand that killing is not everything and hatred is never the only meaning of existence. Moments later, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, hurried over. Looking at Neji, who had shone brilliantly on the arena and shaken the very structure of the ninja world, this normally stern and cold clan leader showed a moved expression, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He finally understood just how terrifying talent and breadth of mind Neji possessed after removing the caged bird seal. A member of the branch family had already far surpassed all the main house children. The turmoil was not yet over. Undercurrents still surged in the shadows. Inside the root base, Danzo sat alone in the darkness, his lone eye flashing with a cold, uncertain light. The strength, prestige, and people's support that Neji displayed today were all gradually threatening his plan to control Konoha. An uncontrollable person with heaven-defying talent, a firm will, and the deep respect of the entire village, such a person must not be allowed to live. However, after the battle with Orochimaru, Neji's reputation soared to the heavens. If Danzo acted rashly to assassinate him, it would inevitably incite the anger of the entire village, and even trigger a full-scale rebellion from the Hyuga clan. For now I'll endure, Danzo murmured, his fingers slowly tightening. There will be plenty of time ahead. Opportunities will arise to take this most brilliant piece firmly into my hand. Additionally, far away in the Otogekyo base, Orochimaru sat cross-legged, breathing deeply to slowly repair the chaotic meridians in his body. Losing to a young boy today was the greatest defeat and humiliation he had suffered in years. He had not given up his coveting of Sasuke, and now an additional obsession had taken root in his heart. That pair of pure, flawless Byakugan and the unfathomable bloodline power within Neji. He was determined to obtain them. After a night of rest, Konoha slowly restored order from the flames of war. The Chunin exams ended prematurely, and the final rankings no longer mattered. Everyone in their hearts acknowledged that the strongest participant of this exam was none other than Hyūga Neji. The village returned to its daily bustle, but the wind direction in the ninja world had quietly shifted. Konoha had gained a powerful young warrior. Orochimaru, nursing grudges, bided his time. The Sand Village's attitude had changed greatly. The Uchiha threat remained unresolved, and Danzo's ambitions lurked in the shadows. Neji walked through the forests of Konoha, gazing at the drifting clouds in the sky, his heart calm and clear. He had broken free from the fate of the branch family, protected his comrades, and the village witnessed the cruelty of a chaotic world, and confronted top-tier powerhouses. He was well aware that driving back Orochimaru was only the beginning. Greater conflicts in the ninja world, secrets of bloodlines, entanglements of fate, and dark conspiracies all awaited him silently in the near future. The Chunin Rebellion war ended, and time quietly flowed by, with 2 full years slowly passing. Konoha gradually repaired and rebuilt after the flames of war. The once devastated streets returned to bustling tranquility, and the village's atmosphere was completely renewed. The third Hokage's health grew increasingly frail, and he remained in prolonged convalescence without leaving the village. Beneath the surface, power transitions among Konoha's high-ranking officials stirred with hidden currents. During these 2 years the entire shinobi world appeared calm, but in truth all factions were secretly amassing strength. The Shao organization silently lurked in the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages, gathering intelligence on the tailed beasts, everywhere mysterious and dangerous. Deshiwan entrenched himself in the Inin village, constantly researching the curse seal and the reincarnation technique, while always keeping an eye on Konoha's movements. He never forgot the humiliation of being defeated by Ningxiai 2 years ago, still coveting Zhu's Uchiha bloodline and Ningxi's pair of unrestrained pure Byakugan. The Sand Village calmly recuperated internally. Wei Luo successfully became the 5th Kazekage, his nature completely transformed. He no longer thirsted for blood and slaughter, devoting himself to protecting the Sand Village. Among everyone, the one who changed the most, and whose growth was most formidable, was Rishiang Ningxiai. During the 2 years he trained relentlessly day and night without interruption. Having completely shed the shackles of the caged bird and fully awakened the thin bloodline of the Datong Mu, his Byakugan evolved once more. His insight ability leaped several levels, allowing him to easily see through high-level ninjutsu chakra flow and the deep acupoints of the human body. His gentle fist was already perfected, and the 8 trigrams 361 palms could be unleashed and retracted at will with power that was introverted and profound. The 8 trigrams revolving heaven not only provided impenetrable defense but could also release outward air vortices to cause large-scale damage. Furthermore, Ningxiai no longer confined himself to the clan's taijutsu alone. He trained with Konoha's Jonin in basic ninjutsu positioning and battlefield judgment, achieving a complete transformation in overall combat power. Once at the peak of Genin, he had now firmly stepped into the level of Jonin. At such a young age he stood shoulder to shoulder with Konoha's veteran elite Jonin, and no one among his peers could match him. His figure became increasingly tall and straight, clad in a cool white robe, his demeanor stable and reserved, his gaze indifferent and profound. Having experienced war, slaughter, conspiracies, and protection, the edge of youth had transformed into a calm confidence, and his every gesture carried the aura of a true powerhouse. Within the Rishiang clan, the previous rules had been completely overturned. Rishiang Rizu personally abolished the strict system of the main and branch families, publicly acknowledging Ningxi's talent and status. The entire Rishiang clan had already tacitly recognized Ningxiai as the next clan heir. His reputation in the village was unmatched. The story of how he single-handedly defended Konoha 2 years ago and repelled the Sannin Deshiwan was passed down through generations. The villagers held him in awe, the ninja trusted him, and the younger generation all looked up to Ningxiai as a role model. At the same time, the other companions in Konoha had all grown. Mingren followed Zilayi for 2 years of training outside the village, greatly improving his chakra control. His personality remained passionate and persistent, and his strength was already incomparable to before. Zhu left Konoha and joined Deshiwan to train diligently. His entire demeanor became cold and aloof, his power skyrocketed. He was solely focused on pursuing strength, gradually walking on the edge of darkness. Shaoli unlocked more of the 8 gates, his taijutsu becoming increasingly ferocious. He still regarded Ningxiai as his lifelong rival to pursue. Chu Tian's will grew stronger, and her Byakugan and gentle fist steadily advanced, silently watching Ningxiai as he progressed on his path. Peace was ultimately just a brief illusion. One morning, several figures in black robes with red clouds quietly stepped into the borders of Konoha. The mysterious organization Shao officially descended upon Konoha. The greatest crisis of the shinobi world slowly surfaced. Inside the Hokage's office, the acting high-ranking officials looked grave as they received intelligence about foreign intruders. Their strength was unknown, their purpose sinister, and their aura cold and dangerous. They were suspected to be a rogue ninja organization roaming the great ninja villages. Everyone immediately thought of that young prodigy who was capable of quelling all turmoil. On a forest path, Ningxiai sat with his eyes closed, regulating his breath. His perception instantly expanded, and his Byakugan unconsciously opened slightly, clearly capturing several cold, massive, unfamiliar chakra signatures on the outskirts of the village that did not belong to Konoha. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains beyond the village. The storm is coming. The 2 years of peace came to an end, and the era of the shinobi world's gale had officially begun. The Shao organization appeared, the tailed beast conspiracy surfaced, the Shiwan schemes were not dead, the Uchiha destiny entangled, and the 5 great nations engaged in undercurrent struggles. The journey belonging to Ningxiai was no longer confined to a corner of Konoha. He was about to leave the village, face the darkness of the shinobi world, confront top-tier rogue ninjas from all sides, touch the secrets of his bloodline's origin, and step by step ascend to the true pinnacle of the shinobi world. A sinister and eerie chakra like a tide slowly enveloped the forest outskirts of Konoha. Two figures draped in red-clouded black robes paced leisurely through the woods, their auras subdued and restrained, yet exuding a chilling pressure born of countless slaughters. They were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Acting on the Akatsuki's orders, they infiltrated Konoha with a crystal-clear objective. First, to pinpoint the exact location of the Ninetales Jinchuriki Uzumaki, Naruto. Second, to covertly assess Konoha's overall combat strength, and incidentally identify any formidable individuals within the village worthy of the organization's attention. Throughout their journey, the two had suppressed their auras to the utmost, eluding the perception of ordinary ninjas entirely. Yet under the evolved and transcendent perception of the Byakugan, all concealment proved utterly meaningless. Deep within the forest, Neji stood silently, his eyes slowly taking on pale white veins as his extensive perception spread wide. Two vast, profound, and distinctly different chakras were clearly imprinted in his senses. One was cool and deep, nimble and eerie, subtly carrying the unique dojutsu fluctuation of the Uchiha clan. The other was wild and dense, with a chakra reserve as vast as the ocean, fierce and brutal, far exceeding that of an average jonin by several times. Uchiha. And the wielder of the Kirigakure Samahata. Neji murmured softly, instantly identifying the two. The first wave of Akatsuki members to arrive turned out to be an elite duo of top-tier strength within the organization. Without a moment's hesitation, Neji shifted his form, his feet treading a light step as he traversed the entire woodland in an instant, directly blocking the path before Itachi and Kisame. In his white robe, the young man stood tall against the wind, his gaze indifferent, as he fixedly stared at the two Akatsuki members. The sudden obstruction caused both Itachi and Kisame to tense up simultaneously. They had believed their covert infiltration to be flawless, never expecting to be so precisely intercepted. I didn't expect Konoha to harbor such a top-tier sensory ninja. Hoshigaki Kisame tightened his grip on the massive sword behind him, grinning a fierce smile as his killing intent slowly rose. Kid, deliberately blocking our path. Are you courting death? Uchiha Itachi's narrow eyes contracted slightly, his Sharingan turning silently as he scrutinized the young man before him. A pure, flawless Byakugan, a calm and restrained aura, an unfathomable depth of chakra. Despite his youth, his presence rivaled that of any elite jonin. Hyūga Neji. Itachi recognized him at once, understanding dawning. The prodigy who had single-handedly repelled Orochimaru and quelled the village's turmoil 2 years ago. Today he proved even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. You do not belong to Konoha. Trespassing into the village, what is your intention? Neji's tone was flat as the 8 trigrams chakra began to circulate around him, his body already assuming a combat stance. We are merely looking for someone. Itachi's voice was cold, unwilling to provoke an unnecessary battle. Hand over Uzumaki Naruto and we will leave Konoha immediately, causing no trouble. Impossible. Neji refused outright, shifting half a step forward. If you wish to take Naruto, you must first step over me. Seeing this, Kisame could no longer hold back. The great sword Samahata was drawn from its sheath in an instant, and a chakra as heavy as the ocean surged in all directions. Arrogant brat. Since you insist on blocking us, I'll crush you with my own hands. The words had barely left his mouth when Kisame charged forward like a storm, the massive blade slicing horizontally, its sharp aura tearing through the air as it aimed directly for Neji's head. The strike was ferocious, the power wild, unleashing most of his strength in a single blow. Facing the incoming deadly blade, Neji's mind remained unruffled, his Byakugan saw through every trajectory. He sidestepped gracefully, perfectly evading the blade's edge while a white light flashed in his palm. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A series of gentle fist strikes, swift as lightning, precisely targeted the meridians and acupoints of Kisame's sword-wielding arm. Several soft pops rang out. Kisame felt a numbing ache in his arm, his chakra flow momentarily stagnated, and his grip on the sword weakened, forcing him back several steps under the impact of the palm strikes. In just a single exchange, Kisame was astonished. His immense brute strength and vast chakra reserves were effortlessly suppressed by a mere youth using taijutsu. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi's expression turned utterly grave. The Byakugan's unparalleled perception, the exquisite precision of the gentle fist, the reflexes, the combat awareness, all were at the pinnacle. Even he would find it no easy task to subdue this opponent. It seems I have no choice but to intervene. Itachi's eyes blazed crimson, his 3-tomo Sharingan fully manifested, and the oppressive weight of his dojutsu slowly spread. 2 top-tier experts now focused their attention on Neji. One commanded the pinnacle of ocular jutsu, the other wielded a blade of boundless chakra. The young man stood alone, facing the elite duo of the Akatsuki. A fierce gale swept through the forest, and the battle was about to erupt. The residual force of the blade swept through the forest, sending fallen leaves swirling in the air. Kisame, struck by a gentle fist point, felt his arm meridians go numb and fury ignited within his heart. In his years of battle he had rarely been so easily suppressed in close combat, especially by a young Leaf Village youth. Not bad. He sneered, gripping Samahata tightly as a massive surge of chakra roiled around him, making the entire airfield damp and heavy. Then let me show you the true power of the mist monster. His figure charged forward again, his great sword slashing in wide arcs, each strike carrying the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, raining down upon Neji like a storm. Water-released chakra clung to the blade, steam rising with a murderous intent that was fierce and overwhelming. Facing the furious onslaught, Neji's Byakugan remained crystal clear, perceiving every trajectory, chakra flow, and blade movement. He stepped through the 8 trigrams positions, his figure fluttering like a butterfly, weaving through the dense blade shadows with precise evasion, never missing a beat. No matter how ferocious Kisame's attack, he couldn't even touch Neji's clothes. Are you just going to dodge? Kisame's shock grew, his inner turmoil intensifying. His own speed and power, even against Kage-level shinobi, were formidable, yet this youth toyed with him effortlessly. I'm not dodging, you simply cannot harm me. Neji's gaze cooled and he ceased his passive evasions. Pale white chakra erupted around him, air swirling rapidly. 8 trigrams, palms revolving heaven. An annular whirlwind exploded outwards, sending a shapeless gale sweeping in all directions. With a thunderous roar, the incoming great sword was violently repelled by the air current. The immense shock traveled back through the blade, causing Kisame's hands to ache violently. His body staggered back uncontrollably, carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. With a single exchange, the tide had completely turned. Watching in silence, Uchiha Itachi's expression grew profoundly grave. The Byakugan's prediction, the finesse of his movements, the control of chakra, and the mastery of taijutsu had all reached near perfection. At the same level there was almost no opening. My turn. Itachi no longer observed, his figure vanished in an instant. Body flicker pushed to its limit, his crimson Sharingan glinting coldly, diving straight into Neji's range. The Uchiha's specialty, close-quarters ocular combat, was now fully unleashed. Fingertips glimmered with cold light strikes, cunning and vicious, each aimed at vital points, combining offense and defense with unpredictable shifts. Neji's expression remained unchanged, his eyes pure white. The Sharingan's predictions, the fluctuations of genjutsu, and his opponent's next moves were all clearly seen through the Byakugan. Palm shadows rose and fell, gentle fists precisely clashed with Itachi's every strike. The 8 trigrams, 128 palms, quietly unfolded, sealing Itachi's meridians with pinpoint force. Palm and finger clashed repeatedly, shockwaves exploding layer by layer. One with the Byakugan perceiving all, the other with the Sharingan discerning fate. The 2 supreme ocular powers of the ninja world collided head-on. The more Itachi fought, the more astonished he became. He relied on the Sharingan to read his opponent's actions, yet this opponent could read everything about him in return. The moment genjutsu mental interference invaded Neji's consciousness, it was washed away by the pure bloodline power, rendering it useless. Genjutsu was completely ineffective against Neji. Truly a frightening talent, Itachi thought to himself. That he had repelled Orochimaru 2 years ago was no accident. As they tangled, Kisame behind him had recovered and rejoined, wielding his great sword for a pincer attack. One engaged in close combat, the other struck with heavy blades. They coordinated seamlessly, intending to suppress Neji together. Front and back, left and right, they sealed all his escape routes. Surrounded by 2 elite Akatsuki Jonin, Neji remained calm. His Ōtsutsuki bloodline stirred, the Byakugan deepened, and his perception expanded to 100 meters. He understood the attacks from both directions completely. Fighting the 2 of you at once is no trouble, he said softly, his chakra fully boiling. His left hand continuously blocked Itachi's close assaults, while his right palm circulated, using distant acupoint strikes to restrain Kisame. Alone he held off 2 masters, both attacking and defending with ease. Kisame's great sword struck empty air, his meridian points numb and chakra flow increasingly sluggish. Itachi's close-quarters attacks were constantly sealed, his movements stiffening and the Sharingan's strain accelerated. Though outnumbered 2-1, the duo gradually fell behind. The forest battle shook the mountains, chakra fluctuations soaring into the sky. Within Konoha, several Jonin sensed the terrifying combat aura, their expressions shifting as they rushed toward the battlefield. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai all set out to assist. Itachi caught a glimpse of the powerful auras rapidly approaching from the village, knowing it was time to leave. If they delayed, the main force of Konoha would surround them, trapping them in danger. Kisame, withdraw, Itachi said in a low voice. Reluctant but aware of the stakes, Kisame gritted his teeth and sheathed his blade, retreating. Itachi stared deeply at the white-clad youth, his Sharingan filled with complex emotions. Hyūga Neji, your strength is worthy of the Akatsuki's remembrance. Today we have no will for a death match, but the next time we meet we will be mortal enemies. With that they vanished, two black silhouettes speeding away into the distance. The gale subsided, the forest fell silent. Neji stood still, his breath slightly uneven, his white robes unstained by blood. Alone he had fought Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, holding his ground and forcing two Akatsuki elites to retreat. By the time Kakashi and the others arrived, they saw only the youth standing alone in the grove, gazing toward the direction the Akatsuki had fled. The Akatsuki had officially set their sights on Konoha. And Neji now possessed the absolute strength to face the top rogue ninja of the ninja world. A greater storm was slowly approaching the entire shinobi world. As the dust settled slowly, the aftershocks of the great battle still scattered through the forest. Kakashi, Shirihong, and Yuenfei Asima, all elite jonin of Mai, arrived at the battlefield. Gazing at Ningxi standing unharmed, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They had sensed the entire journey and knew well how terrifying the battle that had just erupted was. The two chilling and vast chakras unmistakably belonged to long-renowned top-tier experts of the Shao organization. Yuzhibo Yu along with Gansher Guijiao, who possessed immense chakra, either of them alone could plunge Mai into great trouble. Yet this mere 16-year-old youth single-handedly had faced their combined assault head-on, held his ground, and even forced them to retreat. Was that Yuzhibo Yu and Guijiao? Kakashi retracted his Xieluan yen, his tone heavy with solemnity. Ningxi nodded slightly and replied softly, indeed. They infiltrated Mai, targeting Naruto. I intercepted them, and they have temporarily withdrawn. Those few words weighed heavily on the hearts of the jonin. The Shao organization had finally arrived. And their opening move was such a top-tier combination as Yu and Guijiao, showing how much they valued the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Had Ningxi not detected and stopped them in time, allowing them to plunge deep into the village and seize Naruto, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Asuma let out a long breath and looked at Ningxi with admiration. Once again you have saved Mai. 2 years ago you held off Orochimaru, today you fought alone against Shao experts. Mai has remained stable because of you. Shirihong gazed at Ningxi's clear Baiyan, her heart filled with a myriad of emotions. The 1,000-year-old pupil technique of the Rishiang clan had blossomed with unprecedented brilliance in his youth. The Baiyan could see through illusions and perceive everything, the Rochuan sealed chakra points and locked strength, making close combat unbeatable. Coupled with his profound and steady mindset, he was unmatched among his peers. Kakashi's gaze was deep as he studied Ningxi. As a fellow pupil technique ninja, he knew best how terrifying Yuzhibo Yu was. Proficient in Genjutsu Ninjutsu Shunshin and the predictive power of the Xieluan yen, he had almost no weaknesses. Yet even such a figure teamed with Guijiao could not overcome Ningxi. Your strength has already far surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. Kakashi spoke slowly, his tone grave. Even if I were to go all out, I am not entirely confident I could defeat you. The Shao organization has now fully taken note of you. From now on you will be targeted by the entire organization. Ningxi's expression remained calm without much ripple. From the moment he repelled Orochimaru, he had long understood that he was destined to be watched, feared, and coveted by all forces in the shinobi world. The Shao organization, Orochimaru, Danzo, the 5 great hidden villages. In a turbulent world, only by constantly growing stronger could he protect those he cared about and safeguard Mai. The group returned to the village together. The news of Yu and Guijiao appearing in Mai and Ningxi single-handedly fighting 2 Shao experts spread through the entire village within half a day. The whole village was once again in an uproar. Everyone understood that the true trump card of Mai had quietly changed hands. In the Hokage's office, the high-level officials convened an emergency meeting. The elders with grim expressions repeatedly discussed the Shao organization's intentions. They knew that the Shao was collecting the 9-tailed beasts and Naruto's life was in imminent danger. Mai was about to face a prolonged crisis. In the shadows, Danzo listened to the full battle report from his subordinates, the coldness in his single eye growing heavier. Yu and Guijiao even together could not defeat Ningxi. This youth's growth rate had completely exceeded his control. If left unchecked, not only would he be unable to manipulate him in the future, but even Danzo, the shadow ruler of Mai, would be completely suppressed by Ningxi. I must think of a way quickly. Danzo muttered to himself, either bring him under my command or eliminate him completely. On the other side, at the Oto village stronghold, Yu and Guijiao, who had successfully retreated, sat down to recover their chakra. Guijiao was still bristling with discontent that Hyūga brat is really troublesome. His Baiyan is too monstrous. He saw through every move from start to finish. I couldn't go all out at all. Yuzhibo Yu closed his eyes in contemplation, replaying the encounter in his mind. The pure unsealed Baiyan flawless Rochuan abundant bloodline power immunity to high-level genjutsu and impeccable body movements. He is very special. You spoke slowly. His pupil technique foundation is not inferior to the Uchiha. His taijutsu mastery is at the peak and his mind is exceptionally calm. The reason we failed to take Naruto today is largely because of Rewritten. This person will surely become one of the Shao organization's greatest obstacles in the future. The two transmitted the battle intelligence back to the Shao organization's headquarters. Inside the rain-hidden tower, Pain closed his eyes to listen, his rinnegan slightly opening. Conan stood by his side, her expression cold. Mai has produced an unexpected powerhouse. Pain's voice was calm but carried a hint of seriousness. Rewritten. Worth paying close attention to. The plan to capture the Ninetales needs to be restructured. The top forces of the shinobi world all began to reassess Mai because of that forest battle. Night fell and the evening breeze was cool. Ningxi was walking alone on a village path when he happened to meet Naruto returning from outside. Naruto, brimming with excitement, could not help but blurt out, "Ningxi, I heard. You actually beat the Shao guys. That's so awesome." Ningxi looked at the energetic Naruto and nodded gently. He was well aware that Yu and Geijia would not give up and the Shao organization would not abandon the Ninetales. Orochimaru was still scheming for Sasuke in the shadows. The 5 great ninja villages were seething with undercurrents, and the era of tailed beasts wreaking havoc was about to begin. Peace was but a fleeting illusion. The true shinobi world war was drawing ever closer. And he was already fully prepared. An autumn wind swept through the streets and alleys of Konoha, leaves drifting down in a desolate dance. The atmosphere was quiet yet heavy with suppressed tension. Word had spread throughout the village that the Ōtsutsuki had surfaced, sending panic rippling through every soul. Everyone could sense that a tremendous crisis was drawing near. Just as the entire Hidden Leaf village tensed its nerves, bracing for the approach of outside enemies, a solitary and cold figure slowly appeared at the village entrance. His raven black hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze cold and detached. Enveloping his body was a dark, chilling aura of chakra. It was Uchiha Sasuke, having left Konoha 2 years ago to undergo rigorous training under Orochimaru's tutelage. 2 years had passed since they last saw each other, and Sasuke had transformed dramatically. The naive arrogance of his youth had been stripped away, replaced by an air of coldness, obsession, and profound depth. His overall strength had improved beyond recognition. His Sharingan now wielded with consummate mastery the Cursed Seal's power at his complete command, his close-quarters combat prowess, and fire-release jutsu all reaching the caliber of a Jonin. His reason for returning was straightforward: to break free from Orochimaru's control, settle everything with his own hands, and return to Konoha while confronting his fate head-on. The moment he stepped into the village, Sasuke's senses immediately spread out. Almost instantly, an extraordinarily familiar thick and pure chakra signature came clearly into his awareness. Hyūga Neji. During the battle on the arena years ago, Neji had intervened during the chaos to awaken him. Alone he had repelled Orochimaru. Now he stood as a lone warrior against the Ōtsutsuki's strongest members, his name echoing throughout the ninja world. With the thought, Sasuke headed directly toward the source of that chakra. In a forest clearing, Neji was practicing the gentle fistbomb strikes, rising and falling like breath, energy flowing through his palms, the 8 trigrams aura surrounding him in perfect unity. Almost simultaneously, Neji sensed a familiar yet unfamiliar Uchiha chakra behind him. He slowly lowered his fists and turned around. Their eyes met. The Byakugan's crystal-clear white iris locked with the Sharingan's crimson swirling pupil. 2 of Konoha's peerless prodigies, reuniting across a 2-year divide, now stood face to face in confrontation. "Long time no see, Neji." Sasuke spoke first, his tone flat and indifferent, betraying no emotion. "You're back," Neji replied softly. Before him stood Sasuke, whose power had surged dramatically, his presence sharp and biting. Beneath his skin still lurked the corruptive influence of Orochimaru's cursed seal, and within his heart remained entangled by the obsession with vengeance and strength. 2 years had passed. He had grown stronger but also more isolated and shadowed. "I've heard many things about you." Sasuke's gaze fixed intently on Neji's eyes. "You repelled Orochimaru. You clashed head-on against Itachi and Kisame of the Ōtsutsuki. Now the entire Hidden Leaf, even the whole ninja world, speaks of you." Once they had stood side by side at the pinnacle of Konoha's new generation. But now in this reunion, Neji had already walked far ahead, standing as the lone pillar defending the village's safety, matching himself against the ninja world's most formidable warriors. A complex tide of emotions welled within Sasuke. Resentment, envy, and a faint streak of rivalry. "You pursued power and chose the path of darkness," Neji said to him slowly. "Orochimaru will only use you. The cursed seal will eventually devour your mind. At those words Sasuke's eyes turned cold. The path I walk needs no judgment from others. I grow stronger only for revenge. As his voice faded, the three tomo of his Sharingan began to rotate slowly, unleashing a pressure-laden gaze that surged forward like a physical force. Chakra stirred restlessly around his body, carrying an unmistakable desire to test his skills in combat. After 2 years apart, he wanted to find out just how far apart he and Neji truly stood now. Neji's Byakugan glowed faintly, the bloodline's energy stirring within him, yet not a trace of fighting spirit radiated from him. Fighting would be meaningless. Your current power remains bound by inner demons. Those simple words pierced straight through every flaw in Sasuke's heart. Sasuke froze mid-step, his expression shifting uncertainly. Even Uchiha Itachi had struggled to see so clearly into his inner turmoil, and yet Neji had penetrated it all in a single glance. The Byakugan's ability to perceive all things truly lived up to its reputation. Just as the two faced each other in silence, Naruto came sprinting toward them in a rush. Upon catching sight of the returned Sasuke, his face lit up with overwhelming joy. Sasuke, you're finally back. I've been looking for you for so long. The three members of the former Team 7 stood together once more in that forest clearing. One shone with warm-blooded passion, one walked alone in cold isolation, and one remained calm and composed. The reunion of old friends carried a mood too complicated to put into words. Just then a chilling aura crept quietly closer from afar. From the shadows of the trees, Orochimaru's clone slowly materialized, snake-like pupils curved into a knowing smile, as it watched Sasuke quietly. He had never given up on Sasuke. Even after Sasuke had secretly fled the Sound Village, Orochimaru had kept his most perfect vessel firmly in his sights. At the same time, Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Neji standing nearby, greed plainly visible. A pair of flawless Byakugan eyes, a terrifying bloodline heritage. These had made his mouth water for far too long. Sasuke-an. Hyūga Neji. Orochimaru murmured softly. How interesting. Truly becoming more and more interesting. In the darkness, murderous intent lay concealed, and an old enemy had reappeared. Sasuke was entangled by Orochimaru's grip. The Ōtsutsuki watched with predatory patience, and Danzo plotted in secret shadows. Konoha teetered on the brink of storm. Neji observed all of this unfolding before him, understanding everything. All destinies, all grudges, all enemies, gathered in Konoha at the same moment. A massive upheaval engulfing everyone was about to detonate completely. A chilling laughter drifted slowly through the forest as mist gradually spread, enveloping the entire clearing in an eerie coldness. Orochimaru's clone stepped out from the shadows, his gray-white hair hanging down, his narrow snake-like eyes fixed on Sasuke and Neji, the covetousness and ambition in them completely undisguised. Sasuke, you left the Sound Village on your own and returned to Konoha. Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips, his tone languid yet icy. Did you think you could so easily break free from me? Your body, your curse mark, they have long belonged to me. Sasuke's aura instantly turned ice cold, his three tomo Sharingan contracting sharply as dark chakra surged violently around him. The accumulated disgust, anger, and restraint of so long burst forth in this moment. I have never belonged to you. Sasuke spoke coldly, his body tensing, already prepared for battle. Today I will sever every tie between us once and for all. Naruto instantly tensed up, instinctively stepping forward to stand between them. He knew well the terror of Orochimaru, the Sannin who had once been driven back by Neji himself. If a battle broke out, the consequences would be unthinkable. Neji stood silently to the side, his Byakugan already fully activated. He did not intervene immediately, his gaze calm as he watched Sasuke. He knew that the greatest inner demon in Sasuke's heart was Orochimaru, and this path ultimately had to be walked by Sasuke himself to its end. Interesting. Orochimaru chuckled softly as a massive amount of serpent-shaped chakra surged skyward, countless venomous snakes bursting from the ground to coil around him. Since you insist on resisting, I shall take back the vessel that rightfully belongs to me. With those words, battle erupted instantly. Orochimaru's form blurred into a streak of shadow, lunging straight at Sasuke, his hand transforming into a sharp snake claw laced with poison aimed directly for the heart. His speed was eerily unpredictable, his techniques venomous and ruthless, every strike aimed at a vital point. But Sasuke was prepared, his body flicker technique exploded into motion, his body agilely dodging. The Sharingan rapidly predicted every move of his opponent, as he swiftly formed hand seals with one hand. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. A blazing serpent of fire roared into the sky, flames sweeping in all directions, charging straight at Orochimaru. Flames filled the sky, heat waves rolling. Orochimaru twisted his body like a supple snake, easily evading the dragon's blaze, and in return shot out several hidden shadow snake hands. One was cold and sinister, the other wielded sharp dojutsu. Uchiha Sasuke was now locked in a death match with the master who had trained him for 2 years. The power of the curse mark stirred faintly within Sasuke, dark lines creeping up his neck, amplifying his strength continuously. Fire released ninjutsu, close quarters kicks, and shuriken attacks interwove in layers. His style was fierce and decisive, no longer the naive boy of years past. But Orochimaru, as a veteran Sannin, still overwhelmed Sasuke with his experience, knowledge, and jutsu arsenal. Countless snake techniques emerged endlessly, poison mist bindings, sneak attacks, wearing down Sasuke's stamina bit by bit. After a few moments of skirmish, Sasuke's breathing grew ragged and openings began to appear. Orochimaru seized the gap, his snake claw closing in on Sasuke's throat, killing intent palpable. Your power is still insufficient, and you are far too impatient. Sasuke, you will never escape my grasp. Just as Sasuke was about to be captured, a streak of pristine palm wind suddenly cut through the air. The palm strike was gentle yet condensed and heavy, striking precisely at the acupoints on Orochimaru's arm. With a soft thud, Orochimaru's arm went numb, his attack crumbling, forcing him to leap back several meters. Neji stepped forward calmly, his white robe shielding Sasuke, his Byakugan fixed coldly on Orochimaru. With me here you will not take him. Those few words carried an aura as steady as a mountain. 2 years ago he had defeated a full-power Orochimaru head-on. Now, with his strength further multiplied, stopping a mere clone was effortless. Orochimaru's pupils contracted, his expression darkening. Hyūga Neji again. Every time he was about to succeed, this man intervened. Do you insist on opposing me time and again? Orochimaru's tone was icy. You wreak havoc in Konoha, manipulate your comrades, and covet others' bodies and bloodlines. You have no right to act with such impunity. Neji's 8 trigrams aura began to rotate slowly, his pressure spreading gently. If you dare attack today, I will hold nothing back. Sasuke, watching the resolute back before him, felt a surge of mixed emotions. Every time he had been engulfed in darkness, and on the verge of destruction, it was always Neji who stepped in to protect him. Naruto stood behind, watching the three in confrontation, his heart easing. Orochimaru gave Neji a long, calculating look. With just a single clone, capturing both Sasuke and the now immeasurably powerful Neji was impossible. Continuing the fight would only waste his strength. Very well. Orochimaru slowly withdrew his killing intent, though the coldness in his snake-like eyes remained. I will yield for now. Sasuke, I will be waiting for you. And Neji. Sooner or later we will have a true decisive battle. With those parting words, Orochimaru's clone dissolved into a swarm of snakes, vanishing into the forest mist, gone completely. The forest fell silent once more, leaving only the breeze and falling leaves. Sasuke slowly deactivated his Sharingan, turned to Neji, and after a long silence spoke in a low voice. Thank you? This gratitude came from the heart. Neji shook his head slightly. No need to thank me. Choose your own path. Don't be consumed by darkness, don't be completely ruled by hatred. The setting sun fell upon the three of them as Team 7 was reunited once more. Yet the road ahead was already vastly different. The Ōtsutsuki lurked hungrily, Orochimaru's obsession remained unbroken, Danzo schemed in the shadows, and the great struggle for the tailed beasts was slowly unfolding. Konoha appeared calm on the surface, but it already stood on the precipice of the ninja world's great upheaval. And Neji knew well that the true hard battles meant for him would soon come, one after another. The night sank into thick ink-dark clouds, shrouding the entire sky. Far beyond the 5 great ninja villages, the rain-hidden village was perpetually overcast with drizzling rain, and a cold wind howled atop the tall towers. All members of the Ōtsutsuki organization gathered in the hall, uniform in red clouds and black robes, their auras cold and solemn. Nagato sat high above, slowly opening his Rinnegan, a faint blue light swirling within his eyes. Konan stood silently beside him, her expression cold and detached. Itachi and Kisame knelt in the hall, recounting the entire process of infiltrating Konoha, encountering Neji's obstruction, and failing to capture the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Hyūga Neji! Stop the two of you alone! Pain's tone was flat, revealing neither anger nor joy, a faint glimmer flickering in his Rinnegan. Yes. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head slightly. This person's Byakugan is extremely special, unbound by the caged bird seal with a complete bloodline. Genjutsu is completely ineffective, and his close-range gentle fist can seal meridians and chakra. Even with Kisame and I going all out, we still couldn't win. The failure to capture the 9-tails was largely due to him. Daidara, kneading clay nearby, looked on with curiosity. Oh. Konoha actually has such a formidable youth. To make Itachi and Kisame suffer losses. How interesting. Sasori slowly turned the puppet's eyes and spoke coldly. His ocular abilities are eerie and his taijutsu is unrivaled. If allowed to grow, he will certainly become the greatest obstacle to the organization. Kakuzu crossed his arms, weighing the pros and cons. Having one more top-tier powerhouse in our way will greatly increase the difficulty of capturing tailed beasts. To successfully secure the 9 tails, we must first eliminate this variable. Within the hall, the members gradually reached a consensus. To capture the 9 tails, they must first clear away Hyūga Neji. Pain was silent for a moment, his Rinnegan gazing toward Konoha, then slowly made a decision. Suspend the 9 tails operation in Konoha for now. Prioritize dispatching combat forces to probe and contain Hyūga Neji. This person's talent is too terrifying. If left unchecked, the very structure of the ninja world will be altered. Sasori Deidara. You two will depart immediately for the border of Konoha. There is no need to force a battle. First gauge Neji's full strength, and seize any opportunity to find a weakness. If the chance arises, eliminate him directly. With the order, the mission to hunt Neji was officially issued. Deidara's eyes blazed with battle fervor, and he burst into laughter. Hee, don't worry, Lord Pain. I will blast that genius youth into a brilliant cloud of dust. Sasori nodded slightly, the puppet's aura quietly stirring, already prepared for departure. A hunt specifically targeting Neji had quietly begun. Meanwhile, within Konoha village. After the 2 major incidents, Orochimaru's appearance, and the Akatsuki's reconnaissance, the village's security level was raised to the highest. Patrol ninjas worked in rotating shifts day and night, with jonin assigned to duty groups, leaving the entire village on extreme alert. Inside the Hyūga clan compound, Hayashi Hyūga summoned Neji alone. The hall was quiet and solemn. Hayashi looked at the young man before him, whose demeanor was steady, and whose strength outshone the entire new generation, and felt a myriad of emotions. Once a boy from the branch family bound by clan rules and a tragic fate, he now upheld the glory of the entire Hyūga clan. Neji. Hayashi spoke with a grave expression, slowly beginning. Now that the ninja world is on the brink of chaos, with the Akatsuki hunting tailed beasts everywhere and powerful enemies surrounding us, your strength has far surpassed everyone in the clan. From now on, the Hyūga clan shall be co-ruled by you. The main and branch families will be completely equal, with no distinction of high or low. 2 years ago, Neji achieved legendary status in a single battle, repelling Orochimaru. Now, having fought alone against Akatsuki elites, his reputation and power were unparalleled. Hayashi set aside all prejudice and trusting the clan's authority to him without reservation. Neji's expression remained calm, and he bowed slightly. I understand. I will protect the Hyūga, and I will also defend Konoha. Stepping out of the clan grounds, the night was cool. Hinata stood quietly outside the gate, her gaze tender, and said softly, Brother Neji, the village is getting more dangerous lately. You must be careful. Neji looked at the girl and nodded gently. He could clearly sense 2 unfamiliar, overbearing, and highly destructive chakra signatures rapidly approaching Konoha from the distant horizon. The second wave of Akatsuki elites had arrived. On the other side, Sasuke stood alone on a treetop, staring silently at the night sky. Orochimaru still hadn't given up on him, and Itachi's position within the Akatsuki remained ambiguous. The path of revenge was shrouded in darkness and confusion. But Neji repeatedly stood before him, protecting him, causing the obsession in his heart to waver. Naruto ran around trying to bring Sasuke back, wanting to protect his comrades and the village. His passion never extinguished. Undercurrents surged throughout the ninja world. Akatsuki units mobilized. Orochimaru bided his time. Danzo schemed in secret to seize power, and the 5 great nations clashed incessantly. After the night, a sandstorm rose at the border of Konoha. Countless clay birds circled the sky, and cold gleaming puppets slowly descended to the ground. Deidara and Sasori had arrived outside Konoha. Another tough battle for Neji was about to begin. In the early morning, a thin mist shrouded the border of Konoha. Yellow sand drifted with the wind, and the air was filled with faint gunpowder smoke and a chilling metallic scent. 2 figures draped in black robes with red clouds stood silently on the desolate plain. On one side was Deidara playing with clay in his hands, his expression fervent and flamboyant. On the other side was Sasori of the red sand, his body entwined with puppet strings, his demeanor deathly still and ice-cold. Their gazes simultaneously turned deep into Konoha. Their senses slowly spread out, soon locking onto a clear, dense, pure, and untainted chakra. Found you, Sasori-san. Deidara grinned, his fingertips molding tiny clay birds. Wariness boiled in his eyes. Is that Neji Hyūga, the one who made Itachi and Kisame helpless? How exciting! Sasori remained expressionless. countless thin puppet strings slowly drifted from his fingertips. 3 giant puppets materialized around him, their metal joints creaking, their killing intent concealed. Lord Pain's orders are clear. First probe his strength, find his weaknesses. The Byakugan sees all and a gentle fist can seal chakra. We must not be careless. Before he finished speaking, a white-clad figure slowly stepped out from Konoha's barrier. Neji stood alone, calm in the windless air, his pure white eyes calmly watching the two. The 8 trigrams chakra slowly circulated around him, composed and unhurried. He had already sensed them with his Byakugan, and had been waiting for some time. The Akatsuki indeed will not take things lying down, Neji said softly. Deidara looked the young man up and down, unable to help praising. Young but with no small presence. No wonder you've stirred up Konoha's situation. Let me see if your dojutsu and taijutsu can withstand my art. Art. Merely transient explosions. Neji replied calmly. These words directly struck Deidara's obsession. The young man's expression instantly darkened and his hands formed seals rapidly. Since you don't understand art, I'll make you experience it firsthand. With a rumble, a large amount of clay rapidly expanded in his palms, transforming into several giant clay birds with wings spread, carrying violent explosive force as they dove from the sky straight toward Neji. Before the flames descended, the shockwave already compressed the air, causing it to tremble. Faced with the overwhelming explosive assault, Neji remained undisturbed, his Byakugan fully activated. The internal structure of all the clay, the detonation pathways, and the explosion nodes were completely visible. Stepping into the 8 trigrams footwork, his body moved like a willow leaf in the wind, gracefully weaving through the gaps between the bombings. Booming continued, flames spread everywhere, dust flew into the sky, yet not even a corner of Neji's robe was touched. Deidara's pupils contracted slightly, his face full of astonishment. How is it possible? All dodged. Sasori's gaze grew serious. The Byakugan's insight was far more terrifying than the intelligence had suggested. My turn. Sasori flicked his fingers and puppet strings burst forth. The 3rd Kazekage puppet erupted from the ground, iron sand swirling in the sky. Black sand iron poison needles concealed lethal intent, sealing off all of Neji's escape routes from all directions. Puppet blades gleamed coldly, closing in for a deadly kill in an instant. On one side was a wide-area explosive ninjutsu, on the other a lethal poison puppet strike. Explosion release and puppet technique formed a double pincer attack, killing intent fully realized. Neji's expression remained unchanged and the air around him spun rapidly. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. A pure white whirlwind burst upward, the circular blast directly scattering the shower of poison needles and iron sand. All approaching puppet limbs were torn apart and flung back by the shockwave. At the same time, Neji flickered, using a body flicker to close in on the puppet, his palm wind condensed and fierce. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Each palm strike hit precisely on the puppet's joints and chakra transmission cores. The puppet bodies became stiff, malfunctioned, and lost power one after another, instantly rendering most of its combat capability useless. Sasori was shaken inwardly. When others fight puppets, they dodge attack head-on or seal. But Neji directly used the gentle fist's point blocking to seal the puppet's operational pathways. It completely countered his fighting style. Truly troublesome taijutsu. Sasori uttered a cold shout, no longer holding back. His main body puppet emerged silently, poison blades concealing lethal intent, ready to unleash a killing move. Deidara also became completely serious. Clay appeared on his chest, and a giant clay bomb slowly took shape. One controlled the pinnacle of puppetry in the world, the other mastered the art of violent explosion release. The 2 veteran Akatsuki strongmen now fully encircled Neji alone. On the desolate plain a fierce wind howled. Explosive flames and cold puppets intertwined. The Byakugan reflected countless killing moves, and the gentle fist swept away all techniques. Neji fought alone against Sasori and Deidara, the battle reaching its climax. Far away in Konoha village, Kakashi and others sensed the terrifying battle fluctuations at the border, their faces turning pale. They knew that once Neji fell, the Akatsuki army could march straight in, and Konoha would truly face a catastrophe. On the desolate battlefield, flames soared to the heavens, and a ceaseless roar of explosions echoed. Deidara held nothing back. The clay on his chest detonated with a thunderous blast, and a colossal C2 dragon soared into the sky, its body bristling with countless tiny bombs shrouding the entire heavens in a pall of detonation. Taste the pinnacle of my explosive art! The dragon dove down, and countless bombs rained like a torrent, transforming 100 meters in every direction into a hellish inferno, with stones and earth churning endlessly, and the searing heat nearly scorching the air itself. There was no space to evade from any direction. The killing intent was impenetrable. Sasori commanded the 3 puppets to encircle simultaneously, unleashing the 3rd Kazekage's iron sand in a surging tide, poison mist spreading in all directions, the puppet blades glinting with cold light, targeting the gaps in the explosions to strike straight at Neji's vital points. One distant, one close, one explosion, one poison. The 2 powerhouses complemented each other flawlessly, striving to overwhelm Neji in one fell swoop. Amidst the dire straits, Neji's expression remained utterly calm. His pure white eyes shifted slightly, activating the Byakugan to its absolute limit. The detonation timings of the bombs, the trajectories of the puppet threads, the flow of the iron sand, the diffusion paths of the poison. Everything was clearly reflected in his gaze. All techniques in the world were laid bare before the Byakugan. 8 trigrams cloud step. Neji's footwork shifted, his form ethereal and agile, weaving through the hail of explosions and poisonous sand. Every step, every turn precisely avoided the epicenter of the blasts, and the edge of the puppet blades accurate to the smallest degree. The sky roared with endless thunder flames, devouring the earth, smoke and dust billowing thickly. When the smoke cleared, the white-clad youth still stood silently in place, his robes unsullied, utterly unharmed. Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! How could anyone dodge an explosion of this magnitude? For the first time, a deep wariness surfaced in Sasori's cold eyes. His perception, footwork, and mental fortitude all surpassed Sasori's understanding of human shinobi. Merely dodging won't let you defeat us. Sasori spoke coldly, fully activating the puppet threads, his main puppet closing in swiftly, and the poison blade concealed within the puppet silently thrust toward Neji's lower back. The ambush arrived in an instant, cold and lethal. Neji had already anticipated everything, spinning his body abruptly, a brilliant white light blazing in his palm. 8 trigrams, 361 palms. A barrage of palm shadows erupted, swift as shooting stars, dense as a torrential downpour. Each palm strike landed precisely on the puppet's entire chakra network, thread nodes, and power core. A series of crisp cracks echoed continuously. The once ferocious puppet instantly stiffened, its internal chakra completely sealed, threads snapping one by one, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly incapacitated. With a single technique, the puppet army that Sasori relied on was completely dismantled. Sasori's body trembled, his mind shaken. He had roamed the shinobi world for years, wielding his puppet art to conquer all, yet never had he been so thoroughly countered. The gentle fist point-striking technique dismantled the very foundation of the puppet's operation. Seizing the moment, Neji dashed toward Deidara. Startled, Deidara hastily formed hand signs, conjuring a massive clay landmine before him. Ha! C3 explosion! A blinding white light converged, forming a terrifying bomb capable of obliterating half a forest. Neji's gaze was calm as he struck out with a single palm. 8 trigrams empty palm. A concentrated, formless blast of air pierced through the air, colliding directly with the chakra core within the giant bomb. There was no earth-shattering roar, the bomb's detonation pathways were sealed with a single palm. The power dissipated and the violent explosion quietly dissolved. Even the strongest explosion release technique was seen through and neutralized in one move. Deidara stood frozen, staring blankly at the youth before him, his prideful art shattered with ease. Alone, Neji pressed both Deidara and Sasori into helplessness. He slowly halted, his Byakugan coolly fixed on the two. Konoha is not a place you can tread upon freely. Leave today and never return. Sasori was silent for a long moment, then slowly withdrew all his puppet threads. He knew deep down that if they continued the death struggle, even the two of them together would ultimately suffer defeat and injury. This Hyūga youth's combat prowess had truly stepped into the Kage level. Deidara, though reluctant, had to admit that his explosions could not even touch the opponent. TCH. What a dull fellow. We'll remember you, Hyūga Neji. The two cast a deep glance at Neji, unwilling to prolong the battle, then turned and vanished into 2 black shadows, retreating swiftly across the wasteland into the distance. The gale gradually subsided and the flames of war died down. Neji stood alone amidst the ravaged battlefield, his white robes fluttering in the wind, his silhouette solitary and formidable. Alone, he had once again faced 2 elite Ōtsutsuki members and emerged victorious, repelling the enemy with ease. Within, Konoha, sensing the battles and all the jonin, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Kakashi gazed toward the border, sighing softly. With Neji here, Konoha's foundation will never crumble. Word soon reached the rain-hidden tower. After hearing the report, Pain's Rinnegan contracted slowly. Itachi closed his eyes in silence, having already anticipated the outcome. The entire Ōtsutsuki organization truly realized that Konoha now possessed a top-tier powerhouse capable of threatening the entire group. Meanwhile, Danzo, lurking in the shadows, learned of the battle, and a bone-chilling cold gleamed in his single eye. The stronger Neji became, the harder it was for Danzo to realize his ambition of controlling Konoha and the Hyūga clan. The thought of eliminating Neji grew ever more resolute in his heart. The sun set, dusk descended. Neji walked slowly back to Konoha. He understood clearly that repelling formidable foes time and again was just the beginning. The 6 paths of pain, Uchiha Madara, and the final great ninja war all awaited in the near future. And he, with the Byakugan overlooking the turbulent world with the gentle fist guarding Konoha, would step by step ascend to the true pinnacle of the shinobi world. In the rain village, the unending rain continued, dark clouds pressing down upon the city. The atmosphere in the Ōtsutsuki main hall was frozen in absolute silence. Sasori and Deidara returned weary from their travels, their black robes stained with dust and the remnants of chakra depletion from a fierce battle. Their expressions were grim and heavy. The two recounted every detail of the border battle without omission. The Byakugan saw through all explosive patterns. The gentle fist sealed the core of the puppets. His movements were unassailable, offense and defense integrated. Despite their combined efforts, they were completely suppressed by Neji, and ultimately forced to retreat in disgrace. The hall was dead silent. Kakuzu frowned, arms crossed, his voice laced with disbelief. One person repelled both Itachi and Kisame, then Sasori and Deidara, 4 Ōtsutsuki-level fighters. Just how far has this young ninja of Konoha grown? Haiden grinned, the fervor of a Jashin follower radiating. Interesting. Most interesting. I want to fight him myself to see if I can cut off his head as an offering to Lord Jashin. Konan pursed her lips, her gaze fixed toward Konoha, her expression serious. The Hyūga clan's pure Byakugan paired with the ultimate gentle fist naturally counters most ninjutsu and puppets. Coupled with his mentality and combat experience far beyond his peers, this man already possesses the strength to single-handedly contend with an Ōtsutsuki squad. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes slightly, a faint glimmer in his crimson Sharingan, and spoke softly. I said before, do not underestimate Neji. His potential is no less than anyone's. If we continue to target Konoha, we will inevitably face him in a life-or-death battle. Nagato, seated in the main position, radiated a fierce blue light from his Rinnegan, while the terrifying gravitational and repulsive forces around him surged slowly. 2 consecutive squad missions had been thwarted by Neji, completely disrupting Ōtsutsuki's entire plan to capture the tailed beasts. Change of plans. Nagato's voice was calm but carried an unyielding authority. Suspend the mission to capture the 9 tails of Konoha for now. Increase vigilance and closely monitor the movements of Hyūga Neji. Without absolute certainty, do not set foot in Konoha's territory. Until this man is eliminated, our grand scheme to seize the 9-tailed beasts will always face a massive obstacle. The entire Ōtsutsuki organization was forced to adjust its strategic layout because of one man, Neji. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden dungeons of Konoha's root, dark, damp, eerie winds blowing. Danzo's single eye flickered with cold light as his subordinate reported every word of the border battle. After hearing the full account, Danzo's 5 fingers clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, and the killing intent around him almost uncontrollable. From Orochimaru's invasion to the clash with 4 Ōtsutsuki powerhouses, Neji's strength, reputation, influence, and clan status had all skyrocketed. Now he was already taking on the demeanor of Konoha's strongest combatant. Such a figure, uncontrollable, upright in nature, loathing dark schemes, would never submit to Root or to himself. If left unchecked, he would not only seize the power to control Konoha in the future, but might even completely expose the dark sins accumulated over the years. He cannot be kept. Absolutely cannot be kept. Danzo muttered, his eyes seething with murderous intent. Since recruitment is hopeless and he repeatedly obstructs my plans, I must act preemptively. He slowly raised his hand and gave a low command to the shadows. Mobilize all elite Root operatives, prepare forbidden techniques and assassination tools. Seize the most opportune moment, silently eradicate Hyūga Neji. A figure in the shadows bowed and accepted the order, the murderous intent lurking quietly. Within Konoha, undercurrents were already surging. Above, the Ōtsutsuki lurked, below Danzo plotted. A few days passed slowly. A bold and free-spirited figure returned with the wind, white hair flying, wooden sandals with flames, a carefree smile on his face. The legendary Sannin of years of wandering, Jiraiya, had officially returned to Konoha. A group of jonin from the village came forward to welcome him. The 3rd Hokage lay ill in bed. Konoha was fraught with danger, and the Ōtsutsuki's turmoil plagued the ninja world. All these events had reached Jiraiya's ears. When he learned that Konoha was now relying on a young man named Hyūga Neji, who had repeatedly turned the tide, confronting Orochimaru alone and standing firm against multiple Ōtsutsuki members, Jiraiya's smile slowly faded, his eyes filled with amazement. Hyūga Neji, Jiraiya murmured to himself, deeply shaken. That young boy from the branch family with his gaze full of destiny and pride during the Chunin exam had grown to this level. Soon Jiraiya took the initiative to find Neji, who was training in the forest. The evening breeze gently blew and the white-clad youth sat with closed eyes regulating his breath, the 8 trigrams airflow slowly revolving his aura, introverted and unfathomable. "Little one, you've become quite famous." Jiraiya walked over slowly, his smile carefree, his gaze scrutinizing the young man before him. Neji opened his eyes, recognized the visitor, and gave a slight nod. "Lord Jiraiya. Your name is spreading across the entire ninja world," Jiraiya said with emotion. "The Sannin Orochimaru, the Akatsuki powerhouses, all stopped by you alone. At such a young age your combat strength has already reached the Kage level. Konoha is fortunate to have you." Neji replied calmly. "I am merely protecting everything I wish to protect." Jiraiya looked at the pure, untainted Byakugan and grew even more appreciative. At the same time he sensed the immense malice lurking in the shadows of Konoha. Danzo's ambition, the Akatsuki's conspiracy, the harbinger of the ninja world war, all intertwined in this land. "The days ahead will not be peaceful." Jiraiya spoke solemnly. "Nagato Madara, the 9-tailed beast, the fate of the ninja world. Soon all the darkness will surface. Neji, perhaps you are the one who will shoulder Konoha and even change the direction of the ninja world." The sun set and the sky was filled with twilight clouds. The era of the old Sannin faded and the rise of a new generation of powerhouses began. The fates of Neji, Naruto, and Sasuke became completely intertwined. The evening breeze swept through the deep leafy forest of Moi, causing the branches to rustle and sway. The last rays of the setting sun scattered like fragments of gold upon Neji's pristine white robe, outlining his tall, slender figure with an air of solitude and indifference. Having weathered countless life-and-death battles, defeated 4 top-tier Akatsuki members in succession, and even clashed with the demigod-level Orochimaru, the Neji of now had long shed the stubborn, gloomy shackles of fate that once bound him. His features were cold yet gentle, his pure white eyes clear and untainted. His heart was steady and penetrating, possessing both the innate pride of the Hyūga clan and the calm compassion forged through countless battles. He sought neither power nor conflict, his sole obsession was to protect his clan, protect Konoha, and safeguard those around him. Nearby Jiraiya leaned against a tree trunk, his white hair disheveled. His eyes, which had witnessed the century of the shinobi world's vicissitudes, quietly studied Neji, a torrent of emotion surging within him. The world knew Konoha's new generation of geniuses, Naruto hot-blooded and reckless, Sasuke proud and stubborn. Yet no one anticipated that the one who truly bore the burden of Konoha's crisis, confronting the entire Akatsuki with the might of a youth, was the once despised boy from the Hyūga branch family. "Nagato was once my student." After a long silence, Jiraiya spoke slowly, his voice low and heavy, carrying an indescribable melancholy and exhaustion breaking the stillness of the forest. "He possesses the same Ōtsutsuki bloodline as you, the Rinnegan, and a pure, kind heart. But the suffering, hatred, and despair of this chaotic world consumed him completely, driving him step by step toward the path of destroying the shinobi world." Neji's brows furrowed slightly, his pure white Byakugan shifting faintly as a glimmer of contemplation passed through his eyes. Through the distant void he could vaguely sense the vast, deathly, and overwhelming chakra deep within the hidden rain village. Cold, compassionate, and despairing, it all wove together into a realm of hopelessness. "Hatred can never dissolve hatred." Neji spoke softly, his tone calm yet resolute. "Whether it is the Akatsuki or the darkness festering within Konoha, all arise from obsession." These words carried a double meaning. Jiraiya's heart stirred and he gave Neji a deep, knowing look. How perceptive he was! He instantly grasped the subtext of Neji's words. The boy had long seen through the corruption festering beneath Konoha's glossy surface, the filth of root, the insatiable ambition of Danzo. "You see it very clearly." Jiraiya slowly straightened his expression, turning utterly grave. "Danzo is a man of immense ambition, ruthless and venomous. To seize the Hokage's seat and control all of Konoha's power, he will stop at nothing. Your reputation and unmatched combat prowess have made you a thorn in his side. He sees you as a threat to his ambitions. I can feel the unending killing intent from the shadows." Neji lowered his gaze slightly, his Byakugan shifting as he took in all the chakra signatures within a kilometer radius. Hidden in the dense shadows of the forest root Umbu members, their presences concealed to the extreme, lurked like venomous snakes, silently fixing their aim on his vital points. The killing intent was already upon him. "He wants to kill me." It was not a question but a flat statement. Jiraiya's face darkened, anger coloring his brow. "Danzo has repeatedly thrown Konoha into chaos for his own selfish desires, even harming his own clansmen. I will protect you from the shadows, but Root has been dormant for years with many operatives and sinister forbidden techniques. Their assassinations will never be open. Neji, you must be extremely cautious when walking through Konoha from now on. Neji nodded lightly, showing no hint of panic or fear. Having endured countless life-or-death battles, the brutality of the Ōtsutsuki, the treachery of Orochimaru, and the cruelty of the shinobi world's chaos and assassination attempt by Root could not shake his composure. The gentle fist could seal all techniques, the Byakugan could pierce through any concealed presence. Whenever killing intent approached, he could sense and predict it in advance. As the two conversed on another tall tree in the forest, a dark solitary figure stood silently. Sasuke Uchiha, clad in a dark gray outfit, his black hair flowing in the wind, his profile cold and sharp, had his Sharingan flashing a faint crimson light in his eyes. He watched Neji and Jiraiya below in complete silence, a storm of complex emotions churning in his chest. Once he was the celebrated Uchiha heir of Konoha, gifted with extraordinary talent, proud and aloof, born to stand at the pinnacle. And Neji was merely a boy from the branch family, trapped by clan shackles, his fate tragic. But now everything had been reversed. Neji repeatedly stood before Konoha, fought powerful enemies alone, turned the tide, earned respect, possessed a clear heart, and wielded power with openness and integrity. Meanwhile, he himself bore the bloody vengeance of his clan, distanced himself from his comrades, sought refuge with Orochimaru, wallowed in darkness and slaughter, filled with aggression, his path ahead shrouded in blackness and confusion. Every time the Ōtsutsuki invaded, every time the village faced crisis, it was Neji who stepped forward. Even when he himself was on the brink of danger, it was Neji who intervened to protect him from falling into the abyss. That composure, strength, and openness repeatedly pierced Sasuke's proud heart. Jealousy, resentment, confusion, guilt, inferiority, countless emotions entangled the Uchiha youth. He craved power, craved revenge, but the more he chased darkness, the clearer he saw the gap between himself and Neji. Why? Sasuke's thin lips parted slightly as he murmured, his crimson pupils contracting, his chakra restless. Both of us bear the burden of fate, yet you can break free and protect everything, while I am trapped in hatred, unable to escape. He resented being overshadowed by Neji's light, yet deep down acknowledged the other's strength. The inner demon took root, the obsession unbroken, and the Uchiha's innate pride constantly tormented his spirit. Naruto bounded through the forest, his eyes immediately catching sight of the lonely, dejected Sasuke on the treetop. His eyes lit up and he sprinted forward. Sasuke, I finally found you. Come back to the village with me. Don't follow Orochimaru anymore. The boy's blonde hair flew, his smile blazing with sincerity, his heart full of the desire to reclaim his friend. Sasuke turned his head at the sound, his cold gaze sweeping over Naruto, his tone aloof and distant, devoid of warmth. My path does not require anyone's interference. With that, Sasuke did not linger. He leaped, his form vanishing into a dark silhouette, disappearing into the depths of the forest, unwilling to exchange another word. Naruto froze in place, his expression dejected, his fists clenched tightly. Neji watched the scene quietly, understanding in his heart. Until the inner demon within Sasuke was resolved, he would never truly return to the light. Hatred destroys a shinobi, and it destroys a person. On the surface, Konoha was peaceful and tranquil, but within it was already fractured. Comrades, estranged, internal power struggles among the higher-ups, enemies lurking outside, darkness hidden within. At that moment, in the main hall of the Hidden Rain village, the cold rain continued without cease. The Ōtsutsuki had not abandoned their designs on Neji despite their retreat. A more meticulous and perilous hunting plan was slowly taking shape in Nagato's mind. Haiden traced the Jashin curse mark with his fingers, a wild, bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face, his battle spirit boiling. Just a mere boy from Konoha. Sasori and Deidara were too cautious and weak. If I had been the one to act, I would have used the Jashin ritual to sacrifice him, tearing his tendons and flesh apart. No need for probing and maneuvering. Kakuzu's brow creased slightly as he calculated rapidly in his mind, speaking coldly. Killing Neji would not only remove an obstacle to capturing the Ninetales, but also allow us to sell his corpse, bloodline, and Byakugan for a sky-high price. This person is worth far more than an ordinary tailed beast container. Konan gently grasped a piece of paper, her paper jutsu trembling slightly, her clear voice ringing out. Neji's fighting style is too comprehensive. His Byakugan sees through all flaws, the gentle fist seals chakra, his movement is flawless, and his offense and defense are balanced. Ordinary squad encirclements are useless. Itachi Uchiha closed his eyes, his mind heavy. He knew better than anyone the limits of Neji's potential. This person had no curse seal binding him, no inner demon troubling him, his bloodline was pure and flawless, and his mental state far exceeded his age. If allowed to grow unchecked within a few years, he would be able to single-handedly overpower the majority of the Ōtsutsuki. At the main seat, Nagato slowly raised his eyes. The Rinnegan's azure light blazed and the entire hall's pressure plummeted, the immense forces of attraction and repulsion faintly oscillating in the air. Ordinary members can no longer deal with Neji Hyūga. Nagato's tone was indifferent, carrying the aloofness of one who overlooked the world, each word delivered with finality. Abandon squad probing. Next, I will personally deploy the 6 paths of pain. When the time is ripe, all 6 will move together, crush the obstacle, and erase Neji completely. With that decree, the entire Ōtsutsuki officially elevated Neji to the highest priority for elimination. No more probing, no more restraint. When they struck, it would be a killing blow. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha's root headquarters, in the damp dark chamber, Danzo's single eye gleamed with murky vicious light. The countless Sharingan on his arm rotated slowly, eerie and sinister. Before him, dozens of root shinobi clad in black robes and masked knelt on one knee, their auras dead and cold, exuding the fierce killing intent of those who had long walked in darkness and slaughtered countless. Neji holds the authority of the Hyūga clan, possesses terrifying combat power, enjoys deep public support, and has Jiraiya's covert protection. Open action would be too conspicuous. Danzo's hoarse, low voice echoed in the chamber, killing intent spreading like poisonous mist. Choose the darkest hour of night, infiltrate in groups, use the forbidden technique, curse seal of killing, poison jutsu secrets, and close-range assassination. Do not engage in prolonged battle, only aim for a single fatal blow. Regardless of cost, regardless of consequences. Tonight I want Neji Hyūga dead in silence. All root shinobi bowed their heads in unison, their responses low and resolute. The killing intent was bone deep. The dark night was approaching. On one side, the Ōtsutsuki's 6 paths of pain laid out a deadly formation. On the other, Root's death squads prepared a night ambush. One external, one internal. 2 certain death situations, all silently converging on Neji alone. Dusk completely swallowed the sky and the night fell, heavy dark clouds obscuring the moon. The warm lights of the thousands of homes in Konoha glowed gently, but beneath the entire earth undercurrents surged and slaughter was already brewing. Nightfall completely enveloped my thick clouds, obscuring the bright moon. The entire village plunged into profound darkness and gloom. The evening wind was bitterly cold, the chirping of insects in the forest had all vanished, and a faint elusive trace of bloody chilling air quietly permeated the atmosphere. The peaceful and tranquil Mai of the daytime had under the deep night already become a place of undercurrent hunting. Tuanzang sat in the root's secret chamber, a cold gleam flickering in his solitary eye, countless Xiaolunian eyes slowly rotating on his withered arm, eerie and sinister. He excelled all his life in schemes, betrayals, and sneak attacks, never favoring open combat. In his eyes, the fall of the powerful often came from the most inconspicuous night ambushes. Ningxi's combat prowess was overwhelming. Even if he gathered most of Root's strength for a frontal assault, it might not gain him an advantage. But assassination was different. Night infiltration, poison gas contamination, multidirectional encirclement, forbidden technique, assault, striking vital points, and disrupting the mind. All specifically targeting the moment when one's vigilance slackens and guard is let down. Move! The hoarse low word fell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of Root elite ninjas clad entirely in black, their faces covered by cold masks, darted out from Root's secret passages like nocturnal specters. Their footsteps were light and silent, their breaths suppressed to the extreme, chakra completely concealed. They were masters of infiltration, poison arts, assassination, and sealing techniques. Each one was a veteran death warrior who had endured countless slaughters and whose hands were stained with blood. The group dispersed in different directions, silently encircling the perimeter of the Rishiang clan's residence from all sides. The operation was orderly and well assigned. Some set up poison mist barriers, some blocked escape routes, some concealed sealing ninjutsu, and some held poison short blades, their killing intent concealed to the extreme. Under such arrangements, even a formidable ordinary jonin could easily fall prey to a momentary lapse and be struck down instantly. But what they faced was Rishiang Ningxi. Inside the residence, a white-robed youth sat quietly on a bluestone in the courtyard, his eyes lightly closed, his aura gentle and calm, seemingly in deep meditation under the night. His pure white long hair fell over his shoulders, his posture elegant and detached, with no trace of battle intent, as if utterly unaware of the surrounding danger. Only Ningxi himself knew. From the moment night fell, his Baiyan had never truly been closed. The pure bloodline of the Daetongmu clan operated at full power, boundless perception spreading like a tide, enveloping the entire Rishiang residence and its surroundings for 1,000 meters. Every faint flow of chakra, every footstep landing, every trace of hidden poison gas dispersing, every cold killing intent lurking in the shadows, all were reflected with crystal clarity in his perception. 34 root assassination ninjas, their positions, auras, ninjutsu attributes, hidden weapons, and inner killing intent, were all laid bare. At all costs assassinate in secret. Ningxi murmured softly, his eyes still closed, yet a faint chill passed through his gaze. He had long anticipated that Tanzang would harbor murderous intent, but he hadn't expected the other party to act so swiftly and decisively. During the day they had been cautiously observing from the shadows, but by nightfall they had directly dispatched all their elite death warriors, intending to eliminate him within a single night. As a high-ranking official of Mai, instead of protecting the village, he turned his blade against its own geniuses. Such malicious selfishness was despicable. The root ninjas hidden in the shadows exchanged glances. The timing was ripe. The black-clad ninja closest to the courtyard suddenly erupted into motion, activating the body flicker technique silently under his feet, turning into a black blur. The cold gleaming poison short blade in his hand aimed straight for Ningxi's vital spot at the back of his heart at a cunning and vicious angle, a lethal strike from the start. At the same time, several black shadows struck from the left and right. Poison mist spread silently, pale black smoke creeping out, capable of numbing nerves and blocking chakra circulation. Several sealing techniques quietly took shape, phantom chains lurking in the void, intending to bind Ningxi's limbs in an instant and seal off his gentle fist. Multiple pincer attacks, ambush, poison sealing, and close quarters lethal strikes, all launched simultaneously with no wasted words, every move a killing blow. Any other person of the same age, or even an ordinary jonin, would surely be instantly trapped in a desperate situation under such an unexpected nighttime siege. Just as the short blade was about to touch his clothes, bzzt, a pair of pure white eyes suddenly snapped open. The vast clear Baiyan light blazed and a faint white radiance swept around him. All assassination trajectories, all ambush routes, all threads of technique operation. At this moment they were completely exposed. Too slow. Ningxi's tone was indifferent as he gently sidestepped. A seemingly simple and casual sidestep perfectly dodged the lethal poison blade, his speed too fast for the naked eye to catch. With a thud the blade missed and stabbed hard into the bluestone ground behind, sending stone chips flying. That root ninja's pupils contracted sharply, a chill sinking into his heart. His instant kill strike, which had exhausted his lifelong cultivation, was actually dodged so easily. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Without turning his body, Ningxi struck out with a reverse palm blow. Layer upon layer of white palm shadows, swift as thunder, the palm went piercing the air, precisely hitting all 361 critical acupoints on the attacking ninja's body. Slap. 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 A series of dense, crisp striking sounds rang out. That black-clad ninja's meridians were instantly sealed, chakra completely stagnated, limbs stiff and numb, all strength dissipated in an instant, blood and chi reversed. He flew backward like a broken puppet, crashing heavily to the ground, completely incapacitated. With just one palm, an elite root assassin was directly defeated. The other ninjas in the shadows were shocked, unable to remain hidden, and all burst forth to attack. Poison mist filled the courtyard, several wind-style and fire-style ninjutsu interweaved, sealing chains crisscrossed, countless poison kunai rained down like a storm. The entire courtyard instantly turned into a deadly battlefield. Sinister winds howled, killing intent surging from all sides. Facing the frenzied assault from every direction, Ningxi stood in the center of the courtyard in his white robes, his expression calm and unchanged. His Baiyan swept across the entire scene, every movement under his control. Since you insist on attacking, I will no longer hold back. Pale white chakra surged upward from Ningxi's body, and a golden 8 trigrams formation slowly emerged beneath his feet, flowing with mysterious and profound patterns. The Daytami bloodline within him boiled completely, the power of gentle fist reaching its peak. 8 trigrams revolving heaven. A massive ring-shaped blast of energy exploded outward. A pure white gale swept through the entire courtyard, raging in all directions. The countless kunai in the air were all blown away, the poison mist instantly dispersed and dissolved by the airflow, and all the chains and ninjutsu that came close shattered and vanished. Several ninjas close by were violently sent flying by the shockwave, their bones cracking, severely injured. With the strength of one person, he forcefully broke through the encirclement attack of more than 30 elite death warriors. In the shadows, the remaining ninjas all changed color dramatically, deep fear rising in their hearts. They had seen powerful killers and ninjutsu masters, but they had never seen such a terrifying taijutsu and dojutsu powerhouse. Attacks could not land, ambushes were all seen through, ninjutsu was completely ineffective, and close contact would result in sealed meridians and severe injury. The youth before them had no vulnerabilities. All together. Don't give him any opening. The leading ninja roared hoarsely, suppressing his fear, and led everyone to encircle again, launching a desperate assault. Blades glinted with cold light, techniques flashed with brilliance, the battle under the night reaching a fever pitch. Ningxi stepped through the 8 trigrams positions, his figure drifting and flowing among countless attacks, moving with ease as if strolling in a garden. Every time he raised his hand, a palm would land with precision and ferocity. Every time he turned, a ninja would have their meridians sealed, their combat power collapsing. Gentle Fist did not target flesh and blood, it specialized in sealing acupoints and meridians. It did not cause massive casualties but could instantly cripple all combat power. Screams and grunts of pain echoed continuously in the courtyard. One by one, root ninjas fell to the ground, their bodies stiff, unable to mobilize even a trace of chakra. The battle silently shifted from encirclement and hunting to Ningxi's calm, one-sided crushing. Far away in Root's secret chamber, Tuanzang, through the sensing aura transmitted back, clearly watched the one-sided battle. His solitary eye darkened to the extreme, and the veins on his arm bulged wildly. More than 30 Root elite death warriors united in a night ambush could not even truly touch the corner of Rishiang Ningxi's clothes. How is this possible? Tuanzang muttered, his wariness and murderous intent growing ever thicker. In just 2 years his strength has reached such a level. Inside the courtyard the battle was gradually coming to an end. The last remaining Root ninja, battered and disheveled, his mask cracked, retreated in horror, staring at the white-robed youth before him, trembling uncontrollably. The ground was littered with incapacitated assassins, the courtyard in disarray, the night wind bleak. Ningxi slowly withdrew his palms, the faint light of his Baiyan gradually dimmed, and he stared coldly into the darkness toward the direction where Tuanzang was. Tuanzang! The youth's voice was cold, piercing the night, clearly drifting in the darkness. If there is another attempt to harm me in secret, I will personally come to Root and settle accounts with you face to face. The killing intent was not fierce, but every word was resolute and chilling. The night hunt, Tuanzang's meticulously planned assassination ambush. Complete defeat. And no one knew that on a distant mountain path outside my village a solitary figure clad in a red cloud black robe quietly gazed at the fluctuations of battle within the village. Yuzhibo Yu paused in the night, his Xiaolinian slowly rotating, and murmured to himself. The darkness of Mai is far more terrifying than the Shao. Within there were treacherous ministers plotting without, great enemies from the ninja world. Zuizhu was deeply trapped by inner demons, Ming'an was forging ahead, and the Pei and Lu Dao were about to move. The storm-tossed Mai, the true chaos, was just beginning. The night wind scattered the lingering smoke of battle in the courtyard where Root ninja lay strewn across the ground. All of them had their meridians sealed and chakra dispersed, limp and powerless, unable even to rise. Poisoned weapons lay scattered about, and the dissipating toxic mist still carried a faint, chilling aura. Neji stood in his white robes, his long hair gently swaying in the night breeze. His pure white eyes were cold and aloof, devoid of any bloodlust or satisfaction. He had never willingly stained his hands with the blood of his clan, even when faced with assassins sent to take his life. Sealing their chakra with the gentle fist, disabling their combat ability, and sparing their lives was the utmost mercy he could offer. Towards Danzo's repeated malicious schemes, Neji felt only indifference and disappointment. They were all from Konoha, yet with external enemies like the Akatsuki looming and Orochimaru's unyielding ambitions, a great ninja war was imminent. Instead of uniting to protect the village, those in power harbored suspicion, persecuted geniuses, and indulged in political machinations, placing their selfish interests above the safety of all of Konoha. Such darkness was far more chilling than that of any rogue ninja. Moments later, several patrol ninja sensed the disturbance at the estate, and rushed to the scene. When they saw the elite Root operatives lying defeated and Neji standing unharmed, they were all stunned, their faces filled with shock. Over 30 veteran Root assassins had launched a coordinated night ambush. Yet they were all defeated, unable to land a single blow on Neji. The news spread like the night wind through Konoha's high command. The Hokage's residence, the council chamber, and the gathering of elite Jonin all trembled with shock. In the underground chamber of Root, the atmosphere was suffocating. Flickering candlelight cast shadows on Danzo's aged, sinister face, his single eye blazing with fury and dread. The row of Sharingan on his arms slowly rotated, emitting an eerie cold light, his murderous aura nearly tearing the air apart. A meticulously planned assassination employing the majority of Root's elite under the cover of night with the advantage of time and terrain had ended in total defeat. Worthless! A bunch of worthless fools! Danzo growled, his chest seething with rage. His withered hand clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Dozens of you, and you can't even take down a 16-year-old boy! What use are you? He knew all too well. The failure of this assassination carried severe consequences. First, Neji would now be fully on guard, making any future covert attempts virtually impossible. Second, the news would spread and everyone in the village would know that Danzo had secretly attacked a hero who protected Konoha, destroying his reputation and losing the people's trust. Third, Jiraiya would seize the opportunity to hold Root accountable for instigating internal strife and attacking the village's strongest. One misstep and every move became a disadvantage. Yet the more he failed, the more obsessive Danzo's desire to eliminate Neji became. Neji was too strong, too upright, too revered by the entire village. He did not bow to authority, nor did he embrace darkness. His vision and insight surpassed everyone in the village. As long as Neji lived, Danzo could never securely seize control of Konoha or freely impose his radical ideals. Ordinary assassination won't work. Danzo slowly calmed his fury, his single eye glinting with sinister calculation as he pondered vicious schemes. A direct frontal assault was impossible, and a night ambush had failed. Then he would have to resort to forbidden techniques, curse marks, sowing discord, using Sasuke, or manipulating the Ōtsutsuki. He would stop at nothing to remove this thorn in his side. Meanwhile, in the forests outside Konoha, a figure in a red cloud-black robe stood silently. Moonlight fell on Uchiha Itachi's cold profile. His three-tomo Sharingan slowly turned, fully perceiving the chakra fluctuations and sounds of battle that had erupted in the village. Root's assassination. Danzo made his move. Itachi murmured softly, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. Though he was in the Ōtsutsuki, his heart was with Konoha, and he had borne everything alone in the darkness. He had witnessed the corruption of Konoha's high command, the power struggles, and the shadowy schemes. Yet tonight, seeing the village's own hero being ambushed by his own people, he still felt a pang of sorrow. Hyūga Neji, who had repeatedly stood against external threats to protect the village, possessed a noble character and strength unmatched among the new generation. He had no faults, no ambitions, only the crime of being too powerful, too brilliant, and too uncontrollable. The darkness of Konoha has long been ingrained in its bones. Itachi closed his eyes, thoughts swirling. The Ōtsutsuki sought to hunt tailed beasts, Danzo wanted to eliminate geniuses, and Orochimaru coveted bloodline vessels. Caught in the midst of multiple factions, Neji's path ahead was fraught with peril. If he fell into the hands of the Ōtsutsuki, it could reshape the organization's structure. If he remained in Konoha, he would eventually be consumed by its internal darkness. Itachi made a quiet judgment: in the future, if Konoha fell into chaos, Neji would be the only one capable of holding the village together. With that thought, Itachi's form flickered and vanished into the night, heading back towards the Ōtsutsuki. Deep in the night, Jiraiya, having heard the news, hurried to the Hyūga estate. Seeing the chaotic scene in the courtyard and the incapacitated Root operatives, the white-haired elder's face turned cold, his aura heavy and oppressive. Danzo actually dared to make a move. Jiraiya's voice was icy, anger hidden in his eyes. To strike at an ally while facing external threats crossed the line. He turned to Neji, who stood calmly, and asked slowly, "How do you plan to handle this? Report it to the High Command and hold Root accountable." Neji shook his head, gently gazing into the deep night of Konoha. "Holding them accountable is meaningless. As long as Danzo's ambition remains, and as long as the darkness of power exists in Konoha, the assassinations and schemes will never stop." He saw through it all. Capturing these ninjas today would only bring more assassins tomorrow. The root of the problem was not the killers, but the one in the shadows wielding power. "I protect Konoha to safeguard its villagers, its people, and its home, not to defend corrupt politics and inner darkness." This single sentence revealed Neji's true heart. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, then sighed deeply. "You see more clearly than anyone." Naruto also rushed over that night, his fists clenched in fury at the scene before him. "This is too much. Neji has been protecting the village all along. Why would Danzo do this to you? I'm going to talk to the elders." The young man, with his pure heart and hatred of injustice, could not understand the dark political games of the adult world. Neji raised his hand to stop Naruto, saying calmly, "Don't act impulsively. Anger solves nothing. Only by being strong enough can you withstand all schemes and protect everything you hold dear." After this night's battle, Neji's mindset underwent a transformation. Before, he had only wanted to break free from fate and protect his comrades. Now he fully understood that in a chaotic world with a ninja war raging outside and internal currents within the village, weakness and kindness only invited exploitation. Only power could preserve one's heart and uphold justice. The night slowly faded and the sky began to lighten in the east. The night's turmoil quietly subsided, but no one spoke of it. Danzo suppressed the news to cover up the assassination attempt. Neji, unwilling to incite internal strife, chose to let it go without fanfare. Yet everyone knew that an invisible rift had now been permanently etched between Konoha's high command and the strongest of the new generation. At the Otogekyu base, Orochimaru, having heard of the night's events in Konoha, narrowed his snake-like eyes and licked his lips. Danzo wants to eliminate Neji. How interesting. A pure Byakugan perfect gentle fist Ōtsutsuki bloodline. The more someone wants him dead, the more invaluable he is. Greed surged within Orochimaru. If he could act when Neji was besieged from all sides and trapped in a difficult situation, he might easily claim this genius for himself. The four great powers of the ninja world all re-evaluated their strategies in the wake of that night's assassination. The Akatsuki watched Danzo plotted, Orochimaru coveted, and Konoha's internal fractures deepened. Neji knew clearly that the days of peace were over. From now on he would have to face internal and external threats alone, fending off the Akatsuki's six paths assault, guarding against the sinister schemes within Konoha, and watching his comrades sink into their fates. The morning sun rose slowly, its lights spilling across the land. The white-robed youth looked up at the sky, his Byakugan clear and sharp. On the long road of a chaotic world he walked alone. As for those who would harm me or my village, whether enemy or traitor, I will neither retreat nor fear. The morning light pierced the long night, spilling across the entire Muyi land. The overnight assassination upheaval seemed to have subsided quietly, yet the undercurrents churned like deep-sea vortices, raging wildly across the entire ninja world, leaving no one untouched. Within Muyi, after the events of the previous night, Ningxi's heart had completely swept away the last trace of gentle laxity. He still treated others with a composed warmth, calm and unhurried with his comrades, but deep in his eyes there was an added layer of calmness and sharpness born from experiencing the treachery of the human heart. He was acutely aware that he was now trapped on all sides. Outside, the Shao organization lurked with predatory intent, ready to launch a massive assault with Pei and Lu Dao at any moment. Beside him, De Shiwan had long coveted his Baiyan bloodline, never abandoning his schemes. Within, Tuanzang harbored murderous intent, relentlessly plotting to eliminate him by any means, and among his closest friends one was lost in the darkness of revenge, while the other staggered under the burden of the nine-tailed fox's destiny. The world was chaotic, human hearts unfathomable, and nearly all the pressure fell upon his shoulders alone. In the Rishiang courtyard, Ningxi sat alone in meditation, his Bagua chakra flowing slowly, his pure Detong Mu bloodline being continuously tempered and refined. After successive battles and life and death trials, his Baiyan was evolving subtly toward a deeper level, with an ever greater range of perception and increasingly terrifying ability to see through illusions, and the essence of techniques, and his Ro Quan acupoint sensing had been honed to perfection. He did not deliberately seek power, yet crisis after crisis forced him to grow stronger. Without ostentation, arrogance, or love for battle, he already stood at the pinnacle of the new generation of the ninja world. Not far away, Chu Tian stood quietly, her gaze soft and gentle as she watched Ningxi in his cultivation, a faint worry in her brows. She knew all about the Gendo's intrusion into the mansion the previous night. The thought that someone would dare a late-night assassination to harm Ningxi filled her heart with unease. On the other side, atop a tall tree in Muyi, Uchiha's Wuzhu stood alone against the wind, his ink-black hair flowing, his aura cold and isolated, his Xiaoluan Yen slowly rotating in his eyes, harboring an unyielding gloom and obsession. He was fully aware of the intense chakra fluctuations in the village the previous night. He knew that someone had tried to assassinate Ningxi. Even though Ningxi was of Muyi, he had protected the village and his comrades and saved the day on multiple occasions. All he received in return was covert slaughter. This incident deeply shook Wuzhu's heart. He had thought that darkness existed only in hatred, rogue ninjas, and carnage. Now he understood that within the bright and grand Muyi there was also filled scheming and cold-hearted ruthlessness. Wuzhu grew more confused. Was his own path into darkness right or wrong? Ningxi, who upheld goodness and remained loyal to Muyi, still could not escape being plotted against and persecuted. Did so-called justice and protection really have meaning? Hatred fermented in his heart, and the dark inner demon grew once more. He indulged more deeply in power, more unwilling to turn back, and the aura of the Zhou-yin stirred restlessly, drawing him ever closer to utter darkness. Not far away, Mingren bounced through the forest, his face full of vitality, his thoughts simple and pure. He only wanted to bring back Wuzhu, protect Muyi, safeguard his comrades, and strive to become the Hokage. He could not understand the political machinations of the high-ranking, the darkness of human hearts, or the grand currents of the ninja world, but he possessed the purest, most sincere heart. The three members of the 7th class, with three mindsets and three vastly different paths, were gradually drifting apart in the tide of the era. At the same time, in Yuying village, endless rain shrouded the tall tower, the air cold and damp, suffocatingly oppressive. Inside the Shao organization's main hall, Changmen sat on the high platform, the faint blue light of his Lun Hui Yen slowly undulating. Xiao Nan stood by his side, paper flowing gently between her fingers. The unusual movements inside Mu Yi the previous night had all been reported back to Xiao headquarters through various intelligence agents. Tuanzang attempted to assassinate Ning Xi and ultimately failed. Xiao Nan spoke softly, her voice cool. The internal conflicts in Mu Yi are intensifying, power is divided. This is our best opportunity to strike. Chang Men slowly opened his eyes and the auras of the 6 paths faintly manifested in the void. The 6 paths of Payan, Shura path, hungry ghost path, human path, hell path, animal path and Deva path. Their auras were heavy and vast, each possessing terrifying combat power not inferior to that of an elite Jounin. When the 6 paths unite, they are enough to crush a nation's might. Mu Yi is in turmoil, their hearts are divided and there is a gap in their external defenses. Chang Men's tone was indifferent, with the detached gaze of one overlooking the world. Rishiang Ning Xi, however strong, cannot single-handedly protect the entire village. Our previous squads failed repeatedly because they moved too sporadically. This time no probing, no maneuvering. The 6 paths will go together, all heading to Mu Yi. Suppress Rishiang Ning Xi first, then capture the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. At the command, the atmosphere of heaven and earth suddenly grew heavy. The 6 paths of Payan bowed their heads in unison, their vast powers of attraction, repulsion, summoning and restoration all awakening. The strongest combat force capable of shaking the ninja world structure was officially ready to move. Beside them, Fei Duan laughed in excitement, his killing intent boiling. Finally, we're making a major move. I really want to see with my own eyes if that Mu Yi genius can withstand the power of the 6 paths. Jiao Du's eyes flickered with a calculating gleam, silently assessing the profits after this battle. Xie and Di De La looked solemn, their hearts already prepared to head to the battlefield again. The entire Xiao organization entered a state of all-out war. As soon as Payan set foot in Mu Yi, the great chaos of the ninja world would truly erupt. Meanwhile, in a remote dark Yinin stronghold, inside a damp cave, De Shiwan lounged lazily on the cold ground, his gray-white hair scattered, his snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His fingers slowly rubbed together, his mind a whirl of thoughts. The Xiao was about to attack Mu Yi with Payan. Tuanzang was determined to eliminate Ning Xi, and Mu Ye's internal and external troubles were fully erupting. The chaotic era was approaching and everyone was locked in a struggle for survival. As for himself, he only needed to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Once Ning Xi is entangled and restrained by Payan, De Shiwan's tongue licked the corner of his lips, his greed undisguised. That will be the perfect moment for me to seize the Baiyan bloodline. Zhuozhu is deep in the grip of his inner demon, his mind unsteady, but the vessel remains perfectly usable. The Xiao will be in chaos. Tuanzang will be stirring up trouble behind the scenes, multiple factions fighting. I will simply reap the benefits. De Shiwan had long laid out a long-term strategy, quietly waiting for the great turmoil to arrive, ready to snatch everything he had coveted for years. The 4 great forces were all converging. The Xiao was mobilizing its full force to attack Mu Yi. Tuanzang was secretly building up his reserves, brewing more venomous killing moves. De Shiwan watched coldly from the sidelines, waiting to harvest bloodlines and vessels. The 3 young members of Mu Yi, their fates rising and falling, their hearts pulled in different directions. The entire ninja world was on the brink of a storm, and a great battle was about to break out. In the forest, Ning Xi slowly stopped his training and looked up at the distant sky. His Baiyan crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, faintly perceiving the 6 terrifying boundless auras from the direction of Yuin, enough to annihilate a ninja village. An overwhelming sense of oppression slowly settled over his heart. Payan was coming. Dark clouds rolled in from the distant horizon, the gloomy skies slowly shrouding the warm sun. A fierce wind howled across the land, sweeping up fallen leaves throughout Mu Yi village, and the once peaceful and tranquil atmosphere of the village was utterly shattered. A vast, desolate, despairing and mournful chakra, like an ocean pouring from the heavens, pressed down slowly upon the entire territory of Mu Yi. Heavy, oppressive, barren, indifferent. That aura which belonged to no mortal ninja carried the unique celestial pressure of the Rinnegan, causing every ninja in the village to tremble instinctively from the depths of their hearts. The Jonin changed expressions, drastically lifting their heads to gaze at the high sky. All members of the Umbu went on alert, and barrier ninjas immediately activated defensive formations, layer upon layer of ninja barriers spreading across the sky above Mu Yi. Everyone understood. The true great enemy had arrived. In the void above, the direction of Amigakure, 6 figures cloaked in black straw coats, each with distinct forms, walked slowly through the air. The Deva path of Pain stood at the center, silver hair hanging low, his expression cold and hollow. The Rinnegan gazed down upon the earth with indifference, an invisible gravitational force swirled around him. The Azura path's mechanical body gleamed with cold light, his entire form loaded with weapons of destruction, killing intent, fierce. The hungry ghost path was gaunt, exuding a strange aura of devouring all things. The human path, hell path, and animal path stood on all sides, the six paths' auras merging into one, causing heaven and earth to fall silent. The six paths of pain, all present above Muyi. They're here. The true highest combat power of the Ōtsutsuki. Kakashi held a kunai, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, his expression extremely grave. Beside him Asuma and Kurenai tensed their bodies, their chakras fully circulating, prepared for a deadly battle. Zilayi looked up at the sky, his white hair wildly blown by the wind, his face unusually serious. He knew best the power of his disciple Chongmen. With the six paths united, one man could slaughter an entire city. In the current ninja world there were very few who could stand against him. And the only confidence in the hearts of all the villagers rested upon that one white-robed figure. Rishiyang. In the courtyard the young man slowly raised his head, his pure white eyes staring straight at the black clouds covering the sky. His Byakugan was fully opened, his 1,000-mile perception spread without reservation. The body structure, chakra, nature, ability, origin, and technique flow of each of the six paths were all clearly reflected in his eyes. The Deva path controlled gravity and repulsion, the Asura path specialized in destruction and assault, the hungry ghost path devoured ninjutsu chakra, the animal path summoned endless creatures, the human path extracted souls, and the hell path governed judgment and punishment. Each path possessed the solid power to overwhelm elite jonin. When the six paths fought together they were a true Kage-level army. A grand scheme indeed. Ningxi spoke softly, his white robe flapping loudly in the fierce wind, the 8 trigrams air currents slowly rising around him. To target me and the Ninetales, Chongmen has actually deployed all 6 paths of pain. High above, the indifferent gaze of the Deva path of pain accurately locked onto the upright young figure on the ground. His Rinnegan contracted slightly and his voice hoarse and cold echoed across the entire sky above Muyi. Rishiyang Ningxi. You have repeatedly obstructed the Ōtsutsuki's plans, defeated my subordinate squads, and disrupted the tailed beast capture arrangements. You have hindered world peace. Today I have come personally. Submit or be destroyed. Those words carried no overwhelming fury but held the absolute authority of one who controls the heavens. It was as if the life and death of all things in the world were decided by his single thought. Ming Ren's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately stepped in front of the village, the Ninetales chakra within him stirring restlessly, golden flames slowly rising. What do you Ōtsutsuki want? Don't hurt Muyi. Zhuozhu stood on a distant treetop, his Sharingan fixed on the 6 paths of pain, his heart shaken violently. This was the true trump card of the Ōtsutsuki, the power enough to overthrow the ninja world. An extreme desire for power grew wildly in his heart once more. In the shadows, Tuan Sung hid in the root pavilion, his single eye staring intently at the 6 paths in the sky, thoughts racing through his mind. Pain's massive invasion of Muyi would surely tie down Ningxi completely. Then chaos would erupt in the village, combat power would be scattered, and this would be the best time for him to seize power, scheme, and control Muyi. Even if the Ōtsutsuki flattened the village, as long as he could become Hokage, nothing else mattered. His dark, selfish motives were exposed in the chaotic times. Deep in the forest, One appeared quietly, his snake-like eyes smiling as he watched the impending battle in the sky. With the 6 paths attacking Muyi, Ningxi would have to fight with all his strength, unable to spare attention for others. Whether the Byakugan or Zhuozhu, both would be within easy reach today. All around people harbored their own thoughts, every gaze focused on the center of the battlefield. Ningxi took a slow step forward, his aura calm but steadfast, his pure white eyes staring straight at the Deva path. If you want Muyi, you want Mingren, you'll have to go through me first. With that simple sentence he instantly shouldered all the pressure of the entire village. Pain remained expressionless, raising his hands slightly. Since you refuse to submit, then be crushed. Animal path. With a hum the animal path moved slightly, his hands forming seals rapidly. A massive summoning formation suddenly bloomed in the high sky, smoke and dust billowing and ear-splitting roars echoed through the heavens and earth. Giant 3-headed dogs, hellish birds, rhinoceroses, centipedes, chameleons. Dozens of enormous ferocious summoning beasts burst forth one after another, densely covering half the sky. With sharp claws and fangs, their murderous aura soared, charging madly down toward Muyi village. The endless wave of summoned beasts could tear apart a large number of ordinary ninjas in an instant. The ninjas in the village panicked instantly, the barrier trembled violently, countless ninjutsu struck the sky but could hardly stop the endless tide of beasts. Just as the beast tide was about to crush the village, a white-robed figure suddenly soared into the sky, straight up into the clouds. Ningxi stood against the wind, surrounded by dazzling white light from the 8 trigrams. All 361 chakra points were fully open and the complete Ōtsutsuki bloodline was thoroughly awakened. His Byakugan saw through all the weaknesses of the summoned beasts, and his gentle fist flowed to its peak. 8 trigrams great rotation of the heavens. A ring of air several times more vast than before exploded outward, a pure white gale sweeping across the sky. Boom! The giant summoned beasts charging down were flung back one after another by the force, bones shattered, bodies sent flying, and the roars of the beasts turned into wails. With a single move, the massive summoning offensive was directly torn apart. High above the 6 paths, all changed expression. Taijutsu Dojutsu Chakra Control, all exceed our predictions. The Deva Path of Pain murmured slowly, the Rinnegan's cold light flaring greatly. It seems that without serious effort we cannot shake you. Azura Path. The mechanical body rumbled, its armor unfolding, shoulder cannons, missiles, and laser blades all activated. Destructive firepower gathered, light locking onto Ningxi and blasting forth. Flames tore through the sky, the destructive power overwhelming enough to easily flatten vast forests. Facing the destructive barrage, Ningxi's form moved nimbly, his 8 trigrams footwork traversing the void. His Byakugan precisely predicted the trajectory of every blast, and he strolled leisurely through the rain of bombs, dodging them all. At the same time, he instantly closed in, his palm glowing with sharp white light as he struck out. 8 trigrams 128 palms. Palm shadows like wind striking directly at the acupoints of the Azura Path. With a thud, the Azura Path's mechanical body trembled violently, its chakra flow instantly stagnating, and its attack broke off abruptly. One man fought against 2 paths of pain alone, attacking and defending with ease, not losing ground. All the onlookers from afar were completely stunned. One person standing against the 6 paths of the Ōtsutsuki. This level of power had truly reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Pain's gaze turned utterly cold. 2 paths alone cannot trap you. All 6 paths attack together. The 5 figures moved simultaneously, unleashing the powers of gravity, absorption, soul judgment, and summoning all at once. The entire sky twisted, the heavens and earth changed color. The ultimate catastrophic battle of the ninja world had officially begun in full force. 6 figures moved in unison, their dark rain capes whipping wildly in the fierce wind as 6 distinctly different terrifying powers instantly shrouded the entire sky. The human path moved like a phantom, silently circling behind Neji, with his palm radiating an eerie gray-white glow pointing directly at Neji's crown, intent on extracting his soul's essence. The hell path hovered to the side amidst churning dark underworld mist, with the spectral figure of King Yama flickering in and out of view. Its power of judgment locked onto Neji's spirit, ready to cast him directly into the Netherrealm for trial should his resolve waver even slightly. The hungry ghost path leaned its emaciated frame forward, slightly mouth agape, as its innate devouring power spread across heaven and earth. All chakra and ninjutsu energy drifting through the world was absorbed, and any elemental ninjutsu that came within 3 feet would be instantaneously dissolved. The animal path abandoned summoning massive beasts, instead calling forth several small, swift spirit creatures. Their nimble and unpredictable movements harassed and constrained Neji from all directions, sealing off every possible evasion route. The Azura Path, having just been repelled, had its mechanical components whirring and clicking. Countless blades and cannons recharged as a ferocious barrage of firepower locked down the entire airspace, giving Neji no room to press forward. Finally, Pain of the Heavenly Path, positioned at the center, slowly raised his arm. The deep blue divine light within his Rinnegan surged, and space itself twisted and collapsed in an instant. Chibaku Tensei! An invisible colossal force erupted suddenly, violently wrenching the surrounding air as an irresistible devouring suction hurtled toward Neji's body. Within a 100-meter radius, shattered stones, broken timber, and air currents all rapidly converged toward the heavenly path. One force controlled space, one thought drew all things. This was the most fundamental yet domineering power of the heavenly path within the Rinnegan. In an instant, 6 major offensives encircled from above and below sealed the front and rear, maximizing offense-defense control and killing intent, leaving no blind spots and no weaknesses. Under such a 6-path assault, even a typical Kage-level ninja would be severely wounded and defeated in moments. Below in the skies, the people of Konoha felt their hearts race. Jiraiya's brows furrowed deeply, his fists clenched, his heart filled with tension. Even he would surely perish facing 6 paths of pain simultaneously. Could Neji alone truly withstand this? Naruto's golden chakra grew increasingly restless around him, barely holding back the urge to rush into the sky to assist. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, already prepared to join the fight at any moment. Perched among the treetops, Sasuke's breathing faltered slightly as his Sharingan locked onto the center of the battlefield. He could clearly see the terror of each path's abilities, watching Neji face the highest tier siege in the ninja world entirely alone. That image of one man holding back countless powerful enemies was deeply branded into his heart, making his desire for strength burn ever fiercer. From the shadows Danzo observed coldly a silent sneer forming. With all 6 paths unleashed, even with Neji's heaven-defying talent, he would surely be exhausted and grievously wounded today. Should Neji's combat power plummet, and the village fall into chaos, he could seize control and profit from the turmoil. Deep in the forest, Orochimaru leaned lazily against a tree trunk, his serpent-like eyes fixed unblinkingly on the youth in white. The combined assault of the 6 paths would force Neji to burn through his bloodline and chakra to the fullest. This was the perfect moment to observe the ultimate secrets of the Byakugan. Under the gaze of all, Neji at the storm's center remained calm and serene throughout. His pure white Byakugan operated at its peak with all 361 tenketsu glowing with a luminous white light as 8 trigrams patterns flowed around him. Every attack trajectory, power flow, timing, and weakness of the 6 paths was seen through in a single glance. As the gravitational pull descended, Neji's 8 trigrams footwork shifted instantly, his body drifting sideways like willow catkins in the wind following the spatial distortion. That single seemingly simple step perfectly evaded the core suction of the gravity technique, forcibly breaking free from the spatial imprisonment. "You think mere force can contain me? Not enough." With a low murmur, Neji's figure exploded outward in an instant. His white clothes tore through the air, palm winds sweeping mercilessly without limit. The gentle fist was no longer purely defensive, it had become pure offensive slaughter. 8 trigrams, 361 palms. Countless overlapping palm shadows filled the sky like rain, white light falling from above as they precisely struck the critical black rod nodes on the 6 paths of pain. Bang! 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 Continuous crisp impacts exploded through the clouds. The human path was struck in the chest, its soul energy instantly disrupted as it was sent flying backward. The hell path's dark fog churned violently as its judgment power was shattered by the gentle fist's force. The hungry ghost path opened its mouth to devour the incoming palm strikes, but the gentle fist contained no excess ninjutsu chakra, only pure physical tenketsu power, so its devouring ability missed entirely. In that brief instant, 4 of the pain bodies were simultaneously repelled. The heavenly path's eyes narrowed slightly, for the first time truly regarding this Konoha youth with seriousness. Without relying on Kekkei Genkai ultimate techniques or Bija power, he fought back with composure against the 6-path encirclement, using only his Byakugan and gentle fist. "A mere Hyūga Taijutsu able to oppose the power of the Rinnegan," the heavenly path declared, his arm pressing downward sharply. "Shinra Tensei." Boom! An overwhelmingly vast repulsive force detonated, sending a ring-shaped shockwave sweeping across the sky. Fierce winds tore through the clouds, air pressure crushed in all directions, everything nearby violently blasted away and crushed. White light surged around Neji's body. 8 trigrams super rotation. A pure white shield far more powerful than before materialized instantly, its thick 8 trigrams airflow fiercely resisting Shinra Tensei's devastating impact. The thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens, airwaves radiating outward as the high-altitude clouds were blown apart. 2 top-tier forces collided head-on, sending shockwaves throughout Konoha. The ground buildings trembled slightly, dust swirling into the sky. Neji's body dipped slightly in midair, his sleeves fluttering wildly, the void beneath his feet slightly collapsing, yet his breathing remained steady, and he did not retreat even half a step. Having directly absorbed Shinra Tensei without being defeated, the entire arena fell deathly silent. All stared dumbfounded at the white-clad figure in the sky, their hearts filled with ultimate awe. One man held back 6 paths, one palm shook the Rinnegan. The Hyūga Neji before them had long transcended ordinary jonin, truly stepping into the ranks of the ninja world's top powerhouses. The heavenly path's expression turned completely cold. Ordinary methods could no longer suppress this opponent. "It seems I must resort to true power." The 6 figures slowly drew together, their 6 streams of chakra thoroughly merging into one. The entire sky began to slowly darken. 6 figures slowly converged, and the pitch-black rods on their bodies simultaneously emitted a faint, eerie blue light. The vast chakra originating from the main body of Chanmen traversed space, pouring down, entirely merging the power of the 6 paths into a seamless, unified whole. The sky rapidly darkened, layers of black clouds piled up, and a fierce wind howled without cease. The entire Mai was engulfed in a suffocating, oppressive silence. The air trembled and warped unceasingly, the ground sank slightly, and a terrifying pressure capable of annihilating all things descended slowly. The silver hair of the Tendo Paien danced wildly, a bone-chilling cold gleamed in his hollow vacant Luanhui yen, and the repulsive force around him accumulated madly. He no longer probed, no longer held back. After several exchanges, he had clearly understood that the young man before him, a member of the Rishian clan, possessed the capital to fight him head-on. Ordinary Shinluo Tianjin could not severely wound Ning Ci. Super Shenluo Tianjing. As the low indifferent words fell, heaven and earth seemed to freeze instantly. In the next instant an irresistible, immense, repulsive force erupted with a thunderous roar. A deep blue shockwave expanded wildly from the tendo, the void shattered, clouds disintegrated, and destructive power swept across all directions. Wherever it passed, the airflow collapsed and everything was crushed into nothingness. This technique was originally the ultimate destructive art used by Changmen to annihilate the entire Mai in an instant. Now it was deployed solely to suppress Ningxiai. Beneath the high sky, all ninjas turned pale, their minds shaken to the core. Zilai's pupils contracted sharply, every hair on his body stood on end, and he unconsciously stepped forward half a pace, ready to sacrifice himself to block the attack at any moment. Kakaxiasuma and the others all held their breath, a trace of despair welling up in their hearts. Such power had long surpassed the realm of ordinary mortal ninjas. Mingren clenched his fists tightly, the golden Jiuwei chakra nearly bursting from his body, his eyes filled with anxiety, as he gazed at the slender figure in white robes suspended in midair. On the treetops, Sasuke's heart trembled violently. He witnessed the true destructive might of the Luanhui Yen with his own eyes, and his desire for power grew even more obsessive and fanatical. His Xiaoluan Yen spun wildly, and within him a longing was born. In the shadows, Zanzang's lips curled into a sinister grin. With such a powerful technique deployed, Ningxiai was doomed to die. Once this man was gone, no one in Mai could stop him. Dashuan narrowed his snake-like pupils, his gaze locked onto Ningxi's eyes, and his breathing became slightly rapid. Under extreme pressure, it was easiest to trigger the limits of bloodline. He eagerly anticipated witnessing the final form of the Rishian clan's Baiyan. Facing the overwhelming, crushing, destructive shockwave, Ningxiai stood in the sky, his robes fluttering loudly. The fierce wind battered his body but could not shake his foundation in the slightest. He knew that if he took this blow head-on, even with his profound reserves, he would be severely wounded. Defending blindly would eventually be worn down by the endless power of the six paths. It was time to reveal true power. 1. A clear, resonant resonance of bloodlines surged through Ningxi's entire body. His originally clear, pure white eyes underwent a earth-shattering transformation. The whites of his eyes turned into translucent glass-like crystal, and ring-shaped intricate patterns swirled in his pupils. A vast, pure, divine light radiated from the depths of his gaze, and the original bloodline of the Ōtsutsuki clan fully awakened. The complete Baiyan was officially activated. It could see through illusions, perceive causality, behold the essence of all things, and examine the foundations of techniques. All ninjutsu, bloodline limits, and spatial powers in the world held no secrets before these eyes. All 361 acupoints around his body blazed with light simultaneously, and boundless aura of the 8 trigrams surged into the sky. A golden 8 trigrams formation slowly unfolded beneath his feet, flowing with ancient mysterious patterns. Ningxi's chakra was as vast as an ocean, his aura skyrocketed, breaking through the shackles of the Kage level, and reaching the pinnacle of the ninja world. The white-robed youth stood in the air, his gaze clear and indifferent, looking down upon the 6 paths of Payan. The power of the Luanhui Yen is indeed formidable. But do you think you can defeat me with a single destructive technique? Ningxiai slowly pressed his hands together, the airflow around him spinning wildly as all the energy of the gentle fist converged into one. Within his body, all bloodline chakra and pupil power merged into one, brewing the ultimate technique of the Rishian clan. Bagua Wanxiang Huitian. Unlike all previous defensive techniques, this one integrated offense and defense, drawing on the heavenly airflow and gathering the power of all acupoints driven by the complete Ōtsutsuki bloodline. A massive round pure white energy shield burst forth and soared into the sky. The shroud of chakra infused with the essence of the 8 trigrams was thick and boundless, steadily blocking the entire sky. Boom! The Super Shenluo Tianjin crashed violently against the 8 trigrams energy shield. Blue light and white light collided fiercely, and terrifying waves of air surged wildly in all directions. In the distance, large trees were uprooted and snapped, ravines crisscrossed the ground, dust storms swept for thousands of miles, and the thunderous roar echoed across heaven and earth, lingering for a long time. The destructive force washed over madly, the 8 trigrams barrier trembled violently, its patterns alternating between bright and dim. Yet no matter how furiously the repulsive force of the Luanhui Yen raged, it could never break through Ningxi's defense. Amidst the overwhelming wind pressure, Ningxiai stood firm, unmovable as a mountain. His complete Baiyan slowly scanned the 6 paths, clearly seeing the chakra flow, the black rod networks, and the spatial connection points within the bodies of the 6 paths of Payan. I see. All your weaknesses. Ningxi's voice was calm yet carried a confidence that crushed everything. The 6 paths of Payan seemed invincible, but in reality they all relied on Chongmen's remote chakra control. The black rods on each path of Payan were the vital points that connected to the main body and transmitted power. Once the black rods were shattered, the power of the 6 paths would collapse instantly. The Tendo Payan's mind trembled violently and his Luanhui Yen contracted sharply. Even the control pathways of Changmen's main body far away in Yuying were seen through in an instant. The insight of this complete Bai Yen was terrifying to such a degree. Impossible! For the first time unease arose in Payan's heart. Seizing the moment of the 6 paths' mental turmoil, Ningxi's figure suddenly transformed into a white streak of light crossing 100 meters of sky in an instant. His footwork, the 8 trigram step, was mysteriously unmatched, evading all blocking attacks and charging straight into the center of the 6 paths. His palm strike was condensed to the extreme, white light dazzling and blinding. Bagua Pakshiji! One palm fast, precise, and ruthless, pointed accurately at the black rod on the chest of the Tendo Payan. Kacha! A crisp sound of breaking echoed. The Tendo's body shuddered violently, and the chakra from Changmen within him instantly fell into chaos. The light of the Luanhui Yen dimmed several degrees, and the gravitational and repulsive forces around it directly experienced a discontinuity. A successful strike. Seeing this, the Jindo and Jigakudo immediately closed in trying to protect the Tendo. Ningxi was quick-witted and quick-eyed, his figure twisting and turning, palm shadows flying. He struck out several gentle fist attacks in succession, and black rods snapped one after another. Bang! 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 One by one the paths of Payan were hit at their vital points, their power scattered, their bodies unbalanced, and the encirclement of the 6 paths was largely dismantled in an instant. The battle situation in the sky reversed in an instant. Below, the people of Mai were completely stunned, looking up at the sky, their hearts shaken beyond words. With his complete Bai Yen activated, Ningxi had actually suppressed the 6 paths of Payan steadily in a head-on battle. Sasuke's pupils trembled, and his mind was greatly impacted. He too was a bloodline genius, also bearing a fate, but Ningxi had long broken free from everything, step by step reaching the pinnacle of the world. Yet, he himself was still sinking and wandering in the darkness of hatred. Far away in Yuying, Changmen witnessed everything through the vision of the 6 paths, his expression extremely grave. A young newcomer with the bloodline of the Rishiang clan had managed to withstand his Luanhui's 6 paths. The structure of the ninja world was truly about to be completely rewritten. On the battlefield, the situation was entirely reversed. Ningxi held the advantage, his gaze cold as he looked at the 6 paths of Payan. The invasion of Mai ends here. Either retreat, or I will personally shatter all 6 paths. Above the vast sky, the 6 paths of Payan were in chaotic aura, the azure Rinnegan light around them flickering and dimming. Several black rods sustaining their bodies' operation shattered one after another like a puppet with severed strings. The 6 bodies could no longer maintain the perfect encirclement formation, their auras declining step by step, and the terrifying pressure that originally crushed heaven and earth plummeted by more than half. On the hollow face of the Deva Path Payan, for the first time, a clear expression of emotion appeared. He had controlled the 6 paths to conquer the ninja world for years, flattening small nations, slaughtering the strong, roaming the world with almost no defeats. Whether it was the veteran Kage-level shinobi of the 5 great ninja villages or the powerful with unique bloodline limits, none could avoid being gradually pushed back before the power of the 6 paths, ultimately falling in defeat. But today, having exhausted his trump cards, unleashing all 6 paths and employing the Rinnegan's ultimate destructive techniques, he was confronted and steadily suppressed by a 16-year-old Konoha youth. Especially those complete Byakugan which saw through the spatial veins, perceived remote manipulation, and directly struck the most fundamental weakness of the 6 paths. This foundation of dojutsu power, this combat talent, even faintly rivaled his own innate Rinnegan. Far away in the tower of the hidden rain, Nagato sat on the ruined throne, his thin frame slightly leaning forward, his pale face filled with gravity. Through the shared vision of the 6 paths, he clearly saw the calm and composed appearance of the white-clad youth in midair, his mind churning with thoughts. Rishiang. Ningxi. Nagato murmured in a low voice, his chest filled with disbelief. Conan stood beside him, her brows slightly furrowed, speaking softly. The 6 paths are being damaged one after another. If we continue to fight to the death, the 6 paths' bodies will likely be completely destroyed. This Konoha youth's potential and combat power have exceeded all our estimates. Nagato remained silent. He knew that once the 6 paths were all destroyed, they would be unable to attack Konoha for a short time, and the plan to capture the Ninetales would be completely stranded. Moreover, Ningxi was still young, his foundation not yet fully developed. If allowed to continue growing, within a few years the entire Ōtsutsuki organization would face an invincible enemy. In the high-altitude battlefield, Ningxi in white robes faced the wind, his complete Byakugan's divine light restrained with 8 trigrams air currents slowly flowing around him. he neither pursued the victory nor launched reckless attacks. He was not a bloodthirsty or warlike person. His actions today were only to protect Konoha and repel the enemy. What you pursue is so-called pain and peace. Ningxi's voice was clear and resounded across the entire village. But what you bring is only war, slaughter, destruction, and displacement. Konoha never provoked Ōtsutsuki. The villagers are innocent. Today I do not wish to annihilate you all. Take your 6 paths and leave this place. A simple sentence, neither arrogant nor impatient, yet carried an unrefusable confidence. The Deva Path Pain gazed silently at Ningxi, his Rinnegan filled with complex emotions, fear, shock, unwillingness, and a trace of recognition. He had to admit that the person before him had a transparent mind, pure power, and a heart of protection far more clear and clean than most ninjas consumed by hatred. Beside him, the Animal Path and Azura Path still had undiminished fighting spirit, their bodies trembling, wanting to launch another fierce attack. However, the chakra transmission within them was severed and many acupoints were heavily damaged by the gentle fist, making it impossible to fully activate ninjutsu. Below Konoha, Naruto was already ready, golden nine-tails chakra swirling around his body. As long as Ningxi gave a signal, he would immediately charge into the sky to fight together. Jiraiya slowly raised his hand, secretly gathering sage chakra, ready to join the battle at any time. Kakashi and the other Jonin were all tense, the battlefield situation already tilted in Konoha's favor. If the slaughter continued, the 6 paths would surely perish. After a long silence, the Deva Path Pain slowly turned aside. This battle Konoha wins. We retreat. As the indifferent voice fell, the 6 bodies simultaneously leaped back into the air, their black cloaks fluttering in the wind, their damaged bodies slowly gathering. The broken black rods could not be instantly repaired. The 6 paths aura was weak, no longer possessing the domineering majesty of the invasion. Rishiang Ningxi, I will remember you. Next time we meet, it will be the final battle of the ninja world. As the words fell, the 6 figures transformed into 6 streaks of light, breaking through the clouds and speeding away toward the hidden rain. The catastrophic storm that had swept Konoha was thus concluded. The dark clouds slowly dispersed, and the warm sun once again shone upon the earth. The raging wind ceased, leaving only the lingering dust and air of the great battle. The entire Konoha instantly erupted with thunderous cheers. Villagers ran to tell each other, ninjas let out long sighs of relief, and everyone's gaze turned to the white-clad figure slowly descending from midair. It was Ningxi who alone had stopped the 6 paths of pain and saved the entire Konoha. Jiraiya quickly stepped forward, looking at the calm-faced youth with steady breathing, his heart filled with emotion and admiration. Amazing. Truly amazing. Single-handedly repelling the 6 paths of the Rinnegan. Kakashi walked up, his Sharingan slowly closing, and said solemnly, "From now on you are the true pillar of Konoha." Naruto ran over to Ningxi with an admiring face, eyes shining. "Ningxi, you're so strong. That was just too cool." Outside the crowd on a lonely tree branch, Uchiha Sasuke stood silently, having witnessed the entire battle, his heart already churning with massive waves. He watched Ningxi activate his complete Byakugan, withstand the Shinra Tensei, reverse the battle situation, and repel pain. He saw the other side with a heart of protection, standing in the light, powerful yet open-minded. Then he looked at himself. Far from the village, betraying his comrades, defecting to Orochimaru, indulging in dark slaughter, driving his power solely by hatred. Both possessed top-tier bloodline limits, both were geniuses unseen in Konoha for a century. Yet the two had long since embarked on 2 completely different paths of fate. Sasuke's 5 fingers clenched tightly, knuckles white, his crimson Sharingan trembling slightly. He had always believed that falling into darkness using any means and being full of aggression was the only path to the strongest power. But Ningxi's battle clearly told him that with a pure heart and steadfast protection one could still reach the peak of the ninja world. His inner demons pulled violently, and his obsession began to waver. Could it be that I was wrong from the start? Sasuke muttered to himself, the gloom in his eyes dissipating, replaced by confusion filling his heart. In a hidden attic, Danzo watched the 6 paths retreat, and Konoha's great victory, the coldness in his single eye almost overflowing. After this battle, Ningxi's reputation completely overshadowed the entire village, his strength unmatched, the people's hearts aligned, his status unshakable. Any attempt to assassinate or eliminate him in secret was now utterly impossible. Damn it! Danzo gritted his teeth in low voice full of unwillingness. Deep in the forest, Orochimaru slowly withdrew his gaze, lightly licking his lips. The power of the complete Byakugan, the clash of the Rinnegan's 6 paths, all were taken in. The value of Ningxi's bloodline had already far exceeded his own imagination. At the same time, he keenly sensed that Sasuke's mindset was undergoing a great shift. Interesting. More and more interesting. The wind in Konoha is about to change completely. Inside the hidden rain village, Nagato slowly closed his rinnegan, his aura low and desolate. All members of Ōtsutsuki gathered, the atmosphere extremely oppressive. One person had repelled the highest combat power of the entire Ōtsutsuki. Rishyang Ningxi had become the greatest obstacle to Ōtsutsuki's unification of the ninja world. Suspend all actions against Konoha, Nagato slowly spoke. Gather all intelligence on Ningxi and wait for the situation to develop. When the great ninja war begins, we will make our decision. A shocking battle came to an end. Konoha was preserved and the external enemies temporarily retreated. But everyone knew clearly that peace was only a temporary illusion. Ōtsutsuki's ambition, Orochimaru's schemes, Danzo's lust for power, the Uchiha's fate, the secrets of the Ōtsutsuki. All the conspiracies lurking beneath the chaotic world were quietly fermenting. After the smoke of battle cleared, warm sunlight bathed every street and alley of Konoha. Though scarred by pain's 6 paths, invasion walls, mottled ground rutted with craters, the village had been reborn in spirit. The dread and despair that had choked the village now gave way to profound gratitude and reverence. Villagers emerged from their homes, all drawn to gaze toward the Hyūga compound. Without Ningxi's solitary aerial assault against pain's 6 paths, his complete body Byakugan shattering their assault and driving them back, Konoha would have been reduced to rubble beneath the almighty Shinra Tensei. One man alone protected an entire village, shouldering the weight of a war-torn world. Within a single day, Hyūga Ningxi's renown had spread throughout Konoha, from ordinary villagers to low-ranking ninja, from jonin elders to the highest clans, each bearing equal measure of respect and admiration. The youth who once bore the burden of his branch family's fate in silent isolation has become Konoha's recognized guardian. Within the Hyūga estate, Hayashi stood motionless in the courtyard, watching his son approach, his expression layered with unspoken emotion. He had clung rigidly to clan tradition, valuing the main family's supremacy while dismissing the branch house lineage, and met Ningxi's struggles with cold indifference. Yet it was this very child of the branch house who saved the entire village, possessing the purest bloodline, reaching the pinnacle of power in the shinobi world, and wielding a heart open to all beings. In 1,000 years of Hyūga history, no second could match him. Ningxi. Hayashi inclined his head, his voice carrying a sincerity stripped of all clan pride. The clan owes you a debt, and I was too narrow-minded in my judgment. From this day forward there is no distinction between main and branch houses. You are the true pillar of our clan. Ningxi shook his head slightly, his expression calm and gentle. The prejudices and shackles of fate he had once borne had long been released through relentless training and combat. He no longer cared for clan hierarchy or social standing, only the duty of protection remained in his heart. As dusk fell, the Konoha High Council convened in emergency session. The third Hokage lay ill in bed, while elders Jiraiya and Kakashi gathered to discuss the village's fate. Every discussion in the council chamber centered on Ningxi. One man had repelled pain's 6 paths, deterred Ōtsutsuki, and preserved Konoha's foundation, an achievement unmatched by any. Many elders openly stated that when the third stepped down, Ningxi would be the most fitting successor as Hokage. From the shadows, Danzo's single eye narrowed as his weathered hand clenched tight, fury churning beneath his composed exterior. He never anticipated that an external invasion would elevate Ningxi to the very center of Konoha's power rather than weaken him. His reputation towered, the people rallied behind him, his combat prowess proved unmatched, and Jiraiya offered unwavering protection. Ningxi had now slipped entirely beyond Danzo's reach for manipulation, assassination, or suppression. Any open move against him would ignite the village's wrath and destroy everything Danzo had spent years constructing. A more insidious and venomous scheme began to take shape within Danzo's mind. If direct confrontation failed, he would resort to sowing discord, inciting betrayal, and using others as his weapons. He would exploit Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Ōtsutsuki, in turn systematically destroying Ningxi piece by piece. Night fell quietly, the evening breeze carrying a chill. Deep within the forests surrounding Konoha, moonlight cast a cold, lonely glow. Uchiha stood alone against an ancient tree, darkness radiating from him like a shroud, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan gleaming faintly in the shadows. The day's aerial battle replayed endlessly in his mind. Ningxi moved with effortless grace, his Byakugan seeing through all deception, his gentle fist shaking the very cycle of reincarnation, standing alone to protect countless homes, shining with unshakable righteousness. And then there was himself. Burdened by his clan's bloody vengeance, he had abandoned his companions, forsaken his homeland, and sunk into darkness, growing stronger through cursed seals and slaughter, living as a tired, twisted creature consumed by shadow. He had always believed that hatred forged the strongest power, that darkness led to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. But Ningxi had shattered every assumption he held. True strength had never been defined by hatred. The truly powerful need not embrace the dark. Doubt crashed over Sasuke like tidal waves, each surge more violent than the last. Should he return to Konoha? Or remain with Orochimaru to pursue his revenge? The two paths tore at his mind. As Sasuke's thoughts descended into chaos, a cold, languid laugh drifted from behind the tree. Your conviction wavering, Sasuke. Orochimaru emerged slowly, his ashen hair cascading over his shoulders, serpentine eyes glinting with cold calculation as they fixed upon the Uchiha before him. He had been watching Sasuke in secret for some time, perfectly identifying the deepest fracture within the boy's heart. You witnessed Ningxi's power and began questioning your own path. But understand this: Ningxi possesses the pure Byakugan, untainted by bloodline flaws, his heart uncorrupted by hatred. And you bear the Uchiha's blood debt, your clan extinguished, your vengeance unfulfilled. You and he are fundamentally different from the start. The light of protection was never yours, only slaughter and revenge define the Uchiha path. Each word struck precisely at the deepest knot within Sasuke's heart. The massacre of the Uchiha Itachi's hidden truth, the century-old curse upon their bloodline, every obsession surged back to the surface. The doubts that had briefly wavered now erupted wildly once more. Sasuke's gaze hardened, the murkiness replaced by cold darkness as his Sharingan flared with cruel light. You're right. I am not like him. I seek vengeance, not protection. A subtle smile crossed Orochimaru's lips. He sought not only to claim Sasuke as his perfect vessel, but also to exploit the boy's inner turmoil to seize Ningxi's peerless complete body Byakugan. With both the Uchiha and Hyūga bloodlines in his possession, he would break free from mortality's chains and achieve true immortality. At that same moment, deep within the rain-hidden village Ōtsutsuki headquarters loomed. Relentless rain fell as a heavy oppressive atmosphere blanketed the compound. All members of Ōtsutsuki gathered in the great hall, their expressions grave. Pain's defeat had forced their retreat, the six paths damaged, the Ninetales' capture halted entirely, all stemming from one man, Ningxi. Fushin scratched at his head in agitation. Just a teenager, yet he defeated the six paths. Give me the chance and I tear his soul apart. Kisame spoke coldly. Recklessness achieves nothing. One who can directly clash with the Rinnegan has already reached the pinnacle of Kage-level power, far beyond what ordinary ninja can withstand. Deidara folded his arms, frustration evident. That gentle fist and Byakugan counter every ninjutsu and explosion technique. Art shouldn't be so easily crushed by taijutsu. Sasori sat quietly, his raspy voice cutting through the tension. Ningxi fights with no weakness, his perception, movement, defense, and mental fortitude are all supreme. To hunt him requires us all working together. Among them all, only Uchiha Itachi remained utterly composed. His crimson Sharingan pulsed faintly as clarity filled his thoughts. He understood better than anyone that Ningxi's restraint in sparing the six paths today revealed genuine compassion. Should Ōtsutsuki attack with full force, Konoha would unleash its fury, bringing the shinobi world war far too soon. Nagato sat upon his raised platform, frail and pale, gazing toward Konoha. Hyūga Neji is the greatest wild card of this turbulent era. He stands with neither Ōtsutsuki nor the darkness, yet holds power capable of toppling everything. Soon the entire five-nation shinobi order will shift because of him. Nagato raised his hand, slowly issuing new orders. Send the command. Monitor Ningxi's cultivation progress in secret. Uncover the secrets of his complete body Byakugan. Simultaneously contact Orochimaru to establish a covert alliance. We will keep Konoha's forces occupied while he waits for the opportunity to seize the Byakugan and Sasuke. Each takes what we need, dividing the larger prize. A secret order slipped through the shadows. Ōtsutsuki and Orochimaru formed a secret alliance targeting the two greatest bloodlines, Ningxi and Sasuke. Late at night, Konoha slept beneath the weight of looming storms. Ningxi stood alone in the courtyard, his white robes catching moonlight as his complete body Byakugan flickered softly. Long ago his transcendent perception had revealed the hidden currents swirling around him. Ōtsutsuki plotted in secret, Orochimaru corrupted Sasuke Danzo's scheme from the shadows. The shinobi world storms showed no signs of calming. Team 7's three members, one guarding the light, one lost in darkness, one clinging to unwavering loyalty. The chessboard of this chaotic era spiraled ever deeper into turmoil. Nightfall had steeped the entire ninja world, the moon concealed within thick heavy clouds, leaving only boundless undercurrents flowing in the darkness between heaven and earth. Along the secret passage extending outward from the Yuin village, a pitch-black paper kite silently cut through the rainy night, carrying Changmen's was speeding toward the Yuin land. The paper released light and stealthy evaded all surveillance of the five great ninja villages, and in a night known to none, it was smoothly delivered into Deshiwan's hidden lair. Deep within the cave, damp and cold miasma pervaded. Deshiwan lounged languidly on a stone platform, his fingertips toying with the thin paper talisman, his narrow serpentine eyes narrowing as he read the secret letter from the Shao organization word by word. The letter's content was direct and blunt without concealment. Shao was willing to temporarily abandon its solo operation against the Ninetales Jinchuriki, instead deploying its forces to contain all of Mu Ye's high-level combatants, blocking Zi Lai Yi Kakashi and the other Jonin from reinforcing. Meanwhile, Deshiwan only needed to use his own power, seize the moment to strike, acquire Ning Xi's complete Byakugan, and at the same time stabilize Suizhu's mind, fully controlling the bloodline of the Yujibwa. After the deed was done, the Rixiang bloodline would belong to Deshiwan, while the Yujibwa intelligence and the Ninetales clues would be handed over entirely to Shao. Neither side would interfere with the other, sharing the benefits equally, clearing all obstacles in the ninja world together. What a shrewd calculation! Changmen! Deshiwan's tongue lightly licked the corner of his lips, a sinister feminine smile curling on his face. He knew well that Changmen also feared Ning Xi's now skyrocketing power. The frontal defeat of the 6 Paths of Peiyan had already proven that relying solely on Zhao's combat strength to assault Mu Yi and capture Ning Xi would come at an enormous cost. Rather than clash head-on again and damage the 6 Paths foundation, it was better to use another's hand to reap the spoils without effort. And he himself had long coveted the Byakugan and Suizhu. Zhao's proactive offer of cooperation played right into his hands. Cooperation is acceptable. Deshiwan chuckled softly, his pale, withered fingers lightly pinching the paper talisman, dissolving into scattered fragments. I will take charge of seizing the Byakugan, manipulating Suizhu, and disrupting Mu Ye's internal order. You apply pressure from the outside, trapping Mu Ye's reinforcements. As long as Ning Xi is isolated and alone, that will be our best opportunity. A pact was sealed across the void. Thus the two most dangerous dark forces in the ninja world formally reached a secret alliance. Their unified target, the two strongest new generations of Mu Yi, Rixiang Ning Xi and Yujibwa Suizhu. No one knew of this covert transaction, yet a vast hunting net had already begun to slowly envelop the entire territory of Mu Yi. At the same moment, in the underground chamber of Mu Ye's Genbu, candlelight flickered dimly, the air thick with the scent of decay and chill. Tuanzang sat alone on the high seat, his half-wrinkled face aged, his single eye murky and dark, while the densely packed Sharingan on his arms slowly rotated, casting an eerie red glow. The words from the day's council meeting, where everyone had recommended Ning Xi as the successor to the Hokage, still echoed in his mind. The jealousy, wariness, and resentment in his heart were almost impossible to suppress. He had spent his entire life pursuing the Hokage position, scheming endlessly, enduring for half a lifetime, only to be utterly overshadowed by a teenager. Ning Xi surpassed everyone in strength, had the hearts of the people, the respect of his clan, the admiration of his elders, and even the favor of the aloof Zi Lai Yi. If Ning Xi continued to grow, in a few years there would be no place for him in Mu Yi. I can't wait any longer. Tuan Zhang's hoarse, low voice echoed in the chamber, the murderous intent in his eyes bone-chillingly cold. A frontal assault was impossible, covert assassination had failed, and an alliance with external enemies was still difficult to achieve. That left only the most vicious and deadliest path: sowing discord. Using the lifelong rivalry between Suizhu and Ning Xi as prodigies, exploiting the deep-seated pride and resentment of the Yujibwa, and leveraging Deshiwan's obsession with bloodlines, he would quietly spread rumors, distort the truth, and intensify the conflict between the two. Let Suizhu hate Ning Xi from the depths of his heart, view him as an enemy. Once the Yujibwa and Rixiang geniuses turned against each other and fought, Mu Yi would internally collapse into chaos. Then Shao would apply pressure from outside, Deshiwan would stir things up from within, the village would fall into turmoil and hearts would scatter. In the ensuing chaos he could seize power and eliminate all obstacles step by step. Suizhu is naturally proud, burdened by obsession, and already harbors resentment toward Ning Xi. Tuanzang slowly raised his hand and whispered to the Genbu spy lurking in the shadows. Spread the news secretly. Say that when Ning Xi fought Peiyan in the high-altitude battlefield, he could have completely slain him, but deliberately held back, allowing the enemy to leave Mu Yi. He has some covert collusion with Shao, wanting to monopolize fame and build his own reputation on Mu Ye's crisis. Add another word: the destruction of the Yujibwa clan is not unrelated to the Rixiang clan's alignment with the high-ranking officials in the shadows. The most poisonous rumors, every word came from Tuanzang's mouth. He knew human nature well, knowing that Suizhu cared most about his clan's hatred, was most proud of his own talent, and was most easily swayed by prejudice and suspicion. As long as the rumors slowly fermented and subtly eroded his mind, he could drive the two geniuses to complete opposition without lifting a finger. The spy bowed in acknowledgement and vanished silently into the darkness. An invisible war of human hearts had quietly begun. Deep in the forest of Muyi's Wuju still sat alone under a tree. The moonlight was cold, the evening wind bleak, the youth's whole being icy and lonely. His Sharingan was slightly closed, his mind alternating between light and darkness. On one side was Ningxiai, the image of a guardian of the village, upright and powerful. On the other side were the sea of blood from his clan, the mystery of his brother, and a lifetime of hatred. He had already felt regret the thought of returning to Muyi, but deep in his heart the innate pride of the Uchiha still refused to bow easily. Both were the twin prodigies of Muyi, and the world forever compared him with Ningxiai. The more radiant Ningxiai became, the stronger the sense of disparity in Wuju's heart. Just as his mind was wavering, fragments of subtle rumors drifted into his ears with the night wind. I heard Ningxiai deliberately let Pei-en escape. He clearly had the power to kill the Six Paths, but he held back on purpose, his intentions impure. The Ri-Xiong clan holds high positions, and the Uchiha incident back then might not have been without their hidden hand. The words were not loud, but every word stung. Wuju's body stiffened abruptly, a chill instantly surging through him. His crimson Sharingan flared open completely, the gloom and ferocity in his eyes returning with a vengeance. The confusion, guilt, and wavering that had just dissipated in his heart were completely wiped away under the influence of suspicion and rumors. So, nothing was as simple as he had thought. So beneath Ningxi's upright and powerful exterior there were also selfish motives and schemes. So there had long been old grievances between the two clans. Jealousy, resentment, suspicion, and hatred intertwined once again, filling Wuju's heart. He slowly raised his head, gazing toward the direction of the Muyi village, his eyes cold and complex. Unconsciously, the way he looked at Ningxiai had already changed. In the courtyard of the Ri-Xiong mansion, Ningxiai stood still in white robes, his brows slightly furrowed. His complete Byakugan slowly rotated, perceiving the fluctuations of human hearts, secret whispers, hidden murderous intent, and multiple auras within a radius of several thousand meters, all clear to his senses. The secret pact between Xiao and Deshi, the malicious rumors spread by Tuanzong, the sharp change in Wuju's state of mind, the three dark schemes were all clearly reflected in his eyes. Killing by proxy, pincer attack from within and without sowing discord. Ningxiai murmured softly, his gaze slightly cool. He had already seen through everyone's thoughts. Chang Men wanted to clear obstacles, the Shiwan coveted bloodline for immortality, Tuanzong was unscrupulous in his greed for power, and Wuju, trapped by inner demons, was easily manipulated. Everyone was pursuing their own selfish desires amidst the chaos of the world, while Muyi, caught in the middle, drifted in the storm. A night of undercurrents, dawn broke slowly, and the morning mist shrouded the entire Konoha. The joy and stability brought by yesterday's battle with pain did not last long. Bits of fragmented rumors like rootless weeds spread silently along the streets, training grounds and ninja outposts taking root and sprouting within Konoha without a sound. Some chatted about Neji's actions in yesterday's battle, others speculated about the hidden truths behind that earth-shattering duel, and still others subtly brought up the old matter of the Uchiha clan's rebellion and annihilation years ago. The words were evasive, the meaning venomous, each sentence deliberately guiding people's hearts. Most ordinary ninjas dismissed them as idle talk and moved on, but to those with sensitive minds and stubborn hearts, they were enough to stir up turbulent waves. The first to be affected was Sasuke Uchiha. Throughout the night he sat alone in a dense forest, his mind entangled by those rumors. The inner demon that had begun to loosen had completely closed again, giving rise to an indelible barrier of suspicion and distrust in his heart. He kept replaying the scene above the sky where Neji had crushed the Six Paths, clearly holding the absolute upper hand, yet calmly allowed pain to leave unscathed. Combined with the rumors he had heard, the more he thought, the deeper his doubts grew. Could it be that Neji had deliberately held back? Was he, under the guise of protecting Konoha, actually harboring other intentions? Could it be that the Hyūga clan had secretly played a role in the Uchiha tragedy back then? Pride, inferiority, resentment, suspicion, and doubt all tangled in Sasuke's heart. The bond forged through training together in Team 7 was gradually shrouded in gloom under the instigation of rumors. He acknowledged Neji's formidable strength, his brilliance, and how he alone had protected the entire Konoha. But that brilliance now seemed tinged with hypocrisy and cunning in Sasuke's eyes. At dawn Sasuke moved and headed straight for the center of Konoha. Clad in dark clothes with long hair as cold as the wind, his aura was chilling. His crimson Sharingan spun slowly, no longer holding any trace of confusion, only a cold scrutiny. In the training ground Neji was engaged in quiet cultivation. Dressed in white, his movements fluid, his gentle fist flowed like clouds and water, with the Bagua aura expanding and contracting around him. His fully evolved Byakugan was slightly closed, his aura calm and gentle. Even after a catastrophic battle his heart remained peaceful, neither arrogant nor impatient. He was already aware of all the schemes from the previous night, Danzo's provocations, the secret plots of the Ōtsutsuki and Orochimaru, and the rift that had formed in Sasuke's heart. Yet he did not defend himself, nor did he take the initiative to explain. When a heart is clouded by suspicion, no amount of words can help. Neji. A cold, low voice suddenly sounded behind him. Sasuke walked over slowly, his posture tall and aloof, standing opposite Neji. The morning wind stirred their hair. The two most brilliant geniuses of Konoha after a long time faced each other again. Neji slowly withdrew his fist, turned to look at Sasuke, his expression calm and composed. Is something the matter? 3 simple words, peaceful and unhurried. Sasuke's gaze locked onto Neji, his Sharingan contracting slightly, his tone carrying a subtle coldness and distance. Yesterday, when pain invaded, you could have completely eliminated the 6 paths. Why did you let them leave safely? He confronted him directly without beating around the bush. Neji looked at the friend before him, whose eyes were filled with gloom and whose heart was clouded by rumors, and sighed softly. Behind pain is the entire Ōtsutsuki. If the 6 paths were destroyed, Nagato would undoubtedly use all of Ōtsutsuki's forces to wipe out Konoha at any cost. At that time the village would suffer countless casualties, war would spread, and the people would be displaced. It would not be worth the gain. I held back to protect Konoha, not to collude with the enemy. His words were open and clear, with no trace of evasion or guilt. But Sasuke, whose heart had already been prejudiced, could not listen to a single word of explanation. He curled his lips in a cold smile, his tone mocking. Protect Konoha. Or use the enemy's invasion to monopolize the village's reputation and solidify your position as Konoha's strongest. Everyone is praising you, admiring you. You have indeed achieved your wish and become the village's universally admired guardian. Each word was sharp and piercing. Neji's gaze darkened slightly. He could clearly feel the thick layer of resentment and distrust in Sasuke's heart. A few words of gossip from Danzo had actually created a rift between them. You believe the words of outsiders over me? Neji asked softly. I only believe what I see, Sasuke replied, his eyes cold. And also regarding the Uchiha annihilation, back then the Hyūga clan held high positions in the village. Were they truly clean and uninvolved? At this moment the confrontation had fully begun. Former comrades now exchanging words with hostility. Not far away, Naruto, who had come to train, happened to witness this scene and immediately hurried over, his face filled with shock and anxiety. Sasuke. What are you saying? Neji risked his life to protect Konoha. How could he possibly be colluding with the Ōtsutsuki? Don't listen to those baseless rumors. Naruto's nature was pure, and he could immediately see that someone was maliciously stirring up trouble. But Sasuke remained unmoved, his gaze still fixed on Neji. Right and wrong will be clear in time. I'm just warning you. The fate of the Uchiha is not for others to control. My path will never be the same as yours. With that, Sasuke said no more, turned and leaped away, disappearing into the depths of the forest, leaving behind only a proud and cold silhouette. The training ground fell silent instantly. Naruto looked at the departing Sasuke, then at Neji, whose expression was calm but with a hint of coolness in his eyes, and sighed in frustration. How did Sasuke become like this? He wasn't like this before. Neji looked in the direction Sasuke had gone, his fully evolved Byakugan flickering slightly. He saw through all the struggles in Sasuke's heart, the erosion of the rumors, the entanglement of inner demons, and also saw Danzo secretly observing everything from the shadows. This was exactly what Danzo wanted. The division of Team 7, the animosity between geniuses, the estrangement of comrades, and the cracks forming within Konoha. As long as he and Sasuke became completely opposed, the entire village would begin to crumble from within. Meanwhile, in the Otogekure lair, Orochimaru, upon receiving word from his subordinates about the rift between Sasuke and Neji, chuckled softly. Danzo's move is very clever. Once a crack in the heart appears, it is hard to heal. With Sasuke's discontent, it will be easier for me to fully control him. When he becomes completely hostile to Neji, the time for me to seize the Byakugan will be ripe. Far away in Amigekure, Nagato sensed the change in Konoha's internal aura and spoke calmly. The internal strife in Konoha is coming, the time is near. When their conflict intensifies, we can join forces with Orochimaru and strike again. Internal troubles, external threats, divided hearts, and estranged comrades. Neji alone had to protect the safety of Konoha, resist the hunting of the Ōtsutsuki, and Orochimaru face the scheming of power, and watch his former friend gradually step toward opposition. The weight of a chaotic world fell entirely on the shoulders of the young man in white. Neji slowly clenched his fist, the softness in his eyes fading, replaced by resolve and coolness. If others want to stir up storms, I will steady my heart. If others want to sow discord, I will hold my ground. No matter how things change, he would not be the first to turn his blade against Sasuke. But if Sasuke is completely consumed by darkness and truly stands against him, he would not yield an inch. The weight of a chaotic world fell entirely on the shoulders of the young man in white. Neji slowly clenched his fist, the softness in his eyes fading, replaced by resolve and coolness. If others want to stir up storms, I will steady my heart. If others want to sow discord, I will hold my ground. No matter how things change, he would not be the first to turn his blade against Sasuke. But if Sasuke is completely consumed by darkness and truly stands against him, he would not yield an inch. After Sasuke stormed off in anger, the forest breeze fell silent, leaving only Neji and Naruto in the training ground. Naruto's face was heavy with distress, and he let out a steady stream of sighs, his heart aching deeply. Once they had been true comrades, training together, fighting side by side as Team 7, but now they were drifting apart. Sasuke was sinking into darkness and suspicion. Neji was caught in the web of rumors, and everyone was slowly straying from who they used to be. Someone must be deliberately stirring up trouble behind the scenes, Naruto said, clenching his fists in indignation. Sasuke isn't bad by nature, he's just been blinded by those malicious words. Neji, I'll go talk to him, make him stop overthinking. Neji shook his head gently, his gaze calm and distant. Once suspicion takes root in a person's heart, others' words are useless. What can pull Sasuke back is never words, only himself. He saw it clearly. Sasuke was proud and stubborn, burdened by a blood feud, and easily swayed from the start. Add to that Danzo's careful scheming, Orochimaru's daily seduction, and the relentless brainwashing of rumors, and at this point Sasuke could no longer distinguish good from evil, truth from falsehood. Just as the two were talking, a lone dark figure silently stood on a distant treetop. In a red cloud and black robe, Itachi Uchiha lurked hidden in the shadows, his crimson Sharingan having witnessed the entire confrontation. From the spread of rumors to the germination of suspicion in Sasuke's heart to their verbal clash, Itachi saw through the whole truth at a glance. It wasn't Neji's overbearing selfishness nor Sasuke's unfounded paranoia. Every thread traced back to Danzo Shimura lurking in the darkness of Konoha. By using rumors to alienate the geniuses, create rifts among comrades, tear Team 7 apart, and shake the foundation of Konoha's new generation, Danzo sought to muddy the waters and seize power. A venomous scheme, a vile mind, identical to the one that orchestrated the Uchiha clan's annihilation. A chill slowly rose in Itachi's eyes. He had spent his life bearing the darkness, protecting Konoha's peace, tolerating the high-level shadows, and enduring their power games. But Danzo time and again stirred up internal strife, framed geniuses, drove wedges between comrades, and even pushed the village toward the brink of division. Now, with the Ōtsutsuki lurking outside ready to strike and the great ninja war looming, the village's high-ranking officials were still consumed by power struggles and internal decay. For the sake of power, can they even abandon the village's future? Itachi whispered to himself, his Sharingan swirling with complex emotions. He knew that once Neji and Sasuke became irreconcilable enemies, the combat power of Konoha's new generation would collapse directly. The Ōtsutsuki and Orochimaru would seize the opportunity to invade en masse, and the entire village would be doomed to destruction. After a moment, Itachi's form flickered and vanished silently above Konoha. He would not stand by and let Danzo run rampant, nor would he let his younger brother fall completely into the abyss of darkness. Elsewhere in the underground chamber of Konoha's root, after hearing the report from his subordinate shinobi about the public confrontation between Sasuke and Neji, and the deepening rift, Danzo's aged face slowly twisted into a cold, sinister smile. Excellent. Very excellent. His single eye narrowed slightly, and the rows of Sharingan on his arms slowly rotated, emitting an eerie red glow. Once the two harbor resentment, everything will proceed steadily according to my plan. Sasuke's hatred of Neji and his distrust of Konoha's high-ranking officials will only drive him closer to Orochimaru and further away from the village. Neji, burdened by scandal and with his reputation tarnished, will lose public support, and can no longer stand unhindered in his pursuit of the Hokage position. Internal division, external enemies encircling. When the situation descends into total chaos, the third Hokage is aged and powerless, and Jiraiya is distracted by his concern for the younger generation. Danzo slowly rose to his feet, his chilling, killing intent radiating outward, his voice brimming with ambition. Konoha will fall into my hands. In his eyes, the village comrades, geniuses, and the people were nothing but pawns to be used for his rise to power. Those who stood in his way were to be alienated, those who hindered him were to be eliminated, and anyone who displeased him was to be cast into the abyss. Meanwhile, Sasuke, returning alone to the forest hideout, had sunk into the depths of despair. The argument with Neji had lodged like a thorn in his heart. The rumors echoed endlessly in his mind, amplified by his innate pride and resentment feeding his suspicion. He sat beneath a wither tree, one hand pressed to his forehead, his crimson Sharingan flickering violently while the curse seal's energy within him churned and darkened. His rationality was slowly fading and darkness was devouring his mind. He couldn't help but recall how Neji had been hailed as a god in battle, revered by all, and then compare it to his own situation, branded a criminal adrift and shunned by everyone. A mix of disparity, jealousy, resentment, and grievance tangled together. Was I born inferior to Neji? Was light and strength destined to belong only to him? Had all the hatred and pain I endured along the way been for nothing? Dark emotions surged wildly and his inner demon grew again. No. Sasuke muttered, his gaze turning icy and obsessive. Our paths are different, we don't have to blend. He holds to Konoha while I carry the burden of hatred. We were never meant to walk the same road. Since Neji is so guarded and the village is steeped in filth, then I have no need for so-called comrades or light. Power, only absolute power could bring revenge and control over his own destiny. As the thought settled, black mist churned around Sasuke, the curse seal slowly crept up his neck, and his aura turned more chilling and savage. The last shred of desire to return to Konoha and trust his comrades was rapidly extinguishing within him. Deep in the forest, Orochimaru emerged slowly, watching Sasuke's descent into darkness, a smile spreading across his face. Excellent, just like that. Cast aside distractions, sever all bonds, and pursue power with your whole being. Only darkness can forge a true Uchiha. Orochimaru stepped closer, his voice a seductive whisper. Neji possesses the perfect Byakugan and his strength surpasses yours. The world praises him above all. If you don't get stronger, you'll live forever in his shadow. To surpass him, to take revenge, you must embrace the darkness completely. Every word struck deep into the core of Sasuke's obsession. A faint tremor ran down Sasuke's spine and his eyes were overrun by a chilling frost. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze resolute. I understand. I will devote myself to training and gain power. The next time I meet Neji, I will decide for myself who is stronger. His words were already laced with a veiled fighting spirit and hostility. At the same time, in the Rain village, Nagato sensed the internal conflict in Konoha had fully crystallized and slowly opened his Rinnegan. Danzo's seeding of discord succeeded. Sasuke's inner demon has deepened and Neji is mired in scandal. The rift within Konoha is set. This is the perfect moment for us to strike. Contact Orochimaru and set a time. In a few days the entire Akatsuki will mobilize, joining forces with the Sound Ninja to besiege Konoha. A colossal chess game of internal strife, foreign invasion, eye-stealing, power-grabbing, and revenge had fully taken shape. Neji alone would have to face the full might of the Akatsuki, the malicious Orochimaru, the unscrupulous Danzo, the darkened and hostile Sasuke, and the turbulent currents of the ninja world. Storms raged from all sides, enemies surrounded him from every direction. Rumors surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire Konoha within a matter of days. Once everyone had been grateful that Ningxiai single-handedly intercepted pain and saved the village, yet under the insidious manipulation of those with ulterior motives who spread and embellished the narrative, the winds of public opinion subtly shifted. Many shinobi, unaware of the truth, whispered among themselves that day Pain's combat power had plummeted and Ningxiai could have easily annihilated the six paths, yet he deliberately let the enemy escape. Beneath the facade of protecting Konoha lay a scheme to gain fame through conflict. Some even insinuated in veiled terms linking the tragedy of the Uchiha clan from years past to the Hyūga clan. Whispers of dissent were everywhere, subtle yet omnipresent. No one voiced accusations openly, yet glances of suspicion, scrutiny, and estrangement frequently fell upon Ningxiai. Even though Ming-Ren tirelessly defended him, recounting the full picture of the battlefield, it was still difficult to silence the clamorous voices. The human heart is easily swayed. With a little provocation, gratitude is forgotten and only suspicion remains. Within the Hyūga compound, Heishi Hyūga, watching the storm of rumors brewing outside, furrowed his brows, his heart filled with indignation. Ningxiai had risked his life to protect the entire village, yet now he suffered such baseless slander. How unjust. I will go to the elders to clarify everything and investigate the source of these rumors. Ningxiai raised a hand to gently stop him, standing quietly in his white robes, his expression calm and composed. There is no need. Rumors cease at the wise. With a clear conscience, why seek the understanding of others? He had already seen through the source of it all with his perfected Byakugan. All the rumors originated from the root organization orchestrated entirely by Tuanzang. His goal was to erode Ningxi's reputation, shake his Dao heart, and exhaust him both mentally and physically, trapping him in internal strife. The more one argues, the more flustered one becomes, and the deeper one falls into the trap. Instead of entangling in verbal disputes, it is better to settle down and cultivate solidifying one's own strength. External enemies loom, internal turmoil stirs. The most urgent task now is to safeguard Konoha's safety. Yet no one knew that beneath his seemingly indifferent demeanor Ning's CI bore layers of crushing weight in his heart. Outside the Ōtsutsuki organization lurked with predatory intent, and Orochimaru coveted the Byakugan. Inside the village, powerful figures schemed and sowed discord, the upper echelons seething with undercurrents. Old friends consumed by inner demons gradually turned against him. Now even the hearts of the villagers were slowly shifting. One man bore the shackles of this entire chaotic era alone. In the depths of a dark alley in Konoha, the night wind was cold. Itachi Uchiha, clad in his red cloud and black robe, silently blocked Tuanzang's path. His crimson Sharingan slowly rotated, a chill spreading silently around. Tuanzang halted, his single eye narrowing slightly, the Sharingan on his arm all glowing red as he warily regarded the man before him. Itachi Uchiha. You block my way. What do you intend? Itachi's gaze was icy, his tone calm yet carrying an unyielding authority. Spreading rumors, driving a wedge between Ning's CI and Sasuke, stirring up internal strife in Konoha. All of it is your handiwork. Pain has just withdrawn his forces. The shinobi war is on the brink of eruption. Instead of uniting to face the enemy, you indulge in political machinations, turning comrades against each other. You are destroying Konoha's future. Tuanzang's expression remained unchanged, his aged face bearing no trace of guilt, only a faint cold sneer. Konoha's future has never needed a genius of unfathomable ambition to control. Ning sees potential is too terrifying, his nature unpredictable. Sasuke, burdened by his clan's hatred, should never have remained in the light. I am merely eliminating hidden dangers to solidify Konoha's foundation. For the position of Hokage, for power, you would sacrifice anything, including the village, including the younger generation. Itachi spoke slowly, his aura growing deeper. You orchestrated the Uchiha clan's annihilation back then, and now you stir up internal strife. You have never changed. I warn you. Stop targeting Ning's CI. Stop corrupting Sasuke. If you do not, I will not hesitate to personally sever all your covert schemes. The Mangekyo's Sharingan quietly took shape in his eyes, its terrifying ocular power spreading out. Tuanzang's body stiffened slightly, a hint of wariness rising in his heart. He knew Itachi's strength well. If it came to a real clash, he might not be able to easily subdue him. After a long silence, Tuanzang slowly withdrew his killing intent, his tone cold and perfunctory. I know my limits. No need for the Uchiha to meddle. With those words, Tuanzang sidestepped around Itachi and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The silent confrontation came to an end. Itachi gazed at the heavy night over Konoha and gently closed his eyes. He could hold back the tide temporarily, but not the ambition deeply buried in Tuanzang's heart. The seeds of internal strife had been sown. Sasuke's inner demon was hard to eradicate. Everything was heading toward the worst possible outcome. Meanwhile, at the Otogekyu stronghold, Sasuke had sunk completely into intense training. His curse mark fully activated, dark patterns spread across his body, wild and sinister chakra surged violently, his Sharingan churned relentlessly as he frantically honed his combat power. At this moment only one thought remained in his mind: become stronger, stronger, endlessly stronger. Strong enough to crush Ning's CI, strong enough to exact his own vengeance, strong enough to no longer live in anyone's shadow. Orochimaru leaned against the wall, observing quietly, his eyes growing more greed-laden. His mind is completely consumed, obsession deeply rooted. A perfect vessel. I just need to wait a little longer, until the Ōtsutsuki launches their full assault, plunging Konoha into chaos. Then I can seize both Sasuke and that unique perfected Byakugan. At the rain-hidden tower, the rain fell unceasingly. All members of the Ōtsutsuki were fully equipped, their battle robes neat, killing intent fierce. Nagato sat on the throne, his Rinnegan cold and blue. The time is ripe. 3 days from now, the Ōtsutsuki will mobilize in full force, allied with Orochimaru's forces, to launch another assault on Konoha. This battle aims to capture the Nine Tails alive, tie down all Konoha's elite jonin, and create an opportunity for Orochimaru to seize the bloodline. Haiden, Kakuzu, Deidara, Sasori, and Konan all bowed in acceptance. The second invasion of Konoha, set to sweep the shinobi world, had its date fixed. The entire world was shrouded in impending storm and lurking danger. Late at night, moonlight fell coldly upon the courtyard. Ning's CI sat alone in meditation, the flow of Bagua energy swirling around him, his perfected Byakugan opening and closing gently. He sensed the rising collective killing intent from the direction of rain, hidden the restless dark aura from Otogekyu, the malice that had not dissipated from root, and the ever-deepening darkness within Sasuke. Everyone was preparing for battle, everyone was plotting slaughter. Only he still wished to protect what was originally there, to safeguard Konoha, to safeguard his comrades, to hold on to the light, to hold on to his heart. Ning Xiai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the endless night ahead. Since war is unavoidable, then I shall face all the darkness alone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the atmosphere across the entire ninja world grew extremely oppressive. From the direction of Amigakure, the lingering cold chakra pressed down like dark clouds, ceaselessly converging toward Konohagakure. In the shadows of Otogakure, undercurrents surged. All the sound ninja under Orochimaru's command had assembled, awaiting the order to strike. The allied forces of Akatsuki and Orochimaru stood ready. Within Konohagakure, the high-ranking officials finally sensed the imminent crisis of a large-scale invasion by external enemies, leaving them no time to concern themselves with internal rumors and political struggles. Despite his illness, the third Hokage forced himself to convene an emergency top-level war council with all the village's jonin. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Tsunade, all top-tier combatants, were present, their expressions grave. All jonin divisions were on full alert. The entire Umbu force was deployed to patrol the borders. Training grounds operated day and night without rest, and all chunin and genin were placed on combat readiness. Everyone understood that this time was completely different from Pain's solo invasion. With the full might of Akatsuki allied with Orochimaru's forces, their combat power was terrifying. Once the battle began, it would be a total war to the death. In the council chamber, the atmosphere was solemn and heavy. According to confirmed intelligence from multiple sources, within 3 days the entire Akatsuki organization together with the Sound Ninja will launch a massive assault on Konohagakure. Jiraiya's face was grim as he spoke slowly. Their objectives are clear: first, the Nine Tails within Naruto, and second, the village's top Kekkai Genkai bloodlines. This battle is perilous, it could easily become a war of annihilation. The elders' faces changed drastically, their hearts filled with fear and unease. Having barely recovered from the devastation caused by Pain, the village now faced the combined forces of multiple powerful enemies and unprecedented pressure. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward Neji, who stood silently and white among the crowd. In the previous battle, it was he alone who had halted the Six Paths and protected the countless homes of Konohagakure. Now, with the great enemy returning, the village's last hope still rested on this young man. The former suspicions, criticisms, and rumors had largely dissipated in the face of the life-or-death crisis. Rather than baseless speculation, everyone understood that only Neji could once again uphold Konohagakure. Neji! The third Hokage spoke slowly, his gaze gentle and earnest. This battle is extremely dangerous. The safety of Konohagakure will largely depend on you. Neji nodded slightly, his expression calm and unruffled. I will defend Konohagakure. I will not allow the flames of war to slaughter the village. With those simple words he calmed everyone's hearts. In a corner Danzo kept his eyes lowered, silent, but a cold gleam flickered in his single eye. With the enemy approaching, he temporarily set aside all his schemes and provocations, but the ambition in his heart had never died out. He calculated silently, if the battle left Konohagakure heavily wounded and Neji injured from fierce combat, he could seize the opportunity to take control of power and sweep away all obstacles at once. Even if the village suffered, as long as he could ascend to the position of Hokage, everything could be sacrificed. The meeting adjourned and all of Konohagakure entered a full state of war. Naruto was under heavy protection, training and familiarizing himself with the Nine Tails chakra, but his heart was filled with anxiety. He knew the great battle was imminent, and Sasuke, standing on the edge of the enemy camp, could at any moment cross blades with them on the battlefield. Deep in the forest, Sasuke remained immersed in dark training. The aura of the curse mark around him grew increasingly wild and dense, his three-tomo Sharingan glinting with cold light. Under Orochimaru's guidance, his power was skyrocketing. After days of intense training, his combat strength far surpassed before, and his personality had shed all tenderness, leaving only coldness and a competitive spirit. In his mind, the image of Neji standing against Pain and being revered by all kept replaying. His desire to settle the score in battle grew stronger and stronger. When the war begins, I will defeat you with my own hands, Sasuke muttered, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Orochimaru walked slowly behind him, his snake-like eyes narrowing as he whispered softly. In the chaos of the battlefield, no one can stop you. When you and Neji fight and both are wounded, that will be the perfect time for me to harvest both bloodlines. Sasuke did not respond, he simply clenched his fists silently. He cared nothing for Orochimaru's schemes or the conflicts of the situation. The only obsession in his heart was to surpass Neji and prove himself. Within Amigakure, Nagato, clad in a black cloak, radiated a fierce blue light from his Rinnegan. All Akatsuki members stood in formation, their killing intent overwhelming. Set out immediately. March on Konohagakure. Deidara and Sasori will hold back the peripheral ninja forces. Hyūga and Kakuzu will break through the front lines. I and Konan will strike the village's heart searching for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Itachi, your task is to watch the battlefield and seize the opportunity to restrain Neji. Uchiha Itachi's heart stirred, but he remained expressionless, silently accepting the order. He knew that the overall situation was already set. He could not stop the war. The only thing he could do was to protect his younger brother Sasuke in the chaos while also trying to preserve Neji and prevent Konohagakure from collapsing completely. With everything arranged, the Ōtsutsuki members all moved at once, turning into several dark shadows speeding toward Konohagakure. The sky changed color and fierce winds howled across the land. The scent of gunpowder from the war had already drifted into Konohagakure with the wind. Dusk fell, the setting sun dyeing the entire sky red. Neji stood alone on the highest treetop of Konoha, his white robe fluttering in the wind, his fully awakened Byakugan gazing toward the distant horizon. In the distance, several dense pitch-black auras were rapidly approaching. Akatsuki Orochimaru, war, conspiracy, fate, comrades, hatred. All entanglements converged here. On one side protecting the homeland, on the other former close friends. On one side countless external enemies, on the other internal undercurrents. The largest scale war in the ninja world was about to erupt. And the destined confrontation among Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto would finally arrive amidst the all-consuming flames of war. Roaring gales swept across the plains, sending clouds of sand and dust swirling into the sky. A host of pitch-black figures tore through the clouds, traversing the land, and appeared in vast numbers on the wilderness outside Konoha. Their red clouds and black robes rustled in the wind, and an oppressive, sinister chakra engulfed the entire border of Konoha in an instant. The entire Akatsuki organization had arrived. Deidara and Sasori stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes burning with restless battle lust. Hyūga burst into manic laughter, his body thrumming with the chaotic energy of the Jashin cult. Kakuzu remained cold and detached, already prepared to reap lives and profits. Nagato and Konan stood at the center, his Rinnegan gazing down at the village below with an utterly terrifying pressure. Close behind them, a massive force of sound ninjas stood in neat ranks, exuding a sinister aura. Orochimaru strode slowly at the forefront of the army, his long gray hair flowing in the wind. His narrow snake-like eyes locked onto the depths of Konoha, piercing through layers of buildings to fix precisely on Neji. Beside him, Sasuke Uchiha stood in a black outfit, his figure solitary and proud. His crimson Sharingan rotated slightly, and the curse seal on his body pulsed with dark energy, his fighting spirit already at its peak. The Akatsuki, the sound ninja armies, Sasuke Uchiha, and Orochimaru, all the forces of darkness had gathered, their armies pressing against the gates of Konoha. Within the village, the alarm bells rang out, shaking the heavens. The piercing chimes rang without end, flares shot into the sky, and smoke signals rose from all sides. The ninja stationed at the perimeter tensed instantly, barriers fully activated, kunai and ninja tools drawn ready for battle. The Great War had officially begun. Attack! Nagato uttered the two words with indifference. In an instant, Deidara spread his wings and countless clay bombs soared into the air, raining down explosive light upon Konoha's outer defenses. Thunderous explosions erupted continuously, sending rubble and dust flying into the sky. The first flames of war had been ignited. Puppet threads wove through the air as Sasori unleashed a torrent of puppet legions, charging forward like a tide. Their sharp weapons gleamed coldly as they met Konoha's vanguard ninja forces head-on. Hyūga, wielding his three-bladed scythe, charged wildly, his body covered in cursed markings, unstoppable in his path. Kakuzu's five hearts spread their chakra wantonly, unleashing a barrage of elemental techniques that tore through several ninja defensive lines. The battlefield descended into chaos, the sounds of slaughter echoing across the land, blood gradually staining the earth. Konoha's Jonin rushed to the front lines. Kakashi activated his Sharingan to its full extent, lightning crackling as he single-handedly held off a wave of enemies. Asuma fought fiercely with his chakra blades, Kurenai used genjutsu to distract the enemy, and a host of ninja fought to the death to defend the village, vowing to stop any invader from entering the village proper. The flames of war spread and smoke filled the air. Orochimaru, however, was in no hurry to join the battle. He stood lazily at the rear, his gaze wandering, calmly waiting for the right moment. He was not eager to fight nor to seize bloodlines. He merely wanted to watch Konoha fall into chaos, to see Neji be entangled by multiple powerful enemies, and to observe Sasuke as he sought an opening to strike. Go, Orochimaru said softly, turning to look at Sasuke beside him. The entire battlefield will clear a space for the two of you to fight. Go and settle things with Neji once and for all. Sasuke's body trembled, a fierce light blazing in his eyes. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He hesitated no longer. Chakra erupted beneath his feet and his body turned into a pitch-black blur racing straight toward the central area of Konoha. His target was clear and singular: Hyūga Neji. Amid the chaos of battle, Sasuke alone charged straight for his destined opponent. On the highest platform of Konoha, Neji stood in his white robe, slowly opening his eyes. His fully activated Byakugan was crystal clear, taking in the entire battlefield below. Fires raged everywhere, ninja fell constantly, enemies rampaged, and the village's defensive lines were under mounting pressure. The full force of the Ōtsutsuki was deployed, slaughter spreading unchecked. And a familiar icy aura was rapidly approaching him. Neji exhaled softly, and the gentle 8 trigrams flow around him suddenly surged, a brilliant white light shooting up into the sky. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, his young figure standing tall and straight as a pine, facing the roaring flames of war and the entanglements of fate. He understood the enemy invasion was only the beginning. What he truly had to face today was the sword of a former comrade. Neji. A cold voice came from midair. Sasuke landed on the rooftop not far from Neji, dark clouds swirling around him, his Sharingan locked onto the figure before him. The flames of war spread at their feet, smoke drifting between them. The two who had once trained and fought side by side now faced each other across a sea of slaughter. "It's been a long time since we fought seriously," Sasuke said in a cold, resolute voice. "Everyone says you're strong. Everyone looks up to you as the protector of Konoha. Today I will prove with my own hands that I, Uchiha Sasuke, will not lose to you." Neji looked at his friend, now completely consumed by darkness and obsession, and sighed inwardly. "Do we have to fight?" "We must," Sasuke replied without hesitation. "Our paths are different, our hearts are different, our strength will be decided. Today we settle this." The moment the words fell, Sasuke's chakra erupted violently. The dark curse seal spread across half his body, a wild power surging in all directions. His 3 tomos Sharingan spun rapidly, killing intent spreading openly. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, Itachi Uchiha gazed through the smoke at the two confronting each other, his Mangekyo eyes filled with complex emotions. He knew the obsession in his brother's heart, and he understood Neji's goodwill. But in this chaotic war, fate was already irreversible. Nagata looked up from afar, his Rinnegan narrowing slightly. Sasuke versus Neji, interesting. While the two are locked in battle, Konoha's forces will be scattered. We can drive straight in and seize the Nine Tails. Orochimaru smirked darkly, waiting quietly for the fight to begin. Once the two clashed and both were wounded, he could reap the benefits. Below, the battle and Konoha grew fiercer. Above, the destined duel on the rooftop was about to erupt. On one side, the genius of the Byakugan defending the light, on the other the master of the Sharingan fallen into darkness. The flames of war spread, grudges tangled, and the battle between the two great prodigies of the ninja world was about to explode into a spectacular clash. The furious winds howled and the smoke of war drifted slowly between the two figures. The cacophony of battle raging across all of Konoha seemed to fade away in this instant, leaving nothing but the two silhouettes standing face to face upon the rooftop, suspended between heaven and earth. Across Sasuke's body, the pitch-black curse mark patterns writhed and swelled continuously. His raging, chilling chakra surged like a black fog, while his 3 tomos Sharingan spun with frantic velocity. Every breath he took brimmed with long-suppressed combat fervor and unyielding resentment. All the past comparisons, whispered rumors, crushing disparities, and inner demons converged at this very moment. He had to defeat Neji, defeat that radiant figure who had forever stood as a beacon ahead of him, and prove that the Uchiha would never yield to the Hyuga, that darkness could indeed triumph over light. Neji's white garments fluttered as though stirred by an unseen wind, his mature Byakugan eyes clear and cool, while a profound aura of 8 trigrams chakra circulated around his frame. He harbored not a shred of killing intent, his heart held only resignation and regret. Facing a comrade with whom he had once grown up and trained side by side, he had never wished to draw blades against him. Yet Sasuke's mind was made up, his obsessions deeply rooted, deaf to any words of reason. "Since you are resolved to fight," Neji slowly steadied his breathing, his fingertips curling inward slightly, "then I shall fight alongside you." Before the words had even fully left his lips, Sasuke's figure exploded forward in a sudden violent surge. The ground beneath his feet cracked open with a thunderous roar. A black shadow severed the air in an instant, hurtling toward Neji's face at near blinding speed. The Sharingan predicted every movement, his form elusive and treacherous, palm strikes wrapped in raging chakra. His opening assault was ruthless and merciless. Faced with the sudden ambush, Neji's expression remained unmoved. Beneath the all-seeing gaze of his mature Byakugan, every motion, chakra pathway, and footwork trajectory of Sasuke's was laid bare, utterly devoid of any concealment. Gentle fists raised lightly, executing precise parries. Boom! The two overwhelming forces collided with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves exploding outward and scattering all the surrounding dust and smoke. A single exchange of blows already revealed the disparity. Sasuke's figure retreated a fraction, a tremor running through his heart. With just that one clash he could clearly perceive that the current Neji, his strength, his movement techniques, his foundational prowess, had long surpassed anything he had imagined. He is indeed exceptionally strong. Sasuke thought, the fire in his eyes burning brighter with zero inclination to yield. The very next moment ninjutsu erupted in rapid succession. Fire, release, great fireball technique surged forth abruptly, massive flames devouring the space ahead, rolling heat waves crashing into him like a physical force. Neji's feet traced light rhythmic steps, the 8 trigrams footwork circulating through his body. His form floated like willow catkins in the wind, gracefully dodging through the sea of flames. Pure white gentle fist strikes continued to rain down, palm winds tearing through the inferno, pinpoint beams of white light relentlessly bombarding Sasuke's vital acupoints. Gentle fist acupoints sealing, specialized in choking off chakra flow. The Sharingan's precognition catalogued every strike trajectory. One could perceive the essence of all things, the other could foresee every movement. Two of the shinobi world's supreme Kekkai Genkai collided head-on for the first time in truth. Upon the rooftop, light and shadow interweaved, a clash of pristine white and pitch black entangling back and forth. Relying on the curse mark's amplification, Sasuke unleashed ferocious and razor-sharp explosive power. His assaults were ruthless and domineering, every strike aimed squarely at vital points wreathed in dark murderous aura. Neji, leaning on his 8 trigrams body techniques and mature Byakugan, maintained perfect balance between offense and defense, fighting with composed precision. His gentle fist strikes were seamless and inescapable, advancing with steady methodical steps. From the distant battlefield, everyone instinctively tilted their gaze upward toward the highest point. Kakashi parried enemy attacks even as his eyes remained fixed on the rooftop, his heart heavy with 1,000 unspoken reflections. The two prodigies of Team 7 in days past now found themselves on opposite sides of light and shadow, engaging in a brutal skirmish amidst the flames of war. Jiraiya's brows knitted tightly, a profound worry weighing on his mind. Should the two descend into a death match, regardless of who emerged victorious, it would be a catastrophic loss for Konoha. Uchiha Itachi stood motionless at the periphery of the battlefield, his Mangekyo Sharingan locked firmly onto his younger brother. He could plainly see that Sasuke was exerting his full strength while Neji had consistently held back, unwilling to inflict genuine grave injury. Within the rain-hidden alliance ranks, Nagato observed with cold detachment, his Rinnegan flickering faintly. The Hyūga's Byakugan indeed counters the Uchiha's close-quarters assaults perfectly. It will be exceedingly difficult for Sasuke to claim victory. Orochimaru narrowed his serpentine eyes, the smile on his lips growing increasingly pronounced. Let them fight, the more viciously the better. Ideally they cripple one another, allowing me to seize the perfect Byakugan and Uchiha bloodline in one stroke. In the shadows of the battlefield, Danzo concealed himself within the gloom of crumbling structures, his single eye gleaming with cold avarice. The more intense their struggle became, the heavier the internal drain on Konoha and the greater his chances of ascending to supreme power. Across the entire theater of war, everyone sought to exploit this clash of prodigies for their own selfish gains. Only the two combatants themselves fought solely for the obsessions and true convictions of their hearts. The fierce battle raged on without pause. Sasuke's entire body erupted with fully activated curse marks, his power surging once more. Billowing black mist enveloped him as both his speed and strength climbed to new peaks. The blade in his hand cleaved through the sky, thrusting straight for Neji's chest. Witnessing this, Neji ceased his purely evasive maneuvers. The 8 trigrams energy field around him shot skyward, a luminous white halo enveloping his entire frame. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Countless afterimages of gentle fist strikes bloomed across the heavens, palm shadows layered upon layers, precisely sealing off every acupoint on Sasuke's body. White light and dark shadows continuously collided, the thunderous roars echoing in relentless succession. Sasuke was knocked back several paces by a single palm strike, his arm numb, and his chakra momentarily disrupted. Shock filled his Sharingan. He had thrown every ounce of his strength into a ferocious assault, yet he still could not breach Neji's defenses. Why? Sasuke gritted his teeth in a low whisper, the resentment in his heart breeding like a rabid vine. I have trained relentlessly with everything I had. I embraced the darkness and abandoned all else. Why do I still fall short of you? Neji observed the increasingly unhinged Sasuke and spoke softly. Strength is never defined by darkness, nor does hatred forge true power. You have walked the wrong path, Sasuke. Those words struck the most fragile nerve at the depths of Sasuke's soul. Confusion, jealousy, inferiority, and rage detonated within him in an instant. I have not strayed. Sasuke threw his head back and let out a primal roar. His scarlet Sharingan underwent a sudden violent transformation, the tomo patterns within his pupils twisting and warping. The three tomos slowly rotated and merged, birthing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that ignited amid the flames of war and his unyielding obsession. Pitch-black pupils, bizarre and intricate patterns, an oppressive aura instantly swept across the entire rooftop. The Mangekyo Sasuke had descended into the mortal realm. The pitch-black sinister pattern of the pupil gradually took shape, and the atmosphere on the entire rooftop suddenly shifted dramatically. A profound, brutal, destructive dojutsu power exploded from Sasuke's body, sending gales sweeping in all directions, shattering the bricks and stones beneath his feet. The Mangekyo Sharingan fully opened its crimson base, entwined with black patterns, its pressure far surpassing that of the three tomo by several times. The moment he activated the Mangekyo, Sasuke's entire demeanor underwent a complete transformation. All previous agitation, resentment, and restlessness vanished, leaving only coldness, indifference, and an extreme killing intent. Every gaze from afar suddenly froze. Itachi Uchiha's body trembled violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that his younger brother would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan on his own during today's great battle. Such talent, such a transformation of mind had already exceeded his expectations. Nagato's pupils narrowed, his Rinnegan gaze growing heavy. The Uchiha Mangekyo. The new generation of Konoha has actually produced successive peaks of top-tier bloodline limits. Orochimaru's breath hitched slightly, greed almost overflowing from his snake-like pupils. A perfect Mangekyo. Plus Neji's complete Byakugan. Today I must have them. Danzo, hidden in the shadows, felt the rows of Sharingan on his arms stir in unison, greed surging in his heart. A pair of Mangekyo, a pair of ultimate Byakugan. If he could claim them all for himself, no one in the entire ninja world would be able to oppose him. On the rooftop, Sasuke's eyes were cold as he calmly stared at Neji before him. You say I've taken the wrong path? Then let me use the true power of the Uchiha to show you what it means to be strong. As his words fell, Sasuke formed a single-handed seal, his pupils abruptly contracting. A pitch-black, inextinguishable flame quietly ignited from the void without warning, without sound. Strands of black flame drifted out, settling in the air and burning everything they touched. The ground, debris, and air currents, anything that the black fire touched was mercilessly incinerated. Ninjutsu Amaterasu. The inextinguishable black fire swept across the sky, converging fiercely toward Neji. The flames of Amaterasu, burning all things without ever extinguishing, were the supreme ocular jutsu unique to the Mangekyo. Flames blotted out the sky and a deathly aura permeated the air. Facing the most domineering black flames in the world, Neji's expression finally lost its calm. His complete Byakugan spun rapidly, instantly discerning the combustion characteristics and trajectory of Amaterasu. He knew that once entangled by the black fire, his body and chakra would be endlessly burned, making escape extremely difficult. 8 trigrams air palm. A heavy pure white chakra palm struck out, sending a massive shockwave that pushed back the incoming black flames. However, the Amaterasu fire was extremely bizarre. It bypassed the airflow, curving around and continuing to wind toward Neji. Sasuke's body flickered, with body flicker already appearing beside Neji. His palm, wrapped in Mangekyo dojutsu power, struck fiercely toward Neji's chest. The speed was extreme, the prediction incredibly precise. Neji moved his feet, circulating the 8 trigrams rotating body technique around him, his figure drifting and shifting while his gentle fist continuously struck out, blocking all of Sasuke's attacks. 1 white, 1 black, light and darkness, Byakugan and Mangekyo. They entered a deadly battle. Sasuke's techniques emerged one after another. Body flicker, surprise attacks, great fireball technique, Amaterasu, burning dojutsu, mental shock. Each move was vicious, fully embodying the Uchiha clan's overbearing nature. After activating the Mangekyo, his combat power surged several times, reaching the mid-tier Kage level. Yet Neji still maneuvered calmly. His complete Byakugan saw through all illusions, all surprise attacks, and all chakra flow. Gentle fist point sealing constantly blocked Sasuke's chakra, while the 8 trigrams air currents resisted the dojutsu's erosion. His movements were fluid and flawless. No matter how violent and fierce the Mangekyo's attacks were, they could not truly harm Neji in the slightest. After several fierce attacks all missed, Sasuke's mind grew increasingly impatient. His Mangekyo vision stung slightly and tired bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. He had exhausted the Uchiha's strongest power, yet still could not suppress Neji. Impossible! Sasuke growled lowly, activating his dojutsu power to the fullest once more. The Amaterasu flames across the sky surged, enveloping the entire rooftop in pitch-black fire. I won't lose to you! Neji looked at Sasuke, who had been completely consumed by obsession, and was desperately overdrawing his dojutsu power, and the regret in his heart grew heavier. He did not want to harm Sasuke, but if he held back any longer he would only be severely wounded by the black flames. Under the flames of war, comrades turned against each other, and there was no turning back. Neji slowly closed his eyes, then snapped them open. The complete Byakugan blazed brilliantly, and all the 8 trigrams chakra around him boiled and surged skyward. A crystalline white light enveloped his entire body, his aura surging upward, breaking through layers of shackles. No more holding back, no more retreat. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. A massive gentle palm shadow descended from the sky, layer upon layer, covering the entire sea of fire. The pure white palm force crushed downward, forcibly dispersing the sky-filling Amaterasu black flames, and the overwhelming power pressed directly toward all of Sasuke's tenketsu. Boom! A massive shockwave exploded. Sasuke was sent flying by the palm strike, crashing heavily onto the edge of the rooftop, a trace of blood spilling from his mouth. His Mangekyo vision spun violently, his chakra churned chaotically, and all his tenketsu went numb. A single move determined the outcome. Sasuke struggled to prop himself up, looking at the white-robed youth before him in disbelief. Even though he had awakened, the Mangekyo embraced the darkness, and given his all he still lost to Neji, who fought with a heart of protection. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate. Below the battlefield, a dark figure silently accelerated, racing straight toward the rooftop. Orochimaru could no longer restrain himself. Taking advantage of the two's depleted stamina and tense minds, he prepared to strike and seize both bloodlines in one move. At the same time, Nagato's gaze was cold as he ordered the entire army to advance. The Ōtsutsuki members abandoned the outer skirmishes and drove straight into the heart of Konoha, heading directly for Naruto's location. The war was chaotic, with 3 undercurrents striking simultaneously. On the rooftop, crisis descended abruptly. The smoke of battle still lingered on the rooftop as Sasuke, stricken by the impact, gasped for breath, his Mangekyo vision growing dim and hazy. Neji's breathing was slightly labored, having just unleashed a full force 128 palms. His chakra reserves were also largely depleted. Both were in a fleeting moment of depleted combat power. It was precisely in this brief gap that a sinister drifting figure like a venomous snake burst through the smoke and ascended the rooftop in an instant. His gray-white hair fluttered in the wind, his snake-like pupils gleaming with extreme greed and fervor, his cold chakra instantly locking onto the two. Finally! I've been waiting for this moment. Orochimaru let out a low, sinister chuckle, his gaze first fixated on Neji's clear, translucent complete Byakugan, then landing on Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan adorned with eerie patterns. One pair of the world's finest Byakugan, one pair of the newborn Uchiha's Mangekyo. If he could seize them all today, he would simultaneously possess the 2 supreme bloodlines, and the path to immortality would be within reach. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru's figure suddenly charged forward, his fingers elongated, the tips gleaming with a cold light, aiming straight for Neji's eyes. Give me your eyes! The sneak attack was swift and cunning, its timing exquisitely precise. Neji's mind tensed. Despite his depleted chakra, his complete Byakugan instantaneously captured every movement. His feet swiftly shifted into the bagua steps, his body retreating and dodging with lightning speed. The sharp claws grazed past his clothes, tearing a strip of white fabric with a bone-chilling gust. Sasuke, who had fallen to the side, snapped back to his senses. Seeing Orochimaru reaching for Neji's ocular power, and catching the same predatory look directed at himself, a chill ran down his spine. He could fight Neji, he could be obsessed with rivalry, he could dwell in darkness. But he would never allow himself, or his comrade, to become a vessel for Orochimaru to seize their bloodlines. Get lost! Sasuke, suppressing the discomfort within his body, reignited his Mangekyo, unleashing the remnants of his ocular power. A small black flame of Amaterasu blazed straight toward Orochimaru. The pitch-black flame arrived in an instant. Orochimaru sidestepped, nimbly glancing back coldly at Sasuke. Don't rush, you're next. Facing 2 prodigies alone, Orochimaru fully released his aura, the oppressive presence of a peak Kage enveloping the entire rooftop. Gentle Fist Sharingan and the power of the curse mark were all momentarily suppressed by him alone. Everyone on the battlefield below was taken aback. The Ōtsutsuki members halted their advance, looking up at the rooftop. Nagato frowned slightly, not expecting Orochimaru to disregard the alliance's overall strategy, and seized the eyes on his own. What he wanted was the Ninetales, not a temporary scramble for bloodlines. Danzo, hidden in the shadows, was overjoyed. Orochimaru's interference distracted Neji and Sasuke, throwing Konoha into chaos. A perfect opportunity for him to reap the benefits. Just as the rooftop was about to fall completely under Orochimaru's control, a crimson streak of light tore through the air, a black cloak fluttering, his Mangekyo Sharingan fully activated. Susanoo! A giant skeleton of azure bone instantly rose from the ground, its hard bone barrier thrusting between Orochimaru and the two, forcefully blocking all attacks. Itachi Uchiha had finally made his move. Itachi. Orochimaru's expression darkened with displeasure. You're going to stop me. Don't harm Sasuke. Itachi's tone was indifferent but unyielding, his Mangekyo gleaming with cold light. And don't covet Neji's eyes. This battle today should not end with the plunder of bloodlines. He had long known of Orochimaru's ambition and had been on guard for this moment from the very beginning. He could allow his brother to fight Neji, he could allow the Ōtsutsuki to invade Konoha, but he would never let Orochimaru destroy them both. In an instant the situation on the rooftop was completely rewritten. On one side stood Orochimaru scheming for the two pairs of eyes, on the other Itachi Uchiha protecting his brother and comrade, in the middle Neji and Sasuke exhausted both physically and mentally after their fierce battle. A four-way standoff ready to erupt at any moment. Sasuke stared at his brother standing before him, his pupils trembling. Long-standing misunderstandings, hatred and confusion all surged within his heart. He didn't understand Itachi's true stance, how he could be part of the Ōtsutsuki yet repeatedly secretly protect him. Neji stood silently in his white clothes, his gaze sweeping across the entire scene. The Ōtsutsuki invaded from outside, Orochimaru plundered bloodlines, Itachi guarded alone, Sasuke was lost in confusion, and the village was engulfed in war. What had begun as a simple duel between prodigies had spiraled into a chaotic free-for-all among multiple forces in the ninja world. Below, the battle in Konoha raged on, brutal and bloody. Deidara's bombs roared incessantly, the puppet army crushed the defense lines, Hyūga and Kakuzu slaughtered shinobi indiscriminately, and Konoha's defenses teetered on the brink. Naruto, heavily guarded, watched the chaotic scene on the rooftop from a distance, his heart filled with anxiety. Nagato, gazing at the rooftop, slowly rotated his Rinnegan, making a decision in his mind. Orochimaru's unauthorized action has disrupted the plan. No need to wait any longer. All Ōtsutsuki members capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki immediately. Konoha's internal chaos is the perfect opportunity. With the command given, the Ōtsutsuki ceased their observation and charged toward the center of Konoha with full force. Within and without, the flames of war crises erupted simultaneously. On the rooftop, the battle for bloodlines; in the village, the hunt for the Nine-Tails; in the shadows, the machinations of power. The entire Konoha had plunged into an unprecedented era of chaos and danger. Neji slowly raised his eyes, simultaneously looking at Itachi, Orochimaru and Sasuke, the three factions. He knew he could no longer remain a bystander. He had to protect Sasuke, fend off Orochimaru, cooperate with Itachi to stabilize the rooftop, and then turn back to defend the entire Konoha. A single figure in white standing alone against the darkness from all sides. The Susanu's skeletal colossus stood towering and imposing, its icy frame firmly blocking every avenue of Orochimaru's assault. A chilling wind swirled about the rooftop as the aura of three combatants clashed fiercely, the air thick with killing intent strained to its absolute limit. Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Itachi before him, his serpent-like pupils cold and predatory. Itachi, you have thwarted my grand designs time and again. Back then I failed to claim your Sharingan. Today will you protect these two brats as well? They shall not become your sacrifices, Itachi replied coolly. The Susanu's skeleton advanced one slow measured step, a crushing pressure bearing down upon them. We both belong to Ōtsutsuki, our alignment is merely temporary. Your wanton plundering of Kekkei Genkai has long exceeded the bounds of our covenant. The words had barely faded when Orochimaru dropped all pretense of conversation. Miasma exploded outward from his body, countless small snakes bursting forth from his sleeves and around his neck. Serpentine patterns crept across his arms as his form twisted and contorted, fully entering a combat stance. Since you insist on obstructing me, then I shall dispose of you as well. Orochimaru's figure flashed forward. Countless blade-like snakes surged outward in a fluid yet razor-sharp assault, striking directly at the Susanu. Hard bone clashed and cracked under the relentless bombardment, the ear-splitting sound echoing across the rooftop. Itachi's expression remained calm as he steadily maintained the Susanu's defense, though the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan continued to drain away. Yet facing an Orochimaru at the absolute peak of Kage-level strength alone, his stamina and vision were rapidly deteriorating under the prolonged engagement. Beside him, Neji stepped forward gradually, his white robes rippling in the wind. His Byakugan flared to life with an ethereal white radiance, the 8 trigrams chakra around his body slowly rising once more. He looked toward Itachi and spoke softly. I'll help you. On one side stood Orochimaru, ravenous for twin eyes stopping at nothing. On the other, Uchiha Itachi, shrouded in darkness yet still guarding what he held dear. Before a common enemy, their stances temporarily converged. Neji no longer hesitated. His 8 trigrams footwork carried him across empty air, his figure dissolving into a pure white afterimage as he instantly crashed into the heart of battle. Gentle fist techniques danced through the air, pinpoint white flashes striking Orochimaru's acupoints with surgical precision, every palm a direct assault upon the vital pathways of chakra flow. The Byakugan saw through every variation of his snake style, while the gentle fist sealing jutsu countered Orochimaru's regenerative constitution. Itachi pressed the offensive and defense while Neji specialized in restriction and containment. The 2 top-tier fighters fighting side by side immediately pinned Orochimaru completely. Serpentine blades were scattered by Palm Wind's ninjutsu after ninjutsu neutralized by Akupant seals. Orochimaru was forced back repeatedly, his expression growing increasingly dark and grim. No one would have expected Hyūga Neji to join forces with Uchiha Itachi against a common foe. A short distance away, Sasuke stood frozen, watching the scene unfold before him. His older brother was protecting him, his former rival stood alongside him, repelling a true evil. Neji, slandered by rumors, despised by himself, fought with everything he had never once truly harmed him from beginning to end. Lost in his own inner demons, swayed by provocation, embracing the darkness, obsessed with winning and strength, he had become narrow-minded and delusional. Memories of the past surged through his mind. Training together with Team 7 mission side by side, the rooftop confrontation, the Mangekyo battle. And Neji's quiet words. Strength is never defined by darkness. Deep within his heart, the core self, wrapped in suspicion, hatred, and resentment, began to loosen bit by bit. Confusion, guilt, and regret swept through Sasuke like a tidal wave. He watched the 3 fighters locked in combat look down upon the burning, blood-soaked Leaf Village and surveyed the devastated battlefield scarred by war. What exactly was the strength he had been pursuing? Had the dark path he walked truly led to the future he desired? Just as Sasuke's spirit wavered, a colossal roar erupted from the village below. Pain personally struck. Rinnegan power surged in all directions, and Shinra Tensei detonated with cataclysmic force, leveling everything in its path, Konoha's buildings and the ninja defense lines alike. Konan's paper petals filled the sky like a blizzard, countless paper blades harvesting the battlefield. Kabuto, Kakuzu, Deidara, and Sasori all unleashed their full power in a furious assault, and the Leaf's defenses collapsed entirely. Screams, explosions, and crumbling structures wove together into a cacophony of destruction. Konoha was on the verge of falling. Naruto, caught in the very center of the war, watched his comrades fall one by one, consumed by desperation and helplessness. Upon the rooftop, Orochimaru perceived the village's plight, and knew he could no longer delay. He erupted with all his power, a torrent of toxic miasma engulfing the entire rooftop and forcibly driving Neji and Itachi back. An amusing alliance, but the game ends here. Konoha will soon fall, and the Ninetales is within my grasp. I have no time to tarry with you. Today I must take a pair of eyes. Orochimaru's gaze suddenly locked onto Sasuke, distracted, unguarded, his spirit in disarray. Unlike Neji, whose defenses were formidable, the psychologically shattered Sasuke was the easiest target. A dark flash, charging straight towards Sasuke. Sasuke, look out! Neji and Itachi cried out in unison. Sasuke snapped back to awareness, looking up at the figure hurtling toward him, his pupils contracting sharply. Crisis descended in an instant. A cold, dark shadow sliced through the air. Orochimaru moved with ghostly speed, his skeletal hand wreathed in lethal chill, reaching straight for Sasuke's eyes. His eyes burned with fanatical obsession, utterly disregarding Itachi, and Neji beside him, fixated only on claiming those newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Death loomed inches away, a chilling wind rushing toward his face. Every hair on Sasuke's body bristled as all his past obsessions, prejudices, and dark thoughts dissolved in that instant. He saw clearly now, the power, hatred, and resentment he had chased were nothing but illusions. The one who truly harbored malice, who used him and sought to devour him, was always Orochimaru before his eyes. The rumors sowing discord, the suspicions breeding within his heart, the battles against Neji, all of them had been nothing but pieces in someone else's scheme. His brother had silently protected him all along. Neji had always carried goodwill and never wished to harm, yet it was himself who had walked step by step into the abyss. He finally understood. I will no longer be your puppet. The darkness that had clouded Sasuke's eyes vanished completely. His crimson Mangekyo flared with piercing cold light, the restless curse marks around his body gradually subsided, and pitch-black chakra once again surged through his frame. In that moment he shed his dark aggression and reclaimed his true self, his gaze steady and clear. Confronting Orochimaru's onrush, Sasuke did not retreat, but advanced instead. The body flicker technique exploded into motion. He twisted his body to evade palm, gathering violent fire-style chakra. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Roaring flames erupted, a scorching sea of fire blocking Orochimaru's advance head-on. At the same moment Itachi maneuvered his Susanoo, striding sideways as the skeletal longsword gleamed with icy light, descending in a brutal overhead cleave. Neji's feet traced glowing 8 trigrams patterns as he instantly appeared at Orochimaru's flank, his pure white gentle fist striking with full force to seal off every escape route. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyūga Neji, Konoha's 3 most brilliant prodigies stood side by side. Byakugan Mangekyo Susanoo, the 3 supreme Kekkei Genkai locked onto Orochimaru simultaneously. His expression darkened, pupils contracting violently. He had never imagined that in such a brief moment the tide would turn so completely. The two who had eyed each other with hostility and bred suspicion between them had somehow reconciled, entirely joining with Itachi to trap him from 3 directions. Impossible! How could you? Panic surged through Orochimaru's heart. His snake-style miasma churned wildly as countless venomous serpents burst from the earth, coiling around him in a desperate bid to break free. Your ambitions end here. Sasuke's voice was cold and clear, stripped of all fanaticism and malice. At last he understood. True strength never required plunging into darkness, nor did dignity need to be proven through hatred. Guarding alongside comrades was the true heart of a shinobi. Itachi glanced at his younger brother, a flicker of relief passing through his Mangekyo eyes. Sasuke, lost for so long, had finally found his way back. Neji stood in his white robes, eyes gentle. With the knots of his heart untied and his companions by his side, the person before him remained the Uchiha Sasuke of Team 7. No longer hesitating, the 3 struck in unison. Sasuke's Mangekyo spun Amaterasu's black flames, engulfing the sky and sealing off all directions, burning away every snake-style serpent. Itachi wielded his Susanoo's long blade, its icy edge cleaving through layers of miasma to strike at Orochimaru's core. Neji unleashed the full power of his 8 trigrams, a flurry of gentle fist palm strikes sealing Orochimaru's chakra points, endlessly dismantling his regeneration. Flames, black fire, white light, and skeletal great blades clashed together, relentless explosions shaking the rooftop. Orochimaru found himself trapped by 3 forces, relentlessly pushed back, wounds piling up on his body as his life-sustaining regeneration jutsu was sealed away by the gentle fist. No matter how bizarre his techniques or how unique his constitution, facing 3 Kage-level prodigies together left him no choice but to retreat, step by step, pushed to the brink. Far across the battlefield, Nagato observed the rooftop scene, his Rinnegan trembling with profound intensity. Uchiha brothers joined with Hyūga Neji. The new generation of Konoha is far too terrifying. Deep down he understood, Orochimaru had already fallen. The alliance they had planned collapsed entirely. If he persisted in his invasion of Konoha, he would face alone a Sasuke who had reclaimed his heart, a Neji fighting at full strength, and an Itachi holding his deepest trump cards. The tide of battle had completely shifted in Konoha's favor. In the shadows, Danzo's expression darkened to its deepest. He had schemed tirelessly to sow discord, crafting barriers between allies on the verge of turning genius against genius, and tearing Konoha apart. Yet, in the midst of war, everything had crumbled. Comrades reconciled, powerful foes united. All his calculations had come to naught. Above on the rooftop, the great battle drew to its close. Orochimaru stood battered and broken, his presence waning, eyes filled with resentment, as he gazed at the 3 before him. Just then the earth trembled violently, and from the distant horizon a colossal pressure slowly approached. The earth trembled violently, the entire ground of my sinking slightly. A low, ancient, and vast rumbling echoed from the distant heavens as black clouds converged and churned, blotting out the sun and sky. A chilling, deathly silence pressed down upon the whole world. The ninjas, locked in bitter struggle, all paused mid-motion, instinctively looking up toward the high sky. Nagato stood at the center of the battlefield, his azure Rinnegan slowly rising, his expression impassive and solemn. Orochimaru had been defeated, and surrounded the alliance between the Akatsuki and the Sound Village had long been hollow. The battle had completely slipped from his control. Since the plan to seize bloodlines and attack Mai had all come to naught, he would no longer hold back. Since internal strife has crumbled and comrades have reunited, then I shall end this war with my own hands. Nagato's 5 fingers slowly spread, and the Rinnegan pattern on his palm blazed with light. A pitch-black, enormous transmission hole slowly tore open in the clouds, ancient and heavy chains clattering through the air. With a roar that shattered mountains and rivers, a colossal monster covered in patterns descended from the void. Its withered brown body, hollow eye sockets, and endless sealing chains wrapped around it. The ghetto statue had descended upon the world. The terrifying pressure of a tailed beast swept across the land, sending hurricane winds through my lifting houses and rubble into the air. All the ninjas present felt their chakra involuntarily turn chaotic and tremble, a deep-seated fear rising from the depths of their souls. On the rooftop, Orochimaru, who was being besieged by 3 opponents, froze. His narrow snake eyes stared fixedly at the demonic giant, his expression drastically changing. The Gedo statue. Nagato has actually used that thing. He instantly understood that the Ōtsutsuki had long prepared for the worst. Cooperation was only temporary, reshaping the ninja world was Nagato's true goal. Once the statue struck, the entire Mai would be ground to dust. Not to mention the Byakugan and Mangekyo, the whole village would be reduced to rubble. His alliance with the Ōtsutsuki was now completely severed. Nagato's gaze was cold, his voice resounding through the heavens. Orochimaru, you have taken bloodlines without permission, disrupted the plan, and betrayed the alliance. Today's battle, the Ōtsutsuki will no longer walk with you. As the words fell, the statue's massive arms swung violently, and a torrent of immense chakra roared out, crushing down upon Mai's defensive line. Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, and Kakuzu all wore grave expressions. They immediately repositioned themselves, no longer cooperating with the Sound Ninjas, and fully followed Nagato's command. In an instant, the Ōtsutsuki and Orochimaru were completely split. What was once a 3-way battle had now become a standoff between 4 major forces. The Ōtsutsuki with the Gedo statue watched menacingly the defeated and isolated Orochimaru, the reconciled Neji, Sasuke, and Itachi, and the beleaguered main force of Mai struggling within the village. In the shadows, Danzo's single eye suddenly contracted, a chill piercing his heart. The appearance of the Gedo statue was already a world-ending level of power. No matter how strong Neji and the other 2 were, they might not be able to withstand this ancient demon. The true crisis of Mai's destruction had only now arrived. On the rooftop, Itachi, Sasuke, and Neji simultaneously withdrew their hands, gazing up at the colossal figure in the sky. Itachi's expression was extremely grave as he spoke softly. The Gedo statue, a relic of the 6 paths, carries the residual power of the 10 tails. Once it fully goes berserk, no one in Mai will survive. Sasuke clenched his fist, his Mangekyo trembling slightly. Having just emerged from darkness, and found his true heart, he now had to face the most terrifying monster in the ninja world. Neji activated his fully developed Byakugan, seeing through the statue's surging violent source chakra, and the endless darkness hidden deep within. He understood that the true enemy today was not Orochimaru nor each other, but Nagato, who wielded the Rinnegan and commanded the statue. On the battlefield below, Mai's ninjas suffered heavy casualties, and the defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Naruto looked up at the descending statue, his face filled with shock and panic, the Nine-Tails chakra stirring restlessly within him. Jiraiya rushed to the battlefield, his expression heavier than ever. Damn! Nagato is getting serious! Surrounded by the 3 Orochimarus, slowly retreated, his miasma receding, ceasing his fight with them. He cast a cold glance at Nagato, then at the 3 from Mai, rapidly weighing the pros and cons. The Ōtsutsuki had abandoned him. Staying in Mai now would only lead to being wiped out alongside them. But if he left now, the perfect Byakugan and the Mangekyo Sharingan would be completely lost. Regret, hesitation, and wariness intertwined in Orochimaru's heart. It seems no one can easily escape today, Orochimaru murmured. Rain and wind filled the sky, powerful enemies surrounded him. Within the village, the schemes of the powerful minister were still unresolved. Outside, the Ōtsutsuki and the statue pressed in, and lurking nearby was Orochimaru, waiting for an opportunity. The trio, just reconciled, had to face the ultimate catastrophe of the ninja world. Neji in his white robe stood in the wind, his gaze sweeping over Sasuke and Itachi. His voice was calm but resolute. Let's set aside Orochimaru for now. For the moment, protecting Mai comes first. Sasuke nodded heavily, his Mangekyo shining with cold light. Itachi closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, the power of Susanoo surged once more. The 3 stood shoulder to shoulder, their figures, 1 white and 2 black, towering like peaks. The Byakugan and the dual Mangekyo all ignited simultaneously, the peak power of 3 great bloodlines converging, facing the Gedo statue in the sky. Dark clouds pressed down upon the city, and the colossal statue stood towering amidst the clouds. In its hollow eye sockets surged pitch black murky chakra, while thick chains clanked loudly in the wind. Every slight movement of its body caused the earth to tremble violently. Nagato hovered at the statue's shoulder, his Rinnegan gazing down indifferently at the devastated Konoha. All the past endurance schemes and hatred converged deep within his heart. Peace negotiations had failed, the alliance plan had collapsed, and the emergence of the Outer Path statue was his final resort. Crush them all! The 2 cold words fell. The Outer Path statue suddenly raised its head, its massive skull tilting slightly downward. Vast dark chakra rapidly gathered in its mouth, and a dim lusterless energy sphere slowly took shape, exuding an aura of destruction. The statue's tailed beast ball was poised to launch. Scatter! Jiraiya's expression drastically changed as he roared, instantly activating his Sage Chakra to its full extent, immediately organizing the remaining ninja to retreat. Kakashi Asuma and the other Jonin desperately covered the civilians' retreat. Panic and despair filled the battlefield. If that attack landed, most of Konoha would be reduced to scorched earth. On the rooftop, the auras of Neji, Sasuke, and Itachi simultaneously surged to their peak. The wind whipped their clothes, and three figures, one white, two black, stood facing the apocalyptic monster in the sky. Itachi's Mangekyo eyes swirled with eerie red light. The pale blue Susanoo around him gradually solidified, forming a complete skeletal giant. Drawing its longsword, the blade's edge cut through the dark clouds. "I'll take the frontal assault." Sasuke's black chakra roiled around him, his Mangekyo slightly rotating. Countless Amaterasu black flames gathered before him, unquenchable fire layered upon each other, ready to burn the statue's chakra. "I'll use Amaterasu to seal its movements." Neji's eyes turned pure white and translucent, his complete Byakugan blazing with light. The 8 trigrams heaven and earth formations slowly spread around him, enveloping his body with boundless, gentle, yet immensely heavy chakra. "I'll see through its chakra flow, find weaknesses, and restrain the statue itself." One wielded Susanoo to withstand destruction, one used black flames to seal the body, and one used his eyes to perceive vulnerabilities. The Hyūga Byakugan and the Uchiha's dual Mangekyo, the 3 top bloodline limits of the ninja world, truly merged at this moment. "Go!" The 3 moved simultaneously. Itachi Uchiha's complete Susanoo soared into the sky, its giant sword sweeping across the heavens as it charged straight at the statue. The blade collided with the statue's massive body, a thunderous roar splitting the clouds, and shockwaves swept across 1,000 miles. Sasuke moved through the air, countless Amaterasu black flames falling like meteors, precisely striking the chains and joints of the outer path statue's limbs. The unquenchable black flames fiercely seared the monster's body, acrid black smoke billowing upward, and the statue's movements visibly stalled. Neji's steps traced the 8 trigrams in all directions, his figure drifting and weaving high above. His complete Byakugan saw through every strand of chakra flow within the statue, precisely capturing the weakness of its chakra core. Countless streaks of gentle fist white light pierced the air, each palm strike precisely hitting the statue's chakra points, continuously disrupting and suppressing the monster's violent power. The combined efforts of the 3 powerhouses actually managed to halt the outer path statue, which was about to release its tailed beast ball. High above, Nagato's expression darkened. 3 of them together. Their combat power has reached such a level. He had thought that once the outer path statue appeared, no one in Konoha could stop it, but he never expected that the new generation of Konoha, along with Itachi Uchiha, could directly restrain his ultimate power. Nearby, all members of the Ōtsutsuki watched in silence. Deidara showed amazement, Sasori's eyes were solemn, and Haiden and Kakuzu also shed their disdain. With just 3 people, they held their ground against the outer path statue, unprecedented in the entire ninja world. In the shadows of the battlefield, Orochimaru watched quietly, his snake-like eyes reflecting complex, unutterable emotions. He had coveted the bloodlines of the 2 clans, wanting to seize their ocular powers, but after witnessing this battle, only shock remained in his heart. The true alliance of Hyūga and Uchiha could unleash power far beyond his expectations. At this moment, he finally understood how trivial his previous schemes had been. Deep in the shadows, Danzo's single eye stared fixedly at the battle above, his heart filled with panic. The statue had appeared, and the village was on the verge of destruction. Neji and the other 2 were holding up the entire sky. If Konoha survived this calamity, Neji's reputation would be utterly unshakable, and the Hokage position he had pursued all his life would vanish into thin air. But with the enemy at hand, he dared not act rashly, and could only hide in the shadows, watching the situation unfold. The battle in the sky grew more intense. The outer path statue roared in fury, its giant hands flailing wildly, unleashing gales and chakra shockwaves that swept across the field. The Susanoo cracked and suffered damage, the Amaterasu black flames were scattered by the monster's brute force, and even Neji was knocked back repeatedly by the shockwaves, his white robe stained with dust. After all, it was only 3 people confronting a monster left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths. Exhausted, they gradually fell at a disadvantage. Itachi's Mangekyo vision began to blur, tears of blood ran from his eyes, his ocular power severely overdrawn. Sasuke's breathing was heavy, the power of the curse mark fluctuated wildly, and his stamina rapidly drained. Only Neji, relying on the Byakugan's superior perception and the 8 trigrams endurance, still held on calmly, constantly seeking a chance to turn the tide. Seeing this, Nagato slowly raised his hand. "Since they keep blocking, then let loose the full power of destruction." The statue's mouth opened wide and an enormous pitch-black-tailed beast ball formed its terrifying pressure enveloping all of Konoha, everything falling into dead silence. The final strike of destruction was fully charged. The entire village was about to be annihilated in a blaze of light. A pitch-black, perfectly spherical-tailed beast ball hovered within the demon statue's gaping maw, pure destructive chakra spilling forth freely. The entire sky darkened, the gale ceased, and all sounds fell silent. Every Konoha ninja stood frozen in place, their hearts swallowed by boundless despair. Should this tailed beast ball descend in an instant, Konoha would be reduced to rubble, lives extinguished, none spared. High above, Itachi's eyes shed tears of blood, the cracks on his Susanoo growing ever more numerous, its skeletal frame wobbling precariously. Prolonged activation of the complete Susanoo and Mangekyo had drained his ocular power to the brink. Sasuke's breathing grew heavy, his Mangekyo vision flickering with darkness. Continuous use of Amaterasu had consumed over half his chakra and his arms trembled slightly. Both had reached their limits. Neji gazed at the orb of destruction capable of annihilating the village, his eyes serene and unwavering. He turned to the two beside him, his voice clear and resolute. "Hold on. Don't give up. Alone none of us can stop it, but united as three we can withstand all destruction." As the words fell, a brilliant white light erupted from Neji, surging outward. His complete Byakugan blazed with unprecedented radiance, the 8 trigrams pattern spread from the ground across the sky, enveloping the 8 directions of heaven and earth in gentle yet profound 8 trigrams chakra. The ultimate secret art of the Hyūga clan slowly unfolded. 8 trigrams myriad heavens rotation. A colossal transparent hemispherical barrier rose from the ground, centered on the 3 of them, expanding upward to stand directly before the demonic statue of the outer path. Countless layers of gentle fist chakra stacked, swirling and rotating, dissolving all impact and destructive force. Itachi's spirit rallied, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his eyes, pouring out the last of his ocular power. The Susanoo contracted its giant form, channeling all its chakra into the long blade, which blazed with deep blue icy light reaching toward the sky. Sasuke closed his eyes for an instant, and when he opened them again his Mangekyo's power was unleashed without reserve. The black flames of Amaterasu, no longer drifting aimlessly, converged around the barrier, forming a ring of dark fire. White light as a shield, blue bone as a spear, black fire as a chain. The Byakugan, the Uchiha's dual Mangekyo, a trinity, an unbreakable offensive-defensive loop, now fully realized. Nagato's pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time his Rinnegan showed visible astonishment. 3 top-tier bloodline powers merged into one. This resonance is infinitely close to the power of the 6 paths. He had never seen the Hyūga's 8 trigrams power harmonize so perfectly with the Uchiha's ocular techniques. One clan governs the body's chakra points, the other commands the spirit's ocular power. They are originally from the same source. Now standing shoulder to shoulder, the 3 had truly recreated the ancient 6 paths' balanced might. Fire! Nagato did not hesitate, his fingertip pressed down gently. A thunderous roar, the pitch-black-tailed beast ball shot through the air, carrying the force to crush heaven and earth, slamming violently into the 3-colored barrier. A colossal explosion echoed across the ninja world. Shockwaves erupted wildly from the point of impact, clouds scattered, the earth cracked, and distant buildings collapsed in cascading heaps. The black destructive energy furiously eroded the barrier. Amaterasu's flames continuously burned the tailed beast ball's surface. The Susanoo's long blade held firm against the core of the impact. The 8 trigrams barrier repeatedly dissolved the devastating force. Inch by inch they held their ground, fought back. The tailed beast ball pressed inward relentlessly, the barrier trembled, and warped cracks spreading like a spider's web. Itachi shuddered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Most of the Susanoo's skeletal structure shattered. Sasuke's body went numb, his chakra nearly depleted, his form swaying slightly in the air. Only Neji remained firmly at the center. His white robes billowed, his eyes clear, the 8 trigrams flowed without cease, bearing the brunt of the destruction alone. Sweat dripped from his jaw, every meridian in his body trembled, yet he did not retreat a single step. "We cannot lose here." Below, Naruto watched the 3 struggling high above, deeply moved. His comrades were protecting the village, his seniors were fighting to the death against disaster. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he could not stand by idly. A surge of the Nine-Tails crimson chakra erupted from within him, layers of the Nine-Tails cloak enveloping his body. His golden beastly eyes turned toward the sky. "Neji! Sasuke! Itachi-san! I'm coming to help you!" Naruto leaped into the air, shrouded in surging Nine-Tails chakra, racing toward the high-altitude battlefield. Orochimaru, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, had a complete change of heart. The Ōtsutsuki sought to destroy Konoha, the demon statue sought to slaughter all life. If the village were utterly annihilated, all his schemes would come to naught. coupled with the power displayed by the 3 earlier doubts stirred within him. Orochimaru's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Very well. Today I shall temporarily side with Konoha. An icy chakra rose. Orochimaru's form flickered, also flying toward the high-altitude battlefield. The situation had changed again. The crumbling defensive line gained 2 new allies. Nagato watched Naruto and Orochimaru approaching, his expression darkening completely. What had been a confrontation of 3 against the demon statue was now becoming a multi-party alliance opposing him. Everyone will stand in my way. The Rinnegan's blue light blazed fiercely. The chains around the demonic statue of the outer path tightened to the limit, and deeper 6 paths chakra began to surge within the monster's form. A crimson nine-tails chakra streaked across the heavens as Naruto wreathed in surging monstrous power charged straight into the aerial battlefield. Golden aura churned violently, the nine-tails' razor-sharp claws flashing with cold light as a terrifying force comparable to a tailed beast instantly joined the defensive line. Right on his heels, Orochimaru materialized with spectral grace, shrouded in noxious miasma as countless venomous serpents coiled and circled around him. Though his heart harbored dark schemes and his ambition remained unchecked, his stance had never been clearer. His icy gaze locked directly onto the demonic statue and Nagato. In an instant the aerial battle was utterly transformed. Neji, Itachi and Sasuke held the barrier line while Naruto and Orochimaru came to their aid. The 5 greatest powerhouses of the shinobi world stood shoulder to shoulder facing the monstrous statue head-on. The Nine-Tails power 6 paths 8 trigrams dual Mangekyo Sharingan abilities and immortality-granting snake style, all 5 forces interwove and entangled, firmly stabilizing the tricolor barrier on the verge of collapse. The defense, which had been steadily crumbling inward, abruptly halted its decline. The tailed beast bombs furiously eroding the barrier were suppressed by multiple forces converging together, and the destructive assault gradually stalled. All the Konoha ninja below stood frozen, hope reigniting in their eyes. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, his rigid frame finally relaxing slightly. Kakashi gazed at those familiar silhouettes high above his heart, a tempest of conflicting emotions. Above the clouds, Nagato's expression darkened to an unfathomable depth. Within his Rinnegan a chilling aura churned as years of pent-up pain, resentment, and obsession erupted in full. Having endured relentless war, lost friends and family, and seen through the brutal nature of the shinobi world, he sought only to impose terror through absolute power, to forge lasting peace. Yet now the people of Konoha had united in open defiance. Everyone denied his path, everyone stood between him and his salvation. You do not understand this endless cycle of war. You cannot fathom the agony of losing everything. Only by destroying the old order can peace be reborn. Nagato's voice rose in a low guttural roar as the Rinnegan around him blazed with radiance. The demonic statue of the outer path let loose a thunderous earth-rending bellow. Ancient markings across its entire body ignited with dark crimson light, massive chains thrashed wildly about its form, and the colossal monster broke free of all bindings, entering a state of total berserker frenzy. An abyssal black glow flared within its hollow eye sockets, and a chakra torrent several times more potent than before swept across heaven and earth. The tailed beast bomb that had just been held at bay suddenly swelled once more, its aura of destruction doubling in ferocity. With a thunderous crash, a massive shockwave erupted again. The barrier quaked violently as spiderweb cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the entire protective dome. Itachi's body shuddered violently as he coughed up multiple mouthfuls of blood. His fractured Susanoo teetered on the brink of collapse, ready to dissipate at any moment. Sasuke's Mangekyo vision blurred, waves of dizziness racked his brain, and his strength drained away with alarming speed. Naruto gritted his teeth and unleashed the full extent of his Nine-Tails chakra, bracing his mortal flesh against the lateral impact as veins bulged and muscles corded across his entire body. Orochimaru continuously wove snake-style ninjutsu, ensnaring the statue's limbs to restrict the monster's ability to generate force. Yet all the pressure once again concentrated entirely upon Neji at the center. His white robes whipped in the gale, his face draining of color as chakra within him was rapidly depleted, meridians screaming with tearing agony. His fully manifested Byakugan trembled faintly, yet his gaze remained resolute and crystal clear. He understood Nagato's sorrow and comprehended the man's helplessness, yet he would never accept peace purchased through destruction and slaughter. Konoha held his family, his comrades, all living things. He had to defend this place. Peace is never born from destruction. Neji's voice rang clear and steady, piercing through the deafening clamor. Hatred only propagates hatred, and killing only breeds war. You have chosen the wrong path, Nagato. Those words struck directly at the deepest chamber of Nagato's soul. His body stiffened and a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Years of obsession cracked at that precise moment, and memories of Yahiko Konan, and their shared youth in their boyhood flashed before his mind's eye one after another. But in an instant every painful memory of this wretched world swept over him once more. The wavering dissolved, leaving behind only cold, unyielding resolve. Words are of no use. Today Konoha shall fall. Nagato formed hand seals with both hands as the power of the Rinnegan surged to full activation. The demonic statue's maw gaped wide open. No longer just one, but three devastating spheres of light slowly condensed, all aimed squarely at the group below. Konan beside him felt her heart tighten and softly spoke in caution. Nagato, this is enough. If you continue any further, everything will become irreversible. The remaining Akatsuki members all wore grave expressions. No one wished to continue fighting to the death. They understood clearly that once all three-tailed beast bombs rained down simultaneously, the 5 warriors aloft would hardly escape unscathed, and all of Konoha would be utterly annihilated. In the dark recesses of the battlefield, Danzo, who had remained dormant all along, slowly clenched his fingers. Every eye in the fray was fixed upon the epic struggle against the statue. None noticed him lurking within the shadows. Neji, Sasuke, Naruto, and Itachi were all consumed by the aerial battle with no opportunity to divert their attention. Now was precisely the moment to seize authority, and take control of Konoha. His solitary eye flashed with chilling light as Danzo stepped slowly from the shadows, every Sharingan densely arrayed upon his arm rotating in unison. Amid the chaos of a fracturing world, a covert conspiracy was quietly taking shape. War blazed across the heavens, thunder resounding through the void as every soul was riveted by the demonic statue towering in the high sky. Smoke obscured the view, and the clamor of battle drowned out every sound. No one noticed that within the shadows deep in Konoha, a conspiracy that could overturn the village's very structure was already unfolding in stealth. Danzo, hunched over, stepped out of the dim alley, his single eye gleaming with icy malice. A row of Sharingan slowly rotated along his arm, their sinister chakra spreading silently. The third Hokage was occupied in the rear, tending to the wounded and marshalling defensive forces, unable to spare attention. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both focused on the aerial battle, leaving the village's upper echelons vulnerable. His perfect moment. Years of scheming, rumors, incitement, and internal strife were all about to culminate amid today's chaos. Seizing the moment when Konoha was on the brink of collapse and all its elites were engaged outside, Danzo strode directly toward the Hokage's office building, his aged voice echoing coldly through the nearby streets. Konoha's leadership has failed to protect the village, allowing foreign invaders to wreak havoc and slaughter the innocent. From this day forth, Ishimura Danzo shall assume the mantle of Hokage, wielding full authority over Konoha. The root operatives lurking in the shadows emerged en masse, clad in black with masked faces, instantly sealing off the Hokage's residence and controlling the key thoroughfares. Many of the remaining Chunin and Genin were stunned, war still raging, and yet a power shift had occurred within the village. Chaos renewed. High above, none were yet aware of the upheaval below. Nagato's eyes were vacant as 3 pitch-black-tailed beast balls gradually took shape within the demonic statue's gaping maw. The oppressive pressure of destruction layered upon itself, plunging heaven and earth into a deathly silence. Itachi's aura was depleted, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. His Susanoo was already severely fragmented, on the verge of collapse. Sasuke's eyes ached with strain, his Mangekyo reaching its limit, his body swaying unsteadily. Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra was rapidly depleting as he withstood the onslaught, both body and mind exhausted. Orochimaru frowned slightly while restraining the statue. He diverted his attention to the commotion in the village, a growing bewilderment spreading across his face. Only Neji remained standing firm at the center, his white robes dusted with grime, yet his posture unbroken. His fully activated Byakugan rotated gently, not only piercing through the statue's chakra but also instantly detecting the sudden turmoil within the village. The anomalous chakra movements inside the village, the collective action of root, the shift in power. All the undercurrents were laid bare before his eyes. Neji's heart sank. With a mortal enemy at the gates and life hanging by a thread, Danzo had chosen to seize power in the chaos-stirring upheaval within the village's own courtyard. The spreading of rumors, the sowing of discord between Sasuke and himself, the incitement of Konoha's internal strife, none of it had ever ceased. Nagato. Neji spoke again, his voice piercing through the gale and thunder, reaching Nagato's ears with clarity. You want to destroy Konoha to end all wars. But those who truly ruin the village, breed hatred and provoke conflict, are never the ones who protect it. He cast his gaze down toward the village below, speaking each word deliberately. There are those who seize power in the midst of chaos, play political games, scheme against their comrades, and exploit war for personal gain. You vent your hatred outward, yet fail to see that the true darkness lies within the human heart. Nagato's movements faltered slightly, his Rinnegan flickering. For years all he had witnessed were the wars of great nations, the slaughter of shinobi, and the conflicts among villages. He had believed violence and war to be the root of all suffering in the world, but never pondered deeply that human selfishness was the very source of conflict. The peace, gentleness, and tolerance that Yahiko had once yearned for replayed vividly in his mind. Conan's anxious pleas, the desperate struggle of those before him to protect the village, the terrified and helpless faces of the villagers. Countless emotions collided and tore at him violently, shattering the walls of his long-held obsession. The three fully charged tailed beast balls dimmed slightly. Hatred breeds hatred. Nagato murmured, his mind in turmoil. Conan, standing beside him, stepped half a step forward and whispered gently, "Nagato, stop. This war should never have happened." The members of Ōtsutsuki exchanged glances, their fighting spirit completely dissipated. Deidara put away his clay, Sasori withdrew his puppets, Haiden and Kakuzu retreated silently. None were willing to continue following Nagato and destroying Konoha. The restless dark chakra on the Gedo statue gradually calmed. Just as Nagato's heart was about to waver entirely and abandon his plan to annihilate Konoha in that instant. From the village below, a cold aura shot skyward. Danzo detected the shift in the aerial battle, sensing Nagato's retreating resolve. If the war ended, Neji's prestige would reach its peak and his own usurpation would be exposed, leaving him no ground to stand on. He would never allow everything to return to the beginning. With a fierce glare, Danzo activated several Sharingan on his arms simultaneously, silently forming a clandestine wind release technique. Without any warning, a sharp wind blade shot through the air, striking straight at Neji's defenseless back in the sky. He sought to cripple Neji in the chaos. If Neji fell, no one in Konoha could stop the demonic statue. The village would be destroyed, and all power would naturally fall into his hands. A cold wind sliced through the air, murderous intent concealed. Every gaze was fixed on Nagato, none detecting the venomous strike. Neji felt a bone-chilling sensation at his back. A biting wind-released chakra streaked through the air, swift, ruthless, venomous, and utterly without warning. All eyes were fixed on Nagato and the Gedo statue. Itachi was utterly exhausted. Sasuke's mind was in turmoil. Naruto was preoccupied with stabilizing the Nine Tails chakra, and Orochimaru was distracted monitoring the situation within the village. None of them noticed the fatal sneak attack originating from within Konoha. Only Neji. The instant the chill touched his body, his complete Byakugan instinctively activated to its fullest. The chakra flow within 100 meters around him became entirely clear, and the wind blade, wrapped in malice and aimed straight at his back, was seen through at a glance. But at this moment most of his chakra was being used to maintain the 8 trigrams barrier. His body was already exhausted and overextended, leaving him no time to dodge completely. SHHK. The razor-sharp wind-release blade slashed through his white robe, tore through flesh, and embedded deep into his back. Crimson blood instantly soaked the plain garment's warm droplets, slowly falling from the hem into the sky. Agony swept through his entire body. Neji's frame shuddered violently, and the 8 trigrams chakra swirling around him suddenly became chaotic. The previously stable myriad phenomena returning, heaven barrier instantly weakened, drastically covered in cracks on the verge of collapse. Neji! Sasuke's pupils constricted as he instinctively cried out. Itachi whirled around, his Mangekyo instantly locking onto the dark aura in the village below, his gaze turning icy cold. Naruto was stunned, and the Nine Tails chakra involuntarily stirred. High above, everyone snapped back to attention. Neji slowly lowered his head, looking at the spreading bloodstain on his chest. His back ached with piercing pain, and the flow of chakra within him was sluggish and obstructed. He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through layers of smoke and dust, staring straight at the hunched, aged figure deep within Konoha. It was Danzo. A powerful enemy was at the gates, and the village was on the verge of destruction. He refused to unite against the external enemy, instead secretly attacking his own comrades from within. For the sake of power, he would stop at nothing, even if it meant sacrificing the entire Konoha. All the provocations, rumors, schemes, and internal strife now had an explanation. Neji spoke softly, his voice not loud but clear across the entire sky. Do you see it now, Nagato? This is the Konoha you were ready to destroy. Before the enemy has even arrived, internal strife has already begun. Those who protect bleed and fight, while those in power stab from behind. You hate the darkness of the shinobi world, but the true darkness has always been hidden deep within Konoha. Nagato's body trembled, and his Rinnegan sharply focused on the village below. He saw with his own eyes the root ninja sealing off the streets, saw the undisguised ambition and malice in Danzo's single eye, saw the assassination strike that had gravely wounded the guardian. In an instant the obsession that had held him for decades collapsed. He had believed Konoha was the embodiment of hypocritical peace, that only destruction could end all suffering. But only now did he see clearly. Some were desperately protecting the people while others sought only profit in times of chaos. War was never about the village itself, it was about greed, selfish desires, and the ruthless hearts of men. The light and goodwill that Yahiko sought all his life had never been wrong. What was wrong was himself, blinded by hatred. So that's it. It was I who was wrong all along. Nagato let out a bitter low laugh. All the coldness, resentment, and brutality in his eyes faded away, leaving only boundless exhaustion and relief. The 3 pitch-black-tailed beast balls in the Geto statue's mouth slowly dissipated. The raging 6 pads chakra around it rapidly subsided, and the chains binding it gradually loosened. The colossal demon no longer emanated an aura of destruction, standing silently among the clouds. This war ends here. Nagato raised his hand and slowly dispelled his Rinnegan power. Akatsuki, all members withdraw. With these words, the invasion war was directly ended. Deidara, Sasori, Kakuzu, and Haiden were all stunned, but none of them objected. After days of relentless fighting, everyone had grown weary of this meaningless war. Konan let out a long sigh of relief, a hint of tenderness appearing in her eyes. All sides ceased hostilities, and the flames of war suddenly stopped. Only Danzo, standing on the ground, turned ashen. He had secretly attacked Neji precisely to force the battle to continue, letting the statue trample Konoha while he reaped the benefits. He never expected that his own sneak attack would directly awaken Nagato, and cause the enemy to withdraw. Instead of gaining an advantage, he had completely exposed himself. High above, Itachi slowly raised his damaged Susanoo, the killing intent of his Mangekyo aimed directly at the depths of Konoha. Seizing power in the midst of chaos, secretly injuring comrades, disregarding the lives of the entire village. Shimura Danzo, you have gone too far. Sasuke's Mangekyo blazed with red light, and black flames of Amaterasu flickered faintly at his fingertips. His brother was exhausted by the war his close friend fought to defend the village with blood. All of them were secretly manipulated by this man. The pent-up rage was finally ignited. Naruto was furious, his Ninetales chakra surging violently as he glared at Danzo below. Even Orochimaru, who had been watching coldly from the side, raised an eyebrow and curled his lips into a mocking smile. For the position of Hokage, you attack the village's protectors from within and allow a demon to slaughter the village from without. The Konoha high-ups are truly fascinating. All accusations instantly shifted from the Akatsuki to Danzo within Konoha. Neji, enduring the searing pain in his back, his white robe stained with blood, hovered silently in the sky. His complete Byakugan gazed downward indifferently, his voice cold and clear across the entire Konoha. The external enemy has stopped, but the internal strife remains. Today it is time to settle all the schemes hidden in the shadows. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the great battle that had ravaged Muyi for days finally ceased. The outer path demon statue was gradually withdrawn into the void by Changmen, its colossal figure fading into the clouds, the suffocating annihilation pressure completely lifted. The members of the Shao organization gathered their chakra, their black robes billowing as they silently retreated beyond the village. Changmen's gaze was calm as he looked upon the devastated and scarred Muyi, his heart filled with nothing but guilt and remorse. He would no longer attack Muyi. This day's battle had brought him to his senses. The entire battlefield fell silent, and all eyes, ninjas, civilians, and jonin alike, turned toward the village. They looked at the man who had seized power and secretly attacked the guardians amid the chaos of war, Shi Tuansum. The rude ninjas still blocked the streets, standing in black like a forest, their aura icy. But with the enemy retreating and the truth revealed, these covert forces now appeared glaringly ridiculous. The third Hokage hurried over, leaning on his cane, his aged face filled with fury and heartbreak. Jiraiya frowned, his eyes blazing with anger. Kakashi, Sima, and Kurenai, along with a group of jonin, gathered, their expressions cold. Everyone now knew what had transpired in the sky. When the great enemy was at the gates, Ning Xiai had defended the village with his body bleeding to block the outer path demon statue. Yet a high-ranking member of Muyi, instead of uniting against the foe, had treacherously attacked and severely wounded Ning Xiai from behind, all for the sake of his own lust for power. Selfishness, cruelty, and baseness, all laid bare before the crowd. Tuan-san. The third Hokage's voice was low, filled with infinite disappointment. The war is not yet over, the village is in peril, yet you think not of defending the land and protecting the people, but instead seize power and betray the hero. Do you know how absurd your actions are? Tuan-Sung narrowed his single eye, facing thousands of gazes without a shred of guilt, his demeanor instead resolute. Everything I do is for Muyi. Ning Xi's strength is too great, his reputation too high. He has long threatened the village's rule. If I had not restrained him today, Muyi would one day be dictated by one man. As for seizing power, the high-ranking officials are cowardly and incompetent, unable to repel external enemies. Only I can lead Muyi to stability. His twisted reasoning and blatant falsehoods chilled the hearts of all who heard. High in the sky, Ning Xiai descended slowly. Blood flowed endlessly from the wound on his back, his white robes, mostly soaked in crimson. His figure swayed slightly but remained straight and upright. His complete Byakugan was clear and penetrating, its cold gaze fixed on Tuansang. Zhuyu Yu and Mingren followed him to the ground, the four standing side by side, their auras fierce, facing the front. For Muyi, Ning Xiai spoke softly, his tone flat yet each word piercing. What you have always sought is nothing but your own position as Hokage. Rumors spread within the village to drive a wedge between Zhuyu and me, secretly creating conflicts to drain Mu Ye's strength. When the enemy invaded, you hid in the shadows and watched coldly. Seeing the village on the verge of destruction, you did not raise a hand to defend it. Seeing the battle about to end, you struck from the shadows to severely wound the one who defended the village. You allowed the Shao to run rampant, the demon statue to press down on the village, also that Muyi would fall into ruin and you could seize power. Each word pierced through Tuansang's every pretense. The surrounding ninjas erupted in uproar, voices of discussion rising. All the inexplicable conflicts, the baseless rumors, the repeated internal strife in the village now had a clear source. Everything had been orchestrated by Tuansang. Zhuyu stepped forward, his Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming coldly, murderous intent surging around him. Back then, when I fell into darkness, held on to obsession, and fought Ning Xiai to the death, it was all because you secretly fueled the flames. You exploited my resentment, my inner demons, to stir up chaos in Muyi and fulfill your schemes. You spoke coldly, his voice indifferent. Playing with people's hearts, scheming against the younger generation, trading the safety of the entire village for power. The greater good of Muyi has never existed in your heart. Mingren clenched his fists, the nine-tails chakra faintly stirring. Ning Xiai risked his life to protect everyone, yet you stabbed him in the back. You are not fit to be a high-ranking member of Muyi. Standing aside, De Shiwan watched with folded arms, an amused look on his face. He had schemed for bloodlines and was ambitious, but even he despised Tuansang's venomous tactics against his own people. Beyond the village, Changmen and Xiao Nan watched quietly. At this moment they fully understood that the Muyi they had once hated was never the group of protectors before them. The true darkness and malice lay with only one man. Surrounded by accusations from all sides, the coldness in Tuansang's single eye grew deeper. Excuses were useless, reason lost. His last shred of patience was gone. Words are pointless. In the struggle for power, the strong prevail. Since you all stand in my way, then I will sweep away every obstacle myself. Tuansang's arm shot up, and the countless Sharingan on his arm rotated, his icy chakra erupting. His Anaji was secretly readied, and the wind release technique stirred beneath the surface. Want to settle the score? Then make your move. Ning Xiai slightly lowered his eyes, the wound on his back aching, his chakra severely depleted. But facing the mastermind behind all the turmoil in Muyi, he would yield no further. Zhuyu Yu and Mingren simultaneously raised their auras, ready for battle. A cold and immense surge of chakra erupted from Danzo, stirring up dust and debris as an oppressive, suffocating pressure swept across the entire street. Half of his face was wrinkled and aged, his lone eye gleaming with malice. On his right arm, rows upon rows of densely packed Sharingan slowly rotated their crimson pupils, creating an eerie and sinister sight. The Uchiha's ocular power, accumulated over many years, was fully unleashed. Forbidden techniques, secret arts, and wind-release chakra stored within his body awakened simultaneously. Behind him, dozens of root operatives stood in cold silence, ready to obey his orders and surround the enemy. A bunch of juniors dared to casually judge the fate of Konoha. Danzo stepped forward slowly, his killing intent sharp and biting. I have governed the shadows of Konoha for decades. The darkness I have witnessed far exceeds your imagination. Today I will use my own power to crush all rebels. The moment his words fell, Danzo's form vanished instantly. The body flicker technique activated. A blur of motion streaked through the air, sharp wind-release chakra coalescing in his palm, aimed directly at Neji's vital point, his wound still unhealed. He knew clearly that among the four, Neji posed the greatest threat. If he could severely injure or even kill Neji first, the remaining three would be easy to handle. Watch out! Sasuke's Mangekyo caught the movement instantly. He flashed forward and stood directly in front of Neji. Black Amaterasu flames erupted from nowhere, clashing head-on with Danzo's wind-release blade. With a tearing sound, black flames and wind-release corroded and collided, sending violent shockwaves scattering in all directions. Itachi's eyes narrowed. A pale blue skeletal Susanoo emerged, half-formed, its long blade held horizontally to block locking Danzo's position firmly. Naruto's body blazed with the Nine-Tails crimson chakra. He leaped into the air and drove a fist forward with overwhelming force. One attacked, one defended, one held the line, one guarded. Neji, Sasuke, Itachi, and Naruto moved in perfect synergy, engaging Danzo's Shimura together. The battle had erupted. Danzo's movements were odd and unpredictable. His wind release techniques came in endless waves, great blades of wind tearing through the air, each strike vicious and venomous, aimed at mortal points. With the support of his vast collection of Sharingan, his predictions, dodges, and counterattacks flowed seamlessly. For a moment he alone held off 4 top-tier combatants. Blades clashed, sparks flew, and the Nine-Tails aura interwove with the light of ocular powers. Nearby, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others remained tense, ready to provide support at any moment. All the ninja of the village silently watched this internal conflict, no one uttering a word. Everyone understood that this battle would determine the future of Konoha. After several exchanges, Sasuke began to sense something wrong. Though his blade had clearly struck Danzo's body multiple times, the man emerged unscathed, launching attacks again in an instant. Several lethal strikes had all missed, as if the damage had never occurred. Something's off. He's constantly resetting his injuries. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. His Mangekyo saw the Sharingan closing and slowly reopening one after another. It's Izanagi. The Uchiha clan's ultimate forbidden technique, rewriting one's own life and death, altering reality's damage. Each Sharingan can nullify one fatal wound. A heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts. On his right arm were dozens of Sharingan. That meant Danzo had dozens of lives. The moment they were distracted, Danzo seized the opening. His figure twisted eerily to the rear, 5 fingers gathering sharp wind release, aiming once more for Neji's old wound on his back. The wound on his back was already bleeding profusely. Now the chill of death approached, and intense pain surged again. No one could reach him in time. In that critical moment, Neji's eyes blazed with pure white light, his Byakugan operating at full power. In an instant he not only saw the chakra and movements, but also pierced through the flow of Izanagi's technique the pattern of the Sharingan's opening and closing and the chakra circulation nodes within Danzo's body. The forbidden technique's tricks, invisible to others, were laid bare under the Byakugan. I see it. Enduring the searing pain, Neji stepped into the mystical Bagua formation, sidestepping lightly to avoid the fatal strike. His pure white gentle fist shot out, fingertips precisely striking a hidden acupoint on Danzo's arm. Thud. A seemingly light palm strike landed. The chakra in Danzo's entire arm instantly froze. The Izanagi technique in progress was abruptly interrupted, and one Sharingan went dark and closed, permanently deactivated. Danzo's entire body trembled violently, shock written on his face. He had relied on the Sharingan's forbidden technique for years. Countless strong opponents had failed to see the flaw in Izanagi, yet Neji saw through it at a glance, and sealed it with a single palm. The Hyūga's Byakugan can see the foundation of Izanagi's technique. Neji's breath was steady, his gaze indifferent. Genjutsu and ocular jutsu are both fundamentally chakra flow. As long as the chakra flow leaves a trace, the Byakugan can perceive everything. A light of understanding dawned in Sasuke's heart. So Neji had never truly revealed the full divine power of the Byakugan from the start. Itachi nodded slightly, a glint of approval in his eyes. With Neji seeing through the forbidden technique's weakness, the battle between the four and Danzo was already tipping in their favor. Danzo's expression turned utterly grim. His ambush had failed, his forbidden technique was seen through, powerful enemies surrounded him, and the entire village watched. But his desire for power was deeply rooted, and he had no intention of stopping. In that case, I'll make sure you all sleep here forever. Danzo growled lowly, activating the remaining dozens of Sharingan all at once, unleashing his entire chakra without reserve. An overwhelming surge of frigid, malevolent chakra erupted across the battlefield, Danzo's aura swelling with savage intensity. Dozens of Sharingan on his right arm blazed crimson in unison, their pupils alternating between opening and closing, unleashing the full power of Izanagi without restraint. The uncanny power of rewriting reality, nullifying death, and resetting injuries enveloped his entire form. He was now resolved to disregard all consequences, fighting to the death to slay the four before him. A fierce gale howled, and countless wind-natured blades materialized out of thin air, densely blanketing the entire battlefield, slicing toward the four from all directions. Seeing this, the root ninjas moved as one, black-clad figures flanking from both sides, aiming to assist Danzo in encircling and slaughtering the group. Stop them all. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he stepped forward, sage chakra swirling around him. Kakashi and the other Jonin immediately advanced, directly blocking the root ninjas. The battlefield was completely divided, no outsiders could interfere. The true decisive battle belonged solely to Neji, Sasuke, Itachi, and Naruto against Danzo. In the middle of the street the great clash erupted once more. Danzo's figure flickered unpredictably, using Izanagi to continuously evade fatal injuries while unleashing fierce and ruthless wind-natured ninjutsu, his attacks harsh and domineering. Sasuke relentlessly released Amaterasu's black flames to restrict Danzo's movements, the pitch-black inferno dancing across the sky, searing all ninjutsu. Itachi activated his damaged Susanoo, sweeping his long sword horizontally, repeatedly clashing head-on with Danzo's fierce assaults, bearing the brunt of most damage. Naruto, wielding the power of the Nine Tails, engaged in close-quarters combat, using brute force to disrupt Danzo's rhythm. The four fought in seamless coordination, their offense and defense united firmly, trapping Danzo at the center. Yet Izanagi was too absurd. Even when struck in the torso by Susanoo's blade, hit in the chest by the Nine Tails' massive fist, or engulfed by Amaterasu's black flames, Danzo could erase the damage in an instant and counterattack unscathed. Each severe injury only consumed one Sharingan. In mere moments 7 or 8 pupils on his right arm had dimmed and closed. This cannot go on, Itachi murmured, the crimson in his eyes deepening. Unless we break that forbidden technique we can never truly harm him. Sasuke frowned, his Mangekyo locked onto the row of Sharingan. The only way is to completely seal off all his chakra flow and disrupt the Izanagi cycle. All eyes involuntarily turned to Neji, standing nearby in blood-stained white robes. Amidst the entire battlefield only his complete Byakugan could perceive the essence of the forbidden technique. Neji nodded gently, the wound on his back still aching faintly, blood seeping through his clothes, yet his gaze was utterly resolute. Leave it to me. As his words fell, a radiant white 8 trigrams chakra surged upward from Neji. His complete Byakugan shone with unparalleled brilliance, revealing every chakra pathway, acupoint, flow, and jutsu formation in the world with crystal clarity. Izanagi relied on the eye's chakra cycle to rewrite reality. Each Sharingan corresponded to an independent chakra channel. Though seemingly numerous and chaotic, the trajectories were perfectly clear. Sasuke used Amaterasu to restrict his movements. Itachi-senpai seal off the left and right escape routes with Susanoo. Naruto engage him head-on and force him to fully activate his dojutsu. Neji's voice was steady as he issued the orders instantly. The three did not hesitate, unleashing their full power. A sea of Amaterasu's black flames converged, forming a pitch-black cage that trapped all 4 directions. The Susanoo giant's arms extended wide, blocking all evasion space on both sides. Naruto's Nine Tails avatar radiated its full aura, a crimson chakra shockwave crashing forward, directly clashing head-on with Danzo's assault. Danzo was instantly caught in a 3-way pincer with no way forward or back. He could only frantically activate all the Sharingan in his body, repeatedly triggering Izanagi to evade damage. At that moment, Neji's 8 trigram steps of the 8 directions instantly filled the ground, his form transforming into a streak of pure white light charging straight at Danzo. Layers of white gentle fist energy radiated around him, countless palm strikes dancing in the air. 8 trigrams, 256 palms. A relentless barrage of gentle fist strikes rained down like a torrent. They did not target the body's vital points, nor did they strike at lethal areas. Each palm precisely landed on Danzo's meridians, the acupoints connecting to his eyes and the chakra nodes in his arms. 1 palm sealed 1 channel, 100 palms locked the entire body. Thud. 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 A series of subtle sounds echoed in succession. On Danzo's right arm, 1 Sharingan after another suddenly dimmed, closed, and lost their luster. The Izanagi chakra that had been circulating continuously snapped one by one, the strange rewriting power fading layer by layer. You! What are you doing? Danzo's pupils contracted sharply, panic surging within him. He could clearly feel that the forbidden technique he relied on for survival was being forcibly sealed bit by bit. Gentle fist acupoint sealing, severing all chakra pathways, Neji said, his gaze cold, his palms never ceasing. No matter how powerful Izanagi is, it is ultimately a dojutsu dependent on chakra flow. Once the pathways are broken, the forbidden technique collapses on its own. In a few short breaths, most of the Sharingan on Danzo's right arm were rendered useless. His chances of nullifying death plummeted rapidly. Without Izanagi to fall back on, Danzo could no longer recklessly withstand attacks. Amaterasu's black flame seized the opportunity to wrap around his robes, the scorching blaze constantly burning his flesh. Susanoo's long sword swung down heavily, striking his shoulder. Naruto's Nine Tails empowered fist slammed into his chest and abdomen with a thunderous crash. Danzo was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, sending dust and debris flying and vomiting a mouthful of blood. His body was covered in burns and fractures, his aura utterly withered and feeble. Only a scant few Sharingans still flickered weakly, but they were far from enough to sustain the complete forbidden technique. He lay sprawled on the ground, his single eye brimming with resentment, fear, and disbelief. He had schemed all his life, maneuvered through power-stirred internal strife and the leaf-pitted geniuses against each other, and used foreign enemies to wreak havoc on the village. In the end he was defeated by a pair of Byakugan and a set of 8 trigrams gentle fist. Neji slowly halted his movements, his white robes stained with blood, standing silently not far away. Sasuke, Itachi, and Naruto stepped forward, their auras sharp, completely sealing off all of Danzo's escape routes. The outcome was settled. Outside the village, Nagato watched everything from afar, letting out a soft sigh. The darkness of the human heart, and the chaos of scheming were indeed far more terrifying than war. Orochimaru's faint smile faded as he quietly observed the conclusion of the conspiracy. All the ninja in the village fixed their gaze, knowing in their hearts the truth. The root cause of all the turmoil that had stirred the Leaf Village was finally about to be laid to rest today. As the dust slowly settled, a chill wind swept through the ravaged streets. Danzo lay collapsed among the ruins, his robes tattered and torn, wounds covering his entire body as blood trickled incessantly down his aged frame. The myriad Sharingan eyes densely packed on his right arm had mostly faded into a lifeless gray, with only a few trembling faintly. The forbidden Izanagi technique, which had once terrorized the ninja world, had now completely collapsed. Without his ace to rewrite life and death, without his endless chances to survive, he was now nothing more than an old man at the end of his rope, utterly spent and desperate. Neji's back wound still throbbed with pain, and blood loss left him slightly unsteady, yet he stood tall and proud, his white robes stained crimson, his gaze calm as he looked down at the figure on the ground. The faint glimmer of Sasuke's Mangekyo faded, and the hostility around him gradually dissipated. The past inner demons, estrangements, and conflicts had all arisen because of the man before him. Itachi slowly dispersed the remnants of his Susanoo, the blood tears in his eyes finally drying, the long-held tension in his heart finally easing. Naruto withdrew his Nine-Tails chakra, his expression complex, his heart left with only disgust for the schemes. All the surrounding Leaf ninjas stood silently, no one uttering a word. Everyone understood that the man before them was the root of all the chaos. He had instigated discord between Sasuke and Neji, sowing internal conflict within the village. He had secretly allowed the Ōtsutsuki to invade the Leaf, standing by as the people suffered and died. When the great battle loomed, he lurked in the shadows, watching coldly. While the defenders fought bloodily, he struck from behind, grievously wounding the heroes. Seizing the chaos of war, he usurped power, trading the village's safety for his own selfish desires. Every single act had brought calamity to the nation and harm to the people. I have plotted all my life. Danzo struggled to prop himself up, his lone eye burning with endless resentment and madness, his hoarse voice slowly rising. Everything I did was for the Leaf's survival. Why can none of you understand? I shielded the light with darkness, fortified the village with schemes, bore every sin, yet in the end I am reduced to this. Neji lowered his eyes slightly, his voice cool and calm. True protection never requires conspiracy or slaughter. Protecting comrades, protecting the people of the village, facing external enemies with an open heart, that is the will of the Leaf. Your so-called great cause is merely an excuse to cloak your ambition. You feared geniuses, dreaded the strong, toyed with hearts, and stopped at nothing. The one you truly protected was always yourself. Sasuke stepped forward half a pace, his tone indifferent. You exploited my hatred, amplified my obsession, and plunged me into darkness, forcing me to turn my blade against Neji. You nearly made me destroy my own comrade. Itachi spoke softly, cutting to the core. Darkness breeds darkness, sin spawns hatred. You walked in the shadows for half a lifetime, and in the end you were consumed by the very darkness you created. The third Hokage slowly stepped forward, gazing at the disheveled Danzo, his eyes filled with exhaustion and disappointment. The Leaf does not need a guardian stained with conspiracy. From the moment you chose to secretly plot against your clansmen and harm your juniors, you had already strayed from the Leaf. The tide had turned, he was abandoned by all. Not a single person in the entire village stood by Danzo. The remaining root ninjas, seeing their leader's defeat, had their morale shattered. One by one they lowered their guard and bowed their heads in silence. Any further resistance would be nothing but a futile struggle. Gazing at the scene before him, the last glimmer of light in Danzo's eyes flickered out completely. A lifetime of power, scheming, and ambition had all dissolved into nothing. With a bitter smile, his chakra suddenly erupted into a violent turmoil. Knowing he had no hope of turning the tables, unwilling to face judgment and humiliation, he chose to scatter all his power himself. His life force rapidly faded, his body slowly collapsed, and he was completely lifeless. The mastermind behind the war, the internal strife, and the chaos that had shaken the Leaf had finally met his end. The wind blew through the streets, and the long shadow that had hung over the leaf was utterly dispelled. In the distance Nagato shook his head gently and turned to look at Konan beside him. I finally understand what true peace means. War is never salvation, hatred can never end hatred. He no longer harbored hostility toward the leaf. With the members of the Ōtsutsuki he slowly turned and walked away, withdrawing completely from this land. The invasion that had swept through the leaf was officially and utterly over. Orochimaru watched as everything settled, his gaze lingering briefly on Neji and Sasuke. Without further delay his form silently vanished into the shadows of the forest. His ambitions of bloodlines were set aside for now. The chaos had ended, and he chose to retreat and observe in seclusion. The flames of war died down, the schemes concluded. The external enemies withdrew and the internal strife was quelled. The villagers of the Leaf slowly emerged from their homes, gazing at the scarred yet intact village, their faces lighting up with relief. The ninjas laid down their weapons, looking at the four young prodigies before them, their eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Neji, Sasuke, Naruto, and Itachi stood shoulder to shoulder, bathed in the sunlight that once again streamed down. The geniuses who had once been at odds now shook hands in reconciliation. The youth lost in darkness had found his true heart, protection and comradeship had returned. The Byakugan and the Sharingan no longer clashed. The Uchiha and the Hyūga stood together facing the sun. The Leaf, after the baptism of war, had shed its shadows and risen from the ashes, reborn. As the smoke of battle dissipated, the celestial light pierced through the heavy clouds, descending gently upon the entirety of Konoha. After the foreign invasion, the skirmish on the rooftop, the onslaught of the golem, and the internal strife over village power, the once great village lay in ruins. Houses had collapsed into rubble, streets were shattered and broken, and every corner bore the scars of war. Though the conflict had ended, the pain lingered. The village's shinobi began tending to the wounded, clearing away the debris and comforting the terrified civilians, their busy figures weaving through the alleys and streets. The third Hokage summoned all high-ranking jonin to begin restoring order in Konoha, purging the remnants of the root organization and eliminating the rebels who had stirred chaos during the turmoil, gradually healing the wounds of the village. At the center of the battlefield all fell silent. Itachi slowly turned his head, gazing at his younger brother Sasuke, who had finally emerged from the darkness, his eyes clear and serene. The years of exhaustion, worry, and forbearance that had accumulated in Itachi's gaze melted away. For years he had borne a tainted reputation, stood alone within the Ōtsutsuki, and silently endured all the darkness, all to protect Sasuke alone. Now that the war had subsided, his brother had found his way back, letting go of hatred and obsession, rekindling bonds with his comrades, and no longer being consumed by inner demons. The crisis in Konoha was resolved. The mastermind behind the conspiracy had fallen, and the greatest knot in his heart had been completely untied. Sasuke, Itachi said softly, his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes growing gentle. From now on you need not pursue hatred nor step into the darkness. Stay in Konoha, protect your comrades, and walk your own path. Sasuke's body trembled slightly as he turned to look at his elder brother. The misunderstandings, resentment, and estrangement of years past vanished in that instant. At last he understood all of Itachi's forbearance and tenderness, and realized that everything his brother had done was for his sake. Brother. Countless words culminated in that single soft call. Nearby Naruto watched the reconciled Uchiha brothers, then turned his gaze to Neji, whose white robe was stained with blood and whose breathing was weak. A myriad of emotions surged within him. Once the three of them had vied against each other, clashed fiercely, and even fought on several occasions. But after enduring a life-or-death battle, all of them had come to understand the true meaning of comradeship, protection, and bonds. Neji raised his hand to press lightly against the wound on his back. Blood loss had left his face pale. From the confrontation of geniuses to fighting side by side, from seeing through the conspiracy to single-handedly withstanding the golem's assault, and then sealing the Izanagi to quell the internal strife. In this battle he had turned the tide multiple times with his own strength, safeguarding the countless lives of Konoha. The Hyūga clan had been trapped in the shackles of fate for generations, yet he had not only broken free from that destiny but had also shouldered the village's safety with his own power. At this moment, throughout the entire village, whether shinobi or civilian, everyone's gaze toward Neji was filled with awe and recognition. Jiraiya walked over slowly, looking at the three top-tier geniuses of the new generation, then at the weary Uchiha Itachi, and spoke in a low voice. It was you who upheld Konoha through this great upheaval. The new generation of the shinobi world has truly grown up, Kakashi added softly. The Hyūga's Byakugan, the Uchiha's Sharingan, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The three ultimate powers united in heart and mind. From now on no one will dare to invade Konoha lightly. Beyond the distant forest, Nagato, about to depart, paused and looked back at Konoha. His Rinnegan was calm and composed, and in his heart, he he had already let go of destruction and conflict. He understood that the cycle of hatred was unbreakable, so he decided to return to the Rain Village, no longer involving himself in the wars of the shinobi world, and to spend the rest of his days away from strife together with Konan. The Akatsuki's invasion had completely failed, the members scattered and departed, and for the time being they would not attack Konoha again. Orochimaru, who had quietly retreated, walked through the shadows of the forest. Orochimaru turned his head toward Konoha, his serpentine pupils flickering eerily. Neji's complete Byakugan, Sasuke's newly awakened Mangekyo, Uchiha Itachi's ocular power, and the combat strength unleashed by the four of them working together, all were deeply etched into his mind. His ambition to seize ocular power had not completely vanished, but the time was not yet ripe. The chaotic era had settled and Konoha's strongest were gathered. He could only lie low in the shadows, quietly waiting for the next storm to rise. The setting sun slowly descended, its dying rays staining the sky crimson. The restoration work in Konoha progressed methodically. The shattered streets were gradually cleared and sorrow and fears slowly dissipated. Having been tempered by war, the village shed its former ease and gained a sense of resilience and fortitude. On the rooftop the four stood side by side, the evening breeze gently brushing their garments. Sasuke had forsaken his dark obsessions and returned to his true self. Itachi had shed all his burdens, his heart now at ease and serene. Naruto clung to his bonds with a heart full of protection. Neji had broken free from destiny, calm and unruffled. The geniuses who had once been at odds were now united in purpose. The bonds that had once been fractured were now tightly intertwined. The landscape of the shinobi world was quietly changing. Konoha's internal strife was pacified, external enemies retreated, and the shadows dispersed. The era of Konoha's new generation had officially begun to unfold. Twilight swept over the mountains of Konoha, the setting sun sank below the horizon, its gentle afterglow slowly faded, and night gradually enveloped the entire village. Days after the great battle ended, Konoha was gradually emerging from the shadow of war. Collapsed houses were repaired one by one, injured ninjas recovered one after another, the streets and alleys regained their former vibrant atmosphere, the people lived in peace, and there was no more chaos or bloodshed in the village. The catastrophe that nearly wiped out Konoha had gradually become a heavy yet unforgettable memory in everyone's heart. After this battle, the new generation of Konoha firmly stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Neji's back injury healed slowly under careful nursing, his wounds closed, and his chakra steadily recovered. Through this battle he completely broke the shackles of the Hyūga branch family's fate. His fully matured Byakugan became stable, and his 8 trigrams gentle fist and 8 trigrams palm's heavenly spin were fully perfected. In terms of strength, prestige, and popular support, he had already stood at the very top of Konoha's younger generation. Within the Hyūga clan, attitudes completely changed. The main family no longer clung to prejudice. Everyone understood that this branch family youth had already shouldered the glory of the entire Hyūga clan by himself. Sasuke completely left the darkness behind, no longer consumed by hatred and inner demons. With Itachi's companionship and guidance, he calmed his mind, mastered his Mangekyo Sharingan, and skillfully wielded the power of Amaterasu and his dojutsu. The once cold and aloof young man rediscovered the warmth and bonds of Team 7, looking at the world with a clear and determined gaze. Itachi no longer bore the identity of Akatsuki, nor did he have to endure the world's criticism and the burden of darkness alone. He stayed in Konoha, resting his overstrained eyes while accompanying Sasuke, occasionally guiding the three in training. After drifting through half his life laden with sins and endurance, he finally found a moment of peace. Naruto remained as passionate and bright as ever, his chakra resonating more deeply with the Ninetales and his tailed beast power steadily growing. With comrades reconciled, the village at peace and bonds fulfilled, he drew closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. In their free time the four often trained and chatted together in the forest. No opposition, no suspicion, no schemes. The Byakugan and Sharingan met, the Ninetales Aura merged with 8 trigrams chakra, and the 4 top-level ninjas of Konoha were bound tightly together by their bonds. Jiraiya often watched the four, his heart filled with myriad emotions. No one had expected that the youths who once failed to get along would after a great upheaval truly unite and become Konoha's strongest foundation. But beneath the calm the undercurrents never truly ceased. One night deep in the forest, as the moon was hazy and the world silent, Neji, who was taking a solitary walk, suddenly felt his eyes quiver. His fully matured Byakugan uncontrollably emitted a bright white glow. An extremely distant, vast and alien presence surpassing the entire ninja world brushed across the land through the void. It did not belong to ninjas, not to the origin of chakra, not to the remnants of the 6 paths. It was proud, ancient, desolate, carrying the indifferent authority of beings from beyond the heavens. Neji's figure instantly froze, his heart sinking. His Byakugan could see through all chakra origins in the world, but this trace of presence was unfamiliar, profound, and untraceable. It was as if beyond this ninja world existed a more vast and terrifying realm. What kind of power is this? At the same time, in his residence, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly spun on its own, and an extreme palpitation arose in his heart. Deep within the Uchiha bloodline, an ancient warning tremor echoed. In the distant Amigekyo, Nagato, who had set aside war, abruptly opened his Rinnegan, his azure pupils gazing far into the heavens. The Six Paths' power instinctively trembled, and a sense of crisis originating from the bloodline's source swept over his entire body. Even Orochimaru, lurking deep in the forest, instantly raised his head, his narrow snake-like pupils fixed on the night sky, his expression exceedingly grave. Having spent his life studying the origin of the ninja world, the secrets of bloodlines, and the Six Paths' inheritance, he clearly sensed at that moment, beyond the ninja world there was another realm. Beings from beyond the heavens had already taken notice of this ninja world. No one knew where that presence came from, no one understood what was about to come. Everyone only vaguely sensed that the brief peace now was but a temporary respite before the storm. The end of chaos and the fate of the ninja world that Nagato had once sensed were never about civil war, Akatsuki, Orochimaru, or the struggle for power. The true crisis capable of annihilating the entire ninja world was slowly awakening from beyond the heavens. Itachi slowly looked up at the night sky and murmured, "Six Paths. Ōtsutsuki." Those 5 words laid bare the root of all. Long ago the Sage of Six Paths descended upon the ninja world, spread chakra, divided bloodline inheritances, and left behind the demonic statue of the Outer Path and the Ten Tails. Now the true clan was slowly approaching. The war in Konoha was merely a minor affair, the true calamity of the ninja world was still brewing afar. Neji withdrew his gaze, his white robe fluttering slightly in the night wind. He looked at the sleeping village of Konoha, at the comrades bound by bonds beside him. The internal strife had ended, the external enemies were quelled. But the true fateful battle for them had only just begun. The clear, cold moonlight hung high in the night sky, and the evening wind rustled through the wooded forest. The faint ethereal aura from beyond the heavens slowly dissipated, leaving behind only a lingering chill and dread that seeped into the blood. Neji stood still among the trees, his feet rooted to the ground. His fully activated Byakugan still faintly glowed as his mind replayed the terrifying pressure he had just sensed, an aura he could not fathom. It was not a mere difference in chakra strength, but an absolute suppression at the very level of existence, as if a mortal gazed upon a deity. As a descendant of the Hyūga clan inheriting the Byakugan bloodline directly from the Sage of Six Paths, he instinctively perceived that the eyes his clan were born with were meant to peer into the realms beyond this world. Ōtsutsuki. That name slowly surfaced in the depths of his heart. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound, Itachi sat alone by the window. His Mangekyo Sharingan slowly closed, but the solemnity in his eyes lingered long. The ancient secrets passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, the ultimate truths inscribed on the stone tablet, all surfaced in his mind. Chakra was not native to the ninja world. Shinobi bloodline limits, tailed beasts, the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths, all were gifts from a clan beyond the stars. The Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo, was himself a child of the Ōtsutsuki clan. He had once believed that the greatest calamities of the shinobi world were hatred, war, and the Akatsuki. But not until tonight, when that aura descended, did he fully understand. Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality, Nagato's obsession with world peace, his own dark destiny burdened by a lifetime of shadows, all were but a drop in the ocean of a clan conflict. The true destined enemy came from beyond the stars. Before long, Itachi rose and walked straight into the forest, finding Neji lost in his own thoughts. Under the night sky, 2 figures stood facing each other, one clad in white, the other in black. A pair of clear Byakugan and a pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan locked gazes in silence. "You felt it too?" Itachi spoke first, his voice low. Neji nodded slightly, his expression solemn. "Strange, ancient, surpassing all bloodlines. That power does not belong to this shinobi world. It is the Ōtsutsuki." Itachi revealed the truth directly. "The source of chakra, the origin of all bloodline limits, comes from a clan beyond the heavens. The Sage of Six Paths, the Ten Tails, the Gedo statue, all are their creations left behind in this world." Neji's heart trembled violently. He had spent his life breaking free from destiny, rebelling against the fate of the branch family, yet never once did he imagine that the Byakugan he was born with carried the burden of an extraterrestrial clan from the very beginning. Why are they targeting the shinobi world? To plunder chakra, to harvest the planet's essence. Itachi's gaze fixed on the deep night sky. Long ago Kagaya descended upon this world, planted the god tree, and drained the land of its vitality. Now that aura has reappeared, It means the Ōtsutsuki are about to descend again. Just as the two were conversing, a streak of red chakra shot through the air. Naruto strode swiftly into the forest, a trace of unease on his face. Kurama was restless just now, constantly on alert toward the night sky, as if something terrifying was staring at the village. As a fragment of the Ten Tails, Kurama was most sensitive to the Ōtsutsuki's presence. With the three gathered, the reality of the crisis was instantly confirmed. Before long, a black-clad Sasuke also traced his way there. Having survived numerous battles, his mind had long matured. He immediately saw the grave expressions on his brothers' and Neji's faces. The four stood shoulder to shoulder on the high ground of the forest, gazing together at the endless river of stars. Internal strife, Orochimaru, the Akatsuki Danzo, all were now things of the past. Now what lay before everyone was a cataclysmic threat that could annihilate the entire shinobi world. At the same moment, restlessness spread across every corner of the ninja nations. Inside the Rain Village, Nagato sat in the main hall. As his Rinnegan opened and closed, a look of sudden realization filled his eyes. He finally understood completely the suffering he had witnessed, the endless cycle of war. All were merely the prelude to the Ōtsutsuki's arrival. Once the celestial clan arrived, every village, every hatred, every peace would instantly turn to nothingness. Nagato immediately used the power of the Rinnegan to send a secret message to Konoha, revealing everything about the Ōtsutsuki clan, the god tree Kagaya, and the harvesting of planets. Undercurrents surged in all 5 great hidden villages. In Iwagakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure, the veteran Kage-level shinobi all sensed the terrifying crisis lurking in the starry sky. For the first time, the 5 great ninja villages, once locked in suspicion and conflict, were about to face a common enemy from beyond the heavens. In the shadows of the forest, Orochimaru tilted his head toward the night sky, a grin curling at the corner of his mouth, both fervent and wary. He had spent his entire life pursuing the truth of bloodlines and the origins of the shinobi world, and tonight he had finally touched the deepest secrets of this realm. The Ōtsutsuki, the true source of the Byakugan and the Sharingan, the ultimate answer to immortality and power. His greed ignited once more. He had already decided to continue his research into the Uchiha and Hyūga bloodlines before the celestial calamity arrived, using the power of the Ōtsutsuki to ascend to the pinnacle. In one night the world was turned upside down. Inside Konoha, the third Hokage, having received intelligence from multiple sources, convened an emergency meeting of the high-ranking officials. Everyone knew that the brief peace was about to end. Compared to any war before, the coming crisis was enough to annihilate the entire shinobi world. The next morning, dawn broke. Neji, Sasuke, Itachi, and Naruto headed together to the Hokage's office. These youths, tempered by battle, had shed their immaturity, and now bore the future of the entire shinobi world on their shoulders. The Byakugan twin Mangekyo and the power of the Nine Tails, united as one, the strongest new generation of Konoha, was about to face the destiny that came from beyond the stars. The morning sun pierced through the morning mist, casting its light upon the land of fire. After the celestial disturbance from the previous night, the entire shinobi world seemed calm on the surface, yet beneath storms were already brewing. In the highest council chamber of the Hokage building in Konoha, the doors were tightly shut, and the atmosphere was oppressively solemn. The third Hokage sat at the head with Jiraiya, Kakashi, and all the high-ranking elders present. Neji, Sasuke, Itachi, and Naruto stood side by side in the center of the hall, their expressions grave. All the intelligence transmitted by Nagato through his Rinnegan perception the previous night was now laid out before them. The Ōtsutsuki clan beings from beyond the heavens, the god tree taking root, the plundering of chakra, Kagaya's descent, the Ten Tails' origin. Each revelation overturned everything they had long believed about the shinobi world. So, the chakra we rely on for survival is itself an alien thing. The third Hokage's fingertips tightened slightly, his voice heavy. 1,000 years of shinobi evolution, the inheritance of bloodline limits, the legend of the 6 paths. All of it originates from a celestial clan. Itachi stepped forward slowly, his gaze calm, revealing the truth sealed for eons within the Uchiha stone tablet. The Ōtsutsuki travel across countless worlds, and upon reaching a planet, they plant a god tree. The tree drains the life force of the earth to nurture a chakra fruit. When the fruit ripens, the entire planet's essence is completely drained, leaving all life withered and extinct. The sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo, was a descendant of the Ōtsutsuki who descended upon this world. The Gedo statue and the Ten Tails itself are transformations of the god tree. As his words fell, the hall fell into dead silence. At last everyone understood. Why the Gedo statue possessed world-destroying power, why the tailed beasts were born with an aura of devastation, why the Byakugan and Sharingan were inherently superior to all other bloodline limits. All of it was the legacy of celestial blood. Neji lowered his eyes slightly, his fully matured Byakugan flickering faintly. The aura last night was no illusion. An Ōtsutsuki clansman has already locked onto this shinobi world. Their full descent is only a matter of time. Naruto's heart tightened and the Ninetales within him stirred restlessly. Having witnessed the age of the God Tree firsthand, the Ninetales harbored a fear and wariness of the Ōtsutsuki etched into its very soul. Once the celestial beings descended, not only Konoha but the entire shinobi world would become mere fertilizer to be harvested. Jiraiya let out a long sigh, his brow furrowed with worry. The Akatsuki invasion, the appearance of the statue, the internal strife in the village, these were all conflicts between villages. But the arrival of the Ōtsutsuki means the doomsday for all shinobi. Just then a messenger shinobi rushed into the hall, his expression urgent. Lord Hokage. The other 4 great hidden villages have sent emergency missives simultaneously. Suna, Kiri, Iwa, and Kumo have all sensed the celestial disturbance, and the 4 nations unanimously propose a 5 Kage summit to discuss a joint defense against the calamity from beyond. The news sent a shockwave through the hall, and everyone's expression changed drastically. The 5 great shinobi villages, which had often warred, feuded, and clashed with each other, were for the first time choosing to set aside their grudges and unite in the face of a common extinction-level threat. The 3rd Hokage closed his eyes slowly, then opened them, his voice resolute. Agree to the summit. In the face of the shinobi world's survival, village grievances are trivial. Konoha would soon set out for the summit site, and the shinobi world structure was about to undergo its greatest turning point in history. Yet, while everyone's focus was on the 5 Kage summit, shadowy forces from all sides were already moving in secret. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato sat in silent meditation in the temple, his rinnegan fixed on the sky. He had completely let go of his obsession to destroy Konoha and end war through conflict. The Akatsuki organization was disbanded on the spot, no longer stirring up conflict. In the face of the Ōtsutsuki calamity, all hatred seemed too petty. Holding the power of the rinnegan and controlling the Geto statue, he was prepared to become one of the mightiest forces in the shinobi world, guarding the earth to the death when the celestial enemy descended. In a secluded mountain forest, Orochimaru sat cross-legged in a cave surrounded by countless snakes. His serpentine eyes glowed with a faint light, revealing not fear but an intense fanatical obsession. The Ōtsutsuki, the God Tree, the origin of chakra, the bloodline of immortality, these were the ultimate mysteries he had pursued his entire life. The Byakugan, the Sharingan, the rinnegan, all are branches of the Ōtsutsuki bloodline. If I could fuse the 3 dojutsu and touch the celestial bloodline's origin. Orochimaru licked his lips, his ambition soaring to new heights. He would not side with the 5 great villages, nor would he ally with the celestial beings. Amid the chaos, he would bide his time, seizing the top bloodlines of Neji, Sasuke, and Nagato to ascend to the pinnacle of power in the shinobi world. The scattered remnants of the Akatsuki went their separate ways. Deidara, obsessed with ultimate art, saw the Ōtsutsuki's descent as the most exquisite painting of destruction in the world. Sasori coldly observed the turbulent times, silently refining his puppets awaiting the great upheaval. Haiden and Kakuzu roamed the nations, accumulating wealth while watching the tide of fate. Across the entire shinobi world, everyone understood. The era of village skirmishes had come to a definitive end. The true war that would decide the world's fate, the battle against the extraterrestrial, was drawing ever closer. Outside the council chamber, a gentle breeze blew. Sasuke glanced at Neji, then at his brother Itachi, and spoke softly. The 5 Kage summit will surely be fraught with undercurrents. The 4 great villages won't easily trust Konoha, and they certainly won't allow the 3 of us to develop our top-tier combat power freely. Itachi nodded slightly. It's more than that. Each of the 5 Kage has their own agenda, and even facing the Ōtsutsuki, true unity may not be possible. Neji looked up at the distant sky, his white robe fluttering gently in the wind. Selfish motives or divisions aside, when the calamity strikes, defending the shinobi world is our only stance. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. No matter who comes, we'll face them together. The 4 figures stood side by side, their dojutsu interwoven, their auras merging. The Byakugan double Mangekyo and the power of the Ninetales, the 4 top-tier combatants of the new era, were ready to meet the battle of destiny. High above the stars, a vague, colossal silhouette slowly shifted. In the distant void, a pair of utterly indifferent Rinne-Sharingan eyes had already locked onto this blue planet. The Ōtsutsuki were approaching the shinobi world. 3 days later, the neutral meeting ground at the border between Cloud and Rock hidden villages opened as scheduled. Envoys from the 5 great hidden villages arrived one after another, traveling thousands of miles through dust and wind, all bearing solemn and grave expressions. After the great battle of Konoha, the emergence of the Geto statue, and the anomalous fluctuations of extraterrestrial chi, the entire shinobi world was in turmoil. No one dared to underestimate the impending apocalyptic crisis. On Konoha's side, the third Hokage led the team. Jiraiya accompanied as a guardian while Neji, Sasuke, Itachi, and Naruto followed along. The presence of 4 rising powerhouses, each capable of overwhelming an ordinary Kage, caused the other villages to harbor secret apprehensions along the way. The Kage of Suna, Kiri, Iwa, and Kumo all attended in person. The Kazekage Mizukage, Ōtsutsuki, and Reikage with sharp eyes and domineering auras each stood at the 4 cardinal points with their elite guards. Within the vast conference hall, the atmosphere was icy and oppressive. In the past, the 5 great ninja villages had been engaged in constant warfare. Territorial disputes, blood feuds, and resource conflicts were countless. Even now, knowing that the Ōtsutsuki were about to descend facing the catastrophe from beyond, each village still harbored vigilance and suspicion. The meeting officially commenced. The Ōtsutsuki spoke first, his aged gaze sweeping over the assembly, his voice hoarse and deep. The extraterrestrial clan is coming and the shinobi world faces annihilation. There is no doubt about that. But before that, Konoha has been plagued by a series of upheavals. The invasion of the Akatsuki, the emergence of the statue, and continuous internal conflicts, all of which have already disrupted the balance of the shinobi world. If you wish to form an alliance against the enemy, Konoha must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 3 Kage exchanged glances and voiced their agreement. In the eyes of the other villages, Konoha had successively produced a Byakugan prodigy, a dual Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in a short period. Its military power had inflated to terrifying levels. Once the catastrophe was overcome, Konoha would inevitably dominate and crush the other 4 villages. The Reikage crossed his arms, his expression domineering and fierce. Uchiha Itachi was once a member of the Akatsuki. Sasuke's temperament is volatile and Neji's combat prowess is unpredictable. Konoha holds 3 top-tier bloodlines. If they harbor ulterior motives, the other 4 villages would be utterly powerless to resist. Every word dripped with fear. Naruto frowned on the spot, displeasure rising in his heart. When the Akatsuki invaded Konoha, the entire village fought with blood and sweat, and Neji and the other 3 risked their lives to resist the Gedo statue safeguarding the entire shinobi world. In the end, all they received was suspicion and hostility. A cold glint flickered in Sasuke's eyes as his Mangekyo subtly spun. Itachi remained expressionless, offering no rebuttal. He had long seen through human selfishness. Only Neji remained composed, standing quietly in his white attire, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 4 Kage. In the face of calamity, you discuss no strategies to repel the enemy, but instead scheme against fellow villages. The Ōtsutsuki come from beyond the sky, targeting the entire shinobi world, regardless of borders or clans. When the extraterrestrial powerhouses descend, all the grudges and divisions of today will turn to dust. Your vigilance against Konoha and suspicion of its strength will only cause the shinobi world to collapse from within. His clear, calm voice echoed through the hall, leaving the 4 Kage momentarily speechless. They were not ignorant of the greater good, but the long-standing interests of their villages had been deeply etched into their hearts. In the face of danger, they still prioritized their own survival. The 3rd Hokage spoke slowly to stabilize the situation. Konoha has no intention of dominating the shinobi world. We have come today only to join forces against the external enemy. All our combat strength can be placed under the command of the allied shinobi forces to face the enemy together. After some negotiations, the 5 Kage finally managed to reach a preliminary consensus. They would form a united shinobi army, coordinate the manpower and strength of each village, gather intelligence on the Ōtsutsuki, and deploy defenses across the entire continent in advance. Yet everyone knew that this alliance was fragile. With an external enemy from beyond and internal village selfishness, the united army was fraught with hidden dangers from its very inception. Outside the meeting, in the shadows, a pale figure lurked among the trees. Orochimaru silently watched the direction of the hall, his narrow snake-like eyes constantly shifting between Neji, Sasuke, and Itachi. The 5 Kage summit discussed the survival of the world, but he cared only about the pinnacle of bloodlines. The Hyūga's complete Byakugan, the Uchiha's dual Mangekyo, and Nagato's Rinnegan far away in Amigekure. The 3 great ocular powers had converged in the present world, all direct inheritances of the Ōtsutsuki bloodline. The Ōtsutsuki descend. Planet harvesting. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. If I can master all 3 top-tier ocular powers before the Great War arrives, I can directly touch the origin of chakra. He would not join the alliance, would not protect the shinobi world, and certainly would not submit to the extraterrestrial forces. He would sit back and watch the tigers fight, waiting for the Ōtsutsuki and the shinobi world to battle each other to mutual exhaustion, then seize the opportunity to harvest all bloodlines. Meanwhile, far away in Amigekure, Nagato stood atop a high tower, his Rinnegan gazing toward the direction of the meeting. He knew the thoughts of the 5 Kage and understood that the alliance was merely a superficial unity. Once war broke out, the shinobi world would likely suffer successive defeats. When necessary, I will act personally, Nagato whispered softly. The power of the Rinnegan, the foundation of the Gedo statue, and the heritage of the 6 Paths were all his trump cards to protect the shinobi world. The scattered members of the Ōtsutsuki also sensed the shifting tides. Deidara was creating massive clay sculptures in the wilderness, aiming to complete his ultimate art before the apocalypse. Sasori continuously modified his puppet body, preparing for the impending battle against the extraterrestrial forces. Across the shinobi world on the surface, the alliance prepared to repel the enemy beneath the surface. Every faction harbored its own schemes. Inside the hall, the 5 Kage summit gradually drew to a close. They agreed to formally assemble the allied shinobi forces 1 month later and enter a full state of combat readiness. As they walked out of the conference hall, the evening wind howled. Itachi gazed at the distant sky and spoke softly. With divided hearts, the alliance cannot achieve much. In the end, only we can truly stand against the Ōtsutsuki. Sasuke nodded slightly. No matter how the other villages scheme, I will only protect Konoha and protect my comrades. No matter how difficult, I will protect this land. Naruto's gaze was firm. The 5 Kage summit had concluded, and the envoys of the 5 great villages each embarked on their return journeys. Though the grand plan for the allied shinobi forces seemed sealed, the rifts, suspicions, and defenses between the villages had not truly dissipated. Along the road, the Konoha party traveled in silence. The wind swept across the wilderness, and the atmosphere between heaven and earth grew increasingly oppressive with each passing day. The fleeting celestial pressure that had once passed by had not vanished entirely. Instead, day by day it grew more distinct and weighty. The closer they drew to Konoha, the more intense Neji's unease became. With his fully activated Byakugan, he constantly perceived the flow of chakra in the heavens and earth, and he could clearly detect the space above the entire shinobi world slowly undulating and twisting. It was like a sheet of paper stretched to its utmost limit, ready to be torn apart by an external force at any moment. Space is loosening, Neji murmured, his expression grave. At the sound, Itachi abruptly raised his head, his Mangekyo Sharingan contracting slightly as he gazed at the lofty firmament above. It's no illusion. The Ōtsutsuki are tearing open a space-time passage. Their true arrival is not far off. The Uchiha bloodline possessed a natural sensitivity to spatial forces, and Itachi understood better than anyone what such spatial disturbances portended. It was the trace of an interstellar transit, the precursor of celestial beings setting foot on this land. Inside Naruto, the Ninetales grew restless, and a hint of crimson chakra unconsciously leaked outward. That feeling is getting closer. So terrifying, even more suffocating than the Gedo statue back then. Sasuke clenched his fists, the dark light of his Mangekyo swirling within his chakra taut to the extreme. Having weathered numerous life-and-death battles, he had long prepared to face formidable foes, yet confronting the unknown celestial clan still stirred an instinctive wariness deep within him. The party quickened their pace, hastening back to Konoha at full speed. The moment they set foot on the border of Konoha, the entire sky of the shinobi world trembled violently. A thunderous roar. High in the heavens, the void suddenly split open. A pitch-black elongated spatial rift slowly tore open, with eerie purple lightning undulating and flowing within the fissure. A terrifying, desolate, and supreme aura cascaded down, sweeping across the entire continent. Fierce winds hulled the heavens, and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. All 5 hidden villages sensed this cataclysmic upheaval. The 4 Kage, still on their return journeys, halted abruptly, looking up at the sky with utter astonishment. Atop the rain tower, Nagato's Rinnegan burst open wide, his body tensing slightly. Deep in the mountains, Orochimaru ceased all activity, his snake-like pupils locked onto the rift in the sky, his breathing unconsciously slowing. It had arrived. The true Ōtsutsuki had descended upon the shinobi world. From within the rift, a slender, tall white figure stepped out slowly. Clad in a gray-white robe with a cold, pale face and faint purple hair, his eyes were a pair of pure, flawless Byakugan. An immense innate Ōtsutsuki chakra radiated from his entire being. Indifferent, apathetic, looking down upon all living beings as if every ninja, every land, every creature were merely low-grade sustenance. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki had manifested. He hovered above the clouds, casting a detached gaze over the vast shinobi world below. His tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable air of superiority. This planet. Its chakra is still fairly rich. I never expected such a barren land to harbor pure Byakugan and Uchiha bloodlines. Momoshiki instantly locked onto the direction of Konoha, precisely capturing the Ōtsutsuki bloodline factors flowing within Neji, Sasuke, and Itachi. In his eyes, all beings of the shinobi world were mundane, only the bloodline inheritors held a shred of value. The next moment, a pressure far surpassing that of a kage by several times crashed down upon the earth. The ground cracked and vast swaths rivers reversed their course and fierce winds swept for thousands of miles. Ordinary ninjas merely approaching the aura found their bodies stiff, their chakra disordered, and their hearts filled with dread. Within Konoha, everyone looked up, plunged into immense terror. The third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately ordered the highest level of alert for the entire village. Sirens rang through every street and alley of Konoha, war horns blared without cease. All personnel enter first-level combat readiness. All jonin assemble medical units in position, and all civilians evacuate to underground shelters. Jiraiya's countenance grew solemn as sage chakra instantly flowed through his entire body, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Kakashi Asuma and the other jonin drew their blades and focused their minds facing the celestial invader high above. High in the sky, Mamoshiki's gaze fell faintly upon Konoha, a slight smirk of indifference curling at the corner of his mouth. "Let us begin harvesting from the village with the densest bloodlines." With those words he raised his hand and lightly clenched it. Several condensed black chakra spheres materialized out of thin air, hovering around him, each possessing a destructive power no less than a tailed beast ball. With a mere casual gesture he held the power to easily annihilate an entire ninja village. 4 figures instantly soared into the air, standing shoulder to shoulder above Konoha, facing the descending Ōtsutsuki Mamoshiki. Neji's white robe fluttered in the wind, his fully activated Byakugan at full power, his 8 trigrams chakra layered out in ripples. Sasuke's Mangekyo swirled with a bloody red Amaterasu's black flames flickering to life in his palm. Itachi's Susanu's skeletal phantom emerged, its long blade gleaming with hidden cold light. Naruto's Ninetail's crimson flames surged skyward, his demonic eyes locked firmly on the formidable enemy ahead. One came from the pinnacle of celestial gods. 4 stood as the final line of defense for the shinobi world. In the distance, Nagato gazed at the figure in the sky and hesitated no longer. The Rinnegan in his eyes blazed with blue light, vast 6 paths chakra shot into the heavens, and the phantom of the Geto statue slowly materialized behind him. The shinobi world cannot be allowed to perish. He resolved to act, to rush to Konoha and fight alongside them against the Ōtsutsuki. In the shadows, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Mamoshiki's power was unfathomable, far surpassing all current shinobi world powerhouses. If the shinobi world were to fall, his lifelong pursuit of bloodline research would turn to dust. Yet if he rashly joined the battle, he too could easily perish. After a brief deliberation, Orochimaru moved his body, silently slinking toward the direction of Konoha. Clouds churned and roiled as the gale howled, enveloping the entire Leaf Village in an oppressive silence. Ōtsutsuki Mamoshiki hovered in the heavens, dark radiance swirling around him. Spheres of destructive chakra hovered silently, exuding an overwhelming aura of annihilation that crushed the heavens and earth. In his eyes, the 4 youths before him were merely inferior bloodlines born of this planet. Even though each wielded the pinnacle of shinobi power, they could hardly earn his true regard. "You mere descendants of lower realms dare to block my path." Mamoshiki's gaze was cold, his tone dripping with contempt. "Submit and surrender all your dojutsu and chakra, and I may spare your lives." Neji's white robe billowed in the wind. His fully activated Byakugan, clear and luminous, had already seen through every chakra pathway and technique flow in Mamoshiki's body. "The shinobi world is not your garden to reap at will, and its people are not your nourishment. If you wish to trample this land, you must first step over us." The moment the words fell, the battle erupted. Mamoshiki's eyes turned cold. Without another word, he flicked his finger. Several pitch-black chakra spheres wreathed in thunderclaps hurtled toward the 4, crashing down with ferocity. Their trajectories were treacherous, their speed unparalleled. Space itself slightly collapsed in their wake. "Scatter!" Itachi gave a low shout. His incomplete Susanoo flared to full form, a pale blue skeletal giant standing before him. Its long blade swept horizontally, meeting the incoming spheres of destruction head-on. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the skies. Violent shockwaves swept across the heavens, tearing a massive void into the clouds. The Susanoo shuddered violently, cracks spreading across its entire frame. Itachi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body involuntarily stumbling backward several steps. With a single casual strike, it had gravely wounded Uchiha Itachi, who had activated his Susanoo. The innate power gap between the Ōtsutsuki and mortals was starkly evident. So strong. Naruto's pupils contracted. The Ninetail's chakra erupted and surged crimson aura enveloping his body. He lunged forward, throwing a punch brimming with monstrous strength straight at Mamoshiki. Mamoshiki's expression remained unchanged. He raised one hand casually, catching the full-force punch of the Ninetales with ease. The colossal demonic energy struck his palm yet failed to budge him in the slightest. Mere brute force, shallow and pathetic. A surge of dense Ōtsutsuki chakra exploded from his palm, unleashing a violent backlash. Naruto was sent flying like a kite with a broken string crashing heavily into the clouds. Watching from the side, Sasuke's Mangekyo suddenly blazed a deep crimson. The inextinguishable black flames of Amaterasu ignited from the void, spreading through the air and turning into a sea of fire that scorched toward Momoshiki. The flames of Amaterasu could burn anything, there was almost nothing in the world that could withstand them. But Momoshiki merely glanced sideways, a faint glint of Byakugan light flickering. A pale golden chakra barrier formed around him. The sea of black flames that landed on it was slowly absorbed and devoured. The Uchiha's inextinguishable flames are nothing before the power of the Ōtsutsuki. In just a few exchanges, Naruto, Itachi, and Sasuke had all fallen into the disadvantage. The depth of the celestial powerhouse's strength thoroughly stunned the battlefield. Below, the hearts of the Leaf villagers turned cold, a creeping despair taking root. Even the village's 4 strongest geniuses fighting together could barely withstand his casual strikes. Just as the battle teetered on the brink of collapse, a pure white figure suddenly stepped into the skies. Neji's feet moved in the 8 trigrams footwork, his form flickering unpredictably in the gale. His fully activated Byakugan tracked every subtle movement Momoshiki made. All of the enemy's attack trajectories, preemptive judgments, and chakra flow were laid bare before his eyes. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A burst of pure white gentle fist light erupted. Neji closed in an instant, his palms raining down like a storm, precisely striking every major chakra point on Momoshiki's body. He did not clash with destructive ninjutsu, nor did he face brute force head-on. Instead, he targeted the bloodline's pathway, sealing the Ōtsutsuki's chakra circulation by closing the points. A series of soft thuds echoed. Momoshiki, who had always been composed and aloof, stiffened. The vast, smoothly flowing chakra within him suddenly faltered. His oppressive aura dipped slightly, and for the first time his expression changed. The Byakugan can actually see into my meridians. Momoshiki's eyes showed a hint of surprise. A mere mortal from the lower realm had managed to breach the foundation of an Ōtsutsuki's body. Seizing the moment Momoshiki was restrained, Sasuke used the gap to close in with a body flicker technique. His Susanu's blade imbued with dojutsu power slashed down fiercely. Itachi stabilized his injuries, his Mangekyo eyes working in tandem, weaving a genjutsu to disrupt Momoshiki's mind. Naruto fully unleashed the Ninetales' true form. Its claws tore through the sky as they all converged in a full-force assault. The 4 of them fought together once more, offense and defense united, and for a time they managed to trade blows evenly with Momoshiki. High above, the light blazed in chaos. The soft glow of the Byakugan, the crimson of the Sharingan, the red of the Ninetales, and the blue of the Susanu clashed and intertwined. The shinobi world's strongest forces faced the celestial god head-on. The earth quaked, the mountains swayed. In the distant sky, a streak of blue light tore through the air at breakneck speed. Nagato, clad in a black robe, his Rinnegan blazing with azure radiance, descended directly above the Leaf village. The power of the 6 paths chakra spread out majestically. Behind him, the colossal phantom of the demonic statue of the outer path slowly materialized, its 6 chains of the path stretching across the sky. I am here to aid you. The second 6 paths level combatant in the shinobi world officially entered the fray. Momoshiki raised an eyebrow, gazing at the approaching Nagato, his interest growing even more. The Rinnegan. I never expected this planet to gather all 3 great dojutsu. Byakugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan, all born from Ōtsutsuki blood, now gathered in one place, each standing against him. In the shadows of the forest, Orochimaru slowly emerged from the darkness. Countless venomous snakes coiled and slithered around him, an aura of cold malice rising. He did not directly join the battle, but he no longer hid in the shadows to observe. His snake-like eyes fixed on the clash between the 5 great powers, and Momoshiki calculating incessantly. If the shinobi world won this battle, he would ride their coattails and devote himself to studying the 3 great dojutsu. If Momoshiki overwhelmed them all, he would immediately flee far away, preserve himself, and wait for the situation to change. Beyond the Leaf, on a distant road, reinforcements from the 4 great hidden villages were racing at full speed. The Reikage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage had all set aside village grudges, leading elite allied shinobi forces toward the Leaf battlefield. In the face of an external enemy, all grudges were set aside. The shinobi world's top powers were converging on one point. In the sky, the battle escalated once more. Facing the 5 top-tier powerhouses alone, Momoshiki fully unleashed his aura. The true celestial combat power held back nothing, fully awakened. Sensing the vast and boundless six paths aura emanating from Nagato, the laziness and disdain that had surrounded Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki completely dissipated. His originally casual expression entirely faded, replaced by a piercing cold glare from his Byakugan. The gray-white chakra around him surged like a tsunami, violently whipping across the entire sea of clouds in the sky. A single Hyūga Byakugan, 2 pairs of Uchiha Mangekyo, 1 Rinnegan, and a perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Within mere moments this lower realm had gathered the most elite six paths combat power of the ninja world. Interesting. Momoshiki chuckled softly, a hint of seriousness creeping into his tone. A mere collection of forsaken bloodline remnants barely qualified to resist me. With that he no longer held back. His hands formed seals rapidly, the space around him twisted violently, and a massive amount of chakra converged wildly. A colossal tailed beast ball far larger than before and pitch black slowly condensed in front of his chest. Within the sphere space trembled, and the destructive force was so dense it was horrifying. All of you come at once. Neji's expression was grave, his complete Byakugan operating at full capacity, his 8 trigrams chakra layered protectively around his entire body. Everyone stay close. Don't fight separately. Nagato's gaze was solemn, his Rinnegan glowing with a blue light. The power of the 6 paths was unleashed fully. The gravitational undercurrent of the planetary devastation quietly spread, and 6 shadowy figures floated around him, ready to bind and restrain at any moment. Itachi took a deep breath, pushing his eyes to their limit. The complete Susanoo fully expanded, its massive blades spanning the sky with an oppressive aura. Sasuke released all his Amaterasu black flames, the inextinguishable fire wrapping around Susanoo's blade, its edge sharpening immensely. Naruto's Nine-Tails true form fully manifested, 9 colossal tails dancing wildly, crimson chakra soaring thousands of feet into the sky. The auras of the 5 powerhouses merged into one, facing Momoshiki in his full-powered state. Boom! The giant-tailed beast ball shot through the air, a pitch-black sphere crushing the clouds as it hurtled toward the 5 of them. Universal pull! Nagato struck first, the power of the Rinnegan pulling heaven and earth, attempting to forcibly alter the trajectory of the tailed beast ball. But Momoshiki's pure Ōtsutsuki origin power was too overwhelming. The gravitational pull barely held for an instant before being directly broken and dispersed. 8 trigrams rotation. Neji spun his body, boundless white chakra exploding outward, forming a massive circular barrier that stood firmly in the front. The black sphere crashed violently into the 8 trigrams barrier. A piercing roar echoed across heaven and earth. The milky white barrier instantly cracked. Neji's entire body shuddered violently, his blood surged, old wounds on his back reopened, and blood continuously dripped down his clothes. Neji! Naruto roared, the Nine-Tails charging forward with all its might, its massive fox body pressing against the back of the barrier, forcibly sharing the brunt of the impact. Sasuke and Itachi flanked from both sides, 2 Susanoo blades descending simultaneously, slashing at the sides of the tailed beast ball, forcibly tearing at the destructive power. Nagato manipulated the 6 paths chains to wrap around the sphere, gradually eroding its internal chakra. With the combined efforts of the 5, they barely managed to block this lethal strike. After just one full-powered attack, all 5 were shaken, their auras unstable, and each sustained injuries. The foundational gap between celestial beings and ninjas was brutally clear. Momoshiki stood atop the clouds, coldly observing the battered group slowly taking a step forward. 6 paths power Byakugan Sharingan Nine-Tails chakra. All of them are scattered nutrients from my clan. Today I shall reclaim them all. His figure vanished instantly, moving at a speed that broke the limits of space, appearing before Itachi in a flash. His 5 fingers condensed into sharp chakra claws aimed straight at the Uchiha's heart. Itachi's pupils constricted and the Susanoo's giant arm hastily blocked. Clang! The sound of metal clashing exploded. The complete Susanoo was torn apart by the claw. Itachi's body shook violently, his eyes stung unbearably, and blood tears flowed down. Just as Momoshiki prepared to pursue and finish the kill, a pure white figure appeared in an instant. Neji, stepping in the 8 trigrams 8-step pattern, ignored his injuries and unleashed thousands of gentle fist acupuncture strikes at close range, precisely sealing dozens of Momoshiki's chakra flow nodes. Gentle fist full body acupuncture point seal. Momoshiki's movements suddenly halted, his internal chakra heavily blocked, and his offensive abruptly ceased. In that brief moment, Sasuke descended from above, the Susanoo's long blade wrapped in endless Amaterasu black flames, slashing fiercely at Momoshiki's shoulder. Naruto's Nine-Tails tail whip swept across, brute force smashing down. Nagato manipulated the Hell Realm, sealing power pressing down from above. In an instant, fists, flame seals, and ocular powers all landed on Momoshiki. Loud explosions echoed, smoke filled the sky. When the clouds dispersed, everyone's expressions changed. Mamoshiki's clothes were torn and several shallow wounds appeared on his body, but his internal chakra still surged. Only superficial injuries, not truly severe. The terrifying resilience of an Ōtsutsuki's physical body. On the Konoha ground below, everyone's heart sank. 5 of the ninja world's top combatants, even united, could not suppress a single celestial visitor. Just as the battle was about to descend into utter despair, 4 majestic auras from the distant horizon crossed mountains and rivers, breaking through the air. Golden lightning tore through the clouds, yellow sand swept across the sky, misty water shrouded the surroundings, and earthy yellow rock formations pressed down, trembling the earth. The Reikage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage personally led the main force of the 5 great shinobi countries' allied forces, rushing from 1,000 miles to the battlefield. A dense torrent of ninjas filled the sky, the light of ninjutsu flaring everywhere, battle intent soaring. Konoha's crisis is the ninja world's survival. The allied forces have arrived. Cries spread across the land, instantly boosting the long-suppressed morale. The 5 Kage stood in the air, their gazes sharp, all looking at Ōtsutsuki Mamoshiki atop the clouds. Internal village rifts, past grudges, and suspicions of interest were entirely cast aside at this moment. Above the sky, the balance of power completely reversed. Neji, Sasuke, Itachi, Naruto, and Nagato, the 5 top combatants, stood at the center. The 5 Kage surrounded them, and tens of thousands of allied ninjas lined the sky. One person facing the entire ninja world. Mamoshiki looked up at the endless wave of ninjas surging from all directions, a hint of gravity finally appearing in his Byakugan. It seems this lower realm is far more troublesome than I imagined. The wind howled, the sea of clouds churned. The momentum of the final battle was fully established. The ninja world, pouring all its combat power, would fight to the death against the celestial deity. Tens of thousands of ninjas stood arrayed in the sky, the auras of the 5 Kage fully unleashed, their vast and majestic chakra spreading like a boundless ocean, engulfing the entire sky above Konoha. The Reikage's body blazed with lightning, his fists wreathed in a domineering lightning release, his brute force shaking heaven and earth. The Tsuchikage hovered in midair, his dust-released chakra flowing slowly, a bloodline elimination capable of annihilating all things poised to strike. The Kazekage stirred a sandstorm, his puppet techniques concealing deadly intent. The Mizukage shrouded the area in mist, his water-release techniques surging with hidden currents. The 4 great villages, once hostile and scheming against each other, now set aside all grievances, entirely standing shoulder to shoulder with Konoha. In this moment of survival, there were no longer separate villages, only the people of the ninja world. High in the sky, Neji, Sasuke, Itachi, Naruto, and Nagato slowly converged, their auras intertwining. The gentle glow of the Byakugan, the crimson of the Mangekyo, the fiery red of the Nine-Tails, and the blue light of the Rinnegan interwove, forming the unbreakable core of the battlefield. All personnel, listen up! The 3rd Hokage's voice, aged yet resonant, rumbled across the sky. Form the allied forces, battle formations, seal the 4 spatial directions, and trap the Ōtsutsuki. Top-tier powerhouses, engage head on. The main army unleashes wide-area ninjutsu bombardment. The moment the command fell, the light of countless ninjutsu burst forth. Fire release, water release, wind release, earth release, and lightning release. The 5 elemental ninjutsu rose together, dense and sky-covering, like a meteor shower pouring down upon the central Mamoshiki. Flames exploded, colossal waters surged, gales tore the earth, rock and soil blotted out the sun, and lightning bolts crisscrossed. The entire sky was saturated with the radiance of ninjutsu. Facing the combined assault of the entire ninja world, Mamoshiki's expression remained unchanged as his gray-white chakra abruptly swelled. He swiftly formed hand seals before his chest, and his Byakugan flashed with a blinding white light. Ōtsutsuki's secret art, demon devouring. The low, indifferent words fell. A dark, eerie black ring rapidly expanded outward from Mamoshiki's center. The 5-element ninjutsu raining down from the sky plunged into the black ring without stirring a single ripple, instantly dissolving, being devoured and completely absorbed. An immense amount of chakra was continuously drawn into Mamoshiki's body. His previously waning aura surged once more, his wounds slowly healed, and his physical strength climbed again. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply, a chill piercing straight to their hearts. He can devour ninjutsu and chakra! Naruto murmured in disbelief, his face full of astonishment. Such an ability is simply unassailable. Itachi's expression grew grave to the extreme, his Mangekyo locked onto Mamoshiki. This is the true talent of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Not only is their power overwhelming, but they can also plunder and devour any external chakra, converting it for their own use. All the previous attacks and ninjutsu had become nothing but nourishment for his recovery and empowerment. Mamoshiki slowly raised his hand, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All your strength expended to the fullest is nothing more than the finest tonic for me. Before his words faded, his form flickered again. Space twisted and warped, and the next instant he appeared before the Kazekage, his palm wrapped in devouring force striking downward. The Kazekage's face changed drastically as his sand puppet instantly shielded him. Yet the moment the hard puppet touched Momoshiki's palm, it crumbled and weathered away, its chakra devoured in one gulp. "Watch out!" The Reikage roared, lightning surging wildly around his body, as he charged recklessly at full speed, his heavy fist slamming into Momoshiki's back. A thunderous boom echoed. The heavy fist landed solidly on Momoshiki. But the expected devastating injury did not occur. The lightning-released chakra flowed into the opponent's body along the fist, vanishing in an instant, completely devoured. Momoshiki turned his head slightly, casting a cold glance. With a casual push of his palm, the overwhelming power of the Ōtsutsuki erupted, sending the Reikage's massive body flying hundreds of feet, crashing heavily through the clouds, blood gushing from his mouth. In a single instant, a Kage-level powerhouse was gravely wounded and forced to retreat. The allied forces' morale wavered. Even Kage-level fighters could not even touch Momoshiki head-on, making ordinary ninja attacks utterly meaningless. "We can't keep attacking separately." Neji, clad in white, his Byakugan in its fully developed form sweeping the battlefield, his voice clear across the sky. "Stop all ordinary ninjutsu, it only feeds him power. Everyone fall back to the periphery, the 5 of us will fight to the death head-on." Nagato nodded slightly, the blue light of his Rinnegan blazing. "The power of the 6 paths won't be easily neutralized by ordinary devouring techniques. I'll hold him from the front." The next moment, the phantom of the outer path demon statue behind Nagato fully solidified, and 6 demonic chains shot across the sky, binding Momoshiki's limbs like a cage. The gravitational pull of the Chibaku Tensei abruptly spread debris swirling in the void, forcibly locking the entire space. Sasuke sealed his movements with Amaterasu. Itachi used Genjutsu to disrupt his mind. Naruto suppress him with close combat brute force. Neji spoke rapidly, instantly arranging the battle formation. He himself stepped the 8 trigrams footwork to its extreme, layering his pure white gentle fist with accumulated power, targeting the flow of the opponent's devouring technique. The 5 charged forward together once more. The Susanu's long blade descended, sealed by the inextinguishable black flames. The Nine-Tails' massive tail swept its brute force, shaking the enemy's body. The Rinnegan's demonic chains bound the body, while gravitational pull immobilized it completely. Niji's gentle fist struck pressure points, continually disrupting Momoshiki's secret techniques. The 5 top-tier fighters each performed their roles in perfect coordination, no longer using large-scale chakra ninjutsu but engaging in close-quarters combat with physical attacks, dojutsu, sealing, and pressure point strikes. With no excess chakra leaking out, Momoshiki's devouring power instantly lost its source of nourishment. The flow of his secret techniques stagnated, and the rise of his aura gradually halted. For the first time, Momoshiki's face truly darkened. "A group of ants from the lower realm actually know how to counter my ability." Fury ignited completely. He no longer toyed with them. Space around him collapsed layer by layer, and a phantom of a black Rinne Sharingan slowly emerged behind him. The true destruction ability of the Ōtsutsuki clan was about to be fully unleashed. The sky suddenly darkened and the raging winds abruptly ceased. The entire expanse of heaven seemed to be entirely enveloped by a supreme divine might, suffocating to the point of breathlessness. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki slowly spread his hands. It was then that they saw with horror that in the palms of his left and right hands there were respectively a deep dark red Rinnegan. The eye patterns were intricate and eerie, flowing with the power of the Rinnegan unique to the Ōtsutsuki origin. The strange ability that could devour all ninjutsu moments ago had its roots entirely here. Itachi's pupils sharply contracted, instantly comprehending everything in his heart, and he spoke in a low, deep voice. "So that's it. It's not simply devouring chakra but relying on the Rinnegan in his palms to absorb, analyze, and then amplify all ninjutsu. The inherited secret technique of the Ōtsutsuki, Takamimasubi no Mikoto. The right hand absorbs all techniques, the left hand releases with multiplied power, integrating offense and defense capable of reversing heaven and earth's ninjutsu." Momoshiki slowly raised his eyes, his indifferent Byakugan sweeping over the 5 people before him, his murderous intent completely undisguised. "Do you think that by stopping ninjutsu you can restrain me? How naive." The moment his words fell, Momoshiki's figure silently vanished from the spot. The spatial distortion was barely perceptible, his speed already beyond the limit of what the naked eye could capture. The first to be struck was Naruto, who had been suppressing him at close range. Naruto felt the space in front of him twist violently, and a bone-chilling coldness rushed toward his brow. Kurama instinctively mobilized all its chakra to protect his body, and 9-tailed whips swept out instantly. But in the next moment Momoshiki had already appeared behind him. The Rinnegan in his palm flickered with a faint light, and he casually struck a palm onto Naruto's back. There was no violent explosion, no fierce impact. The surging Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto crazily flowed out through the palm print, being continuously absorbed into the Rinnegan. Naruto. Sasuke was greatly alarmed, his Mangekyo spinning rapidly, and he instantly arrived via body flicker, his Susanu's long blade wrapped in Amaterasu's black flames slashing straight at Momoshiki's back. Facing the inextinguishable flames slashing toward him, Momoshiki neither dodged nor avoided. Instead, he lightly raised his left hand. The dark red Rinnegan blazed with intensified light. The Nine-Tails chakra he had just absorbed burst forth, entirely transforming into a condensed pitch-black giant-tailed beast ball that blasted head-on towards Sasuke. Boom! The amplified-tailed beast ball exploded with a thunderous roar, scattering black flames everywhere. Sasuke's entire Susanoo trembled violently, his body as if struck by a heavy hammer, spurting large mouthfuls of blood, and he was sent flying backward hundreds of meters. In a single move he turned the power against them. Only then did everyone truly understand just how terrifying this visitor from beyond the heavens was. Nagato's expression was extremely grave, his Rinnegan fully activated with blue light. 6 black rods materialized in midair, all piercing toward Momoshiki. The chains of the demonic statue of the outer path coiled through the void, tightly sealing all escape routes. Chibaku Tensei. A tremendous gravitational pull dragged the sky, and countless boulders floated and spun about to form a sealing celestial body. Momoshiki showed a disdainful expression and lightly raised his right hand again. The 6 black rods' gravitational force and the chakra of the demonic statue were all completely absorbed by the Rinnegan in his palm. In an instant his left hand swept out with a fierce motion. A black star even larger in size and more terrifying in gravity took shape out of thin air. Nagato's own Chibaku Tensei was returned to him unchanged but amplified 100-fold. What? Nagato's mind trembled violently, and he hastily activated his Rinnegan power to defend with all his might. But the same technique amplified by the opponent had already surpassed his own strength. The terrifying gravity descended with a crash, bones cracking throughout Nagato's body, blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth, his aura rapidly weakening. In an instant Naruto was severely injured, Sasuke was repelled, and Nagato was under pressure. Of the 5 combatants, 3 were lost in a flash. The battle in the sky took a sudden turn for the worse. Only Itachi and Neji still stood firm at the front. Itachi's eyes continuously shed bloody tears, his Mangekyo Sharingan operating at overload, his mental energy already on the verge of depletion. Yet he still gritted his teeth, his Susanu's giant blade held horizontally before him, while illusionary lights and shadows quietly spread across the entire space, attempting to disrupt Momoshiki's perception. Momoshiki's Byakugan swept lightly, and he saw through all illusions at a glance. The Uchiha's Genjutsu is nothing in the face of pure bloodline ocular power. He stepped lightly and walked straight toward Itachi, his killing intent already locked on. Just as Itachi was about to face a fatal blow, a white-clad figure stepped forward boldly again. Neji's 8 trigrams chakra was fully boiling, his Byakugan in its complete form shining brightly, and all the meridians in his body operating at their limit. He understood that everyone's techniques would be absorbed and reflected. Dojutsu ninjutsu, the power of the 6 paths and tailed beast chakra, all would become Momoshiki's weapons. Only physical gentle fist tenketsu sealing and pure taijutsu could not be absorbed and converted by the Rinnegan. Everyone fall back. Do not use any chakra techniques. Neji's voice was sharp, carrying across the sky. He can absorb jutsu, but he cannot absorb flesh and blood meridians. The moment his words fell, Neji's form turned into a streak of pure white light, stepping on the 8 trigrams of the 8 directions, and closing in instantly. Countless delicate and fierce gentle fist-palmed shadows fell like rain without any extra chakra burst, only precisely striking the body's tenketsu and blood flow points. Pft, pft, pft. Continuous light taps landed all over Momoshiki's body. This time Takamamasabi no Mikoto was completely ineffective. There was no ninjutsu to absorb, no technique to reflect. Momoshiki's body trembled repeatedly, the Ōtsutsuki bloodline meridians within him being sealed one after another, and his movements became stiff again. Only close-range gentle fist could truly injure Momoshiki at this moment. Momoshiki frowned deeply, looking at the Hyūga Neji before him, and for the first time a fierce killing intent arose in his eyes. A mere branch family bloodline from the lower realm repeatedly ruining my plans. Then I'll kill you first. An extreme killing intent surged skyward. Momoshiki no longer held back any mercy, fully unleashing his physical power. His fists, wrapped in pure Ōtsutsuki origin physical strength, ignored all techniques and rampaged straight forward. The wind from his fists tore through the air, and space continuously cracked. Neji could only rely on the 8 trigrams footwork to dodge, block, and seal Tenketsu, his body forcibly enduring several heavy blows. His white robe stained with blood, his body trembling. Yet he did not retreat a single step. Below, the 5 Kage endured their injuries, watching the precarious situation above with great anxiety in their hearts. The allied shinobi were in panic, but no one stepped back. In the shadows, Orochimaru's snake-like pupils slightly contracted, his heart fiercely shaken. If he did not act now, Neji, Itachi, and the others might fall on the spot. But once he acted, he would be locked in a life-or-death struggle with Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. Life and death, the survival of the ninja world, all hung by a thread. High in the sky, one man fought a bloody battle, 4 were seriously injured. The strongest defense line of the ninja world was on the verge of collapse. The violent fist force tore through the sea of clouds as the Tong Mu Tao Shi, imbued with supreme physical prowess, drove a punch straight toward Ning Si's chest. It was a pure brute force stemming from an extraterrestrial race untainted by any ninjutsu chakra, heavy, domineering, and enough to easily shatter the bones and bodies of Kage-level powerhouses. Ning Si's face turned pale, yet he did not dodge or evade at all. The 8 trigrams footwork under his feet suddenly revolved to its utmost. In the span of a hair's breadth, he sidestepped while his palms fluttered rapidly as the gentle fist precisely struck the acupoints along Tao Shi's elbow meridian. Bang! The heavy fist wind exploded as it grazed his shoulder, and the terrifying shockwave directly blasted Ning Si several jang away. Half of his white robe was completely soaked in blood, the bones in his shoulder faintly cracked. Chi and blood surged relentlessly within him, and intense pain swept through his entire body. However, the moment he landed, he stepped into the air again and advanced without any retreat. "You're courting death." Tao Shi's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward in pursuit, unleashing a flurry of punches, each strike carrying the might to crush everything. Above the vast sky, white light danced wildly with palm shadows intersecting in all directions. Ning Si maneuvered with the 8 trigrams gentle fist, relying on his complete Byakugan to predict all attacks, continuously sealing meridians, and striking acupoints, gradually limiting Tao Shi's physical strength. One man pressed forward undaunted, single-handedly withstanding the fierce assault of an otherworldly god. Below, the crowd watched the blood-soaked white-clad figure, and all were shaken to the core. Mingren clenched his teeth, forcibly suppressing the chaotic and leaking Nine-Tails chakra within him enduring his injuries, as he slowly stood up. Suizhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his crimson Mangekyo reigniting. Abandoning all ninjutsu and dojutsu, he prepared for close-quarters physical combat. Chanmen steadied his swaying body, the light in his Rinnegan growing resolute once more. Yu closed his eyes to regulate his breath for a moment. When he opened them, only determination remained in his gaze. They would not watch Ning Si fight alone to the death. "Let's attack together." Yu spoke softly. The 4 of them, enduring their grievous wounds, once again charged into the sky together. They no longer released ninjutsu nor activated large-scale dojutsu. Abandoning all chakra-based techniques, they relied on brute physical strength and close-quarters combat, encircling Tao Shi from all 4 sides. Mingren charged brutally, using his raw physical strength to pin down the front. Suizhu moved like a phantom, circling the side to harass the joints. Yu, with his exquisite footwork, seized opportunities to strike at weaknesses. Chanmen manipulated the power of the 6 paths body to lock down movements from behind. 4 men blocked and 1 man led the assault. Ning Si's gentle fist unsealed points in an unending stream, and one acupoint after another was sealed, causing the flow of blood and chi within Tao Shi's body to become increasingly sluggish. The Gaowang Chanling Zun was rendered completely inoperable, and even his physical strength was continuously weakened. For a moment, the battle situation was forcibly pulled back into balance. Tao Shi's heart burned with overwhelming fury. As a member of the Datong Mu clan descending to the lower realm to harvest chakra, he should have been invincible, crushing all beings. Yet now he was being entangled in close combat by a group of lower realm ninjas, repeatedly restrained with most of his divine abilities unable to be unleashed. "Miserable ants, how dare you provoke me again and again!" Tao Shi roared in anger, and the gray-white primordial chakra around him exploded outward all at once. Without relying on any ninjutsu, he used only the essence of his own bloodline to shake heaven and earth. A terrifying shockwave swept across all directions. Boom! Mingren's Suizhu and the other 2 were instantly blasted away by the airwave, their wounds torn open, blood scattering everywhere, worsening their injuries. Even Ning Si, who had been dodging and weaving, bore the full brunt of the afterwave. His body trembled violently and blood gushed from his mouth. All 5 were severely injured, their combat strength nearly depleted. The hearts of the allied forces sank and a sense of despair quietly spread. The 5 Kage clenched their fists, already prepared to charge into the sky at any moment, even if it meant death. Just as the battle was about to completely collapse and Tao Shi was about to end the lives of the five, a slender cyan-white figure slowly stepped out from the shadows of the forest. A cold hoarse laugh slowly drifted across heaven and earth. What a magnificent bloodline slaughter! Deshiwan finally ceased to watch from the sidelines. Countless venomous snakes burst forth from the ground, coiling around him as a cold chakra soared into the sky. His narrow, slitted eyes gazed at Tao Shi in the high sky with no fear in them, only extreme excitement and calm. Datong Mu, Byakugan Sharingan Rinnegan, the Nine-Tails bloodline, all gathered here. If they were all to fall, it would be too great a pity. As his words fell, Deshiwan leaped into the air and stepped directly into the center of the battlefield. The impure world reincarnation formation silently spread beneath his feet as eerie ghostly chi rose up. The phantom shadows of once fallen Kage-level powerhouses and veteran combatants slowly emerged, all standing behind Deshiwan. Having endured for years and observed everything coldly, Deshiwan officially chose to enter the world and fight on the side of the ninja world. Tao Shi turned his gaze to the suddenly appearing Deshiwan, his Byakugan narrowing slightly. A mere mortal researcher dares to meddle in the affairs of gods. Gods? Deshiwan chuckled softly, his snake tongue flicking slightly. At the end of bloodlines there are no gods, only evolution. Today I shall protect these treasures of bloodline. The impure world army moved in unison, engaging Tao Shi from the flanks as countless snake venoms, physical restraints, and secret technique seals were pressed upon him. Tao Shi, already weakened by the continuous acupoint sealing of the five, was instantly trapped again. Above the sky the situation changed dramatically once more. Ning Xi's with Zhu Yuming, Rinchangmen, and Deshiwan, 6 top-tier powerhouses, stood shoulder to shoulder. All the hidden cards of the ninja world were revealed. Tao Shi looked around, his killing intent reaching its peak. The playful attitude of casually harvesting had completely dissipated, replaced by genuine fury and a lust for slaughter. Since you are determined to seek death, then I will turn this ninja world into a scorched wasteland. The heavens and earth changed color and space shattered layer by layer. A roar of fury echoed across the vast skies as the gray-white chakra around Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki surged like apocalyptic waves. Surrounded by layers of lower realm ninja, his bloodline repeatedly sealed and his divine abilities constantly suppressed, he had already thoroughly crossed the limits of this celestial powerhouse. He no longer held back any restraint nor underestimated those before him. The berserk power of the pure Ōtsutsuki clan erupted in full force. The space beneath his feet shattered inch by inch, black cracks spreading through the sea of clouds as a terrifying pressure that crushed everything swept across the entire sky of Konoha. All of you vanish here! Momoshiki's Byakugan eyes blazed with cold light, while the Rinnegan in his palms glowed with deep crimson simultaneously. The Takamamasubi was activated at full capacity, forcibly drawing in and absorbing all flowing chakra within a 1,000-meter radius. Before Orochimaru, the Edo Tensei reincarnated powerhouse's chakra drained rapidly, and his form began to grow unstable and illusory. The venomous snakes coiled around him stiffened, their poison-based secret techniques dissolving entirely before even touching Momoshiki. Not good, he's massively devouring bloodline power. Orochimaru's expression turned truly grave for the first time. He quickly retreated, commanding the Edo Tensei reincarnates to abandon their techniques and switch entirely to close-quarters physical combat. But at this moment the berserk Momoshiki had his speed, strength, and perception all elevated to a new peak. With a flicker of his form he burst through the encirclement of the Edo army, driving his elbow forward in a brutal strike. An old Kage-level Edo Tensei reincarnate instantly shattered, scattering into ashes across the sea of clouds. With just one blow a single Edo combatant fell. The other's expressions changed drastically. Scatter. Don't gather. Neji, suppressing the intense pain within, activated his fully developed Byakugan, spinning rapidly to capture every trajectory of Momoshiki's movement. After his rampage his physical strength doubled and his absorption range increased. Never let his palms touch you. Before the words faded, Momoshiki had already closed in. An icy killing intent surged directly as a huge hand reached straight for Naruto's body, aiming to extract the Nine-Tails' original chakra. Sensing the fatal crisis, the Nine-Tails' demonic eyes flared crimson, and all 9 tails coiled around its body, resisting with all its might. Bang! The Nine-Tails' massive body was sent flying by a single palm strike. Naruto's chest suffered severe pressure, and he spat out a mouthful of hot blood, his chakra nearly dispersing entirely. Sasuke teleported to the side, the skeletal Susanoo arms smashing down, black Amaterasu flames wrapped around the fist, striking directly at Momoshiki's back of the head. Without even turning his head, Momoshiki's chakra barrier on his back flickered slightly. The black Amaterasu flames burned on it, slowly eroding, but could no longer easily corrode his body. The Uchiha's flames mean nothing to me now. Momoshiki struck back with an elbow heavily hitting Sasuke's chest. Sasuke shuddered, flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily beneath the clouds. The battle situation deteriorated rapidly once more. Itachi knew he could no longer defend passively. His Mangekyo spun wildly, and even though his eyes were on the verge of blindness, and his spirit was exhausted to the limit, he still forcibly prepared a dojutsu technique. A genjutsu space silently unfolded, endless illusions enveloping Momoshiki's senses. But the berserk Ōtsutsuki's mind was extraordinarily resilient, breaking free from the illusion in an instant. Futile struggle. A sharp kick swept out. Itachi hastily blocked with Susanoo, but the entire skeletal giant cracked from the impact. Itachi himself was knocked back repeatedly by the violent force, blood tears streaming down his cheeks. Nagato formed hand seals, unleashing the full power of the six paths: Jibaku Tensei Azura Path Bombardment, and Naraka Path Sealing in rapid succession. But as soon as the techniques took shape, they were all absorbed by the Rinnegan in Momoshiki's palms, turning into even stronger counterattacks. In an instant, the six great powerhouses all fell into a disadvantageous position, each wounded and weakened. Below, tens of thousands of allied shinobi watched the fierce battle above, their hearts filled with sorrow. They had exhausted everything to support the sky, but before the truly berserk Ōtsutsuki they remained insignificant and powerless. The five Kage exchanged glances, seeing the determination in each other's hearts. If the six above all fell, no one in the entire ninja world would survive. Everyone prepare. Charge together. The Reikage roared in a deep voice, lightning covering his body, already prepared to lead all the ninjas to their deaths. Just as the entire ninja world was about to fall into despair, Neji, who had been standing bathed in blood and covered in wounds, suddenly heard a distant ancient roar of bloodline within his body. The six paths' origin, buried deep within the Hyūga clan for millennia, suddenly awakened in the midst of life and death crisis. The pure white light of his Byakugan grew increasingly brilliant, and 8 trigrams patterns slowly emerged on his skin. The chakra, disrupted by multiple heavy blows, began to flow orderly on its own, and a faint healing light slowly emerged from his wounds. Throughout his life he had broken free from the fate of the branch family, defied the shackles of destiny, protected his comrades and his village, and endured great battles, conspiracies, and bloody conflicts. His heart, bloodline, and will all converge to perfection at this moment. The true six paths origin of the Byakugan fully awakened. Neji slowly raised his head, his white robe stained with blood in the wind, his gaze calm yet shaking heaven and earth. You came from beyond the heavens, treating all living beings as mere weeds. You see the creatures of the ninja world as nourishment, slaughtering wantonly and acting tyrannically. Today I will stop you with the Hyūga 8 trigrams way. As his words fell, the wind across the entire sky suddenly ceased. Nearby, the severely wounded Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Nagato all felt a tremor in their hearts. A dojutsu aura far heavier, far more ancient, and directly connected to the origin of the six paths slowly rose from Neji's body. Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply, his snake-like eyes filled with disbelief. A complete six paths Byakugan. Momoshiki finally regarded the young man before him seriously, his Byakugan narrowing slightly as a rare sense of wariness arose in his heart. In the midst of despair, Neji stepped onto his own destined divine path. An ancient vast white light surged from Ningxi's body, piercing through the sea of clouds and soaring into the 9 heavens. The originally translucent and lustrous complete Byakugan underwent a complete transformation and sublimation at this moment. The whites of his eyes were clear and flawless, while his pupils shimmered with a faint golden light like the six paths of reincarnation. Layers of ancient and mysterious Bagua patterns emerged around his body. The pure Byakugan power belonging to the Daitongmu ancestor, and the origin of the six paths sage, was fully manifested in this desperate situation. No longer the bloodline of the Rishiang branch family, no longer a flawed inheritance. At this moment Ningxi held the six paths origin Byakugan. A gentle yet supreme aura slowly spread out, confronting the extraterrestrial pressure from Tao Shi's body from afar. Between heaven and earth, 2 bloodline powers of the same origin but diametrically opposed clashed. The clouds churned and trembled, and the entire sky quivered slightly. Mingren, lying heavily wounded on the ground, struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with shock. Suiju's crimson Mangekyo narrowed slightly, and an inexplicable reverence for the common bloodline arose in his heart. Yu stared blankly at the white-clad figure, murmuring softly, "Truly, the perfect six paths Byakugan." Deshiwan's body stiffened slightly, his narrow, slitted pupils locked onto Ningxi, and even his breathing slowed. He had spent his entire life pursuing bloodline evolution, and today he witnessed the most supreme form of the Byakugan with his own eyes, his inner fervor almost impossible to suppress. Only Tao Shi's expression turned completely cold and grim. He could clearly sense that the youth before him possessed the purest and most ancient Detomu bloodline. Even more than himself, it was closer to the original origin of Huiyi who first descended upon this planet. Unexpected. That such a bloodline could be born in the lower realm. Tao Shi's tone was icy and the caution in his heart fully surfaced. A discarded child of the branch family breaking free from fate, fighting to the brink of death and blood, forcibly awakening the foundation of the six paths. I underestimated you. Ning Xi, his white robes stained with blood, stood straight as a pine. Though covered in wounds, his gaze was open and awe-inspiring. Bloodlines are not divided into high and low, living beings are not divided into noble and humble. You Detomu roam the heavens, harvesting planets, slaughtering all things, treating the world's creatures as mere fruit for nourishment. This ninja world has bonds, protection, and the right to exist. I will not let you trample it. As his voice fell, a faint white bagua formation emerged from the void beneath Ning Xi's feet. Boundless gentle chakra flowed slowly and all the wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. The chaotic energy within him was completely calmed. The will accumulated from previous battles, the heart that had broken free from fate, and the accumulation of countless life and death struggles all merged into one. Ning Xi slowly raised his hand, and as his palms opened and closed, the Bagua heaven and earth gradually took shape. Bagua heavenly down myriad manifestations. An invisible aura swept across the surroundings. Within a radius of 1,000 meters centered on Ning Xi, all spatial veins, chakra flow, and physical acupoints were completely perceived at a glance. Even the operation of the supreme Detomu bloodline within Tao Shi's body was no longer hidden. All the meridians that could not be completely sealed before were now clearly visible. Tao Shi's heart tightened, and without hesitation he burst forward. His violent physical strength carrying a destructive momentum smashed a fist toward Ning Xi, intending to crush him before he fully mastered the six paths Byakugan. The fist wind tore through the air, its might crushing everything. Facing this blow that could severely wound a six paths level powerhouse, Ning Xi neither dodged nor avoided. He lightly stepped on the Bagua positions, his figure shifting unpredictably as if merging with heaven and earth. Countless palm shadows bloomed instantly. The gentle fist was no longer simple acupoint sealing, each palm was imprinted with the laws of the six paths, landing precisely on the deepest bloodline nodes within Tao Shi's body. Pop pop pop. Continuous soft sounds rang out. The previously barely suppressed meridian seal was further aggravated, spreading inward along the origin bloodline. Tao Shi's whole body shook violently. The Detomu chakra flowing within him suddenly stagnated over a large area, and his rampaging power abruptly halted. Even the Rinnegan secret technique in his palm, on which he relied for invincibility, suffered a break in its operation. Impossible! Tao Shi's mind was shaken, his face full of disbelief. His own bloodline foundation was actually forcibly sealed by a lower realm ninja using the gentle fist. Ning Xi's gaze was calm, stepping forward step by step, his palm shadows continuous. Your power comes from bloodline. My gentle fist sees through bloodlines. You rely on divine techniques and spells, I focus on the origin meridians. From the very beginning you have been countered by me. White light swept across the sky, one man and one palm step by step pressing back the rampaging Tao Shi. The originally collapsing battle situation was completely reversed by Ning Xi's awakening of the six paths Byakugan. Mingren's Wu Zhuyu and Chang Men seized the opportunity, enduring their injuries, to slowly rise. The four of them regrouped their energy, their eye power revived, and they looked at the battlefield with firm eyes. Together, Wu Zhu said in a low voice. You nodded slightly. Coordinate with Ning Xi, seal off all his escape routes. The Nine-Tails chakra surged again, the blue light of the Rinnegan bloomed anew, and the cold light of the Uchiha's dual Mangekyo reappeared. The force slowly encircled from all sides, no longer rashly attacking, only waiting for Ning Xi to completely lock down Tao Shi's power. In the distance, the 5 Kage and tens of thousands of allied forces held their breath and watched. Everyone understood that the scales of victory had quietly tilted. Tao Shi was being pressed step by step, his power reduced to less than 3/10, with rage and unease interwoven in his heart. He had never imagined that after descending to the ninja world to harvest chakra he would be pushed to such a state by a rich young youth. His bloodline was sealed, his foundation seen through, and he was constantly suppressed. A surge of fury welled up in his heart, and a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Tao Shi's eyes. Since his conventional power could not crush them, he would use his final trump card. All the gray-white chakra around him gathered in his chest, and the remaining origin power within him burned wildly. Since you insist on blocking me, then I will detonate my own bloodline and burn down the entire heaven and earth. An aura of destruction suddenly rose, and a terrifying power sufficient for mutual annihilation slowly brewed within Tao Shi's body. The sky changed color, and the earth trembled. The survival of the ninja world once again hung by a thread. A terrifying and destructive aura surged wildly from within Mamoshiki's body, the gray-white primordial chakra, churning violently, burning and boiling. His skin rippled with eerie dark red patterns as the Ōtsutsuki bloodline within him burned and overdrawn every inch of his flesh, accumulating explosive force enough to upheave the land. Once the bloodline fully detonated, not only would Mamoshiki instantly vanish, but the entire Konoha and thousands of miles of land would turn to scorched earth, and most of the shinobi world's living beings would perish in an instant in this catastrophe. Madman! Nagato's pupils contracted sharply, his Rinnegan fixed on the figure ahead, a bone-chilling coldness in his heart. Using his own bloodline origin as explosive, this was no longer a battle but a sheer act of destructive vengeance. Naruto gritted his teeth, the Ninetales sensing the world-ending crisis, its fur bristling as crimson chakra surged maniacally. Sasuke clenched his fists, his Mangekyo Sharingan at its most solemn, ready to unleash his strongest dojutsu to block at any moment. Itachi's bloody tears still wet, yet he remained locked onto Mamoshiki's every move, his mind stretched to the limit. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically and he instinctively stepped back several paces. He could accept defeat in battle but refused to be utterly destroyed by such a mutual annihilation. Neji stood in his white robe, wind fluttering, the six paths Byakugan gleaming with golden light, having already seen through all the bloodline changes within Mamoshiki. He knew the opponent was igniting the foundation of life. A moment's delay would make everything irreversible. We cannot let him complete the detonation. Neji's voice was cold and clear, echoing across the sky. Everyone pour all your power into sealing his bloodline flow. The moment the words fell, the six paths powerhouses moved simultaneously. Naruto fully unleashed the Ninetales' true form, 9 enormous tails sweeping across the clouds, vast demonic energy forming a giant fox silhouette that charged head-on, forcefully pressing against Mamoshiki's body to restrict his movement. Sasuke's body flickered forward, his complete Susanoo once again expanded, Amaterasu's black flames engulfing the entire giant, the pitch-black blaze spreading along the limbs, searing Mamoshiki's external chakra and blocking the bloodline ignition. Itachi's Mangekyo spun in both eyes, unleashing an ultimate genjutsu that instantly filled the entire space. Endless illusions directly invaded Mamoshiki's mind, disrupting his consciousness and breaking his will to detonate. Nagato formed hand seals, pouring out all six paths power, a rain of six paths black rods piercing the limbs, the gravitational force of Chibaku Tensei firmly binding the body, suppressing the violent surge of power at its source. Orochimaru activated all his snake jutsu secret arts, tens of thousands of venomous snakes rising and coiling, layers of cold sealing force enveloping, sealing the bloodline occupants. The five powerhouses fully restrained, contained, sealed, and disrupted. At the center of the battlefield, Neji dashed through the air, his six paths Byakugan blazing to the extreme, the 8 trigrams formation around him rotating ceaselessly. Countless gentle fist palm shadows infused with six paths principles danced through the air, landing with pinpoint accuracy on all the origin bloodline acupoints of Mamoshiki's body. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. 8 trigrams, heaven-sealing pulse lock. Pure white palm strikes poured into the body, continuously flowing upstream along the bloodline network, gradually suppressing the burning origin, severing the rampaging chakra and dismantling the impending self-destruction force. White light, black flames, Ninetales, crimson, Rinnegan blue and poisonous mist green intertwined in the sky. The 6 individuals' powers merged into one, forming a massive 6-colored barrier that completely trapped Mamoshiki in the center. Mamoshiki's body was racked with unbearable pain, his mind torn by genjutsu, his flesh bound by brute force, and his bloodline sealed layer by gentle fist. The destructive power about to explode inside him churned incessantly, yet never fully erupted. Release me, you ants of the lower realm! Mamoshiki roared to the sky, his Byakugan turning bloodshot and ferocious, madly driving his remaining power to ram the barrier. Space trembled and cracked continuously, the 6-colored barrier undulating violently on the verge of being shattered. Yet none of the 6 let go, none retreated. The bonds of comrades, the villagers, the countless lives of the shinobi world, all were borne upon their shoulders. Having endured civil war and bloodshed, weathered the oppressive pressure from beyond the heavens, and arrived at this moment, they would not be vanquished now. Neji's gaze was resolute, the gentle fist power in his palms surging once more. Your mission is to harvest planets, but this world's destiny is guarded by us. 6 paths unite, 8 trigrams suppress the heavens, seal. The 6 individuals' auras resonated simultaneously, all forces converging, compressing and gathering inward. A massive binding force descended from the heavens, pressing down through the triple layers of bloodline, flesh and mind. Boom! A deafening earth-shattering roar echoed through heaven and earth. The burning bloodline force within Momoshiki was forcibly severed, the rampaging chakra completely dissipated, and his celestial divine might rapidly waned and fell. The Rinnegan in his palms that could devour all things dimmed, his aura plummeted. The violent, arrogant, and invincible Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki was utterly subdued. He floated limply in midair, his eyes filled with reluctance and disbelief. He had crossed the Star Sea to descend upon the shinobi world, intending to easily harvest the chakra fruit, only to be suppressed and sealed by a group of lower realm ninjas working together. Below, tens of thousands of allied forces gasped in unison, the long strained tension suddenly released. The 5 Kage let out a long breath drenched in cold sweat. Across the land of Konoha, countless civilians looked up at the sky, their hearts filled with boundless reverence. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Neji slowly withdrew his palms, the 6 pads Byakugan's light fading, the 8 trigrams patterns on his body gradually receding. After continuous high-intensity bloodline-sealing combat, and exhausting his 6 pads dojutsu, his figure swayed slightly, nearly falling from the sky. Naruto immediately stepped forward to support Neji, his expression worried. Sasuke and Itachi walked over slowly, their gazes carrying relief and admiration. Nagata looked at the group, his Rinnegan filled with deep emotion. Orochimaru stood aside, quietly watching the weak and bound Momoshiki, thoughts churning within him. The Ōtsutsuki could indeed be defeated by the people of the shinobi world. Bloodline bonds and will, these are enough to rival the celestial gods. Above the sky, the wind gradually calmed, clouds slowly parted, and a ray of heavenly light fell upon the world. Yet everyone understood clearly Momoshiki was merely the first to descend. In the distant void beyond the heavens, more Ōtsutsuki clan members were watching this planet. Today's battle was only the beginning. The true celestial calamity for the shinobi world was far from over. The gunpowder smoke slowly dissipated, and the rolling sea of clouds gradually returned to calm. The oppressive pressure that had enveloped all of Muyi for so long completely vanished. The wind ceased, the shattered space slowly healed, and sunlight once again spilled upon the earth. High in the sky, Daitonmu Taosha was bound layer by 6 pads power, 8 trigrams seal, and Susanoo confinement. His power was withered and weakened, his Byakugan dim and lifeless. He no longer possessed the divine might of the extraterrestrial god who once looked down upon all beings and slaughtered freely, leaving only a heart full of resentment and gloom. He could not move, his innate bloodline was completely sealed by Ningsi, and the Rinnegan in his palm had fallen utterly silent, unable to perform the devouring secret technique ever again. Mingren slowly withdrew the 9 tails chakra, the crimson aura gradually receding into his body. His body was covered with hideous wounds and his stamina was almost completely exhausted. Suizhu closed his Mangekyo Sharingan, a wave of fatigue sweeping over his body. Prolonged overuse of his ocular power left his eyes stinging and sore. Yu leaned against the remains of the Susanoo, constantly wiping the blood tears flowing from the corners of his eyes, his spirit already on the verge of exhaustion. The blue light of Changmen's Rinnegan slowly dimmed, the phantom of the 6 paths statue dissipated into the void, and most of his 6 paths power was depleted. Ningsi stood in the center of the group, his white robe stained with blood, his figure slight but still upright. The recently withdrawn 6 paths Byakugan had cost an immense mental energy, leaving his limbs slightly weak, yet his gaze remained clear and calm. Beside them, Shiwan dismissed the surrounding snakes and the Edo Tensei formation, his narrow eyes roaming over the sealed Taosha as countless calculations ran through his mind. Witnessing the ninja world sealing an authentic Daitonmu completely overturned his long-held understanding of extraterrestrial bloodlines. Below, tens of thousands of allied ninja gradually ceased their assault, and the tense battle spirit slowly dissipated. The 5 Kage stepped into the air, gazing at the tightly bound Taosha, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. No one had ever imagined that a calamity capable of annihilating the ninja world could actually be halted by these young powerhouses. Liang said in a deep voice. This great battle depended entirely on the young people of Muyi fighting desperately with their lives. Without them, the ninja world would have ceased to exist today. Tuing slowly nodded, his aged gaze falling on the 4 of them. In the past, we harbored suspicion and feared Muyi's combat power. Now it seems when facing a great enemy, only by uniting as one can we ensure the survival of all beings. Feng and Shuiying fell silent in turn. All the past barriers and prejudices in their hearts vanished after this life-and-death battle. In the face of an external enemy, the grudges between villages were insignificant. The 3rd Hokage slowly ascended into the air, looking at the wounded crowd above the sky, his heart filled with pain and emotion. This great victory has temporarily eased the crisis, but we must never let our guard down. Everyone knew in their hearts. Taosha was merely the vanguard scout of the Daitonmu. The fact that they could easily send one to descend upon the planet was enough to prove that the depth of the extraterrestrial clan was unfathomable. Today's narrow victory did not mean they could remain safe in the future. How should we deal with this Daitangmu? Changmen asked. Keeping him alive would bring endless hidden dangers. Killing him directly would most likely instantly provoke his extraterrestrial kin, causing a large-scale invasion of the ninja world. For a moment everyone fell into silence. Ning Xiai spoke slowly, his voice calm and rational. We cannot kill him, nor can we release him. Seal Taosher in secret and guard him under strict confinement. First, we can avoid immediately attracting the Daitangmu army, and second, we can use him to explore the weaknesses and intelligence of the Daitangmu clan. His words instantly enlightened everyone. Suizhu nodded slightly. Indeed. We know nothing about the extraterrestrial clan. Keeping Taosher is our greatest leverage. Yu echoed softly. Knowing the enemy's details, when the true Great War comes we will have a fighting chance. After a brief discussion they quickly reached a decision. The 5 great hidden villages would jointly select elite forces to establish an extremely secret underground sealing location, jointly guard and imprison Taosher, and never leak any information. The allied forces began to retreat in an orderly manner, with ninjas from each village tending to their injuries and cleaning the battlefield. The extraterrestrial war that had shaken the entire ninja world thus came to a temporary close. The sunset dyed the sky with twilight. Above Mu Yi only 6 people remained: Ning Xiai, Mingren, Suizhu, Changmen and Dishiwan. Having fought side by side through life and death, there was no longer any barrier or opposition among them. Changmen looked at the 4, his Rinnegan carrying a sense of relief. I once clung to the idea of saving the world through pain, but now I understand. What truly protects the world has never been destruction and war, but a heart like yours that fights desperately to protect bonds. With that, Changmen moved and turned to leave in the direction of Yuin. The calamity was not yet over. He needed to return and reorganize his strength, waiting for the next crisis to descend. Dishiwan took a deep look at Ning Xiai's Suizhu and Yu and spoke lightly. 6 paths: Byakugan, Mangekyo, Sharingan, Rinnegan. The upper limit of this ninja world is far higher than I imagined. I will continue to study the Daitangmu bloodline. If the great enemy comes again, I will still lend my aid. With those words, Dishiwan's figure turned into a wisp of white smoke and vanished into the depths of the forest. Between heaven and earth, only 4 people remained standing side by side. The evening breeze blew, stirring their blood-stained clothes. Looking back at the devastated sky and earth, the 4 were filled with complex emotions. Mingren gazed at the distant horizon and whispered, If the Daitangmu come again next time, can we still win? Suizhu's eyes were distant. I don't know. But as long as the 4 of us are together, we will not let the ninja world fall. You looked up into the endless void and said calmly, Taosher is only the beginning. The true calamity is on its way. Ning Xiai raised his eyes to the vast sky, his Byakugan piercing through the clouds to see the unseen celestial river. He could faintly sense that in the depths of the void several cold gazes had already locked onto this planet. Enduring, peering, waiting for the right moment. The Daitangmu clan had not gone far. The 4 exchanged glances and without a word clenched their fists. The Byakugan Sharingan and Ninetail's power shimmered faintly in the twilight. A brief peace had arrived, but the undercurrents never ceased. The destined conflict between the ninja world and the celestial gods was far from over. A new crisis was quietly brewing in the depths of the universe. In the distant boundless depths of outer space, dim and lifeless, the river of stars flowed endlessly. Amid the void, far from the shinobi world, 2 tall and slender figures silently floated within the dark starry abyss. They were enveloped in an aura of aloof Ōtsutsuki presence, their gray-white robes billowing silently in the void. Pairs of pure white indifferent eyes pierced through the endless nebula, fixated on the tiny azure planet of the shinobi world. These were none other than Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki and Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. Urashiki, who had previously ventured alone to the shinobi world to scout and harvest chakra, had not sent back any word for a long time. Kinshiki was broad-shouldered and rugged, his body radiating a fierce and domineering chakra. His brows were cold, and his entire being exuded a murderous aura. He held a slender glowing chakra blade in one hand, his gaze icy as it fell upon the planet below. His voice was low and indifferent. Urashiki has been in the lower realm for a long time with no news at all. His presence has completely vanished. It seems he has fallen on that low-level planet. Beside him, Urashiki was slender and graceful, with light-colored hair and narrow, cunning Byakugan eyes. His expression was languid, but beneath it lay extreme cunning and deep schemes. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze piercing through the spatial barrier to land on the land of fire. A mere immature planet bearing a chakra fruit, yet it managed to bring down a member of our Ōtsutsuki clan. Those lower realm shinobi are quite unexpected. The 2 had already glimpsed through spatial perception the earth-shattering battle above Konoha. They had witnessed Neji's 6 paths Byakugan Sasuke and Itachi's dual Mangekyo Naruto's 9 tails origin and Nagato's mastered Rinnegan. For 6 paths bloodline inheritances all gathered in one place. Kenshiki's pupils slightly contracted, his hand gripping the blade tightening slowly. Byakugan Uchiha Sharingan 9 tails Jinchuriki Rinnegan. All concentrated on the same planet in the same village. The chakra purity of this land has far exceeded expectations. Urashiki's lips curled into a playful smile, greed flickering in his Byakugan. Urashiki was too arrogant and reckless, charging in alone and unprepared, allowing those ants to join forces and seal him. If the two of us descend together, not just a few junior shinobi but the entire shinobi world would instantly become nourishment. In the starry sky, pressure slowly rose. Unlike Urashiki's devouring and absorbing abilities, Kenshiki excelled in close-quarters combat, his physical strength and weapon prowess unmatched among his clan. Urashiki was proficient in space-time teleportation, time reversal genjutsu, and illusions, elusive and almost without flaws. Together their combat power far surpassed that of the earlier Urashiki by several times. The clan leader has long been aware of this situation. Urashiki spoke softly, a hint of reverence in his tone. The clan's high echelons already know that a complete 6 paths bloodline inheritor has been born in the lower realm. Before long they will dispatch the true main force of our clan to descend upon this world. Kenshiki's long blade lightly swept, splitting the void into fine cracks. Until then the two of us will descend first. Rescue Urashiki, clear all obstacles, harvest the planet's origin ahead of time, and await the arrival of the army. The cold words echoed slowly through the galaxy. They did not act immediately but lingered in the outer void, quietly observing, probing, and calculating. They were gauging the combat distribution of the shinobi world, measuring the depth of Neji, and the others' trump cards, waiting for the most opportune moment to descend. The shinobi world was still immersed in the brief peace after the war, all believing the crisis had temporarily ended. No one knew that two Ōtsutsuki far more terrifying than Urashiki had already set their sights on this land. Meanwhile, within the shinobi world, Konoha began slowly repairing the damaged buildings from the war, tending to the wounded and comforting the people. After the extraterrestrial battle, though the village was scarred, the hearts of the people were united and morale was high. Neji, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi returned to their residence to enter seclusion and recover from their injuries. After days of bloody combat, their eyes, bodies, and bloodline origins were drained, leaving them all exhausted. Neji sat quietly in meditation, allowing the power of the 6 paths Byakugan to settle slowly within him. Having undergone a complete awakening, he had touched the true threshold of the 6 paths level, and his own strength had quietly risen again. Sasuke closed his eyes in the room, his Mangekyo spinning continuously as he digested the combat insights from the battle. Itachi, while nursing the injuries to his eyes, deduced the weaknesses of the Ōtsutsuki clan, silently preparing for the next engagement. Naruto stayed by their side, with Kurama constantly soothing the turbulent chakra within him. The four were well aware that peace was merely an illusion. A few days later, in the dead of night, Neji, who was in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, his pure white Byakugan glowing faintly. A cold, ancient extraterrestrial aura far surpassing that of Urashiki locked onto the shinobi continent from across endless space. More than one. Neji murmured, his expression suddenly turning grim. Itachi instantly opened his eyes, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly. Sasuke and Naruto both felt a shudder in their hearts, their hair standing on end. The four raised their heads simultaneously, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. Above the clouds the void rippled faintly. Two faint, terrifying shadows were slowly approaching this planet. The second wave of extraterrestrial invasion was already on its way. More dangerous, more desperate than the last. The true calamity of the shinobi world was about to descend once again. The night was deep, the stars and moon hidden. The entire shinobi world was immersed in the tranquility of the night, with village lights sparse. After the devastation of the battle against Momoshiki, everyone was recuperating, their vigilance lowered. The 5 great hidden villages had reinforced their defenses, and the allied forces had dispersed to their homelands, leaving the land in a state of peace and harmony. Yet only the 4 within the depths of Konoha were utterly tense, their hearts tightly strung. Neji slowly rose to his feet, his white robes fluttering slightly in the night breeze. His perfected Byakugan fully activated, his clear gaze pierced through the thick clouds, reaching straight into the void beyond the heavens. The 2 colossal presences lurking within the starry river were cold, domineering, ancient, and profound. Far more oppressive and terrifying than Momoshiki had been upon his initial descent. 2 Ōtsutsuki auras, Neji said in a low tone, his expression grave to the extreme. One is savage and aggressive, the other inscrutable and unpredictable. Their combined auras, overall strength far surpasses Momoshiki's. Itachi slowly opened his eyes, his crimson Mangekyo glimmering faintly in the darkness, the gravity in his gaze unshaken. Momoshiki was merely a vanguard probe. Now the true main force is coming. Sasuke clenched his fists slowly, his chakra stirring involuntarily around him. Last time it took 6 of us joining forces just to barely seal Momoshiki away. Now that 2 of them descend together, the situation will only grow more perilous. Behind Naruto, the crimson chakra of Kurama rose gradually, its beastly eyes alertly fixed on the high sky, his inner unease swelling. Could there be so many Ōtsutsuki beyond the heavens? Before he could finish, a thunderous roar shook the vast firmament violently. The entire night sky suddenly darkened, and a pitch-black spatial rift tore open, once more wider and more jagged than before. Violet lightning surged across the heavens, and the desolate icy pressure of a divine might crashed down like a tsunami upon the entire shinobi world. A fierce gale swept the land, snapping trees, reversing rivers, and cracking the earth. The rift in the void slowly expanded, and 2 slender figures stepped forth from the celestial river, walking leisurely. On the left, Kinshiki, clad in a gray-white robe, his towering and sturdy frame wielding a long chakra blade. His aura was sharp and fierce, his killing intent direct and savage. Every fiber of his being flowed with pure combat blood. On the right, Urashiki, with a light and graceful bearing, his expression languid and sinister, his Byakugan narrow and icy. The space around him constantly twisted and flickered, an invisible force enveloping the surroundings, making his movements unpredictable. Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki and Ōtsutsuki Urashiki had officially descended upon the shinobi world. The 2 hovered 10,000 meters in the sky, looking down indifferently upon the entire land. Their gazes swept across mountains and rivers, finally locking on to Konoha's location. So Momoshiki is imprisoned in this village, Urashiki said with a soft chuckle, his tone dripping with mockery and coldness. A bunch of mortals from the lower realm dare to imprison one of our Ōtsutsuki clan. Quite bold. Kinshiki tightened his grip on the blade, which hummed and trembled, its killing aura surging toward the ground. Hand over Momoshiki and surrender all bloodline inheritors and the planet's chakra. Submit, and you may live. If you resist, tonight not a single blade of grass will remain in Konoha. The cold, indifferent voice echoed for thousands of miles, reaching the ears of every shinobi. In an instant, every sensory-type shinobi in the 5 great hidden villages changed color. The Reikage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage all jolted up from their residences, their eyes snapping toward the darkened sky above Konoha, their hearts shaken. Another Ōtsutsuki has descended, and 2 of them. Their auras are several times more terrifying than the last one. Immediately issue orders. Level 1 combat readiness. Assemble all forces. The piercing alarm resounded again through the 5 villages, and a long-lost panic swept over the shinobi world. The shadow of war, barely settled, once again loomed over the earth. Within Konoha, alarm bells rang, fires flared up. The 3rd Hokage's expression changed drastically as he immediately issued the highest mobilization order. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Asuma, and other jonin instantly rushed to the streets, organizing civilian evacuations, while all shinobi armed themselves and stood ready. High above the sky, Kinshiki's gaze was cold, his blades slowly raised, already prepared to strike and flatten Konoha. Not so fast. Urashiki raised a hand to stop him, his Byakugan narrowing slightly, piercing through Konoha's barrier, to precisely lock onto the 4 figures within the courtyard. Let's first meet those 4 special bloodlines. Complete Byakugan dual Mangekyo, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the sealed Momoshiki. Capture them all in one fell swoop, that would be perfect. As his words fell, Urashiki's form suddenly blurred. Space twisted instantly, his figure vanishing without a trace, and the next moment, he appeared above Konoha. Kinshiki followed close behind, his long blade drawn, its fierce aura streaking across the sky. The 2 celestial beings pressed slowly toward the location of Neji and his companions. The 4 rose into the air simultaneously. White robes, red hair, black attire, and deep blue, standing shoulder to shoulder facing the descending twin gods. Neji's Byakugan was clear, his 8 trigrams chakra spreading around him. Naruto's Nine-Tails aura blazed into the sky, his fighting spirit fierce. Sasuke's Mangekyo spun with crimson light, the power of Susanoo gathering in secret. Itachi's eyes were calm, silently preparing to unleash his ultimate ocular technique. One enemy was difficult enough, 2 were even more dangerous. The last battle was a desperate defense of the seal, this one was a true life-and-death bloodbath. Urashiki smiled lazily, his gaze sweeping over the 4. So you defeated Momoshiki. Kinshiki pointed his blade forward, his killing intent undisguised. Today we settle all accounts. The confrontation in the sky, the flame of war ready to ignite. Kinshiki pointed his blade forward, his killing intent undisguised. Today we settle all accounts. The confrontation in the sky, the flame of war ready to ignite. The night wind suddenly ceased, the clouds growing still. 4 figures stood against the vast sky confronting 2 Ōtsutsuki powerhouses who had descended from above. On one side were the 4 peak prodigies of the ninja world who had weathered bloody death matches to preserve the last spark of life. On the other side were the twin deities from beyond the starry sea whose combat prowess had utterly crushed Momoshiki. Their auras collided with thunderous force, unleashing an invisible storm that erupted across the heavens. Urashiki rested one hand behind his back, his elongated Byakugan slowly scanning the 4 before him, a gaze brimming with keen interest yet laced with undisguised contempt. Momoshiki's arrogance and carelessness, his obsession with devouring and brute force, no wonder he fell at your hands. But do you truly believe the Ōtsutsuki's power ends there? Before his words finished echoing, Urashiki's body shifted slightly. There was no spatial ripple, no chakra fluctuation. His figure simply vanished from where he stood in an instant. His speed had long transcended the limits of body flicker and spatial manipulation itself, leaping through fragments of time to appear beside Itachi in a single heartbeat. A wisp of pale white chakra gathered at his fingertips, light yet razor-sharp, driving straight toward the vital point between Itachi's brows. Everything unfolded at speeds beyond ordinary perception, leaving no trace for mortal eyes to follow. Careful! Ningi's Byakugan flared violently, the power of the 6 paths iris piercing through the temporal path in an instant. His 8 trigrams footwork moved to its peak as his white robes shifted sideways, both palms striking Urashiki's elbow with gentle fist techniques. The palm wind struck with pinpoint accuracy, forcibly deflecting the lethal ambush. A sharp metallic ring echoed as the chakra clash burst with faint light. Urashiki raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. To see through my space-time leap? This Byakugan is truly remarkable. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Kinshiki had already moved on the other side. His massive frame shattered through the sea of clouds, his long blade gleaming with bone-chilling cold as the domineering mighty Ōtsutsuki chakra coiled entirely around the weapon's edge. With a single horizontal strike, blade aura stretching 100 yards, tearing through clouds with the force to split mountains and crack the earth, directly bearing down on Naruto ahead. Naruto's expression hardened as the Nine-Tails chakra erupted violently, 9 tail whips crossing in the air to form layered defenses before him. Boom! The blade aura slashed down with explosive force, the Nine-Tails' massive tail trembling violently as layers of crimson chakra shattered. Naruto was swept backward by the overwhelming power, his chest churning with blood and chi arms going numb as the heel of his hand cracked and bled. A single casual strike had critically wounded the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Your physical strength isn't bad. Kinshiki advanced with his blade, his killing intent intensifying with each step. But beneath the weapons of the true Ōtsutsuki you are no match. Sasuke's pupils flashed crimson as his Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. Dark Susanoo bones erupted from his body, forming a colossal skeletal frame, and gripping his long sword he launched himself straight at Kinshiki. 2 colossal weapons collided with thunderous force high in the sky. Susanoo's greatsword against Kinshiki's chakra blade, the clash of metal ringing through heaven and earth. Fierce shockwaves radiated outward, shattering all surrounding clouds. Sasuke's arms trembled violently, every meridian screaming in pain as Kinshiki's brutal force systematically overpowered him. Kinshiki specialized in close-quarters combat. His physical prowess, battle experience, and lethal techniques all far exceeded Momoshiki's. In a contest of raw power, Sasuke was completely outmatched. One fought the golden-bladed war god while the other danced against the space-time trickster. From the moment the battle began, the situation had already fallen into dire disadvantage. Itachi moved along the battlefield's edge, his Mangekyo constantly scanning as he sought an opening to cast genjutsu and disrupt their focus. But Urashiki's presence flickered through shifting dimensions, making it impossible to pin down his true form. Kinshiki's will was ironclad, single-minded in his killing intent. Ordinary genjutsu could not penetrate him in the slightest. The illusion failed immediately. Don't scatter! Ningi shouted loudly, his white robes standing firm against the chaotic currents. His perfect body Byakugan scanned everything, tracking every strike, spatial landing point and chakra flow from both opponents. Urashiki controls space-time, do not engage him alone. Kinshiki's strength is unmatched, avoid direct confrontation. Naruto handles Kinshiki's brute force, Sasuke finds openings on the flanks, Itachi controls the field. When the moment comes, I will anticipate Urashiki's movements. Having fought together through their last great battle, the 4 had developed seamless coordination. At his command they instantly shifted positions. Naruto abandoned head-on clashes, using the Nine-Tails tail whips to constantly harass and tie down Kinshiki's frontal assault. Sasuke used Susanoo's mobility to circle and strike at the pressure points around Kinshiki, while Itachi focused his eyes, weaving deep spiritual illusions in the gaps between their clashes. Ningi moved through the 8 trigrams formations, his figure elusive, appearing precisely where Urashiki materialized after each teleportation. His gentle fist techniques continuously sealed off chakra flow within Urashiki's body, disrupting the space-time jutsu activation. Soft thuds echoed. Urashiki's teleportations were intercepted each time by Ningi. The space-time power repeatedly disrupted his form, forced to manifest once more. His lazy smile finally faded, replaced by an icy coldness in his gaze. A mere lower world gentle fist repeatedly thwarting my techniques. It seems I must eliminate you first. Space around Urashiki warped violently as time itself began reversing throughout the entire area. Every blocked attack dissipated chakra, and fading form rewound and reappeared as if starting anew. In an instant, countless shadowy figures materialized simultaneously from every direction, converging to slay Ningi alone. Time reversal, multiple instantaneous kill. Killing intent blanketed the white-robed youth from every angle. On the other flank, Kinshiki, frustrated by the constant harassment, raised his long sword high as gray-white chakra erupted skyward, forming a massive slash that spanned the heavens. Ōtsutsuki Sword Art Star Severing Slash. A pitch-black blade aura eclipsed the sky, bringing down annihilating pressure directly toward Naruto and Sasuke. One front faced an inescapable space-time assassination network, while the other was crushed by the star-rending blade's overwhelming force. All 4 powerful fighters were simultaneously trapped in dire straits. Below, the Konoha soldiers' hearts raced as the allied ninja clenched their fists, holding their breath. The 5 Kages sped toward the battlefield, ready to intervene at any moment. Ningi gazed upward at the swirling temporal remnants, his expression calm yet resolute. The 6 paths Byakugan erupted in golden radiance, as the 8 trigrams formations slowly unfolded around him. Across the sky, countless temporal afterimages interlaced and crisscrossed as numerous Pushur's clones launched attacks from different time points. Each figure carried a lethal strike with cunning angles and ghostly speed, sealing off all of Ningxi's evasive space from every direction. Time flowed in disarray, space folded layer upon layer, and the entire region had become Pushur's hunting domain. For any ordinary powerhouse it would mean instant death. But in Ningxi's eyes, the 6-fold golden light of the Lu Dao Bai Yen blazed brilliantly, seeing through past and future, revealing all temporal trajectories, spatial points, and origins of techniques. In his view, even the most profound time-space manipulation was merely a clear network of veins. Bagua, air domain seal. Ningxi stepped forward, and the Bagua pattern spread from beneath his feet across the void. The pure white chakra of the gentle fist exploded outward as a circular barrier. Without fierce offense, it precisely blocked all temporal jump points. One by one, the afterimages struck the Bagua barrier, shattering instantly, and being forcibly expelled back to the present. All of Pushur's time-based ambushes failed completely. Impossible. Pushur's expression shifted dramatically, for the first time his heart shaken. His time-space secret arts, which had dominated the starry sea, were seen through, sealed and countered by a pair of Bai Yen. Seizing the moment of Pushur's shock, Ningxi surged forward, unleashing a torrent of 1,000 gentle fist palm strikes. Each palm struck precisely at the meridians and acupoints, blocking the flow of time-space chakra within Pushur's body. Wave after wave of sharp pain hit, and Pushur staggered back, his expression dark and grim. On the other side of the sky, the devastating blade light descended. The star-splitting slash, infused with the primal destructive power of Datong Mu, pressed down upon Mingren and Zhuozhu, causing the very heavens to tremble. Zhuozhu! Mingren roared, fully extending his 9 tails form. The 9 giant tails intertwined, shielding both himself and Zhuozhu at the center. Crimson boiling 9 tails chakra surged skyward, forming a colossal fox-shaped barrier to withstand the divine blade. Boom! The thunderous roar echoed across 1,000 leagues of cloud sea. The giant fox trembled violently, its surface chakra cracking and crumbling, fractures spreading rapidly. Zhuozhu gritted his teeth, fully manifesting Su's Winning Hu to reinforce the 9 tails. The giant crossed its arms in defense, absorbing most of the blade's pressure. The blade light raged fiercely, sending shockwaves in all directions. Both figures sank, blood gushing from their mouths uncontrollably, every bone and sinew screaming in agony. With a single strike from Jinshur, both were gravely wounded. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Jinshur's eyes were icy as he stepped forward, ready to pursue and finish them off. At that moment, a streak of crimson light shot out of nowhere. Yu's figure flickered, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, having been waiting in ambush. Without casting large-scale illusions or ninjutsu, Yu discarded all wasteful moves, using extreme speed to close in. He condensed chakra in his hand and struck directly at the meridian of Jinshur's sword-wielding wrist. Simple, clean, lethal. Jinshur felt a numbness in his wrist, his chakra flows suddenly stagnating and his grip on the blade loosened. The second killing blow about to fall was forcibly interrupted. Ōtsutsuki seized the fleeting gap, his Suzuwa long sword wrapped in endless Amaterasu black flames slashing upward diagonally. The inextinguishable black flames clung to the blade, burning fiercely, aiming straight for Jinshi's chest. Simultaneously, Ming Ren's nine-tails tail swept sideways, a colossal force hammering into Jinshi's flank. Flame and force a pincer attack from left and right. Jinshi was forced to defend his long sword, blocking in front, barely withstanding both assaults. The violent collision, despite his formidable physique, sent him stumbling back several steps. The four regrouped swiftly, reforming their offensive and defensive formation. Ning Xi held the center, seeing through time and space, sealing secret arts. You roamed the flanks, waiting for openings to disrupt the rhythm. Ōtsutsuki led the assault with Suzuwa black flames wreathing the blade. Ming Ren in his nine-tails form bore the brunt of the damage and restrained brute force. The four moved as one, each covering the other's weaknesses. Even against two Datong Mu far stronger than Tao Shi, they held the line without a single one breaking or fleeing. Below, four powerful auras shot up from the ground. The fourth Reikage, the third Ōtsutsuki, the fifth Kazekage, the fifth Mizukage, and the third Hokage all arrived at the edge of the sky. The five Kage watched the fierce, bloody battle above with grave expressions, but did not rashly intervene. They understood. In a battle of such celestial gods, a mere Kage-level entry would only become cannon fodder. Only Ning Xi, Mingren's Wu and you could truly contend with the Datong Mu. On the battlefield, Pu Shi and Jinshi exchanged glances, both seeing displeasure and surprise in each other's eyes. They had expected to descend and easily crush the lower realm, capturing bloodline inheritors and rescuing Tao Shi. Unexpectedly, these four shinobi from the lower realm exceeded all expectations in combat resilience, battle coordination, and bloodline talent. Pu Shi slowly raised his hand, his Baiyan's cold light turning utterly frigid. Enough delay. Time to get serious. Jinshi slowly tightened his grip on his long sword, his gray-white chakra surging once more, the aura of slaughter shooting into the heavens. Together. Crush them. One commanded time and space, the other wielded the star blade of destruction. The two Datong Mu prepared to join forces fully. The storm howled and the sea of clouds rolled back. The four braced themselves, their breath taut, their clothes torn and bloodied, yet their eyes remained as firm as iron. The true full-force clash of the second bloodbath was about to erupt. Biting cold winds swept across the vast expanse of sky as two supreme extraterrestrial pressures crushed the entire cloud cover to its knees. Around Ura, space wildly twisted and folded, his Byakugan cold and indifferent, countless microscopic spatial rifts continuously opening and closing around his body. The primordial forces of time and space were now fully unleashed, their playful restraint and cautious probing entirely abandoned. Beside him, Kane's long blade pointed toward the heavens, his gray-white origin chakra erupting like a volcanic eruption. The blade's surface shimmered with a chilling radiance capable of annihilating all things, and an aura of slaughter so intense enveloped his surroundings. One wielded the treacherous arts of time and space, while the other excelled in devastating offensive strikes. The two apex Ōtsutsuki had now fully joined forces. This game ends here. Ura spoke softly, and his form vanished in an instant. This time it was not a mere short-range teleportation, it was an outright manipulation of the very fabric of space-time across the entire battlefield. At the same moment, dozens of figures materialized from every direction, each carrying complete combat power, each wielding a lethal assassination strike. Temporal space clones enclosing from all directions to kill. In nearly the same instant, Kane stepped into the air and swung his long blade in rapid succession. Massive blade auras, dense and condensed, carved through the sky like torrential rain, sealing off all possible evasion angles for the four. The blade wind tore through the air, leaving shattered space in its wake as destruction surged forward. For a moment, clones filled the sky above while a sea of blades surrounded them below. No escape in front, behind, or on either side. Scatter. Use your movement techniques to evade. Neji shouted loudly, his six paths Byakugan spinning rapidly, precisely capturing the trajectory of every clone and the landing point of every blade aura. His pure white 8 trigrams chakra spread fully across his body, his footwork shifting unpredictably, and he sidestepped to dodge the spatial assassination strike as soon as it came. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun at incredible speed, his figure becoming a crimson blur, as he deftly weaved through the gaps between blade auras. He knew that meeting force with force head-on would leave him gravely injured, so he relied on the Uchiha's peak movement techniques to dance around and search for openings. Sasuke's Susanoo fully manifested its colossal form, shielding his body, Amaterasu's black flames roaring across his surface, brute force blocking several descending blade strikes. The black flames collided with the blade aura's thunderous explosions constantly erupting, yet the indestructible flames were being continuously suppressed and worn down by Ōtsutsuki chakra. Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra erupted in full force, nine-tail whips lashing wildly, striking the incoming blade auras, his massive physical form facing the shockwaves head-on. But the destructive power of Kane's full-power strikes was too terrifying. The tail whips were repeatedly severed and the crimson chakra continuously dissipated. Squelch. Ura's true form, hidden within a temporal-spatial rift, silently circled behind Itachi. Sharp chakra concentrated at his fingertips, and he struck without the slightest warning. Itachi sensed the danger and dodged to the side, but was still half a step too slow. The piercing force sliced through his shoulder garment, a deep wound exposing bone, instantly forming blood, instantly soaking his robe. Itachi. Sasuke's heart tightened, his Susanoo immediately pivoting, the black flame blade sweeping horizontally to repel Ura's true form. Seizing this opening, Kane caught the flaw, lunged forward, and slashed his long blade horizontally toward Naruto's waist. Enormous force crashed into Kurama's protective chakra with a thunderous impact. Beneath the deafening roar, Naruto felt as though struck by a massive hammer, blood gushing from his mouth as his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the clouds. In just one round of coordinated assault, all four were wounded. White robes stained with blood, red clothes drenched, black garments speckled crimson. In just a brief moment the tide of battle had completely tilted. Below, the five Kage's hearts sank, their faces draining of color. The combined strength of the two Ōtsutsuki was far too terrifying, far exceeding that of Momoshiki fighting alone. Previously 6 people had barely managed to seal one of them, but now 4 were fighting 2 alone and were already on the verge of total collapse. If this continues, they'll all die in battle. The Kazekage muttered softly, his fists clenched tightly. On the battlefield, Ura drifted through the void, constantly shifting his true body's position, launching surprise attacks from impossible angles again and again. Kane pressed forward with overwhelming brute force, each slash lethal, each step relentless, continuously compressing the four's living space. Neji dodged temporal assassinations while simultaneously using gentle fist acupoint strikes to interfere, but there were too many clones to handle them all. His shoulders and back were slashed by temporal blade attacks in succession, his pristine white robes already soaked through with blood, his body swaying slightly as his stamina rapidly depleted. We cannot keep taking this passively. Neji gritted his teeth, steadying his body as the golden light of his 6 paths Byakugan flared once more. Release the full power of your bloodlines, hold nothing back. Let's break through this encirclement together. As the words fell, all 4 made up their minds simultaneously. Naruto let out a mighty roar toward the heavens, Kurama's chakra going completely wild, human and fox merging into one entity, his entire body blazing crimson as his physical strength surged to its peak. Sasuke's Mangekyo pupils deepened to a darker crimson as his Susanoo reached its final form, black flames wreathing the colossal blade, his oppressive aura soaring to the heavens. Itachi's eyes blazed with resolve, the ocular power he had concealed for so long fully unleashed, his spiritual force sweeping in all directions. Neji's body was enveloped in the radiant glow of 8 trigrams patterns, his 6 paths Byakugan fully opened, the dormant Ōtsutsuki primal bloodline within him suddenly awakening. 4 ultimate bloodline auras shot into the heavens, confronting the 2 extraterrestrial deities in a thunderous standoff. Enduring their wounds, facing the killing intent raining down from above. The 4 no longer defended, they chose to counterattack with full force simultaneously. Ura watched the 4's suddenly surging power, a cold smile touching his lips. Releasing all your strength. Perfect. I shall take all of your bloodlines. Kane's gaze was expressionless, his long blade slowly raised, preparing to deliver the final strike that would end everything. Life and death hung by a thread, the world stripped bare in the face of such killing intent. The 4 legendary ninja of the shinobi world fighting desperately in a dire situation. The sea of clouds drifted, the setting sun stained with blood. High in the sky 4 figures stood in disarray, each bearing severe injuries, their auras faltering. Naruto's chest wound cut deep to the bone, his Nine-Tails chakra thin and dim, making it extremely difficult to even maintain the tailed beast's cloak. Itachi's arm was pierced and bleeding, his Mangekyo overloaded, his vision beginning to blur. Sasuke's complete body Susanoo was covered in cracks, the black flames of Amaterasu flickering weakly, his dojutsu nearly exhausted. Neji's white robes were soaked in blood, his Bagua chakra scattered after continuously predicting and sealing spacetime, his mind was already drained. Across from them Urashiki and Kinshiki's auras were at their peak, their pressure overwhelming all directions. One commanded time and space, the other wielded a starblade, the 2 celestial gods had already seized control of the battlefield. Give up. Urashiki's Byakugan was indifferent, his tone cold and detached. Your bonds will and ninja way are worthless before the divine power of the Ōtsutsuki. Surrender your bloodline obediently, and today you may keep your lives. If you insist on resisting, you will all fall here. Kinshiki slowly raised his blade, the tip aimed at the four, a chilling cold light pointing straight at their hearts. The chakra fruit of this land and your four unique six paths bloodlines were always meant to belong to the Ōtsutsuki. The shadow of death completely enveloped the sky. Below, tens of thousands of ninjas fell silent, the five Kage with grim expressions, their hands trembling slightly. They knew very well that once the four fell, the entire ninja world would have no power to resist left to be harvested and slaughtered by the extraterrestrial clan. Just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, the four on the brink of death slowly exchanged glances. Naruto looked at his comrades who had bled with him, recalling the perseverance and protection they had shared along the way. Sasuke looked at Itachi, who was like a brother, remembering the clan and the world he had shouldered. Itachi gazed at the three before him, his obsession, protection, and tenderness all merging within his heart. Neji looked back at the three, his will to break free from fate, protect his comrades, and protect the world reaching its peak. The obsessions in the hearts of the four resonated, and their bonds surged in a thunderous resonance within the desperate situation. Boom! A vast ancient golden light originating from the most primal source of the six paths sage rose simultaneously from beneath the four. The Nine Tails' demonic power, the Uchiha's dojutsu, the six paths Byakugan's power, and the heart of protection, four completely different bloodline powers intermingled, intertwined, and merged into one in the life and death crisis. No one activated a jutsu, no one deliberately channeled chakra. It was merely the shared desire to protect this world that stirred the six paths' origin buried deep between heaven and earth. The entire sky blazed with golden light, the clouds dyed a warm gold. The depleted Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto suddenly revived, Crimson Foxfire once again soaring into the sky, and his physical injuries healed at an incredible speed. Sasuke's cracked Susanoo solidified again, his Mangekyo Sharingan flowing with six paths golden light, and the black flames of Amaterasu became more concentrated and domineering. Itachi's depleted dojutsu slowly returned, the wounds on his body stopped bleeding and scabbed over, and his mental fatigue vanished. Neji's eyes blazed with the power of the six paths Byakugan, the Bagua formation around him spun without ceasing, and the dormant Ōtsutsuki origin within him fully awakened and completed. Wounds rapidly faded and their auras surged step by step. The power of the four was no longer fighting separately. Their bonds merged, the six paths resonated, and the four together stepped into the demigod realm. Their originally decaying and weak aura instantly crushed back, confronting the two great Ōtsutsuki gods. Urashiki's pupils sharply contracted, his face full of disbelief. Impossible! How can the bonds of mortals stir the power of the six paths origin? Kinshiki's hand gripping the blade suddenly tightened, his expression showing violent shock for the first time. He had fought across countless stars for eons, seen countless geniuses of bloodlines, but had never seen beings who relied on the bonds of comrades to break their own limits. We have never been alone from the very beginning. Naruto slowly straightened his body, his eyes firm as fire. Sasuke, with his Susanoo regaining its edge, spoke in a cold, sharp voice. You don't understand. The power of the ninja world has never been in bloodlines but in bonds. Itachi gently lowered his eyes, his blood tears dissipating, his gaze gentle yet resolute. If you want to flatten this place, you'll have to go through the four of us first. Neji stood on the Bagua formation, his white robes fluttering in the wind, his six paths eyes overlooking the two gods ahead. You call yourselves gods, despising all living beings. But when the hearts of all beings unite, they can shake the heavens. The four figures advanced side by side, surrounded by golden light, their auras soaring upward. The deadlock that had just formed was reversed in an instant. Urashiki's face turned completely dark, the space around him raging wildly. Kinshiki's long blade's cold light surged, and his killing power was once again maxed out. You don't know your place. Then let me personally crush your so-called bonds and six paths transformation. The two gods simultaneously became enraged, preparing to exhaust all their origin power for a final death battle. The golden light of the sky and the gray-white chakra from beyond collided with a roar. The decisive battle was about to erupt. Crimson foxfire soared to the sky, blazing across the plains, while a pitch-black Susanoo spanned the vast heavens. The Uchiha's dual pupils glowed with an eerie scarlet, and the Hyūga's six paths Byakugan shone brilliantly, illuminating the nine firmaments. Four bloodline powers belonging to the pinnacle of the ninja world converged unreservedly in the high sky, intertwining and coalescing into a vast surging aura that surged straight toward the galaxy. Even facing two veteran Ōtsutsuki powerhouses, the four of them showed not a trace of fear in their eyes, only the resolute determination to fight to the death. Let's attack together! With a thunderous roar, Naruto fully unleashed the true form of the Nine Tails. Its nine colossal tails wreathed in crimson flames that could incinerate all charged head-on toward Jinchur with fierce momentum. The gale was torn apart by the fox's tails and the earth trembled. Pure ultimate physical might confronted the celestial war god. Jinshi's expression remained unruffled as he brought his long blade down with a thunderous strike. The frigid blade light collided with the Nine-Tails' massive tails in a cataclysmic impact. A deafening explosion erupted and violent shockwaves rampaged in all directions, clearing vast swaths of clouds. Naruto's entire body trembled violently, his wounds tearing open once more, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to retreat a single step, clinging tenaciously to Jinshi's every attack. Sasuke! Itachi's figure suddenly blurred as he ascended into the air. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, spreading a vast deep illusion, silently infiltrating Pushi's mind without a sound. It did not interfere with the flow of time and space, nor did it disturb spatial perception, it only targeted the layers of consciousness and spirit binding them. Seizing the moment of Pushi's fleeting distraction, Sasuke leaped forth, riding his perfect Susanoo. The giant, wielding a long blade entwined with the black flames of Amaterasu, brought down a devastating slash from above, aiming to cleave Pushi's true body. Black fire filled the sky and killing intent arrived in an instant. Pushi snapped out of the illusion's daze in an instant, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. He immediately performed a time-space leap to evade. But just as his form was about to vanish, a white-clad figure had already been waiting at the landing point. Neji planted his feet in the 8 trigram stance, his 6 paths Byakugan perceiving all changes in time and space. Both palms gleamed with the cold light of gentle fist. "I knew you'd be here." Hundreds of gentle fist strikes rained down in rapid succession, precisely bombarding dozens of chakra points and blood vessels across Pushi's body. With several dull thuds, the time-space chakra within Pushi's body was thrown into chaos. His teleportation technique was interrupted on the spot, and his form was forcibly frozen in midair. Now, Sasuke's Susanoo's long blade swept horizontally, and the inextinguishable black flames of Amaterasu instantly engulfed half of Pushi's body. Ugh! Scorching agony swept through his entire body. For the first time, Pushi let out a pain-grown fury surging in his Byakugan. His proud space-time techniques had been repeatedly predicted and blocked by Neji, and now he was trapped in the flames of Amaterasu, utterly miserable. On the other side, Naruto used the Nine-Tails' physical body to tenaciously hold Jinshi in place. Jinshi's every swing was vicious and overbearing, each strike leaving deep wounds on the Nine-Tails' body. Yet Naruto, relying on the Nine-Tails' infinite regenerative power, stubbornly clung to him, refusing to give his opponent a chance to break away and support his comrade. One held back the main combat god, one sealed the time-space trickster. Itachi roamed and controlled the field, Sasuke led the offensive, and Neji predicted and sealed chakra points. The 4 coordinated flawlessly, managing to reverse the tide of offense and defense in the midst of a desperate situation. Down below, the 5 Kage and tens of thousands of ninja watched with thundering hearts, their clenched fists covered in cold sweat. No one could have imagined that 4 young ninja with mortal bodies could actually fight celestial gods to a standstill. "You insignificant ants from the lower realm, how dare you trample on our dignity time and again!" The space around Pushi suddenly exploded violently, forcibly breaking free from the black flames of Amaterasu. Half his clothes were charred, his aura was somewhat disordered, and his killing intent became utterly frenzied. He no longer toyed with sneak attacks or hit and run. He formed hand seals, and the time of the entire world suddenly reversed. Space-time's secret art, erasure of time. Time around them flowed backward rapidly. The wounds on the 4 of them quickly healed, but the attacks they had just launched all dissipated, and everything returned to a few moments ago. All of the 4's counterattacks turned to nothing. At the same time, the thoroughly enraged Jinshi raised his long blade high, pouring all of his original chakra without reserve into the blade. A gray-white blade light eclipsed the sun and moon, and an aura of destruction suffocated the entire world. Ōtsutsuki's secret art, falling star strike. Under that single slash, it seemed as if a star had fallen, its pressure far exceeding any previous attack. A black blade light descended from the sky, slashing directly at Naruto. With no room to evade, Naruto could only channel all of the Nine-Tails chakra to withstand it. Boom! An earth-shattering boom resounded through the heavens and earth. The colossal Nine-Tails body was sent flying by that single slash, and Naruto spewed a mouthful of hot blood, his aura instantly waning as he fell heavily into the sea of clouds. Naruto! Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, his mind thrown into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Pushi flashed through space and appeared instantly before Itachi, his fingertip attack aimed directly at the heart. Itachi hastily blocked, but his arm was pierced through, blood gushing out. In an instant, the situation collapsed again. Neji watched as his comrades fell one after another, his heart tightening. One person's strength could not protect everyone at once. Once the two Ōtsutsuki exerted their full power, the gap between them and the four was still vast. Pushi paced slowly, his gaze coldly surveying them. Your struggle ends here. Hand over your bloodlines and submit to the Ōtsutsuki, and I may spare your lives. Jinshur, holding his blood-stained long blade, advanced step by step, his killing aura enveloping the entire field. White robes stained with blood, foxfire dimmed, Susanoo cracked, and pupil power exhausted. The four were covered in wounds, their physical strength, chakra, and spirit all nearing their limits. Above the vast sky, the setting sun bled red. The four heroes of the ninja world had truly fallen into a death trap. Golden six-path divine light swept across the sea of clouds, and four figures stood imposingly in the sky with overwhelming aura. Through the resonance of bonds and desperate circumstances, all four had stepped into the demigod realm, their flesh, bloodlines, dojutsu, and origins undergoing a qualitative transformation. Naruto's nine-tails' true form shimmered with golden light, crimson foxfire mingled with golden radiance of the six paths, and his physical strength was immense and profound. Every strand of chakra carried the ancient power of heaven and earth. Sasuke's complete Susanoo was gilded all over, black flames of Amaterasu coiled around the giant's blade, and the Uchiha's dojutsu fused with the power of the six paths, exuding an unrivaled and domineering killing intent. Itachi's Mangekyo gaze was warm yet sharp, his spiritual dojutsu honed to its peak. Illusion, perception, and instant movement were all sublimated, his mind steadfast and untainted by worldly distractions. Neji's 8 trigrams rotated incessantly, his six paths Byakugan pierced through time past and future. Within his gentle fist lay the laws of the six paths, every movement capable of sealing meridians and confining the spirit. On the opposing side, Urashiki and Kinshiki's expressions were extremely grave. They had never imagined that a group of ninjas from the lower realm could touch the divine realm in such a short time solely through the bonds of comrades. Merely illusory power! Urashiki snorted coldly as spatial cracks wildly spread around him, mobilizing all the temporal force of the battlefield. Even if you've stepped into the demigod realm, you're still ants. Under the flow of time and space, all power is but a bubble. Kinshiki held his long blade obliquely, his gray-white primordial chakra surging and boiling, and starlight patterns faintly glowed on the blade. I have proven my Tao through the blade, having cut through the myriad of stars. Today I shall sever your six paths bond. As his words fell, both powerhouses launched their full assault simultaneously. Urashiki's form instantly dissolved into the void, countless spatial cracks exploded across the sky and earth, and multiple incarnations of the past, present, and future appeared at once. Time reversal, spatial dislocation, and instant kill strikes interwoven into a seamless onslaught, overwhelming the four with a deluge of temporal and spatial killing techniques. Kinshiki leaped forward, his long blade swinging with grand strokes, sending forth continuous waves of starry sword chi. The blade glow tore through the clouds, shattered the air, and crushed down upon the four. Divide and contain, unite to break the situation. Neji called out softly, his six paths Byakugan scanning countless temporal trajectories, instantly discerning all points of ambush. Clad in white, he swept out his 8 trigrams, gentle fist dancing in the air, each palm striking the nodes of time and space. The distorted space was shattered with a single palm, the reverse flow of time was halted by the force of his fists, and Urashiki's temporal domain on which he relied was being torn apart bit by bit. Sasuke! Itachi transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging straight at Kinshiki. His ultimate illusion silently infiltrated Kinshiki's consciousness, disrupting his attack rhythm and interfering with the flow of his blade. Sasuke understood instantly. His gilded Susanoo strode forward, wielding a massive blade of black flames, confronting Kinshiki head-on. The giant's long sword clashed violently with the celestial divine blade, the metallic roar echoing for thousands of miles. The black flames continuously scorched Kinshiki's outer chakra, while the power of the six paths eroded his flesh and bloodline. Naruto's nine-tails soared into the air, 9 golden tails sweeping across the sky, relentlessly striking Kinshiki's vital points from the side. The brutal physical force ceaselessly collided, forcibly preventing Kinshiki from wielding his blade with full power. One controlled time and space, 2 fought the blade god, and 1 manipulated the mind. In their demigod state, the four's coordination grew increasingly seamless. Urashiki constantly shifted through time, but no matter where he jumped, Neji was always waiting in advance. The 8 trigrams meridian sealing repeatedly struck into his body, disrupting his temporal chakra again and again, making each teleportation more difficult. How is this possible? My time and space completely seen through by you. Urashiki's expression turned extremely ugly, and for the first time panic arose in his heart. On the other battlefield, Kinshiki was caught in a 3-sided attack from the Uchiha brothers and Nine Tails. Illusions disturbed his mind, blade edges slashed, and giant tails rammed. A trinity of attacks rained down without cease. Despite his formidable physique and peerless swordsmanship, he gradually fell into a disadvantage, his clothes tearing open and shallow wounds appearing on his body. With a thunderous crash, Sasuke seized the gap in Kinshiki's blade stance, and delivered a full-powered horizontal slash with his Susanoo. A torrent of Amaterasu black flames poured down, tightly clinging to Kinshiki's body, burning unquenchably. Kinshiki grunted in pain and was forced to retreat and widen the distance. At the same moment, Neji pinpointed Urashiki's true body, and the 8 trigrams radiance around him burst forth. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 6 paths, sealing deity. A series of pure white palm strikes slammed into Urashiki's chest meridians, the power of the 6 paths surging along the channels straight into his origin. With a spurt, Urashiki expelled a mouthful of turbid air, his temporal power dissipating by more than half, and his body plummeted heavily for several jang. In the brief exchange, the 2 Ōtsutsuki twins were both wounded and forced back. The shinobi alliance below erupted in uproar, the 5 Kage's eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. No one could believe that 4 young men had managed to suppress 2 celestial deities head-on. Kinshiki wiped the breath from his mouth, his gaze icy cold. Underestimated you. The bonds of the lower realm and the power of the 6 paths are indeed impressive. Urashiki slowly steadied himself, his Byakugan radiating bone-chilling coldness, and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Since conventional power can't crush them, we'll have to use our origin trump card. The 2 slowly exchanged glances, having made their decision. No longer holding back, they burned their own Ōtsutsuki origin, beginning to unleash their true divine form. Gray-white chakra surged into the sky, the void trembled, and the colors of heaven and earth changed. An aura of annihilation several times more powerful than before slowly awakened. A vast gray-white radiance erupted from both their bodies, sweeping across the entire 10,000-li sky. The Ōtsutsuki clan's concealed origin was fully ignited, an ancient and barren divine aura enveloping heaven and earth, pressing the winds and clouds into stillness, rendering all creation silent. Meridians and flesh patterns emerged across Kinshiki's entire body as his frame surged greater in height and bulk, his long hair whipping wildly, his corporeal form completely tempered and refined by origin power. Dark purple starlight flowed along the long blade in his hand, its killing intent no longer mere slaughter, but carrying the awe-inspiring majesty of severing the celestial river itself. Mamoshiki's Byakugan shed all impurities, transforming into pure and luminous divine eyes. The space around him no longer simply warped, it fully collapsed and folded the fabric of space-time itself. He moved through time at will, past and future grasped within his palm, while a faint haze of nothingness drifted about his form. Origin fully unleashed, the divine body manifested in this world. In this moment the 2 finally shed their cautious demeanors, transforming into complete Ōtsutsuki deities who roamed the heavens and harvested stars. A suffocating oppressive pressure crashed down like a collapsing mountain. The 4 who had just stepped into the realm of demigods immediately tensed, their 6 paths golden light within their bodies, shaking violently. The advantage they had just seized vanished instantly before the absolute foundation of true divinity. Burning bloodline origin deploying the clan's divine body. Itachi's pupils contracted, his expression grave beyond measure. They are willing to fight to the death. Kinshiki slowly raised his hand, the long blade pointed directly at the 4, his voice cold and vast like a heavenly judgment. You have forced us to activate our divine bodies. That alone is worthy of pride. Unfortunately, it ends here. Mamashiki hovered in the air, his light laughter filled with ice-cold indifference. Demigods remain demigods regardless. The power they have temporarily elevated through bonds cannot possibly withstand the origin of a true god. Next I will shatter space-time, sever your bonds, and peel the bloodlines from all 4 of you alive. As the words fell, the great battle resumed. Kinshiki's foot shattered the void beneath him, his entire body becoming a streak of light cutting across the sea of clouds. A single blade strike fell, Starblade energy blotting out the sky and sun, destruction crashing down upon all things. No more elaborate techniques, simply one straightforward strike carrying the killing power of all heavens. Naruto immediately unleashed his 9 tails true form, all 8 gilded tail whips crossing to block 6 paths, chakra gathering entirely before him. Boom! The colossal forces collided with thunderous impact. Naruto was struck as if by a meteor, his entire body convulsing violently, blood gushing from his mouth. The 9 tails protective chakra shattered across vast areas and his body was sent flying backward 100 jang. A single strike had already grievously wounded the demigod Naruto. Sasuke's heart tightened as he piloted his gilded Susanoo at full speed, the colossal titan charging forth with Amaterasu's black flames raging toward Kinshiki's back. Yet Kinshiki did not even turn his head, his back chakra barrier flared to life instantaneously. The Amaterasu flames burned upon it yet could not quickly penetrate. His divine body had long since rendered him immune to most ninjutsu flames. Swinging his blade behind him in a horizontal arc, overwhelming sword energy struck directly at Susanoo. With a sharp cracking sound, the complete body Susanoo around Sasuke fractured with countless fine lines. The giant staggered backward as Sasuke himself suffered backlash, pale blood tears streaming from his eyes. Meanwhile, Momoshiki had already entered the true domain of space-time. The very flow of time within the surrounding space grew erratic. One moment he stood at the horizon's edge, the next he appeared directly behind Neji. Countless blades of space-time materialized silently from every direction, sealing off all of Neji's movement options. Neji pushed his 6 paths Byakugan to its limits, his 8 trigrams footwork flowing at its most refined, continuously dodging the blade storm raining down around him. But with the divine body activated, Momoshiki's space-time speed surged multiple times over, and his predictions gradually could not keep pace with the assault. Several spatial blades carved through his white robes, leaving trails of blood appearing instantly. Intense pain surged through him, Neji's breathing growing slightly unsteady. Meanwhile, Itachi fought alone across the battlefield, his Mangekyo Sharingan continuously unleashing deep-layer genjutsu in an attempt to disrupt the twins' minds. Yet the Ōtsutsuki will, fueled by burning their origin, stood as solid as bedrock. Their spiritual barriers were extraordinarily thick, the genjutsu could only slightly impede their movements, unable to cause any substantial harm. One grievously wounded and retreating, one giant cracked and faltering, one bearing sword wounds, one holding the line alone. The battle that had just turned in their favor was now plunging back into the abyss with terrifying speed. Below, the 5 Kage turned ashen, their palms growing cold. The Ōtsutsuki twins, with their divine bodies awakened, now possessed strength that rivaled even Kagaya's former power. Despite their transcendent bonds and 6 paths bloodlines, the gap between them remained enormous. Momoshiki approached the wounded Neji with slow, deliberate steps, his gaze mocking and icy. "Your Byakugan is truly rare, able to perceive space-time. Unfortunately, before a true deity, such perception holds no meaning whatsoever." Kinshiki carried his long blade, stepping toward the battered Naruto, and Sasuke, his killing intent piercing like frost. "Your bonds are touching, but they cannot withstand a single strike from the stars." The 4 looked at each other from afar, reading exhaustion and pain in one another's eyes, yet finding no fear or retreat. Naruto wiped the blood from his lip and straightened his frame as the Nine-Tails flame reignited within him. Sasuke closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his Mangekyo-esque crimson burned with fierce resolve. Itachi exhaled softly, steeling himself to expend every ounce of his ocular power. Neji gathered his 8 trigrams chakra, his white robes stained with blood, but his gaze clear and resolute. Even facing a god, even bearing grave wounds, none of them would yield an inch. 4 hearts as one, the 6 paths reunited. Neji spoke softly, his voice echoing across the vast sky. Their auras resonated once more as the golden light of the 6 paths wove together again. No longer fighting separately, no longer splitting their efforts to hold them back. They prepared to pour everything into a final combined strike worthy of the 4 legendary shinobi of the ninja world. The twin stars from beyond the heavens stood watchful and ready, their divine power coiled and waiting to unleash. Wispy clouds hung still, the long wind fell silent. High above, 4 battered figures slowly converged, leaning back to back, their breaths intertwining and merging. Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Neji met each other's gaze, and in that instant all their obsessions, protections, and bonds fused into one. No longer fighting separately or defending alone. The power of the Nine-Tails, the dual Mangekyo ocular powers, the 6 paths Byakugan principles, and the Uchiha spiritual essence, 4 supreme legacies from the Sage of 6 Paths, converged completely through their bonds. A booming hum erupted as a vast golden radiance burst from the center of the 4, shooting straight into the boundless starry river. A blurry, majestic, heaven and earth surpassing phantom of the 6 paths slowly coalesced into form amid the sea of clouds. Foxfire dyed crimson gold black flames coiled around the divine body, the 8 trigrams white pattern covered heaven and earth, and scarlet pupils fixed the cosmos. For the first time in 1,000 years, the 4 heroes' 6 paths symbiotic form descended upon the world. The 4 shared consciousness, power, and heart. "We 4 carry the will of the entire ninja world," Itachi said softly, his Mangekyo slowly closing and then abruptly opening. "Today we transform bonds into the 6 paths and defy the gods as mortals." Naruto's Nine-Tails flames merged with the golden light, his voice thundering across the sky. "If you want to destroy this place, you must step over us first." Sasuke wielded his Susanoo giant blade, the black flames of Amaterasu intertwining with the golden 6 paths light, a chill aura radiating. "Even celestial gods are not beyond slaying." Neji's eyes shone with the white light of the 6 paths, the 8 trigrams formation covering the entire battlefield. Perceiving all laws of the world, space-time can be broken, divine blades can be severed, and even gods can be defeated. The 4 raised their hands simultaneously, pouring their power into the 6 paths phantom above. 6 paths, 4 extremes combined strike. A golden torrent swept across heaven and earth. One side the Ninetales' true flame that incinerates all, another the undying sinking black flames of Amaterasu, another the 8 trigrams laws that pierce space-time, and another the supreme illusion that tears at the mind. The 4 ultimate powers merged into a single colossal divine light that spanned 10,000 leagues, crushing forward toward Urashiki and Kinshiki. Facing this devastating combined strike, the 2 divine beings' expressions shifted drastically, their composure shattered. Impossible, for 6 paths bloodlines can actually merge completely. Urashiki's mind shook violently. He immediately activated the entire space-time barrier, trying to forcibly deflect the combined attack. Time reversed, space folded layer upon layer of temporal barriers stacked before him. Kinshiki's expression turned grim. He poured all his essence into his long blade. A dark purple stellar blade light surged skyward, concentrating his life's strongest slash. Heavenly God slash. The gray-white blade light and the space-time barrier formed together, colliding with the golden 6 paths divine light. A thunderous roar erupted. The sky-shattering sound echoed across heaven and earth. Clouds instantly vaporized, the earth trembled for 1,000 leagues, savage winds swept the 4 seas, and blinding light obscured the sun and moon. The space-time barrier cracked, collapsed, and dissipated layer by layer under the 6 paths combined strike. Kinshiki's star divine blade, infused with his entire essence, shattered inch by inch, cracks spreading across the blade. Violent shockwaves swept in all directions, and the 2 colossal figures were sent flying backward into the sky as if struck by a mountain. Their divine outer garments shattered, cracks covered their bodies, and streams of vital blood gushed from their mouths. Urashiki and Kinshiki, having activated their complete divine forms, were severely wounded head-on by the combined strike of the 4. The brilliant light slowly faded. The 4 stood shoulder to shoulder, their energy greatly depleted, wounds reopening, stamina and chakra nearly exhausted, swaying unsteadily. Yet their gazes remained straight, their bodies unbowed. On the other side of the sea of clouds, Urashiki staggered to steady himself, his Byakugan filled with incredulous shock. His space-time power was in chaos, and his proud time-space secret technique had developed huge cracks. Kinshiki gripped the shattered half of his blade, his chest heaving violently. His divine essence was damaged, and his killing intent was greatly diminished. The 2 looked down at the 4 figures below, genuine wariness rising in their hearts for the first time. They had crossed the starry sea, conquered countless planets, and crushed countless lower worlds, but never had they been wounded so severely by creatures of a lower realm. Mere mortals have actually damaged the foundations of gods, Kinshiki said, his voice low and hoarse, filled with anger and unwillingness. Urashiki slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his narrow eyes chilling. Bonds, the 6 paths will. I finally understand. This planet is far more dangerous than we imagined. If we continue to fight, the 2 of us may not be able to escape unscathed. Below, the 5 Kage and tens of thousands of shinobi stared blankly into the sky, their breath caught, their hearts shaken beyond words. For against 2 mortals defying gods, they had forcibly driven back 2 Ōtsutsuki deities. Neji panted slightly, his white robe fluttering in the wind, his gaze fixed on the 2 celestial beings. As long as we stand here, you will never set foot in the ninja world. Naruto clenched his fists, the leftover flames of the Ninetales still burning. No matter how many times, we will never lose. Sasuke and Itachi stood silently, their eyes sharp, their battle intent unquenched. Urashiki and Kinshiki exchanged glances, their minds made up. Their rash attack today had already failed. Continuing to fight to the death would only lead to mutual destruction, or even their own fall. It would be better to retreat for now, return to the celestial starry river, and wait for the main Ōtsutsuki army to descend together. We will withdraw for today. Urashiki spoke calmly, spatial cracks slowly opening around him. We will leave Momoshiki here for now and take the information of today's battle. When the army descends, this world will be utterly destroyed. Kinshiki gripped his broken blade, his cold gaze sweeping over the 4 filled with overwhelming killing intent. Next time we meet, I will shatter all your bonds and raise the ninja world. With these words, the 2 figures turned into streaks of light, vanishing into a void rift and disappearing into the depths of the sky. The sky finally returned to calm. The great battle ended, the gods retreated. Once again, the ninja world had secured its survival. The void rift slowly closed, and the celestial aura completely dissipated into the heavens and earth. The thick smoke of battle gradually drifted away, and the shattered clouds regrouped, restoring the storm-ravaged sky to its former tranquility. High above Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Neji were utterly exhausted, their chakra drained beyond the limits of their bodies. Together they began to descend slowly through the air. The 5 Kage below moved simultaneously, instantly leaping into the sky to catch them securely. The 4 were pale-faced, their robes torn and blood-stained, their meridians weary beyond measure, with their ocular powers, physical forms, and bloodline origins all pushed to the brink. That final combined strike of the 6 paths and 4 poles had nearly drained their life force entirely. To force back 2 Ōtsutsuki deities had cost them everything they had. "Hold on. Take them back to Konoha for treatment immediately," the 3rd Hokage ordered urgently, his expression tense. Tens of thousands of shinobi from the allied forces looked up, watching the 4 figures descend slowly. For a moment silence reigned, then erupted into earth-shaking cheers. The roar resounded across the mountains, lingering long. One man repelled Momoshiki, a lone force stood against twin stars. These young ones had time and again shielded the entire shinobi world from the hands of gods. Amidst the crowd's escort, the 4 were safely brought back to Konoha village. The finest medical ninjas gathered, dedicating all their efforts to healing the severe injuries and the depletion of their life essence. The 5 Kage convened at the Hokage's residence, holding an emergency top-secret meeting through the night. "Urashiki and Kinshiki have retreated in defeat, but they will not let this rest easily." The Raikage's face was grim as he spoke. "They now know we possess 4 inheritors of the 6 Paths bloodline. They will surely report everything to the higher echelons of the Ōtsutsuki clan." The Ōtsutsuki nodded slowly, his aged brow heavy with worry. "Last time it was Momoshiki scouting alone, this time the twin stars struck together. Next time it will likely be the main force of the Ōtsutsuki army. We have secured temporary peace, but the true apocalypse is drawing ever closer." Everyone in the room understood this all too well. The battle today had fully exposed the combat power of the shinobi world. The Celestial clan would no longer underestimate this planet. A catastrophe capable of annihilating all life was slowly brewing deep within the Starry River. The assembly ultimately laid down 3 iron decrees. First, strictly seal and guard Momoshiki deep beneath the earth, never allowing him to break free and never leaking the location of his imprisonment. Second, the 5 great hidden villages shall cease all hostilities, reconcile, and set aside past grudges and divisions. The entire land shall unify for war, sharing intelligence and military strength. Third, devote all efforts to nursing Neji, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi back to health, secretly honing their skills, delving deep into the power of the 6 Paths bloodline, and preparing to face the Ōtsutsuki army. At the same time, in the distant dark Celestial River, Urashiki and Kinshiki traversed the void, returning to the clan's ancestral home. Their divine bodies were damaged, their auras withered, wounds still clearly visible. The long sword was broken, and their space-time powers were in disarray. Inside the great hall, countless Ōtsutsuki clad in white robes turned to look astonishment on their faces. 2 powerful warriors sent to conquer the lower realm had returned wounded. At the highest seat of the hall, a towering figure with an ancient vast aura slowly opened his eyes. He was the chieftain of the Ōtsutsuki clan ruling over the star domain. "How went the battle? Where is Momoshiki?" Kinshiki knelt on one knee and reported solemnly and truthfully. "Chieftain Momoshiki was sealed and imprisoned by the shinobi of the lower realm. Urashiki and I fought with all our might, but we were severely wounded by 4 ninjas bearing the 6 Paths bloodline, forcing us to retreat." Urashiki stepped forward, recounting every detail of the battlefield. "On that low-level planet there exists simultaneously a 9 tails Jinchuriki dual Mangekyo and a complete 6 Paths Byakugan. Those 4 are bound by a deep resonance, able to fuse their 6 Paths origins with combat power rivaling that of gods." At these words the entire hall erupted in uproar. The Ōtsutsuki were incredulous. A chakra planet not yet fully matured had produced 4 inheritors of the 6 Paths capable of gravely wounding their own clan's elites. The chieftain's eyes slowly froze with cold intent, his ancient oppressive aura sweeping through the hall. 4 6 Paths bloodlines emerging together. The chakra reserves of that planet have far exceeded our estimates. If left unchecked, it will surely grow into a major threat to our clan. No more piecemeal probing." The chieftain slowly raised his hand, his tone indifferent yet commanding. "Issue orders across the domain, summon the elite warriors of the clan, and assemble the expeditionary army. On a chosen day, open the starry passage and descend upon the lower realm as a whole. Rescue Momoshiki, harvest the planet's source, slay all bloodline inheritors, and utterly flatten the shinobi world." The cold command reverberated through the celestial hall. The full-scale invasion plan of the Ōtsutsuki was officially set in motion. Meanwhile, the shinobi world was still immersed in post-war recovery, with people living peacefully and villages gradually reviving. Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Neji recuperated quietly in Konoha, healing their wounds while contemplating the true essence of the 6 paths gained from the battle. Their strength was steadily, silently rising. All 4 faintly sensed it. From that distant starry river, an even more terrifying, vaster, and immense killing intent was slowly locking onto the earth. This brief peace was but the calm before the storm. The celestial army was approaching, and the final fateful battle of the shinobi world had already entered its countdown. Time flowed slowly, and more than half a month had passed since Urashiki and Kinshiki were defeated and retreated. The entire shinobi world shed the smoke of war, and the land returned to peace and tranquility. Villages rebuilt their houses, the people returned to daily life, and the 5 great hidden villages cast aside years of conflict and estrangement, exchanging resources and intelligence, as the entire population entered a long-term state of war preparedness. In a quiet courtyard deep within Konoha, 4 figures sat in meditation day after day, training. After a long period of recuperation and medical treatment, the 4 had fully healed from their physical injuries, and their depleted primordial strength slowly returned, gradually bringing their minds and bodies back to peak condition. Having endured 2 battles of gods, numerous desperate bloody struggles, and the enlightenment from that 6 paths 4 extremes combined strike, the 4's power had already undergone a qualitative transformation. Naruto sat cross-legged with the Nine-Tails chakra flowing gently around him and the golden light of the 6 paths hidden within the foxfire. After a life-and-death battle with the Ōtsutsuki, he had fully mastered the Nine-Tails power, achieving complete unity of human and fox, his physical foundation becoming more profound. Every gesture exuded the majestic aura of the 6 paths, and he was only 1 step away from the true realm of the 6 paths sage. Sasuke closed his eyes in concentration, the Mangekyo Sharingan swirling with a dark luster. Amaterasu's black flames became more condensed, and obedient Susanu's offense and defense more fluid, his ocular power no longer recklessly depleted, allowing him to sustain a demigod's combat prowess for a long time. His application of the 6 paths power became more skilled and restrained. Itachi quietly regulated his mind and spirit, easing the burden on his eyes. Several high-intensity outbursts of genjutsu and dojutsu had allowed him to fully comprehend the spiritual essence of the Uchiha, reaching the pinnacle of the genjutsu realm. His mind was clear and calm, free from any attachment or shackles, his battle prowess steady and unfathomable. Neji sat upright in white robes, his eyes lightly closed, with the aura of the 8 trigrams circulating around him. The complete 6 paths Byakugan was thoroughly stabilized, enabling him to pierce through time and space, see through laws, and seal meridians and spirits, all mastered. The gentle fist integrated the 6 paths mysteries, and the 8 trigrams power could suppress space, disrupt vital energy, and break divine techniques, making him the most unique core of laws among the 4. The 4 occasionally sparred together, not using full strength, yet even casual exchanges caused the flow of heaven and earth to stir, and the winds and clouds to shift slightly. Their bonds grew deeper, and their power resonance became smoother. With just a meeting of minds, they could instantly activate the 6 paths symbiosis form again. "The next time enemies come, we won't be as embarrassed as last time," Naruto said, slowly opening his eyes with a determined gaze. "No matter how many Ōtsutsuki come, we can stop them." Sasuke nodded slightly, his voice cold. "The clan leader is leading the army himself, so there will surely be a multitude of powerful enemies. We must solidify our 6 paths foundation before the great battle arrives." Itachi spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. "That true world-ending battle is not far off." Neji looked up toward the starry sky, his 6 paths Byakugan flickering slightly, vaguely sensing the vast moving presence deep in the void. "They have already set out." At the same time, in the boundless outer starry river, in the dim sea of stars, countless white-robed figures stood in formation in the void, endless and stretching for 10,000 miles. Divine blades floated beside them, and ancient gray-white auras covered the sky, the divine pressure merging into one, crushing the entire star domain. The Ōtsutsuki conquest army officially set out. At the very front of the ranks, the Ōtsutsuki clan leader, clad in plain white robes, stood tall and imposing, his eyes indifferent as he gazed ahead. Urashiki and Kinshiki flanked him, followed by dozens of veteran warriors from the clan who had long fought across the starry sea, each with combat power no less than that of Momoshiki in his prime. "Open a spatial passage and head straight for that shinobi world planet," the clan leader's voice echoed through the starry river, ancient and majestic. "Our mission has 3 objectives. First, rescue the imprisoned Momoshiki. Second, kill the 4/6 paths bloodline inheritors Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Neji. Third, drain all the chakra origin of the planet and bear the complete God Tree fruit. Trample all obstacles, leave no survivors." With the command, the entire army moved at once. Countless void fissures opened one after another in the starry river, and the vast army stepped onto the spatial path rapidly approaching the shinobi world continent. The spatial fluctuations became clearer and the chill from beyond the heavens crossed the stars gradually descending upon the earthly lands. The first to sense the anomaly was Neji. He suddenly opened his eyes, the 8 trigrams formation around him flaring up, his face instantly turning solemn. They're coming. A large number of Ōtsutsuki, all of them. Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi instantly rose to their feet, and 4 auras shot into the sky simultaneously, their fierce battle intent filling the skies of Konoha. All the sensor ninjas of the 5 great hidden villages shuddered at the same moment, looking up at the heavens in terror. An unprecedented immense divine pressure was gradually enveloping the entire shinobi world. Peace was completely over. The storm had officially arrived. Above the sky, the once clear heavens darkened at a rate visible to the naked eye. Dark clouds gathered madly from the horizon while fierce winds swept across the 4 seas and the temperature plummeted. An asphyxiating oppressive aura, desolate, cold, and originating from the divine beings beyond the heavens, slowly enveloped the vast mountains and rivers. Deep within the void, pitch-black spatial rifts continuously tore open and expanded. No longer were they scattered fissures but colossal passages stretching across the entire sky like the gaping maw of a galactic river. Countless members of the Ōtsutsuki clan draped in pristine white robes emerged from the void with measured steps. Their figures were densely packed, stretching beyond sight as layer upon layer of divine presence coalesced into an endless celestial tide hovering above the ninja realm. Each clan member radiated profound spiritual energy, and ancient bloodlines, even one among them could crush a typical Kage-level ninja. Dozens of elites matching Momoshiki and rivaling Kinshiki held positions in the central ranks, their auras stern and their killing intent chilling. At the heart of the army, the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan slowly stepped through the spatial passage. His figure stood towering like a mountain, white hair cascading down his indifferent Byakugan, gazing upon all living beings while supreme divine origin power far surpassing everyone else revolved around his form. Merely standing still, he caused the flows of heaven and earth to halt and all creation to fall silent. Momoshiki and Kinshiki followed closely at the patriarch's sides, their cold gazes sweeping over the earth below, their eyes carrying vengeance and scorn. Long have we not seen you, inhabitants of the lower realm. Today marks the end of your world. The terrifying pressure descended with crushing force, sweeping across every inch of the 5 great hidden villages. Civilians trembled in dread as birds and beasts scattered in all directions, rivers churned violently, and the earth quivered faintly. The alarm bells of the 5 great hidden villages rang out in unison with flames shooting into the sky. The 5 Kage levitated into the air without delay while thousands of ninja soldiers donned battle armor and gripped their weapons, forming orderly ranks across the land. Sunigakure, Wagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Konohagakure, the 5 great hidden villages united as one, setting aside a century of grudges to face the heavenly calamity together. All ninja, listen to my command. The 3rd Hokage's voice resounded with thunderous power across heaven and earth. The Ōtsutsuki launch a massive invasion. Our homeland's survival hangs in the balance today. Hold our land at all costs, yield not an inch. Defend the ninja world unto death. Earth-shattering war cries pierced the clouds as billions of fighting spirits barely withstood the divine oppression above. Within the Konoha courtyard, 4 figures rose into the air, ascending directly toward the endless host of celestial warriors. Naruto's crimson hair danced in the wind, Ninetales' flames wreathed his body's 6 paths, golden light flowed across his form, and his battle spirit surged to impossible heights. Sasuke's black cloak billowed fiercely, his Manjikyu Sharingan blazing crimson, the power of Susanoo poised within him with restrained sharpness. Itachi wore a calm and composed expression, his ocular power cycling, his mind fully prepared for battle. Neji's white robes caught the wind, his 6 paths Byakugan radiating brilliance across the heavens, the 8 trigrams formation slowly rotating beneath his feet, granting him complete awareness of every enemy's movements on the battlefield. The 4 stood side by side in the air, shouldering the strength of 4 bodies against the endless celestial host overhead. 4 inheritors of the 6 paths lineage. The Ōtsutsuki patriarch's gaze settled upon the 4, his tone calm and emotionless, yet carrying the authority to pronounce life and death. You 4 have repeatedly obstructed our clan's grand design, inflicted grievous harm upon our people, and imprisoned Momoshiki. You should have perished long ago. Surviving to this day is already a mercy. Naruto stepped forward, his voice ringing sharply across the heavens. This land is our home. To trample upon it, you must first step over our corpses. Sasuke's pupils turned icy cold as he spoke word by word. No matter how many of you come, we will intercept every single one. Itachi's gaze was gentle yet resolute. The bonds and lives of the ninja world would not be slaughtered at the whims of gods. Neji met the patriarch's gaze directly and spoke softly. Gods may sit aloft and look down upon all living beings with indifference, but when mortals stand as one, they too can topple the divine. As those words fell, the Ōtsutsuki clansmen overhead all displayed anger, their killing intent surging. How dare these lowly mortals of the lower realm dare to openly defy their clan leader? Momoshiki chuckled lightly, his figure shifting slightly. Fools who do not know when they are dead. Last time I spared your lives, but today I will show no mercy whatsoever. Kinshiki gripped the shattered blade of his divine sword, a murderous aura erupting skyward. I will personally shatter your bonds and settle every score from our last encounter. The patriarch slowly raised his hand as grayish-white chakra churned violently through the void. Enough talk. All forces listen to my orders. Send out the vanguard to crush the allied army. The elites will encircle and eliminate the four. The main force will advance toward the sealing ground and retrieve Momoshiki. This battle will decide the fate of all. The moment the words fell, thousands of Ōtsutsuki vanguard warriors surged forward in unison, transforming into streaks of white light like meteors plummeting to earth, charging ferociously toward the ninja alliance below. The aerial battle erupted instantly. Ninja of the ninja world clashed with the extraterrestrial divine clan jutsu, explosions illuminating the land and thunderous battle cries echoing across mountains and rivers. The patriarch watched the four figures in the sky with cold detachment, as dozens of top-tier Ōtsutsuki elites emerged behind him, their auras locking onto Naruto and the others. The true hard battle was about to begin. On one side stood billions of lives in the ninja world, on the other an entire divine army spanning the galaxy. The ninja world's ultimate holy war had fully commenced. Boom! Blinding white light rained down from the heavens as legions of Ōtsutsuki vanguard warriors dove skyward, plunging straight into the allied shinobi forces' battle formation. Ordinary Ōtsutsuki clan members are born with pure chakra, transcendent physiques, and innate dojutsu power. Without intricate hand seals or mental exertion, a mere casual strike unleashes devastating area of effect tanketsu. Wind release tore through the defensive lines while lightning and fire swept across the battlefield, and spatial blade energy slashed in all directions. With but a single clash, waves of frontline shinobi fell to the ground. Blood dyed the earth crimson as the acrid smoke of ninjutsu filled the skies with screams and explosions ringing endlessly. The five Kage's expressions darkened, and they immediately led vanguard forces into the fiercest front lines. The Raikage cloaked himself in lightning release and charged recklessly through the enemy ranks, sending several divine warriors flying with a single punch. The Ōtsutsuki unleashed his dust release across heaven and earth, annihilating all approaching Ōtsutsuki chakra. The Mizukage Kazekage and Third Hokage each deployed their most powerful jutsu, barely holding the collapsing allied forces' defensive line in place. Yet the gap in power remained plainly visible. Shinobi fought desperately through tactics and coordination, while the Ōtsutsuki stood inherently at the apex of power from birth. Overwhelming numbers and superior individual combat strength meant that from the very first moment of battle the allies were thrust into complete disadvantage. High above the clouds the battlefield was sharply divided. Below, human waters ran red in bloody slaughter. Above, the gods closed their encirclement from all sides. Dozens of immensely powerful Ōtsutsuki elders advanced slowly, surrounding Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Neji from every direction. Each possessed combat caliber no inferior to Momoshiki, robust physiques, eerie dojutsu, and ruthless, merciless techniques. Urashiki and Kinshiki stood at the forefront, their gazes cold and killing intent, razor-sharp. The Ōtsutsuki clan patriarch hovered at the center of the cloud sea, hands clasped behind his back, observing everything with detached indifference. He was in no hurry to intervene, personally planning to have his clan's warriors take turns wearing the four down, grinding away their chakra willpower and six paths power bit by bit. For against dozens, no matter how strong they are, they cannot possibly withstand an entire swarm of divine warriors. A chilling smirk curled Urashiki's lips as his figure instantly flickered out of phase. Today I shall let you understand what true bloodline oppression looks like. Before his words had even faded, the encirclement assault erupted. Dozens of Ōtsutsuki elites struck simultaneously. Chakra beams carved across the sky, spatial blades interlaced like a web. Byakugan genjutsu seeped in silently from all directions, and devastating tanketsu rained from above, sealing off every possible route of retreat for the four. Everyone stay alert. Neji's Byakugan flared to full activation as a massive 8 trigrams formation expanded beneath his feet. Temporal strikes from the left flank, large-scale tanketsu from the upper right, genjutsu erosion from behind. Dodge everything. With his Byakugan's ultimate perception, every attack trajectory was laid bare before him. The four instantly shifted positions, their seamless cooperation appearing almost innate. Naruto's nine-tails true form erupted in a thunderous display, 9 colossal tails whipping wildly as he absorbed the sky-filling barrage of chakra beams with his bare body. Crimson Foxfire incinerated incoming energy attacks, and though his flesh took heavy blows time and again, he refused to yield an inch. Sasuke's complete body Susanoo materialized once more, a pitch-black colossus spanning heaven and earth. Amaterasu black flames coiled around his great blade, and with one sweeping slash he cleaved through more than half of the incoming spatial blades, the black fire spreading across the ground, devouring the divine warrior's Tonketsu. Itachi danced through the fissures of the battlefield, his Mangekyo Sharingan shimmering with faint light as vast mental genjutsu silently unfolded, instantly disrupting the combat focus of more than half the attackers. Many Ōtsutsuki elites faltered mid-strike, their assaults suddenly thrown into disarray. Neji's white Haori fluttered as his 8 trigrams gentle fist flowed like water, each palm and strike precisely sealing chakra pathways. Any divine warrior foolish enough to close and found their chakra circulation completely blocked, rendering their full strength useless. One held the front, one led the offense, one controlled the battlefield through mental domination, and one perceived the entire situation. Surrounded by dozens of top-tier Ōtsutsuki warriors, the 4 remained as steadfast as Mount Tai, handling the onslaught with ease. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive impacts detonated continuously throughout the cloud sea. Light flared in all directions and shockwaves churned violently, shredding and scattering the cloud cover again and again. One by one Ōtsutsuki elites charged forward with overwhelming force, only to be repelled and gravely wounded by the 4's coordinated counterattacks. Some were wrapped in Amaterasu's inextinguishable black flames, some had their meridians sealed by gentle fist and stripped of all strength, some were trapped in endless genjutsu, and others were sent flying by the Nine-Tails' raw brute force. In merely a short span, casualties among the besieging divine warriors began to mount. From afar the clan patriarch's brows furrowed slightly, a ripple finally stirring within his otherwise impassive eyes. Having survived 2 catastrophic battles and fully stabilized their 6 paths bloodline, the 4's combat prowess had far exceeded his expectations. Urashiki's expression darkened further. He never imagined that dozens of clansmen joining forces still couldn't overcome 4 mere individuals. Veins bulged on Kenshiki's sword-gripping hand as he could no longer contain his burning battle lust. Useless lot! Striding forward with heavy steps, his long blade erupted with chilling brilliance. Since you've failed to subdue them after all this time, I'll break through myself. A piercing blade intent shot toward the 4, and the devastating pressure of the god of war descended once more. Neji glanced downward at the allied forces, their lines crumbling with continuous casualties, his expression growing grave. The defenses below wouldn't hold much longer. Once the allied forces collapsed and the full Ōtsutsuki army landed, the entire shinobi world would be lost. We need to end this quickly. Neji's voice was low and resolute as he turned to the 3 beside him. Break the encirclement together, crush their main force, and force the patriarch to intervene. Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi all understood at once. 4 auras resonated once more as golden 6 paths radiance slowly wove between them. The battle escalated to a new level. 6 strands of golden light gently coiled around the 4, their bond resonance solidifying once more. After countless bloody battles, their minds were already as one. Without the need for words, they clearly understood the tactics ahead. Facing the dozens of elite Ōtsutsuki warriors encircling them from all sides, Naruto charged forward with unparalleled ferocity. The Nine-Tails' true form swelled, crimson flames sweeping across the sea of clouds. 9 thick tails lashed out like rivers of the Milky Way, the colossal body crashing directly into the front ranks of the divine clan. Thunderous booms echoed incessantly. Several Ōtsutsuki warriors who failed to dodge were sent flying by the tails, their chakra barriers shattering in an instant, blood of their bloodline spewing as they tumbled back in disgrace. Sasuke! In a flash, Itachi vanished, his Mangekyo Sharingan flickering eerily as a vast high-level genjutsu enveloped most of the encirclement. Countless Ōtsutsuki warriors saw their surroundings shift, their minds trapped in illusion, their attacks faltering, leaving massive openings in their defense. Seizing this fleeting moment, Sasuke rode his perfect Susanoo and charged forth. The giant blade wreathed in inextinguishable Amaterasu black flames cleaved through the sky, scorching and distorting space wherever it passed. Several divine warriors ensnared by the illusion had no means to resist, they were instantly engulfed by the black flames. Harrowing screams tore across the heavens. Once touched, the flames burned eternally, devouring the Ōtsutsuki bloodline itself. Neji, clad in white, stepped into the 8 trigrams palm stance, his Byakugan sweeping across the battlefield. Any who attempted to ambush, flank, or strike from behind were all seen through his gaze. The 8 trigrams gentle fist flowed continuously, precise strikes sealing occupants. One by one Ōtsutsuki warriors found their chakra disrupted, their strength greatly diminished. The four advanced and retreated with perfect coordination, offense and defense unified. Assault, crowd control, execution, and foresight, all were at their peak. The once impenetrable divine encirclement was crumbling at an alarming speed. One after another top-tier divine warriors were wounded and forced back. Some had their physical bodies torn open, some suffered damage to their dojutsu, and others depletion of their bloodline essence. The fierce divine suppression from moments ago swiftly turned into a one-sided rout. The Shinobi Alliance fighting below witnessed this scene, their morale soaring, and they fought with even greater ferocity. In the heart of the Sea of Clouds, the Ōtsutsuki clan leader's expression darkened completely. A chilling coldness gathered in his indifferent eyes, and the ancient vast chakra within him began to stir slowly. For mere shinobi from the lower realm had not only repeatedly wounded his kin but now swept through the elite of the clan single-handedly. This was no longer a threat, it was a desecration of the entire Ōtsutsuki clan. Useless lot! A cold rebuke fell. Urashiki's figure flickered, abandoning the encircling group, and his true form shot straight toward the four. The entire space instantly warped, and folded, times flow turning chaotic and inverted. Countless temporal blades materialized, raining down densely upon the four. At the same time, Kinshiki raised his long blade high, his gray-white killing chakra erupting fully. No longer holding back, no longer probing, he activated his divine body, and unleashed a single slash that crushed across the Sea of Clouds. The stellar blade's radiance dimmed the heavens, its edge aimed directly at Naruto's chest. The simultaneous full-force assault of two veteran top-tier elites abruptly halted the four's sweeping momentum. Neji's Byakugan spun rapidly, instantly predicting the landing points of all temporal blades. He activated his 8 trigrams chakra barrier to its fullest, forcibly blocking the rain of spatial assassinations. However, Urashiki's temporal power was too bizarre, alternating between reality and illusion, flowing with time. Even with foresight, it was impossible to fully defend. Several blades pierced the barrier, leaving bloody gashes on Neji's shoulder. Boom! Kinshiki's divine blade descended, colliding head-on with the Ninetales' true form. Naruto's entire body shuddered, forced back step by step, his Ninetales chakra scattering in large swaths, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Naruto! Sasuke instantly redirected his Susanoo, the giant standing in front of Naruto, its black flame blade clashing directly with Kinshiki's divine sword. A metallic clang shook heaven and earth. Sasuke's arm meridians trembled and cracks spread across the Susanoo's body. Itachi faced the elusive Urashiki alone, constantly casting genjutsu and pulling with his body flicker technique. But Urashiki, traversing time and space, came and went without a trace. The genjutsu could barely lock onto his true form, allowing only a precarious stalemate. In an instant the battle stalemated again. The ordinary divine warriors dared not advance, watching from a distance. The main battlefield became solely the four heroes fighting Urashiki and Kinshiki. The clan leader watched silently, his white hair flowing in the wind, the killing intent in his eyes now undisguised. 4 times. You have trampled upon the dignity of the Ōtsutsuki 4 times. Imprisoning my kin, crippling the twins, sweeping through the elite and defying gods against all odds. Since the twins and the clan cannot suppress you. He slowly raised his right hand, and the entire sky froze instantly. All winds, battles, jutsu, and spatial fluctuations were halted in a single moment. An overwhelming pressure surpassing all deities gradually descended upon the heavens and earth. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. The hearts of every shinobi in the world sank heavily. The most powerful Ōtsutsuki ruler was finally stepping onto the battlefield. All things froze, and the wind and clouds ceased abruptly. All battle, smoke, currents, and spatial fluctuations between heaven and earth were instantly frozen in place. Below, the ninjas and Ōtsutsuki warriors locked in bloody combat remained poised in mid-strike, while the 4 figures locked in aerial combat, Urashiki and Kinshiki, all stood rigid, their chakra within nearly stagnant. In the entire world, only the Ōtsutsuki clan leader could move freely. He took a slow step forward, and the void trembled in response, unleashing the primordial, ancient, supreme divine might that had crushed countless galaxies across eons. Compared to Urashiki, Kinshiki, or any other Ōtsutsuki, the clan leader's origin level was on an entirely different dimension. He was the supreme being who ruled over star domains, witnessed the cycle of the divine tree, and stood at the apex of the Ōtsutsuki clan. His white hair drifted lightly, his Byakugan cold and indifferent as he scanned the vast lands below. Since the birth of chakra on this planet, no one has ever forced me to personally intervene. His indifferent voice resounded across heaven and earth, reaching every ear distinctly. The 4 Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Neji, frozen in time and space, felt a chill erupt from the depths of their souls. They understood clearly that the man before them was truly invincible. The restraints on Urashiki and Kinshiki slowly dissipated, and they bowed their heads reverently. clan leader. The leader nodded faintly, his gaze falling on the four who radiated battle intent and showed no fear. You possess 4 complete 6 paths bloodlines, and your bonds can merge to touch the divine realm, a talent unmatched in eons. If you pledge allegiance to the Ōtsutsuki and follow me to conquer the stars, I can grant you eternal life and a place among the high ranks of the divine clan. Naruto gritted his teeth, his red hair flying wildly, struggling to break free from the faint temporal restraint. We will not submit, nor will we allow you to harvest the world. Sasuke's eyes turned crimson, his Susanoo trembling slightly as he faced the supreme pressure. To destroy the ninja world you must first get past us. Itachi's gaze was calm, his resolve unshakable. The freedom and survival of all beings are not fruits to be plucked at the whim of gods. Neji stood tall in his white robes, the light of his 6 paths Byakugan stubbornly unwavering. Power is never meant to slaughter the masses. You have long strayed from your original essence and heart. Their refusal completely ignited the last shred of patience within the clan leader. Incorrigible. The moment the words fell, the leader casually waved his hand. No complex hand seals, no charge up, just a simple torrent of chakra surging forth. Seemingly ordinary, yet it contained the laws of heaven and earth itself. Rumble. Naruto bore the brunt of it, his full 9-tailed true form blocking the front. The moment they collided, the 9 tails' protective chakra shattered like paper. Naruto was sent flying backward like a broken kite for hundreds of yards, spewing large amounts of blood, crashing deep into the clouds, his aura instantly weakened by half. Naruto. Sasuke's mind shook and he controlled his Susanoo to rush forward at full speed. The black giant raised the Amaterasu sword and slashed horizontally with all his might. But the moment the sword touched the clan leader's aura, it cracked and shattered inch by inch. A massive force rebounded through the blade, causing Sasuke excruciating pain, tears of blood streaming from his eyes and large portions of Susanoo collapsing. Itachi immediately activated his strongest genjutsu, his mental energy striking directly into the clan leader's mind. But the supreme god's mind was as firm as an ancient divine mountain. The genjutsu disintegrated as soon as it approached. Itachi suffered mental backlash, his body trembling violently, his face as pale as paper. Neji fully activated his Byakugan, seeing through all the trajectories of laws, and instantly unleashed the 8 trigrams vacuum domain to seal the area. But the clan leader casually sent down a strand of divine power, shattering the 8 trigrams barrier instantly. The gentle fist's power crumbled helplessly. Neji took a heavy blow to the chest, his white robes stained with blood, stumbling backward. Just a single casual strike. All 4, who had half-stepped into the 6 paths demigod realm, were severely wounded. The gap was as vast as a chasm. In the distance, the other Ōtsutsuki clan members were all moved, their awe deepening. This was the true power of the clan leader, able to crush 4 6 paths inheritors with a single hand. Urashiki spoke coldly, the clan leader's power is unfathomable. They have no chance of victory. Kenshiki, gripping his long sword, his gaze icy, added, just a moment of the clan leader's action will see them all fall. Below, the allied shinobi forces felt a chill in their hearts, despair written on the faces of the 5 Kage. They had defeated Momoshiki, repelled the twin stars, and swept through the elite of the clan. But facing the Ōtsutsuki clan leader, they saw no hope. Above the sea of clouds, the 4 struggled to regroup, supporting each other as they stood. Everyone was wounded and bleeding, their auras fading, ocular powers depleted, bodies battered. Yet their 4 gazes remained sharp, their bodies upright, and not a single one retreated. Neji gasped for breath, looking at the other 3. His power has touched the summit of the 6 paths origin. None of us alone can resist him. Naruto wiped the blood from his face and slowly straightened his body. Then let's merge the 4 bloodlines once more. Sasuke's pupils reignited with a fire of determination. Itachi breathed softly, preparing to burn all his ocular power and life force. Even if the god was invincible, even if they were at the brink of despair, they would still use their bonds to defy the supreme divine might. A faint golden light began to gather again, and the 6 paths energies around the 4 started to merge and ascend madly. The final 6 paths symbiotic form was about to fully activate. The clan leader watched their unyielding determination, and the killing intent in his eyes locked on completely. Since you insist on death, I will personally end all your bonds and the 6 paths legacy. Blood flowed from wounds, their breath flickering and frail. Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Neji stood back to back, their bodies crisscrossed with injuries, yet none of them bent a knee. After repeated devastating blows, their chakra was nearly exhausted, their flesh weary to the extreme. Yet the will to protect the bonds of comradeship and the prayers of countless living beings across the entire ninja world coalesced into one at this moment. Buzz! A dazzling golden radiance erupted from the center of the 4, piercing the heavens and earth, soaring straight into the distant starry river. The crimson divine flame of the Ninetales, the dark ocular power of the Uchiha, the 8 trigrams law of the 6 paths, and the god-level spiritual origin, 4 supreme powers inherited from the 6 paths sage merged without reservation. The sea of clouds quaked, golden light blanketed the ground. A colossal phantom far more majestic, more imposing, and closer to the true 6 paths sage than before slowly took shape in the high sky. Foxfire coiled around their bodies, black flames veiled their blades, the 8 trigrams flowed, and their ocular light fixed the world. Their consciousness unified, their power shared, their lives intertwined. The complete form, 6 paths 4 heroes symbiotic state, manifested. At this moment the 4 were no longer separate ninjas. They had fused into one, becoming a 6 paths war god walking among mortals. Their withering injuries healed rapidly, their depleted chakra surged back, and their damaged bloodline origin revived and swelled. The demigod power shattered all shackles, stepping decisively into the realm of true 6 paths divinity. The aura of the entire heaven and earth reversed abruptly. The overwhelming divine might of the clan leader, which had crushed everything, was now gradually being resisted and countered by this golden phantom. All the ninjas below looked up in astonishment, their eyes rekindling with light. The 5 Kage clenched their fists, their hearts shaken beyond words. No one had imagined that the bonds of 4 could continuously break through limits and defy supreme gods. The entire Ōtsutsuki clan changed expression dramatically. Urashiki and Kinshiki's pupils contracted, their faces full of disbelief. Relying solely on the fusion of their bonds, they had risen from the brink of death to the true 6 paths divine realm. The Ōtsutsuki clan leader's visage shifted violently. For the first time his indifferent brows slightly furrowed. He finally acknowledged the 4 small yet unyielding figures before him. Mortal bonds can actually move the true 6 paths law. The clan leader murmured softly, a flicker of emotion stirring in his heart, then swiftly turned into icy killing intent. Pity going against heaven will ultimately lead to annihilation. As his words fell, the gray-white divine power around the clan leader erupted wildly. The entire sky was shrouded in deathly divine light, the void crumbled, annihilated, and reformed. He no longer held back or tested, summoning his entire life's cultivation of primal divine power. The supreme strike that governed the starry domain slowly took shape. 6 paths divine silence, heavenly punishment. An endless gray-white torrent descended from the heavens, carrying the law of annihilation, crushing down upon the symbiotic phantom. Where it passed, space shattered, clouds evaporated, and the earth sank deeply. We 4 are the ninja world. The fused voices of the 4 echoed in unison, firm and resounding. 6 paths 4 poles unite. Mortal world god-slaying strike. The golden phantom raised its hand, gathering the 9 tails, brute force, Amaterasu's blazing fire, the 8 trigrams sealing realm, and the myriad illusions. All the world's protection bonds, goodwill, and the will of living beings condensed into a single fist. The golden light and the gray-white divine torrent collided with a thunderous boom. A deafening roar that could shatter the heavens echoed through the eternal sky. Brilliant light eclipsed the sun and moon, shockwaves swept across mountains and rivers. The high sky sea of clouds was cleared for 1,000 miles, the earth split into countless deep chasms, fierce winds raged across the 4 seas and 8 wilds. The divine punishment torrent ceaselessly eroded the golden divine form, while the 6 paths power tenaciously resisted the god's annihilation. The 2 supreme forces clashed, tore, and dissolved in a frenzy. The symbiotic phantom's body trembled violently, cracks appearing on its surface. The 4 originals endured unimaginable backlash, pain, blood continuously spilling from the corners of their mouths. The clan leader stood motionless in the void, his divine power surging violently, white hair dancing wildly, his aura fluctuating noticeably for the first time. One man, one god, locked in stalemate between heaven and earth. Urashiki gazed at the battlefield and murmured, they actually blocked the clan leader's full-force strike. Kinshiki gripped his sword hilt, his expression grave. Mortals have grown strong enough to threaten the clan's foundation. No one dared to intervene. At this moment, between heaven and earth, only the 6 paths 4 heroes and the supreme ruler of the Ōtsutsuki clan remained. Victory and the ninja world would endure the god's retreat. Defeat and the 4 would fall, the world perish, all things return to nothingness. The violent torrent of power clashed and annihilated in the center of the sky. The gray-white divine punishment relentlessly eroded the golden 6 paths divine shadow, and fine cracks rapidly spread across the symbiotic divine body. The physical bodies of Mingren's Wujiyu and Ningxi churned with blood and flesh, their internal organs trembling each second, enduring the excruciating pain of soul tearing. Yet none of the 4 released their grip, their consciousnesses tightly intertwined, bonds transformed into the most steadfast pillar propping up the 6 paths combined power that was on the verge of collapse. The clan leader stood atop the sea of clouds, his expression no longer the calm composure of the beginning. His boundless primordial divine power was rapidly depleting blood within his body, stirring faintly, and the eternal Tao heart trembled violently for the first time. He had traversed billions of miles of starry rivers, crushed countless chakra planets, and slain myriad defiant powerhouses. Yet he had never seen mortals who, armed only with protection and bonds, could stand against the clan ruler. These four before him had no long lifespans, no divine lineage, no starry heritage. What filled their hearts was nothing but home comrades and all living beings. Yet it was this pure heart of protection that condensed the six paths' power capable of shaking the gods. Why? The clan leader muttered to himself, his Baiyan filled with confusion. Why can mere mortal obsessions become so strong? All his life he had believed in the supremacy of power, that all things were but fodder for the divine tree, and all beings were mere straw dogs to the gods. But today's battle had utterly overturned his 10,000-year understanding. Seizing the moment of the clan leader's distraction, Ningxi instantly grasped the opportunity. His six paths Baiyan pierced through the flaw in the opponent's divine power flow. Now! The four minds resonated at their peak, pouring out all their life force, bloodline origin, and six paths foundation without reserve. The golden divine shadow burst forth with 10,000 rays of light, and the previously dissipating fist force surged abruptly. The world-severing God-striking blow erupted violently, breaking through the gray-white tide of divine punishment, charging forward unyieldingly straight toward the clan leader's true body. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the nine heavens, light exploded across 10,000 miles. The clan leader had no time to rebuild his divine power barrier, and took the full brunt of this six paths ultimate strike, which consumed everything the four had. A dull, heavy impact resounded. The clan leader's body was hurled backward thousands of meters, his white robe shattered and flying, his chest caved inward, and a mouthful of primordial blood sprayed uncontrollably into the sea of clouds. The supreme god was gravely wounded by a single punch from the four. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence. The countless Daetongnu clan members stood dumbfounded, their bodies rigid, unable to believe what they saw. The clan ruler who commanded the clan and swept across the starry river had been defeated by four ninjas from the lower realm. Pushi's pupils dilated, his body trembling slightly. Jinshi's hand gripping the long blades slowly loosened, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Below, the ninja alliance erupted into earth-shattering cheers, cries echoing across mountains and rivers. High above, the six paths symbiotic divine shadow gradually dimmed, cracks covering its entire form, and finally dissipated slowly. Mingren's, Wujiyu, and Ningxi's bodies fell softly, their strength utterly drained, covered in blood, their breaths faint, yet they remained conscious. They had won this blow. The clan leader slowly steadied himself, raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gazed indifferently at the four swaying figures below. His killing intent had mostly faded, leaving only endless sighs and melancholy. I understand. Your power lies not in bloodline, not in talent, not in the six paths heritage. It lies in bonds and protection in the human heart that refuses to bow to heaven's will and God's. He knew that continuing the fight today would be meaningless. His Tao heart was already disturbed, his divine power damaged. Forcing a deadly battle would only lead to mutual destruction, and he might even perish here. And the will of the living beings on this planet had already surpassed ordinary starry worlds. This battle, I have lost. The declaration of defeat echoed across heaven and earth. The clan leader turned to his clansmen behind him, his voice calm and steady. All troops withdraw, return to the starry river. Release Taosher. No further grievances will be pursued from this battle. We will never set foot on this ninja land again. All the Daetongnu clan members were stunned, many wanting to speak out in protest. The clan leader raised his hand slightly, silencing all voices. All beings have hearts, the great Tao is impermanent. Forced slaughter will only invite the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Our departure today is final. Though Pushi and Jinshi were reluctant in their hearts, they dared not defy the clan leader's command and could only bow in submission. A massive spatial rift opened once again in the sky. The countless white-robed divine clansmen turned and slowly retreated into the void. The clan leader cast one last deep look at the four, surveying the entire ninja world. With a single movement he transformed into a beam of white light and stepped completely into the starry channel. The void rift slowly closed and the cold divine aura dissipated little by little between heaven and earth. The divine tide receded entirely from the mortal world. Dark clouds dispersed, warm sunlight once again bathed the land. The smoke of battle cleared, the long wind returned to stillness. The ninja world had achieved a great victory. The celestial aura dissipated completely, the spatial passage across the heavens slowly closed, and the vast sky returned to its pristine clarity. The lingering smoke and flames of the long-waged war drifted away with the wind. The broken clouds gradually gathered and warm sunlight once again fell upon the scarred earth. The vast Ōtsutsuki army had fully withdrawn from the Starry River and this divine calamity. A battle that had determined the fate of the world, spanning multiple bloody conflicts, had finally come to an end. High above Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Neji, their six-path symbiotic form no longer sustained. Their bodies, drained of strength, slowly descended toward the earth. The 5 Kage moved in unison, soaring into the sky to catch them securely, then gently descended back to the ground. Their garments were torn and stained with blood, their skin covered in intersecting wounds, their chakra nearly depleted, and their meridians extensively damaged. Having fought consecutively against Momoshiki, the twin stars, the elite of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and the clan leader, the four had long exhausted their physical and mental strength, their consciousness sustained only by a faint thread of awareness. Yet in each of their eyes there was a look of relief and peace. They had protected their comrades, protected their home, and protected the countless lives of the entire ninja world. Below, countless ninjas slowly lowered their weapons, staring blankly at the sky. Moments later, long-suppressed cheers and shouts erupted, sweeping across the 5 great lands. Warriors embraced in tears, civilians celebrated the slaughter, and fear all gone, leaving only the joy of survival. The 5 great hidden villages set aside all old grudges and conflicts, united as one, welcoming the hard-won peace. Days later, within Konoha, with the full support of top-tier medical ninjutsu, the injuries of the four slowly healed day by day. The external wounds from their bloody battles gradually scabbed and faded, while their damaged bloodline origins, depleted dojutsu power, and life force slowly recovered. In the courtyard, the four stood side by side once more. Having endured this ultimate battle against the gods, their minds, perspectives, and powers had undergone a final transformation. Naruto had fully mastered the power of the 6 paths, 9 tails, his heart mature and steady, no longer reckless. His power was gentle yet vast, and he was recognized as the guardian of the ninja world. Sasuke had shed his aggressive aura, wielding Susanoo and Amaterasu with consummate skill. Letting go of his hatred and obsession, he understood that the true meaning of power was never conquest but protection. Itachi had completely resolved all his inner conflicts. His mind was clear and perfect, his genjutsu and dojutsu reaching the pinnacle of the world. He was calm, serene, and at peace. Neji had broken free from the shackles of fate. The 8 trigrams 6 paths power had reached perfection, allowing him to see through the laws of heaven and earth. His heart was gentle and open, embracing all beings. The four stood under a tree, gazing at the peaceful and tranquil village of Konoha, at the mortal world with its smoke and fire. Everything is over, Naruto said softly, his brows relaxed. No more celestial invasions, no more apocalyptic crises. Sasuke nodded slightly, looking toward the distant mountains and rivers. We used our bonds to protect the ninja world, and we protected each other. Itachi sighed softly, a gentle smile in his eyes. The gods looked down upon all beings, thinking everything could be harvested. Yet they did not know that the bonds of the heart surpass all bloodline divine powers. Neji raised his eyes to the distant starry river, his expression calm and serene. The Ōtsutsuki clan has promised never to set foot here again. As long as the 4 of us are here, this land will remain safe forever. They had come close to annihilation several times, surviving against the gods' overwhelming might. From Momoshiki's descent, the twin stars attacked, to the clan leader's personal campaign with the army. For life and death catastrophes, 4 turnarounds against the odds. The ninja world did not rely on fate, nor did it cling to the gods. With nothing but the bond's protection and unyielding spirit of youths, they had fought and defeated the entire starry river of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Deep underground, the long-sealed Momoshiki was slowly released as agreed. Having lost his clan's support and suffered consecutive defeats, he no longer had any will to fight. Alone, he opened a spatial passage and silently returned to the depths of the starry river, never again intending to disturb the mortal world. Time flowed slowly, seasons changed in cycles. The 5 great hidden villages coexisted in long-lasting peace. War vanished, the people lived in contentment, and the villages prospered in tranquility. Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Neji became eternal legends throughout the entire ninja world. All knew that once 4 youths with their mortal bodies stood equal to the gods, and with their bonds protected an era of peace. Years passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye several years had gone by. The ninja world had entered a lasting era of prosperity, with no more wars or conflicts. The 5 great villages exchanged goods and commerce flourished, children grew up without worry, and the mountains, rivers, and trees thrived in a scene of peaceful tranquility. The earth-shattering celestial battle of that year gradually transformed into a profound legend, recorded in history, passed down and remembered by generations. Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Neji no longer frequently found themselves amidst the flames of war. In their daily lives they resided in Konoha, cultivating the way and living with serene detachment. The four of them had long reached the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, rarely revealing even a fraction of their strength. They silently safeguarded the peace of the land, becoming the unspoken foundation of reassurance for all. No one knew that in the distant shadowy depths of the Starry River the storm had not truly subsided. In the sacred land of the Ōtsutsuki clan an ancient and solemn hall stood in quiet grandeur. The clan leader sat silently upon the high platform, his white robes untouched by dust. The old wound on his chest had long healed, yet his indifferent Byakugan often gazed across the boundless sea of stars toward the azure planet of the ninja world. He had not fully let go of the defeat in that battle, rather his Tao heart had been shaken by the bonds of humanity, and he had voluntarily ceased hostilities. But within the clan there still lingered countless resentments and obsessions. Urashiki stood in the hall, slightly bowing, his tones still carrying a hint of unwillingness. "Clan leader, that battle was not a complete defeat for us. It was merely your Tao heart that wavered, leading you to withdraw voluntarily. Those four relied on their bonds to unleash a brief burst of power. They are not truly above the divine clan. If we launch another campaign, we may not fail to conquer the ninja world." Beside him Kinshiki gripped his long blade, the fighting spirit in his eyes never extinguished. "The mortals of the lower realm have repeatedly trampled upon the dignity of the divine clan. This matter has spread across the Starry River, and the Ōtsutsuki have lost all face. Allowing those 4-6 paths bloodlines to continue growing will surely bring endless troubles in the future." Many of the remaining clan members echoed his sentiment, pleading with the clan leader to once again dispatch troops and return to the ninja world. The clan leader closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time, then slowly opened them. "I know what you all think in your hearts. But I have seen with my own eyes what it means to have a heart, and what it means to protect. The beings of that land possess obsessions and bonds that nothing in the entire Starry River can match. To wage war by force, even if we could annihilate the ninja world, our clan would pay a terrible price." He paused, his gaze fixed on the end of the Starry River. "I have vowed never to invade again, and that promise will not change. But the great Tao of the world flows endlessly, and the cycles of time never cease. The peace of today does not mean eternity. Those four use mere mortals, yet standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, defied fate and altered destiny. Their path ahead is unknown to all. The Starry River is vast, and beyond the realm there are many unknown powerful enemies. The stability of the ninja world has never been a one-time achievement." The clan leader did not restart the war, but tacitly allowed the clan members to secretly observe and spy on the movements of the mortal world. The gaze of the Starry River still locked onto the land of the ninja world from afar. Meanwhile, above the night sky of the ninja world, beneath the moon in the forest, four figures stood side by side. The evening breeze was gentle and fallen leaves drifted. Neji suddenly looked up toward the profound night sky, his 6 paths Byakugan flickering faintly. "From beyond the Starry River, there are still eyes watching us." Upon hearing this, Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled calmly. "Let them watch. As long as the four of us are together, no matter what comes in the future, we will stand against it together." Sasuke stood with one hand behind his back, his expression serene and composed. "Having experienced the war of gods, we no longer fear any storm." Itachi gazed at the thousands of lights in the village and spoke softly. "Peace is not forever, it is guardianship that is eternal. As long as our bonds remain unbroken and the hearts of people undiminished, even if all the gods return, we can still fight once more." The evening breeze brushed through Konoha, and the Starry River hung over the long night. The Great War had ended and peace had come to the world, but the legend had never truly concluded. The young guardians are still here, the 6 paths bonds endure forever. The world is safe, the road ahead is long, and the future is full of promise. The placid current of time appeared deceptively gentle and enduring, yet beneath the veneer of tranquility undercurrents stirred silently within the boundless Starry River. The patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan honored his vow, never personally leading the clan's legions to set foot upon the shinobi world for the rest of his life. Yet the vast Starry River was never home to merely the Ōtsutsuki clan as the sole divine power. Beyond the distant starfields there existed more ancient, more primordial celestial clans, the Outer Realm pantheons, that towered above the ordinary deities. They roamed the Starry River, plundering planetary origins, devouring the fruits of the divine trees, their campaign of conquest spanning epochs far more prolonged and brutal than that of the Ōtsutsuki. The news of the Ōtsutsuki's repeated invasions of the shinobi world had long since drifted through the cosmic winds, reaching the ears of the Outer Realm pantheons. A low-level planet that had simultaneously nurtured 4 complete 6 paths bloodlines and repelled a divine sovereign was enough to ignite the intense interest of the pantheon's powerhouses. In stark contrast to the aloof Ōtsutsuki who were accustomed to slowly harvesting chakra, the outer realm beings were far more savage, rapacious, and merciless in slaughter. They cared nothing for clan honor nor for moral oaths. They prized only powerful bloodlines and the primal essence of heaven and earth. The night was deep and the starry river surged. One by one vague and shadowy divine auras crossed the barriers of the starry sea, quietly descending upon the skies above the shinobi world. Their aura was cold and eerie, distinct from the Ōtsutsuki, yet they too possessed the godly might to crush a realm. The first to sense the anomaly was none other than Ning Sei, who possessed the 6 paths Byakugan. In the dead of night he suddenly lifted his head, his brow faintly furrowing as the 8 trigrams principles around him instinctively began to flow. Something is wrong. Ning Sei's expression grew somber, his gaze fixed upon the deepest reaches of the heavens. This is not the aura of the Ōtsutsuki, it is another celestial existence spying upon this land. In the forest night, Mingren's Zhuozhu and Yu all turned their heads. Having weathered several world-ending wars, the 4 had become exceedingly sensitive to divine pressure. In an instant they detected that alien, ferocious, and aggressively invasive chill. Yu's eyes dimmed and he spoke softly. The patriarch kept his oath and did not come, but the starry river harbors other gods. Our true troubles have only just begun. Zhuozhu's fingers curled slightly, a faint scarlet gleam flashing in his pupils. Barely a few years of peace and a new crisis arrives again. Mingren looked up at the star-studded sky. All traces of his former naivety had faded, his gaze now steady and resolute. No matter. We once stood together, and defeated even the Ōtsutsuki patriarch. Whoever comes next, whatever enemy it is, we 4 facing them together will be enough. Years of tranquil life had not dulled the fighting spirit and protective resolve within their hearts. It had merely stripped away youthful impetuosity, leaving in its place calm and composure. At the same time, deep in the starry river, the Ōtsutsuki patriarch sat in his great hall, already aware of the stirrings among the outer realm pantheons. He gazed at the shinobi world, now targeted by many eyes, his expression complex and unreadable. Usher sensed the outer realm aura and felt a sudden shock. The outer realm pantheons, they have set their sights on that planet. Jinshi's long blade trembled faintly, his face grave. Those beings are savage and bloodthirsty. Once they descend, the shinobi world will face a far greater danger than when they faced us. The patriarch slowly closed his eyes and after a long silence spoke in a low voice, I do not invade, but that does not mean no one else will. Those 4 by the power of their bonds fought against gods and overturned fate. They are destined to never be free from strife. It is both a calamity and an opportunity. Whether they can defend their home from now on depends solely on themselves. He would neither lend aid nor interfere. Every storm on the path ahead was left to the 4 young guardians to decide on their own. The next morning, under a clear sky over Konoha, the streets were still bustling with peace and liveliness. The common folk lived in contentment, children laughed and ran about. None of them knew that a new crisis of heaven and earth was already brewing silently within the starry river. Inside the courtyard, the 4 stood shoulder to shoulder, shedding their idle nonchalance, as the aura of the 6 paths slowly revived and flowed around them. The battles of the past were to defend their home from divine annihilation. The road ahead was to face the vast expanse of the entire pantheon. Ning Sei's eyes were clear. Peace is but a brief respite, our guardianship has never ended. You said calmly, as long as our bonds remain unbroken, the 6 paths endure forever. Wherever the crisis lies, we go. Zhuozhu looked into the distant sky and spoke deliberately, let any outsider who descends from the heavens be stopped at the border of the shinobi world. Mingren stood against the wind, his smile open and frank, the fighting spirit rekindling in his eyes. Let's go. Prepare for the next great battle. The starry river stirred and the pantheon was about to move. The restlessness deep within the star river grew more intense by the day. The cold and violent aura of the otherworld, no longer deliberately concealed, pierced through the barriers of the starry sea, pressing heavily upon the land of the shinobi world. The sky often darkened abruptly in broad daylight, and the evening wind carried a bone-chilling cold. Lost birds failed to find their way back to the forest, while wild beasts cowered in fear. Ordinary people only felt the strange climate and their unease. Only the 5 Kage and the high-ranking shinobi clearly sensed the terrifying pressure descending once more from beyond the heavens. Everyone remembered the devastating calamity of the Ōtsutsuki clan years ago, and their hearts involuntarily tightened again. 3 days later, several pitch-black spatial fissures silently tore open across the vast sky. Unlike the translucent gray-white space passages of the Ōtsutsuki, these cracks were dark and profound, reeking of decay and murderous intent. One after another, towering figures with bizarre appearances stepped out slowly, celestial beings from beyond. Their bodies were covered in dark scale-like patterns, their eyes were bloodthirsty scarlet, and a turbulent, savage divine power flowed around them. The aura of each rivaled that of Usher and Jinshi from years past. The leader, clad in a black imperial robe, exuded an overwhelming and vast aura, his pressure seemingly even greater than that of the Ōtsutsuki clan leader. He was the advanced divine envoy dispatched by the heavens beyond. So this is the world that gave birth to the bloodline of the 4 paths and the 6 paths. The divine envoy from the heavens looked down upon the earth, his voice hoarse and vast, resounding across the entire sky. To have repelled the dominance of the Ōtsutsuki clan, you are indeed somewhat qualified to enter the sight of the heavens. The otherworldly powerhouses spread out coldly, scanning the mountains and rivers below. Their eyes held no reverence, only plunder and greed. The bloodline of the 6 paths, the planet's origin, and the chakra of the land, all were treasures they sought to seize. Above Konoha, 4 figures instantly shot into the sky, facing the assembly of otherworldly deities. Ming Ren's red hair fluttered and the Ninetales chakra coiled faintly around him. Suizhu activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to the fullest, the skeletal frame of Susanoo gradually materializing around him. Yu's expression was cold and clear, his dojutsu power subtly flowing, the domain of illusions silently spreading. Ningxi's 6 paths Byakugan shone brilliantly, the 8 trigrams formation beneath his feet slowly rotating, perceiving all trajectories of the otherworldly divine power. The 4 of them merged their auras into one, the bonds of the 6 paths resonating once more, standing calmly at the forefront of the shinobi world. Outsiders, stop here, Ningxi said coldly. This land does not welcome the invasion of the heavens. The divine envoy of the heavens looked down at the 4, his scarlet eyes narrowing with mockery and disdain. So it is the 4 of you mortals who defied the divine clan and stirred the waves of the Star River. The Ōtsutsuki were merciful and spared your lives, but that does not mean the heavens will show the same mercy. Mingren stepped forward, his battle intent blazing. No matter where you come from, if you wish to harm the shinobi world, you must first pass through the 4 of us. A mere lower realm being dares to obstruct the will of the heavens. The divine envoy chuckled lightly and pressed down with his hand. A violent pitch-black divine power crashed down like the collapse of the sky, directly crushing toward the 4. The air trembled violently, the earth sank slightly, and the pressure was far more domineering than that of the Ōtsutsuki army years ago. Mingren instantly unleashed his full Ninetales avatar, its 9 massive tails sweeping across the sky to block. With a thunderous roar, the Ninetales body shuddered violently, forcibly pressed down several dozen meters. Such was the power of a mere casual strike. Suizhu immediately activated his complete Susanoo, the black flames of Amaterasu burning across the sky. A pitch-black longsword slashed horizontally, severing the falling divine power. But when the black flames touched the otherworldly divine power, they were slowly eroded and extinguished. Yu instantly unleashed a large-scale mental illusion, attempting to disrupt the enemy's mind. However, the divine envoy's soul was exceedingly powerful. The illusion merely lingered for a moment before shattering directly. Ningxi stepped in the 8 trigrams pattern, constantly weaving and dodging, striking with gentle fist, only to find that the enemy's divine power was bizarre and obscure, extremely difficult to seal and block. In their first clash, all 4 felt immense pressure. The power system of the heavens beyond was entirely different from the Ōtsutsuki, more violent, more domineering, and far harder to contend with. Interesting, the divine envoy said, his interest deepening. Possessing the foundation of the 6 paths with bonds fused into one, no wonder you made the Ōtsutsuki retreat in defeat. Today I will extract the bloodline of the 4 of you and bring it back to the heavens, turning it into the supreme foundation for cultivation. Behind him, the otherworldly powerhouses all moved, unleashing their full auras, encircling from all sides. Below, the 5 Kage soared into the sky, and the Shinobi Alliance assembled once more, their battle armor gleaming, techniques ready to be unleashed. After years, the Shinobi world once again entered a full state of war. In the grand hall of the Ōtsutsuki Star River, the clan leader watched the scene in silence. Pusher frowned deeply. These beings from the heavens are too brutal in their actions. Those 4 will likely fall into a bitter struggle. Jinsher gripped his long blade, his eyes burning with battle intent. If they are defeated, the shinobi world will become nothing more than a trophy in the hands of the heavens. The clan leader slowly shook his head. The path they have guarded is their own. The calamity too must be borne by themselves. High above, the wind howled and divine figures stood in confrontation. On one side, the otherworldly powerhouses who had conquered countless realms, on the other the 4 heroes of the 6 paths who had weathered many battles to defend their home. The Ōtsutsuki were now history. The calamity of the heavens had officially arrived. The 4 exchanged glances, seeing unwavering determination in each other's eyes. No matter the enemy, no matter how arduous the road ahead, the bonds remained, the protection would never cease. Beneath the dim firmament, the oppressive weight of the descending outer realms grew ever heavier and colder. The entire sea of clouds churned restlessly, the air thick with a strange and overbearing divine power, utterly different from the pure chakra essence of the Ōtsutsuki clan, wild, turbid, and reeking of a destructive aura that sought to plunder everything. The foremost envoy of the outer realms stood tall, wreathed in black mist, his crimson eyes gazing coldly at the four figures before him. Behind him a host of otherworldly warriors arrayed themselves on all sides, their killing intent sharp and fierce, already poised for encirclement and battle. Naruto, Sasuke, Uchiha, Itachi, and Hyūga Neji stood solemnly, their four silhouettes side by side suspended across the heavens. Tempered by numerous great battles, the four had long attained calmness of body and mind. The power of the six paths flowed steadily within them, their battle intent restrained yet never extinguished. From the assault of Momoshiki to the large-scale invasion of Urashiki and Kinshiki, and then to the fierce clash with the Ōtsutsuki clan leader, the four had long witnessed the pinnacle of divine combat in this world. Facing these outer realm foes, they harbored not a trace of fear. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate with war ready to erupt at any moment, several figures rose silently into the sky from the distant horizon, landing softly on the outer clouds. Hyuga, Hinata, Haruno, Sakura, Temari, Yamanaka, Ino, and Konan had all arrived here. 4 days the heavens and earth had been in constant upheaval, crises from beyond the skies emerging one after another, and the destructive fluctuations of power could be sensed throughout the ninja world. Unable to rest easy over the safety of the main battlefield, they had come together simply wanting to see the battle clearly and at the critical moment be able to lend support, or tend to the wounded. They did not approach the center of the battlefield, nor did they step forward to speak. They merely stood quietly in the distance, their gazes calm as they watched the confrontation high above. For a long time the ninja world had suffered calamity after calamity. Everyone had been busy with war and protection, with little leisure for idle talk or companionship. Now, with a great enemy before them and the safety of home and nation hanging by a thread, all understood that this was not the time for personal feelings or romantic matters. Naruto and the other three merely cast a brief faint glance before withdrawing their attention, refocusing entirely on the might of the outer realms before them, their expressions unchanged. The envoy of the outer realms naturally noticed the few figures that had appeared behind, but after a cursory glance he paid them no further heed. In the face of absolute divine power, these people could not sway the course of battle. To have been able to crush the Ōtsutsuki clan's army head-on, and even force back their clan leader. The envoy spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and icy, echoing across the heavens and earth. The six paths bloodline in the four of you does indeed possess astonishing potential. A pity this weak lower realm cannot contain such power. The moment the words fell, the envoy's black divine power exploded violently, billowing black mist spreading in all directions, shattering and collapsing the void beneath his feet. All the otherworldly warriors behind him simultaneously unleashed their full auras of pressure, far surpassing that of the original Ōtsutsuki Vanguard Legion, completely enveloping the ninja world. Today I shall strike personally. I will test the six paths' true body and at the same time crush the resistance of this world. The wind howled, the clouds shattered. Naruto's nine tails chakra suddenly boiled, crimson flames surging into the sky. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, the skeletal outline of Susanoo slowly coalescing outside his body. Itachi's mind was focused, his dojutsu power quietly gathering, his illusion domain spreading unseen. Neji's six paths Byakugan opened fully, his eyes perceiving every trace of divine power flow, the 8 trigrams formation slowly rotating beneath his feet. The auras of the four merged, their bonds resonating and taking shape. No words were exchanged, no distractions arose. Ahead were the invading gods of the outer realms, behind them were the myriad hearths, and the people of the ninja world. A new unprecedented epic battle was already on the verge of erupting. Boom! The pitch-black and violent divine power surged across the sky like a tidal wave. The celestial envoys held back no strength. With a raise of their hands, several dark divine rays tore through the clouds, carrying the might to annihilate everything, and struck directly at Naruto and his 3 companions. Unlike the Ōtsutsuki clan's battle style that leaned toward laws and space, the power of the outer realms was simple, brutal, and devastating. With a single strike, the void cracked into large black fissures and a deep tremor rumbled from the earth far below. Facing the overwhelming onslaught, the four remained unperturbed, their coordination as polished as ever. Neji stepped forward first, his 6 paths Byakugan instantly locking onto all attack trajectories. He spread an 8 trigrams formation in the air, and a gentle yet resilient barrier took shape abruptly. With precise prediction of every divine ray's landing point, he continuously tapped the nodes of the incoming divine power with gentle fist, forcibly deflecting and blocking most of the assault. Block them all! Just as the divine rays were about to breach the defense, the Nine Tails flame erupted skyward. Naruto's red hair whipped wildly, and the complete Nine Tails' true form manifested across the sky. 9 gigantic tails swept in all directions, smashing the remaining dark divine light into pieces. The crimson flames burned the scattered otherworldly divine power, sending up billows of black smoke. Seizing the brief pause in the assault, Sasuke's eyes turned crimson, and the Mangekyo Sharingan flared with cold light. The colossal perfect Susanoo materialized instantly, wielding a long blade engulfed in inextinguishable Amaterasu black flames. It slashed horizontally across the sky, the dark fire spreading along the edge, cleaving straight toward the celestial envas ahead. In the shadows, Itachi's mind was deeply focused, his extensive genjutsu silently enveloping the entire battlefield. Invisible spiritual energies seeped into the minds of the domain warriors undetected, disrupting their perception and distorting their judgment, causing many of the celestial beings who were about to encircle them to falter noticeably. One perceived and predicted, one endured physically, one led the assault, and one controlled the shadows. With clear division of roles and seamless bonds, they steadily withstood the first wave of the celestial onslaught in an instant. Thunderous explosions echoed continuously, layers of clouds blasted apart, and shockwaves swept across 1,000 leagues of sky. On a distant cloud, Hinata, Sakura, and the others watched the battle in tense silence. They knew the peril of this fight, and understood the terrifying opponents Naruto and the others faced. They kept a close eye on the battlefield, ready to rush in and provide aid if anyone was injured. At the center of the battlefield, the celestial envoys stared at the four completely unharmed warriors, their expressions finally darkening. "No wonder you could repel the Ōtsutsuki clan leader," the envoy murmured, killing intent thickening in his eyes. "For 6 paths, bloodlines complement each other with the resonance of bonds. Their combined power far exceeds any individual's limit." He had only heard rumors before, never truly fought them. Now, after a clash, he truly felt that these 4 guardians of the lower realm indeed possessed the capital to shake the gods. Behind him, the domain warriors no longer hesitated, they moved. Several dark figures darted from all directions, divine power surging as they launched a pincer attack from different angles, aiming to overwhelm the 4 with numbers and disrupt their perfect coordination. The true melee erupted fully. The 9 tails swept across the sky, constantly knocking back nearby powerful foes. The Susanoo's long blade rose and fell, black flames burning celestial divine power. Itachi slipped through the gaps, his genjutsu continuously dissolving the enemy's mental defenses. Neji in white robes moved through the battlefield, using 8 trigrams gentle fist to seal pressure points and cripple the power circulation of one domain warrior after another. For a time, light and shadow interweaved above the sky with endless roars. Under the siege of countless celestial warriors, the 4 moved freely, advancing and retreating with ease. Even though each opponent's individual strength rivaled Momoshiki of old, they still found it difficult to gain the upper hand. In the depths of the galaxy inside the Grand Ōtsutsuki Hall, the clan leader silently gazed at the great battle through the star sea, his expression calm and unruffled. Urashiki frowned, his eyes intently fixed on the battlefield. "The celestial beings fight savagely with no technique at all. It will be extremely difficult for the 4 to hold out for long." Kinshiki gripped his sword handle and said in a deep voice, "Once the 4 fall, the entire ninja world will be controlled by the celestial realm. Then the entire star domain's pattern will change." The clan leader shook his head slightly. "The path is their own choice, and the tribulation is destined by the era. Whether they can hold it depends entirely on their own foundation and bonds." On the high-altitude battlefield, the fierce battle continued. Many ordinary celestial warriors were wounded and retreated, but the leading envoy still stood calmly, having not truly fought yet. He was observing, testing, probing all the cards of the 4's 6 paths power. Naruto's breathing quickened slightly under continuous combat, his chakra was draining rapidly. Fine cracks had already appeared on Sasuke's Susanoo. Itachi's mental energy was depleting, and a faint weariness glimmered in his eyes. Neji kept moving, observing, his mind tightly stretched. A host of formidable beings from other realms besieged them from all directions as pitch-black divine power rained down endlessly. The clamor of battle and slaughter never ceased for a single moment. After prolonged high-intensity combat, the pressure on Mingren's Wujiyu and Ningxi grew increasingly heavy. Enemies swarmed from every side with violent divine energies from countless realms relentlessly battering their defenses. Wave after wave of assaults came without pause, granting them no chance to catch their breath. The flames on the true form of Jiuwei dimmed slightly. Mingren's blood and chi surged violently as he endured several heavy blows, and his chakra was greatly depleted. Cracks spread across Wujuyu's Shizuen-Ninghu, and the black flames of Tianzhou gradually weakened. The prolonged fierce offensive and defensive battles had severely drained his eye power. Yu continuously deployed large-scale illusions, leaving his spirit and soul utterly exhausted, his eyes sore and swollen. Ningxi constantly predicted, dodged, and blocked, his mind tightly strung and his body already covered in minute signs of strain. Though they appeared to handle the situation with ease, the 4 were gradually pushed to the limits of their combat power. From afar, the onlookers watching the battle from the clouds wore increasingly grave expressions, their hearts filled with worry. If the battle dragged on, the four would only be drained of their strength and completely overwhelmed by the enemy's sheer numbers. In the center of the battlefield, the divine envoy of the realms, who had been watching coldly, slowly took a step forward. Turbid black divine power surged out from within, and the oppressive aura escalated once more. The probing ends here. These subordinates alone are indeed insufficient to wear you down. Since your bonds and the legacy of the six paths run so deep, I shall personally intervene and force out all of your strength. With these words, the divine envoy raised a hand and struck out with the palm. Boundless black mist coalesced into a colossal palm print of annihilation, blotting out the sky and descending upon the four with an overwhelming, crushing might. This strike far surpassed all previous attacks. The expressions of the four changed simultaneously. They dared not be careless and instinctively tried to activate the power of the six paths that bound them together. However, after days of continuous battle and relentless fighting, their power was nearly exhausted, making it difficult to achieve resonance in time. The pressure of death loomed before them. Just as the annihilation palm print was about to fall, a single obsessive thought arose in the hearts of the four: protect the ninja world, protect each other, and never be defeated. Their four minds resonated across the void, and the very origin of the six paths buried deep within their bloodlines suddenly awakened. On the verge of depletion, their chakra surged back wildly, and the long-dormant power of their bloodlines boiled over completely. Having been tempered in the battle against the Daetangmu clan leader, and constantly pushed to their limits in the war across realms, the foundation they had long accumulated shattered its constraints in the face of absolute desperation. With a resonant hum, the crimson flames of Jiuwei blazed up once more. Pure golden light of the six paths radiated around Mingren, and his physical strength, total chakra, and recovery ability all skyrocketed, firmly establishing him at the peak of the six paths. Zuiju's 10,000 blossom kaleidoscope shone brilliantly. The cracks in his Shuzhuan Ninghu healed completely, and its size expanded further. The black flames of Tianzhao evolved their burning power, now capable of scorching the very origin of divine beings from other realms, elevating his eye power to a new height. A radiant light flickered in Yu's eyes as his illusionary arts entered a brand new realm. His spiritual power doubled and his mental fatigue vanished, enabling him to directly erode the souls of high-level divine beings with his illusions. Ningxi's six paths Byakugan achieved a perfect evolution, enhancing his perception range, analytical ability, and the power of the 8 trigrams gentle fist in every aspect. With a single glance he could see through the flaws in any divine power, and his meridian sealing techniques reached the very origin. The auras of the four soared simultaneously, and the radiance of the six paths around them blazed brilliantly. Their overall combat power underwent a second massive transformation, firmly surpassing the level they had reached when they defeated the Daetangmu clan leader. With death closing in, they broke through their limits in a bloody battle. Their combat power has increased. The divine envoy of the realms narrowed his eyes, genuine shock appearing on his face for the first time. In the midst of this high-intensity life-or-death battle, these mortals from the lower realm had actually managed to surpass their own limits. Mingren raised his head and let out a long roar, swinging all 9 tails of Jiuwei with full force to directly confront the descending black palm print. With a thunderous crash, the boundless black mist erupted and scattered. Zuiju, wielding a long blade of black flames, leaped forward and slashed through several nearby beings from other realms, the blade's edge dissolving their divine power inch by inch. You cast a single indifferent glance, and several powerful beings from other realms were instantly trapped in an advanced illusion, rendered combat ineffective on the spot. Clad in white, Ningxi moved through the battlefield, each palm strike precisely targeting the origin of divine power. Wherever his gentle fist touched, the divine power of other realms fell into disorder and dissipated. In an instant, the tide of battle completely reversed. The four who had been surrounded from all sides now dominated the entire battlefield, attacking and defending with ease. From the other side of the Star River, the Daetangmu clan leader's gaze shifted, deep surprise flickering in his eyes. Breaking through and ascending in the midst of bloodshed, these 4 six paths bloodlines still have not reached the end of their potential. Pushi's expression turned solemn. If they continue to grow, even the realms beyond might not be able to suppress them. Jin Shi tightened his grip on his long blade and murmured in admiration, such talent is rarely seen in the world. High above, the divine envoy of the realms wore an exceedingly grim expression. He had never imagined that this siege and pressure would not only fail to defeat the four but would instead force them to unleash even greater power. Interesting. Black mist churned around the divine envoy, and his own divine power began to surge wildly. Since you have revealed your full peak combat power, I will now fight with all my seriousness. The high-altitude sea of clouds churned with furious waves as the oppressive might of the myriad heavens enveloped the wilderness. The divine envoys of the heavens, their pitch-black divine power boiling to its limits, unleashed their entire foundation without reservation, causing the entire sky to tremble faintly under the presence of the gods. After breaking through from the brink of death the combat prowess of Mingren's Wishu, and you had ascended to the peak of the 6 paths, granting them the strength to face the divine envoys at full power. Yet there was one whose aura continued to rise silently and inexorably, Ningxi. Through successive battles against the Ōtsutsuki stars, a fierce clash with the clan leader, and a grueling war against the outer heavens, coupled with the bloodline resonance at the moment of life and death, the ancient Rishiang clan essence, and the 6 paths Baiyan foundation that had lain dormant within him for countless ages underwent their final transformation under the baptism of war. The originally clear and transparent Baiyan now slowly took on a layer of pale golden radiance. The scale was pure and flawless, while the intricate patterns within the pupils swirled in complex motion. With a single glance one could perceive the very essence of the void, the meridians of the gods, and the flow of the laws of heaven and earth. Ordinary 6 paths Baiyan could no longer describe the level of this ocular power. The Hongmang 6 paths divine eye, unique in the world, had fully manifested. Buzz! An aura far vaster, more profound, and more transcendent than that of the other 3 burst forth from Ningxi's body, spreading across the heavens. At the same moment the trajectories of all divine power within heaven and earth, the weaknesses of enemies, and the flaws in the great Tao were all clearly reflected in his eyes. Whether it was the Ōtsutsuki origin or the divine power of the outer heavens, nothing could remain hidden beneath these eyes. Ningxi's combat power skyrocketed in a discontinuous leap, leaving Mingren's Wishu and you far behind, firmly placing him at the very pinnacle of the current era's strength. Clad in white robes, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the assembled gods below. With a single sweeping glance, the divine power within several of the outer heaven strongmen directly spiraled into chaos. Their bodies trembled violently, unable to move. These eyes! The divine envoys of the heavens changed color drastically, genuine fear stirring in their hearts for the first time. Transcending the 6 paths, seeing through the origin. How could such terrifying ocular power be born in the lower realm? Mingren and Zhuju both turned their heads, inwardly startled. Unbeknownst to them, Ningxi's strength had quietly surpassed everyone else. On the other side of the battlefield, Chutian, quietly watching from the clouds in the distance, felt a subtle tremor in her heart. As a fellow bearer of the Rishiang bloodline, she could clearly sense the vast resonance emanating from the depths of her clan's blood. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon that white-robed figure. Amidst the flames of war, a lone youth stood against myriad gods, his eyes holding the stars and heavens. An indescribable emotion quietly took root and sprouted in the depths of her heart. Through the journey of wind and rain, and countless times of standing shoulder to shoulder in life and death, the memories of the past gradually surfaced in her mind. Yet in troubled times, with great enemies pressing in, these feelings had always been buried deep within, never revealed. It was not only Chutian. Xiaoying, Shouju, and others watching the 4 who fought bloodily to protect the world also felt a growing touch of emotion and concern in their hearts. Through each catastrophic ordeal, these young men bore the burden of the mortal world, moving forward with resilience, gentleness, and dedication, traits that had quietly left their mark on the hearts of the women. Unspoken affections, unvoiced words, they flowed silently in the brief moments when their eyes met. Ningxi's heart stirred slightly, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of that slender, pure white figure in the distance. Years of constant warfare had made him focus solely on protecting the ninja world and his comrades, rarely sparing time for his own emotions. Yet at this moment, with the myriad enemies pressing in, a certain place deep within him softened for an instant. He did not linger on it, slowly withdrawing his gaze. With the great enemy before him, the lives of the people took precedence. But in his heart a silent decision had already been made. Once this battle was settled, he would use his peak divine eye origin to refine the constitutions of those close to him, cleansing their marrow and breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks. He would not stand alone against the storms of the heavens, he would also protect those beside him, guiding them to grow and journey together toward the distant stars. With that thought, Ningxi unleashed the full power of the 8 trigrams. The 3 of you hold off the minor foes. This one is mine. As his words fell, the white-robed figure shot into the air. With the divine eye opened, all laws became clear. A series of exquisitely condensed 8 trigrams, gentle fists tore through the sky, striking straight at the body of the divine envoy. Wherever the fist wind passed, black mist dissipated and divine power melted away. Mingren's Wishu and you immediately understood and struck out separately, sweeping through the remaining outer heaven strongmen to clear the battlefield. Above the long sky, the great battle erupted anew. One man fought the main god alone, while the 3 swept through the lesser gods. The tide of battle had completely turned. The sky was engulfed by pitch-black clouds as the divine powers of the extraterrestrial gods surged wildly. Ningxi, clad in white, streaked across the sky, his golden divine eyes radiating light, the Tao rhythm of the 8 trigrams swirling around him. Every movement of his hands and feet stirred the laws of heaven and earth. Facing the fully unleashed divine envoys, he remained composed without any violent assault or grand-scale slaughter. With his Hongmeng divine eyes that could perceive the origin of all things, he saw through every trace of their techniques the flow of divine power, and every flaw in offense and defense. The pitch-black annihilation divine power howled toward him, a divine ability that could easily gravely wound a 6 paths level expert, yet in Ningxi's eyes it was riddled with weaknesses. He moved with agile grace like windswept clouds, effortlessly evading the onslaught, and gently tapped out a palm strike with the gentle fist. A seemingly mild and indifferent palm precisely struck the original node of the divine envoy's power flow. Bang! A low trembling sound echoed across the sea of clouds. The domineering and surging black mist divine power suddenly collapsed and scattered. The divine envoy's body shuddered violently, retreating thousands of meters in succession, with blood and chi churning in his chest and his soul suffering a significant shock. With a single casual strike he suppressed this extraterrestrial main god. In the distance, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi, who were clearing the lesser enemies, caught a glimpse of this scene, their hearts filled with indescribable shock. Ningxi's combat power now was completely on a different level from theirs. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be able to contend with him. The divine envoy's expression darkened to the extreme, disbelief filling his eyes. Having roamed the heavens for years and fought across countless star domains, he had never been so easily crushed by someone of the same realm. Before him, this youth from the lower realm possessed unfathomable eye power, perfect physical cultivation, and an abyssal foundation. I underestimated you. The divine envoy roared, gathering all his divine power into one, intending to unleash his natal divine ability of the heavens, fighting to the death. Outside the battlefield above the clouds, Hinata silently gazed at the white-clad figure calmly battling among the gods, her eyes not shifting away for a long time. The resonance of the same bloodline grew clearer, and the concern and admiration in her heart deepened. In the face of life and death in a chaotic world, all thoughts were quiet and restrained. Only her gaze followed him repeatedly, silently worrying whether he would be injured or fall into danger. Sakura and Temari also felt their hearts stir. Watching the 4 of them fight to protect the land, watching Ningxi single-handedly suppress the main god, the budding affection and reliance in their hearts grew even stronger. While dealing with the main god's attacks, Ningxi quietly kept an eye on the rear. He knew the battle was not over, and he could not indulge in personal feelings. With his mind set, Ningxi held back no longer. A golden light burst from his eyes, and the entire sky instantly froze. The 8 trigrams' profound meaning unfolded fully, and countless gentle fist energies interweaved across the sky like a starry net, enveloping the divine envoy completely. Boom! A continuous barrage of fist energies fell, shattering the black mist layer by layer. The main god was forced back step by step, his divine power dissipating endlessly. On the other side, Naruto's 9 tails crimson flames swept across the land, his tail whip striking all who stood in his way. Sasuke's Susanoo longsword slashed in all directions, with Amaterasu black flames burning all otherworldly beings. Itachi's illusion domain enveloped the surroundings, trapping countless extraterrestrial powerhouses and nightmares, stripping them of their combat capability instantly. All invaders on the periphery were cleared away, leaving only the ultimate showdown between Ningxi and the divine envoy in the sky. The divine envoy, driven to the edge, was filled with shock and fear. He finally understood that this unremarkable lower realm possessed a power capable of shaking the entire outer heavens. Ningxi's gaze was cold, his white robes fluttering in the wind. The invasion ends here. Take one more step into the ninja world and I will slay every god who dares to invade. Endless 8 trigrams energy pressed down layer upon layer, while the dark divine power of the gods continuously shattered and dissipated. The heavenly envoy's aura was completely depleted, with multiple divine power meridians on his body ruptured. His formidable combat strength was utterly suppressed, leaving no trace of the arrogance and hubris he had when he first descended. He knew he had already lost. If he continued to fight to the death, given Ningxi's unfathomable mastery of the Idao, a single glance could pierce his soul's origin, and a single palm strike would be enough to slay him here utterly. The black clouds in the sky slowly receded, and the fierce pressure of heaven and earth gradually dissipated. The envoy looked up, gazing at the youth in white standing alone, his eyes indifferent, as he overlooked the world with a myriad of emotions in his heart. In the lower realms, such a heaven-defying powerhouse capable of single-handedly suppressing a main god had actually been born. This battle, I concede. The envoy spoke slowly, his voice tinged with fatigue and reluctance. I will withdraw all my subordinates from the heavens and will not rashly invade the land of the ninja world again. But the outer heavens are vast and boundless with countless clans. I alone cannot dictate the will of all clans. Today's retreat does not mean that the heavens will never come again. Ningxi's eyes slightly dimmed their golden light, and the surging 8 trigrams power around him slowly receded. His clear, cold voice echoed through the sky. If even one person dares to set foot in this land, I will personally slay them into the starry heavens and level the path they came from. Every word was resolute and decisive, full of confidence. After this battle, everyone understood that the current Ningxi possessed the absolute power to single-handedly fight across the starry heavens. The heavenly envoy said no more, cast a deep glance at the 4, then turned and tore open space, retreating with his remaining subordinates, vanishing at the horizon. The sudden calamity from the heavens thus came to a temporary end. The sky gradually cleared and the smoke of battle scattered with the wind. Mingren dispelled the Nine-Tails' true form, let out a long breath, and his exhaustion was evident. Suizhu withdrew his Susanoo, closed his eyes to regulate his depleted eye power. Yu slowly relaxed his mind, already physically and mentally exhausted from days of high-intensity genjutsu manipulation. The 4 landed side by side. The great battle settled. In the distance on the clouds, Chutian, Xiaoying, and Shouju walked slowly forward. There were no noisy cheers, they simply walked forward quietly, their eyes fixed on the group, carefully examining the varying depths of wounds on their bodies. After the life-and-death battle, everyone was mentally exhausted. Xiaoying subconsciously stepped forward, her fingertips glowing with a soft medical chakra, silently healing the external wounds on Suizhu's body, her movements natural and gentle. Subtle care needed no words. After long companionship, it had long become a habit. Chutian slowly walked to Ningxi's side, her gaze softly falling on the faint wound on his shoulder, with unconcealed worry hidden in her brows. Still shy and reserved, she would not directly express her feelings, but the concern in her eyes was clear. Ningxi sensed the approaching figure beside him, turned his gaze to look at her. Their eyes met briefly for a moment, both paused slightly, then calmly looked away. Without many words, the heartbeat and concern in their hearts had silently deepened. In chaotic times, fighting side by side through life and death, long-lasting feelings are most easily nurtured. Everything progressed step by step, gentle and restrained, natural and heartfelt, without any abruptness. Jingyi, Xiaonan, and Shouju also stepped forward, each offering soft greetings, their eyes filled with genuine concern. Mingren looked at the peaceful world of mortals, let out a light laugh, and the pressure of days of battle vanished completely. Suizhu gazed at the distant starry river, his expression calm, already prepared in his heart to face future crises. Yu stood quietly looking at the peaceful world and the people around him, with a hint of gentleness in his eyes. The calamity subsided for now, and the ninja world returned to peace. The power structure had completely changed. Ningxi stood alone at the top, far ahead of everyone else. The smoke of battle dissipated and the land returned to tranquility. Together they journeyed back to the Mai village, where the weariness and wounds from days of relentless combat were gradually soothed by the embrace of their peaceful homeland. By day the village was serene and harmonious, with bustling streets carrying on as usual. By night the stillness was gentle and tender, no longer overshadowed by the oppressive presence of celestial deities. After the chaos of the Detong-Mu rebellion and the war against the outer realms, the shinobi world finally welcomed a rare period of respite and recovery. Mingren's Suizhu and Yu devoted themselves daily to stabilizing their 6 paths cultivation, digesting the insights gained from the great battle and steadily consolidating their power. Ningxi, however, spent most of his time in solitary meditation deep within the forest. A faint golden light swirled around him as his primordial divine eye grew ever more profound and complete. His combat prowess had already widened an immense chasm between him and all others in the world. After several days of rest, everyone's injuries had fully healed. Ningxi found a secluded, tranquil clearing in the woods and waited alone for a long while. Before long, Chutian, Xiaoying, Shouju, Jingyi, and Xiaonan arrived one after another as promised. Though puzzled, they stood quietly in silence, awaiting Ningxi's words. The evening breeze rustled through the forest leaves. Ningxi stood clad in white, his gaze having softened considerably, shedding the cold, murderous aura of the battlefield. Your innate talents are already extraordinary, but your physical constitutions have been inherently limited, placing heavy shackles on your cultivation path. The crisis from beyond the heavens has not yet fully dissipated. In the future you will inevitably step into the starry river and wage war across the realms. He slowly opened his eyes. The golden primordial divine eye gradually gleamed, emitting a thread of pure quintessential eye power derived from the 6 paths origin. Like a gentle stream, it flowed softly outward, enveloping all the women present in a tender embrace. The pure origin force seeped slowly into their meridians and flesh, beginning to cleanse and refine their mortal bodies, purging the obstructions in their cultivation and reshaping their very foundations. This was Ningxi's unique ability. By harnessing the primordial essence of his divine eye which had ascended to the peak of the world, he could transform others' spiritual bodies and rewrite their cultivation aptitude. A warm current coursed through their limbs and bones, leaving them feeling pleasantly aglow. The barriers that had once made breakthroughs so arduous quietly loosened. Chakra flowed smoothly within their bodies, became light and translucent, and their minds grew clearer than ever. Visibly everyone's aura rose steadily. Chu Tian's Rishyang bloodline was further activated, the latent potential of her white eye was fully unlocked, and her eye power surged dramatically. Xiao Ying's physical resilience and healing chakra origin were greatly enhanced, her body undergoing a rapid transformation. Shou Ju's wind release talent awakened more deeply, and her realm quietly loosened. Jing Ye's mental perception became keener, her spiritual power soaring. Even Xiao Nan, who was usually indifferent, experienced immense nourishment to her physique, her foundation growing stronger and more stable. Everyone was silently growing stronger. The forest was still, with only the gentle flow of origin energy. Chu Tian lowered her eyes slightly, clearly sensing the young man's heartfelt efforts beside her. A warmth surged in her heart, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She quietly glanced at Ningxi, her gaze soft, filled with gratitude and joy, her emotions growing increasingly tender. The others also understood in their hearts. The person before them had willingly expended his own origin power to help them transform and grow stronger, not a fleeting whim, but a manifestation of deep care and tenderness born from long companionship. Affection need not be spoken aloud, it slowly warmed and deepened in the silent care of everyday life. Ningxi withdrew the radiance of his divine eye and spoke calmly. Your physical foundations have been reshaped. From now on your cultivation speed will greatly increase and breakthroughs will no longer be difficult. In the future, should we venture into the Starry River, I will take you all with me. You need not remain forever behind the lines. These simple words were steady and reassuring. They nodded gently, deeply moved. In the chaotic times of the past they could only watch from afar, filled with worry and longing. Now someone was willing to protect them, to guide them in growing together, to face all the storms of the future side by side. The night deepened and moonlight spilled over the forest. The young man stood in white, aloof and cool, while the group of women stood quietly by his side. The moonlight in the forest was gentle, and the evening breeze softly caressed the face. After undergoing the marrow cleansing and body tempering of Ningxi's Hongming divine eye's origin, the bone structure and bloodline of all the women had completely transformed. The bottlenecks that were previously insurmountable in their cultivation had all loosened. Chakra flowed smoothly and unimpeded, and their foundation grew stronger with each passing day. From that day on they often practiced meditation together in the forest. No longer just gazing at each other from afar on the battlefield, they now spent every day and night together, their distance quietly closing. Ningxi mostly stood silently by the side, occasionally offering soft guidance on the flaws in their cultivation. With his divine eyes that could see through all origins, no one's flaws in technique, blocked meridians, or deviations in mindset could escape his gaze. A few simple words of guidance could save them from many detours, allowing their cultivation to advance rapidly. Chu Tian, who shared the same bloodline with him, saw her Byakugan continuously evolve under the nourishment of the origin, her pupil power skyrocketing. During cultivation she would always subconsciously draw closer to Ningxi's side, quietly listening to his guidance, her eyes gentle and soft. Occasionally, when their gazes accidentally met, Chu Tian would quickly lower her head, her ears slightly reddened, her heart fluttering with agitation, yet she could not bear to let go of the thought. That feeling, hidden for so long, gradually became clear in the company day after day. Xiaoying focused on honing her chakra and physical foundation. After the transformation of her physique, her explosive power and self-healing ability had fully improved. She was no longer just a simple medical ninja. In her spare time she would unconsciously look at the few people standing quietly not far away, feeling peaceful and calm in her heart. Having gone through life and death battles, having everyone by her side was the best sight. Shoji Jingye and Xiaonan also steadily improved. After the cleansing, their bodies had their cultivation talent fully unleashed, their realms steadily rose and their temperament became increasingly cool and outstanding. They cultivated together, chatted and relaxed together, and in the midst of the chaotic world this rare peaceful time added a touch of warmth to everyone's hearts. Ningxi watched the people around him gradually growing stronger, more composed and dazzling, and felt serene and steady in his heart. He had long stood at the pinnacle of combat power in this world, walking alone through countless battles, witnessing the coldness of gods and the overturning of heaven and earth. But only now, with someone by his side and the years peaceful, did a rare warmth of worldly life arise in his heart. He still could not express his feelings directly, did not understand romantic words, and would only silently watch over everyone's safety, guide their cultivation attentively, and hide his tenderness in every action. On the other side, Mingren's Wuju and you also noticed the change in the aura of the group. The three understood clearly that Ningxi had used his own supreme origin to help them complete the physical transformation. Mingren looked at the figures in the forest and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. I didn't expect that Ningxi not only far surpasses us in combat power but also has such a delicate mind. Zhuju's gaze was indifferent as he slowly spoke. He has always been insightful, but he is usually too cold and taciturn. You looked at the scene under the moonlight, a faint smile in his eyes. In the midst of war and chaos, to have such peaceful companionship is truly rare. Now the ninja world was temporarily at peace. The outer heavens had temporarily withdrawn their troops, and the Ōtsutsuki clan had kept their promise not to invade. But everyone knew clearly that the peace was only temporary. The vast starry river was boundless with countless extraterrestrial races. Today's retreat did not mean they would never return. In the future they would eventually leave the homeland of the ninja world, step into the vast sea of stars, and face even more powerful celestial beings. Ningxi had already made plans in his heart. Once the cultivation of those around him was completely stable, and his own realm had further settled, he would take everyone to venture into the starry river. There was no need to let his companions bear the pressure alone, nor to let the ones he cared about remain in their homeland. He alone could suppress all gods and protect everyone by his side, leading them to fight together across the heavens and traverse the long path of the starry sea. The days of peace and tranquility did not last long. The shinobi world lay calm with the warmth of human life undisturbed, yet in the distant boundless depths of the starry river a new wave of upheaval was quietly brewing. The divine envoy who had been defeated from the myriad realms returned to his clan's territory but did not abandon his covetous desire for the shinobi world. One person's defeat did not signify that the entire host of realms would willingly yield. Many ancient powerhouses of the myriad realms, upon hearing that a being wielding the primordial divine eye and capable of suppressing a sovereign god had been born in the lower realm, were stirred with curiosity and intent to spy. Countless veiled icy divine thoughts traversed endless star domains, silently descending upon the sky above the shinobi world, constantly scrutinizing this land and probing the depths of Neji and his companions. The first to sense the anomaly in the starry river was Neji, whose ocular power had reached the pinnacle of the world. One deep night he stood alone atop a mountain peak, lifting his gaze to the chilling currents weaving through the pitch-black sky, his brows slightly furrowed. The primordial divine eye turned, gently piercing through the mists of the stellar sea, in a single glance revealing the countless peering gazes hidden in the distance. The myriad realms had not truly withdrawn, they were merely gathering strength in the shadows, plotting an invasion on a far grander scale. Peace was merely an illusion before the storm. Neji lowered his gaze, understanding in his heart. The brief period of respite was coming to an end, and the path of stellar conquest that awaited them was ultimately inescapable. When he descended the mountain and returned to the forest, the moonlight was still gentle and everyone was still immersed in quiet cultivation. Hinata was the first to notice the subtle change in Neji's expression, catching the faint trace of gravity hidden in his brow. She stepped forward softly, her voice tender and gentle, asking in a low whisper, "Has something happened?" The girl's heart was delicate and sensitive. Even with few words, she could always be the first to sense his emotional shifts. The evening breeze brushed by and Neji lowered his eyes to the person before him, feeling a soft tremor in the tender part of his heart. He did not conceal the truth, speaking calmly. "The starry river is not peaceful. The myriad realms beyond are still coveting this place. Before long the great war will come again." A single sentence silenced the forest. Sakura, Temari, Ino, and Konan ceased their training, their expressions turning somber. They had long endured countless calamities and understood that the threats from beyond the heavens would never completely vanish. Yet there was no panic or fear in their hearts. After undergoing the transformation of Neji's essence refinement, their own combat power had been greatly enhanced. They were no longer the fragile ones who could only watch from behind. Moreover, with someone by their side to rely on, only a calm remained in their hearts. Hinata gazed steadily at Neji and said softly, "No matter what lies ahead, I will follow you." Her words were simple and straightforward, her heart open and gentle without the slightest hesitation. Neji's heart stirred, a faint softness spreading across his cool features as he nodded slightly. Nearby, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi arrived upon hearing the news. When they learned of the undercurrents in the starry river, their expressions turned solemn. "It seems we will have to step into the star sea after all," Naruto said in a low voice. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "Rather than waiting for the enemy to come to us, it's better to take the initiative and eliminate all threats." Itachi spoke slowly, cutting to the core. "As long as the myriad realms harbor covetous intentions, the shinobi world will never know true peace." Their thoughts aligned without need for words. Neji looked around at everyone present, his white robe fluttering quietly in the night. His gaze was steady and resolute. The next crisis will not be confined to the skies of the shinobi world. I will take all of you to the Starry River to face the very origin of the myriad realms. I can protect this land and I can protect every one of you. In past battles he had stood alone against the storms of countless gods. Now with deepening bonds and ties that bound him he no longer wished to leave those he cared about behind in their homeland fraught with fear. If there was a war to fight they would march together. If there was a journey to take they would walk the stars side by side. Upon hearing this the women's hearts trembled. They had accompanied him in cultivation, been silently guided and protected, and now he was willing to bring them to the most perilous battlefield. That unspoken favor and sense of responsibility settled softly in their hearts, deepening their affection with each passing moment. There were no direct confessions, no tender love words. Yet every action, every word held gentleness and care. The river of stars churned with hidden currents, and the crisis from beyond the heavens drew near. No longer clinging to the comforts of the mortal world, all ceased their daily practices and began silently preparing themselves, readying for the journey into the vast starry expanse. Mingren stabilized his 6 paths and 9-tailed powers, fully integrating the insights from the great battle, his strength growing deeper and more solid. Suizhu continuously refined the power of Susanoo and Amaterasu, his ocular power turning inward with sharpness, ever ready to plunge into the battlefield. Yu quietly deepened his spirit, the realm of his illusions deepening further, his heart and mind transparent and pure. And Ning Xiai remained the most unfathomable presence of all. The primordial divine eye swirled with a faint golden light, the Tao rhythm of the 8 trigrams around him forming a seamless whole. His combat power had long transcended the bounds of the 6 paths across the entire known starry river. Few could rival him. In his leisure time he still patiently guided the group of women in refining their cultivation, filling the gaps in their techniques. After several rounds of essence nourishing, Chu Tian, Xiaoying, Shou Ju, Jingyi, Xiaonan, and others steadily advanced in their realms. Their body's chakra and spiritual power had all been reborn, granting them the strength to protect themselves on the stellar battlefield. No longer did they have to watch the battle from behind nor wait passively for news. Now they were worthy to stand side by side and embark on the journey beyond the heavens. On a forest path, Chu Tian often quietly followed beside Ning Xiai, silent and peaceful, simply walking alongside him. Through the long days of companionship the maiden's affection and dependence had become crystal clear, but her nature was reserved and she never easily spoke of it. Whenever they walked her gaze would unconsciously fall on the tall white-robed figure ahead, her heart feeling both secure and joyful. Ning Xiai could naturally sense the gentle lingering gaze behind him. His cold and aloof heart had slowly softened over the days of their shared time. He would neither deliberately avoid it nor actively confess feelings, but he would unconsciously slow his pace to match hers, silently allowing her to follow. The subtle tenderness was quiet and heartfelt, the emotions grew naturally warm and unforced without any sense of abruptness. Occasionally Xiaoying would stand shoulder to shoulder with Suizhu, speaking softly of past great battles, her words calm with concern hidden between the lines. In a chaotic world, walking together through life and death needed no many words, their hearts already understood each other. All preparations were quietly complete. One morning dawn broke through the clouds and the sky was clear for miles. The group gathered on the highest peak of the ninja world, with surging seas of clouds beneath their feet and the boundless starry river above their heads. Mingren gazed toward the distant heavens, his spirit high. This time we take the initiative to march out and utterly sever the hidden dangers of the myriad realms. Suizhu stood with hands behind his back, his expression cold. Once the stellar calamity is put to rest, the ninja world will never again face celestial invasion. Yu nodded gently, his gaze peaceful and far-reaching. The path ahead is fraught with unknown dangers, but with bonds walking together there is no fear of any hardship. Ning Xiai looked up into the deep starry sea, his golden divine eye piercing through layers of spatial barriers. He turned to look at the others beside him, his gaze slowly sweeping over the women who had accompanied him day and night, his voice light but profoundly solemn. The starry river ahead is perilous, with countless gods and unpredictable battles. Since you have resolved to journey together, I will protect every one of you. As his words fell, spatial energy surged gently. A spatial passage spanning heaven and earth slowly took shape atop the peak, leading directly to the domains beyond the stars. The long winds swept through their robes and their expressions were resolute. The youth possessed the unmatched power of the divine eye, with beloved companions by his side and bonds of comradeship that would never break. Upon the mountain peak the entire assembly stood in solemn formation. Naruto had long since stabilized his 6 paths 9 tails avatar form. His temperament had shed all traces of youthful restlessness. As a symbol of the ninja world, he willingly followed Neji into the skies beyond to face the enemy. Sasuke had laid down all his obsessions, his Susanoo and Amaterasu had reached perfection. With his heart set on protecting his homeland, he sought to quell hidden threats across the starry river. Itachi's state of mind was complete, and luminous his genjutsu and ocular power had reached their pinnacle. Even stationed at the rear, he could engage in direct combat. The 5 Kage stood side by side. The top ninja from every village formed neat ranks, their gazes resolute, already prepared to leave their homeland and wage war across the Sea of Stars. Tenten, Hyūga, Hinata, Yamanaka, Ino, Temari, Uzumaki, Kara, Niyujito, and Cheyenne, 7 women, stood quietly at Neji's side. All of them had undergone the medullary purification and cultivation guidance bestowed by the primordial power of Neji's eye of reincarnation. Their realms had ascended to at least the Kage level, some even approaching the 6 paths. They were no longer mere bystanders bound to guard their homeland. Each possessed formidable combat prowess, mature and independent hearts, and stood side by side with Neji, their intentions already sealed. Clad in white robes, rippling in the wind, Neji's eye of reincarnation lingered within his eyes. His gaze pierced through the dimensional barriers at the depths of the spatial passage. The laws of 6 paths, sage art, and Inyan release circulated gently around him. His combat strength firmly surpassed that of 6 paths Madara and rivaled the pinnacle power of the Ōtsutsuki. He was the absolute core and guardian of the entire expeditionary force. He surveyed the assembly, his voice steady and resonant, echoing across the mountain peak. The civil strife within the ninja world has been quelled. Old grudges are settled. A new order is born. Yet the Ōtsutsuki beyond the heavens make plundering their foundation and seeding worlds their way of life. For eternity they have never ceased their invasions across the realms. Should we choose to retreat today, tomorrow a stronger royal clan will descend. If we content ourselves with our homeland today, our descendants will never escape the fate of being harvested. Rather than sitting idle and waiting for the enemy at our gates, we should actively tear through the River of Stars, strike straight into Takamigara, execute the royal clans, and destroy the divine tree's seeding system. Only then can we sever the heavenly calamity at its root. This battle is not waged for conquest but for protection. It is not fought for dominion but for eternal peace across 10,000 generations. His words radiated grand vision and compassion for all living beings. His perspective had long transcended the confines of the ninja world alone, perfectly embodying the protagonist's character, one who values loyalty, possesses greatness of spirit, and holds upright convictions. Every person in the assembly nodded in unison, not a single trace of fear to be found. Having survived the trials of numerous catastrophes, all understood this was a journey they could not avoid. Hinata raised her gaze to Neji, her eyes brimming with trust and certainty, and spoke softly. No matter how distant the starry river, I will walk beside you. Tenten's gaze was clear and lucid. Holding her ninjutsu tools with composed grace, she said, Through life and death we have walked this path together. Whether to the ends of the earth or across the Sea of Stars, I too shall follow. Temari, Ino, Karen, Yujito, and Cheyenne all silently nodded in agreement. No further words were needed, their hearts were already aligned. There was no romantic entanglement to cloud judgment, or jeopardize the greater cause. Personal feelings were subordinated to the duty of home and nation. They remained measured and rational, never succumbing to infatuation, strictly adhering to the emotional boundaries outlined in the storyline. Neji gave a slight nod and spoke no more. He raised his hand and activated the spatial power of the Eye of Reincarnation to stabilize the turbulent currents of the passage. The passage is secure. Enter in batches. Maintain formation. Be wary of the monstrous beasts of the Starry Sea and lurking factions across the realms. As his words fell, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi stepped forward, first entering the spatial passage. The 5 Kage and the top warriors from each village followed closely behind. The 7 women moved unhurriedly, trailing at Neji's side. Their steps were calm and collected, their aura refined and concentrated. They were fully prepared to face whatever dangers the starry expanse held. Neji cast one final glance back at the ninja world beneath his feet, a land of hearth and home, peaceful and serene. His homeland remained unharmed, the people lived in tranquility. His gaze tightened slightly. His white robes fluttered in the wind. Turning, he strode forward and entered the vast channel leading into the Sea of Stars. Ripples spread across the spatial passage as it slowly closed. The mountain peak fell once more into silence. The moment he stepped into the spatial passage, the surroundings instantaneously transformed. Behind him, the verdant mountains and clouds of the shinobi world, along with the cooking smoke of Konoha, vanished entirely. In their place stretched an infinite, profound darkness, where resplendent constellations scattered like shards of glass and jade across the cosmos. Nebulae churned like vast ocean tides, and spatial turbulence lurked in the hidden voids of the firmament, bearing a chilling sharpness that could rend flesh. This was the Star Sea Passage connecting the Shinobi world and Takamigara, a bridge spanning countless star domains, and the only path the Ōtsutsuki had traversed for eons, sowing the divine trees across myriad realms. The formation advanced steadily following the battle array Neji had prearranged. Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi took the 3 forward positions, alert for any anomalies in the void. The 5 Kage led the elites of their villages at the center, forming a coordinated defensive formation. Tenten, Hinata, Ino, Temari, Karen, Yujito, and Cheyenne followed closely at Neji's side, their auras condensed and gazes steady, long shed of their former gentleness and fragility, each possessing the combat prowess to stand alone. Neji walked alone at the forefront in his white robes, his Tensigen subtly activated. A faint golden light swept across the surrounding star sea, penetrating the layered veils of void. Every trajectory of spatial turbulence, every concealed blind spot in the void, and every trace of alien life force lurking in the shadows were all perceived by him in a single glance. His pace was unhurried as yin-yang release principles flowed around him, silently forming a gentle barrier that repelled the raging spatial currents, safeguarding the entire team as they advanced. Hinata followed quietly, her Hyūga bloodline resonating with Neji's. Her pure Byakugan constantly monitored the surroundings, lending her dojutsu to the vigilance without causing disturbance or overstepping, only guarding side by side in her own way. Tenten held her custom ninja tools scroll, her expression focused. Years of seamless cooperation allowed her to communicate with Neji without words, ready to provide support at any moment. Temari had a faint wind current swirling around her, her cool gaze scanning the 4 directions. The deadly aura of a sand ninja elite was evident, independent and self-reliant, not dependent on anyone. Ino extended her mental perception, her spiritual power probing thousands of leagues of star sea, providing early warning of hidden auras, fully utilizing her sensory expertise. Karen's Uzumaki bloodline pulsed faintly, granting her a natural sensitivity to the chakra of the divine tree and the Ōtsutsuki. She silently marked suspicious energy fluctuations along the path. Yujito Ni's Two Tails chakra was restrained, a faint nether flame wreathing her form, ready to spring into sudden combat. Cheyenne's priestess power flowed, capable of foreseeing fortune and misfortune, seeing through otherworldly evil and averting unknown calamities for the entire journey. As the team reached the middle of the star sea, the surrounding nebulae abruptly stagnated. A chilling, savage, primeval aura began to emanate from the depths of the void. Countless enormous void beasts resembling giant octopuses yet covered in scales crawled out from the shadows of the nebulae. They were not under the command of the Ōtsutsuki, but indigenous creatures of the star sea, feeding on spatial energy and the life essence of living beings. Ferocious by nature, they had long haunted the passage, ambushing powerful travelers. Individually, their combat capability rivaled that of ordinary Kage-level ninja, and their numbers were so dense they blotted out entire star fields. They are native void beasts of the star sea, Neji warned, his gaze sharpening. They are numerous, skilled in group attacks and stealth ambushes. Do not break formation. Before his words had faded, hordes of beasts howled as they burst through the nebula, charging straight at the team with a roaring gale. Naruto's form flickered, his 9 tails chakra surging skyward. Crimson flames swept across the area as he intercepted the massive wave of beasts, charging head-on. With each sweep of his tail, void beasts exploded and scattered. Sasuke's Susanoo materialized instantly, and Amaterasu's black flames rained down from the sky. Any beast touched by the black fire was instantly engulfed, its soul and body incinerated together. Itachi narrowed his eyes, spreading an invisible genjutsu. A vast number of void beasts fell into illusions, turning on each other and collapsing without a fight. The 5 Kage acted simultaneously, weaving earth, water, lightning, wind, and lava release techniques into a grand ninjutsu formation, annihilating the beast swarms surging from both flanks. The battle erupted instantly, yet there was no chaos. Neji stood at the center of the formation, his Tensigen overseeing the entire battlefield. He had a real-time grasp of every weakness in the combat zone. Occasionally he raised his hand and lightly pointed, sending a yin-yang release energy bolt that precisely slew the chieftain-level void beasts lurking in the shadows, ready to ambush the team. The 7 women did not stand idly by either, each unleashed their abilities and joined the battle with composure. Hinata's gentle fist danced her Byakugan, perceiving the beast's weak points. Her palm strikes were fierce, each blow sealing chakra points, and she cleanly dispatched the beasts that approached. Tenten's ninja tools flew everywhere, shuriken, explosive tags, and chain weapons, perfectly coordinated to suppress large groups of enemies from a distance. Temin unleashed her wind release, fully stirring the nebular currents, and drawing swathes of void beasts into a cyclone of wind blades. Ino employed her mind transfer technique, forcibly controlling the minds of some beasts, and disrupting the enemy's encirclement. Karen, using her Uzumaki bloodline, absorbed the dissipated energy of the beasts, while binding powerful foes with chakra chains. Yujito's two tails flames blazed its nether fire, scorching the beast's essence, her combat style fierce and sharp. Cheyenne expanded her priestess barrier, isolating the malevolent aura and purifying the wild resentment from the beasts, assisting the team. The seven fought with perfect synergy, fully revealing their combat prowess. They were no longer the weak needing protection, but companions capable of traversing the star sea side by side. Neji's gaze swept over the figures of the women calmly fighting, and a faint warmth stirred in his heart. Throughout the journey, from the youthful days in Konoha to pacifying the shinobi world together, and now crossing the star sea on this shared expedition, they had always held fast to their hearts and remained true to each other. This bond needed no words, it had long been melded into the journey of life and death shared. In moments the swarms of void beasts were fully eradicated. The star sea returned to tranquility with only faint traces of primeval aura slowly dissipating. The team paused briefly to rest, regulating their chakra. Neji looked up toward the deeper pitch-black star field. His Tensigen had already faintly detected the spatial barrier of the Takamigara dimension. "Ahead lies the outer star field of Takamigara," he said in a deep voice. "Beyond that are the patrol lines set by the Ōtsutsuki. The true battle beyond the heavens is about to begin." Beyond the end of the Starsea Passage lies the outer territory of Gyeoshianyuan, which also serves as the first interstellar patrol defense line set up by the Ōtsutsuki clan over billions of years. This star region has been sealed by the Ōtsutsuki with primordial chakra layered with spatial prohibitions and divine tree root barriers, with clan members stationed year-round to patrol and guard, intercepting any extraterrestrial beings that dare to intrude into Gyeoshianyuan. "Ahead is the outer defense line of Gyeoshianyuan." Ningxiai withdrew his gaze, his tone steady, as he reported to the group. "The Ōtsutsuki have a permanent patrol force here with barrier seals and detection arrays. They have already detected our movements. There is no need to conceal our presence." Ning Ren's Ninetails chakra stirred slightly, his eyes narrowing. "In the end we have to confront them head-on." Suizhu stood with his hands behind his back, his Mangekyo Sharingan silently activating as he discerned the faintly fluctuating prohibition patterns ahead. "They have long sensed the disturbances in the Rinjia and have been waiting for us to come to them." Yu tapped his forehead, expression calm. "The Ōtsutsuki view all planets as granaries. The Rinjia has abundant chakra already marked as a priority harvest target. Today there is no escape." The five Kages exchanged glances, seeing gravity in each other's eyes. Before they had only heard of the terror of the celestial Ōtsutsuki from ancient texts and secrets. Now, facing their territory's defense line, they truly felt the overwhelming pressure of this clan that dominates the heavens. The seven, Tian Tian Chu Tian Jing Yishou Ju Xianglin Yumu Rin and Zi Yuan, stepped to Ning Xi's side, silently forming a line. After the battle across the Star Sea, their cooperation had grown more synchronized and their minds calmer, with no trace of pre-war panic. Ning Xi raised his hand and formed a few simple hand seals, using the spatial power of his reincarnation eye to spread a concealment barrier over the entire team. "Their barriers are highly sensitive. Rushing in will trigger the entire domain's prohibitions and get us surrounded. We'll form our formation here, wait for their patrol to come to us, strike at leisure after waiting for the enemy to exhaust themselves, break the outer defenders first, then steadily advance into the heart of Gyeoshianyuan." Everyone quickly formed an offensive and defensive formation as instructed. Mingren's was Zhu and Yu guarded the three forward points, forming a triangular support. The five Kages led the elites from each village to the left and right flanks, forming a linked ninjutsu grand formation. The seven women stood around Ning Xi, each contributing their specialties, sensing barriers, offense, and support. Covering all aspects, Ning Xi sat at the center of the formation's eye, his reincarnation eye overlooking the entire star region, ready to discern enemy movements, exploit prohibition weaknesses, and coordinate the overall battle. No sooner had the formation stabilized than black ripples suddenly surged in the void ahead. Several figures clad in gray-white divine robes with Rinnegan patterns in their eyes stepped out from spatial fissures. The leader exuded a formidable aura wrapped in the Ōtsutsuki's unique nihilistic divine light, followed by over a dozen fellow patrol warriors, all with deep foundations, at least Kage-level combat power, with the leader reaching the entry level of the Six Paths. This was the Ōtsutsuki patrol squad stationed at the outer perimeter of Gyeoshianyuan. The leading Ōtsutsuki clan member swept a cold gaze over the Rinjia group, his tone dripping with innate arrogance. "You lowly beings from the lower realm dare to cross the Star Sea and set foot in Gyeoshianyuan. The Rinjia's chakra has been anomalous for a long time. We have long sensed your troop buildup. So you've come to die." In the eyes of the Ōtsutsuki, the Rinjia was merely a low-level planet to be harvested, and human ninja were nothing but ants never taken seriously. Ning Xi's white robes fluttered without wind, his expression calm and unyielding. For billions of years the Ōtsutsuki have traversed the heavens planting divine trees, plundering planetary origins, and harvesting the life force of beings, treating all races as mere chaff. The Rinjia refuses to become a granary, refuses to let future generations be enslaved forever. We come today not to provoke but to cut off your chain of aggression and restore peace to all beings of the heavens. Ridiculous. The Ōtsutsuki patrol leader chuckled scornfully, his divine light surging. Weakness is the original sin. Chakra was meant to be wielded by the chosen Ōtsutsuki clan. Since you insist on resistance, you shall all fall here and become fertilizer for the divine tree. With those words, the over a dozen Ōtsutsuki patrol warriors simultaneously unleashed their full aura, divine light swirling around them, ready to form a battle formation. The void air tightened instantly, war imminent. Ningxi's gaze sharpened, yin-yang release principles flowing around him, yet he did not strike immediately to overwhelm. He intended to use this battle to let Mingren's Wuzhu, the 5 Kages, and the others become familiar with the Ōtsutsuki's fighting style, chakra characteristics, and jutsu patterns, honing their Starseed formation for the subsequent incursion into the royal territory of Gyeoshianyuan. Chu Tian clenched her palms slightly, her Byakugan fixed on the movements of the Ōtsutsuki ahead, instinctively stepping half a step closer to Ningxi's eyes, silently conveying both concern and trust. Tian gripped the ninja tool scroll at her waist, ready to assist. Shou Ju's silently gathered wind release Jing Yi extended her mental power to probe. Xianglin sensed the enemy's divine tree chakra fluctuations. Yumu Ren's two tails flames flickered faintly. Zi Yuan's Miko barrier quietly enveloped the formation's periphery, guarding against insidious attacks. Ningxi glanced sideways at the people around him, a hint of barely perceptible warmth flickering in his eyes before turning back to the Ōtsutsuki patrol. During the confrontation in the void, the Ōtsutsuki patrol leader's eyes blazed with ferocity, as gray-white divine light erupted from his body, stirring the surrounding nebula currents into violent turbulence. In his eyes, the lower realm ninja were mere ants daring to move, and those who intruded into Gyeoshianyuan could only meet their end. Foolish lower beings, since you know not the height of the heavens, you shall perish here. With a cold shout, the Ōtsutsuki patrol leader struck first. He raised his hand, and several highly condensed divine tree chakra spheres shot through the air, carrying a pressure that tore the void, hurtling straight toward the Rinjia allied formation. Behind him, over a dozen Ōtsutsuki patrol warriors simultaneously formed hand seals, unleashing secret techniques passed down from Gyeoshianyuan. A variety of strange arts interwove into a net, sealing off retreat from all directions, showcasing the clan's battle-tested profundity from centuries of war across the heavens. Ningxi stood quietly at the center of the formation, the light of his reincarnation eye flowing, taking in the enemy's jutsu trajectories, chakra flow, and formation weaknesses. He did not take over the battle himself, but chose to command from the center, driving the entire team with tactical deployment. Mingren's Wuzhu, engage the enemy leader head-on. 5 Kages, flank left and right to split their formation. Everyone remember, Ōtsutsuki techniques rely on the divine tree's origin. Do not meet them with brute force, break their momentum with finesse. The command echoed across the Starsea, and the allied forces moved instantly, their coordination orderly and unflustered. Ming Ren's Nine Tails chakra erupted fully, his body wrapped in crimson demonic flames, materializing into a colossal Nine Tails phantom that met the barrage of light spheres head-on. As the tail whip swept across, the void trembled, and the divine tree spheres exploded one after another, unleashing violent energy in all directions, yet they could not break through the Nine Tails' defense. Suiju's Mangekyo Sharingan rotated his complete body, Susanoo standing in the air, Amaterasu black flames coating his long sword as he leaped into the enemy formation. Wherever the black flames passed, the divine light defenses of the ordinary Ōtsutsuki warriors rapidly melted, burning their origin meridians and suppressing their regenerative power. Yu's eyes half closed, unleashing a top-tier illusion silently that enveloped most of the patrol force. Several Ōtsutsuki warriors with weaker minds were instantly trapped in the illusion, their movements stagnating and formations falling into chaos, creating a perfect opportunity for the allies to break through. The 5 Kages each unleashed their ultimate techniques: Earth Release solidified mountain range defenses, Lightning Release split the void, Wind Release churned the nebula, Water Release condensed the Starsea torrent, and Lava Release turned into a sweeping wildfire. Attacking from both sides, they tore the Ōtsutsuki patrol's encirclement formation apart. On the battlefield, the 7 women did not retreat to the rear to watch. Each displayed their cultivation foundations, calmly joining the fight. Hyūga Chu Tian activated her pure Byakugan, inheriting the essence of the gentle fist as taught by Ningxi. Her movements were graceful as a butterfly, her palm strikes precise and cunning. She targeted the Ōtsutsuki warriors' chakra nodes and meridian weaknesses, sealing their channels with gentle fist, using the Hyūga martial tradition to counter the flow of divine tree chakra. Her moves were clean and decisive, with none of her former timidity. Tian manipulated scroll ninja tools that flew everywhere, linking shuriken chains, sealing tools and explosive tags and layers, locking down the enemy's movements from a distance, precisely tying up two Ōtsutsuki warriors. She was both offensive and defensive, her coordination rivaling any veteran jonin. Shouju stood at the nebula's wind gap, gales howling around her as her wind-release ninjutsu evolved into an endless wind blade domain. She suppressed the enemy group over a wide area, splitting their coordinated formation fierce and decisive, fully displaying the prowess of a sand-hidden powerhouse, independent and self-reliant, not dependent on anyone. Yamanaka Jingyi fully expanded her mind-body secret technique, her mental power piercing the enemy's divine light barrier, forcibly disrupting the perception of several Ōtsutsuki, coordinating with the allies to split and encircle, maximizing her sensing specialty. Uzumaki Xianglin's body was wrapped in swirling chakra, her bloodline resonating with the divine tree's aura. She could sense the enemy's origin positions, bind powerful foes with chakra chains, and absorb scattered divine tree energy to support her teammates and stabilize their combat power. Niyumu Ren's two-tails eerie blue flames blazed fiercely, her Jinchuriki power fully unleashed. Her movements were swift as the wind, fiery claw shadows crisscrossing her close-quarters combat, rivaling high-level ninja. The ghostly flames could burn the Ōtsutsuki soul. Ziyuan's Miko power surrounded her, forming a purification barrier that blocked the insidious erosion of Ōtsutsuki techniques. She could foresee fortune and misfortune to avoid ambushes while using blessing secret arts to amplify her allies' combat power, stabilizing the battlefield's hidden dangers. Ning Xiai stood at the formation's eye, his gaze sweeping the entire battlefield. Seeing that everyone advanced and retreated with discipline, their attacks and defenses orderly, he nodded inwardly in approval. Occasionally, when he detected an Ōtsutsuki warrior secretly using space-time techniques to ambush the 7 women, or weak points in the allied formation, he would raise his hand and lightly flick, sending a yin-yang release energy blast that precisely shattered the sneak attack without revealing his full power, quietly protecting them. The Ōtsutsuki patrol leader, seeing his subordinates being suppressed one after another, and their formation on the verge of collapse, grew increasingly grim. He had thought he could easily crush the lower realm allied forces, but he never expected these ninja to have such exquisite tactics and seamless coordination, and 7 women whose combat prowess was in no way inferior to the elites of the great hidden villages. A bunch of ants from the lower realm dare to resist the children of Gyeoshianyuan. The leader roared in anger, his divine tree origin bursting forth with full force. His body suddenly expanded into a towering phantom dozens of zhang high. He raised his hand to summon the remnants of the divine tree from the star sea, transforming them into countless vines that swept down like a deluge, intending to crush the entire field with a large-scale secret technique. The vines carried a sinister power that devoured life force. Once entangled, both body and chakra would be drained instantly, extremely perilous. Ning Xi's gaze sharpened, his reincarnation eye blazing with golden light. He finally ceased mere coordination. Everyone fall back into formation. Do not engage the divine tree vines head-on. With these words, his white robes flashed through the air, 6 paths, immortal art, and yin-yang release principles intertwining around him. Not relying on brute force, he used his reincarnation eye to see through the vine's origin nodes, formed hand seals, and manifested the 8 trigram sealing array. Thousands of gentle yet resilient 8 trigrams patterns spread across the void, enveloping all the divine tree vines, binding them layer by layer with the power of the array, and dissolving their origin. A thunderous roar shook the star sea. The wildly growing divine tree vines were forcibly restrained and disintegrated, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the void. The Ōtsutsuki leader's pupils contracted, his face full of disbelief. This lower realm use ocular power formation mastery and yin-yang release control had already reached a level comparable to the mid-tier royalty of Gyeoshianyuan. Ning Xiai stood in the air, expression indifferent. Gyeoshianyuan bullies the weak with its strength, plundering the heavens for eons. Today this outpost defense line marks the beginning of your downfall. The battle had turned. The allied forces' morale soared. Mingren's Wu Zhu, the 5 Kages and the 7 women stepped forward simultaneously, surrounding the Ōtsutsuki patrol leader and his remaining warriors. The divine tree vines shattered inch by inch under the dissolution of the 8 trigram sealing array, with starlight fragments drifting in the deep void. The Datong Mu patrol leader stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He had commanded the outer outpost of Gyeoshianyuan for a century, witnessing countless extraterrestrial beings intruding into the star sea, yet never had any lower realm force managed to tear through the barrier line set up by the Datong Mu with merely a few dozen men, let alone withstand the divine tree's origin secret arts. Ningxi stood in the air in white robes, his reincarnation eye faintly retracting its golden light as the yin-yang release currents around his body calmed to stability. Yu's illusion sealed the last 3 Detong-mu warriors who put up stubborn resistance. Their minds were locked, unable to cast techniques, reduced to a state of capture. Mingren's Nine-Tails tail whip swept across, forcing back the roving patrol warriors on the periphery, as demonic fire burned their divine light origin, dismantling their regenerative power. Suiju's Susanoo long sword slashed, and Amaterasu black flames spread tightly, entangling the enemy attempting to break through, cutting off their escape routes. The 5 Kage's coordinated ninjutsu formation, blending wind, thunder, water, earth, and the 5 elements, crushed the remnants of the enemy's formation foundation. Tiantian, Chutian, Jingye, Shoji, Xianglin, Yumurin, and Ziyuan, 7 of them, their breathing steady, jointly mopped up the stragglers. Shortly after, the entire patrol force of Gyeoshianyuan's outer perimeter was routed, either sealed, defeated, or surrounded, with hands raised, offering no further resistance. The allied forces took a moment to catch their breath, their gazes fixed on the giant divine tree barrier standing in the void ahead. That was the outpost barrier forged by the Detong-mu using thousand-year divine tree roots and origin chakra spanning the entire star region. Dense patterns covered the barrier, radiating an ancient and domineering royal aura, isolating the inner and outer dimensions. No ordinary powerhouse could move it even a fraction in a lifetime. Ningxi walked slowly to the front of the barrier, raised his hand to lightly touch the flowing patterns on its surface, and the depths of his reincarnation eye circulated the secret power of reincarnation, instantly penetrating the barrier's structure, formation, veins, and energy source. This barrier is not purely defensive, Ningxi said in a deep voice, analyzing the origin for everyone. It is both the gate blockade of Gyeoshianyuan and the energy relay station for the divine tree's seeding. All the origin essence of the lower realm planets where divine trees have been planted will be continuously transported through this barrier to the heartland of the Gyeoshianyuan royal clan. With one sentence he revealed the core logic of the Detong-mu's millennia-long invasion. Using the divine tree as a net, planets as bait, and the barrier as a vessel, they harvest the vitality of countless realms to sustain the eternal existence of the royal clan. This is the fundamental reliance that allows them to dominate all races and regard living beings as mere chaff. Mingren frowned. So the ninja world has always been their pen for harvesting. Our chakra, the vitality of the land, have long been secretly plundered. Suiju's eyes were cold. If we do not destroy this barrier and cut off the root of the royal clan, we will never escape the fate of being harvested in the future. Yu nodded gently, his gaze distant. From the moment Hyūga descended upon the ninja world, it was the beginning of this plundering game. We are merely living in a game laid out by others. The 5 Kaga looked solemn, finally fully recognizing the ambition and cruelty of the extraterrestrial clan, and their determination to campaign grew stronger in their hearts. Ningxi's gaze fixed on the deeper void beyond the barrier, his reincarnation eye piercing through layers of dimensional mist, vaguely sensing the lurking, terrifying aura. Beyond this outpost barrier lies the middle territory of Gyeoshianyuan. There the collateral strongmen of the Detong-mu royal clan Taoshi Jinsher and Pushi have been ordered to wait here, secretly observing the true strength of our combat power. He turned to look at the people behind him. Rest for half a day, stabilize your breath, and adjust the formation. After half a day we will jointly break through the barrier, step into the middle layer of Gyeoshianyuan, and face Taoshi and his 2 companions head-on. This battle does not seek a quick victory, only to understand the royal clan's combat power, deduce their tactics, and familiarize ourselves with the natural laws of Gyeoshianyuan. We will advance step by step without recklessness or overconfidence. Everyone followed his words and sat cross-legged on the spot to regulate their breathing, absorbing the free energy of the star sea to recover from post-battle exhaustion. Ningxi stood alone beneath the barrier, closing his eyes to comprehend the natural laws of Gyeoshianyuan and the flow trajectory of chakra. His reincarnation eye resonated faintly with the dimension's origin, and his own 6-path sage arts and yin-yang release cultivation steadily advanced through subtle influence, gradually approaching the realm comparable to the Detong-mu progenitor. Half a day of meditation passed in the blink of an eye. All members of the Shinobi Alliance had completely concealed their auras, their chakra brimming with fullness, their bodies and minds adjusted to their peak. In everyone's eyes the weariness of the journey had faded, leaving only the unwavering determination and solemnity of facing the formidable enemy from beyond the heavens. Ahead, the barrier of the Gyeoshianyuan that stretched across the entire star domain bore ancient and vast patterns. The aura of the divine tree's origin lay dormant like a slumbering ancient beast, sealing the only passage to the middle layer of Gyeoshianyuan. Ningxi stepped forward slowly, his white robe gently fluttering in the stellar wind. His reincarnation eye slowly opened, and a crystalline white light pierced through all the formation nodes, energy channels, and spatial anchors on the surface of the barrier. He had long understood the structure of this barrier completely. It was cast from the roots of the thousand-year divine tree, overlaid with the sealing runes of the Detong-mu royal clan. Forcing a breakthrough would only trigger spatial backlash and be crushed to ashes by the barrier's power. This barrier has 9 layers of locking arrays interlocked with each other. Attacking a single point will only trigger a full-scale counterattack. Ningxi's voice was steady as he laid out the tactics to everyone. Mingren Zhuizhu and you each guard the 3 array eyes using 6 pads chakra to restrain the rune's operation. The 5 kage form the 5 elements sealing heaven array to peel off the divine tree's root essence from the outside. Shutian U7 set up a sensing barrier to monitor spatial disturbances and guard against sneak attacks from the shadows. I will take the center using the Reincarnation Eye and Yin-Yang Release as the lead to dismantle the 9 locking arrays one by one, breaking the formation step by step without forcing it. Everyone immediately acted according to the orders. Mingren's 9 tails chakra erupted brilliantly, the crimson demonic fire forming a gigantic fox shadow guarding the eastern array eye using 6 pads sage chakra to firmly restrain the barrier's rune flow. Zhuizhu's complete Susanoo stood in the void, his Mangekyo eye power locking onto the western core node, Amaterasu's black flames faintly gathering ready to burn the seal patterns at any moment. Yu hovered in midair, his intangible illusions enveloping the barrier's surface, disrupting the rune's autonomous rhythm, weakening the array's linkage from within. The 5 kages simultaneously formed hand seals weaving the 5 great elements, earth, lightning, wind, water and lava, into a vast canopy that covered the entire barrier, slowly peeling away the divine tree's roots that were anchored deep in the void, draining their energy supply bit by bit. Tiantian, Chutian, Jingye, Shoji, Xianglin, Yumurin and Ziyuan quickly took their positions in 7 directions, joining forces to set up a large-scale sensing barrier. With all arrangements in place, Ningxi raised his hand and formed complex seals. His reincarnation eye blazed with golden light, and black and white currents of yin-yang release swirled around him, transforming into endless bagua patterns that slowly spread over the barrier. The entire barrier trembled violently. Ancient runes blazed with blinding white light, and countless divine tree vines surged out of the barrier's gap, seeking to devour those who had invaded the formation. Ningxi's expression remained unchanged. He tapped his fingertip lightly, sending streams of yin-yang release energy precisely onto the joints and weak points of the 9 locking arrays. He did not break it with brute force, but used his reincarnation eye to see through the essence of the formation, dismantling it along the patterns and dissolving it at the nodes. Layer by layer, 1, 2, 3. The locking arrays dimmed one after another, the patterns gradually fading away. Mingren Zhuizhu and you continued to output 6 paths chakra, firmly suppressing the rune's counterattack. The 5 kages 5 elements array operated at full power, constantly eroding the life force of the divine tree's roots. The 7 women's sensing barrier remained stable, monitoring all disturbances in the surrounding starry sea, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to launch a sneak attack. Time passed slowly. The barrier's tremors grew weaker, its surface light continued to dim. The 9 locking arrays were dismantled layer by Ningxi's exquisite technique, and they could no longer maintain the complete seal. A moment later, as the last core rune shattered, the entire Gaoxianuan barrier came to a sudden halt, then dissolved into countless starry fragments, drifting and melting away into the starry sea. The passage to the middle layer of Gaoxianuan was completely open. Everyone in the alliance breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes toward Ningxi filled with admiration. Without relying on brute force, he had broken through the Daitangmu's 1,000-year barrier using only eye power, formations, and strategy. Such insight and combat prowess had already transcended the realm of shinobi. Just as the barrier dissipated, 3 indifferent and aloof figures stepped out of the void in the middle layer of Gaoxianuan. One was clad in a white robe with an arrogant expression, surrounded by floating orbs of various ninjutsu. This was Daitangmu Taosher. Another had a robust physique clad in heavy armor with a fierce and domineering aura. This was Daitangmu Jinsher. The third had a flickering figure and cunning eyes, mastering the art of spatial teleportation. This was Daitangmu Pushi. The 3 stood with their hands behind their backs, looking down on the shinobi alliance from above, their eyes filled with innate contempt and indifference. Ants from the lower realm, you actually have the ability to break through the Gaoxianuan outpost barrier. Taosher's tone was cold with a hint of surprise. You are indeed a bit stronger than we expected. Pushi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Ningxi. That boy with the strange eye power, his bloodline and chakra are quite interesting, somewhat close to the royal clan's origin. Jinsher clenched his fist, his battle intent surging. No need for more words. Suppress them all and take them back as fertilizer for the divine tree. The 3 Daitangmu powerhouses stood blocking the way, their oppressive auras enveloping the entire star domain, far surpassing the perimeter patrol they had encountered earlier. They were all at the 6 paths level with profound combat foundations and unpredictable battle techniques. Mingren's expression grew grave, his nine-tails chakra stirring against Wuju's Susanoo remained tightly coiled, his gaze icy cold. Yu furrowed his brow slightly, already discerning that the three's combat prowess was far from ordinary. Ningxi stood at the front of the formation, his reincarnation eye calmly observing Taosher, and the others a clear understanding already in his heart. He spoke softly, his voice carrying across the entire battlefield. Be cautious of their abilities. Taosher can absorb ninjutsu and transform attributes. Jinshur has a formidable physique, immense strength, and can turn his body into weapons. Pushi excels in time reversal and spatial teleportation, highly adept at hit-and-run tactics. Then he turned his gaze to the three Daitanmu powerhouses, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. The Daitanmu have colonized the myriad realms for eons, treating planets as granaries and living beings as nourishment. Today we are not invaders, we are severing the chains of plunder, returning freedom and peace to all beings across the heavens. Those who block our path shall be annihilated. Taosher let out a sneer, the spheres of light rotating around him. Insignificant lower realm ninja, how dare you discuss the affairs of our royal clan? Today we shall make you understand the chasm-like gap between the Daitanmu and mortal beings. Before his words had faded, Taosher flicked his finger and several condensed technique spheres shot through the air. Jinshur's figure flashed, his massive physique carrying overwhelming force, charging straight ahead. Pushi's form became ethereal, merging into the spatial gaps, vanishing without a trace, ready to strike with a strange ambush. The stellar winds surged and the battle erupted in an instant. Ningxi's commanding voice rang out. Mingren, tie down Jinshur's. Would you keep watch on Pushi? I will face Taosher. The 5 Kage hold the formation and guard against aftershocks. The 7 ladies protect the flanks of the alliance and beware of spatial sneak attacks. With the command given, everyone immediately plunged into the fray. The Star Sea erupted in turmoil as the great battle commenced. Kineshiki, with a physique as formidable as a mountain, was enveloped in thick Ōtsutsuki source chakra, charging straight at Naruto with no fancy techniques, his brute force unstoppable. His fist tore through the void, carrying the immense power to shatter stars, each blow capable of grievously wounding a Kage-level warrior. Naruto, long past his youthful recklessness, unleashed his 6 pads sage mode to the fullest. Crimson chakra solidified into a tangible fox cloak, his tails weaving and striking, meeting Kineshiki's fierce onslaught head-on. The clash of raw power sent cascading shockwaves across the star domain, nebulas churning, space trembling. In the blink of an eye they exchanged dozens of moves, either gaining the upper hand. On the other side, Sasuke's complete Susanoo stood towering in the void, his Mangekyo Sharingan scanning every corner of the space. Urashiki, with his elusive form, used space-time ninjutsu to slip through dimensional gaps, appearing and vanishing unpredictably. He would sometimes cast a fishing hook to steal chakra, other times rewind time to erase attack trajectories, launching sneak attacks with the utmost cunning. Sasuke responded calmly, sealing off escape routes with Amaterasu's black flames, forging a blade of wool with Kagetsuchi. The moment Urashiki materialized, the sharp slash followed relentlessly, pinning him down, denying any chance for a flanking ambush. At the very center of the battlefield, Neji faced Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki directly. Momoshiki hovered in the void, his expression haughty, conjuring chakra orbs of various colors: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth. The 5 elemental ninjutsu rained down in endless succession. He could even absorb an opponent's techniques, converting them into his own power, growing stronger with each clash. Any ordinary 6 pads level warrior would have been overwhelmed by the relentless barrage forced onto the defensive. But Neji, with his composed mind, fully activated his Tensigen. His pale luminous eyes perceived every flow of Momoshiki's techniques, every trace of chakra movement. He did not rush to attack. Instead, he stepped lightly into the gentle fist's 8 trigrams footwork, his form drifting unpredictably, evading the storm of techniques. Yin-yang release energy swirled around him, using softness to overcome hardness, balancing the laws of the world. Neji understood Momoshiki's weakness. Though he could absorb ordinary ninjutsu, he could not devour yin-yang release, or the fundamental power of the Tensigen. Weaving through the battlefield, he repeatedly struck the cores of the techniques with his gentle fist, dissolving the chakra orbs with yin-yang release. He maintained tactical distance, relying on intellect over brute force, perfectly adhering to the principle that wisdom triumphs over raw power. At the periphery of the battlefield, the 5 Kages jointly erected a 5 elements sealing barrier, firmly locking the space of this star region. This prevented the battle's aftermath from harming the allied ordinary shinobi, and also sealed spatial rifts, eliminating the possibility of Urashiki flanking from behind or summoning reinforcements from beyond, stabilizing the overall situation. Meanwhile, Tenten, Hinata, Ino, Sakura, Karen, Yujito, and Cheyenne, 7 Kunoichi, did not engage in the frontal assault. Instead, they formed a 7 stars-linked barrier guarding the rear of the allied forces and the edges of the star domain. Naruto, withstanding Kineshiki's overwhelming strength, gradually discerned his attack patterns. He layered Ninetales Sage mode upon himself, shifting from defense to offense. Sasuke, using his Mangekyou's insight to predict Urashiki's teleportation landing points, pressed forward with Amaterasu's black flames gradually compressing the enemy's maneuvering space. Only Momoshiki remained, his techniques seemingly endless but growing more alarmed. He realized that his ninjutsu barrage and energy absorption had no effect on this Hyūga youth. Your dojutsu and chakra laws are not within the 5 elements of ninjutsu. You can actually dissolve the source of my techniques. Momoshiki's expression finally turned grave, his initial contempt fading. I never expected a being like you to emerge from the lower world. This is beyond my expectations. Neji spoke calmly, standing at the center of the 8 trigrams field. The Ōtsutsuki rely on their innate talent to plunder the heavens, believing themselves above all clans. Yet they understand nothing of the balance of heaven and earth. Your power comes from the god tree's plunder, while mine arises from my own bloodline and the enlightenment of my true heart. It inherently counters your aberrant foreign strength. As his words fell, Neji no longer merely evaded and defended. The light in his Tenseigan intensified and 6 paths sage energy surged around him. The 8 trigrams yin-yang barrier unfolded silently, enveloping the entire central battlefield. Momoshiki's expression darkened. He merged his chakra orbs into a single massive energy sphere containing the ultimate power of the 5 elements, and hurled it at Neji with devastating force, aiming to break the stalemate with overwhelming might. Unhurried, Neji opened his palms and performed the supreme art of the gentle fists, 8 trigrams 64 palms, layering it with yin-yang release laws. He struck out in the void, sending forth countless palm shadows. The palm shadows layered upon each other, firmly holding against the massive energy sphere, then using soft force to redirect its power, gradually dissolving the violent energy into the void. A thunderous roar shook the star sea and shockwaves swept across the area. Momoshiki's pupils contracted sharply. He finally realized that the youth before him possessed combat prowess, battle wisdom, and law comprehension that rivaled, if not surpassed, the elite of the Takamigara royal clan. Momoshiki grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. Having traversed countless planets across the starry heavens, he had never encountered anyone who could, without relying on the Rinnegan, use mere mutated dojutsu to nullify, devour, and dissolve the fundamental nature of the 5 elements. What is your origin? Momoshiki's voice was icy, his chakra roiling violently. How could a mere lower-ranking member of the Hyūga branch family possess dojutsu and law comprehension rivaling that of the royal clan? Neji stood still in white robes, his Tenseigan gleaming with golden light. His tone was calm yet carried an unshakable conviction. Bloodline has never determined superiority, destiny can be defied. The Ōtsutsuki, who divide hierarchy by race and treat plunder as their mandate, are themselves the greatest obsession and delusion in the universe. As his words fell, Neji held back no longer. Within the formation, the laws solidified 5 elements ninjutsu could not be condensed, and the power of chakra absorption was forcibly severed by yin-yang release. Momoshiki found himself trapped and helpless in an instant. Enraged, Momoshiki's body swelled, attempting to forcefully break the formation's binding. His primordial chakra manifested into a colossal avatar, savagely hammering the 8 trigrams barrier. Neji's gaze was steady as he stepped through the 8 trigrams pattern into the air, his perfect gentle fist driving the power of the 6 paths. His palm winds surged like flowing clouds, precisely striking the chakra nodes all over Momoshiki's avatar. With each palm strike, Momoshiki's aura was thrown into disarray and the avatar's spiritual light dimmed further. Before long, the balance of the battle had completely tipped. Naruto seized the moment when Kinshiki's old power had just waned and new power had yet to arise. The Ninetales tail whip entwined with 6 paths chakra slammed into Kinshiki's chest, sending him staggering back with his chi and blood churning and his combat strength severely depleted. Sasuke, spotting the instant when Urashiki landed after teleportation, brought down Susanu's long sword in a cleaving strike, and Amaterasu's black flames immediately clung to Urashiki's body, sealing his space-time techniques and preventing him from fleeing at will. Within the formation, Neji exerted his power, unleashing the full force of yin-yang release laws. The 8 trigrams sealing power converged layer by layer, firmly binding Momoshiki's form, sealing his chakra and locking his very foundation of techniques. The 3 Ōtsutsuki powerhouses were all subdued and trapped with no chance to turn the tide. Momoshiki roared in unwillingness, but the formation held him fast, utterly beyond escape. Kinshiki's aura withered, his brute strength completely suppressed by the 6 paths sage art. Urashiki's essence was scorched by the Amaterasu black flames, his space-time power nearly exhausted, his expression filled with fear and dread. Neji surveyed the 3 battlefields, his voice cold as the starry sea. You 3 were ordered to guard the middle layer of Geoshianuan, blocking the Shinobi Alliance's advance. You bullied the weak, plundered the life force of countless worlds. Your sins are grave. If we do not slay you today, you will bring future calamity. From now on you will never have the chance to plague the starry sea again. He was measured in his killing, bearing compassion for all beings, yet no naive saint, showing no mercy to the aggressive Ōtsutsuki. Neji raised his hand to signal. Naruto and Sasuke understood and simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques. The Ninetales six-pads-tailed beast ball and Susanu's Amaterasu slash descended together, coordinated with Neji's yin-yang release sealing kill. The three forces converged upon Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki. A thunderous roar shook the starfield, and a blinding light blotted out the nebula. When the radiance faded, the three Ōtsutsuki powerhouses had already dissipated. Their essences were utterly annihilated, turning into stardust that merged into the void. Thus they fell in the starry sea, leaving no trace. Everyone in the alliance breathed a sigh of relief, their tense minds easing slightly. Neji looked at them and spoke slowly. Momoshiki and his two were merely garrison lackeys of the middle layer of Gyoshanyuan, not the true core of the royal clan. After eliminating them, ahead lies the true heartland of Gyoshanyuan. The main roots of the divine tree crisscross powerful members of the royal clan's branches lurk everywhere, and the ancient aura of the progenitor clan faintly emerges. With his Tensigen he perceived the depths of dimensions and had already sensed the terrifying pressure lurking, one far surpassing the three, comparable to the peak of the six paths, or even higher. The five Kage's expressions turned grave once more, realizing that the true danger still lay ahead. Neji continued to lay out the next steps. Rest on the spot for a day to recover chakra depletion. Review the characteristics of the Ōtsutsuki battle tactics from this fight and adjust the alliance's formation. 1 day later, everyone will advance deep into the heartland of Gyoshanyuan. Investigate the original roots of the divine tree, gather intelligence on the Ōtsutsuki royal clan's ruling system step by step, neither rash nor overconfident, steadily pushing toward the original world of Gyoshanyuan. Everyone followed orders and sat cross-legged on the spot to regulate their breathing. The starry sea was tranquil, with only the faint lingering echoes of battle slowly dissipating. Neji walked alone to the edge of the starfield. His Tensigen gazed at the hazy dimensional barrier deep within Gyoshanyuan, and thoughts surged in his heart. Beside him, Hinata quietly stepped closer and said softly, "Neji, the road ahead is increasingly dangerous. You must take care of yourself." Neji turned to look at her, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes, and nodded gently. "I know, rest assured. I will protect everyone and also guard my original heart and the path home." Tenten, Temari, and Ino also cast trusting glances. No words were needed, they understood each other tacitly. A single day of rest passed in the blink of an eye. The tumultuous embers of war amidst the starry sea had completely subsided. The Shinobi Alliance members found their auras at their peak, their chakra brimming with vitality, and their physical and mental states honed to perfection. Having endured the fierce battle against the three formidable Ōtsutsuki, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, everyone had gained an intuitive understanding of the Ōtsutsuki's battle tactics, chakra characteristics, and space-time techniques. Naruto had mastered the shortcomings and advantages of power clashes, Sasuke had deciphered the methods to counter space-time ninjutsu, and the five Kage had grasped the suppression laws that the celestial laws of Takamigara imposed on ninjutsu. Their combat prowess and battlefield experience had been refined and elevated. Neji stood at the center of the starry sea, his white robes billowing in the wind. The Tensigen slowly awakened, its crystalline white gaze piercing through layers of nebular mist, directly probing the depths of Takamigara's core. Within his eyes swirled the intricate patterns of reincarnation and yin-yang, revealing the terrain's contours, the distribution of the god tree's roots, the space-time nodes, and the concealed auras throughout the entire core region. The rest is over. The entire force shall assemble and advance into the heart of Takamigara. Neji's voice was steady, resonating across the starry domain. Ahead, it is no longer the outer outposts but the ancient core territory the Ōtsutsuki have cultivated for eons. The land is crisscrossed by the god tree's main roots, interwoven with natural space-time barriers and soul-confounding illusions, hiding countless elite members of the royal branch. Do not act recklessly. The alliance immediately formed ranks, adopting a marching formation that balanced offense and defense. The army slowly stepped into the heart of Takamigara. No sooner had they crossed the dimensional boundary than the surrounding celestial aura abruptly transformed. Here there were no mountains or rivers of the shinobi world, only immense floating nebulae and drifting crystalline continents. The air was thick with an unbearably dense aura of the god tree's primordial essence, which invisibly corroded the minds of living beings and silently drained their life force. Massive god tree roots spanned the void, anchored upon dimensional barriers, their veins pulsating with radiant golden light. Like the meridians of the heavens, they ceaselessly absorbed the vitality of countless planets, funneling it toward Takamigara's core. Everyone was deeply shaken. Only now did they truly comprehend the terror of the Ōtsutsuki's eons-long scheme. With Takamagara as the hub, the god tree as the veins, and myriad planets as nourishment, they had woven a vast web of plunder spanning countless dimensions, herding all living beings into a pen to be harvested. So the chakra, the vitality of the land, and the essence of all life in the shinobi world never belonged to us. Naruto said, his expression grave, a hint of melancholy in his voice. They have always been secretly drained by this invisible net. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, his Mangekyo Sharingan sweeping over the surrounding god tree roots. The roots are linked into a formation, creating a self-contained dimensional seal. Once we are trapped deep within, it will be easy to cut off our retreat and leave us isolated. Itachi gazed at the entangled roots above and murmured softly. Ever since Kagaya descended on the shinobi world and planted the first god tree, we have fallen into the chess game set by the Ōtsutsuki billions of years ago. Neji walked forward slowly, his fingertip brushing a wisp of drifting god tree aura. The Tenseigan instantly saw through its origin. The god tree was not naturally born, it was created by the Ōtsutsuki progenitor using his own bloodline and the laws of heaven and earth. Each god tree is an extension of the progenitor's will, and every root is a tentacle that plunders the cosmos. The heart of Takamagara is the central hub of the entire stellar god tree network. With these words, the core secrets were laid bare, linking the history of the shinobi world, the origin of the god tree, and the root of the Ōtsutsuki invasion. Foreshadowing was resolved, and the narrative logic came full circle. The group pressed deeper. Along the way they saw countless abandoned remains of extraterrestrial beings and shattered warship wrecks. Clearly throughout the ages many powerful beings had ventured into Takamagara only to fall here and become nourishment for the god tree. Cheyenne's priestess power stirred faintly, her expression shifting. The resentment and deathly stillness here are overwhelming. The obsessions of countless beings are imprisoned by the god tree, easily triggering mental illusions and trapping one in endless nightmares. As her words faded, the surrounding nebula twisted abruptly. A thin hazy mist spread out silently, infiltrating everyone's perception, attempting to stir up the deepest regrets and sorrows to create a killing illusion. Ino instantly deployed a vast mental barrier, using her mind techniques to block the illusion's encroachment. Cheyenne cast a purification barrier to calm the raging resentment. Hinata activated her Byakugan, fully piercing through the falsehood of the mist to reveal the illusion's nodes. Tenten swiftly arranged sealing formations to lock the mist spread. Temari used wind release to stir the air and disperse the haze. Karen, with her Uzumaki bloodline, channeled the god tree's aura to reverse the illusion's foundation. Yujito ignited the two-tails flames to burn away the hidden malevolent spirits. The seven worked in seamless coordination, dismantling the natural illusion array laid by the Ōtsutsuki in an instant, protecting the entire army's minds from contamination. Without Neji needing to step in, they had already proven capable of standing on their own. Just as the illusion array dissipated from the deepest part of Takamagara's core, a vast and boundless terrifying pressure surged forth. That aura was ancient, vast, domineering, and cold, far surpassing Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki by severalfold. It carried the innate condescension and indifference of the royal progenitor, instantly enveloping the entire core region. Everyone's steps faltered, their hearts inexplicably sinking, their breathing becoming labored. Naruto's Ninetales chakra instinctively tensed, Sasuke's Susanoo instantly poised for action, the five Kage's expression solemn, and the entire force entered the highest state of alert. Neji lifted his gaze toward the distant void. The Tenseigan's golden light flared, locking onto the source of that aura. His expression finally turned serious. It is an elder of the Ōtsutsuki royal collateral branch, of veteran power close to the progenitor level. Neji spoke in a low voice. He has already sensed our penetration into the core and is awakening to observe, evaluating our strength and intentions. The true core threat has now officially revealed itself. The void trembled faintly and ancient runes flickered across the sky. A blurred colossal silhouette slowly coalesced within the dimensional haze, looking down from on high, silently watching the shinobi alliance that had invaded its territory. The terrifying oppressive aura emanating from the elder of the Ōtsutsuki royal clan cascaded down from the dimensional abyss like an ancient celestial cold waterfall, suppressing the entire star domain. The allied forces gasped for breath, their chakra subtly restrained by an invisible force. Even Six Paths level powerhouses like Mingren and Zhuizhu felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as insignificant as dust. The void mist slowly dispersed and a towering figure stepped out from the main roots of the divine tree. He wore a royal robe embroidered with star patterns. His face was aged yet sharply angular, with white hair falling over his shoulders and back. His eyes were pure Rinnegan golden pupils, and his body was enveloped in layers of spatial ripples and the essence of the divine tree. Without deliberately releasing his aura, he naturally exuded the royal arrogance of looking down upon the heavens and treating all races as mere weeds. He was the Tongmu Luoshi, the elder of the royal collateral branch who guarded the middle realm of Gyeoshianyuan. He had lived through countless eons, and his combat power far exceeded that of Cao Shi and his two companions approaching the peak of the Six Paths. Luoshi's gaze indifferently swept over the ninja world allied forces, finally resting on Ning Xiai. His Rinnegan golden pupils slightly contracted, carrying a hint of surprise and scrutiny. "Mortal beings from the lower realms, how dare you break through the barrier of Gyeoshianyuan, slay the patrol and garrison members of our clan, and venture deep into the heartland coveting the essence of the divine tree?" Luoshi's voice was ancient and icy, devoid of any emotion, like a heavenly decree. "Since ancient times, all planets in the heavens have been the private property of our Tongmu clan, and all living beings are merely nourishment for the divine tree. Your reckless transgression is a capital offense." As he spoke, the invisible oppressive aura surged again, causing the surrounding floating crystal continents to shatter with a roar. The divine tree's roots trembled wildly, seemingly about to transform into deadly weapons and crush the allied forces. Ning Xiai stood proudly in white robes at the front of the formation, his tensigen glowing with a brilliant white gold light, facing Luoshi's royal oppressive aura without moving a muscle. "The heavens are not your Tongmu's private property, and living beings are not harvestable nourishment." Ning Xi's tone was calm, but every word resounded firmly across the star domain. "You use the divine tree as a net, sowing and plundering across dimensions, draining the life of planets, annihilating countless races, bullying the weak, and dominating for eons. This is not divine will, it is aggression and sin. The ninja world refuses to be reduced to raised food, the beings of the heavens refuse to be enslaved for generations. Today we step into Gyeoshianyuan not as a transgression, but to sever the chain of plunder and end your tyranny that has run rampant for millennia." Hearing this, Luoshi curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. "Petty ninjas from the lower realms dare to question my clan's divine mandate. Chakra, the divine tree, and the laws of heaven and earth were all created by our Tongmu progenitor. Granting you life and reaping your essence is only natural and just. Kagaya betrayed our clan, monopolizing the divine tree of the ninja world for herself. That was treachery. Now you, the descendants blessed by Kagaya's legacy, dare to rebel against the royal clan. How laughably overreaching." Ning Xi's mind stirred, and his tensigen abruptly pierced through the mists of time, capturing the ancient secrets hidden within Luoshi's words. Combining his past life knowledge of the Naruto world and the secret history of the Tongmu clan, and using his tensigen to trace fragments of spacetime, he instantly pieced together a deliberately buried truth. "I see." Ning Xi's gaze was deep as he slowly spoke. "Kagaya did not simply defect, she could not bear the royal clan's endless plundering and wanton destruction of planets. She descended upon the ninja world, planted the divine tree, on one hand absorbing life force to protect herself, and on the other hand secretly preserving bloodlines to cultivate beings capable of resisting the Tongmu hegemony. The Six Paths sage Ashura Indra, and even the bloodlines of Hyūga, Uchiha, and Uzumaki, all were deliberately preserved by Kagaya as a foreshadowing to break your race's domination." These words struck Mingren's Wuzhu and Yu like a thunderbolt, shaking their minds profoundly. They had always believed Kagaya to be a pure ultimate evil god, but never imagined that the progenitor of chakra in the ninja world harbored within her bones a stubborn obsession to resist the royal clan and leave a glimmer of hope for lower realm beings. Luoshi's expression darkened slightly, clearly not expecting a mere youth from the lower realms to see through this ancient secret sealed by Gyeoshianyuan for eons. A mere junior dares to speculate on the ancient affairs of the progenitor. Luoshi's tone turned cold. "Since you are determined to seek death, I will personally suppress you, seal you all, and turn you into nourishment for the divine tree as a warning to all heavens and realms. Those who transgress against the Tongmu shall have no path to survival." With these words, Luoshi raised his hand and pressed down into the void. Countless divine tree roots suddenly went berserk, transforming into thousands of pitch-black giant pythons that tore through the void, coiling and strangling from all directions. At the same time, his Rinnegan power drove several massive chakra orbs infused with the laws of the Six Paths forming and crashing down upon the allied camp. Ning Xiai stepped into the sky, his tensigen flashing with golden light that soared to the heavens. Black and white yin-yang release currents swirled around him, and 8 trigrams patterns covered his body as he faced the slowly advancing Tongmu Luoshi. One was the ancient royal elder who had persisted through eons wielding the law of the divine tree and Rinnegan. The other was Ning Xiai of the Hyūga clan, defying fate and awakening the Six Paths origin of the tensigen. 2 Six Paths level powerhouses faced off across the void, the star domain seethed with turbulent winds and clouds, and the divine tree roots danced wildly through the sky. As Tongmu Luoshi raised his hand, he stirred the very essence of heaven and earth across the entire heartland of Takamigara. His 10,000-year cultivation manifested as an overwhelming offensive devoid of any ornate techniques. Each strike bore the fundamental power of the reincarnation origin and the god tree's plundering might. The space of the entire star domain was firmly locked down. The ordinary allied ninja could barely move, relying solely on the 5 great shadows who upheld the 5 elements' grand array to hold their ground. Ning Xiai trod upon the void, his Wenshenyan Tensigan eyes penetrating all phenomena. Around him the black and white currents of yin-yang release spiraled and interwove, forming a bagua circular image that enveloped his body. You Daitami rely on the reincarnation law, viewing all races as mere straw dogs, yet you fail to comprehend the fundamental Tao of yin-yang mutual generation and the balance of heaven and earth. Ning Xi's voice resounded through the nebula. Reincarnation was born from yin-yang, yet it is ultimately trapped by yin-yang. Your power from its very origin is suppressed by my Wenshenyan. Luo Shi's face turned cold, his disdain palpable. A mere aberrant technique from the lower realm dares to speak arrogantly of the royal clan's supreme law. Today I shall make you understand the insurmountable chasm between mortals and celestial beings. As his words faded, Luo Shi's palm winds surged. Reincarnation chakra transformed into a colossal law wheel suspended in the void. As it rotated, it absorbed all surrounding chakra and life force, pressing down toward Ning Xiai. Simultaneously, countless god tree roots tightened and coiled, weaving an inescapable net, sealing off all paths for Ning Xiai to evade. Luo Shi's reincarnation will pressed onward, its absorption power growing stronger, attempting to extract the 6 paths chakra and Zhuanshenyan origin from within Ning Xiai. Ning Xiai moved with the Bagua Rochuan footwork, his form drifting unpredictably. Yin-yang release flowed around him, using softness to overcome hardness, using yin-yang to dissolve reincarnation. Each palm strike precisely landed on the rune nodes of the reincarnation wheel, not engaging in brute force but dismantling the laws and dissolving the chakra. Boom! The shockwave of colliding laws swept across the nebula, shattering the surrounding crystalline continents one after another. The more Luo Shi fought, the more alarmed he became. Having lived through 10,000 years and fought across countless dimensional planets, he had seen many 6 paths level powerhouses, yet he had never witnessed anyone who could so calmly dissolve his reincarnation law with just a pair of Zhuanshenyan and yin-yang release, and even subtly suppress his techniques from the very origin. Your I power, your Tao, they do not belong to the lower realm of the ninja world. Luo Shi's tone grew more serious. Who are you really? Why can you control the yin-yang origin and suppress my Daitangmi reincarnation lineage? Ning Xiai remained calm, his attacks never faltering. I am merely a mortal who defies fate, breaking free from the shackles of destiny, and seeing through the illusions of heaven and earth. You take your innate bloodline as a privilege of hegemony and treat plundering as a mandate of heaven. From the very beginning you have strayed from the fundamental Tao. Today I shall use Rishiang Rochuan, the Zhuanshan Heavenly Eye, and the Yin-Yang Tao to break your reincarnation royal way and sever your royal clan's arrogance. Ning Xiai no longer merely defended and evaded. He formed hand seals, fully activating his Zhuanshenyan. The Bagua 6 paths yin-yang array materialized around him, black and white chi transforming into myriad trigrams enveloping the entire central battlefield. The moment the array took shape, it directly severed the energy link between Luo Shi and the surrounding god trees, cutting off his supply, sealing his laws, and isolating Luo Shi within the array, forcing him into a direct confrontation. Luo Shi sensed the severed connection to the god tree's origin. His face turned ashen, and his chakra violently surged. He drove his reincarnation I power to its utmost, attempting to forcibly break through the confinement of the Bagua 6 paths yin-yang array. Within the array the trigrams rotated steadfastly, resisting Luo Shi's violent assault. The yin-yang force continuously dissolved his reincarnation chakra. The battle on the periphery had already stabilized. Ming-Rin had already defeated most of the god tree giant serpents, with Ninetail's sage art steadily suppressing the remaining roots. Zhuizhu completely tore apart the spatial confinement, occasionally cutting into the battlefield with Shizwa slashes to harass Luo Shi's flank, preventing him from focusing on Ning Xiai. Yu's delicate illusions persistently interrupted Luo Shi's rhythm, causing repeated stutters in his casting. The 5 great shadows held the grand array firm, guarding the allied forces flawlessly. The overall situation was firmly under Ning Xi's control. The 8 trigram 6 paths yin-yang array sealed the starseed with black and white trigram symbols flowing endlessly. Ōtsutsuki Rosh found himself within the array, sensing that all laws of heaven and earth around him were stripped away, and his connection to the divine tree across the entirety of Takamigara was forcibly severed, making it impossible to borrow even a shred of the celestial momentum guided by his Rinnegan. His expression turned extremely grim. Never in eons had he been so constrained by another. As a senior elder of the royal branch wielding authority over the divine tree in the middle realm, he had roamed the heavens undefeated, yet today he was trapped by a lower realm shinobi's formation with his laws countered and supplies cut off, trailing at every turn. "How dare you, brat!" Rosh roared, unleashing the full power of his Rinnegan. Layers of 6 paths runes swirled around him as he formed hand seals, attempting to activate a royal secret technique to forcibly tear apart the Yin-Yang Grand Formation. The void trembled as golden Rinnegan chakra coalesced into countless blades, frenziedly slashing at the 8 trigram patterns. Thunderous explosions echoed continuously. The trigram patterns rippled layer upon layer, yet remained as steady as a rock. Despite the Rinnegan blade's relentless bombardment, the formation's barrier suffered not a scratch. Neji stood calmly outside the formation, his Tensigen watching the movements inside with indifference. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, nor did he rashly deliver a killing blow while his opponent was at a disadvantage. He adhered to a baseline of combat power: no instant kills beyond his level, no brute force crushing. He only trapped the enemy with formations and exhausted them with laws, gradually dismantling Rosh's foundation of power and authority over the divine tree. What you rely on is merely the divine tree authority granted by Takamigara, cultivating your cultivation through the nourishment of the ancient tree, not through your own enlightenment and attainment of the Tao. Neji's voice was cold as it reached Rosh's ears. Stripped of the divine tree's enhancement, your Rinnegan laws lose most of their power. How can you still claim to be a supreme celestial being? Rosh's heart shuddered, struck to the core by those words. The strength of the Ōtsutsuki clan largely depended on planting divine trees and drawing nourishment from dimensional origins. Very few truly comprehended the great Tao through their own efforts. This was also the root of their obsession with continuously harvesting planets and cultivating divine trees. Once they lost the supply from the divine tree, their combat power would decline year by year. The peripheral battle situation had long been settled. Moments later, Neji had completely analyzed the divine tree authority runes. He raised his hand and formed a finger point. A stream of pure yin-yang release flowed into the 8 trigram array, turning into fine trigram patterns that wound around the divine tree origin veins on Rosh's body. "I will not kill you today," Neji said calmly. "I spare your life only so that you may witness with your own eyes how the Ōtsutsuki's system of millennia of plunder collapses, and how the royal clan's lofty destiny hegemony is overthrown by my own hands." As his words fell, the yin-yang trigram patterns suddenly tightened, forcibly stripping away Rosh's authority over the middle layer divine tree control. Rosh's body shook violently, a muffled groan escaping his mouth. His chakra instantly became chaotic, and the divine tree aura around him rapidly dimmed. He could clearly feel that his eons-old authority over the territory and his ability to mobilize the divine tree's roots were being forcibly seized and dissolved by the youth before him. "How dare you plunder the Ōtsutsuki's divine tree authority?" Rosh's eyes nearly split with rage, filled with resentment and fear. Losing the divine tree authority meant being stripped of his foundational status as a royal elder, reduced to an ordinary Ōtsutsuki clan member. Neji paid no heed, focusing his mind as he continued to refine this divine tree authority. A vast amount of information on Takamigara's territory networks, divine tree root distributions, and dimensional node coordinates flooded into his mind, completing his map cognition and law understanding of the entire Takamigara. After the authority was completely stripped, Neji waved his hand gently. The 8 trigram 6 paths yin-yang array slowly contracted, turning into black and white airflow that converged around him, no longer forcibly restraining Rosh, yet still sealing off any possibility of him using the divine tree's power again. Rosh's aura was weak, his combat power halved. He stared fixedly at Neji, his eyes full of fear and immense hatred, but dared not rashly attack again. He already understood that he was no match for this Hyūga youth. Continuing to fight desperately would only lead to the destruction of his origin and the end of his existence. "Go back to the inner layers of Takamigara and inform the royal core," Neji said in a cold tone. "The Shinobi Alliance's entry into Takamigara is not a temporary transgression, but the beginning of the end of plunder. If the royal clan remains stubbornly deluded, insisting on enslaving the heavens and harvesting living beings, I will personally slaughter into the core territory, raise the royal temple, and annihilate the progenitor clan." Rosh's chest heaved violently, but he dared not utter a single word of rebuttal. He cast a deep glance at Neji, then swept his gaze over Naruto, Sasuke, and the 7 maidens' guardians. Finally, suppressing his rage and humiliation, he turned into a streak of light, speeding toward the inner territory of Takamigara. Watching Rosh depart, the alliance members all breathed a sigh of relief. "The middle layer is pacified and the authority is in our hands." Neji turned around, looked at the group, and laid out the subsequent plan in a deep voice. "Set up camp here, build temporary strongholds relying on the controlled divine tree nodes, reorganize formations, heal and regulate breathing, and digest the law insights gained from this battle. At the same time, sort out the territory network of Takamigara, identify the defense of the royal temple, the distribution of powerhouses, and the core position of the divine tree's main root. Once everyone's condition is fully restored, we will advance into the core territory, confront the orthodox Ōtsutsuki royal clan, and uncover the ultimate secrets of the progenitor race. Everyone nodded in agreement and acted accordingly. Following Neji's directives, the allied shinobi forces began constructing a temporary extraterrestrial stronghold centered around the newly secured middle-layer divine tree node. Unlike the wooden fortifications of the shinobi world, this stronghold leveraged the natural spatial crystals of Takamigara and the intrinsic patterns of the divine tree, supplemented by the barrier techniques, sealing arts, and Earth-style round-building methods of the 5 great hidden villages to erect a multi-layered three-dimensional defensive formation. The outer layer was laid with spatial mazes to disorient extraterrestrial invaders. The middle layer arranged the 5 elements locking barrier to withstand large-scale assaults from powerful beings. The inner layer took root at the divine tree node, using the stable celestial energy to allow everyone to recuperate, heal, and comprehend the laws. The entire stronghold was seamlessly integrated, blending into the surrounding starry domain, capable of advancing to conquer the core territory, or retreating to guard the crucial transit passage, thus allowing the allied forces to establish a solid foothold in Takamigara. Naruto sat cross-legged atop a spatial crystal, the Ninetales chakra within him gradually receding as he silently digested the insights gained from his battles with the divine tree's roots and the royal elder Rasha. The 6-paths sage art became increasingly attuned to his own essence. Sasuke leaned against the side branch of the divine tree, his Mangekyo Sharingan slightly closed, deducing the spatial veins of Takamigara and analyzing the flaws in the Ōtsutsuki's signature teleportation and dimension-hopping techniques. Itachi stood quietly in a corner, his expression serene, reviewing the millennia-old grievances between the Ōtsutsuki and the shinobi world. He meticulously sorted through the cause and effect of Kagaya's betrayal, the 6 paths creation, and the sowing of the divine tree. The 5 Kages each fulfilled their duties, coordinating the ninja from their villages to assign watch shifts, reinforce barrier nodes, and tally combat losses. Military discipline was strict, with no trace of panic or negligence. At the rear, Tenten, Hinata, Ino, Temari, Karen, Yujito, and Cheyenne did not remain idle. They formed a small formation, each circulating their power while utilizing their unique talents to assist in the layout of the stronghold. Neji stood alone atop the highest crystalline peak of the stronghold, his white robe billowing in the wind, his tensigans slowly opening and closing. The luminous white gaze pierced through layers of nebular barriers, reaching deep into the core territory of Takamigara, taking in the outline of the royal palace, the convergence of the divine tree's main roots, and the stationed auras of the powerful members of various royal clans. Simultaneously, he sank his mind into his sea of consciousness, reviewing the divine tree authority, runic patterns, and dimensional coordinates stripped from Rasha. Combining this with the Ōtsutsuki secrets from his past life, the foreshadowing left by Kagaya, and the ancient records passed down by the 6 paths immortal, he began to fully deduce the ancestral secrets buried by the ages. The Ōtsutsuki were not a naturally supreme race. Their progenitor was born from the primordial chaos beyond the heavens, surviving by devouring the essence of worlds and refining the divine tree's path. The clan's propagation relied entirely on cross-dimensional sowing and plundering the bloodlines of living beings, revering the strong and treating plunder as their destiny, viewing all beings across the universe as mere low-grade nourishment. Kagaya, as a direct descendant of the royal clan, was ordered to descend upon the shinobi world to sow the divine tree. Yet, witnessing the clan's endless slaughter and indiscriminate harvesting, she grew disgusted and refused to let the shinobi world become a breeding ground for arbitrary exploitation. Thus she monopolized the divine tree, severed ties with the royal clan, secretly preserved her bloodline, and gave birth to descendants of the Hyūga, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, planting the seeds of rebellion against the Ōtsutsuki hegemony. The 6 paths immortal and his brother inherited Kagayas while dividing the Tentales, spreading chakra, and passing down the Nishu teachings, all in essence paving the way for the beings of the shinobi world to break free from fate and resist extraterrestrial invasion. Neji slowly unraveled the entire causal chain, from the ancient progenitor's creation of the world and the formation of the Ōtsutsuki plunder system to Kagaya's betrayal and the 6 paths legacy, then to the 1,000 years of war in the shinobi world, the rise of the Akatsuki, the outbreak of the 4th Great Ninja War, and finally extending to the present Allied forces' entry into Takamigara to conquer the royal clan. All foreshadowing was fully retrieved, all plot logic perfectly closed, and the core themes of karmic cycles, racial oppression, and extraterrestrial invasion were firmly established. So the 1,000 years of war in the shinobi world were never a farce of beings killing each other. Neji murmured to himself, a gleam of understanding and solemnity in his eyes. It was the Ōtsutsuki's covert orchestration instigating internal strife to weaken the combat power of the universe, making it convenient for them to harvest and dominate the galaxy later. At that moment Hinata's gentle voice reached his ears laden with the gravity of her perception. Neji, there is a massive concentration of auras in the inner layers of Takamigara. Dozens of powerful Ōtsutsuki royal members are mobilizing and several elder-level auras not weaker than Rasha are stationed around the palace. Clearly after Rasha returned the royal clan has begun to gather their forces preparing to intercept us head-on. Niji's gaze sharpened as his Tensigen once again locked onto the core territory. Indeed, outside the palace countless Ōtsutsuki clan members clad in star-patterned robes formed military arrays, their Rinnegan lights flickering in unison, spatial auras stacking layer upon layer, and killing intent sweeping across the sea of stars. The royal clan had abandoned the strategy of harassing one by one and ambushing in secret. They intended to muster heavy forces and with the momentum of a righteous allied army crush and annihilate the shinobi world intruders who had entered Takamigara. As expected, Neji said calmly without a trace of panic. Rasha escaped back to the inner layer and will certainly report our combat power and trump cards to the royal high-ups. Knowing that they cannot suppress us in single combat, they have simply chosen to assemble the royal allied forces using numbers, heritage, and the power of the palace's formations to trap us in this stronghold deep in the belly of the beast. With his mature mind and top-tier strategic acumen, Neji had already anticipated this step, never harboring any illusions of luck. Neji then moved, descending to the center of the allied forces, summoning Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, the 5 Kages, and the 7 women to gather at the Crystalline Council platform to devise countermeasures. The royal allied forces are mobilizing. Within 3 days they will march into the heartland and launch a strong assault on our stronghold. Neji surveyed the assembly, his tone steady and logical. Their advantages lie in numerical superiority, the enhancement of the palace's formations, and familiarity with Takamigara's terrain and laws. Their weaknesses are that each clan member is proud of their royal status, leading to factional divisions and poor coordination, and most rely on the divine tree's authority. Their combat power will greatly diminish once separated from their source. Our countermeasures are threefold. First, everyone must use these 3 days to recuperate, heal, comprehend the divine tree's laws, and stabilize their combat power. Do not rashly initiate attacks. Hold the stronghold's grand formation and wait for the right moment. Second, Sasuke and Hinata will be responsible for monitoring the enemy's march trajectory and formation deployment, predicting the direction of their assault in advance. Third, Naruto, Itachi, and the 5 Kages will command the allied forces' combat power, divide defense zones and layer defenses, using formations against formations, strong against strong, without engaging in solo duels or reckless charges. Everyone nodded in agreement with no objections. Having traveled together through this journey, they all fully trusted Niji's vision, wisdom, and combat prowess, and simply needed to follow his orders. The meeting adjourned and each returned to their positions, immersing themselves in preparation for battle. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye within the Gyeoshianuan star domain. Within the stronghold of the Rengia allied forces, everyone had completed their meditation and restored their battle prowess to its peak. After 3 days of profound contemplation on the laws of Gyeoshianuan, the essence of the divine tree, and the Tao rhythm of the 6 paths, the assembled powerhouses not only fully recovered from their injuries but also deepened their foundations. Neji sat cross-legged on the highest crystal platform of the stronghold, his Zhuanshan eye slightly closed, inwardly restrained. Over these 3 days he had not only digested the mid-level authority of the divine tree seized from Luoshi, but also used his Zhuanshan eye to traverse time and space, deduce the great Tao, and fully integrate the mysteries of Yin-Yang, release 6 paths, sage arts, spatial laws, and the 8 trigrams, gentle fist. Now he stood firmly at the peak of the 6 paths with profound foundation and complete laws, capable of confronting any royal clan elder head-on, and even possessing the confidence to contend and tactically maneuver against primal-level Ōtsutsuki. Neji slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm yet deep as the starry sea, looking toward the inner region of Gyeoshianuan. An overwhelming pressure like a tide overturning the heavens was slowly spreading from the core domain, shrouding the nebula, stagnating the airflow, and causing even the floating crystal continents to tremble slightly. They had arrived. The Ōtsutsuki royal clan allied forces as scheduled pressed upon the border. Peering through layers of nebula mist, one could see dense ranks of Ōtsutsuki powerhouses arrayed in the void. At the front were dozens of elite royal clan warriors, each with activated Rinnegan or Rinne Sharingan clad in star-patterned battle armor, commanding divine tree sage arts and space-time ninjutsu. In the middle stood 4 elder-level powerhouses, their auras no weaker than the defeated Luoshi, each leading a squad with cunning tactics and profound heritage. At the rear center, a floating throne forged from divine tree roots and celestial, divine metal slowly advanced. Upon the throne sat an ancient solemn Ōtsutsuki royal clan elder with silver-white hair surrounded by circular Rinnegan runes, his aura vast and boundless, far surpassing ordinary elders. This was the commander of the allied forces, Ōtsutsuki Yugen. The entire royal clan allied forces were disciplined, their killing intent spanning the galaxy, bolstered by the grand momentum of Gyeoshianuan, carrying the royal arrogance of looking down upon all races and despising the lower realms. They were clearly divided into factions with strict hierarchies, relying on superior numbers to reign, and the blessing of the divine tree, believing they could crush the Rengia allied forces in one blow, and turn these usurpers from the lower realms into nutrients for the divine tree. All troops assemble. Form battle formations to face the enemy. Neji's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached every corner of the stronghold, steady and powerful, calming the hearts of the entire army. Instantly the Rengia allied forces, following the previously arranged tactics, rapidly formed offensive and defensive battle formations. Neji stood in white robes at the forefront of the central army, alone, facing the overwhelming royal clan forces, confronting 4 elders, 1 commander, and dozens of elite warriors without the slightest ripple in his expression. Ōtsutsuki Yugen sat on the floating throne, his indifferent Rinnegan gaze falling upon Neji with condescending aloofness and scrutiny. An ant from the lower realm, lucky to have defeated Luo, she alone yet dares to be arrogantly presumptuous, occupying the heartland of Gyeoshianuan and interfering with our clan's eternal order. Yugen's voice was ancient and icy, echoing across the starry sea. The divine tree was created by our clan, the myriad heavens are herded by our clan. You creatures were born to be food. Lay down your resistance, submit to capture, and you may yet leave a remnant soul to merge with the divine tree. Otherwise today you will all fall, body and soul annihilated. Neji met his gaze calmly, his tone steady, but every word resolute. There has never been a born royal clan nor a destined food. You take aggression as your mandate, plunder as your nature, sowing divine trees across dimensions, slaughtering countless planets, enslaving innumerable beings. This is not order but tyrannical sin. The Rengia refuses to be caged, the myriad heavens refuse to be harvested. Day we step into Gyeoshianuan not as usurpers but to defy fate, not as provocateurs but to end hegemony. If you want war, then war it is. Yugen's eyes grew cold and the Rinnegan runes around him suddenly blazed, obstinate and unrepentant. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. All troops advance. Crush the stronghold, leave no survivors. At his command, dozens of elite royal clan warriors simultaneously activated their chakra, Rinnegan light shooting into the sky, divine tree roots extending from the void and techniques interweaving as they crushed toward the Rengia allied forces' stronghold. The 4 elders each led their squads, flanking from all directions, attempting to split the allied formation and devour them piece by piece. The starry sea churned, laws rumbled, shaking the heavens beyond. The Ōtsutsuki royal allied forces pressed forward in full force, their Rinnegan light spreading like a golden ocean. Countless divine tree roots tore through the void, transforming into myriad black whips, carrying the torrent of 6 paths laws as they bombarded the Ninja Alliance's stronghold. 4 royal elders occupied the 4 cardinal directions, each drawing upon the might of a star domain to form the 4 symbols reincarnation battle array. Their auras interlinked, their laws mutually reinforcing, they forcibly locked down the spatial flow of the entire battlefield, severing all room for the Alliance to maneuver, teleport, or retreat. In the rear, the commander Yuxian sat upon a floating divine throne, his gaze coldly overlooking the battle. His hands wove secret royal seals, continuously pouring the primordial chakra of the divine tree into the frontline forces, amplifying the power of their techniques and their physical resilience. There was no fancy probing from the very start, it was a Star Ocean-level death match that exhausted all reserves. Neji stood in the void in white robes, his tensigans pure white golden light piercing through layers of law mist. In an instant he saw through the connection nodes of the 4 symbols reincarnation battle array, the energy flow pathways, and the combat weaknesses of the 4 elders. Naruto manifested his 6 paths, 9 tails, true form, crimson immortal fire blazing across the Star Ocean. 9 tail whips swept in all directions, forcibly withstanding the first wave of the royal elite's charge. Sage Art chakra coalesced into a giant jade Rasengan, colliding thunderously with the countless Rinnegan chakra spheres. The shockwaves swept across the surroundings, shattering and collapsing the crystalline continents. Sasuke's complete Susanoo-clad and Amaterasu black flames darted through spatial rifts, deliberately striking at the weak points where the 4 elders' formation connected. Every time the Susanoo's long blade descended, it caused the formation's runes to dim, and the law chains to tremble, forcibly disrupting the operational rhythm of the 4 symbols reincarnation array. Itachi Uchiha concealed himself in the nebulous shadows, silently spreading the Tsukuyami Genjutsu. Instead of forcefully imprisoning the elder souls, he used fragmented illusions to disrupt their hand-seal timing and law coordination, causing the 4 elders to occasionally suffer technique stagnation and aura interruptions. The 5 Kages jointly activated the 5 elements heaven-piercing barrier protecting the Alliance's main camp. Despite the outside's divine tree whipped shadows and Rinnegan techniques bombarding wildly, the barrier's surface only rippled faintly, as steady as a rock. In the rear, the 7 Maidens 7-star Guardian array remained as steady as Mount Tai, each performing their duties with calm composure. On the central battlefield, Neji finally moved. He stepped with the 8 trigrams gentle fist void step, his figure drifting like flowing clouds. Black and white yin-yang release coiled and flowed around him, his Tensigen seeing through all illusory laws. Instead of charging at the densely packed royal elite, he dashed straight toward a royal elder on the eastern side of the 4 symbols reincarnation array. That elder's face was arrogant, his Rinnegan suddenly expanded. Raising his hand, he summoned a star domain meteor carrying the laws of reincarnation crashing down toward Neji. At the same time, divine tree roots coiled around himself, forming an indestructible armor. "You lowly junior from the lower realm dare to block me alone." The elder's tone was filled with royal contempt. Neji's expression was indifferent. Without a word, his palms flew, merging the perfect gentle fist secret arts with yin-yang release. One palm precisely struck the core of the meteor's runes. There was no earth-shattering brute force collision. With a gentle deflection, a guiding pull, and a transformation, the immense reincarnation meteor law was dismantled by yin-yang release. Its trajectory deviated, grazing past him and blasting into the distant sky, shattering into a patch of nebula. The gentle fist's point sealing technique could not only seal chakra but also seal laws, sever runes, and stagnate flow. This was Neji's unique path, derived from integrating the Hyūga Gentle Fist Tensigen and yin-yang release, perfectly countering the Ōtsutsuki's technique system reliant on runes and the divine tree. The elder's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. His own furious strike, infused with dual laws of the Rinnegan and the divine tree, was casually deflected by the opponent's seemingly gentle palm technique, not even stirring a ripple. Before he could react, Neji's form was already upon him. The 8 trigrams 64 palms struck in succession, palm shadows interlaced, each blow precisely landing on the Rinnegan rune nodes around the elder. Bang, bang, bang. A series of soft sounds echoed through the void. The Rinnegan runes on the elder's body dimmed one by one, his law connection to the battle array was forcibly severed, and his combat power instantly dropped by 30%. A huge flaw appeared directly in one corner of the 4 symbols reincarnation array. The other 3 elders sensed the damage to the array's core, their expressions immediately changing. They all activated their laws, trying to repair the breach and encircle Neji. Neji had already anticipated this. His Tensigen swept across the 3 directions, instantly seeing through their encirclement trajectories. On the distant floating divine throne, Commander Yoshuan's eyes finally turned serious. He had originally thought the Ninja Alliance was just a group of lower realm ants who rose through secret realm opportunities, relying on numbers and a stroke of luck to step into the high celestial plane. But now, seeing with his own eyes, Neji's understanding of law's tactical layout, eye power level, and yin-yang release origin were all no weaker than the top royal elders. Naruto and Sasuke's combat power was top tier enough to restrain the royal elite. Itachi's illusions were bizarre and hard to defend against. The 5 Kage's barrier was as stable as mountains and rivers. The 7 women in the rear coordinated exquisitely, both offensive and defensive, with no weakness at all. These lower realm beings, their foundation, intellect, and combat power, all exceed expectations by far too much. Yuxian murmured in a low voice, a flicker of wariness passing through his aged eyes. Then his killing intent became even stronger. We can no longer let them drag us into a war of attrition. We must use the power of the temple's origin, forcefully suppress the formation, and end this quickly. As his words fell, Yuxian began to form ancient royal hand seals, communicating with the core temple of the high celestial plane. Infinite golden divine tree origin power poured across the void, flooding into the 4 symbols reincarnation array. The battle array instantly surged with oppressive pressure, runes dazzling and brilliant. The auras of the 4 elders soared again, and the law's sealing space became even more solid and domineering. The battle situation suddenly escalated. The royal clan used the temple's origin to boost, intending to crush with absolute foundation. Neji's gaze hardened, but he showed no sign of panic. His Tensigen had already seen through the transmission network of the temple's origin, and he already had a new method to break the situation. He turned to look at Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, sending a solemn telepathic message. The enemy is using the temple's origin to boost the array. Do not engage in a battle of attrition. Hold the formation by time. I will cut off the temple's origin supply, then break the array one by one and annihilate the royal allied forces. The golden pillar of origin energy from the core temple of Takamigara stretched across the nebula, continuously channeling into the 4 symbols samsara formation. The 4 patriarchs of the royal clan erupted in overwhelming power, their reincarnation runes blazing like a scorching sun. The spatial laws across the entire battlefield were completely locked down, and all air currents, chakra flows, and spatial nodes around the coalition forces were swallowed and suppressed by the royal clan's formation. Commander Uchiha sat upon his floating divine throne, his aged eyes radiating a chilling sense of absolute control. In his view, with the blessing of the core temple's origin power, the four symbols samsara formation was already invincible. No matter how extraordinary Ningxi's talent or combat prowess might be, he could never withstand the profound suppression of Takamigara's ancient temple. Relying on external blessings rather than inner enlightenment, the supremacy of the Ōtsutsuki is but an illusion built upon the divine tree and temples. Ningxi stood at the heart of the starry sea, his reincarnation eyes shining brilliantly as he instantly locked onto the origin energy pillar connecting heaven and earth. The yin and yang release energies swirled around him in black and white, gradually manifesting the trigrams of the 8 trigrams formation, merging spatial laws, primordial yin-yang essence, and the gentle fists, martial philosophy into one harmonious whole. Rather than confronting the formation head-on, he adhered to his strategy of intellectual warfare and undermining the foundation, avoiding direct clashes with the empowered elders and instead targeting the temple's origin energy supply first, then dismantling the formation to gain advantage. All personnel, hold your positions. There is no need for aggressive assaults, simply maintain your chakra flow and withstand the formation's pressure. Ningxi's mental transmission resonated across the entire army, his tone steady and resolute. Naruto immediately reined in his assault, the Ninetales sage fire enveloping him as he held the left flank position firmly without reckless advancement. Sasuke withdrew his Susanu's edge and patrolled the void outside the formation, constantly monitoring the four elders and waiting for any weakness. Itachi slowed the expansion of his genjutsu, conserving his ocular power, and remaining ready for the enemy's counterattack once the formation broke. The 5 Kage reinforced their 5-element barrier, optimizing their defensive positions to withstand the relentless assault of the reincarnation laws. Behind them, the 7 Beauties Big Dipper Guardian formation tightened in synchronized response. Ningxi slowly raised his hands, forming the exclusive hand seals of the reincarnation eye. The 8 trigrams yin-yang array around him expanded suddenly, the black and white Tao pattern spreading along the spatial veins like an invisible river, instantly wrapping around that golden pillar of origin energy from the temple. Inversion of yin and yang, sealing the source with the 8 trigrams. His commanding shout echoed across the starry sea. The yin-yang release power instantly transformed into thousands of divine locking runes, embedding themselves into the meridian nodes of the origin pillar, using the fundamental principles of creation and destruction to reverse engineer the energy runes of the Ōtsutsuki temple. The pillar trembled violently, its golden light flickering erratically as the flowing origin power began to stagnate and grow chaotic. Yoshuan's expression shifted dramatically upon his floating throne, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How is this possible? You, a mere lower realm ninja, have managed to shake the origin link of my Takamigara temple. The temple's origin power was rooted in the core of the Takamigara dimension, never before interrupted by external forces throughout eternity. To him, this was the absolutely unshakable foundation of heavenly Tao, yet Ningxi had forcibly halted it with the reincarnation eye and yin-yang release. Ningxi remained impassive, his mind sharply focused as he continuously channeled the 8 trigrams source sealing technique. He understood the true nature of Ōtsutsuki power. All those who relied on the divine tree and temple's borrowing dimensional authority appeared formidable but ultimately lacked a solid foundation. Once their external energy supply was severed, their combat effectiveness would plummet dramatically. Within moments, the once unceasing golden origin pillar was progressively sealed and stripped away by layers of yin-yang runes. Then, with a sharp crack, the origin link spanning the starry sea was completely severed. Instantly, the 4 symbol samsara formation lost the temple's blessing, its blazing runes dimming rapidly. The 4 royal clan elders felt their aura dissipate in an instant, their combat power dropping by nearly half. The resonance between the formation's laws shattered on the spot, and what was once an impregnable encirclement cracked violently. No! A patriarch cried out in despair, his face twisted in horror. Without the temple's origin power, not only had their combat strength been halved, but their ability to lock down space through the formation had also significantly weakened, forcing them to instantly shift from oppressors to the oppressed. Ningxi seized the opportunity without hesitation. His figure moved with the 8 trigrams void step technique, instantly splitting into 4 afterimages that shot toward the 4 elders simultaneously. His perfect gentle fist combined with the secret art of yin-yang release point, striking no longer merely sealed chakra. It precisely struck the reincarnation formation nodes embedded in each of their bodies. Bang, 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 bang. 4 dull impacts resonated almost simultaneously. Each of the 4 elders was struck, their surrounding reincarnation runes shattering in cascades. Their connection to the 4 symbols samsara formation was completely severed, and the formation could no longer hold. It collapsed in ruins. The spatial imprisonment that had locked the entire battlefield dissipated, and the coalition forces finally regained their freedom to maneuver through space and execute flanking tactics. The formation has been broken. Divide and eliminate the enemy, Ningxi commanded in a deep voice. Naruto erupted with power, his 6 paths 9 tails avatar wreathed in sage fire, charging straight into the elite royal warriors on the left flank. Stripped of formation support, these elites suffered a dramatic drop in combat effectiveness, and couldn't withstand the beast's sage technique onslaught. Their ranks scattered instantly. Sasuke summoned his Susanoo into the skies, raining Amaterasu's black flames across the starry sea to specifically target royal clan warriors attempting to regroup, while spatial slashes continuously tore through enemy contingents. Itachi seized the moment to deploy Tsukuyumi illusions across the battlefield, disrupting the mental focus of dozens of remaining royal elites, and causing their movements to falter and jutsu to destabilize, severely diminishing their effectiveness. The 5 Kage launched immediate coordinated attacks, their 5-element ninjutsu combinations sweeping through the scattered Ōtsutsuki fighters at the periphery, steadily advancing, and behind the front lines the 7 beauties coordinated seamlessly with the battle flow, pressing forward with the momentum. The tide of battle had completely reversed. The royal clan coalition, now stripped of the temple's origin blessing with their 4 symbols, samsara formation shattered and ranks in disarray, had fallen from their position of overwhelming dominance to become a defeated force, being systematically cut apart and surrounded by the coalition. Countless royal clan elites fell to the starry sea, and the remaining strong ones were filled with dread, their previous arrogance toward the lower realms utterly replaced by fear and trepidation. Uchiha sat motionless on his divine throne, his expression darkening to its extreme. With his 4 patriarchs weakened and his military formation collapsing, half his elite forces dead or wounded, the crushing victory he had envisioned was instead being methodically dismantled by the shinobi coalition. He finally acknowledged reality. The Hyūga Neji before him was far beyond an ordinary 6 paths level warrior. The reincarnation I perceived all laws the yin-yang release countered origin itself, and his tactical mastery left no vulnerabilities. Combined with the flawless coordination among Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and the 7 women, the coalition's combat prowess, strategic acumen, and synchronization had completely overwhelmed his royal clan forces. Lower realmats. To possess such profound strength. Vengeance flashed in Yoshuan's eyes as he slowly rose, his reincarnation runes surging dramatically and unleashing an overwhelming pressure far beyond that of the 4 patriarchs sweeping across the starry sea. Since the coalition cannot withstand me, this elder will personally intervene. He intended to descend himself, wielding the supreme combat power of a top-tier royal clan elder, to forcibly reverse the situation and crush Ningxi along with the entire shinobi coalition. Ningxi lifted his gaze toward Uchiha rising from the floating divine throne, his reincarnation eyes calm and unwavering. His combat perception clearly registered that his opponent had indeed reached the level of a top-tier Ōtsutsuki royal clan member, far surpassing both Rash and the 4 patriarchs, a formidable adversary unmatched since entering Takamigara. Yet he showed no sign of fear whatsoever. His yin-yang release flowed more intensely around him, and with the reincarnation eye operating at full capacity, he was fully prepared for a direct confrontation. Just as the coalition forces prepared to mop up the remaining enemies, Ōtsutsuki Yugen slowly rose from his floating divine throne. His silver-white hair drifted through the void, ancient wrinkles etched with the vicissitudes of time. A pair of profound Rinnegan pierced through the starry clouds, and layers of concentric Rinnegan runes swirled around him, faintly resonating with the primordial essence of Takamigara. A terrifying pressure far surpassing that of Rashi and the 4 elders descended like the collapse of the 9 heavens, slowly enveloping the entire battlefield. This was the elder of the Takamigara royal clan, who had lived through countless millennia, witnessed the harvest of innumerable planets, and whose cultivation had long since reached the pinnacle of the 6 paths, bordering on the half-ancestor level, his foundation unfathomably deep. The scattered Ōtsutsuki clansmen, seeing the elder personally take action, instantly steadied their minds. Their former panic transformed into fervent worship and battle fervor. In their eyes, Elder Yugen was the invincible lord of all realms. As long as he acted, the coalition from the lower realms was nothing but ants and dust. Yugen's gaze swept indifferently across the scene, finally settling on Neji, who stood in white robes like a celestial being. His tone carried the innate arrogance and indifference of the ancient royal clan. A mere branch family scion from the lower realm, breaking free from the cage bird curse, awakening the Tensigen, and rising with the fate of the ninja world. Truly a rare genius in 10,000 ages. But unfortunately you should not have transgressed. The heavenly destiny-led troops to invade Takamigara severed the shrine's primordial source and routed our royal clan's coalition. All beings under heaven are born as nourishment for the divine tree. This is the eternal order established by us Ōtsutsuki. How can a single person reverse it? Neji stood silently in the void, the pristine white light of his Tensigen flowing steadily, neither arrogant nor fearful. He had long seen through the essence of the Ōtsutsuki ruling by force, taking plunder, as their mandate viewing all clans as mere dogs. The so-called heavenly destiny was merely an excuse to maintain their hegemony. There has never been a born royal clan nor destined nourishment. Neji's voice was clear and cold, echoing across the star sea. The divine tree is not your clan's private property. Chakra is not your clan's exclusive possession. The planets of all realms are not your hunting grounds for sowing, and the myriad beings are not food to be harvested at will. You have invaded countless worlds across dimensions, incited endless wars, sacrificed the vitality of all beings to sustain your own immortality. This is not order, it is hegemonic sin. Today I set foot in Takamigara not to contend for temporary strength, but to sever the root of plunder, overthrow the destiny you have imposed, and restore equality and freedom to all beings. His words were clear and stance filled with compassion for all living beings and lofty in vision. There was no youthful arrogance, only the maturity and resolve born of experience. Behind him the seven beauties stood quietly, their gazes fixed on Neji, their eyes brimming with trust and adoration. What they admired was not Neji's unparalleled combat prowess, but his unwavering commitment to justice, his defiance of fate, and his broad-mindedness to fight for a glimmer of hope for all beings. Yugen's expression turned cold, and the light of his Rinnegan blazed. Obstinate and unrepentant. Since you insist on defying heaven's will and resisting the royal clan, I shall personally crush your Tensigen's fruit of enlightenment, and make you understand that between the lower realm and the celestial realm, between an ant and a god, there exists an insurmountable chasm. Before his words faded, Yugen's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Without any superfluous opening moves, he directly activated the Ōtsutsuki royal clan's secret art. The law of reincarnation swept through the void, and countless black spatial fissures materialized, transforming into myriad space blades that sealed off all of Neji's escape routes from all directions, forming an absolute kill zone. Such was the depth of the royal elder. With a mere gesture he could manipulate dimensional laws, merging space reincarnation and the divine tree's power into an overwhelming offensive that was impossible to counter. Everyone's pupils contracted. Naruto, Sasuke, and the 5 Kage prepared to rush in support at any moment. Yet Neji remained calm. His Tensigen fully activated, piercing through all spatial illusions, instantly seeing through the trajectories, law nodes, and weaknesses of every spatial rift. He was deeply versed in the fundamental patterns of Ōtsutsuki spatial arts, and with his Tensigen's mastery over dimensional laws he had long ceased to fear such sealing techniques. 8 trigrams domain yin-yang discharge. Neji stepped into the gentle fist footwork, his figure drifting like flowing clouds, while black and white yin-yang release evolved into an 8 trigram circular array around him. The countless spatial blades crashed against the 8 trigram barrier, only to be neutralized by yin-yang release, their laws dismantled and reduced to scattered chakra flowing into the star sea, not even touching Neji's robe. Yugen's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. He had expected this strike to force Neji to defend with all his might, or even be wounded and retreat. But Neji had effortlessly unraveled it, and his mastery of space and laws through the Tensigen had exceeded his estimation. You have some skill. No wonder you could stir up the ninja world and sever the shrine's primordial source. Yugen spoke calmly, then launched another attack. His hands formed seals rapidly, and reincarnation runes shot into the sky, drawing the scattered remnants of the divine tree in Takamigara to form a colossal pitch-black python. Its eyes flickered with reincarnation light, brimming with destructive aura, and it opened its maw to devour Neji. At the same time, countless reincarnation light orbs condensed around him, densely packed like a meteor shower, sealing off all retreat paths and forming a trap of annihilation. Neji remained unfazed. His perfect gentle fist essence merged with 6 paths sage art, and his palms flew in a blur, unleashing the 8 trigrams 64 palms in layered waves. Each palm strike contained the resonance of yin-yang release and the Tensigen's Tao, precisely targeting the rune meridians of the divine tree python. Gentle fist point strikes, sealing meridian sealing techniques, sealing the primordial source. With a series of soft thuds, the seemingly gentle palm force shattered the python's rune structure, causing its massive body to disintegrate into ashes. Following that, Neji condensed the yin-yang light orb in his palm and casually struck it, scattering the myriad reincarnation orbs. The shockwave swept across the star sea, shattering the surrounding crystalline continent. Throughout the tactical exchange, every move was countered, every step predicted. There was no mindless crushing, no instant kill across levels. Only law against law, dojutsu against reincarnation, gentle fist against all techniques. Yugen's expression turned completely grim. He finally shed his contempt. The Neji before him, his combat level, law comprehension, battle intellect, and dojutsu foundation, was in no way inferior to his own. He was not merely at the 6 paths level, he had truly ascended to the top echelon of all realms. It seems I must use my full power to suppress you. All the reincarnation runes around Hyūga blazed and a massive reincarnation phantom appeared behind him. The divine tree's primordial source reincarnation law and spatial law merged, completely elevating his aura. The star sea around him froze and the wind ceased. He intended to draw upon his millennium-old cultivation foundation, unleash the royal clan's ultimate secret art, and clash head-on with Neji, overwhelming him with absolute depth. Neji's eyes narrowed, the golden light of his Tenseigan growing more brilliant. The yin-yang release around him thickened, 6 paths chakra coiled about his body, and gentle fist Tenseigan yin-yang release space-time ninjutsu, and 6 paths sage art all merged into one, ready for the frontal confrontation. Clear out the remaining royal clan enemies and stabilize the front line. Leave this to me. Neji transmitted his thoughts to Naruto, Sasuke, and the others. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others understood that this was a battle of Tao between top-tier powerhouses. Interference would throw off the rhythm. They nodded and turned to lead the coalition in mopping up the scattered royal elites, and the 4 elders. The 7 beauties remained in the rear, guarding the 7-star formation. They did not disturb him, silently monitoring the battle with Byakugan's psychic perception and Miko barriers ready to rush in at the first sign of Neji's weakness. In the center of the star sea, only Neji and Hyūga remained facing each other across the void. At the heart of the star sea, the air currents stagnated and the laws of the universe thundered in all directions. Behind Daitongmu Yoshuan, the illusory reincarnation shadow spanned the nebula as the 3 fundamental origins of the divine tree, reincarnation and space, completely merged into one, unleashing the accumulated power of a millennium-long cultivation. As he raised his hand, countless reincarnation talismans materialized into a massive reincarnation disk suspended in the sky. Within the disk, myriad dimensional fissures emerged, absorbing the spiritual energy of Gyeoshianuan, converging into a devastating torrent of laws that crushed down upon Ningji. This was Yoshuan's ultimate royal secret technique, reincarnation heavenly fall. Borrowing the terrain of Gyeoshianuan, channeling the essence of reincarnation, and gathering the vitality of the divine tree, once unleashed it could shatter stars and annihilate dimensions. Even ordinary 6 paths powerhouses had no right to withstand it head-on. The surrounding ninja forces, who were clearing the remnants of enemies, all paused to gaze at the scene, an inexplicable sense of oppression rising in their hearts. Naruto frowned deeply, keenly sensing the terrifying profundity of this technique, far surpassing any previous Daitongmu powerhouse. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan contracted slightly, his Susanoo instinctively tensing, ready to assist at any moment. The 5 Kage looked grim, already preparing to combine their formations to withstand the aftermath. Only the 7 maidens at the rear remained calm, their 7-star guardian formation patterns flowing. Hinata, with her pure Byakugan, locked onto every talisman pattern of the reincarnation disk, transmitting the nodes of law flow to Ningji in real time. Karen analyzed the resonance trajectory of the divine tree's essence, while Shizen deployed a blessing barrier to isolate the aftershocks, protecting the ordinary ninja of the allied forces. Ningji stood in the void, his white robes fluttering, his face calm and unruffled. His Tenseigan was fully activated, its radiant golden light piercing through the illusion of reincarnation, revealing the talisman structure, energy flow, and weaknesses of the reincarnation heavenly fall with absolute clarity. Around him, black and white yin-yang release surged upward, forming a massive Bagua Taiji diagram that slowly rotated, enveloping the entire airspace. The essence of perfect gentle fist Tao, the spatial laws of the Tenseigan, and the origin of 6 paths sage art all merged into the Taiji diagram. 8 trigrams define the universe, yin and yang suppress reincarnation. Ningji murmured softly, pushing his palms forward slowly. The rotating Taiji diagram suddenly met the descending reincarnation disk. The black and white energies, like the long river of heaven and earth, instantly coiled around the reincarnation talismans. There was no cataclysmic collision of brute force, but an ultimate confrontation of laws. Yin-yang release, being the origin of all things, mutually engendering and restraining, formed a closed loop, perfectly countering the reincarnation and divine tree forces borrowed by the Daitongmu from external sources. The reincarnation talismans trembled violently, struggling and rampaging, but were enveloped, stripped, and assimilated layer by layer by the Taiji diagram. The originally overwhelming torrent of laws was gradually dismantled and dissolved. Yoshuan's pupils contracted sharply, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. My reincarnation heavenly fall infused with the origin of Gyeoshianuan is unbeatable within the same realm. How could you suppress it with yin-yang release? Having lived for millennia and fought across countless realms, he had never seen a lower world ninja who could integrate yin-yang release, the Tenseigan, and the essence of gentle fist to such a degree, fundamentally countering his royal secret technique. Ningji's expression remained indifferent. He stepped forward with the Bagua footwork instantly appearing before the reincarnation disk. His hand struck out continuously, delivering the 361 palms of the 8 trigrams, each strike precisely imprinting on the core talisman nodes of the reincarnation disc. Gentle fist sealed the meridians, yin-yang broke the techniques, and the Tensigen fixed the void. Each palm strike was neither hasty nor fierce but precise, and every move systematically dismantling the technique. The once mighty reincarnation disc saw its talismans dim layer by layer, its fissures closing and the gathered torrent of laws rapidly dispersing. In a moment a thunderous roar echoed. The colossal reincarnation disc could no longer maintain its form, shattering into countless fine specks of light, dissipating into the star sea. Yoshuan's aura suddenly stalled. Suffering the backlash of the laws, he involuntarily retreated several steps, his chest heaving slightly, his eyes filled with shock and wariness. With the reincarnation heavenly fall broken, his own origin was damaged and his combat power had already dropped significantly. You not only possess the Tensigen but have also fully comprehended the origin of 6 paths yin-yang, and even cultivated the Hyūga gentle fist to the level of Tao. Yuxian stared at Ningji, his tone grave. You are no longer an ordinary 6 paths peak powerhouse, you have forged your own path, a unique system rivaling the top experts below the Daitangyu progenitor. This was the first time he had truly acknowledged the foundation of a lower world being. Ningji did not pursue a decisive victory to annihilate Yuxian. He stood quietly in the void, his tone calm. You rely on your racial innate advantages, plundering the realms, treating all races as sustenance, yet you never cultivate your own Tao, always dependent on the divine tree and the temple. Such a foundation, no matter how strong, is ultimately illusory. Abandon your obsession with hegemony, stop harvesting planets and sowing divine trees. I can spare your royal lineage and give the Daitangyu a chance to reform and coexist equally with all races. But Yoshuan, as a millennia-old royal elder, had ingrained pride and hierarchical concepts. How could he tolerate being lectured and forced to compromise by a lower world ninja? How dare you? A mere lowborn from the lower world dares to dictate to my royal clan. The killing intent in Yoshuan's eyes surged. The remaining reincarnation power around him went berserk, as he planned to burn his own origin, fighting to the death, even if it meant mutual destruction, to slay Ningji. Just as he was about to ignite his origin, Ningji moved. The spatial laws of the Tensigen instantly expanded, imprisoning the surrounding void, preventing Yuxian from channeling his origin to burn. Yin-yang release transformed into invisible chains, entangling the meridians of his limbs, while gentle fist sealed the nodes of his chakra and law flow throughout his body. It was a seamless, perfectly predicted tactical maneuver with no flaws. Yuxian felt his entire body's meridians sealed, his laws stagnated, his space trapped. His millennia of cultivation couldn't be mobilized in the slightest. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Ningji's law imprisonment. Admit defeat, Ningji said calmly. You have already lost. Persisting in resistance will only lead to the destruction of your form and spirit. Yoshuan's face alternated between pale and green. After struggling for a long time, he had to acknowledge reality. His secret technique was countered, his origin damaged, his space sealed, his laws suppressed. He had indeed been defeated. Further resistance was meaningless, only wasting his life. The pride of a millennia-old elder shattered under the overwhelming power and Tao suppression. He slowly withdrew, his aura ceased resistance, and remained silent, tacitly admitting defeat. With Yoshuan's surrender, the last of the royal high-end combat power in the heart of Gyeoshianyuan was completely broken. On the distant battlefield, Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and the 5 Kage had already routed and besieged the remaining royal elites and the 4 elders, either sealing or slaying them, leaving none to resist. The entire heart of Gyeoshianyuan saw the flames of war gradually subside and the nebula return to stability. The ninja allied forces firmly secured this star domain stronghold, crushing the royal army, forcing the surrender of the millennia-old elder, severing the temple's origin, shattering the 4 symbols reincarnation array, and completely pacifying the heart of Gyeoshianyuan. The 7 maidens walked forward slowly, their eyes filled with tenderness and admiration as they looked at Ningji. Naruto approached Ningji, grinning. Ningji, you're too strong. Even a Daitangyu elder who lived for millennia was taken down by you. Sasuke also nodded slightly, a hint of acknowledgement in his eyes. In their hearts, Ningji was already the undisputed number 1 in the ninja world, irreplaceable in vision, strategy, and combat power. Ningji surveyed the pacified Star Sea heartland, his gaze fixed on the direction of the royal progenitor temple at the core of Gyeoshianyuan. Though the heartland was pacified, the true royal center of the Daitangyu and the progenitor clan were still deeper. To completely eradicate the threat of extraterrestrial invasion and end the millennia-old order of plunder, they needed to advance further. Rest for 3 days, consolidate the stronghold, and stabilize the star domain's aura. In 3 days we will march into the core progenitor temple of Gyeoshianu and confront the Daetangmu progenitor clan and completely sever the planet seeding system, eliminating the extraterrestrial menace forever. In the depths of the Gyeoshianuan star sea the smoke of battle dissipated. The shattered crystal continent gradually settled into calm and the drifting remnants of law energy slowly fell silent. The Ninja World Allied forces set up camp on the spot using the natural star domain spiritual vein chosen by Ningxi as a base. They built a temporary barrier fortress and began a 3-day military rest and reorganization. After a series of fierce battles everyone had suffered losses. Ningxi, however, did not rush into seclusion for arduous cultivation. He stood alone atop the highest star crystal of the base, his reincarnation eye slowly opening and closing. His gaze pierced through layers of nebula mist looking toward the ancestral land of the divine capital in the deepest part of Gyeoshianuan. During these 3 days, while regulating his breathing to recover the origin losses from the battle with Yoshuan, he used his reincarnation eye to trace back time and deduce ancient history. Combining the ancient texts of the ninja world, the secret lore left by the 6 paths, and the vein marks of the god tree, he completely pieced together the origin of the Daetangmu clan and their millennia-long conspiracy. Millennia ago, Gyeoshianuan was originally a natural star domain free from foreign intrusion, plunder, or conquest. The ancestral Daetangmu clan came from a more distant outer chaos. Born with the bloodline of reincarnation and the ability to traverse dimensions, they were ambitious, attempting to control the life force of all star seas. They discovered that the god tree could take root in a planet's origin, devour the life force of its veins, and condense chakra fruits. Thus they devised a centuries-long plan: traverse all dimensions, seek habitable planets, plant the god tree seeds, raise living beings as fertilizer, and when the tree matures and the fruit forms, harvest and refine it to achieve immortality and strengthen their clan. Kagaya was merely a vanguard pawn sent by the ancestral clan to the ninja world. The 6-path sage and his younger brother were remnants of half-human, half-Daetangmu bloodline born from the god tree. The chakra bloodline limits, and the origins of the tailed beasts in the ninja world all came from the god tree, from the Daetangmu's extraterrestrial seeding. Over the millennia, countless planets were drained of life by the god tree, becoming barren dead zones. Countless races became food and were completely annihilated. The divine capital of Gyeoshianuan was the stronghold of the Daetangmu ancestral clan, controlling the god tree's seeding hub of the entire star sea. As long as the ancestral hub remained intact, there would always be a second or third wave of Daetangmu powerhouses crossing dimensions, bringing endless turmoil. Ningxi understood in his heart. To truly end the war and eliminate the threat from beyond the skies forever, it was not enough to slay a few royal clans' allied forces or defeat a few elders. They must march on the divine capital of Gyeoshianuan, confront the ancestral clan, destroy the god tree seeding hub, and disable the dimensional cross-border teleportation array, severing the foundation of the Daetangmu's interstellar plunder at its root. If we do not slay the ancestor and destroy the hub, the ninja world will never escape the fate of being harvested. Ningxi murmured to himself, his eyes firm and resolute. At that moment, the defeated and captured Daetangmu elder Yuxian was escorted by ninjas to the foot of the star crystal. After 3 days of confinement, his law-based combat power was mostly sealed by Ningxi's yin-yang release. He no longer bore the arrogance of an ancient venerable, only a face full of complexity and dejection. He had witnessed firsthand the cohesion of the ninja world allied forces, Ningxi's vision and cultivation, the extraordinary foundations of the 7 women, and the heaven-defying talents of Mingren and Zuishu. In his heart he had long understood that the lower realm beings were no mere ants, and the Daetangmu's millennia-old hegemonic order had reached its end. Yuxian looked up at the white-clad youth on the star crystal, his tone carrying a hint of weary resignation. "You have seen through all the secrets of the ancestor and the god tree." Ningxi slowly descended and nodded calmly. "Sowing seeds for millennia, harvesting across the star sea, exchanging the life force of myriad races for the immortality of one clan. Such a tyrannical order should never have lasted." Yuxian was silent for a long time, then finally sighed. "I have lived for millennia, witnessed countless planets destroyed and races extinguished. How could I not know in my heart that our clan's actions are cruel and tyrannical? But the bloodline imprint and the clan's rules bind me. I am helpless. If you march on the divine capital and confront the ancestral clan, you will only walk into a dead end. The ancestors' cultivation is far beyond what we royal elders can compare. It has long transcended the 6 paths touching the origin of the star sea. With your mere lower realm allied forces, you are utterly powerless to resist." He was not deliberately threatening, but stating a fact. The Daetangmu ancestor was the true ceiling of the entire star sea, wielding the authority of the Gyeoshianuan celestial way, backed by endless god tree origin power, and had never encountered an opponent in millennia. Ningxi's expression remained unchanged, without a hint of wavering. The strong should not live by plunder, nor should they regard enslaving all races as their destiny. Even if the ancestors' power is overwhelming, I will press forward without hesitation. What I seek is not to conquer the Star Sea but to break fate, abolish hegemony, and give every race the right to live in peace. No more raising, no more harvesting, no more extraterrestrial invasion. This candid state of mind shook Yuxian to the core. He had seen countless ambitious men and conquerors, but never had he seen someone with heaven-defying power and overwhelming resources who was solely devoted to equality among all races and peace in the world. After pondering for a moment, Yuxian finally chose to let go of his clan's obsession and spoke. I can tell you all the secrets of the Divine Capital's defenses, the ancestors' combat power, and the Central Hub's formations. Consider it as accumulating a bit of good karma for the Daitangmu. But I only ask you one thing. If one day you pacify the Star Sea, do not exterminate us all. Leave a path of light for the ordinary Daitangmu clan members. This was his final request, and the awakening of his conscience. Ningxi nodded in agreement. The chief culprits must be punished, the hegemony must be destroyed. If ordinary clan members let go of their obsessions and stay within their bounds, they can coexist equally with all races. With the agreement made, Yuxian held nothing back, revealing the regional layout of the Gaoxianuan Divine Capital, the arrangement of the Ancestor Hall, the number of Guardian battle groups, the location of the core seating hub, and the weaknesses of the forbidden formations. With this top-secret intelligence, the Allies' path ahead was no longer uncertain, and the tactical plan for advancing on the Divine Capital was instantly perfected. The 3-day rest ended in a flash. All members of the Allied forces had recovered from their injuries, their combat power returned to its peak, supplies were abundant, formations were fully arranged, and they had mastered all the secrets of the Divine Capital. Ningxi stood before the army, his reincarnation eye sweeping over the entire assembly. His steady voice reached every ninja's ears. The 3-day rest is over. Ahead lies the Gaoxianuan Divine Capital, the lair of the Daitangmu ancestor, and the root of the millennia-old plunder order. This battle is not for conquest, not for hegemony. It is to sever the calamity from beyond the skies and the planet seeding and return to the ninja world and all races of the universe a peaceful destiny. All troops form ranks. Depart immediately. March on the Divine Capital. With the command, the ninja world Allied forces arrayed in neat formation, their chakra aura merging into one, and marched forward through the nebula. The Allied shinobi forces marched in a vast procession, traversing countless layers of nebula and star domains. The closer they drew to the Divine Capital, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Naruto shed his usual carefree demeanor, his nine-tailed sage body instinctively taut. Sasuke kept his Mangekyo Sharingan on constant alert, his spatial perception spreading across all directions. The 5 Kage bore solemn expressions, yet only Neji stepped with an unhurried gait, his Tensigan eyes clear and penetrating, seeing through the layers of spatial mist ahead. Armed with the intelligence leaked by Yugen, coupled with deductions from his own Tensigan tracing, he had long discerned the path ahead. The Divine Capital of Takamigara sat atop the primal core of the entire star domain, surrounded by 9 layers of star crystal celestial gates. Each gate was inscribed with the myriad domain reincarnation seal, space grand formation linked to the veins of Takamigara, the origin of the divine tree, and the laws of dimensions forming a self-contained sealed barrier. The 9 gates were interlocked, their formation hubs connected. Once fully activated, they could lock space block teleportation techniques, suppress all combat power below the 6 paths level, and even the mightiest warriors would find it nearly impossible to force their way through. Ahead lie the 9 heaven celestial gates. Beyond them lies the core territory of the primordial Divine Capital. Neji halted and raised his hand, signaling the entire army to stop. His gaze fixed on the 9 colossal gates towering amidst the clouds in the distance. The 9 gates were forged from celestial divine metal, soaring billions of zhang high. Their surfaces were densely covered with ancient runes shimmering with a dark golden reincarnation luster. The gates stood tightly shut, exuding an icy aloof majesty that repelled all who approached. Outside the gates, 3 ultimate Ōtsutsuki guardian legions were arrayed. Every warrior was of royal elite caliber, clad in star crystal battle armor with reincarnation patterns in their eyes, their auras steady as they stood in formation, emanating a palpable killing intent. The captured Yugen was brought before the army by the shinobi. Gazing at the distant 9 heavens gates, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he sighed. The 9 heavens locking gates, and the myriad domain reincarnation grand formation are the protective barrier personally laid down by the primordial ancestor. Throughout the ages, no external force has ever breached them. The 3 guardian legions were raised from childhood on the fruits of the divine tree. They are born with the bloodline of reincarnation, fearless in death, and will defend the gates to the last, never retreating a single step. More importantly, the grand formation is spiritually linked to the ancestral hall of the Divine Capital. Once the formation is violently assaulted, the primordial ancestor will sense it immediately, and descend in person. His words had barely faded, the entire sky trembled violently. The reincarnation runes on the 9 heavens gates all lit up dark golden light surging skyward, piercing through the sea of stars. The 3 guardian legions simultaneously erupted with amplified auras, their runes resonating in unison, forming 3 battle arrays that guarded the first 3 gates, their killing intent locked onto the allied shinobi forces. From the depths of the void, an ancient, indifferent voice slowly echoed across heaven and earth, devoid of emotion yet carrying the supreme authority of one who rules over all domains. Mortal beings from the lower realms, you dare to intrude upon the divine capital of Takamigara and trample the ancient order of the Ōtsutsuki. Do you know this is a capital crime? As the voice fell, the clouds of the void churned and tore apart, and a figure clad in a purple-gold divine robe stepped out of the air, walking slowly. He stood tall with an ancient, weathered face. Embedded in his brow was a reincarnation seal, and his eyes were a pair of Rinnegan. His body was surrounded by endless divine tree patterns and dimensional laws, with countless phantom stars behind him, his oppressive might crushing the entire star sea. This was the extant primordial ancestor of the Ōtsutsuki, Ōtsutsuki Lanxian. He had lived through endless ages, one of the first ancestors to descend upon this star sea. He personally established the divine tree planting system, built the hegemony of the Ōtsutsuki royal clan, and had long transcended the conventional 6 paths, wielding the authority of the heavenly Tao of Takamigara, a true being at the pinnacle of the multiverse. Lanchuan's gaze swept over the assembled forces with indifference, finally settling on Neji. His eyes held the same disdain as one looking down upon Ansei, bastard son of the Hyūga branch family who broke free from the caged bird's shackles, awakened the Tenseigan, united the lower clans, slew our royal elders, crushed our armies, and fought all the way to the gates of the divine capital. Your talent, strategy, and vision are indeed rare in the ages. But it is a pity, going against the ancestors, a mortal defying the gods is destined to be futile. Lay down your weapons, bow your head and surrender, and submit to the Ōtsutsuki. You shall be granted eternal life, authority over the star sea, and a place among the royal elite. If you persist in obstinate resistance today, every one of you shall be annihilated, body and soul wiped from existence, and the allied shinobi forces shall be no more. He spoke from on high, offering both favor and threat, tempting with power, intimidating with force, with the innate arrogance of a primordial ancestor. Among the allied forces, many shinobi trembled in spirit, their breathing stifled under the ancestral pressure of Lanchuan, unable to suppress a surge of awe and fear. Neji stepped forward, his white robes billowing in the wind. His Tenseigan met the ancestral pressure head-on, neither retreating nor avoiding. His tone was calm but resolute. What you call gods should not live by plunder, what you call order should not be built on the enslavement of all races. You travel through the heavens, plant the divine trees, drain the life force of planets, cage living beings as your food, and treat slaughter and pillage as your divine mandate. This is not divine might, it is sin. I have never sought submission, nor do I seek power. I only seek to break the destiny you have imposed, to destroy the central hub of the divine tree planting and to sever the root of extraterrestrial invasion. Today I lead the allied forces here not to kneel but to overturn the celestial order and restore equality and vitality to all races of the multiverse. His words were open and awe-inspiring, of the highest moral caliber, devoid of fear or arrogance, only the great righteousness in his heart and the peace of all living beings. Lanchuan's expression turned cold, the light in his dual Rinnegan blazing, intensely obstinate and unenlightened. Since you insist on walking the path of ruin, I shall personally crush your Tenseigan Tao fruit, annihilate all rebellious lower realms, and let the heavens know that those who defy the Ōtsutsuki shall suffer divine punishment. In an instant the ancestral pressure erupted fully, and boundless reincarnation laws swept across the 4 directions like a tsunami. The sky and earth reversed, star crystal ground cracked and sank, and the 9 heavens gates grand formation activated at full power, locking the entire airspace, cutting off any possibility of retreat or instant teleportation for the allied forces. The 3 guardian legions simultaneously activated their battle arrays, slowly advancing forward with lethal intent. War was imminent. Neji stood at the very front of the central army, his Tenseigan fully open, the black and white chi of yin-yang release swirling around him. Perfect gentle fist, 6 paths, sage art, and spatial law were all integrated within him as he prepared to face the most perilous, fate-determining vanguard battle since entering Takamigara. Before the divine capital of Takamigara, the progenitor Lan Xian's aura overwhelmed the starry sea. The 9-fold celestial gates reincarnation grand array blazed with boundless radiance as the 3 ultimate Ōtsutsuki guardian legions arrayed in battle formation, their chilling murderous intent shrouding the entire world. As Neji's command was issued, the Shinobi Alliance moved instantly, their formations shifting with fluid grace, utterly devoid of any panic. Beneath the battlefield, ordinary ninjas formed multiple layers of defensive barrier formation, stabilizing their foothold and guarding the rear, preventing themselves from being grievously wounded by the residual waves of the reincarnation grand array. The progenitor Lan Xian stood before the celestial gate, his dual rinnegan slightly narrowed, coldly observing the alliance's deployment. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. He had assumed the lower realms creatures were nothing but a rabble, having only reached the capital's gates through sheer luck. With a mere tremor of his aura he could shatter their morale and make them retreat without a fight. I underestimated you. Lan Xian's tone was indifferent as the divine patterns of reincarnation around him grew, increasingly blazing. Do you think a mere lower realm formation can contend with the celestial gate grand array laid by the progenitor? In the end it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As his words fell, Lan Xian raised his hand and pressed gently upon the void. The ninefold celestial gate trembled violently, and the ancient runes upon the gates lit up entirely. Dark golden beams of reincarnation light cascaded down from the 9 gates, interweaving into a colossal cage of laws, crushing down upon the alliance. The 3 guardian legions simultaneously activated their war arrays, their divine tree origins seething as they formed a triangular killing formation. Stepping across the star crystal earth, they charged forward in perfect unison, unleashing a torrent of reincarnation ninjutsu that blanketed the sky. The great battle erupted fully. Facing the crushing cage of reincarnation, Neji stepped forward slowly from the center of the formation. The Tenseigan gleamed with dazzling golden light, while black and white yin-yang release spirals rotated slowly around him, coalescing into a Taiji Bagua circular array that enveloped the entire airspace of the Central Army. Bagua covers the starry sea, yin-yang deflects reincarnation. Neji pushed his palms forward gently, and the Taiji circular array expanded abruptly, meeting the cascading beams of law. There was no earth-shattering clash, instead softness overcame hardness, and origin subdued law. The yin-yang release dismantled the reincarnation power layer by layer, while the Bagua patterns dissolved the erosion of the runes. The overwhelming celestial gate laws raining down landed upon the Taiji barrier like clay oxen entering the sea, dissipating layer by layer, unable to even approach the alliance's front lines. Lan Xian's expression darkened slightly, and he finally cast aside his initial contempt. This Hyūga Neji before him had attained such a level of comprehension of the Tenseigan's laws, mastery of yin-yang releases, origin, and integration of the gentle fist path that he could now contend with beings of the progenitor tier. Coupled with the Alliance's assembly of peak experts and flawless coordination of formations, this battle was no mere trivial affair. Above the void, Naruto and Sasuke remained steadfast in their duty of distraction. Naruto's nine-tailed sage fist clashed with the scattered reincarnation palm strikes of Lan Xian, while his sage art orbs relentlessly bombarded the barrier of laws. Sasuke's Susanoo wreathed in Amarasu black flames constricted the void, sealing Lan Xian's lateral movement, and forcing him to be unable to break free and intervene in the battlefield below. Lan Xian attempted several times to break free and strike at the 5 Kage and the 7-star formation, but was blocked each time by the seamless coordination of Naruto and Sasuke. Space was locked, pad sealed, leaving him trapped in a stalemate of attrition with the duo. Hidden in the shadows, Itachi remained concealed, his Tsukuyomi illusion like an invisible spiderweb constantly probing Lan Xian's soul defenses, seeking a single opening to disrupt his mind, waiting for the decisive moment. Neji's gaze swept across the battlefield with calm calculation. As long as they could stall Lan Xian and defeat the 3 guardian legions, they could find the weak point of the ninefold celestial gate grand array, break through the gate, and enter the heart of the divine capital, approaching the progenitor's hall and the divine tree's seeding core. Datong Mu's 3 guardian legions formed a triangular lethal battle formation, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of samsara ninjutsu, divine tree runes, and dimensional blade chi, but they were firmly blocked by the 5 Kage's combined 5 elements barrier, unable to advance an inch. Ning Ci stood before the formation, his Tenseigan piercing through illusion, seeing through the rune flow array, eye nodes, and energy circuits of the 9-layered heavenly gate array with perfect clarity. Through the secrets previously revealed by Yu Xian combined with his own Byakugan tracing and Tenseigan deduction, he had long discerned the flaw in this ancient formation. The array was hidden within the core of the 7th heavenly gate, powered by the divine capital's earth veins. As long as he severed the earth vein connection and shattered the core array foundation, the entire formation would collapse without a fight. Relying solely on defensive fortification will only let the formation slowly drain us to death. Ning Ci's gaze was calm, and he had already devised a strategy to break the formation. The 8 trigrams point needle technique could not only seal human meridians but also seal the array patterns of heaven and earth. Puff, puff, puff. Invisible air strikes landed from a distance, each blow precisely sealing the energy flow of a samsara rune. The originally radiant 9-layered heavenly gate had several sections where the patterns dimmed and the overall law linkage of the great array instantly cracked, its suppressing power visibly weakening by a notch. Progenitor Lan Xian furrowed his brow, his double Rinnegan flashing with surprise. Using gentle fist to seal array patterns. You can actually see through the rune logic of the myriad realms samsara formation. He had never imagined that a ninja from the lower realm not only possessed dojutsu and Dao comprehension comparable to a progenitor but also could evolve the Hyūga gentle fist to the point of sealing heaven and earth formations. His battle layout and combat intelligence far exceeded Lan Xian's estimates. Lan Xian could no longer watch calmly. He abandoned the distracting skirmish with Mingren and Zhuo Zhu, and his surrounding Rinne law suddenly surged. He fully activated his double Rinnegan, and a colossal samsara stone statue phantom materialized in the void, raising its hand to suppress Ning's CI. I want to see if your Tensigan Yin-Yang Dao can withstand a progenitor's origin strike. The samsara stone statue's palm print covered the starry sea, carrying the power of myriad heavens and dimensions along with the divine tree's origin vitality. Its terrifying might seemed as if it would crush the entire star domain with one palm. Ming Ren and Zhuo Zhu immediately rushed to assist with the Ninetails Sage Art Jade and the Susanoo Amaterasu Black Flame, simultaneously striking the side of the stone statue's palm print, attempting to forcibly restrain it. However, this was a progenitor's origin technique unleashed at full power. The combined attack of the two was instantly dispersed, and their bodies uncontrollably flew back severally, their breathing slightly unsettled. Ning Xi's expression remained unchanged without any panic. He had already anticipated that Lan Xian would disengage and launch a strong attack. Immediately he stepped into the 8 trigrams footwork, his body conjuring countless afterimages in the void, evading the direct edge of the palm print. At the same time he brought his palms together, his Tensigan bursting with golden light to its extreme. The black and white yin-yang release around him merged into one, forming a 6-bladed lightsaber swirling with taiji patterns. Tensigan yin-yang blade cut through illusions, break samsara. The light blade shot through the air, not relying on brute force but specifically severing law veins and slicing apart samsara Dao patterns. In an instant it struck the core rune node of the samsara stone statue's palm print. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through Gao Tianyuan, and the palm print split apart from the middle, dissipating into countless law fragments. Ning Xi used the recoil force to retreat, landing steadily before the allied forces, his breathing calm and completely unharmed. On the other side, the battlefield of the 5 Kage had already shown signs of resolution. Relying on the formation weaknesses that Ning Xi had pointed out earlier, the Earth Kage used lava release to burrow deep underground, ambushing the foundation of the Guardian Legion's array. The Lightning Kage tore through the sky with thunder, forcibly ripping apart the formation's connection. The Wind Kage and Water Kage flanked from left and right, using large-scale ninjutsu to divide the enemy. The Fire Kage commanded from the center, ready to patch any gaps in the barrier. Although the 3 Guardian Legions were fearless and powerful, they could not withstand the perfect coordination and cunning tactics of the 5 Kage, coupled with the 7 Stars formation blocking their retreat, Ino's mental shock disrupting their minds, and Kairin's sealing runes binding their chakra. Their formation was gradually split and eroded. Before long, the 1st Guardian Legion's formation collapsed first, and they were completely surrounded and annihilated by the 5 Kage. Then the 2nd and 3rd Legions collapsed in succession, with the remaining warriors having no way to retreat, either sealed or defeated and fallen. The 3 ultimate Guardian Legions of Gao Tianyuan were completely wiped out. The allied forces' morale soared, and the ninjas were filled with fighting spirit, their formations still orderly and unbroken without rashly advancing in victory. Lan Xian stared at the annihilated Guardian Legions, his expression turning utterly cold, with bone-piercing murderous intent rising in his eyes. Very good, very good. You have killed my royal elders, destroyed the divine capital's Guardian Legions, and disrupted the ancient formation's operation. You have thoroughly angered me. Originally I only wanted to suppress and drive you away, leaving you with your miserable lives, but now it seems that today I must annihilate your very souls, eliminating all future trouble. As his words fell, Lan Xian's purple-gold divine robe fluttered without wind, and the Rinne God's seal on his forehead blazed with blinding light. He no longer held back any of his foundation, completely releasing all of his progenitor's cultivation. His own soul, samsara origin, divine tree Dao, and the earth vein power of Gao Tianyuan all merged into one. His aura pressure surged several times over, and the entire starry sea began to violently tremble, with the star crystal ground constantly cracking and sinking. He forcibly drove the 9-layered heavenly gate array to its limit, using his progenitor authority. The 9 gates slowly opened, simultaneously revealing endless samsara phantoms behind them, and countless evil forces from beyond the realms surged out, transforming into pitch-black law monsters that swarmed overwhelmingly toward the allied forces. This was Lan Xian's ultimate trump card, driving the array to its limit to summon a tide of samsara monsters using endless numbers to exhaust the ninja alliance. Ningxi's eyes turned solemn knowing that the decisive battle had truly arrived. Ordinary tactical maneuvering was no longer enough to suppress the progenitor. They had to confront him head-on, pitting Tao against Tao and Dojutsu against samsara, while seeking an opportunity to break through the 9-layered heavenly gate and strike directly at the core of the divine capital. Ningxi stepped forward alone, facing the overwhelming aura of progenitor Lan Xian, his Tenzigen and Lan Xian's double Rinnegan confronting each other from a distance. Yin-Yang released Tenzigen Perfect Gentle Fist, and 6 paths Sage Art were all pushed to their peak, forming a complete and perfect Tao. His aura steadily suppressed the progenitor's pressure, showing no weakness. You rely on progenitor authority, the power of the Great Array and the Divine Tree's origin to enslave all races and plunder the starry seas. Ningxi's voice was cold and clear, echoing across heaven and earth. Today I will use the way of reincarnation, the origin of Yin-Yang and the will of all beings, to break your samsara order and destroy your Divine Tree hegemony. The progenitor glared with fury, his samsara law sweeping in all directions. You brat from the lower realm, how dare you speak of overturning the ancient order? Today I will make you understand that those who defy the Ōtsutsuki are nothing but ants trying to shake a tree. Ancestor Lan Xian unleashed his full origin combat power with dual samsara eyes suspended high in the heavens, a divine seal on his brow radiating purple-gold brilliance, and his body entwined with the myriad ancient Tao patterns of the divine tree and the power of dimensional reincarnation. All 9 celestial gates were flung wide open, and countless reincarnation demons surged forth from within, blotting out the sky and the sun, carrying a filthy aura that corroded the soul, charging wildly toward the Shinobi Alliance's front lines. High in the void, Naruto's 9-tailed sage robe swelled immensely, the 6 paths immortal patterns gleaming brilliantly as he stood side by side with Sasuke, who had manifested his complete Susanoo and covered the sky with black flames of Amaterasu. One wielded the power of sage arts and tailed beasts, the other grasped the might of ocular powers and spatial manipulation. They flanked Lan Xian, sealing his evasion space, and simultaneously unleashed a combined assault of sage art orbs and Susanoo blades striking straight at the ancestor. Lan Xian's expression was cold and proud. With a raise of his hand, a torrent of reincarnation light surged forth, and a casual palm strike repelled the combined offensive of the two. Just a pair of half-baked 6 paths users, and you dare to act recklessly before me. Before his words faded, Uchiha Itachi, concealed in the spatial folds, suddenly struck, enveloping Lan Xian silently with its Tsukuyomi illusion, attempting to forcibly invade his soul and create a momentary opening. But Lan Xian, as an ancestor who had lived through 10,000 ages, possessed a soul foundation far beyond ordinary 6 paths level. The divine mark on his brow flashed, shattering the Tsukuyomi illusion, and he cast a cold glance toward the dark void. A trifling trick. The entire battlefield was deadlocked, with everyone performing their duties and holding fast. Only Neji stood at the center of the starry sea, facing the ancestor Lan Xian, directly preparing to commence the true pinnacle confrontation. Neji's white robe fluttered, his Tenzigen golden light piercing through the illusions of 10,000 ages. Black and white yin-yang release spiraled into a taiji circle, perfectly merging the essence of Gentle Fist, 6 paths sage art origin and Tenzigen spatial laws into a single complete great Tao. He did not rashly attack, still maintaining his tactical composure, and looked calmly at Lan Xian. You Ōtsutsuki come from beyond the heavens, not cultivating the Tao but only sowing divine trees and plundering the life force of planets, treating all races as livestock and destiny as pieces on a chessboard. The wars of the shinobi world, the divisions of bloodline limits, the hatred of generations, all stem from your millennia of colonial plunder. Today I stand here not for victory or superiority, but to shatter the enslaving order you have established, and restore the right of all races to exist freely. Lan Xian sneered, his eyes filled with innate racial arrogance. In the starry sea the strong rule. We Ōtsutsuki are born superior to all races. Harvesting planets and raising livestock is simply the natural order. You, an orphan from the lower realms, Hyūga branch family, having broken free from your cage, dare to presumptuously discuss the Tao and defy my clan's order. You simply don't know your place. Since you insist on resisting, I shall personally crush your Tenzigen fruit of the Tao, making you understand that fate cannot be defied and the ancestor cannot be opposed. In an instant Lan Xian's form teleported into the void. Both samsara eyes activated simultaneously, and behind him manifested the phantom of the eternal reincarnation divine tree, its roots spreading across the starry sea, its branches entwining dimensions with countless phantom reincarnation fruits hanging from the branches, and overwhelming pressure bearing down. Ōtsutsuki ancestor secret art. Reincarnation divine tree burying the heavens. The divine tree's roots broke through space, extending to bind Neji's space, draining his chakra and Tao essence. A rain of reincarnation light poured down each thread, carrying the terrifying power to tear souls and seal bloodlines. Neji's expression remained unchanged. He stepped with the 8 trigrams 8 direction step, his figure moving gracefully among countless roots and light rain, evading all direct assaults. His Tenseigan instantly saw through the law patterns and energy core of the divine tree's secret art. The yin-yang taiji array suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire space around him. 8 trigrams Genku unlock yin-yang, suppress reincarnation. The black and white chi flowed and transformed into countless gentle fist energy strikes, each precisely hitting the branch nodes and rune patterns of the reincarnation divine tree's phantom. The principle of Hyūga gentle fist point sealing was elevated by Neji to the level of heaven and earth laws, breaking lines with points, countering motion with stillness, and overcoming hardness with softness. Bang bang bang, continuous sounds of cracking Tao patterns echoed. The phantom branches of the reincarnation divine tree were shattered layer by layer. The spreading roots were frozen and solidified by yin-yang release. The rain of reincarnation light fell into the taiji array and was instantly dismantled and dissolved, not even touching Neji's robe. Lan Xian's pupils contracted sharply, his face full of disbelief. This ancestor secret art, enough to crush ordinary 6 paths peak experts, had been calmly dismantled by Neji using gentle fist and yin-yang release without even a fraction of its power landing on him. Your gentle fist can seal the laws of heaven and earth. Your yin-yang release can assimilate the origin of reincarnation. Neji spoke calmly. The Tao has no hierarchy, methods have no nobility or baseness. You rely on innate bloodline and clan heritage, lazy in comprehending the Tao and neglecting cultivation of the heart, only knowing how to plunder external things. Seemingly powerful, your foundation is actually hollow. I with a mortal body comprehend my own Tao, merging bloodline, gentle fist, yin-yang and Tenseigan into one, proving the Tao with my own heart. Why should I fear your ancestor power that relies on external forces? With these words, Neji took the initiative to step forward, no longer on the defensive. The Tenseigan spatial law was fully activated, instantly controlling the entire void, sealing off all of Lan Xian's teleportation escape routes. Yin-yang release converged into a flowing taiji light will suspended above his head. 6 paths sage chakra rose around him, forming a field of 8 trigrams 361 gentle fist strikes covering all directions. Now it's my turn to strike. Neji's form vanished, instantly reappearing beside Lan Xian in the next moment. His palm wind was gentle yet contained a law of destruction, directly pointing at the reincarnation chakra meridians on Lan Xian's body. It was still the method of Hyūga gentle fist, no slashing or chopping, only sealing meridians, locking runes and forbidding laws. Lan Xian's heart shook violently. He hurriedly channeled reincarnation power to protect himself, crossing his palms, stacking layers of reincarnation light patterns. But Neji's palm force was uncanny, ignoring physical defense, targeting the very origin of laws. Wherever the palm wind passed, the reincarnation shield outside Lan Xian's body instantly dimmed and his chakra flow became sluggish. The two became entangled in combat within the starry void. Lan Xian's techniques were tyrannical and overwhelming, reincarnation ninjutsu, dimensional attacks and divine tree power surging endlessly, each strike seeking to crush heaven and earth. Neji's movements were agile beyond compare, his 8 trigram steps traversing the void, gentle fist sealing weaknesses, yin-yang release dissolving attacks, Tenseigan predicting all technique trajectories, not fighting with brute force but engaging in tactical battle and law countering to contend. On the battlefield below, the tide of reincarnation demons remained fierce. The 5 elements barrier had already developed fine cracks and the 5 kage were gradually feeling the strain. Though the 7 stars formation was stable, it was being drained of chakra by the endless demons. Naruto and Sasuke were still bound by the residual law waves left by Lan Xian, unable to break away to assist. All eyes were fixed on the 2 pinnacle figures confronting each other in the void. Neji knew he could not prolong the battle. He had to finish quickly, defeat Lan Xian, break through the 9 celestial gates, and destroy the divine tree's seeding core to end this eternal calamity. His gaze sharpened. The Tenseigan blazed with ultimate golden light, and the 4 Tao laws of yin-yang 6 paths Tenseigan and gentle fist merged completely within him, preparing to unleash his ultimate trump card, a frontal decisive battle against the ancestor Lan Xian. As Neji unified the 4 great principles, the golden light of the Tenseigan pierced the heavens and the black and white yin-yang release interwoven into a vast taiji. The gentle fist's Tao rhythm spread in all directions, with the 6 paths sage markings faintly appearing along every meridian in his body. Lan Xian witnessed Neji's aura soaring step by step, nearly matching his own, and the arrogance within him was finally replaced by solemnity. Having lived through countless ages holding dominion over the birth and death of Takamigara and having witnessed countless powerhouses across the myriad realms, he had never seen a shinobi from the lower world who could through sheer enlightenment forge bloodline gentle fist dojutsu yin-yang and the 6 paths into one, treading a unique Tao of his own. This lord acknowledges you as the foremost person of the lower world across the ages. Lan Xian's voice shook the star sea, the samsara divine seal on his brow fully illuminating, and the divine tree's Tao patterns coiled around his body like living things. But no matter how high your talent, you cannot defy the fate of your race or overcome the origin of the progenitor. Today let you witness the true supreme power of the Ōtsutsuki. As his words fell, Lan Xian spread his arms, channeling the full might of the 9 heavenly gate formation, borrowing the power of Takamigara's earth veins and the divine capital's origin to enhance himself. The samsara power of the entire star sea frantically converged toward him, and behind him emerged the progenitor's samsara void image with 3 heads and 6 arms, each eye bearing 9 tomo, each arm wielding a dimensional law, its pressure suppressing the primordial world. Ōtsutsuki progenitor's ultimate art, samsara of all realms suppressed the world. The 6 giant arms simultaneously activated their techniques: samsara light waterfalls, dimensional storms, divine tree, withering soul sealing, spatial collapse, and law annihilation. These 6 powers stacked together, forming a heaven-obscuring giant palm that crushed down toward Neji. This strike exhausted Lan Xian's lifelong foundation, amplified by the entire myriad realm samsara formation, enough to easily crush an ordinary 6 paths peak existence. Even if Kaguya descended in person, she would have to avoid its edge. Neji's expression remained unchanged. His Tensigen pierced the law network of the void image, instantly seeing through the core of its power and the flaws in its connections. He formed hand seals, and the Taiji yin-yang array around him accelerated its rotation. All 361 8 trigram acupoints lit up with white light, merging the pure Byakugan origin, the spatial power of the Tensigen, the yin-yang release origin, and the 6 paths sage technique into one. Hyūga lineage enlightenment of the Tensigen yin-yang and 6 paths 8 trigrams determined the universe. Ultimate art, Tensigen yin-yang 8 trigrams Aurum seal. Neji's figure rose into the air, transforming into a beam of celestial light with an endless 8 trigram star chart behind him. The black and white yin-yang fish slowly rotated, enveloping the entire star sea. Within the star chart, myriad gentle fist energy threads became formation patterns. The 6 paths sage technique became a guardian barrier. The Tensigen locked onto all dimensional nodes, and the yin-yang release assimilated all samsara laws. There was no violent clash of brute force, instead using heaven and earth as the formation laws as fists and yin-yang as the core, he firmly held back the progenitor's crushing samsara giant palm. Boom! A cataclysmic roar shook Takamigara. The star sea shattered, the star crystal land collapsed, and law torrents rampaged in all directions. The samsara giant palm and the 8 trigram star chart deadlocked with endless samsara patterns and 8 trigram yin-yang patterns eroding, dissolving, and colliding against each other, the entire space constantly breaking and reforming. Lan Xian's eyes narrowed sharply, his aura surging violently. Impossible! A mere lower world shinobi like you can withstand my all-realm suppression power. He could clearly feel that his samsara laws upon landing on the 8 trigram star chart seemed to sink into an endless quagmire, being constantly assimilated by yin-yang release, and sealed layer by the 8 trigram patterns, unable to penetrate in the slightest. Neji's Tao did not rely on innate racial bloodline nor plunder external divine tree origin. It was a complete Tao, step by step, through defying heaven and enlightenment, restraining all samsara authority that depended on external forces. Neji stood at the center of the 8 trigram star chart, his voice clear and cold, echoing through heaven and earth. You Ōtsutsuki, blessed with superior bloodlines and starsea resources, only know plunder and harvest, never cultivating your heart or comprehending true Tao. Seemingly holding samsara, you are actually trapped by fate and the shackles of your clan, possessing mere power without the support of Tao. I broke free from the caged bird. Fate shattered the Hyūga hierarchy, saw through the root of the shinobi world's wars, and comprehended the true essence of yin-yang reincarnation. With the peace of all beings as my Tao heart, and defying fate as my foundation. Your attempt to suppress me with eons of accumulated prestige is doomed to be futile. As he spoke, Neji's gaze sharpened, and he activated his ultimate force. The 8 trigram star chart suddenly contracted, myriad formation patterns coiled back around the samsara giant palm. The yin-yang fish spun rapidly, unleashing a suction force that devoured all samsara. With a crisp crack, Lan Xian's samsara giant palm began to fracture from its law core. The patterns of the 3-headed 6-armed void image dimmed, and his aura instantly dropped a notch. Lan Xian grunted involuntarily, stepping back, a trace of origin divine blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had suffered a Tao injury. His proud progenitor's ultimate art was directly defeated by Neji's self-created 8 trigram yin-yang ultimate art. Seizing the moment, Neji gave his opponent no chance to breathe. His Tenseigan locked onto the core formation eye of the 7th Heavenly Gate, and the spatial technique he had been charging suddenly erupted. The yin-yang release around him transformed into a giant light blade spanning the sky, following the formation's flaws he had deduced earlier, precisely striking the foundational formation base of the 7th Heavenly Gate. Break! The sword light fell silent and unmatched. The originally unbreakable 9 Heavenly Gate formation's core formation base shattered with a sound, and a chain reaction spread through the entire Heavenly Gate. The samsara runes on the 9 colossal gates dimmed in succession, and the formation's energy circuits were completely severed. The light of the entire myriad realm samsara formation suddenly faded, losing its earth vein and formation base support. It instantly collapsed, dissolving into specks of light scattered across the star sea. The space that had been sealed by the formation was reopened, and the countless samsara monsters, losing their law amplification, saw their combat power plummet, instantly falling into disorder. The 5 Kages seized the opportunity, immediately activating the 5 elements barrier to launch a full counterattack, encircling and suppressing the scattered monsters. The 7 Maidens' 7-star formation spread out, dividing the monster clusters, sealing, burning, cutting, and purifying simultaneously, sharply increasing the purge speed. Naruto and Sasuke, no longer restrained by the law's aftermath, flashed into the void, joining forces to seal off all of Lan Xian's escape routes. The 9 Heavenly Gate formation was destroyed, and the first barrier of the divine capital was completely breached. Lan Xian looked at the crumbling formation, then at the approaching Neji, his face darkening to the extreme, both with the fury of defeat and deep fear. He finally understood that this Hyūga Neji was no ordinary 6 paths powerhouse, but a true enemy who could threaten the foundation of the Ōtsutsuki progenitor's rule. What a fine defiance of fate, what a fine Hyūga Neji! Lan Xian suppressed the Tao injury within him, his Rinnegan reigniting with cold light. The formation is broken, but the heart of the divine capital still has the Royal Guard's defense, and the progenitor hall's origin protection. Do you think that by breaking the Heavenly Gate you can march straight in? Today I will guard the divine capital to the death, rally the remaining royal clan combat power. Even if I exhaust my origin, I will bury all of you here. Neji walked forward, slowly stepping over the shattered star crystal ruins, his gaze fixed on the mist-veiled majestic divine capital royal city beyond the gate. His Tenseigan had already seen through the internal layout the royal guard arrayed in front of the royal city's main hall, the progenitor hall rooted in the core of the divine capital's earth veins, and the divine tree seeding hub hidden deep underground beneath the shrine. The situation was settled, the formation was broken. The path ahead had no more natural barriers. Neji issued a deep command. All troops rest for a moment, reorganize formations, and purge the remaining monsters. Afterward the entire army will march, enter the divine capital royal city, advance on the progenitor hall, destroy the divine tree seeding hub, and end the Ōtsutsuki's age-old plundering order. The morale of the allied forces soared, and they answered in unison, their fighting spirit shooting into the sky. Lan Xian stood before the gate of the divine capital royal city, gathering the remaining samsara power around him, quietly waiting like the last gatekeeper. Ning Xiai stood in the void, his reincarnation eye shining with a clear light sweeping over the boundless domain of Shindu beyond the Tianen. The clouds spread like a sea, star crystals paved the ground, and ancient majestic palaces built along the mountains were arranged in a staggered pattern reaching deep into the sky. The beams and pillars of the palaces were forged from divine gold from beyond the heavens, engraved with ancient Datong Mu samsara runes. The air was thick with the intense aura of divine tree chakra and dimensional origin. This was the true core of Gyeoshianyuan, the progenitor Shindu royal city. Through the tracing power of his reincarnation eye, Ning Xiai clearly saw the layout of the royal city. The front halls were lined with formations garrisoned by the Datong Mu royal guards. The middle halls served as the royal council palace, gathering elders from various collateral branches deep underground, connected to the progenitor hall, where the hall's heart rooted into the Shindu origin earth vein, and even concealed the central hub of the entire Starseed divine tree seeding system. So that's how it is. Ning Xiai understood in his heart. Ning Xiai understood in his heart. The Datong Mu did not wander the star sea aimlessly. Instead, with Gyeoshianyuan as their central hub, they divided the star territories. Every habitable planet was marked a divine tree planted, and after draining its vitality they moved on to the next domain. The Renjia was merely one of their countless prey. When Huiyi descended upon the Renjia in the past, it was not an accidental drift. She was ordered to come and establish a foothold, laying the groundwork for a future harvest. The endless wars, the hatred in the Renjia, the barriers of blood inheritance, the tragedies of the Jinchuriki, the oppression between the main and branch families. Tracing it all back, every single one was the bitter fruit sown by the Datong Mu race's plunder. Ning Xiai. Mingren walked beside him on a cloud of sage art, gazing at the majestic and silent royal city ahead, his expression grave. The auras inside are several times stronger than the progenitor Lan Xian just now. Are they all de Tongmu experts? Zhuju's Susanoo phantom faded, his kaleidoscope copy-will eye narrowed slightly as he coldly scanned the palaces of the royal city. The spatial fluctuations are chaotic, concealing at least several dozen auras at the six paths level and many half-step Dao principle experts. These are the main forces of the de Tongmu royal direct lineage. Yu Jibui's figure flickered into view, his gaze fixed on the depths of the progenitor hall. The aura of the divine tree origin is extremely dense. That underground center should be the source of all calamity. Ning Xi nodded slowly, his tone steady. That's right. The Shindu royal city has gathered the surviving de Tongmu royal direct lineage collateral elders and hereditary imperial guards. Lan Xian is not fighting alone, he is buying time to gather all the combat power of the royal city, planning to fight us to the death here. As soon as the words fell, the void in front of the royal city suddenly stirred with wind and clouds. Lan Xian, clad in a purple gold divine robe that fluttered loudly, stood atop the mountain gate of the royal city. Though his aura fluctuated from injuries, he remained majestic and awe-inspiring. Behind him, figures stepped out of the void, one after another, lining up on both sides. Their auras were chilling, their bloodlines noble, each bearing samsara or magatama patterns in their eyes and clad in royal battle armor. The leaders were several ancient de Tongmu royal elders, their cultivation matching the peak of the six paths. Behind them were dozens of royal direct lineage youths, each gifted with exceptional talent controlling dimensional ninjutsu and divine tree secret arts. The last row was the full formation of the royal city imperial guard, with a strict formation, unified aura and combat power far surpassing the previously destroyed Tianmen Guardian army. The auras of dozens of experts merged into one, their oppressive force covering the entire wilderness, subtly suppressing the momentum of the Renjia allied forces. Ants of the lower realm, you have invaded our Gaoxianyuan, broken our ninefold Tianmen, wounded our progenitor, and destroyed the ancient great formation. Your crimes are unforgivable. A white-haired royal elder with double samsara eyes stepped forward, his voice shaking the lands. I, de Tongmu Tsangyan, in charge of the royal clan's punishment today, gather the full combat power of the royal city to annihilate you all and bind your souls forever in the ruins of Shindu as a warning. Another red-eyed royal expert sneered. A mere Renjia allied force relying on a stroke of luck to break the outer gate formation dares to charge straight in. Do you truly think the de Tongmu royal clan has no one? Today we will make you understand that the divine clan from beyond the heavens is not to be provoked by mere mortals of the lower realm. The crowd of royal experts looked down coldly at the allied forces below, their gaze filled with a racial arrogance etched into their bones, as if watching a group of prey walking into a trap. Lan Xian's gaze fell back on Ning Xi, his tone icy. Ning Xi, I acknowledge your talent and combat power, and also your strategic cunning. But in the end you are only one person. Even with Mingren's Wu Zhu and Yu Jibui, you are not enough to contend with the entire combat power of the Shindu royal clan. Now lay down your weapons and submit. I can spare the lives of all in the allied forces and enfeoff you as the domain lord of the lower realm to guard the Renjia on behalf of the de Tongmu, enjoying endless lifespan and authority over the Star Sea. But if you stubbornly resist, when the battle begins, all of you will be left with no bones, and the Renjia will be immediately planted with the divine tree, becoming a generation of harvest fodder. This combination of favor and threat, coercion and bribery, was still the condescending style of the de Tongmu. Many ninjas in the allied forces felt their hearts tighten, inevitably feeling pressure, facing dozens of royal experts at the six paths and Dao principle levels. Ning Xi stepped forward, his white robe billowing in the wind, his reincarnation eye calmly meeting the gaze of the royal experts with no trace of fear or a hint of change in expression. No need for empty words of temptation. Ning Xi's voice was clear, carrying across the front lines of both armies. You treat the Star Sea as a hunting ground, all races as food, destiny as a shackle, and tyranny as order. Your sins are already monstrous. I step into Gaoxianyuan today not for submission, not for authority, not for the position of domain lord. Only for three things. First, shatter the plundering destiny set by the de Tongmu. Second, destroy the central hub of divine tree seeding, cutting off the root of extraterritorial invasion. Third, give back to all races across the heavens a free path of equal existence, free from enslavement and harvest. Those who follow the great trend survive, those who defy the heavenly way perish. You cling to corrupt hegemony, obsessed with racial plunder. Today the Shindu royal city is the burial ground for the de Tongmu ruling class. His words were frank and awe-inspiring, with a grand vision placing the greater good of the nation and all races above all, free from personal attachments or greed for gain. Lan Xian's face turned completely dark. Incorrigible and self-destructive. Elder Tsunyan raised his hand and waved, giving a stern order. All royal clan hear my command. Form the heavenly lock battle formation. All forces advance. Annihilate the Renjia allied forces. Leave no survivors. In an instant all royal experts and the Imperial Guard simultaneously surged with aura, forming the mysterious heavenly lock battle formation with samsara runes interweaving into a web sealing the entire space and cutting off the allied forces' retreat. The great battle was about to erupt. Ning Ci calmly scanned the enemy formation, his reincarnation eye instantly analyzing the battle formation's veins, the positions of experts, and the nodes of energy linkage, already arranging counter-tactics in his mind. He turned and gave orders in a deep voice, clear and precise. The 5 Kage will lead the allied ninjas to hold the center, form multiple layers of defensive barriers to withstand the frontal charge of the Imperial Guard. Ming Ren and Zhuozhu will roam the left and right voids, pinning down the royal direct lineage experts and disrupting the formation's linkage. You will continue to lurk in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to assassinate the formation's core and disturb the royal elders' minds. The 7 companions will continue to guard the 7-star formation, protecting the flanks of the allied forces, warning against spatial ambushes and purifying the evil samsara power. I will face Lan Xian and the royal elders, directly dismantling the heavenly lock battle formation with tactics, and find an opportunity to break into the middle hall, approaching the underground seating center. As the orders fell, everyone accepted their commands and immediately took their positions. The formation shifted smoothly like flowing water, balancing offense and defense with measured advances and retreats. Before the mountain gate of the royal city, the Datong Mu royal battle formation pressed down on heaven and earth. On the star crystal wilderness, the Renjia allied forces stood united with high fighting spirit. Before the royal city of Takamagara, the Ōtsutsuki royal clan's elites stood in formation at the mountain gate. The celestial sealing battle array had already taken shape, with loops of reincarnation patterns interwoven like an invisible giant cage, enveloping the surrounding sealing spatial movement and locking the flow of chakra. The dense ranks of the Royal Guard regiments breathed as one, their divine tree chakra surging like tides, ready to charge with the formation at any moment. Elder Tsengyan hovered at the vanguard of the array, his dual rinnegan gleaming with a chilling light. His aged yet authoritative voice boomed down. You allied forces from the lower realms, seek your own doom. Today you shall witness the might of our Ōtsutsuki royal clan's battle array, far beyond what the heavenly gate guard could muster. Before his words faded, the celestial sealing battle array roared into motion. Countless threads of reincarnation light descended from the void, weaving into layered cages of law that tightened inward, striving to forcibly bind the techniques and movements of all the Shinobi Alliance's elites. The 5 Kage, their expressions grave, immediately commanded the army to form the 5 elements-linked mountain barrier. The Tsuchika Jinoki erected a colossal mountain wall of dust release rooted in the star crystal earth. The Reikijay spread a lightning barrier to block the erosion of reincarnation light threads. The Kazekage Gara churned a sea of sand into a flowing defensive barrier. The Mizukage Meiturumi concealed the formation in mist, hiding a counterstrike. The Hokage Kakashi utilized multiple shadow clones to bridge gaps in the barrier, stabilizing the alliance's central line. The barrier and the reincarnation light threads collided with a thunderous impact, sending ripples of law across the sky. The star crystal ground cracked into fine ravines, and the shinobi of the alliance felt their chi and blood tremble, clearly sensing the oppressive might of the royal clan's battle array, far surpassing the earlier 9-layered heavenly gate formation. At the central position, the 7 women unified their minds, instantly driving the 7-star guardian formation to perfection. On the void battlefield, Naruto's Ninetales sage coat expanded, the 6-pad sage markings gleaming brilliantly as he transformed into a golden streak, charging straight toward the royal clan's right flank. Sasuke's perfect Susanoo burst from the earth, Amaterasu's black flames coiling around its giant blades, slashing at the left flank's array core. The two worked in tacit coordination, avoiding direct clashes with the powerful enemies, instead using guerrilla tactics to sever the formation's links and disrupt the rune connections. Uchiha Itachi slipped into the spatial folds, his Mangekyo Sharingan slight subdued as Tsukuyumi's illusion subtly infiltrated the core blind spots of the celestial sealing battle array, quietly awaiting the moment when the royal elder's soul would reveal a flaw. Neji stood alone at the forefront of the alliance, his white robe billowing, his Tensigan's golden light piercing through every hidden detail of the entire battle array. He did not rush to strike. A head-on charge would only cost troops and generals, a reckless struggle would only drain resources. Only by breaking the array with an array, overcoming law with law, and sealing the array cores with gentle fist could he dismantle it from within. Better to dismantle than to hold firm, better to break the situation than to endure. Neji murmured as yin-yang release flowed around him, black and white chi entwining his body. The perfect gentle fist-out rhythm spread in all directions, his Tensigan locking onto the 3 major array core nodes. The Hyūga gentle fist not only seals the human body's chakra pathways but also can seal the celestial array patterns. He stepped into the 8 trigrams 8 directional step, his figure drifting among the myriad reincarnation light threads. Seemingly slow, each step landed precisely in the gaps between laws, evading all binding forces. Raising his hand, pointing his finger, and striking his palm, his movements were fluid and natural, the very essence of the Hyūga 8 trigrams 361 styles, yet Neji had elevated it to the realm of sealing the very laws of heaven and earth. Invisible gentle fist chi projectiles shot through the air, accurately landing on the 36 secondary array cores on the periphery of the celestial sealing battle array. The invisible array node patterns were instantly sealed, causing the originally smooth flow of reincarnation light threads to break. The entire battle array's binding force abruptly weakened by 30%. Elder Tsengyen's expression changed, a mix of shock and fury. This gentle fist again. It can precisely seal our royal clan's battle array runes. He had never imagined that a lower realm Hyūga shinobi could elevate mere physical gentle fist to the level of countering the Ōtsutsuki law battle array. He immediately raised his hand to mobilize the power of reincarnation, intending to restore the array's pattern network. But Neji would not give him the chance. His figure suddenly accelerated, turning into a streak of white light that shot across the void, evading the interception of several royal clan elites, and charged straight toward the core array core where Tsengyen stood at the array's center. 8 trigrams 64 palms seal heaven and lock earth. A continuous chain of palm strikes lacking violent destructive force precisely slammed into the energy hubs that sustained the battle array around Tsengyen. Tsengyen hastily summoned a reincarnation barrier to defend, but Neji's palm force was uncanny, penetrating physical defenses and striking the very essence of the laws. Tsengyen's body trembled, a hint of metallic sweetness rising in his throat, and the chakra sustaining the array instantly became chaotic. Losing its core stability, the celestial sealing battle array saw the peripheral sealed array cores fail in a chain reaction. Large swaths of reincarnation light threads shattered and dissipated, and the law cage visibly began to loosen and collapse. Lan Xian stood atop the mountain gate, watching coldly, his brows furrowed. A direct line royal clan elite could not restrain himself, breaking away from the formation and teleporting toward Neji, gathering the power of dimensional annihilation in his palm, intending to disrupt his rhythm of breaking the array. Do not be arrogant. At that moment, Sasuke's Susanoo giant blade swept across the sky, Amaterasu's black flame sealing the enemy's retreat. Naruto's Ninetales Sage Art Rasengan followed closely, confronting the attack head-on. The two, one on the left and one on the right, tightly entangled this royal clan elite, giving him no chance to interfere with Neji. The other royal clan direct line elites tried to reinforce, but were all held back by the alliance's top fighters. The 5 Kage allocated personnel to intercept those who had broken away from the formation, preventing the enemy from forming a pincer. The battlefield was clearly divided, each playing their role. No chaotic melee, only strategic maneuvering. Neji seized the momentum, fully activating his Tensigen, spreading spatial laws to lock onto the final core of the battle array. The yin-yang release around him transformed into a Taiji circular symbol, slowly rotating, assimilating the residual reincarnation power. Tensigen yin-yang path 8 trigrams set the array foundation. Break. With a soft shout, the Taiji circular symbol suddenly enveloped the core of the celestial sealing battle array. Black and white chi entwined all the array patterns, dismantling the energy circulation from within. Boom! The entire celestial sealing battle array shook violently, reincarnation runes dimmed and shattered in patches. The long-woven law cage completely disintegrated, scattering into countless specks of light that faded into the void of Takamigara. The royal clan's proud sealing battle array was calmly dismantled by Neji, combining gentle fist Tensigen and yin-yang release. Elder Tsengyen's aura fluctuated, his face ashen, staring at the collapsing array with disbelief and fury. The other royal clan elites also wore grave expressions, no longer daring to underestimate the alliance from the shinobi world. Neji stood in the void, his gaze sweeping over the royal clan elites at the mountain gate, his voice carrying across the land. He relied on the terrain's advantage of the battle array and the pressure of your bloodline clinging to the plundering order of the ages. It seems strong, but in truth you are mired in ancient methods lacking adaptability. The battle array is broken, the bindings are gone. Now there is no natural barrier to rely on, no formation to fall back on. If you wish to stop us, fight with true skill, not by trapping people in cages. Lan Xian's eyes blazed with killing intent. He no longer watched from the sidelines. A fine Hyūga Neji, a fine one who defies heaven and comprehends the Tao. Since the battle array cannot stop you, I shall personally take action, and together with the royal clan's elites we will annihilate you all. With those words, Lan Xian's figure blurred into the air, followed by the royal clan elders, all moving simultaneously. Dozens of 6 paths level auras exploded at once, pressing down upon Neji and the shinobi alliance. Before the mountain gate of the divine capital, the aftershocks of the shattered battle formation had yet to dissipate, and the Ōtsutsuki royal clan's formidable forces had already advanced on all fronts. At the vanguard, ancestor Lan Xian, his body enveloped in fully blossomed Rinnegan divine patterns, unleashed the primal pressure accumulated over eons, each step cracking and collapsing the star crystal earth beneath him. Following closely, the royal elders and direct line elites arrayed themselves in all directions, the auras of over 36 path-level combatants, intertwining, sealing off every possible space for teleportation, forcibly transforming the entire wilderness into a battlefield of death. The fully assembled royal capital's Imperial Guard regiments formed dozens of small-scale killing formations, leveraging the divine capital's geomantic veins to generate an endless stream of chakra crushing toward the central front of the Shinobi Alliance. There were no superfluous words, only the cold arrogance of racial conquest. In their eyes, the lower realm beings were nothing more than ants to be harvested. Neji stood at the forefront of the Alliance's Tensigan golden light, as clear as the eternal river of stars, instantly completing the division of battle forces and tactical deployment across the entire field. He knew well that now was not the time to cluster together for a head-on assault, nor to fight independently. Only through layered containment, targeted interception, and segmented encirclement could the Shinobi Alliance's combat power ratio counter the Ōtsutsuki royal clan's collective advantage. Everyone listen up. Form 4 columns, each fulfilling its duty. Niji's voice spread through chakra across the entire army. Clear and meticulously planned. First column, the 5 Kage lead elite jonin from each village directly confronting the Imperial Guard regiment holding the central formation. No need for quick victory, just stabilize the defense, delay, and exhaust. Second column, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi Uchiha join forces roaming the void, pinning down the royal collateral elders and direct line elites, using guerrilla tactics to split the enemy's forces and prevent them from unifying. Third column, the 7 comrades anchor the 7-star formation, guarding the Alliance's flanks and rear, warning against spatial ambushes, purifying the evil power of the Rinnegan, healing the wounded, sealing escape routes through the void, thus stabilizing the army's foundation. Fourth column, I alone will face ancestor Lan Xian and the royal chief elder Tseng Yan, neutralizing the 2 top-tier combatants, creating opportunities for the Alliance to disma. As the command landed, the Shinobi Alliance sprang into action, their formations shifting with fluid grace, no trace of panic, a seamless coordination honed through years of warfare. The elite jonin followed closely, bloodline clans, veteran Konoha powerhouses, and the top-tier combatants from Suna, Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo arranged themselves in ranks, combining ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu in layered synergy, forcibly halting the Imperial Guard's charge. The sounds of explosions, ninjutsu collisions, and clashing weapons instantly echoed across the star crystal wilderness. Above the void, Naruto, clad in the Ninetales Sage mode, his 6-path sage markings gleaming, condensed the tailed beast ball in his palm. Sasuke, encased in the complete Susanoo, wreathed his blade in Amaterasu's black flames, chilling to the bone. Itachi Uchiha, concealed in the folds of space, his Mangekyo Sharingan discerning every flaw, stood ready to deploy Tsukuyami and Kodo Amatsukami for mental interference. The 3 formed a triangular stance, avoiding direct confrontation with the multiple Ōtsutsuki elites, instead striking isolated direct line combatants, retreating after each blow, disrupting the enemy's formation and severing their coordination, perfectly executing the guerrilla containment tactic. In the center of the battlefield, only Neji remained, facing the 2 top-tier powerhouses, ancestor Lan Xian and the royal chief elder Tseng Yan. Tseng Yan's dual Rinnegan gleamed coldly, and a phantom of the divine tree of reincarnation materialized around him, its countless roots extending into the void, attempting to entangle and immobilize Neji's movements. Lan Xian's browed divine pattern lit up, the ancestral origin power surging, ready to unleash an overwhelming reincarnation secret technique. A mere lower realm ninja dares to block 2 supreme combatants alone. How arrogant! Tseng Yan said, his tone icy, carrying the innate pride of the divine clan. Lan Xian glared at Neji, his eyes heavy. I acknowledge your talent and cunning, but you are ultimately defying the heavens, violating the Ōtsutsuki's eternal order. To date, Tseng Yan and I will join forces to crush your Tensigan path and sever the foundation of the shinobi resistance. The 2 powerhouses, one left and one right, interwove their auras, merging the power of reincarnation with the divine tree's origin, forming a pincer that sealed off all Neji's escape routes. Neji's white robes billowed without wind, his Tensigan golden light blazing as black and white yin-yang release spiraled into a taiji circle. Perfect gentle fist, 6-path sage art, and space-time ninjutsu merged into one, his aura steadily rising, showing no sign of weakness. He did not launch a preemptive attack, maintaining his strategic focus, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 2. You rely on your clan's heritage, your innate bloodline, and the endless resources of Takamigara, yet you only plunder and harvest, never cultivating your heart or comprehending the true Tao. Your so-called divine order is nothing but tyrannical hegemony, enslaving all races. I broke free from the fate of a caged bird, shattered the Hyūga's caste system, saw through the root of the shinobi world's wars, and attained enlightenment through the yin-yang reincarnation with the peace of all beings as my heart. Even the two of you joining forces only cling to a decaying tyranny, unable to resist the tide of the times. With these words, Neji stepped into the 8 trigrams 8 direction stance, his figure moving gracefully within the oppressive laws of the two powerhouses as all 361 8 trigrams acupoints on his body blazed with white light. If you want to surround and kill me, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Tseng Yen struck first the divine tree's roots, tearing through the void, each imbued with the terrifying power to seal souls and bind bloodlines, converging on Neji from all directions. Lan Xian simultaneously attacked, a cascading light of reincarnation descending from the heavens, carrying the power of dimensional annihilation, enveloping the entire airspace around Neji, sealing all retreat. Both top-tier powerhouses unleashed their full strength, the force shaking the starry sea enough to reduce any ordinary 6 paths level being to ashes. Neji's expression remained unchanged. His Tensigen instantly saw through the law structures and the seams in the two techniques. His palms rose and fell, releasing a continuous stream of gentle fist palm strikes precisely targeting the nodes of the reincarnation roots and the runic core of the reincarnation light cascade. The yin-yang release Taiji circle expanded, assimilating and neutralizing the encroaching reincarnation laws. Space-time ninjutsu activated silently, his figure shifting through fractured dimensions, deftly evading the direct pincer. Ning Xiai stood alone at the core of the battlefield, facing the supreme 6 paths powerhouses of the ancestor Lan Xian and the royal clan elder Tseng Yen. Tseng Yen activated the myriad tendrils of the samsara ancient tree, which locked down the 4 directions of space like a heavenly net. Each tendril was entwined with the samsara path runes that restrained divine sense and sealed chakra. Lan Xian drew upon the primordial essence, causing samsara light waterfalls to descend from the sky, transforming into torrents of annihilating laws that formed a perfect encirclement from above and below. The two powerhouses coordinated tacitly, one restraining the other, attacking one, defending the other, slaying, each utilizing the top-tier secret arts inherited by the Ōtsutsuki for millennia. An ordinary Supreme Six-Path powerhouse would have their Tao foundation ground away in an instant. Golden radiance flowed across Ning Xiai's Tensigen, allowing him to perceive every trajectory of their techniques, every node of laws, and every pathway of chakra circulation with pinpoint accuracy. Unhurried and calm, he trod the 8 trigrams Bafeng step, his figure weaving through the gaps between tendrils and light waterfalls like flowing clouds. Though appearing leisurely, every step landed precisely on the weak nodes of dimensional laws, perfectly avoiding all restraints and bombardments. How long can you keep dodging with mere footwork? Tseng Yan's eyes turned cold and sharp. The samsara ancient tree's tendrils suddenly accelerated, layer upon layer, contracting the encirclement, and leaving Ning Xiai not even the slightest room to maneuver. Simultaneously, Lan Xian raised his hand, condensing the samsara light waterfall into a law-infused giant blade spanning the heavens, bearing down with the momentum to cleave through starry seas. Surrender, and I may spare a wisp of your remnant soul. If you persist in resistance today, your divine sense shall be utterly destroyed. The giant blade shattered through the void, its oppressive pressure suppressing all directions, causing even the powerhouses in the distant allied army's battlefield to feel a shudder in their hearts. Ning Xiai's gaze solidified, no longer moving or evading. Black and white yin-yang release exploded from his body, transforming into an immeasurable Tai Chi diagram that shrouded the heavens. The yin-yang fish rotated slowly, absorbing the scattered samsara laws around them, and converting them into his own Tao power. Pure Byakugan origin, Tensigen space power, and Supreme Six-Path Sage Art Chakra all merged together, causing his 361 8 trigrams acupoints to shine like stars. Hyūga gentle fist seal meridians and lock acupoints. Tensigen yin-yang stabilize and suppress the samsara. Ning Xiai softly chanted, his palms opening and closing as he unleashed the complete version of the 8 trigrams 128 palms. The formless gentle fist aura possessed no violent destructive power, but instead precisely struck the law acupoints of every main root of the samsara ancient tree, much like sealing a ninja's meridians, forcefully restricting the energy circulation of the divine tree's tendrils. The myriad samsara tendrils instantly froze midair, losing all power to spread and entangle their Tao runes, dimming as their vitality was severed. Tseng Yan's expression changed sharply, his heart trembling. How? How is this possible? You actually used physical gentle fist to seal my samsara ancient tree's law foundation. This was a scene he had never witnessed throughout his eternal cultivation, that the physical arts of a lower realm mortal could suppress the Ōtsutsuki's primordial laws. Just as Tseng Yan was stunned, Ning Xiai stepped to the side, his Tensigen locking onto the law giant blade Lan Xian was slashing down. The yin-yang Tai Chi diagram rotated faster, forcefully guiding the giant blade's annihilating power into the Tai Chi cycle, constantly dissolving, neutralizing, and assimilating it. With a thunderous crash, the law giant blade struck the Tai Chi diagram, raising a sea of light waves yet never managing to breach even half a fraction of the barrier. Lan Xian's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with solemnity. He clearly saw that Ning Xiai was not relying on brute force to clash head-on, but instead using softness to overcome hardness, using laws to neutralize laws. He had pushed the Hyūga Gentle Fist's acupoint sealing secret technique to the realm of sealing heaven and earth's Tao laws, and combined with the Tensigen and Yin-Yang release, it perfectly suppressed their relied upon samsara divine tree power. We can no longer hold back. Lan Xian and Seng Yan exchanged glances, instantly reaching tacit understanding. Both simultaneously formed hand seals, pouring out their primordial power without reservation. The Samsara ancient tree and the ancestral Samsara phantom merged, transforming into a two-headed four-armed Samsara ancient god Dharma manifestation standing in the void and blotting out the sky and sun. Ōtsutsuki's secret art, Samsara twin stars world suppressing. The Dharma manifestation's four arms simultaneously activated four supreme secret arts: Samsara sealing, dimensional collapse, divine tree withering, and divine sense annihilation. These four powers superimposed, transforming into a boundless black tide that crushed down upon Ning Xiai, aiming to forcefully shatter his yin-yang 8 trigrams Tao foundation with absolute combined strength. Ning Xiai's expression was calm, his battle intent restrained, his state of mind as steady as an ancient well without ripples. He knew that direct confrontation would only lead to attrition, so he immediately activated the Tensigen space laws. The Tai Chi diagram instantly divided into thousands of yin-yang clones, filling the entire airspace, real and illusory, indistinguishable. Simultaneously his hands formed hand seals as he lightly called out, "Tensigen yin-yang 8 trigrams heaven surrounding formation." The myriad yin-yang clones instantly arranged themselves into a universal 8 trigrams pattern with black and white Tao runes intertwining to form a three-dimensional magical formation that enveloped Lan Xian and Seng Yan's Samsara ancient god Dharma manifestation from the reverse direction. Within the formation, yin-yang circulated, space folded, and samsara laws were continuously differentiated and dismantled. The two's combined world-suppressing secret art upon entering the formation was like falling into an endless quagmire, its power being weakened layer upon layer, unable to diffuse outward even slightly. What? He actually used the formation to trap the two of us. Seng Yan was both astonished and enraged. He fully activated the Dharma manifestation's power to attack the formation barrier, but the yin-yang Tao runes continuously rebounded and assimilated his strikes. Lan Xian's expression turned thoroughly dark. He strived to activate his primordial power to break through, but Ning Xiai's 8 trigrams heaven surrounding formation was interconnected ring by ring, borrowing heaven and earth's dimensional power as its foundation and using yin-yang reincarnation as its core. It was watertight, firmly trapping the two top-tier powerhouses within the formation with no way to advance or retreat. Throughout the entire battle, the Shinobi Alliance had firmly grasped the initiative. The Ōtsutsuki Royal Guard Legion's assault was blocked, the royal clan's direct line powerhouses were separated and suppressed, and the strongest, Lan Xian and Seng Yan, were trapped by Ning Xiai and the 8 trigrams yin-yang formation, unable to break free. The advantage had already quietly tilted toward the shinobi side. Trapped within the formation, Lan Xian gazed at the battlefield outside, a hint of wariness and regret flashing through his eyes. He had originally believed that relying on the Royal Clan Alliance's combat power he could effortlessly annihilate the lower realm invaders. Yet he never expected that Ning Xiai alone could hold him and Seng Yan, two powerhouses, in check. The Shinobi Alliance's combat effectiveness was resilient, and their coordination exquisite, completely unlike those previously ignorant and weak lower realm races. If this continues, the royal city's combat power will be consumed one by one, Lan Xian said in a deep voice. Seng Yan gritted his teeth. Burn your primordial power at full capacity, jointly break the formation, first assassinate Ning Xiai, then turn around to exterminate the alliance. Otherwise the entire situation will be lost. The two no longer held back, burning their own primordial power and lifespan. The Samsara ancient god Dharma manifestation's aura surged, attempting to desperately break through the 8 trigrams heaven surrounding formation's imprisonment. Within the yin-yang 8 trigrams celestial trap array, tempestuous eddies of law churned and raged. Lan Xian and Seng Yan, disregarding the cost, forcibly ignited their own foundational Tao bases. The reincarnation ancient god Dharma form swelled with crimson gold, its runes blazing like infernal fire. The two pinnacle-level powers of the primordial and royal clans converged into a single force, striking violently against the boundary barrier of the 8 trigrams celestial trap array. A low hum resonated. The array's billions of yin-yang patterns trembled intensely, the star crystal void undulating in response. The Zhou Tian 8 trigrams configuration laid by Ning Xiai bore its first extreme pressure. You lowly ant from the lower realm dares to imprison two supreme beings of the divine clans with an array. Seng Yan's beard and hair flew wildly, his dual reincarnation eyes suffused with blood. After burning his origin, his power momentarily surpassed the peak of ordinary six paths. Countless reincarnation ancient tree phantoms sprouted from the void, frenziedly gnawing at the yin-yang array patterns. Lan Xian's expression was cold and sharp. The primordial divine pattern on his brow fully bloomed and a golden divine tree Dao fruit materialized around him, the foundation of his origin accumulated over countless eons. Burning 10,000 years of Dao foundation only to break the array and slay the enemy. Ning Xia, you should be proud. The double-headed four-armed reincarnation ancient god Dharma form struck with all four fists simultaneously. Each fist carried the power of dimensional annihilation and reincarnation extinction, slamming into the core node of the Taiji 8 trigrams array. The shockwaves swept across the land. The Ninja Alliance and Ōtsutsuki Imperial Guards, locked in fierce battle in the distance, were forced to retreat, their hearts trembling. Ning Xia stood at the center of the array in the void, his white robes unmoving as a mountain. His Tensigen was clear and undisturbed, calmly analyzing the changes in their power after burning their origins, the flaws in their techniques, and the vulnerabilities in their energy circulation. Around him, black and white yin-yang release flowed, 361 8 trigrams acupoints flickered in alternation. He was fully merged with the celestial trap array, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to reinforce the array's foundation. Burning your origin, damaging your Dao base. It seems a momentary surge, but in truth it is the end of the road. Ning Xi's voice was calm, spreading throughout the array. You Ōtsutsuki are accustomed to relying on innate bloodlines and accumulated years, never polishing your own heart and Dao. Once you abandon your origin and erupt forcibly, your Dao base will shatter after the battle, leaving no room for further improvement, and even your lifespan will be greatly diminished. These words struck the vital point. Seng Yan and Lan Xian's hearts sank. They knew well the price of burning their origin. But trapped by the array, with the Ninja Alliance advancing steadily and the royal clan's combat strength being eroded, if they did not fight desperately to break the array, once the peripheral forces were annihilated, they would be left isolated and hopeless. Do not be swayed by his words. Break the array with all your might. Seng Yan roared, driving all his origin force. Reincarnation roots transformed into sky-spanning pythons, coiling around the array's barrier and tearing with brute force. Lan Xian synchronized his primordial secret technique, manifesting a reincarnation Sharingan phantom above his head, countless magatama falling to bombard the array's weakest points. Cracks quietly appeared in the array, the yin-yang patterns began to dim, showing signs of instability. On the distant battlefield the tide had long turned. The 5 Kage commanded the center, coordinating with elite jonin from each village to advance layer by layer. The Ōtsutsuki's dust release cleared large clusters of Imperial Guards, the Reikage's close-quarters slaughter was unstoppable, the Kazekage's Sansi sealed the enemy's retreat, the Mizukage's mist-release assassinations continuously reaped powerful foes, Kakashi's Kamui tore space, severing the Imperial Guard formation's linkage. Although the Imperial Guards of the Royal City drew endless energy from the divine capital's vein, they could not withstand the Ninja Alliance's seamless cooperation and complementary techniques. Casualties mounted, the formation collapsed, and they could no longer organize a full charge. Above the void, the triangular battle formation of Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi grew ever more practiced. Naruto's nine-tailed sage art covered the field-tailed beast balls, pinning down multiple royal clan elites. Sasuke's perfect Susanoo wielded Amaterasu to seal off the area any divine tree chakra touched by the black flames was continuously incinerated. Itachi, hidden in the shadows, launched Tsukuyomi soul strikes, successively destroying the consciousness of 3 royal clan powerhouses, drastically reducing their combat strength. The Ōtsutsuki royal clan elites were divided, pinned down, and individually crippled. From the initial cluster suppression, they were reduced to passive defense, forced to cower and self-preservation, powerless to assist Lan Xian and Seng Yan within the array. The 7 Beauties 7-star array in the central army remained as steady as a rock, each performing their duties with seamless coordination. As the peripheral royal clan forces neared collapse, Lan Xian and Seng Yan inside the array grew increasingly frantic. The burning of their origin intensified and the Dharma form's power became more violent. We can't drag this out any longer. Lan Xian gritted his teeth. If we delay further, the royal city's defense line will completely collapse. Even if we break the array, we'll be isolated and helpless. Seng Yan's eyes were ruthless. Pour out the last of our origin, one strike to break the array. The two united, channeling all their power into the central head of the reincarnation ancient god Dharma form. Boundless darkness shrouded the sky. The reincarnation extinction force condensed into a jet-black Tao pill carrying the pressure of annihilating all things hurtling toward the weakest node of the 8 trigrams celestial trap array. This was the last strike, betting everything on a desperate gamble, sacrificing 10,000 years of Tao foundation caring not for future cultivation only to break the array and slay the enemy. Ningxi's gaze sharpened, knowing this was the critical moment. No longer simply defending the array, he fully unleashed the space-time law of the Tensigen, abruptly contracting the yin-yang taiji diagram. All 6 paths divine patterns on his body lit up, and the perfect gentle fist evolved to its extreme. Tensigen yin-yang 8 trigrams returned to nothingness. Ningxi pressed his palms together, then pushed them apart violently. The Zhou Tian 8 trigrams patterns instantly converged inward, transforming into a black and white interwoven taiji Dao sword, gathering the entire array's power to strike head-on against the black Dao pill. There was no ostentatious spectacle, only the ultimate collision of laws, the destined confrontation of Dao paths. Rumble. A silent shockwave swept the entire airspace of Takamigara. The black Dao pill disintegrated layer by layer, the reincarnation ancient god Dharma form cracked all over. Tseng Yen and Lan Xian simultaneously groaned, spitting out origin divine blood, staggering backward. The burning origin scattered in large part, and their Dao bases suffered irreversible fissures. The yin-yang 8 trigram celestial trap array also dissipated, its patterns slowly fading into the void. Though the array was broken, the two were gravely wounded, their origin heavily damaged, their combat strength reduced by over 70%. They no longer possessed the overwhelming might they had before. Ningxi stood in place, his aura calm with little expenditure. His Tensigen gazed coldly at them. Having burned your origin, you still cannot break my array. Now, with your Dao bases damaged and strength plummeting, what means do you have left to stop the Alliance from crushing the royal city? Lan Xian's face was pale. Looking at the utterly defeated Imperial Guards below, the crippled and separated royal clan elites, and his own severe injuries alongside Tseng Yen, a sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. The outer defense line of the divine capital royal city had completely collapsed. The Ninja Alliance's morale surged, and they pressed forward in full force, mopping up the remaining Ōtsutsuki forces, step by step approaching the royal city's mountain gate. Ningxi strode forward slowly, his white robes treading over the star crystal land, his gaze fixed on the central palace in the mist, and the underground primordial hall. The periphery was secured, the defense line broken. Next came the direct thrust into the heart of the royal city, straight to the general hub of the divine trees, sowing to sever the root of the Ōtsutsuki's eons of plunder once and for all. Tseng Yen stared hard at Ningxi, his voice filled with resentment and fear. One from the lower realm, you have indeed overturned our understanding of mortal beings. But do you think breaking the outer perimeter means you can rest easy? Deep within the primordial hall lie sleeping ancient royal clan elders and the divine capital's origin protection seals. Once you set foot in the royal city, it is still a dead end. Ningxi's expression was calm, his tone firm. No matter how many dormant elders or protective seals there are, they cannot block the tide of pacifying the chaotic world and exterminating foreign invaders. Today the divine capital will surely fall, and the Ōtsutsuki rule will surely perish. With these words, Ningxi raised his hand to signal the alliance to form ranks. The 7 beauties withdrew their 7-star array and came to Ningxi's side. Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi descended from the air, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. The 5 Kage led the alliance elites, assembled with unwavering battle intent. Having breached the outer defense line, the great army formed ranks, ready to step into the heart of the divine capital royal city and officially advance toward the final primordial hall. Ahead, the towering mountain gate of the Shindu royal city stood imposingly, with divine gold palaces veiled in ethereal clouds. Ancient reincarnation runes flowed along the palace walls, exuding an aura of primordial vastness and might. Lan Xian and Tseng Yen stood beneath the mountain gate, their divine robes stained with blood. Their source foundations were riddled with cracks, their combat power drastically diminished, and they no longer bore the arrogant pride that once looked down upon the world, only a face full of gloom and resentment. You think that by breaching the outer defenses you can charge straight in? Tseng Yan's hoarse voice echoed across the wilderness. Within the Shindu royal city lies the eternal forbidden domain, a barrier that seals all foreign dimensional forces. Moreover, the ancient elders of the Dotongmu clan who have slumbered for 10,000 years sit guard in the ancestral side hall. You rashly step in only to walk into a trap. Lan Xian's eyes were icy, carrying a trace of the remaining arrogance of the divine race. Our Dotongmu clan has ruled the Star Sea for eons. How could mere mortals from the lower realms easily shake us? The outer guards are but the merest surface of the royal city's barrier. The true foundation has never been revealed, even a fraction. Ning Si's reincarnation eye shimmered with golden light, his gaze piercing through the clouds and palace barriers, instantly discerning the inner layout of the divine capital. The eternal forbidden domain enveloped the entire royal city, built upon the source of the divine tree beneath the earth, interlinked with the reincarnation threads of the star sea. It could suppress foreign chakra and space-time ninjutsu. Any ordinary teleportation or dimensional traversal would be forcibly stripped and immobilized upon entry. Deep within the ancestral side hall, 5 ancient and vast slumbering auras lay dormant, each equal to Tsang Yen in his prime. All were ancient elders of the Dotongmu clan who had lived through eons. This was the true trump card of Gaotian Yuan. Ning Si understood in his heart, yet his expression remained calm and unruffled. From the moment he set foot in Gaotian Yuan, he had known that the Dotongmu clan could not possibly have only Lan Xian and Tsang Yen as their combat power. Hidden depths and dormant ancient clans had always been within his expectations. The eternal forbidden domain and the slumbering elders are merely your final crutch to cling to life. Ning Si took a slow step forward, his white robe brushing against the star crystal ground, his voice clear across the two armies. You turned the star sea into a hunting ground fed on myriad races and built your divine capital in the delusion of eternity. Yet you failed to understand the cycles of the world and the tide of change. I can break the shackles of fate, I can pacify the war-torn ninja world. Your Dotongmu clan's eons-old hegemony, I can overturn it with my own hands. As his words fell, Ning Si turned and said in a deep voice, all troops heed my command. Advance steadily, form a linked defensive battle formation and step into the royal city's forbidden domain. The forbidden domain suppresses space and chakra. Do not scatter recklessly, keep close watch and guard against ambushes. Chu Tian shall scan the underground and hidden palace positions with her wide eye, predicting the elders' awakening movements. Xiang Lin shall deploy whirlpool sealing chains at any moment to counter the suppression of the forbidden domain's laws. The rest of you hold the formation, do not act rashly when encountering enemies. Prioritize coordinated restraint and outsmarting rather than brute force. Everyone nodded in unison without a single dissent. Along the journey, Ning Si's foresight, strategy, combat prowess, and temperament had long earned the trust of all. The allied army's formation slowly shifted, treading the star crystal path and advancing steadily toward the royal city's mountain gate. Just as the army was about to step into the gate, the entire Shindu royal city suddenly trembled. The star crystal patterns on the ground blazed with crimson reincarnation runes. Boundless law barriers descended from the void, manifesting as a visible pale golden barrier that enveloped the entire city inside and out. An ancient, desolate, and domineering aura slowly awakened from the depths of the palace, spreading layer by layer, pressing down upon the allied ninja's chakra circulation, making it sluggish. The eternal forbidden domain was fully activated. At the same time, 5 ancient divine coffins in the ancestral side hall shuddered simultaneously. The reincarnation runes on the coffins lit up one by one, and the aura sealed for 10,000 years burst through the seals. 5 aged yet majestic figures slowly opened their eyes within the coffins and stepped out into the air. 5 ancient elders of the Dotongmu clan, clad in robes adorned with ancient divine patterns, their eyes indifferent, carried a sense of the vicissitudes of time. Each was surrounded by the phantom of the reincarnation ancient tree, their foundation solid and unfathomable, far surpassing Tsang Yan's current severely wounded state. Noisy ants from the lower realms disturbing our divine capital's slumber. The white-haired lead elder gazed down upon the allied army, his tone indifferent, devoid of joy or anger, yet carrying the supreme authority of his race. Youngsters of the ninja world, you dare to cross realms and ascend to heaven, invading our Dotongmu clan source divine capital. You deserve annihilation. Another elder spoke slowly. Throughout the eons of the Star Sea, mortal races were but seeds and nourishment. Kagaya failed in her duty, allowing the ninja world to breed the fire of rebellion. We intended to settle accounts later, but never expected you to come knocking on our door instead. Annihilate you, then reorganize the lower realms and replant the divine tree. This variable will be erased. The 5 ancient elders arrayed themselves in the air, their auras merging into one, interwoven with the forbidden domain barrier. Empowered by the royal city's terrestrial veins, their combat power rose another notch, suppressing the allied army's momentum. Lan Xian and Tsang Yen saw the elders awaken, and hope instantly ignited in their eyes, their tense nerves slightly relaxing. With 5 ancient elders stationed, even if the outer defenses were completely shattered, they still had the confidence to stop the ninja alliance. Mingren frowned slightly, the Ninetales chakra stirring restlessly. Such powerful auras, even more profound than the previous 2. How many years have these guys been sleeping? Zuiju's Mangekyo Shielwen I locked onto the 5 elders, his tone cold. Ancient auras, profound law foundations. They are not ordinary royal clan elites. They will be difficult to handle. Uchiha Yu's gaze was calm. The Forbidden Domain barrier suppresses space and dojutsu. It is not suitable to use large-scale illusions or teleportation here. We can only advance step by step and engage in a direct confrontation. The 7 women wore solemn expressions but showed no fear. The power of the 7 stars subtly activated, drawing closer together, their formation unchanged, still ready to stabilize the rear, provide warning perception, and perform sealing containment. Ning Si's gaze swept over the 5 ancient elders, then toward the entire Forbidden Domain barrier. His reincarnation I saw through every law vein. The Forbidden Domain could suppress ordinary space-time ninjutsu, foreign chakra, and dojutsu illusions, but it could not suppress the source of his reincarnation eye nor the Hyūga Gentle Fist's acupoint sealing art, let alone block the assimilation power of yin-yang release. The 5 ancient elders had profound foundations, yet they were constrained by ancient inherited techniques lacking adaptability. Relying on the Forbidden Domain and terrestrial vein empowerment, they appeared strong, but cracks were hidden within. 5 ancient elders, the eternal Forbidden Domain barrier. Ning Si spoke calmly, his tone steady and confident. So this is your final trump card. Pity, relying on natural fortresses, clinging to ancient methods, enslaving myriad races. In the end they cannot withstand the great tide of defying fate, seeking peace and striving for equality. He raised his hand to signal the allied army to halt. Black and white energies of yin-yang release swirled around him, and the light of his reincarnation eye surged, directly activating his own Tao principles, forcibly resisting the suppression of the Forbidden Domain's laws. I will advance to engage the 5 ancient elders and break the core runes of the Forbidden Domain. Mingren's was you, and you will guard the 3 sides, intercepting the elders' diverted secret techniques. The 5 Kage will command the allied army, guarding the mountain gate entrance to prevent enemy remnants from flanking. The 7 companions will act as central support, stabilizing the entire situation with Seal's perception, healing wind release, demonic flames, mental barriers, and the Miko's holy light ready to assist at any moment. The 5 ancient elders' eyes turned slightly cold. Seeing that Ning Si was unaffected by the Forbidden Domain, a flicker of surprise crossed their minds. A ninja from the lower realms Hyūga branch family, yet possessing a Tao foundation rivaling that of the royal clan's progenitor, even transcending the law confinement of the divine capital's Forbidden Domain. This overturned their eons old understanding of mortal beings. He has some skill, no wonder he could break the royal clan's defenses and trap Lan Xian and Sun Yan. The lead ancient elder slowly raised his hand, reincarnation power gathering in his palm. Since you are the leader, I will suppress you first and sever the backbone of the allied army. The 5 elders simultaneously surged with power, the Forbidden Domain barrier blazing with light. Countless reincarnation runes transformed into blades of light, sweeping toward Ning Si from all directions. Within the divine capital's Forbidden Domain, the ancient elders had awakened. The ultimate second-line defense battle officially commenced. Ning Si faced the 5 eons-old elders, using the reincarnation yin-yang Tao to counter the Datongmu clan's billion-year-old ancient foundation. The divine capital's Forbidden Domain barrier unfurled golden runes across the sky with the Samsara Tao sequence entwining the entire royal city. Even the flow of chakra between heaven and earth was forcibly altered and suppressed. 5 elders of the Datongmu ancient clan floated in midair, forming a 5-star space ceiling formation. The oppressive pressure accumulated over eons descended upon the allied shinobi forces like collapsing mountains and overturning seas. The leading elder had white hair and beard, with primal samsara radiance swirling in the depths of his eyes. The phantom of the samsara ancient tree coiled around him, gnarled and robust, its roots piercing the void to absorb the power of the Forbidden Domain's earth veins. His aura was ancient and vast, far beyond that of Lan Xian or Tsanyan. Mortal beings from the lower realms, having luckily breached the outer barrier, dare to arrogantly intrude upon the divine capital's primordial Forbidden Domain. The ancient elder's voice shook the sea of stars, carrying the indifference of one overlooking all races. We have slumbered for 10,000 years and had no intention to meddle in lower realm disputes. But you, ignorant of the heaven's height and earth's depth, have crossed realms to invade. Today we will annihilate you all and turn you into nourishment for the divine tree to atone for Huiye's dereliction of duty. The other 4 elders simultaneously activated their secret arts. 5 streams of samsara light descended from the sky, interweaving into a cage that sealed off all escape routes in every direction. The Forbidden Domain's laws were then activated, suppressing the allied forces' space ninjutsu, dojutsu propagation, and chakra endurance. Anyone attempting to teleport or cast large-scale techniques would be forcibly pulled and restrained by the barrier's power. Ming Ren's 9-tailed sage markings around him slightly stagnated, his brows furrowed. Such strong suppression, even my sage chakra is sluggish. Suiju's Mangekyo Sharingan spun, and the nascent Susanoo had barely manifested when it was suppressed by the Forbidden Domain's markings, its light dimming. This barrier is specifically designed to counter external forces. Ordinary dojutsu and space techniques are virtually unusable. Yuji Boyu's expression was calm, having already discerned the key. The 5-star battle formation is linked to the Forbidden Domain's earth veins. The 5 of them share the same aura and their techniques are interconnected. A direct confrontation will only drain us layer by layer. We must break the formation first, then the Forbidden Domain. Ning Xiai stood at the forefront of the allied forces, his Tensigen's golden radiance piercing through layers of law mist, clearly seeing the formation eyes of the 5-star space sealing array, the power connection nodes of the 5 elders, and the core foundation of the Forbidden Domain barrier. He understood in his heart. The 5 ancient elders did not rely on brute force for individual combat, instead they used an ancient battle formation to link with the divine capital's Forbidden Domain, drawing on the earth veins' endless cycle, uniting offense and defense with inexhaustible endurance. If they were to charge separately, they would only fall into the trap of being encircled and annihilated one by one. A battle of power was never about simply comparing cultivation foundations, it was about finding weaknesses, cutting connections, dismantling formations, and breaking foundations. This was precisely the field where Ning Xiai excelled. All troops hold the formation firmly, do not rashly advance. Ning Xi's chakra telepathy spread throughout the army as he issued clear instructions. The Forbidden Domain suppresses space and dojutsu. Mingren's was you, and you need not forcibly use teleportation or large-scale Susanoo, just guard the 3 flanks and intercept the Elders' diversionary secret arts. The 5 Kage will lead the allied forces to form a continuous mountain defense formation, stabilize our position, and avoid initiating combat. Beware of sneak attacks from the samsara puppets generated by the Forbidden Domain. As the orders landed, everyone acted immediately, the formation solid as a rock without any panic. 7 women stood side by side, the power of the 7-star orbital paths quietly operating as gentle starlight enveloped the allied camp. Above the void, the 5 ancient elders saw the allied forces holding steady without recklessness, a flicker of surprise passing through their eyes. They then said no more and directly activated the 5-star world-suppressing secret art. Countless samsara ancient tree roots sprouted from the void, surging in an overwhelming tide. Each root carried a sinister power that sealed souls and devoured chakra. At the same time, 5 samsara light cannons condensed into form, bombarding the allied center from 5 directions with overwhelming might, aiming to shatter the formation in a single strike. Since holding your ground is useless, we will crush your defense. The leading ancient elder coldly shouted, fully unleashing the battle formation's power. The Forbidden Domain barrier's light surged, amplifying the power of all techniques. Just as the samsara roots and light cannons were about to descend, Ning Xiai moved. His white robe fluttered as he stepped in the 8 trigrams 8 directions pattern, his figure gliding like flowing clouds through the gaps in the Forbidden Domain's laws. His Tensigen saw through all restraining trajectories, and the Forbidden Domain's suppression could not confine him even half a step. The Hyūga Gentle Fist had evolved to the level of the Great Tao. The 361 8 trigrams acupoints around his body shone like stars, while black and white yin-yang release spiraled into a taiji circular image. The Datong Mu rely on the samsara law to bind all things, yet they do not know that all techniques in the world, no matter how varied, have their origin, and can be sealed through their meridians and acupoints. Ning Xi's voice echoed coldly, and his figure suddenly split into 8 yin-yang clones arranged according to the 8 trigrams positions, sealing off the retreat routes of the 5 elders. The Hyūga Gentle Fist can seal not only the human body's meridians but also the heaven-earth reincarnation and lock the ancient clan's Tao foundation. As his words fell, Ning Xi's main body and the 8 clones struck simultaneously, unleashing the complete 361 form 8 trigrams. The invisible gentle fist energy carried no violent destructive force but was incredibly precise, pointing one by one at the battle formation connection nodes around the 5 elders, the root cores of the samsara ancient tree phantom, and the runic formation eyes of the flowing Forbidden Domain barrier. Puff puff puff, the invisible law nodes were instantly sealed and stagnated. The rampant samsara roots suddenly froze in midair, unable to spread another inch. The 5 samsara light cannons, long poised, had their energy meridians sealed by the gentle fist collapsing and dissipating in midair. Not even a trace of residual energy reached the allied camp. The 5 ancient elders' expressions changed drastically, their bodies trembling simultaneously. They felt that their connection to the battle formation and the Forbidden Domain's earth veins had been forcibly severed by a strange gentle power. Even the circulation of their samsara chakra experienced a brief stagnation. What kind of taijutsu is this? An ancient elder exclaimed in shock. A mere lower realm taijutsu can seal my samsara law and break my battle formation link. Having lived through eons, they had witnessed secret arts of myriad races across the starry sea and Tao methods of countless heavens, yet they had never seen such a bizarre taijutsu that could seal the samsara Tao principles with mere palm strikes and finger points. Ningxi's figure landed in the center of the void, facing the 5 ancient elders, the golden light of his Tensigen growing more intense. You cling to an ancient battle formation, rigidly adhere to the old samsara methods, and rely on the forbidden domain's earth veins to seal your own retreat. You appear invincible, but in truth your formation is fixed and your weaknesses are constant. With my gentle fist I seal the formation eyes, with yin-yang I cut the connections, with my Tensigen I break the illusions. Your 5-star space sealing array is now nothing but a hollow shell. The leading ancient elder's face turned completely dark, and he finally shed his contempt. This Rixiang Ningxi before them was not only a top-tier combatant, but his battle tactics, law comprehension, and ability to dismantle strategies had reached a level comparable to the primordial ancestor, far beyond ordinary lower realm ninja. Arrogant brat. You rely on unorthodox methods to luckily break our formation base. Do you truly think you can withstand the combined might of us 5? The ancient elder bellowed, and the 5 of them simultaneously burned a portion of their origin, holding nothing back. The 5-star battle formation charged anew. The samsara ancient tree phantoms merged into one, transforming into a sky-covering samsara imperial image hovering above the forbidden domain. The Tong Mu ancient clan secret art, samsara imperial image overwhelms the world. The imperial image's eyes spun with samsara endless darkness engulfing the forbidden domain, annihilation force pouring down, aiming to crush Ningxi and shatter the allied shinobi forces with absolute foundation. Ningxi's expression was calm, his battle intent restrained, neither arrogant nor impatient. He knew that this was the ancient elder's fully unleashed trump card and also the best opportunity to break the formation. He fully activated the Tensigen space law, the yin-yang release taiji diagram expanding to cover the 4 directions, perfectly fusing the gentle fist with the 6 paths sage art. Since you used the samsara imperial image to overwhelm the world, I shall use the Hyūga origin to fix the universe with the 8 trigrams. Ningxi opened and closed his palms, and the 8 trigrams patterns of the entire sky reflected across the heavens, standing in distant confrontation with the samsara imperial image. The reincarnation emperor's aspect shrouded half the sky of Takamigara, its ancient and vast pressure cascading down like mountains and seas. The aspect's eyes rotated through endless reincarnations, its body entwined with billions of divine tree branches, each inscribed with the plundering Tao principles inherited through millennia of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Wherever they brushed past, the void shattered layer by layer, and chakra was directly drained and dissolved. 5 ancient clan elders stood at the 5 vital acupoints of the aspect, merging human and formation, drawing upon the forbidden domain's terrestrial veins through the aspect's power for an endless supply of energy seemingly invincible. In their eyes, this reincarnation emperor's aspect was the ultimate ancient secret art passed down through the clan, having once suppressed countless alien powerhouses across the starry sea. Using it to crush a group of lower world ninjas was already overkill. Before the world-covering power of the Emperor's aspect, your struggles are meaningless. The leading ancient elder spoke with a dismissive tone steeped in ingrained racial arrogance. Obediently become nourishment for the divine tree, and you may leave a remnant soul to return to the world. If you resist stubbornly, you will be annihilated in both body and soul, never to reincarnate. Neji stood still in the void, his Tensigen's golden light clear as water, seeing through the entire structure of the reincarnation emperor's aspect, the connection points between the 5 elders and the human formation, and the flow path of the forbidden domain's terrestrial energy. His heart was unruffled, only calm tactical reasoning. The Ōtsutsuki ancient clan, relying on inherited secret arts, terrestrial vein enhancements, and coordinated battle formations, seemed flawless but was actually trapped in a stagnation of self-imposed constraints. Clinging to external forces, ignorant of self-cultivation of the Tao heart, the formation depended on fixed nodes, the techniques followed ancient patterns. The flaws were already plainly laid out before them. This was precisely Neji's advantage. Relying on inherited ancient arts and borrowing terrestrial veins to sustain life, you think yourselves superior, but in truth you have long lost the courage to face formidable enemies. Neji's white robe billowed without wind, black and white yin-yang release swirling around him, forming a grand Tai Chi diagram. The 361 8 trigrams acupoints lit up one by one with starlight as perfect gentle fist, the essence of the Tensigen, and the 6 paths sage art fully merged into one. You use the reincarnation emperor's aspect to suppress the world, I shall use the Hyūga 8 trigrams to fix the firmament. With these words, Neji's feet stepped into the 8 trigrams, 8 directional steps, his form instantly splitting into 72 yin-yang clones arrayed according to the 72 earthly Sha positions, instantly forming the primordial 8 trigrams heaven-sealing grand formation. Black and white Tao patterns interwove, forming a three-dimensional barrier that enveloped the Reincarnation Emperor's aspect from all directions, not using brute force to clutch but using the power of the trigram positions to lock the 7 vital points of the aspect's limbs, head, and torso. A petty trick, and you think to imprison the Reincarnation Emperor's aspect? An ancient elder sneered, manipulating the aspect's giant hand to slam down with the force of crushing stars, aiming at the 8 trigrams formation. With a resounding boom, the giant hand crashed into the formation. The yin-yang trigram patterns dissipated the impact layer by layer like soft flowing water, deflecting a colossal force. The seemingly thin formation lines held firm against the aspect's full-strength blow without collapsing. The 5 ancient elders' faces changed simultaneously, a flicker of disbelief surging in their hearts. They could clearly sense that the aspect's power upon entering the 8 trigrams formation was divided, diverted, and assimilated by the yin-yang energy, unable to concentrate its destructive force. Even more bizarrely, the reincarnation chakra within the aspect began to be slowly drawn and stripped away by the trigram patterns. What formation is this? It can assimilate the Ōtsutsuki reincarnation Tao principles. Neji stood at the center of the formation, his expression calm. The Hyūga Byakugan's origin stems from the 6 paths born from the same source, mutually generating and restraining. Your reincarnation power may seem domineering, but in the end it cannot escape the framework of heaven and earth's yin-yang and the 8 trigrams reincarnation. He slowly raised both hands, his fingers forming the 8 trigrams hand seals. 8 trigrams 361 chakra blocking technique. Invisible gentle fist energy shot out through the air, not attacking the body, not targeting the soul, but precisely landing on the energy hubs linking the Reincarnation Emperor's aspect to the 5 elders and the core runes of the forbidden domain rooted in the earth. One strike sealed the formation's veins, the second sealed the terrestrial veins, the third sealed the Reincarnation Tao foundation. 3 muffled booms echoed through the forbidden domain of the capital. The torrent of the capital's terrestrial energy that had been endlessly pouring into the aspect's body suddenly stalled and severed. The linked aura between the 5 elders and the human formation was forcibly split by the gentle fist energy. The golden forbidden domain patterns covering the entire royal city instantly dimmed by a third, and the overall barrier trembled slightly. Bad. The terrestrial veins are sealed. The formation chain is broken. The leading ancient elder's face drastically changed, hurriedly trying to relink using his own origin, only to find the gentle yet domineering sealing force had locked the rune veins tightly. No matter how much chakra he pushed, he could not penetrate. The Reincarnation Emperor's aspect's aura immediately dropped, its massive body swaying slightly in the air, no longer possessing its previous peak pressure. On the allied camp's side, everyone watched with bated breath. Naruto exclaimed in amazement. Brother Neji's strength has completely surpassed the limits of the ninja world. Using only formations and taijutsu, he can suppress such an ancient secret art. Sasuke's gaze was solemn. It's not brute force crushing, it's seeing through the principles, dismantling the threads, using the Tao to counter the Tao. His battle intelligence is far above ours. Itachi Uchiha nodded, slightly approval in his eyes. Knowing oneself and the enemy, predicting the opponent's moves, neither arrogant nor impatient, advancing step by step, this is the true style of a top-tier powerhouse. On the void battlefield, the tide of battle had already turned. Neji's primordial 8 trigrams heaven-sealing grand formation firmly trapped the Reincarnation Emperor's aspect, the gentle fist chakra seals steadily eroding the forbidden domain's foundation. The 5 ancient clan elders, constrained by the formation's power, could not fully activate the secret art, and could only struggle passively. We can't be trapped by the formation anymore. Combine to break through the 8 trigrams barrier and kill Neji first. The leading elder gritted his teeth and growled. The 5 no longer held the aspect's main control positions, simultaneously burning their own origin lifespans, sacrificing part of the terrestrial supply. They drove 5 extreme reincarnation light blades slashing at Neji's main body from 5 blind spots. They knew well that if they could kill Neji, the core of the formation's eye, the 8 trigrams grand formation would collapse on its own and the forbidden domain could stabilize again. The 5 light blades tore through the void, carrying the power to annihilate everything with tricky angles that sealed all of Neji's evasive routes. A fatal strike launched by the 5 ancient elders in a desperate effort. Neji's expression remained unchanged. His Tensigen had already seen through the trajectory of the opponent's attack. He did not dodge or evade. His yin-yang release surged the 8 trigrams formation lines, instantly contracting to protect himself, while his palms flew, unleashing the complete gentle fist secret technique. 8 trigrams secret art yin-yang dual shield. Black and white energy coalesced into a sphere, forming an invisible barrier that precisely blocked the 5 reincarnation light blades. The blades struck the dual shield, instantly dissolved and dispersed by the yin-yang power, not even a trace of residual energy leaking out. Seizing this gap, Neji exploited the weakness of the opponent's origin burning and formation disconnection, striking again. 8 trigrams breaking forbidden domain. A highly condensed gentle fist energy shot straight into the earth, precisely hitting the core central ruin of the capital's forbidden domain. Whum! The entire royal city of the capital shook violently. Cracks spread across the golden forbidden domain barrier, its light greatly dimmed, and the power that suppressed space-time ninjutsu, dojutsu, and chakra instantly dissipated by more than half. The foundation of the forbidden domain had been shaken by Neji. The 5 ancient elders were greatly shocked, their faces full of disbelief. The ancient forbidden domain they relied upon had been dismantled layer by layer, and fundamentally shaken by a lower world ninja using only taijutsu and formations. Neji swept his gaze coldly over the 5. The forbidden domain is shaken, the Emperor's aspect is trapped, the formation chains are broken. Your trump cards are useless. Let go of your stubbornness, retreat and submit, and you may still have a chance at life. If you resist to the end today, you will all fall here, and the Ōtsutsuki's ancient hegemony will be utterly ended. The ancient elders' faces turned ashen, a mix of fear, unwillingness, and the supreme dignity of their clan refusing to bow. After a moment of silence, the leading elder's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The Ōtsutsuki would rather die fighting than submit to lower world mortals. All out, full power. Detonate the aspect's origin. Even if it destroys our Tao foundation, we will drag you down with us. The reincarnation Emperor's aspect's pattern suddenly blazed red, its origin power beginning to surge, wildly poised for a self-destructing annihilation. The final death battle was now inevitable. Neji faced the rampaging aspect and the 5 ancient elders fighting to the death, his Tensigan eyes blazing with divine light, the yin-yang 8 trigrams power poised ready to meet the ultimate clash. The reincarnation Emperor avatar was entirely crimson like fire, the reincarnation patterns around it flashing wildly as the surging primordial power churned uncontrollably. The 5 elders of the ancient Ōtsutsuki clan, disregarding all consequences, abandoned their 10,000-year Tao foundation accumulation and forcibly ignited the core of the reincarnation Emperor avatar. They intended to use a self-destructive annihilation impact to break through the innate 8 trigrams heaven-sealing array, willing to sacrifice their own souls, dragging Neji and the Shinobi Alliance to their doom. I, the Ōtsutsuki, have stood in the starry sea for eons. How could I stoop to the hands of mere ants from the lower realm? The leading ancient elder's hair and beard bristled, his Rinnegan blood red, his aura raging to the extreme. Today we shall burn the heavens with the Emperor avatar, crush all your delusions and make the Shinobi world forever remember the cost of offending the divine clan. The remaining 4 elders resonated in unison, pouring all 5 of their eons of cultivation into the Emperor avatar. The already colossal Emperor avatar swelled further, the void around it cracking inch by inch as endless annihilating storms swept through the entire sacred capital forbidden domain, even shattering the distant star crystal ground continuously. This was the final trump card of risking life and death with no reservations, no regard for consequences, only seeking mutual destruction. In the allied camp, everyone felt the world-ending pressure, their expressions grave. Naruto released all his Ninetales chakra, fully activating Sage mode, ready to assist at any moment. Sasuke manifested his complete Susanoo in the air, black flames entwining the blade, his gaze locked onto the raging reincarnation Emperor avatar. Uchiha Itachi spun his Mangekyo, covertly gathering power, prepared to unleash his strongest genjutsu to restrain. The 7 stars guardian array of the 7 women blazed with light, starlight barriers layered upon each other, shielding the entire allied force from the devastating aftershocks of the Emperor avatar. In the center of the void, Neji stood at the core of the 8 trigrams array, his white robes, motionless, his Tensigan calmly perceiving every change. He saw through it all. The 5 elders detonated the Emperor avatar's origin, appearing to surge in power and destroy heaven and earth, but in reality it was already at the end of its strength. The origin burned without restraint, the Tao foundation crumbling at a visible rate, the formation connections chaotic, the technique trajectories rigid, the flaws more apparent than ever. The so-called mutual destruction was merely a dying struggle in desperate straits. Abandoning the root for the branch, burning the Tao foundation for a moment of rage, ultimately cannot escape defeat. Neji's voice was calm yet clearly overriding the roaring storm. You claim to be a divine clan, plundering countless races, enslaving beings, treating mortals as nourishment, viewing the masses as ants. This itself is against the heavens and defies the Tao. Today I shall use the Hyūga 8 trigrams way to suppress the reincarnation, pacify the divine clan, and settle the chaos from beyond the heavens. With those words, Neji's hands formed the ultimate seal of the innate 8 trigrams. Black and white yin-yang release surged around him, resonating with the 72 yin-yang clones, fully activating the innate 8 trigrams heaven-sealing array. Thousands of trigram patterns flowed like a galaxy, firmly locking all movement directions and power nodes of the raging reincarnation Emperor avatar. Hyūga Gentle Fist Ultimate, Circular 8 Trigrams Suppress Reincarnation. Neji slowly pushed out his palms, the invisible Gentle Fist energy transforming into countless 8 trigrams palm shadows. Instead of clashing with the destructive impact, it used softness to deflect force trigrams to lock meridians, and yin-yang to assimilate the origin. Countless palm shadows landed precisely on the meridian hub's energy cores and the origin channels connecting the 5 elders to the Emperor Avatar. In an instant, the previously rampaging Emperor Avatar suddenly froze. The surging destruction force within was channeled, divided, and imprisoned by the 8 trigrams patterns. The burning origin aura of the 5 elders was sealed by the Gentle Fist, unable to flow into the Emperor Avatar any longer. Impossible! How can you lock the Emperor Avatar's origin? The leading ancient elder's face was full of shock, desperately trying to drive his remaining chakra to break the restraints, only to find his Tao foundation seemingly wrapped in invisible chains, making it incredibly difficult to even mobilize power. Their proud self-destruction trump card was firmly locked down by Neji with the Gentle Fist, an 8 trigrams array without any apparent effort. Neji's eyes were clear, and he spoke calmly. You rely on external ancient techniques, not understanding the balance of your own Tao heart. Once the origin goes berserk, you have no self-control. I use the 8 trigrams to lock its meridians, the Gentle Fist to seal its source. Your heaven-burning power is already trapped in the array, unable to leak even a trace. Immediately after Neji stepped into the 8 trigrams footwork, his form flashing in front of the Emperor Avatar, his Tensigen blazing as space-time law and yin-yang release merged. Yin-yang reincarnation, break realm seal origin. A palm pressed gently on the core of the reincarnation Emperor Avatar's forehead. Black and white chi flowed into the Emperor Avatar along the palm print, instantly dismantling the reincarnation origin and severing the last connection between the 5 elders and the formation. Boom! The massive body of the reincarnation Emperor Avatar trembled violently, the crimson patterns on its surface dimming and shattering at a visible rate, the divine tree branches withering and breaking, the colossal body losing its power support, slowly falling toward the void. The 5 ancient clan elders simultaneously spat out origin divine blood, their bodies staggering backward, cracks covering their Tao foundations, their aura instantly plummeting to the bottom with no trace of the majesty of timeless powerhouses, only decay and despondency. The reincarnation Emperor Avatar was forced to disperse. The 5 elders' desperate trump card was perfectly countered by Neji with tactics, formations, Gentle Fist, and laws, not through brute force but through strategic mind games, overcoming Tao with Tao. Above the sacred capital Forbidden Domain, the annihilation storm slowly dissipated. The crumbling golden barrier completely lost its power support, cracks spreading across the entire domain, eventually turning into countless light points, completely disintegrating. The Forbidden Domain barrier that had shrouded the royal city for eons was thus shattered. Seeing this, the Shinobi Alliance's morale instantly soared, and they couldn't help but let out earth-shaking cheers. Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi slowly stepped forward, standing beside Neji, their gazes falling on the decaying auras of the 5 ancient elders and the despairing expressions of Lan Xian and Seng Yen in the distance. The overall situation was decided. Victory and defeat were clear. Neji floated quietly in the void, his gaze sweeping over the 5 elders, his tone indifferent yet carrying unshakable determination. The sacred capital Forbidden Domain is broken. The reincarnation Emperor Avatar is destroyed. Your Tao foundations are severely damaged. Your combat power is less than a tenth. The Ōtsutsuki, relying on their extraterrestrial identity and ancient heritage, have plundered planets, sown divine trees, enslaved countless races for billions of years, committing boundless slaughter. Today is the time for reckoning. The leading ancient elder's face was ashen, looking at the shattered Forbidden Domain, the dispersed Emperor Avatar, and the high-spirited Shinobi Alliance, finally realizing that the tide had turned. They had slumbered for eons, intending to subjugate the lower realm, but instead were defeated by the lower realm ninja, their trump card shattered, their dignity crushed, and even the barrier of the sacred capital royal city completely lost. Is it true that the Ōtsutsuki will truly be annihilated here? One elder murmured, full of resentment and confusion. Neji shook his head. It is not the shinobi world that destroys you, but your own greed, arrogance, and predatory nature. The cycle of heaven has its retribution. Those who enslave all races will eventually be devoured by them. Those who seek to eternally harvest beings will eventually be overthrown by them. He raised his hand to signal the alliance to regroup, preparing to enter the heart of the sacred capital royal city. The allied shinobi forces formed up in solemn ranks, treading upon the crystalline Starlight Avenue, as they steadily marched into the inner city of the divine capital's royal palace. The palace halls were all forged from celestial divine metal, with pavilions stretching across the misty clouds. Ancient divine runes crawled over the walls. Though they had lost the blessing of the Forbidden Domain's laws, they still exuded the vast, profound weight of eons of sedimentation. On both sides of the road stood withered remnants of divine trees, and the ground was covered in traces of the origin essence left behind by countless generations of harvested beings silently recounting the millennia of plunder and slaughter by the Datongmu. Ning Xiai walked slowly at the forefront of the allied forces, his reincarnation eye sweeping across the entire heartland of the royal city, taking in every hall, every underground vein, and every faint trace of hidden aura. The outer city of the divine capital has fallen, the barrier of the forbidden domain is extinguished, and the royal clan and the ancient clan elders have been severely wounded. There is no more power to resist us. Ning Xiai spoke softly, his voice steady and carrying through the entire army. But the heartland of the royal city conceals countless secret halls, seals, strongholds, and the branching roots of the divine tree. We must not be careless. The 5 Kage will lead the ninja of each village to clear the remaining Datongmu guards of the royal city in sections, destroy the divine tree branch roots along the way, and cut off the earth's self-healing power. The military orders are clear and well organized, the deployment meticulous and thorough without becoming arrogant or reckless due to consecutive victories, still maintaining the calm and steady heart of a top strategist. Everyone accepted the orders and immediately set off according to the plan. As they advanced deeper inward, they could see countless Datongmu's servants, guard puppets, and low-ranking clan members lurking in secret halls, all being systematically eliminated by the allied forces. These beings had relied on the divine clan for generations, using their celestial power to bully and oppress, unaware that the Datongmu hegemony had already reached its end. In the end, they were all annihilated under the overwhelming tide of destiny. Reaching the center of the royal city, a magnificent hall standing amidst the sea of clouds came into view. The hall's body was entirely built from chaos, divine stone towering into the clouds. The roof was entwined with eternal reincarnation light bands, and above the door were engraved totems of countless races across the star sea. Each totem represented a planet that had been harvested and colonized. This was the core of the divine capital of Gyeoshianyuan, the ancestral hall. A vast ancient origin essence, as if from the dawn of heaven and earth, slowly emanated from within the hall, heavier and more profound than the combined aura of the 5 ancient clan elders. The ancestral hall indeed hides the deepest secrets of the Datongmu. Ning Xiai stopped and stood still, his reincarnation eye penetrating the walls of the hall to glimpse the scene inside. In the center of the hall was rooted a towering primordial divine tree, even more ancient and massive than the Ten-Tails divine tree that had once appeared in the ninja world. Its roots spread throughout the entire underground of Gyeoshianyuan, connecting to countless dimensions of the star sea. It was the central hub sustaining the Datongmu's eternal planet-seeding system. Beneath the divine tree stood 3 ancient divine coffins, their bodies swirling with chaotic energy, housing the sleep of ancestral progenitors far more ancient than the clan elders. The murals within the hall engraved the entire secrets of the Datongmu's origin, their conquest of the star sea, their traversal of all heavens, the seeding of divine trees, and the harvesting of the origin essence of beings. They even recorded the truth of Hyūga's descent to the ninja world, her betrayal of the clan, and the preservation of her bloodline. Countless secrets sealed for eons were all hidden within this ancestral hall. So that's how it is. Ning Xiai understood in his heart and whispered softly. The Datongmu are not born a divine race, they are merely the earliest clan to comprehend the laws of reincarnation and master the method of planting divine trees. They use the star sea as their hunting ground, the divine tree as a tool, and the origin essence of all beings as nourishment to continuously strengthen their own bloodline, vainly attempting to dominate all heavens for eternity. Hyūga, sensing the clan's insatiable greed and endless plundering nature, unwilling to let the ninja world become nourishment, deliberately broke away from the clan and remained in the ninja world to sow variables. Unfortunately, she was ultimately unable to completely break free from fate. All the foreshadowing of the past, the historical mysteries, and the connections between the ninja world and the Datongmu were now fully linked into a closed loop. Beside him, Chu Tian spoke softly, her tone tinged with emotion. Countless beings, generations of lives should have been free in the world, yet they have become the nourishment they harvest. Such tyrannical plunder is against the natural order of heaven. Therefore today we break through Gyeoshianyuan not only to end the threat to the ninja world but to sever the fate of all heavens being enslaved. Ziyuan's gaze was sacred and she softly echoed. The others nodded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Throughout this journey they had long understood the meaning of this battle. It was not about conquest and slaughter but about overthrowing hegemony, ending plunder, and restoring freedom and peace to all races. At that moment a slight tremor in the void, and the 5 severely wounded ancient clan elders slowly floated to the front of the ancestral hall, blocking the way. Their doubt foundations were broken, their aura faint, yet they still held their bodies straight with the dignity of the last of their clan. You can break through the outer city, defeat us, and clear the royal city guards, but you must not enter the ancestral hall. The leading ancient elder's voice was hoarse, tinged with tragedy. Within the hall sleeps the ancestral progenitor who sustains the main root of the Star Seed Divine Tree. Once it is destroyed by you, the Divine Tree system across all dimensions will collapse, and the Datong Mu bloodline will be severed, never to continue. That is the root of our clan, and we will never allow mortals of the lower realm to defile or destroy it. Ning Xiai looked calmly at the five, his tone indifferent but utterly firm. You have used the selfishness of your clan to plunder the lives of all races, building your existence upon the suffering of countless beings. This is itself a rebellion against heaven. Today I enter the ancestral hall not to desecrate but to sever the root of plunder, destroy the seeding system, and end eternal slavery. Those who stand in my way are obstacles to all beings of the heavens, and I will show no mercy. The five ancient clan elders' faces turned ashen, but they no longer made a move. They were already heavily wounded and powerless, knowing full well they were no match for Ning Xiai. Their attempt to block was merely fulfilling their last duty as clan members. Since your mind is made up, we are powerless to stop you. But once the ancestral progenitor within the ancestral hall is disturbed and awakens, even if you have defeated us, you will be unable to withstand the power of the ancestral origin. The ancient elder left a warning and stepped aside, his eyes full of sorrow and helplessness. Ning Xiai nodded slightly, spoke no more, and slowly walked with the seven women toward the towering gates of the ancestral hall. The hall's doors silently opened on their own, and a vast ancient aura rushed forth. The boundless vitality of the primordial divine tree, the silent pressure of the ancestral coffins, and the profound weight of the star seas, millennia of history intertwined, enveloping them all. The gates of the ancestral hall slowly swung inward without the sound of wind or thunder, only a primordial aura that had traversed billions of years flowing like still water beneath the surface. Inside the hall the dome stretched vast as a starry sky, suspended with countless luminous points of reincarnation, while the floor was paved with chaotic jade steps, each vein pulsating with the fundamental laws of the origin. At the center of the hall a towering primordial divine tree rooted deep into the earth, its branches soaring upward to touch the dome, its bark mottled with starry trajectories and countless roots vanishing into the void, silently connecting to the divine tree's branch veins across all dimensions, the very hub of the Ōtsutsuki's billion-year harvest system. Beneath the divine tree 3 ancient, unadorned black divine coffins stood silently, their surfaces surrounded by a faint aura of chaos, exuding no overt pressure yet carrying a weight of eons, as if they had slumbered since the dawn of heaven and earth. Around the hall's walls endless ancient murals unfolded, each stroke recording the sealed truths of ages past. Neji stepped into the hall, his tensigen glowing faintly, his gaze piercing through the murals, the divine tree's veins, and the sealing patterns on the coffins, perceiving all. Behind him 7 women entered, their steps light, their expressions solemn, silent, standing quietly by Niji's side. Neji paused before the murals, his eyes slowly sweeping over each scene, the secrets of billions of years unfolding in his heart. The murals began by depicting the chaos of creation and the birth of star oceans, where the first Ōtsutsuki ancestor comprehended the laws of reincarnation and discovered that the divine tree could absorb a planet's origin and the essence of living beings to nourish their bloodline. Then the clan rose, using the celestial origin as a foundation to develop the method of planting, riding the void across all realms, sowing divine tree seeds on habitable planets, waiting for life to flourish, and the origin to ripen, then harvesting and refining them. Through conquest and colonization, countless races were reduced to nourishment, and countless planets turned barren. The middle section of the murals depicted the internal rift within the Ōtsutsuki. Some clan members grew weary of endless plunder, and advocated coexistence with all races. Others clung to hegemonic rule, viewing all beings as natural prey. As the rift deepened, the clan split, and Kaguya was a descendant of the line that advocated restraint, leaving a glimmer of hope for living beings. She was sent to the shinobi world to plant the divine tree and harvest its origin, but was moved by the bonds of the world's inhabitants. Seeing through the clan's insatiable greed, she chose to betray them, seal the divine tree, preserve the shinobi world's bloodline, and secretly sow the seeds of resistance against the Ōtsutsuki's destined fate. The birth of the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, and the spread of chakra in the shinobi world were all variables deliberately left by Kaguya. The 1,000 years of war in the shinobi world, the cycle of fate, and the repeated invasions of the Ōtsutsuki were never coincidences, but a causal chessboard laid out billions of years ago. So, the shinobi world was nothing but a granary in the eyes of the Ōtsutsuki from the very beginning. Neji sighed softly, a gleam of understanding and coldness in his eyes. Kaguya betrayed the clan to set the stage. The sage passed down his legacy to later generations, and the people of the shinobi world struggled for 1,000 years, all striving to break free from the predetermined fate. Today I have shattered dimensions, quelled the chaos in the shinobi world, and stormed into Takamigara to tear apart this chessboard once and for all, sever the root of enslavement, and grant all beings in the universe freedom and peace. At that moment, the three black divine coffins trembled slightly, the chaotic runes on their surfaces lighting up one after another, an ancient and distant aura breaking through the seals, slowly spreading across the entire ancestral hall. The air in the hall, once still, suddenly grew heavy as a terrifying pressure far beyond the elders of the 5 ancient clans and even surpassing the royal clans slowly awakened from within the coffins. Someone has entered the ancestral hall. A hoarse, aged voice, as if awakened from a slumber of aeons, echoed through the void of the hall, carrying no malice but an indifferent authority, as if from the ruler of all realms. A being from the lower realm has managed to breach the outer city of the divine capital, shatter the forbidden zones, defeat the ancient clans, and fight all the way here. This is beyond my expectations. The lid of the first divine coffin slid slowly open, and an old man in a flowing archaic robe stepped out. His hair and beard were white as snow, his face weathered, and in the depths of his eyes swirled the primal cycle of reincarnation. His aura merged with the cosmos, each movement influencing the laws of the void. He was the first ancient ancestor of the Ōtsutsuki who had slumbered for billions of years. Then the second and third divine coffins opened one after another, revealing 2 more ancestors with equally vast auras. They stood on 3 sides, their gazes indifferent as they fell upon Neji and his companions. These 3 ancestral-level progenitors, each with cultivation at the pinnacle of the starry origin, far surpassed any of the previously defeated ancient clan elders. They were the true foundation and source of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Outside the hall, the severely wounded elders of the 5 ancient clans along with Genzen and Son felt the awakening of the ancestral hall's aura. Their bodies trembled, awe and a glimmer of hope rising in their hearts. Perhaps the awakening of the ancestors could reverse the situation and preserve the last remnants of the Ōtsutsuki. Inside the hall, the first ancestor's gaze fell upon Neji, assessing him calmly. The Hyūga clan, the Byakugan origin, transformed into the Tenseigan, comprehending the way of yin and yang, mastering the 8 trigrams and reincarnation. You have walked a path entirely your own. With a mortal body you defied fate, pacified the shinobi world, crossed realms to challenge the heavens. In 1,000 years you are the first. His tone was calm, without arrogance or reprimand, yet carried an air of condescending scrutiny, as if observing an intriguing anomaly among living beings. Neji remained composed, neither humble nor arrogant. The ancestors founded the clan and comprehended the laws. There was no fault in that. But the error lies in taking plunder as the way, enslavement as the path, treating all beings as mere chaff and all life as nourishment. The cycle of heaven is just all beings are equal. No clan can eternally dominate the heavens. Clinging to hegemony and persisting in harvest is itself a deviation from the Tao. The first ancestor raised an eyebrow slightly. Equality of all beings. The laws of the Starry Sea are simply the survival of the fittest. The strong dominate fate, the weak return to dust. Our Ōtsutsuki control reincarnation and wield the divine tree. This is the mandate of heaven. How can it be called a deviation from the Tao? You have shattered our seating system, destroyed our cosmic layout, and now you barge into the ancestral hall. What do you intend? Neji's gaze swept across the central primordial divine tree, his tone resolute. To destroy the main root of the divine tree, sever the seeding network across all realms, and abolish the Ōtsutsuki's foundation of plunder. From now on no race shall dominate the Starry Sea, no planet shall be deliberately harvested, and all beings shall thrive freely, each following their own destiny. Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors' eyes finally turned cold. Preposterous. The second ancestor spoke in a deep voice. The divine tree is the source of our bloodline. The seeding system is the very foundation of our clan's survival. Whoever dares to damage it becomes an enemy of the entire Ōtsutsuki and the cycle of the Starry Sea. You have the talent to defy the heavens and the power to surpass levels, but you are too arrogant. Entering the ancestral hall today is both your opportunity and your death sentence. The auras of the 3 ancestors surged simultaneously, a chaotic mist enveloping the entire hall, the laws of reincarnation sealing all space and cutting off every escape route. They were unwilling to act rashly, but they would never allow anyone to destroy the clan's foundation and overturn the billion-year cosmic order. Neji's black and white yin-yang release slowly rose, his Tenseigan blazing with golden light, and the 8 trigrams pattern faintly materialized beneath his feet. 3 Datong Mu ancestors stood in the 3 talent positions, chaotic currents swirling around them like vast seas, their primordial reincarnation eyes slowly rotating. Each wisp of emanating aura pressed the space within the hall into slight ripples. Compared to the 5 ancient clan elders who had been defeated earlier, these 3 ancestors were truly the beings standing at the pinnacle of the Star Sea. They relied on no forbidden domain, no divine trees, earthly veins. They themselves were equivalent to a realm of heavenly laws. Endless years had accumulated, and their cultivation was unfathomably deep. A mere upstart from the lower realm dares to judge the pattern of the star sea and attempts to overturn the millions of years of foundation of our Detong Mu clan. The left ancestor's voice boomed like a giant bell carrying an innate racial arrogance. The strong preying on the weak is the origin of heaven and earth. Living beings are meant to nourish the strong. Yet you insist on going against the current. This itself is a violation of the heavenly way. The middle ancestor, the first generation, fixed his gaze heavily on Ning Si, his reincarnation, a light piercing through appearances, directly peering into Ning Si's bloodline origin, his Tensigan foundation, and his Yin-Yang release heritage. I observe your fate. You were supposed to die in the chaos of the ninja world, becoming a sacrifice of destiny, yet you reversed your fate with a mortal soul, broke through the cage of the bird, rewrote the destiny of the Ri-Xiang clan, pacified the internal strife of the ninja world, and crossed realms to reach the Gao Tian Yuan. Your entire life has been about defying heaven and changing fate. But do you truly believe that with your own strength you can contend against us three ancestors and shake the root of the divine tree? Ning Si stood silently in white robes, black and white yin-yang release flowing slowly around him, the golden light of his Tensigan clear and unruffled, without a trace of fear or a hint of arrogance. He knew in his heart that this was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. The three ancestors were from the same lineage, with identical auras and interconnected laws naturally forming the three talents, heaven-trapping array, integrating offense and defense in an endless cycle. Individually each was no inferior to the Peak Six Paths Ban, and together they were comparable to Hui in her prime form. To achieve victory one could not rely on brute force, it had to be done by breaking formations with formations, reversing reincarnation with the 8 trigrams, and dismantling the three talents synergy with tactics. The heavenly way is never the private property of a few clans. Ning Si's tone was calm but resolute. If the strong preying on the weak is the heavenly way, then why do you secretly plant divine trees, corral living beings, and dare not compete openly with your strength? You fear the rise of living beings, afraid of being overthrown by backlash, so you use the chessboard to cage the heavens and bind all races with destiny. This is not the heavenly way, it is merely your selfish hegemonic ambition. Today I, Ning Si, stand here not to compete for dominance, but to shatter this chessboard that has enslaved for ages, and to restore to all living beings the right to break free from destiny and live freely. As his words fell, the 8 trigrams pattern beneath Ning Si's feet surged into the sky. 361 acupoints around his body lit up like stars as the perfect gentle fist Tensigan spatial law 6 paths sage art and yin-yang release completely merged into one. The three ancestors saw that Ning Si was already poised to strike, and the coldness in their eyes intensified. Stubborn and unyielding. Since you refuse to retreat, we will suppress you on the spot, shatter your Dao foundation, seal your Tensigan, and make you forever the sacrificial offering of the ancestral hall. The 3 talent positions blazed with light, and the 3 ancestors raised their hands simultaneously. The power of primordial reincarnation transformed into an endless light curtain enveloping the entire ancestral hall. Ancient ancestor secret art of the Detong Mu, 3 talents reincarnation heaven-suppressing array. Countless reincarnation runes fell from the sky, transforming into 3 layers of reincarnation cages, stacking and tightening inward. Within the array the flow of time was chaotic, spatial laws were frozen, and chakra circulation was restricted. Once trapped inside, one would be slowly eroded by the reincarnation force, their Dao foundation worn away, their origin dissolved, eventually reduced to nothingness. Outside the hall the 5 ancient clan elders Lan Xian and Sen Yen gazed from afar, their expressions complex. In their eyes, with the 3 ancestors taking action, it was already a sure victory. No matter how extraordinary Ning Si's talent was, he could not possibly withstand the combined power of the Star Sea ancestors. Inside the ancestral hall the reincarnation cage pressed closer, step by step, its pressure like mountains and seas. At that moment Mingren's Wu Zhu and Yujibui Yu also arrived outside the hall, wanting to enter and assist, but were blocked by the law barrier emanating from the ancestral hall, unable to take even a step inside. Such powerful array force, even space has been completely locked. Ming Ren's expression was solemn. Suizhu's Mangekyo Sharingan stared fixedly into the hall. This is no simple ninjutsu or secret art, it is a reincarnation Dao law touching the origin of heaven and earth. Forcing entry would only result in instantaneous backlash. You nodded slightly. Ning Si must break the situation himself. We will stand guard outside to prevent any remaining Detong Mu clan members from ambushing the allied forces. The 3 could only stop outside the hall, watching intently. Inside the hall the reincarnation cage had already closed in, but Ning Si's expression remained unchanged. He stepped out with the innate 8 trigrams footwork, his figure gracefully weaving through the chaotic temporal spatial flow. Each step precisely landed on the gaps of the reincarnation law, so no matter how tightly the cage tightened, it could not touch him at all. You can actually see through the reincarnation trajectory and calmly traverse the array. The left ancestor showed surprise. Ningxi's gaze was indifferent as he spoke. Your three talents reincarnation array relying on the reincarnation origin and the three talent positions may seem flawless, but in reality it is rigidly adhering to fixed Tao laws with nodes hardened and cyclical trajectories unchanging. My Rixiang 8 trigrams Tao is derived from the heaven-earth reincarnation with mutual generation and restraint. You trap me with reincarnation, so I will reverse reincarnation with the 8 trigrams. Ningxi formed seals with both hands, the yin and yang qi around him rotating into a taiji circular image. 8 trigrams ultimate art, yin-yang reversal all heaven seal cycle. The invisible gentle fist qi transformed into thousands of trigram patterns instantly spreading throughout the entire ancestral hall, colliding with the three talents reincarnation heaven suppressing array with a resounding impact. There was no cataclysmic clash of brute force, only an ultimate contest of laws and Tao principles. The reincarnation runes were dismantled, channeled and reversed layer by the trigram patterns. The originally inward tightening cage began to slowly backlash outward. The chi linkage among the three ancestors was precisely blocked by the gentle fist, and the cycle chain of the three talent array showed fine cracks. Impossible. How can mere physical arts and trigram Tao reverse the ancestral reincarnation law? The right ancestor's face changed slightly as he hurriedly urged his origin power to reinforce the array. Ningxi gave the enemy no chance to catch their breath. He fully activated the Tensigan spatial law, his body splitting into 8 trigrams clones positioned in the 8 directions. Simultaneously they struck at the array hubs around the three ancestors. First move sealed the array eyes. Second move severed the resonance. Third move disrupt the reincarnation. Tactics advanced step by step, each move targeting flaws, maximizing strategic combat. Not relying on overpowering with higher cultivation, but using Tao law countering array dismantling and battle intelligence to forcefully contend with the three ancestors. The first generation ancestor finally became serious without any trace of underestimation. He saw clearly that this Rixiang Ningxi before him not only had combat power reaching the ancestral level, but his ability in battle layout law comprehension and array dismantling even surpassed that of the three of them. It seems if I don't go all out I really won't be able to suppress you today. The first generation ancestor slowly raised his hand. Chaotic chi surged into the sky around him and his primordial reincarnation eye bloomed with extreme light. Ancestor's lifebound divine ability, reincarnation star sea overwhelms the world. Boundless star sea phantoms emerged from the void, billions of stars rotating, each star containing destructive power pressing down upon Ningxi. They intended to use absolute origin foundation to forcibly crush the 8 trigrams Tao patterns and suppress the power of the Tensigan. The dome of the ancestor hall shattered and countless stellar phantoms descended upon the mortal realm. The first ancestor unleashed his innate ability, the Samsara Star Sea Cataclysm, as the sky-filling stars laden with the Tao of primordial destruction rained down upon Ningxi like a dense meteor shower. Each star bore the eternal reincarnation power of the Datong Mu, capable of tearing space upon contact, dissolving chakra and extinguishing the soul. The other two ancestors took their positions in the three talents formation, continuously channeling laws to reinforce the formation's cycle, sealing all avenues of escape, leaving Ningxi no room for maneuver or evasion. Outside the hall winds and clouds churned and the void trembled. Mingren, fully clad in his nine-tails sage garment, exuded surging sage chakra, his eyes heavy with gravity. This is no longer within the realm of ninjutsu, it's the very power of the world's origin. Suiju's Susanu's skeleton solidified, black flames blazing on the blade as he stared fixedly at the battle within. Three ancestors united in formation and technique, a closed loop of laws. Ordinary six paths powerhouses would be reduced to ash the moment they stepped in. Yuzebo Yu silently formed hand seals ready to intervene with genjutsu, but found the ancestor hall completely sealed by the origin reincarnation barrier. No external force, illusion, or space-time jutsu could penetrate. The 7 women's 7-star protection array blazed with intensified brilliance, layers of starry barriers stacking to shield themselves, and the allied forces behind them deflecting the surging waves of the star sea. Within the ancestor hall the stellar torrent pressed down overhead, its annihilating pressure sealing all directions. Ningxi stood at the storm's center, his white robes billowing, his reincarnation eye blazing with supreme golden radiance. Black and white yin-yang release interwove into a taiji circle, and all 361 bagua acupoints gleamed with starlight as his own Tao Foundation reincarnation eye origin 6 paths power and yin-yang laws merged into a perfect unity. He did not choose to withstand the stellar tribulation head-on. Instead he adhered to the principle of outmaneuvering with wisdom and overcoming the Tao with the Tao. You rely on the accumulation of aeons, crushing all beings with the momentum of the samsara star sea. Seemingly invincible, yet you are trapped in your own fixed laws, unable to adapt, unable to integrate. Ningxi's voice, clear and resonant, pierced through the star thunder, and echoed throughout the hall. Starting from a mere mortal, I broke free from the caged bird, defied the Hyūga fate, comprehended the truth of the Byakugan, evolved into the reincarnation I, and fused the 6 paths yin-yang origin and Bagua Dao into my own path, a path uniquely mine. You have the samsara star sea, I have the reincarnation universe. As his words fell, Ningxi slowly raised his hands and formed the ultimate seal of the primordial Bagua. Reincarnation I's ultimate art, Bagua reincarnation universe, anchors the star sea. In an instant, an endless golden halo of reincarnation I light radiated from Ningxi, merging with the black and white yin-yang released to form a Bagua universe domain, an inner world of heaven and earth. Within the domain, space-time realigned laws reorganized themselves, and the countless falling stars were instantly halted in their trajectories, suspended in midair, unable to descend further. The reincarnation power was assimilated by Bagua, the star sea laws were dismantled by the reincarnation I, and the energy circulation of the 3 talents formation was severed by yin-yang release. The expressions of the 3 ancestors shifted drastically, their eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible! To sustain a personal Tao domain and forcibly halt the samsara star sea. His reincarnation I has already surpassed the ordinary 6 paths level, touching the very origin of the ancestor realm. The fusion of the 4 great Taos, Bagua, yin-yang reincarnation and 6 paths, such talent is unprecedented in all of eternity. The first ancestor's expression turned utterly grave, no longer harboring the slightest disdain. He finally understood that the young man from the lower ninja world was no ordinary 6 paths powerhouse, but someone who had already stepped onto a new Tao that transcended the fixed rules of the Star Sea. He cannot be allowed to live. If we fail to suppress him today, he will surely bring calamity to the Datong Mu clan in the future. The first ancestor barked out a harsh command, and the 3 of them no longer held back. Simultaneously, they ignited their own origin Tao foundations, driving the 3 talents reincarnation heaven-suppressing formation to its extreme. The samsara star sea swelled again, the stars merging into 3 colossal reincarnation star beasts armed with destructive power, charging from 3 directions to ram Ningxi's Bagua reincarnation domain. The formation resonated, origins burned, the 3 ancestors had staked everything, seeking a single decisive blow. Ningxi's gaze was calm, seeing through the desperate gamble of his opponents. Though burning their origin could temporarily boost their combat power, it would damage their eons-old Tao foundations. The formation's extreme burst seemed formidable, but it also exposed a fatal flaw, a break in the cycle. Futile. Ningxi stepped out in the Bagua 8 directions step, his form instantly splitting into 8 reincarnation avatars, each occupying one of the 8 trigram positions, simultaneously executing the perfect gentle fist ultimate art. Bagua 361, Seal Meridian Sever Reincarnation. The 8 avatars struck simultaneously, their invisible gentle fist energy precisely targeting the origin hubs of the 3 star beasts, the connection nodes of the 3 talents formation, and the vital meridian points where the 3 ancestors' auras resonated. There was no explosive collision of brute force, only the most precise stagnation of laws, dismantling of meridians, and severance of reincarnation. Boom! The 3 star beasts trembled violently, their internal reincarnation power instantly thrown into chaos, the star origin beginning to disintegrate, the 3 talents formation dimmed its cycle chain, shattering inch by inch, the 3 ancestors' bodies stiffened simultaneously, origin divine blood spilling from their mouths, their burning Tao foundations abruptly stalling. The cataclysm of the samsara star sea was silently and completely dismantled by Ningxi's Bagua reincarnation domain and gentle fist meridian sealing secret art. The phantom stellar images gradually faded, and the oppressive reincarnation pressure within the ancestor hall slowly receded. Ningxi stood in the center of the domain, his reincarnation looking down upon the 3 ancestors, his tone calm yet resolute. You rely on time, on bloodline, on the inherent Tao of heaven looking down from above to enslave all races, treating living beings as mere nourishment. Little do you know that the true Tao is never about plundering hegemony, never about the strong devouring the weak. It is about harmonious coexistence and equality for all beings. Today I will use the reincarnation Bagua Tao to destroy your hegemonic foundation and sever your path of plundering the Star Sea. The 3 ancestors' faces were ashen, their power greatly diminished, their origins severely damaged. With their combined formation broken and their innate ability neutralized, they had lost the confidence to suppress Ningxi. Gazing at the calmly standing Ningxi, they finally felt a shred of helplessness and fear. For billions of years they had been exalted, ruling the rise and fall of the Star Sea, never imagining that one day a young man from the lower realms would overwhelm them with the Tao, outmaneuver them with wisdom, and counterbalance them with laws. Outside the hall Mingren's was Yu, and you witnessed the conclusion of the battle, their minds deeply shaken. Ningxi's strength had long surpassed the limits of their comprehension, not relying on external cheats or mindless power-ups, but earned through step-by-step cultivation, strategic planning, Dao comprehension, and calculated gambles. The 7 women walked slowly to Ningxi's side, their gazes gentle and unwavering. Having fought side by side through the journey from the ninja world to the outer realms, from chaos to the finale, they had long been one with Ningxi in heart and mind. No contention for titles, no tangled rivalries, mutual tolerance and protection, quietly awaiting the final settlement to share in eternal peace. Ningxi's gaze turned toward the primordial divine tree's main root at the center of the hall, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. The 3 ancestors were too weak to fight further. The formation was broken, and their abilities were neutralized. Next, it was time to sever the divine tree's main root, destroy the seed-sowing system across the myriad realms, and eradicate the root of the Datong Mu's eternal invasion, granting the myriad races of the Star Sea a future free from reaping and enslavement. Within the ancestral hall, the dust gradually settled, and the lingering might of the Samsara Star Sea had completely dissipated. The 3 Ōtsutsuki ancestors stood motionless, their auras slumped, and feebled, their foundational Dao severely wounded. The 3 talents formation had shattered, and their innate divine abilities were dismantled, leaving not a trace of the dignity befitting Star Sea sovereigns. They gazed at Neji, who was slowly pacing toward the central divine tree, their eyes filled with helplessness, unwillingness, and a faint, barely concealed dread. This primordial divine tree, rooted at the heart of the ancestral hall, was the core of the entire Takamigara's origin, and the central hub of the divine tree seeding system across all realms. For eons, the Ōtsutsuki had relied on it to connect all dimensions of the Star Sea, scattering seeds on countless habitable planets, nurturing life, maturing harvests, and turning one world after another into their granary of nourishment. Once the main root of the divine tree was destroyed, the entire plunder system would be utterly paralyzed. The Ōtsutsuki would never again be able to seed and harvest across star domains, and the foundation of their domination over the Star Sea would be uprooted. Stop. If you destroy the divine tree's origin, you cut off the Ōtsutsuki's path of survival, and henceforth the Star Sea will know no peace. The first ancestor, suppressing the pain of his damaged origin, shouted in a stern voice, his tone carrying the last vestige of intimidation. All living beings across the realms rely on the essence scattered by the divine tree to thrive and multiply. Destroying the tree would instead cause the decline of myriad races and the desolation of star domains. Neji did not halt his steps. His white robe brushed against the star patterns on the floor, and his tensigen swept over the opponent with indifference. No need for empty threats. His voice was calm, yet each word rang with force. The divine tree is not a natural creation of heaven and earth, it is a plundering tool artificially forged by you Ōtsutsuki. The essence it scatters is nothing but bait deliberately cast to let living beings multiply and grow strong, so that when the origin matures you can reap and refine it in one fell swoop. Seemingly nourishing all races, in truth you are raising livestock for food. Such hypocritical symbiosis is better discarded. Through the murals of the ancestral hall, the secrets of reincarnation and the tracing of his tensigen, Neji had long seen through the true nature of the divine tree. It was not a gift of the Tao, but a shackle and cage that the Ōtsutsuki used to dominate the Star Sea and enslave all races. Outside the hall, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi stood on alert, guarding the entrance to the ancestral hall. The 5 Kage led the allied shinobi forces in clearing the remaining guards of Takamigara, sealing off the entire divine capital, and cutting off any possibility of external reinforcement. Neji approached the trunk of the primordial divine tree, raised his hand, and brushed the rough mottled bark. His tensigen thoroughly penetrated its internal veins, the core of its origin, and the nodes connecting to the Star Sea. I am not fond of slaughter, nor do I wish to recklessly destroy heaven and earth. Neji looked at the 3 ancestors, his tone carrying a final trace of indifference. If you are willing to abandon your obsession with hegemony, dissolve the rule of the Ōtsutsuki royal clan, and cease cross-star domain invasions and seeding, I will allow your clan to retain a remnant lineage, dwell in the homeland of Takamigara, live self-sufficiently, and contend with no one. From now on, abolish racial supremacy, let all beings abide in their own realms, and there will be no more harvesting or enslavement. This was the path of survival Neji offered, benevolent to the utmost, leaving room for mercy, neither indulgent nor ruthless, in accordance with the righteous middle way. The 3 ancestors' expressions shifted, and they fell into a long silence. On one side was the glory of a divine race spanning eons, the rule of hegemony, and the inheritance of bloodline; on the other the humbling of status, the shedding of exclusivity, and a life of ordinary stability. Pride etched into their very marrow made it unbearable for them to accept falling from the divine pedestal. Yet, having witnessed Neji's supreme combat prowess, and the breadth of his Tao, they understood clearly that stubborn resistance would only lead to the annihilation of the clan and the extinction of the ancestors. After a long while the leftmost ancestor gritted his teeth and said, "For me the Ōtsutsuki to abandon the hegemony of the Star Sea and bow to stand equal with ordinary mortals. Absolutely impossible. Our race has presided over reincarnation since the dawn of the Star Sea, born superior to all other races. I would rather have our Tao foundation utterly destroyed and our clan annihilated than lay down our heritage." The other two ancestors slowly nodded, their eyes resolute. They would rather perish together than break the innate arrogance of their race and accept an order of equality for all beings. Neji nodded slightly, no ripple in his eyes. "So be it. Then you have sealed your own path of survival." Without further words, Neji's black and white yin-yang release surged into the sky. The golden light of his ten-season illuminated the entire ancestral hall, and the patterns of the 8 trigrams spread from under his feet, entwining the entire primordial divine tree. The 6 paths, sage art, space-time ninjutsu, and the gentle fists, meridian-sealing mysteries were all activated simultaneously. 8 trigrams, reincarnation, yin-yang, severance of origin. His palms slowly pressed against the main trunk of the divine tree. The intangible gentle fist G penetrated the bark's veins and seeped inside, not with brute force but through precise sealing of the origin core, severing the roots connected to the Star Sea and dismantling the divine tree's reincarnation circulation array. Overcoming hardness with softness, locking meridians with trigrams, using yin-yang to reverse the divine tree's celestial Tao, the entire process was tactically precise without shattering the power system, relying on mindless brute force. Rumble. The entire primordial divine tree trembled violently, its branches swayed, countless leaves rustled and fell, and the myriad main roots buried deep in the ground of Takamigara snapped inch by inch. The invisible connections to the star domains of all realms were severed completely. The core of the divine tree's origin was sealed, dismantled, and dissolved layer by layer by the power of the 8 trigrams and yin-yang. The once vast and vigorous life force visibly declined and dimmed. Across countless star domains, each planet that had relied on the essence of the divine tree for nourishment trembled slightly. The fateful pull and harvest markers that had existed in the dark were gone, and they had finally broken free from the Ōtsutsuki's invisible control. The shackles of destiny that had bound all living beings across the realms for eons shattered in this moment. The leaves of the primordial divine tree withered, its light faded, and from a plundering hub that once dominated the Star Sea it became a common dead tree with no remaining ability to manipulate star domains or harvest origins. The seeding system across all realms was completely nullified. The foundation of the Ōtsutsuki's domination over the Star Sea was utterly severed. The 3 ancestors watched the divine tree slowly wither, their auras instantly plummeting to the extreme, their eyes filled with despair and deathly stillness. The foundation was broken, the system destroyed. The eons-long hegemony of the clan had finally been ruined by a ninja from the lower realm. "It's over, everything is over." The elder-level members Lan Xian and Tseng Yen muttered, their faces ashen. The elders of the 5 ancient clans also bowed their heads in silence, their hearts filled with sorrow, yet they had no strength left to resist. Neji withdrew his hands and looked at the withered tree, his expression calm. There was no arrogant delight in revenge, no pride in destroying hegemony, only a serene acceptance of what had come to pass. He had done it. He had severed the root of extraterrestrial invasion, shattered the shackles of racial enslavement, and won for all races across the realms a future of freedom, peace, and equal reproduction. 7 women slowly walked to Neji's side, their gazes tender and fixed on him, their eyes filled with relief and admiration. All the way from a boy in Konoha to the pinnacle of the Star Sea, defying fate, pacifying a chaotic world, annihilating foreign clans, and protecting the common people, he had always upheld great righteousness, remained rational and steady, and was deep in emotion yet never indulged in personal attachments. They looked at each other without words, but their hearts were already united. In the years to come they would stand side by side, sharing the peaceful golden age. Neji's gaze swept over the 3 ancestors and the remaining Ōtsutsuki clan members, and his voice spread throughout the entire divine capital. From this day forth the Ōtsutsuki's exclusive status as a divine race is abolished. Cross-star domain seeding and harvesting are banned, and all divine tree planting secrets and reincarnation plunder techniques are to be destroyed. Takamigara is retained as the homeland of your clan. You may live and multiply peacefully, cultivate the Tao, but you must not step out of this star domain to interfere with the outside world, nor bully the weak or enslave other races. Abide by the balance of heaven and earth, respect the equality of all beings, and you may survive peacefully. If you harbor evil intentions again and attempt to tread the old path, I will return and erase the Ōtsutsuki bloodline completely. Authoritative yet measured, rewards and punishments clear, he established the first rule of the new order of the Star Sea. The 3 ancestors could not refute and could only accept in silence. The tide had turned, the foundation was destroyed, and there was no strength left to resist. To preserve the bloodline of the clan was the best outcome. Outside the ancestral hall, the allied shinobi forces erupted in earth-shaking cheers that resounded through the clouds of Takamigara. The threat of the Ōtsutsuki that had plagued the ninja world for 1,000 years was completely eradicated. The fate of war was rewritten once and for all, and a new world of equality and peace had already begun. Neji turned around and with his 7 beloved women slowly walked out of the ancestral hall. Having conquered Takamigara, ended the calamity of the foreign clan, and pacified the chaotic realms, the next step was to return to the ninja world, reconstruct a new order, and forge an eternal era of peace and prosperity. Above the divine capital of Gao Tianyuan, the sea of clouds surged and the laws of heaven and earth gradually settled into tranquility. With the primordial divine tree's source severed, the system of sowing across the cosmos completely collapsed. The Ōtsutsuki royal clan and the original progenitors no longer possessed the means to contend for mastery over the Starry Sea. Neji imposed an iron law confining them to Gao Tianyuan itself, forbidding them from ever crossing star domains to invade again. The surviving Ōtsutsuki members gazed upon the withered primordial divine tree, their expressions somber and helpless. The glory of the divine clan held aloft for eons dissipated in an instant. From rulers of the Starry Sea, they were reduced to a mere ordinary tribe confined to a corner. Though filled with reluctance, they could only accept the predetermined outcome. Neji stood on the highest cloud platform of the divine capital, his white robes billowing in the wind. His reincarnation eye swept coolly across the entire land of Gao Tianyuan. Mingren's Wuzhu and Uchiha Yu slowly ascended the platform and stood beside him. Mingren gazed at the now peaceful Gao Tianyuan below, and couldn't help but sigh. It's truly over. The Ōtsutsuki who plagued the ninja world for a millennium can no longer descend and wreak havoc at will. Wuzhu's Mangekyo slowly closed, a hint of relief in his eyes. You severed the route beyond the heavens, shattered the chessboard of fate. You accomplished what none of us could. Yu's gaze was distant, his voice soft. The wars, hatred, and bloodline rifts of the ninja world all stem from the Ōtsutsuki schemes and machinations. Now that the external threat is eliminated, it is the perfect time to reshape the order of the ninja world and bring about everlasting peace. Neji nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the dimensional passage faintly visible in the void, a passage he had opened with his reincarnation eye and spacetime techniques, connecting Gao Tianyuan to the ninja world for the journey home. The external threat is quelled, internal strife must cease. Neji's voice was steady, carrying across the entire divine capital. Immediately reorganize the allied forces, count the personnel, pack up and open the dimensional passage. All shall return to the ninja world. Gao Tianyuan shall be sealed by the 3 progenitors with sworn oaths, and space-time barriers shall be established. Henceforth, without my permission, no Ōtsutsuki shall leave this star domain. The 5 Kages received their orders and departed immediately, setting to work reorganizing the shinobi allied forces from each village, clearing the battlefield remnants, and sealing the key prohibitions across Gao Tianyuan. The hearts of the ninja world were filled with exhilaration and longing for home. Having trampled beyond the heavens and vanquished the mighty foe, they could finally return to their homeland and embrace true peace. Half a day later, the dimensional passage slowly unfolded, cascading light flooding the skies, spanning both ends of the Starry Sea, one end connecting to the divine capital of Gao Tianyuan, the other to the airspace above the border of Konoha in the ninja world. Neji led the way, stepping into the dimensional passage. 7 women walked side by side with him. Mingren's Wuzhu and Yu followed closely. The 5 Kages and shinobi from all paths entered the passage in turn. The surging light swirled around their forms as they traversed the dimensional rift, heading back to the long-missed ninja world. Above Konoha in the ninja world, spatial ripples rippled gently, and a group of figures stepped out of the dimensional passage, standing atop the clouds. Below, the village of Konoha was clearly visible. Wisps of cooking smoke rose, streets and alleys were peaceful, devoid of war and chaos, presenting a scene of tranquility. All around, the 5 great hidden villages had perceptive experts, sensing the disturbance in the sky, countless gazes converging on the air above Konoha, filled with awe, anticipation, and reverence. Quelling internal strife, dismantling the Akatsuki, ending the great ninja war, storming into Gao Tianyuan, uprooting the Ōtsutsuki threat. The name of Hyūga Neji had long resounded across the 5 great nations, recognized as the protector and guide of the entire ninja world. The group slowly descended and stood before the Hokage rock in Konoha. Commoners and shinobi on the streets halted to gaze at them, eyes filled with deep reverence. No one made a sound, they simply watched in silence the youth who had rewritten the fate of the ninja world and brought enduring peace. Neji glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the streets and alleys of Konoha, the distant mountains and forests, and the vague outlines of Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Wagakure, and Kirigakure. Understanding dawned in his heart. War had ended, the external threat was eliminated, and fate was shattered. Now it was time to reconstruct the new order of the ninja world. He stood publicly on the high platform of the Hokage Rock, his voice not loud yet it carried through chakra to every corner of the 5 great nations of the ninja world. From this day forward I proclaim the new policies of the ninja world, establishing the rules for eternal peace. First, abolish the system of Jinchuriki confinement. Tailed beasts shall no longer be regarded as weapons or shackles. They may freely choose their habitats, coexist peacefully with all beings, and no longer be forced into wars and conflicts. Second, eliminate bloodline discrimination and persecution of Kekkai Genkai. Regardless of birth, clan, or bloodline talent, all shinobi and civilians are born equal. No oppression, no segregation, no private warfare or village conflicts shall be allowed. Third, dissolve the radical militarist factions in each village, reduce military expansion, and establish a permanent alliance treaty among the 5 great hidden villages. Disputes shall be resolved through talks, and laws and wars shall never be easily triggered. Fourth, abolish the old system of autocratic rule by high-ranking officials. Establish a joint council of the ninja world where the 5 Kages jointly govern affairs and every clan and faction has a voice. Put an end to the conspiracies of the Umbu, the private executions of the root, and the internal power struggles. Fifth, seal all techniques of impure earth reincarnation, human reincarnation, and large-scale forbidden jutsu. Prohibit the research of destruction-level ninjutsu and ensure that no one like Kabuto Yakushi or Orochimaru ever uses forbidden arts to plunge the world into chaos again. One by one the new policies were delivered, each striking at the root of the millennium-old ills of the ninja world. Overthrowing class oppression, ending the war system, erasing bloodline barriers, sealing away chaotic evil arts, and establishing an equal covenant. Every measure aligned with the wishes of the people and followed the righteous path of heaven and earth. The 5 Kages listened quietly, no one refuted. They all understood that the old order had bred endless hatred and war. Only by tearing it down and rebuilding a new framework of equality, justice, and restraint could the ninja world truly be free from flames of war and enjoy eternal peace. The commoners of Konoha and the shinobi from every village were deeply shaken, and then an overwhelming joy surged within them. 1,000 years of war, displacement, and separation of families finally came to an end today. From now on, future generations would never have to suffer the torment of war or be swept away by fate. After the new policies were announced, Neji's gaze fell back to Konoha, to the 7 women who had accompanied him day and night, and to his old friends, Mingren's was Zhu and Yu. The grand scheme was settled, the chaotic times were pacified, the external enemy was vanquished, the order was established. He did not need to ascend to the position of Hokage, or control the reins of the 5 nations. He would remain in the shadows as the guardian of the ninja world, maintaining order and balance, deterring any ambitious ones who sought to revive war and seize hegemony. The 7 women walked to Neji's side, standing shoulder to shoulder, their gazes tender, and together they looked upon the peaceful land of the ninja world. Having gone through youthful acquaintance, fighting side by side, traversing chaotic times, and venturing beyond the heavens to punish the gods, their hearts were already unbreakable. No extra titles were needed, only the security of peaceful days, morning and evening together, mutual tolerance and harmony, free from petty conflicts and melodrama, deep and unwavering love. Mingren would take up the responsibility of the new era's Konoha, walking the path of righteousness to protect the village and peace. Suizhu would let go of hatred, travel the ninja world, maintain balance across lands, and become a wandering guardian. You would stay peacefully in Konoha, healing past regrets, and living out his remaining years. The 5 Kages would abide by the alliance, govern the 5 nations together, remain content and disciplined with no further desire for conflict. The fate of the ninja world was completely rewritten. No more caged bird destiny, no more Uchiha clan tragedy, no more devastation from the great ninja war, and no more harvesting and enslavement by the Ōtsutsuki from beyond the heavens. The sun set in the west, and the evening glow spread across the sky of Konoha. Neji, accompanied by his 7 beloved women, slowly walked away from the Hokage Rock and headed toward the Hyūga clan compound. In the years to come, the mountains and rivers would be unharmed and the ninja world would be eternally peaceful. He defied fate, broke the shackles, quelled the chaos, annihilated the foreign invaders, and established order, ultimately remaining true to his original heart, to the people and to those who had accompanied him all along the way. Fate came to an end, peace was eternal, and a perfect conclusion was reached. Twilight dyed Konoha, the sunset glow spread over the mountains and the Hokage Rock, and the evening breeze carried the fragrance of forest leaves brushing across the entire peaceful village. It had been half a month since the triumphant return from Takamagahara, and the new policies of the shinobi world had been implemented. The 5 great hidden villages adhered to the covenant, setting aside centuries of antagonism and military confrontation, and there were no more skirmishes or wars at the borders. The Jinchuriki system was completely abolished, and the tailed beasts roamed freely among the mountains, rivers, and lakes, no longer imprisoned as weapons of war. The old rules of bloodline discrimination and clan oppression were abolished one by one, achieving true equality from birth between civilians and shinobi, ordinary clans and bloodline limit clans. Konoha was especially peaceful, with smoke curling from kitchen chimneys and the streets, children playing freely, shinobi no longer on constant alert, and elders no longer worrying about war and displacement. The hatred, fate, and war clouds that had entangled the shinobi world for 1,000 years had all turned to dust and dissipated. The Hyūga clan compound had long been completely renewed. The old system of main and branch families was completely abolished, the caged bird curse seal was banned entirely, and the ancient clan rules were revised with no more distinctions of high and low, master and servant. Every Hyūga clan member enjoyed equality of bloodline and freedom of cultivation. Neji, with his unshakable prestige and vision, became the acknowledged guardian of the Hyūga clan, yet he never sought high positions or power but quietly remained in the clan to protect its members and ensure their peaceful lives. Deep in the courtyard the ground was paved with bluestone, and cherry blossoms fluttered down. Neji stood quietly under the corridor, dressed in plain white, having shed the sharp murderous aura of celestial battles, leaving only a gentle and steady demeanor. The Tensigen had long since retracted its extraordinary phenomena, returning to ordinary eyes, yet it still harbored the profound depth that discerned worldly affairs and saw through the cycles of reincarnation. 7 women stood in various parts of the courtyard at ease and content, without any coy jealousy or scheming estrangement. They were familiar and tolerant with each other, getting along in a calm and harmonious manner. Hinata sat under the cherry tree, her fingertips gently brushing the falling petals. Her temperament was still gentle and soft, but she had long shed her former inferiority and timidity. Having been tempered by turbulent times and having traveled alongside him beyond the celestial realm, her heart became more mature. She always quietly accompanied Neji, gentle and faithful as the years passed peacefully. Tenten stood nearby, toying with her personal ninja tools, her features bright and cheerful. From their first meeting in Team 3 to fighting side by side through battles, she admired Neji's intelligence and sense of responsibility, and respected his vision of defying fate and caring for all living beings. Now that everything had settled, she only wished to guard this stability, and accompany him through the mountains and rivers day and night. Ino Yamanaka leaned against the corridor pillar, a faint smile on her lips, her mind perception gently speding to soothe the hearts of the clan members. The once willful girl had grown up, letting go of her youthful stubbornness, understanding what it means to stand by someone, and what boundaries are. She got along harmoniously with everyone, calm and serene. Temari still wore her Sunigakure combat outfit, her valiant and spirited demeanor unchanged. She had long since broken free from the limitations of Sunigakure, captivated by Neji's vision and breadth of mind in pacifying the shinobi world and campaigning beyond the celestial realm. She left the conflicts of the windswept land behind and willingly stayed in Konoha to peacefully enjoy the years of peace. Karen Uzumaki sat on a stone bench, the ceiling aura around her subdued her eyes and brows, lacking the former vigilance and loneliness. Having drifted half her life displaced and homeless, she now finally had a place to belong, someone she could rely on with peace of mind. No more fleeing, no more fear of the shadow of her clan's extinction. Yujitoni leaned against an old tree in the courtyard, the two-tails chakra gentle and restrained, with none of the alienation and aloofness of her former Jinchuriki days. Having broken free from the shackles of the tailed beast's fate, she could live as she wished, indifferent to the struggles of strength and weakness, only wishing to cherish this rare peace. Cheyenne stood at the windward side of the courtyard, the holy light of a Miko flickering faintly, her features pure and gentle. She bore the mission of protecting the world. Now that the extraterrestrial demons and the Ōtsutsuki threat were completely eradicated, her mission was fulfilled. She was willing to set aside her identity as a Miko and stay in the shinobi world, accompanying everyone to enjoy the mountains and rivers of the mortal world. The 7 women had different personalities and backgrounds, but because they had shared life and death and held compatible worldviews, they tolerated and understood each other. There was no melodramatic infighting, no emotional entanglements. They adhered to the original intention of mutual devotion, kept their feelings restrained, prioritized the greater good, and never disturbed the peace with personal emotions. Neji spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the people before him, a hint of relief in his eyes. Now that the shinobi world is stable, external threats are eliminated, and the old shackles of fate are shattered, it justifies all the persistence along the way. From the time he was 6 years old, when his soul transmigrated into the shinobi world and faced the fate of the caged bird, he had planned every step, breaking the old Hyūga system, disrupting the Konoha power structure, thwarting the Akatsuki schemes, averting the Great Ninja War, tracing the origins of the Ōtsutsuki, crushing Takamigara, exterminating the Celestial Royal Clan, and restructuring the order of the shinobi world. Naruto has now taken on the responsibility of Konoha's new generation, dedicating himself to maintaining the village's stability and upholding the peace covenant. Sasuke travels across the shinobi world, traversing the 5 great nations, resolving lingering hatreds, acting as a wandering balancer. Itachi resides peacefully in Konoha, soothing the regrets in his heart, spending his remaining years in tranquility. Neji softly recounted the recent conditions of old acquaintances, his eyes gentle. All the tragedies from the original story had been rewritten. Asuma, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Kurenai, and others were all safe and sound. The Uchiha clan survived, and those with conscience in the Ōtsutsuki met a good end. There were no more pointless sacrifices or regrets. The shinobi world had finally achieved true completion. From now on I will not involve myself in power or hold high positions. Neji's tone was calm but carried a firm resolve. I will only be a hidden guardian of the shinobi world, overseeing a region, deterring those with ill intentions and protecting this peace from being broken. In the remaining time I will enjoy the mountains and rivers with you, quietly passing the years. He did not vie for fame or profit, did not covet power and position, stepped back after achieving success, and returned to ordinariness. For him, defying fate was not about reaching the top and dominating, but about ending suffering, protecting all living beings, and also about guarding those who had never left his side and walked alongside him all the way. Hearing this, the 7 women all smiled with their eyes and nodded gently. No need for extravagant titles, no need for power in court or among the people. Just that the mountains and rivers remain intact, the years are peaceful, hearts are united, and they accompany each other day and night. That is enough. The evening breeze swept through the cherry grove, petals swirling and enveloping the entire courtyard.